At 10 o'clock in the morning, the university library exuded an atmosphere of languor intertwined with focus. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. The soft rustle of pages turning, the gentle tapping of keyboards, and the occasional hushed whispers created the familiar white noise of this scholarly sanctuary. Lingy occupied a seat by the window, a hefty tome laid open before him, yet his gaze was vacant, fingers idly twirling a pen. The tension of finals week had not yet fully enveloped the space. Many students were still seizing the last moments to either procrastinate or review. Suddenly, without warning, an excruciatingly sharp, almost ear-piercing buzz erupted from all directions. Ah, what is that sound? The library erupted into chaos as everyone clamped their hands over their ears, the sound seemingly emanating not from any device, but rather detonating directly within their minds. Lingy, too, was struck by this sudden cacophony. Feeling dizzy and his heart racing, a sensation of indescribable panic gripping him in the blink of an eye. The sunlight outside dimmed at a visible rate, as if consumed by some colossal, invisible shadow. The sky transformed from azure to a swift, unsettling yellow, then morphed into a bizarre, rust-colored hue. Look outside. What's happening? People surged towards the windows in terror. Lingye's phone screen flickered violently, presenting a myriad of garbled characters before turning completely black, unresponsive to his attempts to power it on. Not just his phone, but the library lights began to flicker erratically. Computers crashed into blue screens, emitting piercing alarm sounds that, is there a power outage? No, my phone is broken too. Panic began to spread. The buzzing persisted, growing deeper, as if it had transformed into a tangible weight pressing upon each heart. A faint scent reminiscent of ozone permeated the air. A strange, agonized moan, akin to desperate suffering, drifted from a distance. Lingy whipped around to see a male student suddenly collapse from his chair, his body convulsing violently, eyes rolling back, frothy saliva laced with blood spilling from his mouth. Classmate, what's wrong? Someone nearby attempted to assist him. But in the next moment, a far more terrifying event unfolded. One after another, students throughout the library began to exhibit similar symptoms. They writhed in agony on the floor, their bodies contorting grotesquely, with veins beneath their skin darkening and bones cracking audibly. A shrill, pitch-altered scream sliced through the air. A girl, who had just been convulsing, abruptly ceased her movements, rising with a stiff, marionette-like posture, her pupils dilated, shrouded in a murky gray. Strange, circuit-like dark patterns began to surface on her face and exposed skin. Tilting her head, she emitted a guttural, wheezing sound, then lunged at the closest girl who had attempted to help her, sinking her teeth savagely into the latter's neck. Warm blood gushed forth in an instant, staining the desk and floor crimson. After a brief silence, sheer panic and chaos erupted. Zombies. It's zombies. Everything from the movies is real. Run. Quick, run. Don't bite me. Help. Screams, cries, curses, the clattering of overturned furniture, the sounds of biting and chewing. A cacophony of chaos transformed this sanctuary of knowledge into a blood-soaked hell. Lingye's mind went blank, adrenaline surging through him. The instinct for survival propelled him from his seat. He seized a heavy metal thermos as a weapon and dashed toward the nearest emergency exit without hesitation. Follow me. Use the emergency exit. He shouted to a few stunned classmates nearby. In the turmoil, 5 or 6 people instinctively followed him. The corridor was equally a scene of horror. An eerie, dark red light filtered through the windows, casting ominous hues over everything. Groups of people were seen collapsing and tearing at each other, blood and severed limbs strewn across the floor. Those who had just undergone transformation into aberrations, or as the public would more readily recognize them, zombies, swiftly transitioned from awkward rigidity to swift agility, possessing immense strength as they attacked everything alive. Bang! Lingyi exerted all his strength, smashing the thermos against an approaching zombie, pulling a staggering girl along as he continued to flee. The emergency exit loomed ahead, but at that moment, 7 or 8 roaring zombies suddenly emerged from around the corner, completely blocking their path. They had evidently been drawn by the commotion. It's over. A boy behind them cried out in despair. There are more behind us. Lingyi whipped around to see their escape route also obstructed by 3 or 4 swaying zombies. They were trapped in this corridor, barely 10 meters long. The acrid scent of blood and the stench of decay emanating from the zombies was nearly suffocating in the dim red light. The zombies' gray-white eyes and bloodied fangs appeared especially menacing. The classmates following Ling Yi pressed against the wall, their faces pale and trembling, some already sobbing in despair. Their only weapons were the thermos in Ling Ye's hand and a mop handle that another boy had scavenged. A deadlock. Ling Ye's heart sank to the depths. Overwhelming fear engulfed him like icy water. He could feel his teeth chattering, his grip on the thermos tightening to the point where his knuckles turned white. No, he couldn't die here. He stared intently at the approaching horde of zombies, his mind ablaze with terror and pressure, as if on the verge of combustion. An indescribable sensation built within his skull, as if a thin membrane was about to burst, the edges of his vision flickering with myriad subtle, golden lights reminiscent of data streams. The closest zombie, once likely a robust boy clad in a basketball uniform, roared, its mouth agape, dripping with viscous saliva and blood, charging toward Ling Yi with astonishing speed. Time seemed to elongate infinitely in that moment. Ling Yi could distinctly see the quivering tongue deep within the creature's throat, the reflection of his own terrified yet intensely focused face in its gray-white pupils. There was no escape. Weight, distance, speed, the trajectory of the approaching creature, the angle of his arms swinging. Countless fragments of information were frantically calculated and integrated within his boiling mind, just as the foul teeth were about to pierce his throat. A cataclysmic roar reverberated through Ling Ye's mind. The membrane that had been obstructing him shattered. A perspective, vast and cold, as if transcending the very laws of the universe, unfolded in his consciousness. He saw the structure of the surrounding space, the minuscule particles constituting matter, the trajectories of energy flow, and even the lines of physical rules that the zombie, barreling toward him, adhered to. That a profound clarity surged within him. With an instinctual epiphany, he addressed the oncoming zombie in the narrow corridor behind it, his voice cold yet crystal clear, resonating with an unfamiliar authority. Rule modification. Within this area, the kinetic energy of all moving objects is nullified. Buzz. An invisible yet immensely powerful wave emanated from Ling Yi, enveloping all the zombies pressing in from both sides. With his words, the spell was cast. Time resumed its normal flow. Yet the anticipated bite and pain did not come. The basketball-clad zombie, suspended in midair, appeared as though its movements had been halted by an unseen hand, or as if it had become ensnared in an infinite, viscous amber. It remained in a grotesque posture, poised to pounce and bite, its fangs mere inches from Ling Ye's throat, yet utterly frozen in that moment. Not only it, all the moving zombies, whether running, walking, or lunging, were inexplicably and defyingly immobilized in place. They resembled a surreal collection of horrifying sculptures, devoid of momentum. Even the edges of their garments ceased to sway. In that instant, the once clamorous and bloody corridor fell into a bizarre and chilling silence. The only sound discernible was Ling Ye's heavy breathing. His classmates behind him stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their expressions of fear twisted into sheer shock and bewilderment by this incomprehensible spectacle. What had transpired? Ling Yi gazed at the frozen tableau before him, his heart racing, yet a profound sense of cold power, a feeling of mastery, began to supplant his initial dread, swiftly filling his body and soul. Was this the awakening of a supernatural ability? He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and surveyed the immobilized zombies. He raised his hand and gently nudged the head of the nearest frozen creature. That head remained utterly still, as if welded to the air. The power of the rules was indeed formidable. Then a glint of cold determination flickered in Ling Ye's eyes as he spoke once more, his voice still low, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Rule modification. Within this area, all entities I designate as targets shall experience a tenfold increase in internal pressure. With a mere thought, he distinctly locked onto all the frozen zombies in the corridor. The next moment, boom, 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 a series of muffled yet distinct explosions erupted, akin to ripe fruit being crushed. Every one of the immobilized zombies had their heads violently burst open from within. Grayish-white brain matter, mingled with dark red blood and splintered bone fragments, sprayed outward in a grotesque fan, staining the walls and ceiling in a chaotic display. Devoid of cerebral commands, those rigid bodies collapsed like marionettes with severed strings, crumpling to the ground. An instant kill. A complete, unfathomable, overwhelming annihilation. More than 10 zombies, in less than 2 seconds, perished collectively in a manner they could not comprehend. The corridor once again fell into silence. This time, it was a deathly silence. Only the strewn bodies and an oppressive, inescapable stench of blood remained. Ling Yi felt a slight dizziness and mental fatigue, as if he had just engaged in an intense mental exertion. But this sensation quickly faded, supplanted by a warm surge emanating from deep within. As his expended mental energy rapidly replenished, he turned around. The classmates behind him no longer regarded him as an ordinary peer, but rather as a deity, or perhaps a monster. Fear, awe, incredulity, and the ecstasy of surviving a near-death experience intermingled on their faces. The girl he had pulled back, Lin Shui, now appeared as pale as a sheet, her lips trembling slightly as she glanced between Ling Yi and the headless corpses littering the ground. Rendered speechless, Ling Yi paid no heed to their astonishment. He bent down, tearing a relatively clean piece of fabric from the tattered clothing of a zombie, meticulously wiping the blood and brain matter that had splattered onto his thermos. And hands. His movements were slow and deliberate, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Having completed this, he grasped the thermos once more and pointed toward the unobstructed door of safety ahead. His voice regained some of its usual tone, yet bore an undeniable calmness. All right, the path is clear. Those who wish to survive, follow me. With that, he turned away from his classmates, stepping forward with steady determination, traversing the filth-strewn floor towards the door that symbolized escape. Behind him lay an oppressive silence, punctuated by a few rapid heartbeats. The eerie crimson light filtered through the corridor's windows, casting a cold halo upon his serene, yet youthful profile. From this moment onward, the rules of the apocalypse would be inscribed by him. The heavy iron gate of the safety passage closed behind them, momentarily sealing off the nauseating stench of blood and any other potential threats lurking in the corridor. Within the confines of this relatively enclosed space, only the emergency exit signs emitted a faint, ghostly green glow, illuminating a few faces marked by shock and fear. Thud! A young man, his legs giving way beneath him, collapsed onto the cold staircase, gasping for air as his body trembled uncontrollably. Another girl leaned against the wall, unable to suppress her dry heaves, though her stomach was empty. The hellish scenes they had just witnessed, and the visceral shock of the brutal violence left her feeling profoundly unwell. Lin Shui leaned against the doorframe, her face pale, yet her gaze was steadier than that of the others. Stealing a quick glance at the figure standing at the forefront, Ling Yi, she noted his posture. Though not particularly imposing, he now resembled an impenetrable wall, shielding them from all danger. He slightly turned his head, as if listening intently to the sounds beyond the door, his profile appearing exceptionally calm, almost indifferent, under the eerie green light. Could such supernatural feats truly be within human capability? The images of effortlessly wielded power, of manipulating space and shattering the bodies of the fallen, were indelibly etched in everyone's minds, instilling both an unparalleled sense of security and an ineffable awe mingled with terror. Ling Yi was indeed listening, while also attuning himself to the changes within. The exertion of such power brought about a mental fatigue akin to that experienced after hours of intense calculation. Yet strangely, this fatigue dissipated rapidly, as if the peculiar energy permeating the air was seeping into his body, revitalizing his spirit. He could even faintly sense the slow emanation of a subtle energy fluctuation from the corpses of the zombies outside, resonating with the same source as the energy he was absorbing, albeit in a chaotic form. The phraseability user energy core flickered through his mind, reminiscent of a common trope in apocalyptic tales. It seemed that reality and fiction had intersected in certain aspects. He redirected his attention, surveying the weakened individuals around him. Can you still move? His voice was calm, betraying little emotion. Yes. The young man, still seated on the ground, struggled to rise and nodded vigorously. The others, summoning their resolve, affirmed their readiness. Having witnessed Ling Yi's capabilities, no one dared to display weakness or hesitation before him. My name is Ling Yi, a third-year economics major. He offered a brief introduction, thus formally acknowledging this makeshift team. You have all seen the situation. The world has changed, and the laws and order have collapsed. To survive, we must rely on ourselves. His gaze swept over each individual. Follow me, and I will do my utmost to keep you alive, but you must heed my commands. Avoid foolishness, and not become a burden. Do you understand? Understood. They chorused in unison, Lin Shui included. In times like these, a formidable leader was of paramount importance. Ling Yi, was that your ability just now? The previously paralyzed young man, namely Hao, inquired cautiously yet curiously. Indeed, Ling Yi replied. Ling Yi provided little explanation, merely hinting at a power akin to modifying rules. Modifying rules. Although a few among them had their suspicions, hearing him acknowledge it outright left them in profound astonishment. This extraordinary ability sounded exceedingly formidable. Yet, there was no time to linger. Ling Yi interrupted their astonishment, stating that the safety passage might not remain secure indefinitely. They needed to find a temporary refuge to gather supplies, particularly food and water. He turned to Lin Shui and inquired, "Are you familiar with the structure of a library? Apart from the main hall and corridors, are there any areas that are defensible or might contain supplies?" Lin Shui, a frequent visitor and volunteer at the library, was indeed well acquainted with the premises. She forced herself to regain composure and thought rapidly. Yes. The second basement level houses a dense collection of books and an old newspaper reading room, which is typically sparsely populated. The only entrances are the safety passage we just descended and another elevator that requires a card to operate. There is also a small staff lounge that may contain a water dispenser and some snacks. All right, we shall proceed there, Ling Yi decisively declared. I will lead the way. Li Hao, you will guard the rear, be vigilant. The rest will follow in the center, maintaining silence and being aware of our surroundings. He assigned these straightforward tasks. And at last, the team began to take shape. As he pushed open the door leading from the safety passage to the second basement level, a wave of cool air, imbued with the scent of aged pages and a hint of mildew, washed over them. The lighting below was dimmer, with only a few emergency lights flickering, rendering visibility quite low. The dense rows of bookshelves loomed like gigantic tombstones, casting long shadows in the eerie stillness that heightened their anxiety. Be cautious and stay close, Ling Yi whispered. His perception, having absorbed the energy, seemed to sharpen, allowing him to sense malevolent gazes lurking within the darkness. Not far along, at a corner, 3 grotesque figures clad in library uniforms suddenly sprang forth from behind the shelves. They moved with a swiftness surpassing that of their upstairs counterparts, their nails transformed into dark, sharp talons. A startled gasp escaped one of the girls in the group. Ling Ye's gaze sharpened, and he did not utter a word. With the force of his formidable mental will, the power of the rules activated instantaneously. Modification, the air density ahead increased 100-fold. In an instant, the 3 lunging aberrations collided with an invisible, yet exceedingly resilient rubber wall. Their movements became excruciatingly slow and laborious, as if ensnared in an intangible quagmire. Even their roars subdued to a muffled, eerie sound. Li Hao and the others watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that Ling Yi had spoken not a word. Casually, Ling Yi seized a slender metal rod from a nearby bookshelf, empowered by the subtle enhancement of the rule. He stepped forward and, with precision and swiftness, pierced the heads of the 3 zombies, as if puncturing 3 ripe watermelons. Thud, thud, thud. With the modification of the rules lifted, the 3 corpses crumpled to the ground. The entire process was executed with a clean efficiency, scarcely producing any noise. The team members, now somewhat numbed, gazed at Ling Ye's silhouette with deepening reverence. Yet, Ling Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Though his stamina recovered swiftly with continuous use, he discerned a significant issue. Each modification of the rules seemed to require a depletion of mental energy, with larger alterations demanding even greater expenditure. Minor adjustments, like the recent localized change, incurred negligible costs. He recognized the necessity for more precise control over his power, realizing that he could not solely pursue grand displays. Moreover, he acknowledged the need to enhance his close combat skills, rather than relying solely on his abilities. Picking up a metal rod, he weighed it in his hands, finding it far more manageable than the thermos he had used before. With this newfound experience, the path ahead appeared considerably smoother. After dispatching 2 groups of scattered zombies, the team successfully located the employee lounge. Fortunately, the door remained unlocked. Inside, they discovered a water dispenser with over half a barrel of water and a cabinet stocked with several packets of cookies, instant noodles, and some snacks. What a blessing! Water! The group exclaimed with joy, as if they had stumbled upon a life-saving spring. Ling Yi surveyed the room, though small. It was sufficient for the group to take refuge temporarily. He instructed Li Hao to lock the door and pushed a heavy filing cabinet against it for added security. They took turns drinking water and consuming some food to replenish their energy. Move quickly, Ling Yi commanded. He himself twisted open a bottle of mineral water. Taking a few sips, the icy water coursed down his throat, providing slight relief to his taut nerves. Approaching the lone small window in the lounge, he noted its height, facing the ventilation shaft of the library's underground section, revealing a small patch of dark red sky. The distant roars and chaos outside served as a grim reminder that the world outside remained fraught with peril. Brother Ling Yi, Lin Shui approached, handing him a packet of cookies. Thank you. Without you, we might have. Ling Yi accepted the cookies, tearing them open and taking a bite. The taste was mediocre, yet it offered a much-needed energy boost. No need for thanks. It was merely a small gesture. His tone was flat, Survival took precedence. He turned to Lin Shui and the others. Rest for 10 minutes. Then, we will use this lounge as our base to clear this floor of zombies and gather more supplies. Our primary focus should be to find additional food, water, and any potential weapons. His gaze sharpened. To survive in this apocalyptic world, they could not remain in hiding. They must actively engage in combat and adapt. The group observed Ling Yi's calm, even somewhat cold profile, feeling a mix of fear and inexplicable reassurance. He was strong, composed, and his objectives were clear. Following him might indeed offer a glimmer of hope in this hellish world. 10 minutes later, Ling Yi rose, gripping the bloodied metal rod firmly. Rule modification, visual presence diminished. A barely perceptible wave swept over the team. They were astonished to find that while they could still see one another clearly, they seemed less conspicuous, as if merging into the shadows of their surroundings. Let us go? Ling Yi pulled open the filing cabinet and opened the door. The hunt began. He stepped first into the dimly lit underground library filled with the shadows of bookshelves. The others exchanged glances, steeling themselves, and followed closely behind. The dim red light filtered weakly from the ventilation shaft, stretching his shadow long. The power of the rules had quietly commenced its operation. Chapter 3, The Underground Clearance, an initial exploration of energy modification of rules, diminished visual presence. A faint ripple coursed through the air, and Ling Yi sensed a subtle drain of psychic energy, akin to a mere trickle diverging from a larger stream. This sustained, low-intensity application of rules consumed far less energy than the previous bursts of power, nearly matching the spontaneous replenishment of energy in the atmosphere. He took the lead, stepping into the dimly lit corridor of the underground library, gripping the blood-stained metal rod with unwavering and silent steps. Behind him, Lin Shui, Li Hao, and 3 others followed closely, their nerves taut as they endeavored to suppress any extraneous sounds. To their astonishment, although they could see each other clearly, the oppressive weight of their surroundings seemed to lighten, as if the predatory gazes lurking in the shadows had become less perceptible. This collective diminishment of presence offered them a semblance of comfort, deepening their reliance on and reverence for Ling Yi's enigmatic abilities. The air in the second basement was more stagnant, a noxious blend of aged paper, dust, and a faint odor of decay. The dense bookshelves formed a colossal labyrinth, obscuring their vision, with every corner potentially concealing peril. The emergency lights cast a feeble and ghastly glow, rendering everything in surreal hues. A suppressed growl emanated from behind a nearby bookshelf, causing Ling Yi's eyes to sharpen as he raised a hand, signaling the team to halt. He slightly turned his head, focusing his senses. Through his perceptual lens of rules, he discerned a chaotic and malevolent energy conglomerate moving in that direction. Silently, he edged closer to the bookshelf's edge, peering cautiously before retracting. A distorted figure, clad in a janitor's uniform, stood with its back turned, aimlessly scratching at the metal shelves with its twisted fingers, producing an excruciatingly grating sound. Ling Yi refrained from employing his rule-based powers. Instead, he sought to test his prowess in close combat. Crouching low, he moved with the stealth of a cheetah, his actions swift and precise. The metal rod transformed into a shadow, thrusting violently towards the back of the aberration's skull. With a sickening squelch, the sharp tip of the rod penetrated the cranium. The creature's body stiffened momentarily before collapsing to the ground, convulsing twice before falling still. It was a clean and decisive kill. Ling Yi withdrew the metal rod, flicking off the filth with a calm demeanor. It seemed his physical attributes had been slightly enhanced since awakening his abilities. While not comparable to those wielding strength-based powers, his coordination, reaction speed, and accuracy had notably improved. The teammates watched in a mix of horror and admiration, awestruck by Ling Yi's formidable abilities and impressive skills. Continue, he murmured, maintaining a low profile as he led the team further into the depths. They adopted a cautious strategy, spiraling outward from the lounge as their center. When encountering isolated zombies, Ling Yi silently dispatched them with his metal rod. In instances of 2 or 3 congregated together, he applied limited rule-based powers for containment or distraction, encouraging Li Hao and the other boys to step in for the final blows, allowing them to acclimate to the fight. Modification, 0 friction beneath the target's feet. A zombie, charging towards them, suddenly lost its footing and fell onto its back, only to have its skull shattered by Li Hao, who struck with a trembling yet remarkable force. Another zombie, attempting to roar, could only emit a silent shriek, which Lin Shui seized as an opportunity to fell it with a fire axe she had discovered. This seemingly fragile girl displayed an astonishing ferocity that took everyone by surprise at such a critical moment. Ling Yi, akin to a composed commander and ultimate bodyguard, skillfully orchestrated the battlefield, securing victory at minimal cost. Under his leadership, the team gradually shed their initial fears, mustering courage and developing an increasingly harmonious cooperation. After approximately an hour, they had cleared a substantial portion of the underground's second level, confirming that there were no immediate threats lurking in large numbers. Their haul was quite commendable. They discovered another storage room filled with cleaning supplies, containing 4 unopened 15-liter bottles of mineral water, several packets of disposable gloves, and masks. Though meager, it was better than nothing. Beside a zombie clad in a security uniform, they found a heavy rubber baton and a powerful flashlight, albeit with insufficient battery life. Most importantly, in a secluded corner, an intact vending machine revealed a selection of undamaged beverages and snacks. With a gentle tap, Ling Yi shattered the glass panel, producing a surprisingly muted sound. The group cautiously retrieved the contents: several bottles of energy drinks, over 20 packets of assorted flavored chips, and chocolate bars. "This is fantastic. So much food," exclaimed a girl named Sun Xiaoyun in delight. "Let us ration it. Who knows how long we'll be stuck here," Ling Yi reminded. Though his mood lightened at the sight of the supplies, at least they wouldn't starve in the short term. He distributed the food and water, allowing everyone to rest and regain their strength. During this respite, Ling Yi approached the corpse of the slain security zombie. He had previously sensed that, in addition to the faint energy dissipating from these aberrant beings, there was something else at play. Crouching down, he suppressed his discomfort and used a metal rod to pry open the shattered skull, meticulously searching within. Indeed, his fingertips brushed against a solid object. He extracted it, a crystal approximately the size of a fingernail, exhibiting an irregular polyhedral shape, with a texture reminiscent of opaque glass. Inside the crystal, an exceedingly dim, smoky red energy seemed to flow languidly. An energy core? A thought flickered through Ling Ye's mind. He concentrated, attempting to perceive the essence of the crystal. In an instant, he felt a surge of energy within it, far denser than the surrounding air, yet more chaotic and turbulent. As he endeavored to guide it, the energy stirred faintly, though barely perceptibly. "Brother Ling Yi, what is this?" Lin Shui, having noticed his actions, approached with curiosity. The others gathered around as well. "It appears to be an energy crystal generated by these aberrant entities," Ling Yi explained, revealing the core to everyone. "It may be useful to us, the ability users, or possess other values. In the future, we should pay attention to such crystals when defeating aberrant beings." The crowd gazed upon the somewhat eerie crystal, both curious and slightly apprehensive. Ling Yi attempted to absorb the energy from the crystal core as one would draw in the energy from the air. The process, however, proved to be quite arduous. The energy within the core was remarkably stubborn, necessitating an active use of mental force to grind and draw it forth, resulting in low efficiency. Moreover, the energy being absorbed was exceedingly violent, requiring additional effort for purification and transformation, rendering it far less smooth than the gentle energy drawn from the atmosphere. It appeared that direct absorption was ineffective. Perhaps a special method was required, or it might serve only as currency or material. Ling Yi pondered silently as he cleaned the crystal core and tucked it into his pocket. Now was not the time for in-depth research. After a brief respite, the team resumed their exploration, arriving at another specialized elevator previously mentioned by Lin Shui. The elevator doors were firmly shut, with the indicator light dim, clearly indicating a loss of power and cessation of operation. Ling Yi pressed his ear against the cold elevator door, listening intently. There seemed to be faint scratching sounds emanating from within, accompanied by a slick, sliding noise. He frowned slightly and signaled for everyone to step back. Rule modification. The sound transmission efficiency in the 5 cubic meter space behind the door is set to 0. An invisible force enveloped the elevator shaft, rendering all sounds instantly silent, creating an oppressive stillness. Following this, Ling Yi placed his hand in the gap of the elevator door. Rule modification. The gap between the elevator doors is temporarily increased by 5 centimeters. A disconcerting metallic creaking sound echoed as the heavy doors were forcibly pried apart, creating a noticeable opening. Ling Yi gestured for Li Hao to direct the high-intensity flashlight. Though its power was low, it still emitted a faint glow into the gap. The light penetrated the darkness of the elevator shaft. To their astonishment, the elevator car was not stationed at their level, but rather suspended roughly 1 floor above. Crowding the top of the car were dozens of fist-sized, dark red mutated cockroaches, their shells adorned with bizarre patterns. They appeared to be gnawing on something, their sharp mandibles opening and closing. Even more unsettling was the sight of a larger, slowly writhing shadow lurking in the depths of darkness beneath the car. The slick, sliding noise seemed to emanate from it. Xianyun nearly retched again. A chill ran down everyone's spines. Such a multitude of mutated insects appeared formidable, and that gigantic shadow exuded an aura of extreme danger. Ling Ye's expression grew grave. The individual energy responses of these mutated insects were weak, Yet their sheer numbers posed a significant threat, especially in the confined environment of the elevator shaft. Should they swarm out, it would be troublesome. The energy response from the creature below was evidently greater than any they had encountered previously, at least reaching D-level, if not higher. Charging in recklessly was not a prudent choice. He made a swift decision. Rule modification. The structural integrity of the elevator door gap is restored. Rule modification. The external coating of the elevator door is rendered absolutely smooth and is affixed with a high-strength adhesive. The metal door gap instantly returned to its original state, as if it had never been pried open. Simultaneously, the exterior of the door became as smooth as a mirror, coated with a transparent yet exceedingly viscous substance. Thus, even if one were to conceive of what lies within, opening the door would prove exceedingly challenging. Should it yield, the first encounter would be with the adhesive, temporarily sealing the fate inside. Ling Yi murmured, "This place is perilous, beyond our current capabilities to manage. Let us mark it for future reference." The group nodded in unison, eager to distance themselves from the menacing portal. Their efforts to clear and explore had reached a temporary halt. With the supplies they had gathered, the team returned to the staff lounge, securing the door once more, finally allowing themselves a moment of reprieve from their taut nerves. With water and food at hand, and a relatively safe temporary stronghold, a flicker of hope ignited anew. Leaning against the wall, Ling Yi slowly savored a chocolate bar to replenish his energy while closing his eyes to attune to the subtle changes within himself. Continuous use of his abilities, particularly for intricate tasks, although not overly taxing, served as a rigorous exercise for his spirit. He sensed a minuscule yet perceptible increase in his mental fortitude, and his grasp of the rules became increasingly deft. The energy crystal nestled in his pocket continued to emit a faint yet tumultuous energy fluctuation. This world was far more intricate and perilous than he had ever imagined. Yet, it was equally brimming with unknown possibilities. He opened his eyes, gazing out at the narrow vista framed by the dark crimson sky. The path of rules had only just commenced. Chapter 4. Nocturnal Anomalies. A new interpretation of rules. Darkness had thoroughly enveloped the earth. In the staff lounge of the library's basement level 2, only the feeble light from a flashlight on its lowest setting illuminated the space, alongside the nearly imperceptible glimmer of dark red sky, filtering through the ventilation shaft, barely dispersing the dense shadows. The air was thick with the faint scent of food wrappers, sweat, and an indescribable odor reminiscent of burnt circuit boards mingled with rust, the lingering essence of the energy tide that had swept through the world. Ling Yi leaned against the cold wall, eyes closed in a semblance of slumber. Yet, he was not truly asleep. Most of his mental energy remained devoted to maintaining a diminished presence, akin to an invisible serene force field that separated the small lounge from the omnipresent howls and rustling sounds of the outside world. This sustained expenditure was akin to a gentle stream. However, he felt the energy in the air continuously replenishing, barely maintaining a semblance of balance. The others had succumbed to deep slumber, having endured a day rife with tension and fear, their spirits and strength utterly depleted. Li Hao leaned against another wall, emitting soft snores. Lin Shui and Sun Xiaoyun were huddled together, their brows furrowed even in sleep. The other two boys sprawled in various disarray. In the silence, the slightest sounds were magnified. Occasional scraping noises emanated from the ventilation ducts, reminiscent of something clawing its way slowly. In the distance, faint thuds and piercing screams shattered the night, soon fading into silence, a reminder to all that the outside world remained fraught with peril. There was also an exceedingly low-frequency hum, seemingly resonating directly with the heart, barely discernible yet omnipresent. This resonated differently from the sharp, resonant hum of energy tides during the day. It resembled a persistent background sound, akin to the pained moans of a world in anguish. Ling Ye's senses sharpened in this environment. He could even perceive the flow of invisible energies in the air, undulating like the tides, sometimes gentle, sometimes slightly agitated. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. A potent, aggressive malevolence pierced through the low presence field he maintained, sweeping across the entire lounge like a cold, venomous serpent. It did not emanate from the corridor outside, nor from the ventilation shafts. No, it originated from above, from the first floor of the library, or even higher. This malevolence was not directed at them. It felt more like an unconscious, broad-spectrum mental scan, yet its intensity far exceeded any distortions encountered before. It bore a chaotic, greedy desire to consume all life energy. The few slumbering individuals seemed to sense something, stirring restlessly. Li Hao's snoring ceased, and Lin Shui's eyelids trembled violently, as if on the verge of awakening from a nightmare. Ling Ye's gaze sharpened, his mental focus intensified. Rule modification. The emotional fluctuation transmission efficiency within this space is reduced by 90%. A more subtle, intricate force of regulation rippled forth, as if an emotional filter had been imposed upon the lounge. The discomforting fear and unease instigated by the malevolent scan were significantly diminished. The individuals on the brink of awakening gradually stabilized their breathing, descending back into profound slumber. Yet, Ling Ye's heart raced. A psychic aberration? Or perhaps some mutated creature endowed with mental perception? He quickly assessed that its level was undoubtedly high, at least Class C, and possibly even Class B. The existence of such a being posed a considerable threat to them. Its range of perception was extensive, and had it not been for Ling Ye's unique regulatory abilities, they would have likely been discovered already. Moreover, it seemed capable of scanning while disregarding physical barriers to some extent. A strategy must be devised. Engaging directly was not a prudent course of action. The opponent's abilities and location remained uncertain, compounded by the complexity of the upper environment. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yi began to delve deeper into his own capabilities. He had always felt that the potential of rule modification extended beyond mere physical alterations. He recalled the adjustments made to visual presence and emotional transmission during the day. This seemed to involve not just physical rules, but also the realm of information, or perhaps the domain of perception. He concentrated, abandoning the notion of confronting the malevolent scan directly, and instead sought to deceive it. He pinpointed the wave of malicious mental energy sweeping again and cautiously constructed a rule. Rule modification, for mental perception originating from source A. The feedback information for this area is life response exceedingly faint, energy level F, no unusual odor, no value. He meticulously cloaked this modified information, enveloping it in a guise, covering the lounge and each individual within it. As that malicious scan swept across once more, Ling Yi distinctly felt a brief pause, as if it had encountered a heap of worthless stones, before swiftly moving on to probe further afield. Success! A thrill surged within Ling Ye's heart. He had discovered another application of the power of rules, not merely to alter objective physical laws, but also to modify information and perception outcomes. This was undoubtedly an extraordinarily powerful ability. It implied that, in certain circumstances, he could achieve invisibility, not only in a visual sense, but also extending to energy perception, mental detection, and even olfactory invisibility. Naturally, this targeted manipulation to deceive specific sources of perception was far more complex than previous modifications, consuming a noticeably greater amount of mental energy. Yet, the results were astonishing. The malicious mental scans returned several times, but each instance merely brushed past like a gust through an empty house, never again noticing their modest refuge. The threat was temporarily alleviated. Ling Yi let out a small sigh of relief, yet he dared not completely remove his disguise. He maintained the information camouflage against the unknown presence, while slightly reducing his presence's scope to conserve mental strength. The latter half of the night remained relatively tranquil. The terrifying frequency of the mental scans gradually diminished and ultimately seemed to vanish entirely, perhaps having relocated elsewhere. Ling Yi was able to engage in a deeper meditation, restoring his energy. He discovered that, under active guidance, the efficiency of absorbing energy from the surrounding air was somewhat enhanced. The energy crystal core nestled in his pocket remained obstinately difficult to absorb directly, yet its faint energy fluctuations appeared to slightly accelerate the gathering of surrounding energy, much like a diminutive magnet. This was indeed a phenomenon worthy of note. As dawn approached, the low-frequency, global hum seemed to weaken, and the dark red hue of the sky brightened slightly, though it still bore an oppressive quality. The team members began to awaken, and after a night of rest, they felt undeniably fatigued, yet noticeably improved in complexion. They remained oblivious to the events of the previous night, merely sensing that their slumber had been unexpectedly deep, devoid of nightmares. It felt unusually quiet last night, Li Hao murmured, rubbing his eyes in confusion. Ling Yi offered no explanation, simply rising to stretch his somewhat stiff body. Prepare yourselves, have something to eat. Our task today is to thoroughly inspect this level to ensure no threats have been overlooked, and then find a way back to the surface. Back to the surface. The group felt a surge of spirit, yet a tinge of fear accompanied it. Though the underground was dimly lit, it had become relatively safe after their thorough cleaning. The conditions above ground would undoubtedly be more dire than the previous day. However, they understood that remaining hidden underground was not a sustainable solution. Food and water would eventually deplete, and they needed to gather more information about the outside world to seek safer havens. After a simple breakfast, Ling Yi once again invoked a collective low presence, and the team commenced their final thorough search of the second underground level. After clearing a couple of zombies trapped in the archives, they confirmed that this level was temporarily secure. At last, they found themselves once more before the sealed private elevator. The adhesive on the door had dried, forming a transparent, hard shell. Ling Yi leaned in to listen. The eerie sounds of scratching and writhing from the previous night had vanished, leaving an unsettling silence. Has whatever was inside departed? Lin Shui inquired softly. Ling Yi shook his head slightly. He sensed no discernible energy emanating from within, yet a faint premonition of danger lingered. He invoked the rules once more, gently prying open the door just enough to illuminate the interior with his flashlight. The elevator car still hung above, but the multitude of mutated cockroaches that had once infested the ceiling was nowhere to be seen. The base of the car appeared to be smeared with dark green slime and shattered exoskeletons. Moreover, the enormous shadow that had loomed within had also vanished, leaving behind an empty, filthy shaft permeated by a faint odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. They may have scurried off to another location during the night, Ling Yi remarked gravely. But this shaft cannot be left as it poses a risk. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan. He instructed the others to step back, then placed his hand against the load-bearing wall beside the elevator door. Rule modification. From this point as the center, reduce the particle activity within a 3-meter radius of the wall structure temporarily, and decrease the material strength by 95%. An invisible force seeped into the concrete wall. Within the designated area, the wall seemed to have endured centuries of weathering. Though its exterior appeared largely unchanged, its internal structure had become exceedingly fragile. Li Hao, strike this spot with the rubber baton, Ling Yi directed, indicating where his palm had pressed. Although Li Hao was puzzled, he complied and swung forcefully. Bang! The rubber stick penetrated the wall with surprising ease, creating a substantial dent as debris cascaded down. What? The others stood in astonishment. Ling Yi continued to indicate several critical points, instructing Li Hao and Lin Shui to alternate strikes. Soon, a large section of the wall was riddled with holes, exposing the rebar within. All right, step back. Ling Yi signaled for everyone to retreat once more. He took a deep breath, focusing his mental energy. Rule modification. Increase the gravitational influence on the weakened structure ahead by tenfold for 3 seconds. With a thunderous roar, the entire wall seemed unable to bear its own weight, collapsing inward with a series of agonizing cracks. A torrent of bricks and concrete tumbled in, swiftly sealing off the entrance to the elevator shaft below. Dust and smoke filled the air. When the chaos subsided, a massive gaping hole lay before the group, beyond which was a dead end choked with rubble. The threat of the elevator shaft had been thoroughly and inexplicably blocked by Ling Yi's actions. The team members, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered utterly speechless. Such a transformation, the manifestation of spoken command into reality, was unparalleled. Ling Yi brushed the dust from his hands, his expression unperturbed. The hidden danger had been eliminated. Now, it was time to consider how to return to the surface. He lifted his gaze towards the entrance of the safety passage leading upward. Sunlight streamed through the cracks, casting a faint beam, within which dust danced. The world outside awaited their return. Chapter 5. Return to the surface. The ruined hunters. The iron gate of the secure passage severed the relative tranquility of the underground level 2, forcibly drawing everyone back into the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Ling Yi stood at the forefront, gripping the slightly deformed metal rod tightly. He inhaled deeply and slowly pushed open the door leading to the first floor. A more intense stench of blood and decay assailed him, almost suffocating. Dark crimson light poured through the shattered glass dome of the library hall, illuminating a scene reminiscent of a hellish tapestry. Shattered glass, collapsed bookshelves, scattered tomes, congealed dark brown blood, and incomplete corpses were strewn about. What was once a hall brimming with scholarly ambience was now reduced to silence and destruction. Several wandering aberrations roamed aimlessly amidst the ruins, emitting unconscious hissing sounds. Stay close, remain silent. Ling Yi's voice was low and calm, a soothing balm for those behind him. He once again invoked the rule of diminished presence, and the team slipped out of the secure passage like shadows, cautiously maneuvering behind the collapsed obstacles and supporting columns as cover. Their objective was the main exit of the library. However, the hall was expansive and numerous zombies were active, making a direct passage fraught with peril. Ling Yi scanned the environment with piercing eyes, rapidly formulating a route. To the left, along the wall, and around that service desk. He whispered his command, taking the lead. The team members' hearts raced, breath held, and tiptoes poised closely behind him. Each maneuver around an obstacle, each brush past a wandering zombie, the nearest merely 5 meters away, sent beads of sweat trickling from their palms. Yet, Ling Yi's formidable ability to manipulate rules acted as an invisible shield. The zombies appeared genuinely oblivious to their presence, merely following instinctual paths of aimless wandering. This sensation of dancing upon the edge of a knife was both terrifying and oddly exhilarating. Suddenly, a zombie, previously hunched over a corpse, seemed to sense something amiss. It abruptly lifted its head, its grayish-white nose twitching as if catching the scent of the living, emitting a low, puzzled growl. The hearts of Lin Shui and the others leapt into their throats. Ling Yi's expression hardened, and without hesitation, he invoked a rule modification. Sensory nerve signal transmission for the target interrupted. The zombie, straining to sniff, suddenly froze, its head bobbing in confusion as it failed to comprehend why the enticing scent had vanished. It let out a couple of perplexed growls before lowering its head once more to continue gnawing on the rotting flesh beneath it. The crisis averted. The team members exhaled in relief, their gazes toward Ling Yi filled with gratitude and trepidation. Ling Yi's expression remained unchanged, yet he felt increasingly adept at applying the rules. Interrupting specific senses proved far less laborious than broadly altering the environment or deceiving mental perceptions. It was precise and efficient. Having navigated through most of the hall without incident, the main exit's revolving glass door loomed ahead. However, most of the glass was shattered, leaving only a twisted metal frame. The chaos outside was even more pronounced, with shadows flickering in the periphery. Just as they were about to reach the exit, an unforeseen mutation erupted. A howl pierced the air. A sharp, wild howl pierced the air from above. Almost immediately, a shadow leaped down from the second floor's circular corridor like a bolt of lightning, carrying with it a foul wind, straight toward Sun Xiaoyan at the rear of the group. The speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of an ordinary zombie. It was a mutated creature. Its canine outline was still discernible, yet its size rivaled that of a calf, muscles bulging grotesquely, patches of fur missing to reveal dark red, sinewy flesh interlaced with blue-black veins. Its teeth gleamed like daggers, dripping with viscous saliva, while its claws glistened with a metallic sheen, digging deeply into the tiled floor. "Xiaoyan, be careful," Li Hao shouted in horror, instinctively attempting to push her aside, but he was far too late. Sun Xiaoyan could only emit a brief, piercing scream as the shadow of death loomed ominously. In that critical moment, Ling Yi's reflexes were extraordinarily swift. Without even turning around, his mental focus had already locked onto the trajectory of the impending attack. Rule modification increased the spatial distance between the target and Sun Xiaoyan by 10 meters. An uncanny scene unfolded. The mutated beast had seemingly lunged at the back of Sun Xiaoyan's head, the rush of its breath stirring her hair. Yet at the moment of impact, it was as if an invisible force elongated the space between them. Its attack fell short due to this abrupt increase in distance, and its massive body bizarrely slid over Sun Xiaoyan's head, crashing heavily to the ground not far ahead. With a dull thud, the tiles shattered. The mutated beast appeared bewildered by this incomprehensible turn of events. It shook its grotesque head as it rose, emitting a low growl of confusion and rage. Its crimson eyes fixed intently on the now-turned Ling Yi. It was the source of the malevolent mental scan from the previous night, though its intensity had waned considerably. The chaotic, greedy aura was unmistakably the same. It had evidently tracked them down by scent and sound, a relentless predator. C-level or bordering on B-level. Ling Yi made an instantaneous judgment. The creature's speed, strength, and feral presence were beyond that of an ordinary aberration. "Get behind the pillar," Ling Yi commanded the dazed Sun Xiaoyan and the others, stepping forward to confront the mutated beast. His action provoked the predator. Its limbs coiled, muscles tensed, poised to pounce once more. The other zombies in the hall, drawn by the commotion, began to converge with their own howls. The situation grew dire in an instant. Ling Yi's gaze turned icy, devoid of fear. "Just the right opportunity to test my skills. Rule modification, randomly disrupt the gravitational field in this area." An invisible force emanated from Ling Yi's center, expanding outward. The mutated beast, just about to strike, suddenly felt its body grow heavy, as if a colossal weight pressed down upon it, distorting its forward motion. However, its muscular strength was formidable, allowing it to withstand the pressure, albeit with a momentary hesitation. Yet, the ordinary zombies that had surrounded them were not so fortunate. Some found themselves as if an unseen hand had slammed them to the ground, rendering them immobile. Others plummeted upward, crashing against the ceiling and shattering their bones upon impact. Some appeared askew, as if they were drunkenly spinning in place, utterly disoriented. The entire hall was instantly engulfed in a scene of chaotic absurdity. The mutated hound seemed to sense Ling Yi's peculiarity. It ceased its attempts to pounce and instead opened its gaping maw, dark red energy rapidly gathering deep within its throat. Whoosh! A breath, akin to a high-pressure water jet, composed of viscous saliva and corrosive energy, was suddenly unleashed towards Ling Yi. Rule modification, the air refractive index along the path ahead, incrementally accumulating. The space before Ling Yi instantly contorted like a funhouse mirror. The corrosive breath penetrated the distorted air, its trajectory unpredictably deflecting, narrowly grazing Ling Ye's body and striking a metallic support column, corroding a significant chunk and billowing forth thick white smoke. The mutated hound was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend how its attack had gone awry. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Ling Yi sprang into action. He exerted force beneath his feet, propelling his body like an arrow released from a bow. Under the quiet enhancement of the power of rules, his speed was so astonishing that it left only an afterimage. Simultaneously, the metallic rod in his hand was imbued with new rules. Rule modification: maximize the particle vibration frequency at the weapon's tip. Temporarily bestow the concept of absolute penetration. The tip of the metal rod emitted a faint yet high-frequency hum, causing the surrounding air to appear slightly distorted. Roar. The mutated hound sensed a lethal threat and attempted to evade, but Ling Ye's speed was too swift, and the gravity field surrounding it remained in a state of mild chaos, disrupting its balance. With a soft sound, the rod, shimmering with an eerie luminescence, effortlessly pierced through the hound's formidable skull, emerging from the opposite side. The high-frequency vibrations instantaneously reduced the surrounding brain tissue to a pulp. The massive body of the mutated hound stiffened abruptly, the glow in its crimson eyes swiftly dimming, ultimately collapsing to the ground, its limbs twitching briefly before falling silent. Instant kill. For Ling Yi, who possessed the ability to modify rules, seizing the opportunity to achieve an overwhelming victory was far from difficult. The surrounding gravity field stabilized. Those zombies still struggling on the ceiling or pinned to the ground became easy targets. Ling Yi withdrew the metallic rod, his expression impassive. Eliminate them. The stunned teammates finally regained their senses, witnessing the powerful mutated hound dispatched with ease, their courage returning in an instant. Li Hao, Lin Shui, and others promptly seized their weapons and charged at the incapacitated zombies, swiftly clearing the remaining threats from the hall. The battle concluded. Ling Yi approached the corpse of the mutated hound. The energy emanating from this creature was evidently far more potent than that of ordinary zombies. He replicated his previous action, using the metallic rod to breach its skull, and indeed discovered an energy crystal core within. This core was the size of a pigeon's egg, with a deeper hue, and the dark red energy within flowed like a living entity, containing energy far surpassing the previous one. A valuable find. Ling Yi stored it away, as it could very well be the key to his rapid advancement in the future. He gazed at his teammates, their expressions a mixture of terror and newfound resolve, before casting his eyes toward the chaotic and perilous world beyond the library. Let us proceed. He was the first to step through the shattered glass door, emerging into the open air. Beneath the dark crimson sky, the once familiar campus had transformed into a desolate hellscape, marred by crumbling buildings, burning vehicles, and the wandering grotesqueries. The distant sounds of explosions and anguished cries heralded an ominous future, indicating that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. Yet, Ling Ye's stride remained steady. With the rules in his grasp, this apocalyptic world would ultimately bow to his will. Chapter 6. The Ruins of the Campus. Redemption and choice. Stepping through the shattered doors of the library felt akin to crossing into another realm. The acrid scents of gunpowder, blood, and the charred remnants of burnt objects assaulted his nostrils. The once lush main thoroughfare of the campus lay in utter disarray. An overturned school bus blocked half the road, its windows shattered, revealing dark crimson stains within that were unsettling to behold. The convenience store nearby had its windows smashed, its shelves laid bare, save for the remnants of tattered packaging. Further away, a dormitory building billowed thick black smoke, accompanied by unsettling sounds of explosions. Underneath the dark red sky, grotesqueries wandered wherever one's gaze fell. Some meandered aimlessly, while others congregated in corners, emitting spine-chilling sounds of tearing and gnawing. Their numbers far exceeded those below ground. "Oh my God!" Sun Xiaoyan gasped, covering her mouth, her voice trembling with despair. The horrific scene before her was far more impactful than the library's interior, shattering any remaining shred of hope within her heart. Li Hao and the others appeared pale, gripping their meager weapons tightly, their palms slick with cold sweat. Ling Yi's gaze remained calm as he surveyed the surroundings, his mind racing to devise a plan. The library entrance was no place to linger. Over there, to the commercial district of the living area. He lowered his voice, gesturing toward an area across the main thoroughfare. It housed supermarkets, restaurants, and tea shops, theoretically offering more supplies. Moreover, the relatively low and dense buildings would provide easier opportunities for temporary shelter and vantage points. Stay close to me, and remain vigilant of both sides and above. He maintained a low-profile force field, guiding the team along the shadows of walls and abandoned vehicles with utmost caution. They had not ventured far when a faint sound of weeping and muffled cries reached them on the wind. "Help! Is anyone there? Help my mom." The voice emanated from a partially collapsed tea shop by the roadside. Ling Yi raised his hand, signaling the team to halt, his gaze sharpening toward the source of the sound. The glass door of the tea shop lay shattered, the interior a chaotic mess of overturned tables and chairs. Through a gap, he glimpsed a girl in an employee apron, struggling to drag a middle-aged woman whose lower body was pinned beneath a heavy counter. The woman's face was ashen, and beneath her lay a large pool of congealed, dark blood, indicating she had long since perished. Even more perilous, the girl's cries and the sounds of her futile efforts had attracted several wandering grotesqueries, which now approached the tea shop with a menacing gait, howling as they drew near. The girl seemed oblivious, lost in her sorrow and despair. "Brother Ling Yi, there are people," Lin Shui urgently whispered, her eyes reflecting a deep compassion. Li Hao and the others glanced over, their expressions a mixture of complexity, to save or to ignore. In a post-apocalyptic world, excess kindness could lead to catastrophic consequences, a truth they were beginning to grasp subconsciously. Ling Yi cast a cold, indifferent glance at the girl and the approaching zombies. Rationality dictated that he should not complicate matters. Yet, he witnessed the girl's futile struggle, the desperate streaks of tears upon her face. More importantly, he sensed the girl's life energy, a faint yet remarkably pure vibration, imbued with a subtle hint of latent vitality. This suggested a unique constitution. Stay here and remain vigilant. Ling Yi swiftly resolved. He could save her, but not at the cost of endangering the entire team. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished like a specter. As the few zombies approached the bubble tea shop, they had scarcely entered before they were met with an unforeseen turn of events. Rule modification, target cervical skeletal structure strength, set to 0. Ling Ye's figure darted like the wind between them, the metal rod in his hand leaving a trail of afterimages as it struck each zombie's neck with precision. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp, bone-cracking sounds echoed. The zombies' heads tilted grotesquely, falling silently to the ground. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye, smooth and efficient, without drawing the attention of distant zombies. Inside the bubble tea shop, the girl was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. Her crying halted in fear as she beheld Ling Yi, who appeared at the entrance, gripping a bloodied metal rod, his demeanor cold and detached. Ling Yi stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the middle-aged woman pinned beneath debris. Shaking his head, she was already deceased. The girl's tears surged anew, and she choked out, "I know, but I can't move. Be silent if you wish to live, and follow me." Ling Ye's voice, devoid of emotion, bore an undeniable authority. The girl, intimidated by his presence, instinctively nodded. Ling Yi bent down, placing one hand on the heavy metal counter. Rule modification temporarily reduced the density of this object by 90%. As if by magic, the counter, which would have required the strength of several adult men to move, became as light as a feather in Ling Ye's hands. With a casual lift, he cleared it aside, revealing the horrific sight of a body beneath. "Ah!" the girl gasped, her face paling at the gruesome scene before her. "We must go." Ling Yi showed no inclination for comfort, seizing her arm and unceremoniously pulling her from the bubble tea shop, swiftly returning to the concealed corner of their group. Only then did the girl seem to regain her senses, observing Ling Yi and the other students behind him, all tense yet armed, realizing she might have been rescued. Thank you," she stammered, still trembling with fear. "I'm Zhao Xiaoya, a staff member from the Fruit Fusion bubble tea shop. What happened? How did you survive?" Lin Shui handed her a bottle of water, gently inquiring. Zhao Xiaoya took a sip, her composure slowly returning as she began to recount her story in fragmented phrases. During the energy tidal explosion, she was in the store preparing ingredients. Following the sudden transformation, she and her mother, who is also the shop owner, frantically sought refuge. In a bid to protect her, her mother was injured by a collapsing ceiling and ultimately pinned beneath a fallen counter. Fortunately, she escaped unharmed by hiding beneath the water bar, managing to survive the first day with nothing but some fruits and purified water. Today, while attempting to rescue her mother, she inadvertently made noise and nearly attracted the attention of a zombie. What is the situation like on the commercial street? Are there other survivors? This was what lingered on Ling Ye's mind. Zhao Xiaoya struggled to recall. Yesterday was chaotic, with many people transforming into monsters and attacking each other. I saw some fleeing towards the dormitory area, while others, like Boss Wong, seemed to have looted the supermarket and returned to their own shops. The commercial street is teeming with monsters, especially at the supermarket entrance. Although her information was fragmented, it was invaluable. The commercial street holds supplies, but is fraught with danger. And there may be other survivor groups. Whether they are foes or allies remains uncertain. Ling Yi pondered for a moment. The commercial street remained the primary objective. He glanced at the visibly shaken Zhao Xiaoya and said, "You now have two choices. First, stay here and fend for yourself. Second, come with us. But you must follow orders and be prepared to fight when necessary. We will not protect a burden." His words were blunt, even cold. Li Hao and the others hesitated, yet ultimately remained silent, understanding the harsh laws of survival in this apocalyptic world. Zhao Xiaoya shivered, meeting Ling Ye's icy gaze and then casting a glance at the hellish scene outside. Finally, she gritted her teeth and declared, "I will go with you. I can be useful. I know the locations of some back doors and warehouses on the commercial street." She was determined not to perish. Having witnessed Ling Yi effortlessly dispatch zombies, she recognized that following them offered her a chance at survival. "Excellent." Ling Yi nodded, acknowledging her perceptiveness. A guide familiar with the terrain is indeed of considerable value. With the addition of one more member, their objective remained unchanged. Under Zhao Xiaoya's guidance, the team avoided the main thoroughfare and instead ventured into a relatively narrow back alley. Here, the presence of zombies was significantly diminished, though the environment was more chaotic, with overturned trash cans and sewage flowing freely. Occasionally, they had to deal with a stray zombie, all of which Ling Yi handled with ease. Before long, they arrived at the back street of the commercial area. A right turn ahead led to the unloading zone's back door of the How You Duo supermarket. Zhao Xiaoya whispered, "That iron gate is usually locked, but I don't know about now." Before she could finish, a fierce argument and scuffle erupted from that direction. "Damn it, Lu Laosi. Put that down. I found it first. Rubbish. Whoever grabs it first owns it. Wang Laowu, don't think you're so impressive just because you have more people. Beat him." Ling Ye's gaze sharpened, signaling everyone to be silent as they stealthily approached the corner to peer around. Before them, in the unloading area of the supermarket, two groups were locked in a tense confrontation. One group consisted of about 4 or 5 individuals clad in supermarket uniforms, wielding weapons such as fire axes and steel pipes. At the forefront was a stocky, bald, middle-aged man with a brutish face, Wang Laowu. A group of 3 individuals, garbed in attire reminiscent of local merchants, wielding kitchen knives and sticks, found themselves encircled amidst scattered bags of torn biscuits and instant noodles strewn across the ground. Clearly, a conflict had erupted over the coveted supplies. In the early days of the apocalypse, the grotesque facets of human nature began to manifest unabashedly. With a considerable advantage in numbers, Wang Laowu's faction swiftly overpowered Lu Laosi and his companions, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. "Bah! You destitute wretches dare to challenge me for my possessions." Wang Laowu spat triumphantly, instructing his subordinates to seize all the food and barricade the warehouse door. "From this moment forth, this territory belongs to me." At that juncture, one of his subordinates inadvertently glanced upwards and spotted Ling Yi and his companions around the corner. "Fifth brother, there are people over there," he shouted immediately. Wang Laowu and his men instantly became vigilant, observing that although Ling Ye's group was armed, they predominantly appeared to be students, with one female amongst them. A sneer of contempt and avarice crossed Wang Laowu's face. "Oh, a fresh batch of little lambs delivered to my doorstep?" He licked his lips, casting a lecherous gaze at Lin Shui and Sun Xiaoyan. "Hand over all your food and drink, and those 2 lovely ladies as well. If you do so, I might spare your lives." His cohorts echoed with lewd laughter as they advanced, clearly intent on a forcible takeover. Li Hao and his companions immediately grew tense, gripping their weapons tightly. Zhao Xiaoya, pale with fright, hid behind Ling Yi. Ling Yi regarded this disheveled rabble with a frigid stare, akin to surveying a pile of refuse. He had not intended to intervene, yet some individuals seemed intent on courting disaster. He took a deliberate step forward, striking the metal rod against the ground, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Rule amendment. Within a 15-meter radius from this point, the structural integrity of all adversaries' knee joints shall be temporarily nullified. An invisible and merciless force of regulation descended in an instant. The grinning Wang Laowu and his followers, along with Lu Laosi and his companions who had just risen from the ground, suddenly felt their legs give way beneath them. An indescribable weakness and excruciating pain radiating from their knees. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless sound of knees hitting the ground echoed. All those who had harbored malice and attempted to attack or jeer, without exception, found themselves unable to resist as their knees buckled, collapsing helplessly to the ground. "Ah, my legs. What is happening? It's sorcery. Sorcery." Wang Laowu and his men screamed in terror, struggling to rise, only to discover their knees devoid of any strength. As though their bones and ligaments had vanished in an instant, they could only flounder futilely on the ground, akin to fish out of water. Meanwhile, Ling Ye's team, along with the recently assaulted Lu Laosi, remained unscathed. This extraordinarily bizarre scene left all present utterly astounded. Ling Yi slowly approached the kneeling Wang Laowu, whose face was etched with fear and disbelief, towering over him with an icy gaze. His voice, calm yet imbued with a soul-chilling authority, echoed, "Who, then, is the true prey?" Wang Laowu gazed at the excessively youthful student before him, fixated on the bloodied metal rod in his hand, and felt his legs, utterly unresponsive, succumb to an overwhelming tide of fear. "Spare me, brother. Esteemed sir, I have erred. I failed to recognize the greatness before me. All that I possess is yours. Even the women. I beseech you, grant me my insignificant life." Tears streamed down his face as he prostrated himself in desperation. Utterly devoid of the arrogance he had just displayed, his subordinates echoed his pleas, crying out for mercy. Yet, Ling Yi could scarcely afford them a glance. Such wretches were unworthy of his exertion. He turned to the stunned Lu Laosi and his companions. "Do you wish to seek vengeance?" Initially taken aback, Lu Laosi and his companions shifted their gaze to the crumpled Wang Laowu and his gang, and a fierce blaze of hatred ignited in their eyes. They had barely escaped with their lives. "Yes," Lu Laosi growled through gritted teeth, struggling to rise, only to find his knees still weak. Rule amendment. Strength of knee joints restored for Lu Laosi and his companions. Ling Yi spoke indifferently. Instantly, Lu Laosi and the others felt their strength return. Rising abruptly to retrieve the sticks and kitchen knives from the ground, their eyes ablaze with fury as they advanced toward the terrified Wang Laowu and his gang. The ensuing scene was all too predictable. Ling Yi paid no heed to the ensuing bloody retribution. He turned to Zhao Xiaoya. "Is the supermarket warehouse accessible?" Zhao Xiaoya, still in a state of shock, snapped to attention and nodded vigorously. Yes. The backdoor key might still be on Wang Laowu. Or I know where the spare key is hidden behind a fire hydrant. Lead the way." Ling Yi disregarded the cries and pleas for mercy that echoed behind him, guiding his team directly toward the supermarket warehouse. The first law of this apocalyptic world had been conveyed to all in the most direct manner. Power is truth, and his rule embodies the highest authority in this desolate realm. Chapter 7. The Supermarket's Bounty. The serpent in the shadows, the heavy fireproof door of the supermarket warehouse creaked open with the spare key found by Zhao Xiaoya, releasing a complex aroma mingling grains, daily necessities, and a faint mustiness. The darkness beyond the door loomed deep, resembling the maw of a colossal beast. The beam from the flashlight pierced through the gloom, illuminating shelves stacked high, nearly reaching the ceiling. Boxes of instant noodles, biscuits, bottled water, beverages, vacuum-packed meats, grains, oils, and an array of daily essentials were meticulously arranged. For those who had struggled to survive in this unforgiving world for over a day, nearly depleted of provisions, this was undoubtedly a treasure trove akin to Alibaba's cave. Wow, so much! Li Hao could not suppress a low gasp of astonishment, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Sun Xiaoyan and Lin Shui also covered their mouths in exhilaration, their faces finally reflecting the joy of having survived calamity. Even Lu Laosi and his companions, who had just endured a bloody retribution and still bore pale visages, now breathed rapidly, their eyes filled with longing. Ling Ye's gaze swiftly scanned the interior of the warehouse. It was expansive, with clearly defined sections: a food area, a beverage section, a daily necessities zone, and even a small hardware tools section. The abundance of supplies far exceeded his expectations, sufficient to sustain their small team for an extended period. "Li Hao, Lu Laosi, you are tasked with guarding the entrance." Ling Yi issued commands with a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the wealth before him. The others promptly gathered their backpacks, prioritizing the collection of high-calorie food, bottled water, medical supplies, if available, batteries, lighters, flashlights, sturdy ropes, and tools. Yes, the group sprang into action, suppressing their excitement as they swiftly and efficiently gathered provisions. With a clear objective and Ling Ye's leadership, the team operated like a finely tuned machine. Ling Yi ventured deeper into the warehouse. His perceptiveness surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to faintly sense other subtle energy fluctuations within the vast space. Not of living beings, but rather resembling concentrated energy sources, multiple locations. In fact, following this instinct, he approached a corner of the warehouse, where he discovered several crates containing premium energy drinks and compressed military rations. Behind these boxes stood 2 locked metal cabinets. With a soft click, the lock yielded to his touch. As he opened the cabinet doors, his eyes brightened slightly. One cabinet housed 5 unopened fire axes, their steel blades razor-sharp and wooden handles robust. Additionally, there were several brand-new rubber batons and a few sets of stab-resistant clothing. The other cabinet contained emergency supplies intended for supermarket use: high-powered flashlights with backup batteries, large-capacity power banks, a first aid kit filled with antibiotics, painkillers, bandages, alcohol, etc. And even a few unopened drones along with a diesel generator. Excellent finds. Ling Yi nodded in satisfaction. The value of these resources far surpassed that of the food outside. He immediately distributed the stab-resistant clothing to everyone, including Lu Laosi and his companions, replacing their tattered garments. The fire axes and rubber batons supplanted their rudimentary weapons. With this upgrade, the team's safety and combat capability surged to an impressive new level. Brother Ling Yi, look at this. Lin Shui called out as she dashed over from the daily necessities section, holding several bottles of floral water and boxes of birthday candles. Are these useful? Ling Yi glanced at the items and nodded. Indeed, they are. The floral water has a high alcohol content, serving as a temporary disinfectant or igniter. The candles provide a stable source of light. Just then, Zhao Xiaoya hurried over, a look of urgency on her face. Ling Yi, the commotion outside seems to have ceased. Ling Yi approached the warehouse entrance, where Lu Laosi and Li Hao were anxiously peering through the door's crack. In the open space lay the lifeless bodies of Wang Laowu and his subordinates, sprawled in pools of blood, utterly silent. Lu Laosi and the other two sat nearby, panting heavily, their faces reflecting a mix of post-revenge satisfaction and a hint of emptiness. Upon seeing Ling Yi emerge, they quickly rose, their eyes filled with reverence and gratitude. Brother, it's all taken care of, Lu Laosi respectfully reported. Ling Yi nodded, yet his gaze drifted toward the distant alley entrance, his brow furrowing slightly. It was too quiet. The earlier chaos and cries, though brief, had been significant. Logically, it should have attracted more aberrations. Yet now, apart from the distant, faint roars echoing through the air, an eerie silence enveloped the vicinity, with even the previously wandering zombies vanishing without a trace. The unusual stillness hinted at something sinister afoot. Rule modification, auditory sensitivity temporarily heightened by 300, enabling the directional reception of anomalous sound waves within a 50-meter radius. In an instant, a multitude of subtle sounds flooded his ears, the whisper of the wind, the distant growls of the undead, the rhythmic breathing and heartbeat of his comrades, and even the soft scurrying of a mouse in the shadows. He meticulously filtered through this cacophony of information. Suddenly, he detected it. From the far corner of the alley, an exceedingly faint, suppressed breath. Not just one. There were also the delicate sounds of metal scraping, accompanied by a low, chilling laughter reminiscent of a serpent's hiss. An ambush awaited. They were deliberately concealing their presence, poised to strike when his group let their guard down or emerged laden with supplies. It was a trap. A glint of cold light flashed in Ling Ye's eyes. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, the most perilous threats were never solely the aberrant creatures. Maintaining his composure, he withdrew his abilities and whispered to Lu Laosi and Li Hao. There's an ambush outside, at least 5 or 6 individuals lurking at the end of the alley. They seem well equipped, armed with knives. Instantly, their expressions shifted, the tension in their bodies returning. Brother, what should we do? Should we charge out and confront them? Lu Laosi gritted his teeth, gripping his fire axe tightly. Ling Yi shook his head, a cold smile curving his lips. Since they prefer to hide, let them remain concealed. He turned back towards the warehouse, addressing the busy group. Cease all supply gathering immediately. Everyone, take cover at the entrance. No one is to make a sound or reveal themselves without my command. Although puzzled, the unwavering trust and respect they held for Ling Yi compelled them to drop their tasks and swiftly, yet quietly, gather on either side of the warehouse entrance. Holding their breath in anticipation, Ling Yi, meanwhile, stepped to the front of the warehouse, deliberately raising his voice. Lu Laosi, Li Hao, move those boxes of water inside first. Everyone else, hasten your pace. Once we finish this batch, we'll retreat. His voice carried clearly, urging those within to expedite their movements, while subtly indicating that only 2 were active at the entrance. After speaking, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Laosi and Li Hao. The 2 understood and intentionally created some noise as they dragged the boxes. Having orchestrated this ruse, Ling Yi quietly withdrew, merging into the shadows of the warehouse like the most patient of hunters, awaiting the perfect moment to ensnare his prey. At the opposite corner of the alley, 5 men clad in black tactical gear, armed with silenced pistols and military daggers, lay in wait. Their movements were professional, their gazes sharp and ruthless, starkly contrasting with the ragtag nature of Wang Laowu's group. Leading them was a man bearing a grotesque scar across his face, who whispered into his earpiece, "Boss, did you hear that? They're almost done moving, and only 2 are at the entrance." It appears a group of students stumbled upon the supermarket warehouse. A raspy voice crackled through the earpiece. "Scarface, did you see clearly? Is there anyone among them capable of making Wang Laowu suddenly kneel?" "I didn't T-spot the main target. They may be inside directing operations," he replied. "However, my esteemed leader, Regardless of their sorcery, we possess 5 firearms. How could we possibly fear a handful of students? Once they emerge, we shall strike them down without hesitation. The resources and women shall be ours. Scar licked his lips, a glint of greed and bloodlust igniting in his eyes. Be cautious. Do not let your guard down. Signal upon success. Understood. Scar gestured, and the other four nodded silently, checking their weapons, akin to ravenous wolves poised to pounce, their gaze fixed intently on the warehouse entrance, awaiting the moment when the individuals inside would emerge with their cargo, ready to unleash a thunderous assault. As seconds slipped away, the sounds of activity within the warehouse seemed to cease. The 2 figures by the entrance appeared to have retreated inside. Scar held his breath. Now was the moment. With a sudden flourish of his hand, 5 shadowy figures darted forth like phantoms from around the corner, their movements swift and silent, charging toward the warehouse door. They intended to seize the opportunity while their adversaries were momentarily relaxed after their labor, to burst in and seize control of the situation. Yet, as they burst forth from the corner and into the open space before the warehouse, an unexpected calamity struck. The foremost of them, Scar, suddenly felt his feet slip beneath him, as though he were treading upon a surface of unyielding ice. Rule modification. The coefficient of friction on the ground before the door has been set to 0. Thud, thud, thud. A series of anguished cries erupted. The 5 seasoned thugs were caught utterly off guard, losing their balance in rapid succession, tumbling helplessly to the ground. Their firearms and knives slipped from their grasp, skidding away across the surface. What the hell is happening? Why is the ground so slippery? Scar gasped in horror, attempting to rise, only to discover there was no purchase for his hands or feet. Any movement sent him skidding once more. The 5 men flailed like rats thrown into a barrel, struggling futilely upon the impossibly smooth ground, their predicament utterly humiliating. This sudden, incomprehensible turn of events left their minds momentarily paralyzed. And just as they floundered helplessly, their weapons lost and balance shattered, a figure emerged from the shadows of the warehouse like a harbinger of death. In his grasp, he held a brand new fire axe, its blade reflecting a cold, menacing gleam in the dim crimson light. His gaze was even colder than the blade itself. There were no superfluous words, no warnings. For those harboring malicious intent, the only response to such lurking threats was annihilation. Rule modification. Temporary optimization of muscle explosive power coordination by 150. His figure moved, swift as lightning. The fire axe carved through the air, drawing chilling arcs. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The sound of the blade cleaving flesh and shattering bone resonated, accompanied by brief, piercing screams, echoing through the alleyway. The utterly smooth ground transformed into an inescapable death trap for these thugs, leaving them incapable of mounting any effective resistance or evasion. It was akin to chopping vegetables. In less than 10 seconds, the battle concluded. On the ground lay 5 mutilated corpses, surrounded by a torrent of blood that stained the once pristine surface a deep crimson. Ling Yi stood amidst a heap of corpses, grasping an axe with one hand, the blade dripping with fresh blood. His breathing was steady, and his gaze was devoid of emotion, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Within the warehouse, onlookers who had surreptitiously witnessed this scene turned pale, their hearts racing, once again shocked by Ling Ye's cold efficiency and his demonic methods of slaughter. Lu Laosi and others felt a chill run down their spines, immensely grateful for their prior decision to submit rather than oppose him. Ling Yi bent down and retrieved a headset from the corpse of the scarred man, which still emitted faint electrical sounds. He lifted the headset to his ear. The hoarse voice on the other end seemed to sense something amiss, urgently inquiring, Scar? Scar, respond. What is happening? With a voice as frigid as ice, devoid of any sentiment, Ling Yi replied slowly, the fat lamb is dead. Now, it's your turn, yellow bird. Tell me your location, or I will find you. On the other end of the headset, an oppressive silence ensued, broken only by a heavy and terrified gasp. Suddenly, the communication was abruptly severed, leaving behind a busy signal. Ling Yi coldly crushed the headset in his grip. He lifted his gaze, as if penetrating through layers of buildings, gazing towards a certain direction on the commercial street. It appeared that the supermarket's prize was not sought after by merely one group, but perhaps there was an even larger fish to catch. Chapter 8. The Temptation of Firearms. Death radio. The headset disintegrated into fine plastic powder between Ling Ye's fingers, cascading down. That last terrified gasp reverberated like the tolling of a death knell, echoing through the still air of the alleyway. Inside the warehouse, silence enveloped the onlookers as they beheld the blood-stained execution ground and the 5 rapidly cooling corpses outside, a chill racing up from their feet to the crown of their heads. Ling Ye's ruthlessness and power transcended their understanding of strength, embodying an awe-inspiring divinity. Or perhaps a demonic essence. Lu Laosi swallowed hard, his voice parched. Big brother, what should we do now? Ling Yi did not turn around, his gaze sharp as he scanned both ends of the alley, ensuring no further ambushers lurked. He revoked the smoothness of the ground rule, and the stench of blood thickened in the air. Clean the battlefield. Gather their weapons, ammunition, and all useful equipment. Ling Yi's voice shattered the frozen atmosphere, calm as if he had merely swatted a few flies. Time was of the essence. The scent of blood would soon attract greater trouble. Yes. The group snapped back to reality, suppressing their discomfort as they swiftly sprang into action. Li Hao and Lu Laosi took charge of vigilance, while Lin Shui, Sun Xiaoyan, and Zhao Xiaoya began to cautiously scavenge for loot from the bodies. The bounty quickly materialized before Ling Yi. 5 Glock pistols equipped with silencers, 4 spare magazines, all fully loaded, 5 sharp military daggers, a complete tactical vest, and a scatter of 9mm pistol ammunition, totaling about 70 rounds. A few walkie-talkies lay among the spoils, yet they seemed to operate on a different frequency than the earlier headset, remaining silent in this moment. For a group of individuals who were mere students and citizens just yesterday, the impact of the cold, dark firearms, glimmering with a lethal metallic sheen, is profound. Li Hao's eyes brimmed with desire and excitement, his hand almost twitching to reach out and touch them. Lu Laosi and the others also breathed heavily, their gazes fixed on the handguns with palpable eagerness. In this apocalyptic world, a firearm often signifies power and the assurance of survival. Ling Yi observed everyone's reactions keenly. He casually picked up a Glock, weighing it in his hand, a standard weapon indeed, but then tossed it back among the spoils. A sudden shift in the rules. The internal firing pin structure of these 5 firearms was temporarily rendered inoperative. An invisible force swept over all the handguns, rendering them no different from mere sticks. Ling Yi spoke in a calm tone. Unless I permit it, no one can use these. The crowd was taken aback. The excitement on their faces instantly froze, replaced by bewilderment and confusion. Why, brother Ling Yi? Li Hao could not help but inquire. Isn't having a gun safer? Safer? Ling Yi met his gaze, his eyes sharp. Do you think possessing a gun will help you confront those outside? Or do you believe that having a gun gives you the audacity to challenge me? His gaze swept across Lu Laosi and the other newcomers, icy and cutting, as if he could penetrate the nascent thoughts blossoming in their minds. Lu Laosi and the others immediately broke into a cold sweat, hastily lowering their heads. We wouldn't dare? Absolutely not. Li Hao, realizing his slip of tongue, grew pale. I'm sorry, brother Ling Yi, that wasn't my intention. Ling Yi snorted coldly. Remember, what keeps you alive is not these scraps of metal, but me. Relying on external objects will only lead to a swifter demise. True power originates from within. He gestured towards the firearms that had become mere ornaments. Distribute the daggers and tactical vests. The guns and ammunition will be stored under my supervision. They may prove useful in the future, but not now. He did not wish to forego the firearms, but felt it imperative that the team not become dependent on such uncontrollable power. More critically, he needed to maintain absolute authority and control. Under these rules, firearms were no different from toys. Only his will would serve as the sole guideline. The group voiced no further objections, silently distributing the daggers and vests. Following this incident, their respect for Ling Yi deepened. The fleeting restlessness they felt from acquiring a substantial amount of supplies and weapons thoroughly quelled. Brother, what about these corpses? Lu Laosi pointed at the disarray on the ground. Dispose of them outside the alley to attract attention and buy us time, Ling Yi ordered. Lu Laosi promptly rallied his team to comply. Ling Yi then turned back to the warehouse. Time was of the essence. They needed to rapidly consolidate and relocate their supplies. This warehouse had already been compromised and was no place to linger. He directed everyone to use the few flatbed carts found in the warehouse to begin packing the most crucial supplies. Prioritize the transportation of high-energy foods, water, medicine, batteries, tools, and that generator. Ling Yi commanded swiftly. Equip everyone with fire axes and stab-resistant vests. Gather other essential supplies as much as possible, but be prepared to abandon them if necessary. The team operated efficiently. With the handcarts, their moving efficiency greatly improved. Ling Yi took it upon himself to carefully place the most essential first aid supplies and batteries onto a cart. Amidst the flurry of activity, Zhao Xiaoya seemed to recall something and hurried to a corner of the warehouse where an old desk stood. After a moment of rummaging, she unearthed a palm-sized, dust-covered vintage radio. Brother Ling Yi, perhaps this can receive news from outside? She offered uncertainly, handing him the radio. A flicker of hope ignited within Ling Yi. In the early days of the apocalypse, when information was scarce, a functioning radio could prove invaluable. He accepted the device and inspected it, noting it was of the emergency type equipped with a hand-crank generator and solar charging capabilities. He attempted to turn the tuning knob. Amidst a cacophony of static, faint and intermittent signals occasionally emerged, indecipherable but reminiscent of distant radio stations or military channels, though the interference was overwhelming. Just as he contemplated giving up, a relatively clear yet peculiarly unsettling channel intruded upon the reception. It was not a human voice, but rather an exceedingly slow, deep sound, akin to rusty metal scraping against glass, reciting a chilling mantra in a distorted tone. Embrace the flesh, all shall become one. Only through submission can one attain eternal life. Hunger is a blessing, consumption is evolution. Heed the call of the mother, she awaits in the abyss. Frequency 14715, awaiting connection. The voice seemed to carry an eerie mental taint, sending shivers down the spine and eliciting an involuntary chill of dread and inexplicable agitation. What on earth is that? Shuddered Li Hao, his complexion paling. Lin Shui and Sun Xiaoyan also wore expressions of discomfort. Ling Ye's brow furrowed tightly. This radio transmission was suspicious. It was far from ordinary human broadcasting. It felt more akin to occult-esque propaganda. Or perhaps it was the mental manipulation of a highly evolved entity? The references to mother, abyss, and becoming one evoked memories of the world's contamination he had sensed before, as well as the psychic emanation from the mutated hound. Was this a glimpse into the grim reality of the apocalypse? A terrifying existence attempting to assimilate all life, both mentally and physically? The fixed frequency of 14,715 seemed like a coordinate awaiting a response, or a trap laden with temptation. At that moment, Ling Yi keenly observed a usually quiet boy named Zhang Hong, who had been following Lu Laosi. Upon hearing the broadcast, Zhang's gaze suddenly turned vacant and dazed. Unconsciously murmuring become one, evolve, and even took a step towards the warehouse door, drawn by the scent of blood. Rule modification, Zhang Hong. Auditory nerves receiving specific frequency signals. Blocked. Ling Yi promptly activated his ability, precisely severing the sinister radio's influence over Zhang Hong. Zhang jolted awake, his eyes regaining clarity as he looked around in confusion. What just happened to me? It's all right now, Ling Yi reassured him. Ling Yi cast a lingering glance at the radio, resolutely switching it off and tossing it into the depths of a cluttered box. At present, its disadvantages far outweighed its benefits. Everyone listened intently as Ling Ye's voice grew grave. If they were to hear a sound as uncanny as the one just encountered, or feel an inexplicable mental allure and seduction, they must report it immediately and do everything possible to distance themselves. That entity was more perilous than the undead. Though the others were perplexed, the severity of Ling Ye's demeanor and Zhang Heng's earlier anomaly sent a chill through them, prompting them to nod solemnly. The strangeness of this apocalyptic world seemed to extend far beyond the slaughter at hand. This interlude cast a heavier pall over the atmosphere. Soon, supplies were packed, and 3 handcarts brimmed with goods. Lu Laosi and his group had also dealt with the corpses and returned, their expressions grim. Big brother. Monsters have begun to gather at the alley entrance. We must hurry. Ling Yi nodded, casting one last sweeping glance at the vast treasure trove, decisively stating, let us depart. Exit through the other side. Under Zhao Xiaoya's guidance, the team pushed their laden carts through a smaller logistics passage at the back of the warehouse, quietly venturing into the intricate alleys deeper within the commercial street. Behind them, from the direction of the supermarket warehouse, the air quickly filled with the cacophony of frenzied roars and the sound of collisions. The army of aberrations, drawn by the scent of blood, had already arrived. Ling Yi led his team, moving like phantoms through the desolate alleys, in search of a new and safer temporary stronghold. In his hand, he toyed with a peculiar metallic badge discovered on the scar-faced man's body. The badge bore an intricate symbol, twisted as if composed of countless entwined tentacles. Did this symbol bear some connection to the sinister whispers of that deathly radio and the unseen source of pollution? Who exactly was the hidden leader lurking in the shadows? Ling Ye's gaze grew increasingly profound. This apocalyptic game seemed to be growing ever more intriguing. Chapter 9. The Temporary Fortress. The mystery of the badge. The back alleys of the commercial street resembled a labyrinth, narrow, filthy, and fraught with peril. Abandoned cardboard boxes, toppled trash bins, and decaying garments cluttered the passageways. The air was thick with the stench of refuse and a faint metallic tang of blood. Ling Ye's team, burdened with carts laden with supplies, found their pace inevitably slowing. The metallic wheels clattered over the uneven ground, the sound jarring in the otherwise silent alley. The third door on the left, the back entrance of Old Wang's hardware store, is rarely locked. There is a small storage room and an attic inside. Zhao Xiaoya whispered urgently, directing their path. Her familiarity with this area had become the team's most invaluable asset. Ling Yi concentrated intensely, maintaining a low-intensity group presence while extending his perception like invisible tendrils, scouting ahead for corners and back doors. Stop! He suddenly raised his hand. The team came to an abrupt halt. From around the corner ahead came a nauseating sound of gnashing teeth accompanied by low growls. Ling Yi stealthily approached, stealing a glance. 3 aberrations were crouched over the decayed carcass of a long-rotted animal, voraciously feasting. His gaze turned icy, and without employing the power of rules, he swiftly drew the fire axe from behind his back. Through previous battles and the subtle strengthening of rules, his physical prowess and sense of timing far exceeded that of an ordinary person. In a flash, his figure vanished. The axe gleamed. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 crisp sounds of bones breaking overlapped almost harmoniously. The 3 aberrations had not even had the chance to raise their heads before their skulls tilted at unnatural angles, silencing them utterly. The entire process unfolded silently, executed with an efficiency that was almost appalling. The team behind him could scarcely comprehend what had transpired. They only witnessed Ling Ye's figure flicker in and out before the looming threat was eliminated. "Let us go," Ling Ye muttered, shaking off the non-existent blood from the axe blade. The others suppressed their shock and pressed on. Soon, they arrived at the back door of the hardware store mentioned by Zhao Xiaoya. The green iron door was indeed unlocked, merely ajar. Ling Yi signaled for everyone to halt and gently pushed the door open. Inside lay a dimly lit space, with shelves toppled and various hardware parts strewn about. Yet no signs of life or aberrations were evident. The air was thick with the scent of rust and machine oil. He took a moment to sense his surroundings. Confirming safety, Lu Laosi, Li Hao, bring the vehicle in and block the door. The rest of you, quickly check the first floor and the attic for any potential hazards. Upon receiving the command, the team sprang into action. The first floor was relatively small and was soon inspected thoroughly. A narrow wooden staircase led to the attic. Ling Yi ascended first, axe at the ready. The attic was low and cluttered with various unsold goods and debris, thick with dust. In one corner lay several dusty folding beds, presumably the resting place for the shopkeeper. A small vent allowed a faint crimson light to filter through. This place was relatively enclosed, making it easier to defend than to attack. This will do, Ling Yi decided, intending to move essential supplies here, particularly food, water, and medicine. Lu Laosi, have the team block the staircase with containers, leaving only a passage for people to pass through. The group immediately busied themselves, laboriously transporting supplies from the handcart to the narrow attic. Lu Laosi and Li Hao struggled to move a heavy metal container from the first floor to the staircase, creating a makeshift defense line. After nearly half an hour of strenuous effort, the temporary stronghold began to take shape. The attic space was efficiently utilized. Supplies were stacked in a corner, and the folding beds were cleared. The heavy diesel generator was temporarily left on the first floor. The group collapsed onto the folding beds, finally able to catch their breath. Although the environment was rudimentary, they now possessed a relatively safe refuge, along with ample food and water, significantly enhancing their sense of security. Ling Yi leaned against the wall, retrieving the peculiar metal badge he had found on the scarred man. In the faint light, he scrutinized it closely. The badge felt cold to the touch, composed of a material that was neither iron nor steel, displaying a somber, light-absorbing shade of dark gray. The design featured countless writhing tentacles entwined into an indescribable complex structure, at the center of which appeared a blurry vortex reminiscent of an eye or a mouth. The longer he gazed, the more uneasy he felt, as if the tentacles were subtly writhing. He endeavored to probe the badge with a fragment of his mental energy. Suddenly, the badge quivered violently. A chill, chaotic surge of avaricious mental shards pierced back into his consciousness like icy needles. Simultaneously, the tentacle patterns on the surface of the badge seemed to come alive, emanating a faint, nauseating dark crimson glow. Humph! Ling Yi uttered a muffled grunt, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. Rule modification defined the alien mental fragments invading consciousness as an information flow. Proceed with isolation and analysis. The formidable power of the rules instantaneously acted upon the backlash, attempting to taint his mind. The chaotic mental shards were, as if grasped by an invisible hand, forcibly halted from their rampage and stripped away, swiftly dismantled, analyzed, and read at the periphery of his consciousness. Fragments of shattered, distorted images filled with bloodshed and madness surged into Ling Yi's perception. Endless darkness and whispers, a colossal, pulsating, horrific nest composed of flesh and twisted metal, the mother. Countless humans ensnared by dark red, vein-like tendrils, dissolving, absorbing. The scar-faced man and several others clad in identical battle gear knelt before a shadow cloaked in black robes, fervently chanting twisted prayers akin to those from the radio. The figure in black bestowed similar badges upon them, and the moment the badges touched their skin, It seemed as though tiny tendrils pierced into their bodies, instilling a frenzied yearning for flesh, consumption, and evolution. A location in the bustling commercial district, the Jin Yu Arcade. The fragmented information abruptly ceased. Ling Ye's eyes flew open, a fleeting glint of icy silver shimmering deep within his pupils. The chaotic mental shards that had been extricated were utterly crushed and purified by the power of the rules, rendered into nothingness. The badge in his hand had also lost all its luster, resembling an ordinary piece of scrap metal. Although the surface patterns remained bizarre, they no longer exuded a sense of life. So it was, Ling Yi murmured softly, his expression icy. A cult organization. They worship the so-called mother, exercising mental control and connection through the badges, propagating themes of consumption and evolution. The scar-faced man and his associates were merely peripheral enforcers. Their stronghold lies not far from the Jin Yu Arcade. That figure in black is likely the so-called leader and possibly one source of the radio signals. The existence of this organization elucidates the seemingly more organized nature of the aberrations in the commercial district and also explains the seductive death radio. They are a human adversary more perilous than zombies and mutated beasts. Ling Yi, are you all right? Lin Shui observed Ling Yi's earlier peculiarity and his momentary pallor with concern. The others also cast inquiring glances. I'm fine. Ling Yi shook his head, discarding the now ineffective badge aside, having uncovered certain truths. There lie not only monsters in the commercial district, but also a deranged organization that venerates an evil deity. That group earlier were indeed their peripheral members. He selectively shared information regarding the cult, the mother, mental control, and the potential stronghold in the arcade with the others. Upon hearing this, their faces turned exceedingly grim. A cult? Mental control? Li Hao felt as though his worldview had once again been shattered, even more horrifying than the sight of zombies. No wonder the voice from the radio made me feel so uneasy. Sun Xiaoyun hugged her arms in trepidation. The Jinyu Arcade is one of the busiest places on the commercial street. Zhao Xiaoya's voice trembled. If it becomes their stronghold, how many monsters and lunatics must there be? A sense of dread began to permeate the air once more. The fleeting joy of having found temporary safety was overshadowed by this even more bizarre and incomprehensible danger. Should we still go? Lu Laosi asked hesitantly, knowing that the other side might possess firearms and hostages, and that the man in the black robe sounded exceptionally sinister. All eyes turned to Ling Yi. He unconsciously tapped the wooden handle of the fire axe with his fingers, his gaze profound. To go, or not to go? The opposing party had an organization, likely more weapons, and that black-robed figure could exert mental control and communication, posing a significant challenge. Engaging them head-on now carried considerable risk. However, their presence, like a malignant tumor, was embedded in the core of the commercial street. Unless eliminated, their team's activities in the area would always be under threat. Furthermore, this cult was evidently conducting some terrifying ritual or evolution. Delaying any action could result in their power continuously escalating. More importantly, Ling Yi sensed from those fragmented thoughts a relatively pure, yet corrupted and suppressed source of energy, seemingly imprisoned somewhere within the arcade. What could it be? Risk and opportunity coexisted. A cold, excited smile slowly curled at the corner of Ling Yi's lips. Risk? Under his rules, any risk could be quantified, modified, and neutralized. What he sought were information, energy, and clues to unravel the mysteries of this world. This cult's stronghold was evidently a treasure trove worth exploring. Rest for 2 hours, Ling Yi declared, his tone leaving no room for debate. Eat, replenish your strength, and check your gear. 2 hours later, we head to the Jinwei Arcade. Really? We have to go? Sun Xiaoyan exclaimed. Big brother, shouldn't we prepare a bit more? Lu Laosi hesitated as well. Ling Ye's gaze swept over them, radiating absolute confidence and an imposing presence. A cult lurking in shadows and a leader who dares not show himself are not worthy of my avoidance. They enjoy playing with mental control. They revel in worshipping dark deities. Then I shall go and inform them otherwise. Before the absolute rules, their gods are insignificant. And I shall personally deliver my teachings to them, spreading my rules. His words were calm, yet infused with a suffocating arrogance and strength. The crowd gazed at the light in his eyes, one that seemed capable of controlling everything, and their fear mysteriously dissipated, replaced by an indescribable trust and a faint glimmer of expectation. Perhaps, following such a leader who regards dark gods as inconsequential, there truly might be a path to survival in this apocalyptic world. Yes, Brother Ling Yi, boss, they chorused, beginning to silently prepare for battle. Ling Yi closed his eyes, beginning to concentrate and restore his mental strength, while digesting the fragmented information acquired from the badge. Silently, he plotted his forthcoming actions. He has arrived. Chapter 10. The Arcade Abyss, Rules and Doctrine. 2 hours slipped by in an instant. Within the attic, the group silently prepared for the final arrangements, checking weapons, securing anti-stab vests, and packing high-energy food and water into their backpacks. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip with moisture. Each breath tinged with a metallic chill. Ling Yi opened his eyes, his gaze focused, his mental strength restored to its peak. Remarkably, due to the previous forceful analysis of the badge and the ensuing backlash, he had achieved a subtle improvement in his understanding and mastery of the power of rules. He rose to his feet, surveying the anxious yet self-composed faces surrounding him. Remember our objective. Reconnaissance is paramount. Eliminate threats, gather intelligence, and seek potential survivors and special resources. Unless absolutely necessary, we shall not force our way through. Ling Ye's voice was steady, establishing the tone for their actions. All operations will follow my command. Yes. The group responded in hushed tones, gripping their fire axes and rubber batons tightly. The cold touch of their weapons provided a fleeting sense of security. Let us depart. Ling Yi took the lead, descending the stairs and moving aside the cargo at the entrance. The team slipped out of the hardware store's back door like shadows, once again vanishing into the labyrinthine alleys. As they approached the heart of the commercial district, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The number of aberrations had evidently multiplied, and their behavior no longer appeared aimless. They occasionally glanced towards the arcade, as if drawn by some invisible allure or summons. Zhao Xiaoya became increasingly familiar with the pathways, guiding the team to avoid the main thoroughfares, maneuvering through the narrow gaps between shops and the shadows of billboards. Ling Yi maintained a low-intensity group concealment, amplifying his perception to the utmost, skillfully avoiding clusters of zombies and scattered mutated creatures. After several minutes, a grand edifice, once resplendent and vibrant even before the apocalypse, emerged at the end of the alley. The arcade. The enormous neon sign had long since extinguished, now dim and lifeless. The formerly transparent glass facade lay mostly shattered, obscured by thick grime and dark red, unidentifiable sludge. The revolving door at the entrance had warped and jammed, rendering it immobile, the interior shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of a gaping maw of a monstrous beast. Even more unsettling was the astonishing number of aberrations wandering in the open space surrounding the arcade. Unlike in other areas, they were not scattered but rather formed a subtle encirclement around the arcade, like the most loyal of sentinels. Moreover, these aberrations appeared fresher and more intact, with less decomposition, and some limbs had undergone grotesque expansion, giving them a more fearsome and powerful appearance. Inside the arcade, a deep, rhythmic humming resonated, akin to the pulsation of a heartbeat, subtly harmonizing with the unsettling dark red energy waves permeating the air. This place had evidently transformed into a den of horrors. Such numbers, Li Hao gasped, his face turning pale. The scene before him was more terrifying than he had anticipated. Lu Laosi and the others instinctively retreated a step, their palms damp with sweat. Ling Ye's gaze was resolute as he signaled for the team to conceal themselves behind the ruins of a demolished milk tea shop. The rules had been modified, adjustments to visual focus and light capture efficiency, temporarily overclocked. In an instant, his vision became extraordinarily clear, as if he had donned a high-powered telescope, allowing him to barely penetrate the darkness at the entrance of the arcade and glimpse fleeting images within. Inside the hall, various gaming machines lay askew, their screens shattered. The floor was covered with a thick, dark red viscous substance, reminiscent of a biological mat, which continued to writhe subtly. The walls were similarly coated with this repulsive matter, pulsating like veins, extending deep into the structure. Distorted figures stood motionless throughout the hall, resembling grotesque sculptures. They no longer wandered aimlessly but appeared to be ensnared in a state of slumber or standby. Occasionally, one could catch sight of a shadow or two clad in black combat gear, adorned with twisted insignias, moving among them, their expressions vacant, their eyes hollow, like puppets drained of their souls. At the farthest end of the hall, the corridor leading to the office area was completely sealed by the dark red biological substance, forming a grotesque passage that writhed and contracted, resembling the entrance to some sort of organ. From that direction emanated the most potent, nauseating energy fluctuations and a deep, resonant heartbeat. There lay the core of the nest. The figure in the black robe was likely within. Simultaneously, Ling Yi clearly sensed the imprisoned energy source nearby, relatively pure, yet fraught with suffering and repression, like a flickering candle in the wind, poised to be consumed and assimilated by the surrounding tainted energies. Action was imperative. However, a forceful breakthrough through the hundreds of distorted guardians outside would undoubtedly alert the enemies in the core area. Ling Ye's mind raced as a plan swiftly took shape. He withdrew his gaze and turned to his anxious team members. Lu Laosi, Li Hao, Take 2 others and create a distraction at the intersection about 100 meters back in the direction we came from. The louder, the better. Lure some of the creatures away. Return to the hardware store base immediately afterward. Huh, lure them away? Li Hao was taken aback. This was an exceedingly perilous task. Rules modification. The physical explosive power and running speed of Lu Laoxi's group were temporarily enhanced by 50, lasting 10 minutes. Without further explanation, Ling Yi activated his ability. Instantly, Lu Laoxi and his companions felt a surge of warmth coursing through their limbs, their sense of strength and lightness surpassing anything they had experienced before. The fear within them was significantly alleviated by this sudden influx of power. We'll ensure the mission is completed, big brother. Lu Laoxi gritted his teeth and nodded firmly, knowing this was the best course of action. Stay safe, you have 10 minutes. Regardless of success or failure, retreat immediately, Ling Yi instructed. With that, Lu Laoxi's group stealthily withdrew behind their cover. Soon, a tremendous crashing sound emanated from the distant intersection, accompanied by Li Hao's hoarse shouts and the resounding clang of a fire axe striking a metal sign. The effect was immediate. A multitude of distorted beings loitering outside the arcade were immediately drawn to the sudden noise, erupting into a cacophony of restless howls, surging towards the source like a tidal wave. Within a mere minute, the pressure at the front of the arcade had diminished by over half. Now is the moment. Ling Ye's gaze sharpened. Lin Shui, Sun Xiaoyun, Zhao Xiaoya, remain concealed here, ready to assist at any moment. I shall enter. Brother Ling Yi. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Lin Shui exclaimed urgently. The situation inside is complex. Having more people would only hinder progress, Ling Yi replied, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Stay here. If I have not emerged within half an hour, or if there is a tremendous explosion, retreat to the base immediately. Do not wait for me. Without awaiting a response from the 3 women, he vanished like a wraith into the shadows. Rule modification. Erase personal presence from the perception of distorted beings. Sustain consumption. Rule modification. Absorb the vibrations of footsteps completely. Rule modification. Isolate body temperature and scent molecules from diffusion. With these 3 rules in effect, Ling Yi transformed into an imperceptible ghost, traversing the gaps between the remaining scattered zombies with astonishing speed, gliding through the crevice of the distorted revolving door like a gentle breeze, entering the arcade's main hall. The scene within the hall was even more nauseating than it appeared from afar. The biological carpet underfoot was soft, slick, and exuded a pungent, sweet odor. Pulsating, vein-like structures on the walls seemed alive, contracting ever so slightly. The motionless distortions resembled dormant bats, appearing even more grotesque up close. Ling Yi did not linger. His objective was clear, heading straight for the writhing entrance of the organ deep within the hall. 2 cultists clad in black combat attire, their eyes glazed over, patrolled the vicinity of the entrance as if in a trance. Ling Yi passed through them like an invisible breeze. Rule modification. Temporarily interrupt blood supply to the target's brain for 5 seconds. The 2 cultists suddenly stiffened, their gazes losing focus, collapsing silently to the ground. Ensnared in a brief stupor, Ling Yi did not spare them a glance, directly approaching the continuously contracting, writhing dark red membrane. Upon closer inspection, this membrane resembled a living biological tissue, its surface slick with mucus and fine tendrils, emanating a powerful, chaotic psychic field filled with strong repulsion and warning. Physical destruction might be possible, but it would undoubtedly attract the attention of whatever lay within. A faint smile played at the corners of Ling Ye's mouth. Engaging with psychic forces? A repulsion at the rule level? He extended a finger, gently tapping the nauseating membrane. Rule modification. Define the material properties of the current contact point as a symbiotic entity, priority level, highest. An invisible yet supreme force of rules intervened forcefully. The writhing membrane quivered violently, as though encountering an incomprehensible, irresistible higher existence. The small area where Ling Ye's finger made contact saw the mucus and tendrils rapidly withdraw, the color dimming and even slightly concaving, exhibiting an eerie submission and reverence. A passage large enough for passage silently formed. Without hesitation, Ling Yi stepped forward into the unknown. Before me, a sudden clarity emerged, yet it was instantaneously engulfed by a more intense aura of madness and desecration. This place appeared to be the former office area and courtyard garden of an arcade, but at this moment, it had transformed entirely into a living, terrifying nest of flesh and blood. Dark crimson, pulsating biological matter coated every inch of the walls, floor, and ceiling, from which hung countless egg-shaped entities resembling silkworm cocoons. Some were semi-transparent, faintly revealing the remnants of humans or aberrations that had yet to be fully dissolved within. Thick, vein-like tendrils wove across the ceiling, channeling a viscous, softly glowing liquid energy into a colossal, horrifying throne at the center of the nest, constructed from flesh and discarded gaming apparatus. Upon this throne sat a figure shrouded in tattered black robes, extending a gaunt hand with razor-sharp nails, pressing down upon a struggling orb of pure, gentle white light resting on the armrest. This orb, no larger than a basketball, emitted a dim glow, yet valiantly resisted the encroaching dark red energy, reminiscent of tainted blood, emanating from the robed figure's grasp. The source of that pure yet agonizing energy fluctuation was none other than itself. Below the throne knelt 4 other black-robed acolytes, fervently chanting distorted prayers, their bodies extending delicate tendrils that connected to the fungal carpet below, seemingly engaging in some form of energy transfer ritual. The intrusion of Ling Yi abruptly shattered the sanctity and madness of this domain. All sounds ceased instantly. The figure upon the throne abruptly lifted its head, revealing a profound darkness beneath the hood, where 2 points of scarlet light flared to life, brimming with astonishment and fury. The kneeling acolytes also turned sharply, exposing their contorted, fanatical faces that had frozen in shock. They could not fathom why the core of the nest, blessed by the mother and deemed utterly secure, had been infiltrated so silently. What of the guards outside? Where was the mother's barrier? Yet Ling Yi's gaze transcended them, landing directly upon the pure light orb, now suppressed and struggling beneath the robed figure. The orb seemed to sense Ling Yi's arrival, flickering suddenly and conveying a faint yet urgent plea for help. Who are you? How did you breach the sanctum? The robed figure on the throne let out a sharp, hoarse roar, no longer transmitted through a distorted radio voice, but rather a genuine, wrathful bellow. It tightened its grip upon the light orb, causing the dark red energy to surge, and the orb emitted a painful tremor. Ling Yi offered no response to its inquiries. His gaze slowly swept across the profane nest, ultimately returning to the robed figure. His expression eerily calm. He spoke slowly, his voice soft yet imbued with an authority that seemed to emanate from the very essence of existence, clearly overpowering the low heartbeat of the nest. It appears you are the one who delights in lurking in the shadows, toying with mental illusions. Your acolytes have disturbed my rest. Your radio has polluted my ears. Now, you have imprisoned what is mine. With each statement, Ling Yi stepped forward. The blood-soaked fungal carpet recoiled in fear as though confronted by a nemesis, hesitant to taint the soles of his shoes. The fury emanating from the cloaked figure abruptly faltered, giving way to a profound disbelief. He realized, with astonishment, that he could not discern the true strength of the young man before him. The youth resembled an unfathomable black hole. Arrogant, blasphemer, this is the domain of the mother. Feel the wrath of the mother. The cloaked figure shrieked, violently gesturing with his free left hand. The 4 prostrate acolytes sprang to life like marionettes, their eyes instantly suffused with a crimson glow, limbs contorting grotesquely, nails elongating. As they lunged toward Ling Yi from all directions with frenzied howls, their speed far surpassing that of the external aberrations. Simultaneously, the thick blood vessels in the ceiling ruptured, spewing forth a copious amount of viscous, highly corrosive dark red liquid, enveloping Ling Yi like a torrential downpour. In the face of this sudden assault, Ling Yi did not even pause in his stride. He merely uttered 4 words. Rule modification. No aggressive behavior permitted here. With his words, the power of the law manifested. An irresistible, absolute force of regulation immediately enveloped the core of the nest. The 4 acolytes, mid-leap, froze in midair as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. All their attacking motions and energy flows were forcibly interrupted, suspended in time. They remained in their grotesque poses, akin to insects trapped in amber, their eyes betraying sheer terror and confusion. The corrosive liquid rain, descending just half a meter above Ling Yi's head, also eerily hovered and solidified, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The entire nest fell into an absolute, suffocating silence, broken only by the steady sound of Ling Yi's footsteps, echoing like a funeral knell before the throne. The scarlet glow beneath the hood of the cloaked figure flickered violently, filled with incomprehensible shock and dread. What on earth are you? His voice strained to a pitch of desperation. At last, Ling Yi reached the base of the throne, gazing up at the terrified cloaked figure and the struggling mass of pure light beneath him. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at the cloaked figure. Me? I am here to deliver a sermon to you. Now, heed my sole command. Release your filthy hands. Then kneel. Chapter 11. The death of the blasphemer. Release your filthy hands. Then kneel. Ling Yi's voice, though not loud, resonated with the weight of cosmic truths, imbued with an undeniable authority that echoed throughout the eerie silence of the blood-soaked nest. With his words, the power of the rule descended, enveloping the blasphemer Salu upon the throne. Salu's bony hand, which pressed down on the pure light, felt as if countless invisible needles were piercing him, or as if he had been scalded by a branding iron, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. This was not physical harm, but a coercive force emanating from the realm of rules, forcibly stripping away his control over the luminous mass. Ah! Salu emitted a muffled groan of anguish, his crimson eyes filled with fury and disbelief. He fervently urged the tainted energy inherited from his progenitor within him. Attempting to resist this bizarre coercive force, a dark red, viscous energy, akin to thick blood, surged from his body, coiling around his arms as it fiercely contended against the intangible power of the rules. The clash produced a sound reminiscent of cold water splashing into hot oil, a disconcerting cacophony emanating from the intersection of these two opposing forces at Saru's arm. His body trembled violently, his features contorting beneath the hood, clearly bearing the weight of immense pressure. Yet, the power of the rules superseded all forms of energy. No matter how Saru struggled, the invisible, frigid force of separation remained resolutely unyielding. One by one, his fingers were forcibly pried from the tumultuous, flickering orb of light, which seemed to embody hope. Struggling even more fiercely. No, this is mine. The sacred artifact bestowed upon me by the progenitor. Saru emitted a shrill cry of defiance, his other hand slamming down upon the armrest of the throne. The entire lair trembled violently. The thick veins on the ceiling writhed frantically, and more corrosive slime cascaded down like a waterfall. Yet in the space above Ling Yi, bound by the rules, it was forcibly suspended, unable to descend a single drop. The flesh and blood fungal carpet on the ground also began to boil, extending countless viscous tendrils in an attempt to ensnare Ling Yi's ankles. But upon nearing within a meter of him, they withered and broke as if encountering an invisible barrier. Stubborn and unyielding, Ling Yi's gaze remained indifferent as he intensified the strength of the rules, modifying them. Target Saru, knee joint structure, to endure pressure 10 times greater than his own weight. Crack! The excruciating sound of bones fracturing rang clear. Saru could no longer withstand the terrifying power of the dual rules. His hand, which pressed upon the orb of light, was utterly repelled, while simultaneously his knees emitted a deafening crack from the unbearable strain, and he collapsed as if struck by an invisible hammer. Humiliatingly crashing down with a thud, he knelt right before Ling Yi, on the slick, repugnant fungal carpet. Master! The 4 devoted followers, still suspended in midair, witnessed their master, whom they revered as a divine envoy, being forced to kneel, their terror reaching its zenith, yet they could not utter a sound. Helplessly observing this desecration of their faith, Saru struggled to lift his head, his hood slipping away to reveal a gaunt, terrifying visage marred by blackened veins. His crimson eyes fixated on Ling Yi, brimming with the most venomous hatred and a hint of incomprehensible fear. What are you? He rasped, his voice trembling due to the agonizing pain in his knees. Ling Yi paid him no heed. His gaze settled upon the pure orb of light, now liberated and floating in midair. Its glow remained dim, yet it no longer writhed in anguish. It quivered slightly, emanating a sense of curiosity, gratitude, and a touch of timidness as it cautiously approached Ling Yi, orbiting around him slowly, akin to a frightened young creature that had finally found solace. Ling Yi could sense that at the core of this luminous orb resided an extraordinarily pure, untainted essence of life and spiritual energy, seemingly imbued with qualities of healing and purification. Just then, a sudden transformation occurred. Salu, kneeling on the ground, was overtaken by a frenzied and resolute light in his eyes. Desecrating the sacred ground, coveting the holy artifact, you shall perish. With a fierce determination, he abruptly opened his mouth and bit off the tip of his own tongue. The mixture of blackened blood and shredded flesh was violently expelled, morphing into a bizarre blood symbol that was forcefully imprinted upon the fleshly mycelium beneath him. With my blood, I beseech the will of the mother to descend. He howled in a hysterical frenzy. Boom! The entire core of the nest convulsed violently, as if a slumbering horror had been forcibly awakened. The veins and vessels in the ceiling throbbed with chaotic fervor, and dark red energy surged towards Salu like a tidal wave. The mycelium on the ground boiled and churned, as countless viscous tendrils frantically entwined around Salu's form, enveloping him in a colossal, pulsating dark red cocoon. A formidable, chaotic, and insatiable will, far exceeding any prior presence, descended from the depths, crashing into the cocoon with a palpable force. The cocoon expanded violently, contorting as countless agonized faces emerged on its surface. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the area, causing the 4 petrified devotees to swell like balloons under its weight. Their skin cracked, revealing the dark red muscle beneath, their gazes wholly consumed by madness. transforming them into four mindless monstrosities driven solely by a desire for destruction. They managed to partially break free from their constraints, emitting inhuman roars as they lunged once more at Ling Yi, their speed and strength surpassing their previous assault. The vast, chaotic awareness of the summoned Mother-S will instinctively locked onto Ling Yi, the sole anomaly and threat within the nest. A terrifying shockwave, composed purely of malice and chaotic spirit, surged forth silently, capable of crushing the consciousness of any A-rank or even S-rank psychic. This was Salu's ultimate gambit, sacrificing himself to summon a mere fragment of the Mother-S will for a complete spiritual annihilation. Faced with this dual onslaught, the seemingly desperate situation did not ruffle Ling Yi. He merely raised an eyebrow, exuding a sense of calm amidst the chaos. He was not even inclined to shift his stance. First, he addressed the four rushing monstrosities: rule modification, define target energy operation logic conflicts within subjects A, B, C, and D, priority, self-destruction. The four creatures, just having partially freed themselves from their restraints, found their bodies abruptly stiffening mid-leap. The chaotic energy forcefully infused by the Mother-S will spiraled out of control, igniting like a barrel of gunpowder, erupting violently from within. Boom, 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 boom. Four dull explosions resounded almost simultaneously. Blood mist mixed with shredded flesh and severed tendrils erupted in all directions. The four monstrosities could not even utter a cry before they were obliterated, bursting into four grotesque clouds of filth. Immediately following was the confrontation with a spiritual tsunami potent enough to obliterate the soul. Ling Yi did not make any deliberate attempts at defense. Instead, he observed the invisible terror surge forth with an air of tranquility. Then, as if a clay ox sinking into the sea, the colossal and malevolent mental onslaught met the ethereal, intangible realm of rules surrounding Ling Yi. In that fleeting moment, it vanished silently, akin to snowflakes colliding with a searing iron or torrents plunging into an abyss. The absolute force of the rules eradicated it, disassembling it and reverting it to its primordial state of chaotic energy, lacking even the merit to elicit a frown from Ling Yi. The so-called maternal will was utterly incapable of grasping the power of rule modification, a force bordering on the Tao. At last, there remained the grotesque flesh cocoon, still ravenously absorbing energy in a frenzied attempt to metamorphose into some horrific monstrosity. Ling Yi gazed at the pulsating, nauseating mass with a flicker of revulsion. Such an unsightly thing. He slowly raised his hand, fingers splayed, directing his focus upon the vast cocoon. Rule modification. Define all energy reaction forms within the target, reversing them to purification. Define the stability of the target's material composition, resetting to 0. Define the target's timeline of existence, accelerating it to its conclusion. The triple rules acted upon the immense flesh cocoon as if three irresistible oracles were simultaneously imposed upon it. Buzz. The cocoon erupted in a blinding burst of pure white light. It was no longer the filthy dark red, but rather a radiance imbued with sanctity and the essence of purification. A cacophony of inhuman wails filled the interior of the cocoon, a blend of Salu's endless agony and terror. He felt the maternal power, acquired through the sacrifice of everything, and his very flesh, being forcibly reversed, purified, and disassembled by an incomprehensible force. The tainted crimson energy shrieked as it evaporated, encountering its nemesis. The writhing flesh quickly turned ashen, desiccated, losing all vitality. The gargantuan cocoon shrank at a visible pace, withering and carbonizing. Ultimately, it crumbled into a heap of charred, blackened remnants, scattered across the ground. A gentle breeze swept through, reducing it to fine ashes that dissipated completely. The vestige of the maternal will that had sought to descend could not muster even a struggle, utterly crushed and dispersed by the purifying reversal of the rules. Within the core of the nest, the nauseating heartbeat and buzzing ceased abruptly. The pulsating veins on the ceiling quickly withered and dimmed, while the fungal carpet on the ground lost its vitality, becoming dry and cracked. The suspended egg shattered, releasing undigested remnants. The entire nest seemed to have its life force siphoned away in an instant, reverting from a state of malevolent vitality to a lifeless ruin. Silence descended once more. Only that sphere of pure light seemed to regain a flicker of vitality due to the dissipating tainted energy, its brilliance brightening slightly as it joyfully danced around Ling Yi, conveying feelings of dependence and warmth. Ling Yi gradually lowered his hand, breathing steadily, as though he had merely performed a trivial act. He approached the heap of ash and nudged it with his foot, dislodging an object. It was a crystal core, roughly the size of a fist, entirely black, yet emanating pure, dark red energy waves, similar to the energy cores he had acquired before. This one harbored an intensity and mass of energy far surpassing all its predecessors. This was the most refined essence left behind after the purification of Saru and the will of the mother entity. Lingya picked it up, dusted it off, and stowed it away, truly a potent treasure. Subsequently, his gaze shifted toward a small chamber that had been concealed behind Saru's grotesque throne. He stepped forward, the light orb fluttering around him like a playful sprite, its gentle glow dispelling the surrounding darkness. The room lacked a door, and its interior came into view. Lingya's pupils constricted slightly. Chapter 12. The Forgotten Laboratory. Fusion of light. The portal to the hidden room swung open, revealing not the anticipated danger or further desecration, but rather a stark, cold, technological ambience, starkly contrasting with the grotesque, fleshy nest outside. The room was modest in size, approximately 20 square meters. The walls and ceiling appeared to be composed of a special alloy, glinting with a frigid metallic sheen, effectively isolating the unsettling dark red energy fluctuations and malevolent aura from the outside. The air was suffused with a faint scent reminiscent of disinfectant. The furnishings within were so spare that they bordered on emptiness. At the center stood a silvery metal laboratory table adorned with intricate, unidentifiable instruments. Most screens were dark, with only one or two indicators stubbornly flickering a faint green light, suggesting a residual energy supply. Beside the laboratory table was a transparent container resembling an upright medical pod. The container was filled with a pale blue, gently rippling liquid, and the most captivating sight within was a young girl, seemingly around 15 or 16 years old. She curled her body, eyes tightly shut, as if entrapped in slumber. Her skin was pale to the point of translucency, revealing faint blue veins beneath. A cascade of silvery hair floated in the liquid like seaweed, partially obscuring her features. Her delicate features resembled those of a doll, yet there lingered an inhuman fragility about her. Numerous slender tubes were connected to her body, penetrating the walls of the pod. They seemed to sustain her life, while simultaneously extracting something from her. What caused Lingya's pupils to constrict was not the girl herself, but the countless tiny, luminous energy points floating in the azure liquid surrounding her, emitting a soft, pure white glow. These light points shared a common origin with the radiant orb joyously swirling around Lingya at that moment, albeit appearing more dispersed and faint. The orb beside Lingya seemed to sense the shared essence, becoming unusually agitated. It surged toward the transparent container, pressing against the glass wall, its glow flickering urgently, conveying a complex wave of sorrow, urgency, and longing. In that instant, Lingya comprehended everything. The larger luminous orb outside is likely a manifestation of the girl's essence, either unconsciously released or forcibly extracted by Saru through a malevolent ritual, representing a fragment of her spirit and life force. At its core, the source of this energy lies within the girl confined in the vessel. Saru and the so-called sacred artifact of that cult are, in fact, a living person. They have imprisoned her, siphoned her power, and may even be attempting to fully transform her into an energy entity for consumption by their mother entity. A chilling anger began to silently well up within Lingyi. Although he was decisive in battle, he harbored an instinctive revulsion towards the act of treating a human being as mere objects for confinement, extraction, and desecration. He approached the vessel, scrutinizing it closely. The surface revealed no obvious switches or buttons, suggesting that it required specific commands or energy to unlock. The rules were amended. The internal liquid stability of the vessel was nullified, and the external hatch's locking mechanism was forcibly disengaged. An intangible force of rules permeated within. With a hum, the pale blue liquid inside seemed to instantly lose all vitality, becoming as transparent and silent as clear water. Then, the hatch emitted a soft sound. The ceiling strip deflated, and the heavy transparent lid slowly slid open. A cold, strangely fragrant breeze wafted forth. The tiny luminous specks that had floated in the liquid surged towards the larger orb, merging with it like fledglings returning to their nest. The orb became visibly denser and brighter, its energy fluctuations purer and more potent. It appeared to hesitate, drifting between Ling Yi and the girl within the vessel, before slowly and cautiously sinking into the container, merging with the silver-haired girl's chest and vanishing from sight. In the next moment, a faint sound akin to a kitten's mewl escaped the girl's lips. Her long, butterfly-like eyelashes trembled violently, and her pale brows furrowed slightly, as if she were struggling to awaken from a prolonged and tormenting nightmare. Ling Yi stood quietly beside the vessel, saying nothing, merely observing. He could sense that, with the orb's return, the girl's life essence, once as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, was gradually becoming more robust. At last, she slowly and laboriously opened her eyes. What a remarkable pair of eyes they were. The pupils bore an exceedingly rare hue, reminiscent of the purest amethyst. yet appeared somewhat hazy and unfocused due to her prolonged weakness and slumber. Her gaze was innocent and bewildered, infused with the naivety of a newborn and a fear of the unknown surrounding her. With great effort, her eyes moved, finally resting upon the edge of the vessel. The solitary figure before her, Ling Ye's silhouette, was backlit, rendering his features indistinct, revealing only a tall and austere outline. Yet, around him lingered a comforting aura, an irresistible pull that beckoned her closer, a trace of the natural flow of the power of rules, possessing an innate allure for her pure energy existence. She appeared to wish to speak, but her long and used vocal cords could only produce faint sounds, and her pale lips parted slightly, unable to form a complete sentence. Her eyes conveyed urgency and a hint of pleading. Ling Yi extended his hand, gently pressing it against her slender wrist. The touch was cool and delicate. The revised parameters aimed to activate her bodily functions, stimulating the muscles of her throat and vocal cords for a temporary restoration of their capabilities. A gentle, vibrant force surged into the girl's body, causing her to tremble slightly as a soft, comfortable sigh escaped her lips. A faint blush tinted her pallid cheeks, and she felt a warm current coursing through her limbs, dispelling the deep-seated chill and weakness. "Who are you?" she finally managed to voice, her tone dry and hoarse, yet remarkably clear and melodious, imbued with an ethereal quality untouched by the dust of the world. "Did you save me?" "Ling Yi." He succinctly provided his name, noting that the raucous madman outside was now deceased. "You are safe now." "Dead." A flicker of confusion crossed her violet eyes, quickly followed by the recollection of something terrifying. Her body flinched, and fear shadowed her features. "The black-robed figure. It took my power. It hurt so much." Her fragmented words painted a picture of the inhumane torment she had endured. "It is all over now." Ling Ye's tone remained calm, infused with a soothing strength. "What is your name? Why were you imprisoned here?" The girl strained to recall, her brow furrowing in evident distress. I don't remember my name. There are so many things I can't recall." She raised a hand to her forehead, her gaze clouded with confusion and pain. "I only remember many people in white coats, many bright instruments, and then, it was very painful and dark. Then there was that black-robe villain." "People in white coats? Instruments?" Ling Ye's gaze swept once more across the technologically advanced chamber. It seemed the girl's background was far more intricate than that of the cult. She was likely a subject of clandestine research by some organization, perhaps even before the outbreak of the apocalypse or in the early stages of the energy tide. The cult, led by Saru, may have inadvertently stumbled upon this place and claimed her as a sacred vessel for enhancing their powers. "Don't force yourself to remember if it's painful." Ling Yi interrupted her recollections to spare her from further distress. "I will take you away from here." He extended his hand, preparing to lift her from the icy liquid of the tank. The girl gazed at his outstretched hand, a faint blush gracing her pale face. After a moment's hesitation, she timidly reached out her own cold, delicate hand and placed it in his palm. Her body felt remarkably light, as if devoid of weight. Having been submerged in the liquid for so long, she wore only a thin, hospital-like white silk garment, now soaked and clinging to her form, accentuating her youthful yet exquisite curves. Ling Yi lifted her effortlessly, the coldness of her skin contrasting sharply with his warmth. The girl seemed exceedingly shy, burying her face deep into his chest, her body trembling slightly, whether from cold or fear, he could not tell. Ling Yi removed his coat, wrapping it around her carefully, leaving only her pale, delicate face visible, a visage so exquisitely refined it seemed almost otherworldly. Rule modification. The moisture on the target's surface evaporated instantaneously, while her body temperature remained constant. A wave of warmth enveloped the young girl, dispelling her coldness and dampness, prompting her to involuntarily emit a sigh of comfort as she instinctively nestled closer into Ling Yi's embrace, as if she had found the safest harbor. Holding the girl, Ling Yi exited the concealed chamber, returning to the now eerily silent hall of the lair. Upon witnessing the desiccated and withered carpet of flesh and fungi, the shattered eggshells, and the heap of ash, the girl trembled in fear once more, gripping Ling Yi's clothing tightly. "There's no need to be afraid. They are all dead," Ling Yi reassured her, his gaze sweeping across the hall. The cult's stronghold had been eradicated, and apart from this girl, there should be further discoveries, such as supplies that Salu might have gathered or information regarding the host and the truth of the apocalypse. Cradling the girl, he began to meticulously search the hall and the surrounding rooms. Soon, he uncovered a sealed metal box in a hidden compartment behind the throne. Forcing it open with the rules, he found it filled with neatly arranged energy crystals, over 100 of them. Although the majority were of F and E grades, there were also more than 20 D-grade crystals and 5 C-grade ones. This was undoubtedly a substantial fortune. In addition, there was a small stack of documents. The papers were yellowed, seemingly aged, The title of the top report read Pandora Project Phase Observation Report, Top Secret. The Pandora Project? Ling Yi picked up the report and began to skim through it swiftly. The content was primarily filled with obscure jargon and data charts. Yet by piecing together some scattered information and images, he managed to glean some astonishing insights. This project appeared to have been initiated years prior to the energy tide eruption. The core of the research centered around a special energy extracted from some extraterrestrial samples, characterized by its remarkable activity and fusion properties. Some images in the report bore a striking resemblance to the dark red carpet of flesh and fungi outside, as well as the mutated creatures. The conclusion section of the report was heavily redacted, revealing only fragmented phrases. Uncontrollable mutation, mental contamination, immediate termination, and destruction recommended. On the last page of the report was a small photograph. The image depicted a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, smiling gently, holding the hand of a little girl. The girl had striking silver hair and beautiful, slightly melancholic purple eyes. It was unmistakably the youthful visage of the girl cradled in Ling Ye's arms. Beneath the photograph, a handwritten note read, "To my dearest daughter Zero. May your light never fade." Zero. Is that her name? Ling Yi lowered his gaze to the girl who had once again drifted into a light slumber. Her pale lips curving ever so slightly in a dependent arc, a reflection of her exhaustion and tranquility. The Pandora Project, extraterrestrial sample, energy fusion, mental contamination, Zero. Ling Ye's gaze deepened. He felt as though he had inadvertently touched upon a fragment of the initial source of this global catastrophe. The girl, designated as Zero, is likely far more than a mere victim or source of energy. She may, in fact, be a key to the truth or perhaps to a deeper abyss. With all documents and energy cores secured, Ling Yi made no further delay. Cradling the slumbering Zero, he strode purposefully towards the exit of the lair. It was time to depart. The world beyond awaited, filled with greater mysteries and challenges. It seemed he had gained yet another asset in his hand. Chapter 13. The undercurrents of the return. The luminous whisper of Zero cradling the girl. Ling Yi stepped out of the desolate arcade. The dim red light of the sky outside surprisingly cast a semblance of brightness. The commercial street remained in disrepair, yet the pervasive, heart-pounding sense of malevolence had significantly diminished with the destruction of the lair's core. In the distance, the cacophony resulting from the commotion instigated by Lu Laoxi's group had subsided, suggesting they had retreated to their base as ordered. The number of wandering aberrations on the streets had returned to normal levels, losing the eerie organization they once possessed. Ling Yi glanced down at Zero, who had once again succumbed to slumber in his arms. Her breathing was steady, and her pallid cheeks seemed to bear a hint of color. Curled up against him, she appeared blissfully unaware of the chaos outside, as if all disturbances in the world were irrelevant to her. That sheer trust and reliance stirred a subtle emotion in Ling Yi's hardened heart. He adjusted his hold to ensure her comfort, then extended his mental energy to cast a group invisibility spell. Though he was currently alone, his form melding into the shadows like a stealthy leopard, swiftly moving towards the hardware store's base. The return journey proved to be even smoother than the outbound trek. Perhaps it was due to the eradication of the cult's lair, which dispelled the intangible mental interference, allowing the aberrations to revert to their chaotic state. Ling Yi deftly avoided several small clusters of corpses, and whenever he encountered solitary obstructions, he dispatched them with lightning speed using his fire axe, producing not a sound. Before long, the back door of the hardware store came into view. Ling Yi keenly observed that the door appeared to have been reinforced from the inside with heavy objects, leaving only a narrow gap. It seemed Lu Laoxi and his companions had taken necessary precautions upon their return. He gently rapped on the iron door in a specific rhythm that had been previously agreed upon as a signal. Immediately, a faint rustling and the sound of items being moved emanated from within. The iron door was soon pulled open wider, revealing Lin Shui's anxious yet hopeful face. "Big brother Ling Yi, you're back." Upon seeing Ling Yi unscathed and the unfamiliar girl, wrapped in a coat with only half of her delicate face visible, her worry transformed instantly into joy and a hint of uncontainable surprise. Ling Yi nodded, sidling in with Zero. Li Hao and Lu Laoxi swiftly moved forward to barricade the door once more. Everyone gathered around, relief washing over them at Ling Yi's safe return, though their gazes inevitably gravitated towards the girl in his arms. "Big brother, it's truly wonderful that you are unharmed." In the arcade, Lu Lao, filled with trepidation, inquired how Ling Yi had managed to escape from that den of evil. "It's resolved," Ling Yi replied succinctly, gently placing Ling on a cleared folding bed and carefully tucking her jacket corners. There had been an unexpected gain. The curiosity of the onlookers was thoroughly piqued. Resolved? That place was a stronghold of a sinister cult. Could it truly be so casually dealt with? And what of this stunning girl, who appeared almost unreal. Ling Yi did not immediately elaborate. Instead, he retrieved a metallic box from his pocket containing hundreds of energy crystal cores, casually placing it on the ground and opening it. In an instant, a soft yet vibrant glow illuminated the dim attic. The energy crystals, varying in levels, emitted differing intensities of luminescence, intermingling to create a mesmerizing sea of light. "My heavens!" Li Hao exclaimed, his mouth agape and eyes wide, nearly speechless. Lu Laozi and his two subordinates were equally breathless, fixated on the box of crystals as if they were beholding the most incredible treasure in existence. Previously, they had risked their lives to acquire merely a few low-grade F-level crystals, yet here lay D-level and C-level. The energy fluctuations emanating from those C-level crystals sent shivers through their spines. Sun Xiaoyun and Zhao Xiaoya also covered their mouths, their beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. The worth of this box of crystals was incalculable. It could drive any survivor base to madness. "Brother, where did you acquire all this?" Lu Laozi asked, his voice hoarse and labored. "From the cult's collection," Ling Yi replied nonchalantly, as if he had merely gathered a box of stones. "These items hold little value for me. If you perform well in the future, you may be allocated some based on your contributions." Little value for him. The group was once again astounded by Ling Yi's audacity. Such precious energy crystals, and he deemed them of little use? Moreover, he intended to share them with them? The immense surprise and gratitude swiftly obliterated the earlier fear and doubt. Following such a leader, the future appeared incredibly bright. "Thank you, brother. Thank you, Brother Ling Yi." The crowd exclaimed excitedly, their gazes towards Ling Yi filled with fervent admiration and unwavering loyalty. Ling Yi waved his hand, and then produced the report on the Pandora project, handing it to the relatively meticulous Lin Shui. "Take care of this document. It may be significant. Don't lose it." Lin Shui solemnly accepted the report. Though she could not comprehend the specialized terminology, she recognized the word classified. Cautiously, she placed it into a waterproof bag for safekeeping. After completing these tasks, Ling Yi turned his attention to the still sleeping Ling, simply explaining, "Her name is Ling. I discovered her in the cult's stronghold, where those madmen imprisoned her as a sacred object to extract energy. She will be a member of our team from now on." Once again, the gazes of the crowd shifted to Ling, filled with sympathy and curiosity. Imprisoned as a sacred object? What was so special about this girl? Just then, Ling's eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her pure purple eyes. Startled by the presence of so many unfamiliar faces surrounding her, she jolted upright, akin to a frightened fawn. Instinctively, she sought the figure of Ling Yi, and only upon spotting him standing by her bedside did she feel a modicum of reassurance. Timidly grasping the hem of his garment, "Do not be afraid. They are all my companions." Ling Yi's voice softened slightly. Ling nodded hesitantly, but still dared not meet the gaze of others, whispering to Ling Yi, I am hungry." She had not consumed a proper meal in quite some time, subsisting solely on nutrient solutions and her own energy. Sun Xiaoyan promptly reacted, rummaging through the supplies to produce a pack of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water, extending them with a sincere smile. "Here, have this for now." Ling glanced at the biscuits, then at Ling Yi, and, upon receiving his nod of encouragement, cautiously accepted the offering, nibbling delicately, her mannerisms evoking a sense of tenderness. Watching her consume the food, the group felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. How could such a fragile and beautiful girl endure such torment? However, what transpired next left everyone utterly astounded. After consuming merely half a biscuit and sipping a few gulps of water, she shook her head, indicating her satiation. Yet, shortly after she set down her food, an incredibly faint, gentle white luminescence began to emanate from her body's surface. This light was soft as moonlight, imbued with an ineffable warmth and purity. The individuals enveloped in this soft glow instantaneously experienced an indescribable sense of comfort. The fatigue from their relentless battles seemed to dissipate as if washed away by warm water, while the mental strain and oppression were significantly alleviated. Even minor bruises sustained from previous mishaps began to tingle, signaling a swift healing process. Li Hao stared in astonishment at a previously bruised area on his arm, watching as the discoloration faded at a visible pace. "How delightful! I no longer feel weary," exclaimed Sun Xiaoyun as she tested her shoulders. "It is the light from Ling." Lin Shui was the first to grasp the situation, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded the bewildered Ling. Ling herself appeared somewhat perplexed, gazing down at her softly glowing hand, her expression one of uncertainty. I'm sorry, sometimes I cannot control it." Ling Yi's eyes glimmered with understanding. Indeed, this young woman possessed the ability to heal and purify. This gentle radiance was likely the life energy she unconsciously emitted, beneficial to ordinary individuals. It is all right. This is a good thing, Ling Yi reassured her, then addressed the astonished crowd. Ling's abilities seem to alleviate fatigue and heal minor injuries. She will be a tremendous asset to us. However, her body remains quite frail and will require time to recuperate. Upon hearing this, the group's gaze toward Ling transformed profoundly. In this apocalyptic world, where medical resources were scarce, a companion with healing abilities was worth far more than an entire battalion of formidable warriors. Such a gift could indeed be life-saving. No wonder she was revered as a sacred object by the cult. A strong desire to protect Ling surged within everyone. She must be safeguarded. Ling Yi gained a clearer assessment of Ling's value. She is not merely a clue. She is a formidable ally and a treasured member of the team. He allowed Zero to continue resting before commencing the next arrangements. Lu Laosi, gather the team to inventory all supplies, ensuring proper categorization and packing. Li Hao, inspect the weapons and equipment. Lin Shui, Sun Xiaoyan and Zhao Xiaoya. You are responsible for attending to Zero and preparing a warm meal. We shall rest for the night. Brother, are we leaving this place? Lu Laosi perceptively sensed Ling Yi's intentions. Indeed, Ling Yi affirmed with a nod. Although the core had been destroyed, the commotion at the arcade could attract remnants of the cult or other unsettling entities. This place is no longer safe. Furthermore, we have acquired new intelligence necessitating the search for a more stable and suitable stronghold for development. More importantly, Zero's presence, coupled with the Pandora Project report, compels him to seek a location that can provide greater information and a secure environment. Perhaps the university's laboratories or library archives may hold relevant clues. The group unanimously agreed with Ling Yi's decision and promptly dispersed to undertake their tasks. The attic soon became a flurry of activity. Zero sat on the bed, emanating a faint healing glow. Observing the bustling individuals, her purple eyes reflected curiosity and a burgeoning sense of belonging, overshadowing her previous fear. Ling Yi stood by the window, gazing at the world still shrouded in a dark crimson hue, his fingers unconsciously tracing the high-quality dark red crystal core he had obtained from Saru. The fragmented information regarding the cult, the mother body, the Pandora Project, extraterrestrial specimens, and the girl with purifying powers gradually coalesced, pointing towards a larger and darker truth. After a period of rest, a new journey awaited. He sensed an instinctive foreboding that the path ahead would be more tumultuous and fraught with danger. Yet, he felt no fear. With the rules in hand, he believed he could traverse any realm. Chapter 14. Encounters during the relocation to the university fortress after a night of recuperation. Nourished by the unintentional, warm healing glow emanating from Zero, the entire team regained their optimal state, brimming with energy and vitality. Even some long-standing injuries appeared to have improved. Zero's presence imbued this temporary team with the resilience necessary for sustained operations. As dawn broke, the oppressive dark red clouds still loomed low, yet the air felt somewhat refreshed after the rain. Within the attic of the hardware store, all supplies had been meticulously packed. The most vital items, food, water, medicine, energy crystals, personally safeguarded by Ling Yi, tools, and the heavy diesel generator, disassembled and shared among Lu Laosi and the others, were securely arranged. Each member carried a bulging backpack and wielded either a fire axe or a rubber baton, clad in anti-stab vests, presenting an image of heightened readiness. Zero donned a relatively fitted tracksuit sourced by Sun Xiaoyan, her silver hair expertly fashioned into a neat ponytail by Lin Shui. Though her complexion remained somewhat pale, her purple eyes sparkled with curiosity and vitality, lessening the previous trepidation. She closely followed Ling Yi, as if he were her sole point of reference. Are we all prepared? Ling Yi inquired, scanning the group. Ready, brother. The response echoed, affirming their collective resolve. The crowd responded in unison, their spirits high. They set forth with a clear destination, the university town area. Maintaining their formation, Lu Laosi led the way, while Li Hao brought up the rear, with the girls and Zero nestled in the middle. Vigilance was paramount. Ling Yi issued commands, and the squad moved as a cohesive unit, silently departing the hardware store stronghold they had occupied for the night, stepping once more into the perilous streets. With a defined objective and ample preparation, the efficiency of their march significantly increased. Ling Yi continued to uphold a low-intensity group concealment, skillfully evading large hordes of zombies with his keen perception. When they occasionally encountered scattered aberrations or mutated creatures, there was no need for Ling Yi to intervene. Lu Laosi and Li Hao seamlessly coordinated with the other members to swiftly encircle and eliminate the threats. Their practical experience was visibly growing at an impressive pace. Zero seemed to gradually acclimate to the external environment, although she still clutched Ling Yi's clothing in fear upon sighting the grotesque zombies. She no longer trembled as she had in the beginning. At times, she would instinctively lift her hand towards a teammate's minor injury sustained in battle, her fingertips emanating a faint white glow that would accelerate the healing of the wound. This garnered her more friendly and appreciative glances from her companions. As they traversed the heart of the commercial district, the surrounding buildings gradually morphed into the university's lecture halls, libraries, gyms, and dormitories. The level of destruction here was equally severe, yet the density of aberrations appeared somewhat lower than in the commercial zone, perhaps due to the dispersed population during the holiday. Brother, ahead lies the bridge marking the boundary between the university town and the residential area, Lu Laosi reported upon returning from his reconnaissance. The situation beyond the bridge seems off. It's too clean, and there are hardly any monsters. Plus it appears the bridge has been artificially reinforced. Ling Ye's gaze sharpened, signaling the team to quicken their pace. Soon, a broad bridge spanning an artificial river came into view. The bridge's surface was wide, but the original vehicles had been pushed to the sides, clearing a pathway. At the bridge's entrance, a makeshift yet sturdy defensive structure had been erected using sandbags, abandoned cars, and large metal barricades. Behind the fortifications, shadowy figures could be seen moving, and even the outline of a watchtower was discernible. More strikingly, a hand-painted banner hung above the fortification, its blue background adorned with an image of an open book and a crossed wrench, beneath which bold white letters proclaimed, "Survivor Base of the University Town." Survivor Base, Li Hao exclaimed in surprise. Could there truly be an official organization? The other team members also displayed excitement and anticipation. In a world rife with despair, encountering a sizable, orderly survivor stronghold was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. However, Ling Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. His perception was far more acute than that of his companions. He sensed that the gazes of the guards behind the fortifications were not entirely friendly or welcoming. Rather, they bore an air of scrutiny, vigilance, and even a subtle hint of superiority and exclusion. Furthermore, the bridge's cleanliness suggested that this base regularly cleared the surrounding aberrations and possessed a certain level of armament and strength. Yet, it also implied that their management might be exceedingly strict, perhaps even xenophobic. "Stay alert and follow me," Ling Yi stated calmly, leading the way toward the bridge's fortifications. As the team approached within 100 meters of the fortifications, a commanding voice from the watchtower rang out. "Halt! Who are you? Where do you come from?" Behind the fortifications, 7 or 8 guards armed with makeshift spears, bows, and even a couple of old hunting rifles stood vigilant, their expressions wary. At the forefront was a burly middle-aged man clad in a grimy security uniform, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Ling Yi came to a standstill and calmly replied, "We are survivors passing through, having arrived from the commercial street. We seek refuge in the university town." "The commercial street?" The security captain's brow furrowed deeply as he scrutinized Ling Yi and his companions. His surprise and skepticism flickered in his eyes when he noticed not only robust men among the group, but also several clean-looking women, including an exceptionally beautiful silver-haired girl. The commercial street was notorious for being overrun by monsters and rumored to harbor a sinister cult, an exceedingly perilous place. These individuals appeared unscathed by battle, instead displaying well-kept gear and vibrant health. This was indeed peculiar. "What is the situation over on the commercial street? How did you manage to come here?" The captain maintained his vigilance, continuing his interrogation while signaling his subordinates to knock their arrows. Lu Laosi was about to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Ling Yi. Maintaining his composed demeanor, Ling Yi responded, "Most of the aberrations on the commercial street have been eliminated, and we have dismantled the cult stronghold. It is relatively safe now." "What? You have eradicated the cult stronghold? Are you jesting?" Ling Yi's declaration fell like a stone into a placid lake, sending ripples of astonishment through the guards. They were well aware of the cult's formidable reputation. Reconnaissance teams dispatched from the base had previously vanished without a trace. How could a mere dozen individuals accomplish such a feat? The captain's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief written all over his face as he barked, "Preposterous. Who are you truly? Are you scouts sent by raiders? If you do not cooperate, do not expect us to be courteous." The so-called raiders were another faction of survivors entrenched in the industrial district, known for their brutality and frequent conflicts with the university town's base. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. The guards aimed their weapons squarely at Ling Yi and his companions. Li Hao, Lu Laosi, and the others tightened their grips on their weapons, positioning themselves protectively in front of the women and Zero. Despite the tension, they stood resolute. They had emerged from a sea of corpses alongside Ling Yi. Bolstered by their shared experiences, Zero, trembling with fear, hid behind Ling Yi. Observing the guards bristling with hostility, Ling Yi shook his head. It seemed communication was proving ineffective. He was disinclined to waste further breath in futile explanations, merely stating, We are simply passing through and harbor no ill intentions towards your base. If you do not welcome us, we can take another route. Take another route? How can we trust that you do not seek to uncover our defensive weaknesses? The security captain clearly had no intention of allowing them to depart easily. Drop your weapons and submit to a search. Otherwise, before he could finish his sentence, a ferocious roar erupted from the riverbank below the bridge, followed by a violent tremor shaking the ground. Emerging from the verdant thicket by the riverbank was a creature of formidable stature, akin to a small truck, its body encased in a heavy armor of bone. With eyes aglow and tusks resembling two curved scythes, this mutated wild boar charged forth like an uncontrollable heavy tank, thundering towards the fortifications at the bridgehead. Panic ensued. It was the sea-level apex bone-armored tusked beast, returning once more. Quick! Open fire! Halt its advance! Reinforce the defenses! Stand firm! The security captain's complexion turned ashen, his voice hoarse from the urgency of his commands. Clearly, this aberration was a frequent menace and exceptionally troublesome. The sound of gunfire echoed as antiquated shotguns and arrows struck the beast's thick armor, merely sparking harmlessly without inflicting any substantial damage, only serving to incite its wrath further. With a resounding crash, the outermost barricade of abandoned cars was effortlessly sent flying, and sandbag fortifications were reduced to disarray. The guards faltered, retreating in a frenzy, as the line of defense teetered on the brink of collapse. Should this monstrosity breach the perimeter of the base, the consequences would be dire. The captain's eyes brimmed with desperation, feeling utterly powerless in the face of impending doom. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a calm voice pierced through the chaos. Incongruent with the surrounding turmoil, rule modification. The air density gradient in the 10-meter space ahead of the target mutated beast is to be increased 100-fold, forming an invisible barrier. In that moment, the charging bone-armored tusked beast collided with an imperceptible yet remarkably resilient super-rubber wall, its momentum abruptly halted. The tremendous kinetic energy was forcibly absorbed, producing a sound that resonated with a disconcerting dull thud. With a pained yet bewildered howl, the beast's massive body contorted due to inertia. Its forequarters were squished, while its hindquarters, unable to break in time, shot upwards, nearly toppling over. Dazed, it shook its head, utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. All the guards, including the despondent captain, froze as if enchanted, their eyes wide in disbelief at this bizarre and incomprehensible spectacle. What had transpired? Had the frenzied sea-level apex mutant beast rendered itself unconscious? Then, in the next heartbeat, an even more astonishing event unfolded. The young man, previously interrogated by the captain, stepped forward with an unhurried demeanor and casually raised his hand towards the now-recovering beast, which was furiously preparing to charge once more. Rule modification. The neural signal transmission efficiency between the target's brain and cerebellum is to be rendered null. The beast, poised to surge forward, suddenly froze, its colossal form losing all semblance of coordination. Its limbs became exceedingly unsteady, staggering as if intoxicated, before it toppled to the ground with a thunderous crash. Kicking up a cloud of dust, it struggled to rise, but with its cerebellum unable to effectively control its balance, it could only flail helplessly upon the ground, emitting pitiful whimpers. Instantly subdued, without even a touch, silence, a deathly silence. Before and after the bridge fortifications, only the sounds of a giant mutated beast thrashing on the ground and its heavy breathing remained. All the guards at the university city base, including the head of security, stood with mouths agape and eyes wide open like brass bells, gazing at the young man who had just withdrawn his hand with a look of reverence usually reserved for deities or monsters. Fear, shock, disbelief, and a hint of euphoric relief intermingled on their faces. Yet, Lingy appeared to have merely accomplished a trivial task. He turned to the now petrified head of security and asked, in an unperturbed tone, "Can we proceed now?" The head of security jolted back to reality. The arrogance and vigilance that once adorned his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by profound awe and trepidation. Almost instinctively, he stood at attention and stammered, "Why, yes. Of course. Welcome to the university city base. I apologize for any offense caused. Please, do forgive us." As he spoke, he hastily gestured for his subordinates to remove the barricades with utmost speed, his demeanor exuding an unparalleled respect. Strength, in this apocalyptic world, is the most universal language. Ling Yi nodded slightly, leading his team calmly through the bridge fortifications and into the university city area, all under the watchful eyes of those filled with reverence. He understood that the name of the ruler of rules would soon spread throughout this nascent survivor base. Chapter 15. Base Rules. A modest display of talent crossing the heavily fortified bridge fortifications felt akin to stepping into a world painstakingly protected. starkly contrasting with the desolate ruins outside. Although the university city still bore the scars of the apocalypse, damaged buildings, abandoned vehicles, and dried blood on the walls, it was relatively clean and orderly. The main thoroughfares had been cleared of obstacles and corpses, and one could even spot a few pedestrians, most of whom appeared gaunt and weary, their expressions numb. Clad in tattered yet relatively tidy clothing, they hurried along, casting surprised, curious, and slightly fearful glances at Ling Yi and his well-equipped, vibrant team. An indescribable scent filled the air, a mix of disinfectant, burning low-quality fuel, and the unique odor of a densely populated area, contrasting sharply with the overwhelming stench of blood and decay outside. "Please, follow me," the head of the bridge guard, now exhibiting an attitude bordering on subservience, carefully led the way. "I need to take you to the registration office for identity verification and resource declaration, as per the base regulations, after which we will arrange temporary accommodations for you." His gaze occasionally flickered towards Ling Yi with reverence, the earlier display of formidable prowess having shattered his pride completely. He even dared not to look at Zero, as if such an act would be a sacrilege. Ling Yi nodded slightly, calmly surveying this so-called survivor base. The core area of the base appeared to be constructed around the university's administrative building, Grand Auditorium, and several of the most robust classrooms, surrounded by reinforced walls, abandoned buses, and barbed wire, forming a rudimentary defensive perimeter. Within the confines of the base, one can observe the delineated areas, the living quarters, the cultivation zone, which consists of small plots for vegetables carved out of the original lawn and garden, albeit with rather poor growth, the workshop area, where the sounds of clanging metal resonate, and the armed patrols. The scale is considerable, with an estimated 1,000 souls finding refuge here. Establishing such an order in the early days of this apocalyptic era surely speaks to the capability of the base's leadership. The registration office is housed within a former academic building, guarded by vigilant soldiers. Upon seeing the captain of the guard personally escort a group of unfamiliar faces, the soldiers immediately heightened their alertness. "Captain Wang, who are these?" "Survivors from outside, exceptionally strong. They dealt with the armored boar at the bridge." Captain Wang swiftly explained in hushed tones, placing particular emphasis on their strength. The soldiers, upon hearing this, adopted a more solemn demeanor, their gazes toward Ling Yi and his companions tinged with respect as they parted to clear a path. The registration process was intricate and meticulous, requiring the recording of names, ages, former occupations, whether one had awakened any special abilities, including type and level, and a list of carried supplies. A bespectacled clerk, with a stern expression, was in charge of the registration, his tone formal and imbued with a distinct air of bureaucratic indifference. When it was Ling Ye's turn, he simply stated his name and, regarding his abilities, remarked, "Special type, capabilities are not to be disclosed." His tone was unassuming yet carried an undeniable authority. The clerk glanced up at him, seemingly preparing to inquire further, but upon meeting Ling Ye's inscrutable gaze and noticing Captain Wang's subtle signals, he ultimately lowered his head and faithfully recorded the information. As for the declaration of supplies, Ling Yi instructed his team to submit only a modest amount of food and a few handguns confiscated from the cultists, which he had rendered inoperable, as a mere token. The majority of their vital supplies, particularly the energy crystals and generator parts, were securely stored within the limited confines of his backpack, remaining undisclosed. The clerk's eyes widened momentarily at the sight of the handguns, but he refrained from probing further. When it was Zero's turn, she appeared somewhat anxious and could hardly utter a word, instinctively drawing closer to Ling Yi. He spoke on her behalf. "Her name is Zero, my sister. She possesses no abilities and has health issues." Zero nodded obediently, her violet eyes timidly gazing at the clerk. The clerk, struck by Zero's striking beauty and her unusual hair and eye color, flickered with a hint of skepticism but ultimately chose to remain silent and recorded the information. Throughout the registration process, Ling Yi sensed several scrutinizing gazes from the shadows, imbued with an air of evaluation and calculation. This base was far from the tranquil facade it projected. Upon completing the registration, each of them received a rough metal identification tag and a manual delineating the base's regulations. The manual was rife with stipulations, yet its essence could be distilled into a few key points: obedience to authority, labor-based distribution, prohibition of private conflicts, and a mandatory 30% tax on all significant gains to be surrendered to the base. Their temporary lodgings were assigned in the North District, Dormitory Building Number 7, Room 203. It was an 8-person room, currently designated for their team. The clerk handed over a rusted key, stating that food rations would be delivered daily, and those desiring more would need to work to earn points or trade supplies in the exchange area. An 8-person room? Lu Laosi and his companions frowned slightly. Although they had previously been cramped in the attic of a hardware store, at least it had been a private space. Now, they were to share quarters with unfamiliar strangers? Ling Yi, however, displayed no signs of concern as he accepted the key, acknowledging it with a simple, understood. Departing from the registration area and accompanied by Captain Wang, they proceeded toward the dormitory zone, passing through what was referred to as the trading area. This area consisted of rudimentary shanties constructed along a once bustling commercial street, filled with the cacophony of voices engaged in fervent haggling. Individuals exchanged a variety of items: compressed biscuits, canned goods, cigarettes, alcohol, pharmaceuticals, weapon parts, and even women and children. At the periphery of the trading zone, a group of men, their faces hardened and bulging waists suggesting concealed weapons, scrutinized the newly arrived Ling Ye's team with ill intent. Their eyes, particularly as they lingered on Lin Shui, Sun Xiaoyan, and Ling Shi, betrayed unabashed greed and lewdness. Those are members of the wolf pack, Captain Wang warned in a hushed tone, his voice laced with apprehension. They wield significant influence within the base. Their leader is an awakened individual who commands a band of ruthless thugs, often preying upon ordinary survivors to plunder their resources. Given that you're newcomers, it's best to avoid provoking them. Ling Yi cast a glance at the men, his expression unperturbed, as if he were merely observing a few stones. At that moment, a scrawny figure suddenly darted forward, attempting to snatch the backpack from Sun Xiaoyan's shoulders, which contained some of their food supplies. Get away! Li Hao reacted swiftly, shoving the gaunt, frenzied man to the ground. The man fell, shrieking in protest. They're robbing me. The newcomers are attacking me. Brother of the wolf pack, help me. The trading area erupted into chaos as the wolf pack members approached with sinister grins. The leader, a burly man with a scarred face, spat out the cigarette, but in his mouth and taunted. Oh, the newcomers are rather bold, aren't they? Dare to act on my turf? Do you understand the rules? Leave the backpack and the women behind, kneel, and bow your heads. I might consider sparing your miserable lives. The surrounding crowd quickly dispersed, fearful of being caught in the fray, casting sympathetic glances at Ling Yi and his companions. Offending the wolf pack often led to dire consequences. Captain Wang's expression darkened as he attempted to intervene. Scarface, these individuals are freshly arrived and unfamiliar with the customs. For my sake, you have no standing here. Scarface interrupted rudely, shoving him aside with a single blow. Get lost, or I'll deal with you as well. Captain Wang, clutching his face, seethed with rage but remained silent. Lu Laosi, Li Hao, and the others tightened their grips on their weapons, shielding the women in the center, their faces grave and prepared to fight. Ling Shi, trembling with fear, hid behind Ling Yi, clutching his clothing tightly. Finally, Ling Yi turned his gaze toward Scarface, his eyes calm and devoid of emotion, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. Wolfpack, he spoke softly, I have not heard of you. Scarface was taken aback, then erupted with fury. Damn it. Seeking death. Attack. Dispose of them. Take the women. His gang of thugs immediately shouted and charged forward, brandishing steel pipes and daggers. The surrounding crowd gasped, as if they had already envisioned a scene painted in blood. However, what transpired next surpassed the comprehension of all present. As the group of ruffians surged forward, they seemed to be ensnared by an invisible tripwire, tumbling to the ground in a comically awkward fashion, their weapons flying from their grasp. The sinister grin of the scar-faced man froze in an instant, and before he could comprehend the situation, a change in the rules occurred. The vibrational frequency of the target's vocal cords was locked to the infrasound range. Attempting to roar in fury, the scar-faced man found himself unable to produce any sound audible to human ears, instead emitting a deeply unsettling, resonant hum that reverberated painfully within his own chest. His face turned a deep crimson, his eyes wide with horror. Another rule modification took place. The angle of the target's knee joint was temporarily increased by 30 degrees. Suddenly, the scar-faced man was seized by excruciating pain and an uncanny twisting sensation in his legs, rendering him incapable of remaining upright. With two sharp cracks, merely his joints being forced into unnatural positions rather than actual fractures, he let out a scream that went unheard, humiliatingly collapsing to his knees before Ling Yi. The newcomer. The entire trading area fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All present were dumbfounded by the bizarre spectacle. Members of the wolf gang inexplicably fell, and the notorious scar-faced man knelt before the young man. Mouth agape but unable to utter a sound, his face contorted in agony and terror, a testament to his immense suffering. What kind of ability is this? The unknown instilled the greatest fear. Ling Yi approached the kneeling scar-faced man, his gaze towering over him. His voice calm, yet sharp as a cold blade slicing through every heart present. I do not appreciate your rules. Now heed mine. First, my people are off limits to you. Second, should you see us, take another path. Third, Should I witness you oppressing the weak again? He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the bewildered ruffians on the ground before returning to the despairing face of the scar-faced man, and slowly declared, I shall truly turn you into a pack of dead wolves. With that, he rescinded the rule restrictions. The scar-faced man crumpled to the ground like a deflated balloon, coughing and gasping for breath, his eyes regarding Ling Yi as though he were the most terrifying of demons. He scrambled backward, too fearful to assist his subordinates, hoarsely shouting to the equally terrified thugs, run. Quickly, the members of the wolf gang fled in disarray, resembling lost dogs, under the myriad astonished, fearful, yet slightly gleeful gazes of onlookers. Ling Yi appeared unfazed by the chaos, turning to the equally stunned Captain Wang, and said, lead the way to the dormitory. Captain Wang, jolted from his stupor, displayed an even greater reverence than before, promptly bowing and exclaiming, yes, yes, after you. At that moment, he was utterly convinced that this group, especially the young man named Ling Yi, was destined to stir the very winds of change within the university town's base. The title of Master of Rules, accompanied by the wolf gang's disgraceful retreat, would undoubtedly spread throughout the base at an astonishing pace. From the outset, Ling Ye's journey within the university town base was destined to be anything but ordinary. Chapter 16. Undercurrents. The Professor's Invitation Room, 203, Dormitory Building Number 7, North District. Rather than being a room for 8, it resembled a cramped storage space. In less than 20 square meters, 4 rusting bunk beds creaked ominously as they were squeezed together. The air was thick with a lingering odor of mildew and sweat. The solitary window was shattered, boarded up with planks, allowing only a few slivers of feeble light to penetrate. The conditions were even more rudimentary than those of a hardware store attic. Isn't this place a bit too dilapidated? Li Hao couldn't help but murmur, kicking at the peeling wall in frustration. At least it offers some shelter from the elements. Let's not forget the state of the world outside. Lu Laosi, however, took it in stride, already selecting the lower bunk near the door for easy access in case of emergencies. Lin Shui and Sun Xiaoyun silently placed their backpacks on the inner beds, beginning to tidy up the disorder. Zhao Xiaoyao rummaged through her belongings, producing some old sheets in an attempt to hang them up, creating a semblance of privacy. Ling stood at the doorway, surveying the crowded and cacophonous environment, a flicker of unease and trepidation shimmering in her violet eyes. Accustomed to the sterile neatness of the previous laboratory, and having briefly resided in the relatively isolated space of the hardware store, this close-quarters arrangement instinctively unsettled her. Ling Ye cast a glance at Ling and addressed Lu Laosi. Take 2 people and find some clean boards and nails to repair the window. Li Hao, scout out where we can procure more bedding and clean water. He then turned to Lin Shui. Take care of Ling. Upon receiving their orders, everyone sprang into action. Ling Ye's commands held the utmost priority. He himself approached the window, peering through the gaps in the planks. Below the dormitory, a number of gaunt survivors either sat or lay on the ground, their expressions vacant. Upon noticing the arrival of newcomers, they merely cast a disinterested glance before returning to their own desolation. A few ragged children chased and played, though laughter was conspicuously absent. This base maintained a facade of order, yet the stark scarcity of resources and the palpable pressure of survival were unmistakable. Before long, Li Hao returned, his expression grim. Ling Ye, I've inquired. Clean water and food are rationed here. If you want extras, you'll need to do heavy labor in the workshop area to earn points, or trade for them in the exchange zone, where prices are exorbitantly steep. Bedding is critically scarce. It's nearly impossible to acquire. At that moment, Lu Laosi returned, carrying a few battered boards, grumbling, damn it, those scoundrels in the warehouse wanted half a pack of biscuits for a few lousy boards. Unbelievable. Just then, a knock echoed at the dormitory door. A middle-aged woman stood there, her attire faded and patched yet relatively clean. She held a small pot containing a murky, vegetable-scented slop. You must be the newcomers, she said, her face radiating cautious kindness. I'm Zhou from room 204. This is the food distributed by the base at night. I brought it for you. Though it's not much, it should help tide you over. Lin Shui hurriedly accepted the pot, expressing her gratitude profusely. Aunt Zhou glanced around the crowded room, her eyes falling upon the exquisitely beautiful yet pallid face of Zero. With a sigh, she whispered, You may not yet be aware that the conditions in the northern district are the most dire and chaotic. Be vigilant at night. Ensure the doors are securely blocked. Especially for the girls. Exercise utmost caution. Her gaze lingered on Zero and Lin Shui, imbued with sympathy and concern. After speaking, she hurriedly departed, as though eager to avoid trouble. The atmosphere grew heavier among the group. This base was far from a paradise. Ling Yi, maintaining his composure, turned to Lin Shui and said, Distribute the food, let us eat. The meager porridge was hardly sufficient for everyone. and they could only manage a few sips to stave off their hunger, relying primarily on their own provisions stored in their backpacks. Zero took only a small portion before shaking her head, seemingly lacking an appetite. Night swiftly descended. The dormitory area was devoid of electricity, plunging into darkness. Illuminated only by the flickering light of scattered torches and oil lamps outside the windows, which only served to amplify the gloom. Distant sounds of quarrels, weeping, and even a few sharp cries could be faintly heard, but soon silence reclaimed the night, as if it had been swallowed by the oppressive darkness. Lucy and Li Hao braced the dormitory door with found wooden planks and broken furniture, taking turns to keep watch. The others lay fully clothed on the stiff wooden beds, tossing and turning in restless slumber. Zero curled up in the corner of the upper bunk, emanating a gentle luminescence that dispelled the darkness and chill, providing a modicum of comfort to her roommates. Ling Yi sat against the wall, eyes closed in meditation. Yet his mental acuity spread like an invisible radar, monitoring the entirety of the dormitory building and its surroundings. He could hear Aunt Zhou soothing a child to sleep next door, the drunken murmurs of a man downstairs, and even the hushed whispers of several shadowy figures conspiring a few streets away, among them the voice of the scar-faced man from earlier in the day. Confirm they reside in room 203 of Building 7 in the Northern District. That fellow is quite the enigma, but the boss has decreed that the territory must be reclaimed. Otherwise, survival will become untenable. When the early hours arrive, we'll incapacitate that silver-haired girl. The boss specifically ordered her alive. Moreover, their bags surely contain valuable supplies. Ling Yi slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of icy malevolence flashing within them. Indeed, the thieves were undeterred. He did not act immediately. Rather, he remained like the most patient of hunters, awaiting his prey to unwittingly present itself. As time slipped by, the stillness deepened by the late hours. Even the footsteps of the patrols became sporadic. Beneath the crack of the door to room 203, a slender bamboo tube stealthily extended, wafting in a faint, sweet-smelling smoke. Li Hao, on watch, stifled a yawn and suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his eyelids heavy as lead. Before he could utter a warning, he slumped down, rendered unconscious. Lucy, Lin Shui, and the others on the bed soon found their breaths becoming labored, succumbing to a deep slumber. Only Zero remained. Her gentle radiance seemingly repelling the narcotic smoke, she merely furrowed her brow, shifted slightly, and did not fully fall into unconsciousness. Ling Yi held his breath, subtly channeling his power to neutralize the trace amounts of smoke he had inhaled. Outside, muffled, triumphant chuckles could be heard. We have succeeded. Quickly, pry the door open. A faint sound of a lock being pried open echoed in the air. The already rudimentary door lock was swiftly manipulated, and the wooden planks at the top of the door were effortlessly moved aside. 4 or 5 shadows slipped in like eels, clutching burlap sacks and ropes. Leading the group was the scarred man, whose face bore a cruel and lascivious grin as he made his way directly toward Zero's bed. The little beauty has arrived. However, just as his filthy hands were about to make contact with Zero, a rule was modified. The wavelengths of visible light within the room shifted into the invisible spectrum. In an instant, the entire room was engulfed in an absolute, suffocating darkness. It was not merely the extinguishing of light, rather, all illumination, including the faint starlight filtering through the window and the subtle glow emanating from Zero herself, vanished entirely. It was a true hand-in-front-of-face obscurity. What is happening? Where's the light? Why is it all black? Scarred brother, where are you? The intruders were immediately thrown into disarray, utterly unable to comprehend this sudden, incomprehensible darkness that defied all logic. They flailed about like headless flies, colliding with one another and emitting terrified gasps. Another rule was amended. The auditory nerve signals of targets A, B, C, D, and E were amplified by 500%, and directed focusing was applied to specific frequency sound waves. In the next moment, a piercing, high-frequency noise erupted, reverberating as if it originated deep within their very minds. The 5 intruders simultaneously let out a harrowing scream, clutching their heads in agony, feeling as though their eardrums and brains were being torn apart by this indescribable sound. They writhed on the floor in frantic desperation, unable to escape the torment that surged from within. Yet, their cries were confined by the rules to this small room, unheard by the outside world. The dual torment of absolute darkness and mental cacophony. Ling Yi stood like a grim reaper in the night, coldly observing their endless suffering. He did not lift a finger. He merely remained quietly in the corner. Minutes later, the 5 on the ground were frothing at the mouth, their eyes vacant, their bodies twitching sporadically, clearly on the brink of mental collapse. Only then did Ling Yi revoke the darkness and noise rules. The room returned to its previous dimness. with the faint glow from Zero once again serving as the sole source of light. She had somehow sat up, hugging her knees, her violet eyes calmly gazing at the 5 figures on the ground, resembling lifeless dogs, showing little fear, as if she knew Ling Yi would handle everything. Ling Yi approached the scarred man, now limp like a pile of mud, and squatted before him, staring into the vacant pupils that reflected his own cold visage. It seems my rules have not been heeded. The scarred man trembled violently, pure terror igniting in his eyes as he attempted to struggle and plead for mercy, yet found himself utterly immobilized. Ling Yi extended a finger, gently touching his forehead. A rule was modified, implanting a deep psychological suggestion that upon seeing me and my team members, an irresistible physiological fear and aversion response would ensue, triggered by visual confirmation. An invisible force of rule power, akin to the most precise of chisels, directly altered the scarred man's deepest subconscious. The scarred man suddenly rolled his eyes back, his body convulsing violently before he collapsed into unconsciousness. Others followed suit, and after completing all these tasks, Ling Yi dragged the 5 individuals out of the dormitory like lifeless carcasses, discarding them beside the refuse pile below. It was assured that by dawn, the patrol team would discover them, and the Wolf Gang would forever remember this lesson. Upon returning to his room, Ling Yi snapped his fingers. Rule modification. The composition of indoor hallucinogenic gas was to be decomposed and purified. The targets, Li Hao, Lu Lao Si, and others, were to have their central nervous systems stimulated and awakened. On the ground, Li Hao groaned and groggily stirred, rubbing his swollen head. How did I fall asleep? I seemed to detect a strange odor. Lu Lao Si and Lin Shui gradually regained consciousness, their expressions blank, completely unaware of the events that had just transpired. Only Zero cast a silent glance at Ling Yi, gently tugging at his clothing and whispering, "Thank you." Ling Yi affectionately ruffled her hair. "Go back to sleep." The following morning, news of Ling Ye's team being ambushed by the Wolf Gang, yet mysteriously countering the attack, resulting in the complete psychological collapse of the assailants, spread throughout the base like wildfire. Whispers filled the air, and gazes directed towards Building 7 in the Northern District were imbued with awe and speculation. The title of Rule Dominator became even more enigmatic and fearsome. As Ling Yi contemplated whether to visit the workshop area or to inquire directly with the base management for information, an unexpected visitor arrived at the door of Dormitory 203. The visitor was an elderly gentleman, impeccably dressed in an old yet fitting Zhongshan suit, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. Following him were 2 sharp-eyed soldiers equipped with standard rifles, clearly indicating his distinguished status. The old man's keen gaze swept over the crowded room before finally settling on Ling Yi, a formulaic smile gracing his face. "Mr. Ling Yi, greetings. I am Qian Wensun, the Vice President of the Base Academy of Sciences. Our esteemed President, Professor Qin Huairan, wishes to invite you for a discussion, if it would not be too much trouble." Vice President of the Academy of Sciences? Professor Qin Huairan? Ling Yi's eyes flickered. Had the upper echelons of the base finally sought him out? Was it due to his performance at the bridge yesterday, or the events of the previous night? Or perhaps a combination of both? He nodded in affirmation. "Lead the way." Chapter 17. Meeting Professor Qin. Fragments of Pandora. Following Vice President Qian Wensun through the core area of the base, the surroundings gradually transformed. The closer they approached the central administrative and research district, the more fortified the defenses became. The patrol team's equipment shifted from makeshift weapons to standardized rifles, their gazes sharp and discipline unwavering. The pathways were immaculate, with glimpses of researchers in lab coats hurrying between several heavily protected buildings. This was, indeed, the true heart and mind of the University City base. Eventually, they arrived at a building marked as the Biological Research Center. After undergoing stringent identity verification and weapon storage, Ling Yi bore no obvious weapons, only the unseen power of the rules. Qian Wensun led Ling Yi into the interior of the building. The corridor was suffused with the scent of disinfectants and some chemical reagents, illuminated by cold white lights that rendered every detail starkly visible. Occasionally, as one passes by the laboratory's glass windows, the sight of researchers diligently operating instruments or observing peculiar, even unsettling specimens within petri dishes can be witnessed. Ling Yi was closely accompanied by Zero, who curiously surveyed the environment around her. The coldness and tidiness evoked a sense of familiarity, yet the instruments and samples instinctively instilled a sense of trepidation, causing her small hand to unconsciously clutch the hem of Ling Ye's garment. Qian Wensun guided them to a heavy blast-proof door, and after iris and fingerprint recognition, the door silently slid open. Beyond it lay a spacious office cluttered with an array of books, documents, and experimental apparatus. An elderly man, his hair grizzled and adorned with reading glasses, donned a lab coat speckled with traces of reagents, bent over a massive experimental table, furrowing his brow in contemplation of a complex chart. Upon hearing the door's opening, he lifted his gaze, revealing a weathered yet sharp-eyed visage, reminiscent of an eagle. He was none other than Professor Qin Huiran, one of the foremost leaders at the University City base. "Dean, Mr. Ling Yi has arrived," Qian Winsun reported with utmost respect. Professor Qin set down his pen, his gaze swiftly transcending Qian Winsun to fix intently upon Ling Yi, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and an insatiable desire for exploration akin to that of a researcher, as if he sought to dissect Ling Yi's very essence. His glance then swept over Zero, lingering particularly on her silvery hair and violet eyes, revealing a fleeting and intricately complex glimmer within his own, surprise, realization, and perhaps a barely perceptible hint of guilt. "Mr. Ling Yi, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Professor Qin stood, his voice gravelly yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He extended his hand, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for resolving a significant issue for the base yesterday. That C-class peak mutant beast had been a persistent nuisance." Ling Yi extended his hand to gently shake his, feeling the rough yet strong grasp of the elder. "It was a mere formality," he replied. Professor Qin smiled, gesturing for Ling Yi and Zero to take a seat, while Qian Winsun quietly withdrew to await further instructions. "Mr. Ling Yi, I hear you've also dealt a decisive blow to the cult lurking in the Jinhua arcade?" Professor Qin wasted no time, his inquiry direct. The news traveled swiftly, and Ling Yi, unfazed, nodded in affirmation. "They provoked me," he replied nonchalantly, as if discussing the swatting of a fly. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Professor Qin's eyes. To effortlessly dismantle a cult harboring a psychic awakener is truly a testament to your profound abilities, Mr. Ling Yi. "May I be so bold as to inquire about your awakened powers?" "A capacity to alter rules," Ling Yi responded, neither fully concealing nor elaborating on the specifics. "Alter rules," Professor Qin murmured, repeating the phrase, his interest intensifying palpably, yet he refrained from probing further, redirecting his attention to Zero. "And who might this be?" "My sister Zero. She has been somewhat shaken and is not inclined to speak," Ling Yi reiterated. Zero timidly cast her gaze downward, unable to meet Professor Qin's eyes. The professor regarded her thoughtfully for a moment before sighing deeply, retrieving a carefully sealed photograph from his drawer, which he then slid across the table towards Ling Yi. In the photograph, a much younger Qin Huiran, clad in research attire, stands before an enormous precision instrument. Beside him is a middle-aged man with a gentle smile, who holds the hand of a little girl with silver hair and purple eyes. This little girl is unmistakably a young Zero. Ling Yi's gaze sharpened slightly. Zero appears to sense something as well. She discreetly glances at the photo, her body trembling slightly, instinctively moving closer to Ling Yi. The chief researcher of the Pandora project, Dr. Lin Guodong, stands with his beloved daughter, Lin Zero. Professor Qin's voice carries a weight of sorrow and regret. "He is also my old friend and most significant colleague." A brief silence envelopes the office. Ling Yi watches Professor Qin, anticipating his next words. He knows the crux of the matter is at hand. It seems Mr. Ling Yi has discovered something at the cult's lair. Professor Qin gestures towards Ling Yi, indicating that the document safeguarded by Lin Shui has evidently come to the base's attention. Indeed, the Pandora project exists, and it is likely one of the initial catalysts for this global catastrophe. He takes a deep breath and begins to recount a buried secret history. Years ago, a unique extraterrestrial sample fell in the northwestern desert. It contained an unprecedented energy with remarkable activity and fusion characteristics. Thus, the Pandora project was initiated, aimed at studying this energy. Initially, progress was smooth. We even succeeded in extracting and stabilizing a portion of the energy, believing it could herald an energy revolution or even evolutionary advancements in life. Professor Qin's voice grows somber and pained. However, we underestimated its peril and overestimated human greed. Disagreements arose within the project. Some, including Dr. Lin, advocated for cautious research or even the preservation of the sample. Meanwhile, others, alongside certain underlying forces, were eager to exploit and control this power more rapidly, even for human applications. Subsequently, the energy tide erupted. We all assumed it was a leak caused by a laboratory accident, but now it appears to have been a premeditated, uncontrolled sowing. Professor Qin's fists clenched slightly, as the energy within the sample resonated with the global cosmic energy tide, resulting in such a vast transformation. The dark red energy, characterized by its devouring and contaminating properties, shares the same origin as the initial sample, yet has become more ferocious and malevolent. Dr. Lin had sensed impending doom before the incident. He attempted to destroy core data and take his daughter Zero with him, whose situation was quite special. She naturally possessed a high affinity for and purifying qualities concerning various energies. Dr. Lin believed she was the key to understanding or even controlling that energy, making her a target for certain individuals. Professor Chen's gaze towards Zero is filled with remorse. Later, amidst the chaos at the base, I became separated from them, never imagining that Zero would fall into the clutches of a cult. Listening to these words, Zero trembles even more violently. Fragmented memories seem to assault her, prompting her to emit a sound of anguish. Lingyi gently pats her back, a soothing force of gentle order calming her mental turmoil. So, the maternal entity? Lingyi inquires. We harbor suspicions that the mater may indeed be a terrifying amalgamation of life forms, birthed from the initial extraterrestrial sample, catalyzed by energy tides and fused with countless biological materials. Alternatively, it could be a manifestation of some entity orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Professor Chen's expression grew grave. The mental pollution and predatory instincts it exudes are the very roots of chaos in this apocalyptic world. The cultists are nothing more than pitiable pawns, blindly worshipping power and being led astray by its allure. The volume of information was staggering. Lingyi swiftly absorbed these insights, which corroborated his previous speculations and the information gleaned from the badge. The Pandora Project serves as the catalyst for calamity, while the mater may very well lie at the heart of this disaster. Zero is a pivotal figure in this narrative, possessing the power of purification. What is the objective of your base? Lingyi inquired. Survival, research, and the discovery of methods to counteract the mater's pollution, while saving as many survivors as possible. Professor Chen replied candidly. We have been analyzing that energy, attempting to cultivate resistant crops, exploring purification methods, and even striving to awaken more individuals with extraordinary abilities. Although progress has been slow, until your arrival, Mr. Lingyi. His gaze refocused on Lingyi, filled with hope. Your extraordinary ability to manipulate rules may pave a path we have never envisioned. Moreover, Zero's purifying power represents a miracle our laboratory has yet to achieve. Your presence may truly herald hope for humanity. I extend to you a formal invitation to join the Academy of Sciences, Professor Chen continued. We can provide the finest resources and protection to collaboratively research methods to combat the apocalypse. Your abilities deserve to be utilized in the most constructive manner. Such a sincere invitation painted a grand vision, yet Lingyi merely regarded him with calm scrutiny and questioned, join? And then what? Become a subject of study like Zero? Professor Chen's expression faltered momentarily, and he quickly retorted, certainly not. You would be collaborators, consultants. We absolutely respect your autonomy and privacy. Lingyi remained noncommittal. He was never one to easily accept any form of constraint. I will consider it, he offered a vague response, but for now, I prefer to act freely. A flicker of disappointment crossed Professor Chen's eyes, swiftly masked. Of course, we honor your choice. The doors of the Academy are always open to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to Vice Dean Xian or myself. He paused before adding, furthermore, please exercise caution regarding other factions within the base. The Wild Wolf Gang is merely the visible hyena. The real threat lies with Director Zhang of the Resource Allocation Department and the individuals behind him. They maintain close ties with the remnants of the military, advocating for harsh rule and resource centralization. Their stance towards powerful awakeners like yourselves, who are beyond their control, will not be as amicable as mine. This was both a gesture of goodwill and a warning. Lingyi nodded, acknowledging, I understand. The conversation concluded. Qian Wensen once again respectfully escorted Lingyi and Zero from the research center. As they walked back, Zero remained silent, seemingly engaged in a struggle to recall something. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her violet eyes meeting Lingyi's. Tentatively, she spoke. Lingyi, I think I remember something. Dad mentioned a key. He said I am the key. A key? Lingyi's gaze shifted, intrigued. Is it the key to unlock something, or the key to end something? Pandora's box has been opened, and now, Zero, the key that may perhaps seal the box, rests in his hands. The path ahead appears not only clearer, but also more tumultuous and grand. Chapter 18. The difficulties of the supply department. The price of rules. Upon returning to the cramped and dilapidated dormitory in District 7, I was starkly reminded of the cold, sterile environment of the research center. Lu Laosi and Li Hao quickly gathered around, inquiring with concern about the outcome of my meeting. I briefly recounted my conversation with Professor Chen, omitting the core details regarding Zero's origins, and instead emphasizing the connection between the Pandora Project and the origins of the apocalypse, as well as the factional disputes between the Academy within the base and the Supply Distribution Department. The Supply Distribution Department? Director Zhang? Lu Laosi furrowed his brow. I overheard some murmurs while fetching water during the day. That fellow is no good. It is said that he siphons off rations meant for ordinary people to support his own private soldiers, and even engages in the trafficking of supplies, ruthless and unscrupulous. Professor Qin, however, appeared to be a serious researcher. Lin Shui pondered, yet what he mentioned was terrifying. Extraterrestrial samples? The maternal body? Can we truly contend with such entities? The mood among the group grew heavy. Initially, we believed survival was our only challenge, but we soon discovered it was entwined with such a horrifying truth and a vast conspiracy. Whether we can resist will be addressed later. My tone remained calm as I stated. The immediate concern is that someone does not wish for us to ponder in peace. No sooner had I spoken than there was a loud and violent knocking at the dormitory door, more akin to a battering than a polite knock. Open the door. Routine inspection by the supply distribution department. A brash voice boomed from outside. Li Hao's expression shifted, glancing at me. I nodded slightly. When the door swung open, 5 or 6 men clad in matching blue uniforms, with supply insignias on their arms, stood outside. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with slanted eyes and prominent cheekbones, his features betraying a mean disposition. He held a clipboard, and his haughty gaze swept over the cramped room, momentarily glinting with lewdness upon seeing Zero and Lin Shui, before quickly concealing it. Who is in charge here? The man with slanted eyes feigned ignorance, fixing his gaze on me. I replied coolly. I am the captain of the 3rd inspection team of the supply distribution department, Ho Yong. The man with slanted eyes raised his chin, declaring that according to base regulations, all newly settled personnel must undergo a secondary inspection and registration of their supplies to prevent any omissions or concealments from the previous day. We kindly ask for your cooperation by opening all backpacks and luggage. A secondary inspection? We just registered yesterday, and now you return? This is clearly a deliberate provocation. Their attitude was exceedingly foul. Lu Laosi and the others immediately displayed their ire. Was this not blatant bullying? My gaze turned icy. Realizing that Professor Qin's warning had materialized swiftly, this Director Zhang was eager to send someone to probe and harass us. And if I refuse? I inquired calmly. Ho Yong seemed to have anticipated my retort, a chilling smile creeping across his face. Refusal to cooperate? That constitutes a violation of base regulations. We have the authority to forcibly confiscate all supplies and expel you from the base, or confine you for reflection. His subordinates stepped forward menacingly, hands resting on their batons, instantly heightening the tension within the dormitory. Zero, filled with fear, sought refuge behind Ling Yi, while Lin Shui and Sun Xiaoyan turned pale. Yet, Ling Yi suddenly smiled. Though his smile held no warmth. Mandatory confiscation? Expulsion? Is that a threat you can enforce? Ho Yong, incensed by his demeanor, barked. You think some mysterious ability gives you the right to act so brazenly? This is the base. Here, if you're a dragon, you must curl up. If you're a tiger, you must lie low. Move. Search him. The subordinates, resembling wolves ready to pounce, surged forward to seize the backpack. However, Lu Si and Li Hao immediately positioned themselves in defense, glaring furiously. Just as the conflict was on the verge of eruption, Ling Yi remained motionless, merely uttering coolly. Rule modification. The 2-square-meter area at the entrance of this dormitory will have a gravitational constant temporarily adjusted to 20 times that of Earth. A powerful, invisible force descended instantaneously. The inspection team members, including their leader Ho Yong, who had just crossed the threshold with aggression, felt an overwhelming weight bearing down upon them, as if countless invisible sandbags were forcefully pinning them to the ground. Gasping for breath, they fell to the floor with a series of dull thuds and muffled groans. All the inspection team members, without exception, were immobilized by the terrifying gravity, their faces pressed against the filthy ground, their limbs rendered as still as if welded in place, unable even to lift a finger. Their bones emitted anguished creaks under the strain, their insides violently compressed, making breathing excruciatingly difficult, their faces turning a deep shade of purple. Only their eyes retained the ability to move, filled with sheer horror, pain, and confusion. 20 times the gravity. Such a force was beyond human endurance. Had Ling Yi not precisely controlled the magnitude to merely pin them down rather than crush them, they would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. In the corridor outside, a few onlookers were paralyzed with fear, retreating in terror as if they had encountered a ghost, gazing in disbelief at the bizarre and horrifying scene unfolding within the dormitory. What has transpired? Why has everyone from the supply department suddenly collapsed? That young man hasn't even moved. Lu Si, Li Hao, and the others stood in stunned silence, though they were aware of Ling Ye's strength. Each display of his ability to reshape reality through mere words left them utterly astounded. Ling Yi slowly approached Ho Yong, whose eyes bulged in distress. Nearly choking under the immense pressure, he crouched down, observing the contorted face twisted in agony. Now, can we speak calmly? Ho Yong emitted a rasping sound from his throat. His eyes filled with dread and pleading. Ling Yi slightly alleviated the pressure on his head, allowing him to barely produce words. Please spare me, my lord, spare me. Ho Yong managed to squeeze out a plea, devoid of his earlier bravado. Who sent you? Ling Yi inquired. It was Director Zhang. He said he wanted to teach you a lesson and find out your background. Ho Yong confessed, trembling with fear. Is it true that the base's supplies are often embezzled and sold off? Yes, mainly in the northern district. It's tacitly approved from above. How many people does Director Zhang have under his command? What is their strength? There are over 50 enforcers, all awakened, predominantly of the strength and speed types, with ranks spanning D and C levels. Director Zhang himself is a B-level Earth-type ability user, capable of controlling a portion of the base's guards. Whenever Ling Yi inquired, Ho Yong answered, fearful that any delay might result in him being crushed into a pulp. Having acquired the desired information, Ling Yi rose and rescinded the gravity rule. Ho Yong and his companions, akin to drowning individuals finally rescued, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Gazing at Ling Yi as if he were the most terrifying demon. Relay this to Director Zhang. Ling Yi's voice was frigid. I have received his welcoming gesture. My rules are simple. Do not provoke me, and we shall coexist peacefully. Should you dare to extend your hand again. Ling Yi's gaze swept over the few individuals sprawled on the ground like dead dogs. I would not hesitate to facilitate a change in the head of the Resource Allocation Office. Now leave. Ho Yong and the others, feeling as if granted a reprieve, crawled away in a disheveled manner, supporting each other as they fled the dormitory building, not daring to retrieve the fallen record board. The crowd outside the corridor had already scattered in terror. News swept through the base like a tempest. The inspection team from the resource department attempted to confront him, yet they were met with utter defeat before even entering, being unceremoniously tossed out like dead dogs. They hadn't even discerned how the attack was executed. The fearsome reputation of the ruling force was once again elevated to unprecedented heights. This time, not only the lower-tier survivors and the Wild Wolf Gang thugs faced defeat, but also key departments within the base's management had been humiliated before him. Dormitory 203 in Building 7 of the North District had become a no-go zone, instilling fear in anyone who dared to approach. Within the dormitory, Lu Laosi and others were exhilarated, yet somewhat anxious. Brother Ling Yi, with such assertiveness, do you think Director Zhang might act out of desperation? Li Hao worriedly asked. Desperation would be preferable, Ling Yi replied indifferently. It would resolve matters all at once, sparing me from further complications. He was never afraid of trouble. Rather, he feared that trouble would not be significant enough to warrant his intervention. Indeed, within an hour, another visitor arrived at the doorstep of 203. This time, it was Vice Dean Qian Wensen. He looked at Ling Yi with a wry smile. Mr. Ling Yi, your commotion is quite pronounced. Director Zhang is nearly beside himself with rage and has escalated the matter to the base management committee. And Ling Yi arched an eyebrow. Professor Qin has suppressed the issue, stating that you are vital talents deserving of special consideration during these extraordinary times. For the time being, Director Zhang does not dare to confront you openly, but his covert maneuvers will surely be relentless. Qian Wensen presented a card. This is a special approval from Professor Qin, a token of good faith from the Academy of Sciences. With it, you can access the exchange points in the inner city at internal prices for essential supplies. And you may also undertake higher reward research institute commission tasks. It was a silver metallic card emblazoned with the emblem of the Academy of Sciences and a unique identification number. Ling Yi accepted the card and nodded. Professor Qin was extending an olive branch, seeking to leverage his influence to counterbalance the resource department. He bore no objection to being utilized, as long as the terms were favorable. Moreover, with a lowered voice, Qian Wensen conveyed that Professor Qin requested I inform you that should there be any unusual large-scale activities from the material department in the near future, it would be appreciated if you could promptly notify the Academy of Sciences. This hinted at a collaboration. Ling Yi glanced at Qian Wensen with a faint smile, responding nonchalantly. It depends on my mood. Qian Wensen gave a wry smile, aware that he could not press further, and took his leave. Ling Yi toyed with the metallic card in his hand. An exchange point in the inner district? A commission from the Research Institute? Perhaps it was time to acquire something of substance while also uncovering what secrets this base might still harbor. And if Director Zhang were wise enough, he would learn to obediently play the role of a mere ornament. Should he lack such wisdom, Ling Yi would not hesitate to reshape the rules of the base once more. Chapter 19. Exchange in the Inner District, Commission from the Research Institute. The silvery metallic card spun on Ling Yi's fingertips, reflecting a sharp glimmer of light. The special authorization granted by the Academy of Sciences resembled a key, poised to unlock the gateway to the core resource area of the base. I shall visit the exchange point in the Inner District. Ling Yi declared as he tucked the card away, addressing those in the dormitory. Lu Laosi, Li Hao, accompany me to assist with carrying supplies. Lin Shui, you three stay behind to look after Zero and secure the door. Yes, big brother, Ling Yiji. The two designated immediately rose, their expressions brimming with excitement and anticipation. The inner district, after all, was a place reserved for the elite within the base, a realm beyond the reach of ordinary survivors. Zero lifted her gaze, her violet eyes fixed on Ling Yi, softly inquiring, am I not allowed to go? She seemed intrigued by the distinct allure of that place. Ling Yi pondered for a moment. The inner district was heavily guarded, and with the Academy's endorsement, it should be far safer than the chaotic northern district. Perhaps bringing her along would facilitate her acclimatization to the environment. We might as well go together, Ling Yi decided. Zero promptly descended from her bed and obediently stood beside him, leaving Lin Shui and the three girls to safeguard the supplies and dormitory. Ling Yi departed the northern district with Zero, Lu Laosi, and Li Hao, heading towards the core inner district of the base. As they approached the inner district, the transformation of the environment became increasingly apparent. The roads were impeccably maintained, even attended by dedicated cleaners. The buildings stood intact, with windows fully intact. The frequency and equipment level of the patrols surpassed that of the exterior, their sharp eyes scanning every passerby. The air was devoid of the unpleasant acrid and decaying stench. Instead, one could glimpse individuals clad in respectable attire meandering through, their expressions still marked by worry, yet not as numb and despairing as those from the northern district. The entrance to the inner district was a fortified steel gate, flanked by sentry posts, the barrels of heavy machine guns exuding a chilling aura of death. The guards inspected Ling Ye's silver card, meticulously verifying his identity. Their demeanor, while not warm, was markedly more professional and restrained than that of their northern counterparts. The gates slowly ascended, revealing the inner landscape. It resembled a meticulously maintained island of solitude in a post-apocalyptic world, shaded by greenery, albeit transplanted and not particularly lush. The streets were spotless, and there was even a small central square with a fountain, now dry. The primary structures comprised the former university's administrative building, library, upscale faculty apartments, and the tightly guarded research center. The exchange point is situated within a former bank building, where two armed guards stand sentinel at the entrance. The interior is brightly illuminated, suggesting the presence of an independent power supply. The counters are immaculate, and even the cool air from the air conditioning starkly contrasts with the sweltering environment outside. A few staff members in pristine uniforms stand behind the counter, their expressions imbued with a subtle sense of superiority characteristic of the inner city. Scattered throughout the area are individuals who resemble awakened beings or leaders of small teams, engaged in transactions. Upon noticing the arrival of Ling Yi and his companions, particularly the striking young woman with silver hair and violet eyes, they cast astonished and scrutinizing glances. Ling Yi strides confidently to an unoccupied counter and presents a silver card. The staff member accepts the card and swipes it through a device, causing the screen to display Ling Ye's basic information and privilege level. As the designation of Special Consultant, Temporary, of the Academy along with an elevated privilege level appears, the staff member's indifference is swiftly replaced by astonishment and respect. Mr. Ling, greetings. How may I assist you with your exchange today? The staff member's tone has turned exceedingly courteous. Ling Yi glances at the scrolling exchange list displayed on the wall. The list is categorized into several sections: food, medicine, weapons, ammunition, tools, materials, and even items related to abilities. The prices for food are exorbitant. A pack of compressed biscuits costs 10 points. An ordinary worker might earn only 23 points for a day's labor, and fresh fruits and vegetables are priced even higher. Medicines are scarce, particularly antibiotics, which command a steep price. Weapons are similarly costly, with a standard rifle requiring several hundred points, and ammunition priced individually. Ling Ye's gaze bypasses these categories, landing instead on those pertaining to abilities and materials. Energy Crystal Core, F grade, 50 points each. Energy Crystal Core, E grade, 200 points each. Energy Crystal Core, D grade, 1,000 points each. Energy Crystal Core, C grade, 5,000 points each. Out of stock. Unknown energy, or low purity, 300 points per kilogram. Material for mutated biological bone blades. Price varies by quality. Primary physical enhancement agent. Research Institute trial product, 8,000 points per unit. Effects unknown. Carries risks. Mental stabilizer. Research Institute trial product, 5,000 points per unit. Effects unknown. Carries risks. The prices on the list leave Lu Laosi and Li Hao astounded. They could scarcely afford a single E-grade crystal core with their arduous efforts. However, Ling Yi remains unfazed. He directly retrieves the highest quality dark red crystal core. obtained from the lair of the cult and infused with the essence of Saru and the will of the mother, placing it on the counter. Please appraise this. The walnut-sized core, seemingly containing dark red molten energy flowing within, emanates a pure and immense wave of energy. The moment it is revealed, it captures the attention of everyone within the exchange point. Gasps of astonishment ensue. What grade of crystal core is that? The energy fluctuations are astonishing. I've never seen a color like that. It must be at least B grade. No, it could be even higher. The staff behind the counter were utterly astonished, their eyes wide and hands trembling. They swiftly grasped a specialized scanner to assess the crystal core. The scanner emitted a rapid beeping sound, and the numbers on the screen fluctuated wildly before finally settling on a staggering figure. AA grade. Energy purity SS. The staff's voice quivered with disbelief. I apologize, Mr. Ling, but this is of immense value. I must consult our supervisor immediately. Before long, a middle-aged man, donned in gold-rimmed glasses and exuding the air of a manager, hurried over, equally taken aback by the crystal core. He addressed Ling Yi with utmost respect, stating, Mr. Ling, the worth of this crystal core is incalculable. According to base regulations, for rare resources above grade A, we recommend conducting transactions directly with the Research Institute through auction or barter. It would be a shame to exchange it here for points. However, should you insist on redeeming points, we can provisionally value it at 500,000 points. 500,000 points. Lu Laosi and Li Hao nearly gasped in disbelief. 500,000. How many compressed biscuits would that buy? The other patrons in the exchange area were equally envious, their eyes glinting with greed as they gazed at the crystal core. Yet, the terrifying rumors surrounding the governing rules compelled them to bow their heads, fearful of harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Ling Yi remained non-committal regarding the offered price. To him, points were merely a number. His primary concern lay in the core's practical applications. A direct transaction with the Research Institute? What can be exchanged? He inquired. The manager promptly handed him a tablet displaying an internal exchange list, accessible only to those with high-level permissions. The items listed captivated Ling Yi's attention. Customized combat suit, latest materials from the Research Institute, defense comparable to heavy armor, extremely lightweight, with the ability to add minor resistances based on supernatural abilities. High-frequency cutting blade, prototype exceptionally effective against mutated creature shells and defensive supernatural abilities. Portable energy shield generator, prototype capable of withstanding several attacks below grade C. Supernatural awakening serum, high purity version increases awakening probability and reduces risk, accessible only to those with significant contributions to the Academy. Ancient rune stone tablet, excavated artifact suspected to be related to the origins of supernatural abilities, undecipherable, extremely high research value. Maternal nest active tissue sample, extremely dangerous, requires grade S permission and special containment for specific research purposes. The items on the list, whether equipment or information, far surpassed what was available at the external exchange, particularly the last few entries, which delved into the most profound secrets of this post-apocalyptic world. Ling Yi's gaze lingered on the ancient runestone tablet and the maternal nest active tissue sample for a moment. This crystal core could procure 7 customized combat suits, 2 high-frequency cutting blades, and 2 energy shield generators. Ling Yi made his decision. Acquiring equipment was the most immediate way to enhance the team's strength. As for the research items, there would be opportunities for those later. The manager appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly unprepared for Ling Yi's pragmatic choice, but quickly nodded. Not a problem. Absolutely no problem. Please wait a moment. I will arrange for the goods immediately. Soon, several sealed metal boxes were delivered. Upon opening, they revealed 7 sets of sleek black combat suits that exuded a sense of advanced technology. Light as silk, yet remarkably resilient. 2 elegantly designed short blades, their edges shimmering with faint blue arcs of electricity, and 2 palm-sized metallic blocks, akin to mobile phones, which were energy shield generators. Ling Yi instructed Lu Laosi and Li Hao to stow away the equipment. The A-grade crystal nucleus was carefully packed by the manager in a specially designed container, ready to be sent to the Research Institute. This transaction had once again astonished the entire inner-city exchange point. To exchange what appeared to be an invaluable A-grade crystal nucleus for a collection of ordinary gear? Such audacity and unconventional thinking left many utterly bewildered. The title of Rule Master began to circulate throughout the inner city. Just as Ling Yi was about to depart, the manager hurriedly approached him, respectfully presenting a document. Mr. Ling, this is an urgent commission recently issued by the Academy of Sciences, specifically requesting your consideration. The remuneration is exceptionally generous, including any item from the Institute's repository or an opportunity to utilize the psychic obelisk. The psychic obelisk? Ling Yi took the document, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. What could this be? It was something the Institute had recently unearthed from an ancient relic, seemingly capable of purifying supernatural abilities, enhancing mental strength, and potentially triggering a secondary awakening. Incredibly precious, each use demanded immense energy, with very limited availability. The manager explained in a hushed tone, a glimmer of envy in his eyes. Ling Yi opened the mission brief. Urgent commission. Clear the C7 underground pipeline. Description. A large-scale infestation of mutated cockroaches and blood-sucking rats has occurred in the underground pipeline of the C7 area at the southwestern corner of the base, posing a severe threat to the area's foundation stability and the safety of the purification water system. It is suspected that a peak C-grade mutated rat king exists among the rat horde, and conventional cleaning teams have suffered heavy losses. Requirements. Completely eradicate the mutated biological entities within the pipeline, confirm and eliminate the rat king. Danger level. A-grade. Recommendation. A minimum of 3 B-grade combat awakened individuals or a team of equivalent strength is advised. Reward. 50,000 points. Choose any item from the Institute's repository or one opportunity to use the Psychic Obelisk. An A-grade dangerous mission. A peak C-grade rat king. Lu Laosi and Li Hao were left feeling anxious. This mission was exceedingly perilous. The underground pipeline's environment was complex, visibility was limited, and being surrounded by rats was nothing short of a nightmare. Yet, the reward was undeniably tempting. The chance to select any item from the Institute's repository, or that formidable-sounding opportunity to use the Psychic Obelisk. Ling Yi gazed at the mission brief, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Underground? Rat Horde? Peak C-grade? This was precisely the opportunity to test the new equipment and allow his team to witness a true battle. Furthermore, he was quite intrigued by the Psychic Obelisk. With that, Ling Yi folded the mission brief and said to the manager, I accept the task. Chapter 20. The Underground Rat Tide and the Purification of the Obelisk at the southwestern corner of the University City base. The entrance to the C7 area loomed, a massive sewage pipe with a diameter exceeding 3 meters, resembling the gaping maw of a beast, unfathomably deep, exhaling foul, polluted air mixed with a strong scent of blood and the distinct stench of rodents. Around the mouth of the pipe lay scattered remnants of shattered weaponry, torn fragments of anti-stab vests, and dried, darkened bloodstains, silently narrating the gruesome fate of the previous cleanup crew. The Lingya squad had assembled in full, their gear renewed and gleaming. The 7 donned specially crafted black combat suits from the Academy of Sciences, the fabric lightweight and form-fitting yet remarkably resilient, allowing for unhindered movement. With reinforced designs at the joints, Lu Laosi and Li Hao wielded high-frequency cutting blades, crackling with ethereal blue arcs. Feeling the faint hum and the sharpness of the air being sliced by the blades, their faces radiating excitement and confidence. Lin Shui, Sun Xiaoyan, and Zhao Xiaya were also equipped with new fire axes and rubber clubs, their spirits high. Zero was protected in the center of the formation, seemingly displeased by the foul atmosphere, her brow slightly furrowed, the pure glow emanating from her dimmed somewhat. Ling Ye himself maintained his composed demeanor, securing an energy shield generator at his waist, while entrusting another to Lu Laosi for emergencies. Check your gear, prepare to enter, Ling Ye commanded, Laosi in the lead. Li Hao at the rear, maintain formation, watch your step and overhead. Zero, stay close to me. Yes, the team responded in unison, activating the bright searchlights on their helmets as they filed into the dark, death-laden underground network. The interior of the pipe proved more spacious than anticipated. Yet the environment was exceedingly harsh. The ground was covered with thick, foul-smelling sludge and stagnant water that rose to their ankles, while the walls were cloaked in a thick layer of slime-dripping moss and fungi. The beams of their lights barely pierced the oppressive darkness, illuminating only a few meters ahead, beyond which lay an abyss that devoured all light. The air was thick with the stench and an unsettling, restless energy. Squeak, squeak. Less than 100 meters in, a cacophony of spine-chilling, gnawing sounds echoed from the darkness ahead. The noise grew closer, swelling like a rising tide. Here they come. Prepare for battle, Lu Laosi bellowed, gripping his high-frequency blade tightly. In the next moment, countless pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life in the shadows. Like a flood breaking its banks, thousands of fist-sized, greasy-furred, razor-toothed mutated blood-sucking rats erupted forth, shrieking in a frenzy, surging along the walls and the surface of the sewage. The sheer number was enough to send any sufferer of claustrophobia into instant despair. My God, Sun Xiaoyan gasped, her face paling, despite being mentally prepared. The reality of the terrifying tide of rodents still left her weak in the knees. Steady. Ling Ye's voice remained calm and collected. Rule modification, 0 the air friction in the forward fan-shaped area. An invisible force suddenly acted upon the leading edge of the oncoming tide of rats. Those mutant rodents, propelled by friction against the walls and ground, suddenly found themselves devoid of any purchase. Their sharp claws could no longer grip anything, and the sludge beneath their feet lost its support. The forefront of the rat tide lost its balance, spiraling chaotically as if slipping on ice. Their speed drastically reduced. The following swarm, unable to halt in time, crashed into their fellows, igniting a tumultuous melee of trampling and biting. The momentum of the rat tide faltered. Now is the time. Kill! Lu Laozi and Li Hao seized the moment, charging forth with fierce roars. The high-frequency cutting blade traced an ethereal blue arc, effortlessly cleaving the mutated rats in two as if they were mere butter beneath a hot knife. Its sharpness surpassed that of ordinary weapons. Lin Shui and her companions summoned their courage, wielding fire axes and rubber batons to fend off the approaching hordes of rats. Ling Yi moved with an air of nonchalance, and when a stray rat lunged at him, it was mysteriously repelled by an invisible force, or would suddenly freeze in motion with a mere touch from him. Its head would explode as if it were a watermelon. Zero closely followed him, seemingly intimidated by the grotesque creatures. Yet, when one rat broke through their defenses, shrieking as it lunged at Sun Xiaoyan's back, Zero instinctively extended her hand. A gentle white light flickered, and the rat emitted a chilling scream, as if seared, enveloped in black smoke before collapsing, convulsing briefly before becoming still. The purifying power seemed to inflict additional harm upon these creatures, tainted by corrupt energy. Witnessing Zero's effectiveness bolstered the morale of the group. The battle raged on for several minutes, the carcasses of the rodents piling high, their viscous black blood staining the wastewater even deeper. Yet, the tide of rats appeared inexhaustible, continuing to surge forth from the depths of the pipes. This slaughter seemed endless. We must locate the Rat King, Lu Laozi gasped, his high-frequency blade smeared with the sticky, foul blood. Ling Ye's gaze swept towards the depths of the pipes. His senses had already locked onto the most formidable and ferocious source of energy, just ahead at a large junction. Follow me. Ling Yi forged ahead, the power of the rules subtly at work, parting the obstructing rat swarm as if an invisible hand were clearing a path. The squad quickly followed, advancing rapidly. Before long, a vast junction resembling an underground plaza loomed before them. The space was expansive, with numerous thick pipes descending from above. In the center of the plaza, atop a mound of refuse, bones, and tattered fabric, lay a colossal creature. It was a giant rat king, its size comparable to that of a small car. Its fur was no longer the greasy black of ordinary rats. Instead, it bore a dark red hue reminiscent of molten lava, adorned with patches of bony armor. Its scarlet eyes, large as lanterns, radiated cruelty and greed. Its tail lashed the ground like a steel whip, splattering murky water, while its roar reverberated through the entire pipe system. A peak C-class mutated entity, it seemed to be on the very brink of B-class. Surrounding it were dozens of elite rat guards, each significantly larger than typical mutated rats, their fangs exceptionally sharp. Upon noticing the intruders, especially sensing Zero's repugnant purifying aura, the Rat King let out a furious roar. The immense sound wave threatened to rupture the eardrums of all present. It propelled itself with astonishing speed, its massive body charging at the team like a heavy tank, its gaping maw large enough to swallow a person whole. Scatter, Ling Yi commanded sharply, simultaneously unleashing the power of the rules. Rule modification, target the Mouse King, visual imaging and spatial distance perception, error increased by 300. As the charging Mouse King suddenly perceived the scene before it twisting and blurring, what had once seemed close at hand now appeared distant and elusive. Its determined leap resulted in a catastrophic misjudgment of distance, leading it to crash violently against the hard concrete wall. A deafening roar erupted, stones scattering in every direction. Dazed and bewildered, the Mouse King shook its head, emitting a confused yet furious roar. The elite mouse guards surrounding it seemed to receive a command, frantically charging towards the squad members. Protect Zero, Ling Yi commanded Lu Laozi and the others, while he swiftly advanced to confront the disoriented Mouse King. Enraged, the Mouse King lashed out with its tail, akin to a steel whip, creating a sharp whooshing sound with a force capable of crushing a car. Ling Yi stood his ground, calmly stating, Rule modification, contact point kinetic energy, absorb and reflect 50. The Mouse King's tail struck the invisible barrier of rules before Ling Yi, producing a dull thud. However, that terrifying force, potent enough to shatter stone, was instantaneously halved by the barrier, followed by a resounding thud. The Mouse King let out a painful howl, feeling as though the spot where its tail had struck had been met with an equally immense counterforce. Cracks appeared at the joints of its tail. Rule feedback. The Mouse King, both astonished and enraged, opened its mouth to expel a stream of dark green, foul-smelling, corrosive slime. Rule modification, breath component, acidity and alkalinity reversed. The dark green slime rapidly lightened in color during its flight, the irritating odor dissipating, ultimately transforming into a harmless, slightly briny clear liquid that splashed upon Ling Yi without even dampening his combat suit. The Mouse King was utterly confounded. All its methods of attack rendered meaningless, even ludicrous. Before this human, Ling Yi seized the opportunity. He raised his hand, fingers poised, targeting the Mouse King's enormous head. Rule modification, internal cranial pressure of the target, instantaneously increased tenfold. The Mouse King's blood-red eyes bulged outward, filled with excruciating pain and terror. It scarcely had time to emit a final wail before, pop, like an overinflated balloon. The Mouse King's hardened skull could not withstand the abrupt surge of internal pressure, violently bursting from within. A mixture of red and white matter, interspersed with shattered bone, erupted radially, splattering across its lair and leaving chaos in its wake. The massive headless corpse crashed to the ground, twitching a few times before falling silent. The Mouse King was dead. In that moment, the remaining elite mouse guards and the ordinary mouse horde seemed to lose their backbone, emitting frantic squeaks, their offensive disarrayed as they began to scatter in panic. Seizing the moment, Lu Laozi and the others, relieved of pressure, swiftly dispatched the remaining threats. The entire underground diversion hub finally returned to a haunting silence, the only remnants being the thick, overwhelming stench of blood and the scattered mouse corpses. Is it over? Li Hao, leaning on his high-frequency blade, gasped for breath as he gazed at the immense headless corpse of the Mouse King, still finding it difficult to believe. A sea-level pinnacle, or perhaps even a creature nearing B-level, was effortlessly vanquished by Brother Ling Yi as if it were but an insignificant insect. Ling Yi approached the corpse of the rodent king, utilizing his high-frequency blade to cleave open its chest cavity. To his satisfaction, he discovered a fist-sized, dark red crystal core pulsating with exceedingly chaotic energy. Although its quality did not match that of Saru's, it far surpassed an ordinary sea level. Clear the battlefield and collect valuable materials, especially the minions and carapace of the rodent king, Ling Yi commanded. The team promptly sprang into action, some cutting materials while others stood vigilant. Zero approached Ling Yi, gazing at the dark red crystal core, and whispered, "Its energy is chaotic and in pain." Ling Yi secured the crystal core, stating, "Power knows no right or wrong. It merely depends on who wields it." The cleanup was swiftly completed. Once assured that no threats remained, the team retraced their steps. The journey to their destination had been arduous, yet the return was unimpeded. As they emerged from the underground network into the light of day, albeit a dim red hue, they found vehicles and personnel from the Academy of Sciences awaiting their arrival. Leading them was Vice President Qian Wensen, who, upon seeing Ling Yi and his team emerge unscathed, particularly noted the rodent king's fangs and carapace being carried by Lu Laozi. And a smile of astonishment spread across his face. "Wonderful, Mr. Ling Yi. You have truly succeeded. The base management committee will surely reward you handsomely," Qian Wensan exclaimed with excitement. Ling Yi handed back the mission report, inquiring, "What about the reward?" Qian Wensan quickly responded, "The points have already been credited to your access card. As for selecting an item from the research repository or utilizing the opportunity at the psionic obelisk, please follow me to the research center for your personal selection." In the underground third level of the research center lay a heavily fortified chamber, secured by energy barriers and alloy doors. At the center of this chamber stood an obelisk approximately 3 meters high, sculpted from an unknown grayish-white stone. Its surface was adorned with ancient and intricate runes, unlike any known civilization on Earth, which currently emitted a faint, pulsating blue glow akin to breath. A peculiar energy field enveloped the entire chamber, invigorating all who entered, as if their thoughts had become markedly clearer. "This is the psionic obelisk," Qian Wensan introduced with a tone of reverence. "We have yet to fully decipher its principles, but we are certain it can purify psionic abilities, enhance mental strength, and even has a slight chance of inducing a second awakening. However, the process may entail certain risks and mental shocks." Ling Yi sensed that the energy fluctuations emanating from the obelisk were unlike any he had previously encountered, more ancient, pure, and directly connected to the essence of existence. Even the power of rules within his consciousness stirred restlessly. "Who will go first?" Ling Yi asked his teammates. This was a rare opportunity. Lu Laozi and the others exchanged glances, excitement tempered by apprehension. "I'll go first," Li Hao declared, determination etched on his features as he stepped forward, eager to grow stronger. Under Qian Wensen's guidance, Li Hao pressed his hand against a recessed handprint on the obelisk's base. With a hum, the runes on the obelisk suddenly illuminated. A stream of blue light surged into Li Hao's body like flowing water. Li Hao's body suddenly stiffened, a visage of anguish and struggle contorting his face, with veins on his forehead bulging as if he were bearing immense pressure. Yet soon, the painful expression gradually softened, replaced by an epiphany and a sense of relief. His aura visibly solidified and grew stronger at an astonishing rate. Moments later, as the blue light receded, Li Hao opened his eyes, exclaiming with delight, "My power! It seems to have increased significantly. My mental acuity has also improved. I feel I can control my abilities more clearly." His power, a mere enhancement of physical strength, had evidently experienced a remarkable elevation. Next, Lu Laoxi, Lin Shui, Sun Xiaoyan, and Zhao Xiaoya approached in turn. The process was largely similar. Each endured a degree of mental upheaval, but ultimately reaped substantial benefits. Lu Laoxi's speed intensified, Lin Shui's perception sharpened, while Sun Xiaoyan and Zhao Xiaoya's physical prowess was notably enhanced. Finally, it was Zero's turn. With a hint of hesitation, she glanced at Ling Yi. "Give it a try," Ling Yi encouraged. Zero placed her small hand upon the recess. Buzz. The reaction of the obelisk was utterly different. All the runes erupted in an unprecedented brilliance of blue light. The entire chamber was illuminated as if it were daylight. A vast, pure, yet venerable spiritual force surged into Zero's body like a tidal wave. Her form trembled violently, her silver hair dancing without wind, and she emitted a pained groan. Her expression contorted in excruciating agony, as if she could not withstand the force. "This is bad. Energy overload." Qian Wensin's countenance changed dramatically. Ling Ye's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly intervened, placing a hand on Zero's shoulder. "Rule modification. Temporarily optimize the energy circulation rate and threshold within Zero's body." A gentle yet supreme force of regulation intervened, acting like the most intricate of dampers, aiding Zero in channeling the immense ancient energy. Her painful expression gradually eased, while the pure white light surrounding her began to merge with the obelisk's blue halo, as if they were resonating in some wondrous harmony. A faint purple mark, strikingly similar to one of the runes on the obelisk, flickered into existence on her forehead before vanishing. Minutes later, the blue light slowly receded. Zero opened her eyes, her violet irises deepening and brightening, her previously fragile form now appearing considerably more solid, emanating a purifying glow that was both softer and more potent. It seemed she had gained immensely. As everyone completed their baptism, their gazes ultimately fell upon Ling Yi. Stepping forward, he placed his hand upon the recess. Curiosity stirred within him. Would this creation from an unknown civilization bear any influence on his transcendent force of regulation? Buzz. The obelisk fell silent for a moment. Then, as if thoroughly awakened, all the runes ceased emitting blue light, instead unleashing an indescribable brilliance of silver and chaotic hues. The entire structure trembled violently, producing a deep, resonant hum reminiscent of ancient primordial echoes. An overwhelming will and energy, far surpassing the combined total of everyone before him, surged through Ling Ye's arm, crashing into his being. His body quivered slightly. He felt as though his consciousness had been instantaneously drawn into an infinite, peculiar realm composed of countless lines of rules and torrents of information. It was not a mere shock of energy, but rather a baptism of knowledge. Fragments of primordial rules concerning the universe, dimensions, energy, and matter surged forth. The obelisk seemed to be attempting to communicate and authenticate with the essence of his innate power. Ling Yi closed his eyes, channeling the power of the rules with all his might, absorbing, analyzing, and merging with the oncoming deluge of ancient information. Outside the chamber, the energy detection instruments of the entire research center spiked dramatically. The shrill alarm echoed through the underground. Qian Wensun and all the researchers were rendered pale with fright, completely oblivious to the events transpiring within. Only Zero seemed to sense something amiss, her violet eyes fixed on the tightly shut chamber door, her small face betraying a hint of concern, yet tinged with an inexplicable anticipation. After a considerable time, the resplendent light and violent tremors within the chamber gradually subsided. The obelisk returned to its previous tranquility, though its surface runes appeared significantly dimmed. Ling Yi slowly opened his eyes, and deep within his gaze, countless silver runes flickered and vanished. A cryptic smile, laced with a touch of realization and profound meaning, graced his lips. So this is how it is. Chapter 21. The Resonance of Rules. A storm was brewing. The light within the chamber had entirely receded, leaving only the faint blue glow of the obelisk's runes, which seemed considerably dimmer than before, as if the recent outburst had depleted a portion of its accumulated energy. Ling Yi gradually withdrew his hand from the groove. closing his eyes in contemplation, meticulously savoring the tumultuous yet gradually settling torrent of rule-based information in his mind. This was not a mere infusion of energy. It resembled an enlightenment. The obelisk harbored not a specific power system, but rather fragmented knowledge and descriptions regarding the foundational rules of the universe. It was akin to a key, unlocking a door to a deeper understanding. The rule modifications he had previously employed were more akin to a crude overlay and definition based on instinct and absolute will. Yet the information conveyed by the obelisk began to illuminate the very grammar and structure of these rules. For instance, when he had previously commanded the Rat King to increase pressure within its skull tenfold, it was a direct order. Now, he might grasp the interconnections between pressure, volume, and material strength, achieving similar effects in a more nuanced manner that consumed less energy, even yielding further variations. This marked the inception of a transformation from merely knowing the facts to understanding the underlying reasons. Although the information remained vast and fragmented, challenging to fully digest in a short span, his rule-based powers had undoubtedly embarked on a path that was broader and more profound. He even sensed a subtle enhancement in both the totality and precision of his mental prowess. "Lingyi, are you all right?" Zero's concerned voice pulled him from his reverie. Lingyi opened his eyes to find Zero and the team members gazing at him with anxious expressions, while Qian Wensan appeared shaken. "I'm fine." Lingyi shook his head, his expression serene, yet the depths of his profound gaze seemed even more elusive than before, as if they encapsulated the birth and demise of stars. Qian Wensan exhaled in relief, his heart still racing as he regarded the obelisk. The energy response just now had been utterly terrifying, causing all monitoring devices to overload. "Mr. Lingyi, how do you feel?" he inquired cautiously, his curiosity palpable. "I have greatly benefited," Lingyi replied nonchalantly, offering no further elaboration. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Qian Wensan refrained from probing further, but his assessment of Lingyi soared to an unimaginable level. To elicit such a violent reaction from the obelisk marked him as an unprecedented anomaly. Upon leaving the chamber and returning to the surface, Lu Laosi and his companions eagerly shared their joy at their newfound strength. The atmosphere considerably lightened. However, the moment they stepped outside the research center, an unusual tension enveloped them. The number of patrol teams in the inner-city streets had noticeably increased, their vigilant gazes scanning passersby. Some researchers who had initially regarded them with curiosity or reverence now hurriedly averted their eyes, quickening their pace. The air was thick with a sense of impending turmoil. Suddenly, Qian Wensan's communicator buzzed to life. Upon answering, his expression darkened considerably. "What happened?" Lingyi asked. Qian Wensan lowered the device, his voice laden with gravity. "Something's gone awry. Director Zhang has taken action," he quickly explained. "During the time we entered the underground network, Director Zhang, under the guise of inspecting supplies and restoring order, has suddenly dispatched personnel to seize several key warehouses and water supply points in the northern district. Furthermore, he has surrounded your dormitory, accusing you of colluding with external forces and attempting to subvert the base, intent on forcibly arresting Lin Shui and the others." "What?" Lu Laosi and Li Hao erupted in outrage. "That scoundrel, attacking while we are away." Ling Ye's gaze turned icy, the temperature around him seemingly dropping several degrees. "What about Lin Shui and the others?" Fortunately, Professor Qin received an early tip-off and dispatched a team of academy guards. They are currently in a standoff at the dormitory. And while no conflict has erupted yet, the situation is on the brink of explosion. Qian Wensan spoke urgently. "Director Zhang is determined to sever ties. He must have learned of your successful mission and immense enhancement, and fears he can no longer suppress it. Hence his preemptive strike to take hostages." "Seeking death," Lingyi uttered, his two words laced with a chilling intent that sent shivers down Qian Wensan's spine. "Mr. Lingyi, please do not act impulsively," Qian Wensan hastily urged. "Director Zhang has come fully prepared, with almost all of his awakened enforcers mobilized, and has even deployed at least a platoon of base guards he has bribed, equipped with heavy weaponry. If we charge in, lead the way," Lingyi interrupted, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. Recognizing the futility of further persuasion in the face of Ling Ye's calm, yet foreboding demeanor, Qian Wensan gritted his teeth. "All right, follow me. The academy will provide full support." The group swiftly made their way toward the Northern District dormitory building. The closer they approached, the more palpable the tension became. The road had been barricaded by individuals clad in blue uniforms from the supply department and camouflaged attire of the bought-off guards. Upon seeing Ling Yi and his companions, they immediately assumed a defensive stance, brandishing their weapons and shouting loudly, "Halt! Join enforcement by the supply department and the defense ministry. All unauthorized personnel, step back immediately." Ling Yi, unperturbed, continued his stride, casting a dispassionate glance at the obstructing figures. The rule had been amended. All weapons in the hands of the roadblockers, with internal firing pin structures, would become permanently inoperative. In silence, the rule was enacted. The guards and lackeys wielding rifles and submachine guns suddenly found themselves gripped by terror, realizing that no matter how forcefully they pulled the triggers, their weapons responded as though they were mere sticks. What is happening? Is the gun broken? Damn it! This bewilderment plunged the roadblockers into chaos and panic. Ling Yi, as if disregarding the very air around him, led his team directly through their midst. Those who attempted to intervene found themselves inexplicably slipping and falling to the ground, or being knocked over by their own comrades in the turmoil. The path ahead was unimpeded. Before long, the 7 dormitory buildings came into view. The scene was one of palpable tension. The dormitory was surrounded by dozens of armed soldiers and lackeys from the supply department, their weapons aimed at the entrance. At the doorway stood Lin Shui, Sun Xiaoyan, and Zhao Xiaoya, resolutely gripping fire axes, their faces pale yet undeterred, flanked by several guards in white uniforms from the Academy of Sciences, also armed, anxiously confronting the encircling aggressors. A middle-aged man in an officer's uniform, with a sinister demeanor, and a corpulent figure in the garb of a senior official from the supply department, stood outside the perimeter, brazenly shouting, "This is your final warning. Lay down your weapons and surrender at once. Otherwise, we will storm in. At that point, no one will be spared." "Nonsense. You are slandering us. Have the courage to wait for Brother Ling Ye's return," Lin Shui retorted angrily, her voice quivering with tension yet imbued with unwavering conviction. "Humph, Ling Yi. He might very well be dead outside." The fat man's taunts were cut short by a sudden commotion and gasps from behind them. The encirclement parted, creating a pathway, and all eyes widened in horror at the figure calmly advancing towards them. Ling Yi had returned. He walked forward with a serene demeanor, followed closely by Zero, Lu Laosi, Li Hao, and Qian Wensun. His gaze did not even acknowledge the weapons pointed at him, now rendered ineffective, but merely brushed over the officer and the corpulent man with indifference. "Who said I was dead?" Ling Ye's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the area, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. The officer and the fat man turned pale, instinctively retreating a step, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. They had not anticipated Ling Ye's swift return. And where were the individuals they had dispatched to intercept him? "Ling Yi, your timing is impeccable." The fat man feigned composure, his voice trembling with false bravado as he shouted, "You conspired with external forces. The evidence is irrefutable. Surrender immediately. Evidence." A mocking smile curled at the corner of Ling Ye's lips, present it for all to see. "You," the rotund man stammered, questioning the origin of their evidence, labeling the accusations as utterly unfounded. Ling Yi, disregarding his presence, shifted his gaze towards the officer, as a guardian of this base. "Do you comprehend the consequences of following such reckless orders and assaulting civilians?" The officer felt a chill creep into his heart under Ling Ye's penetrating stare. Yet the promise of a handsome reward from Director Zhang, coupled with the backing of powerful forces, compelled him to respond defiantly, "We are merely executing orders. Ling Yi, I advise against your futile resistance. We are many, armed with numerous weapons." Ling Yi interrupted him, slowly raising his hand. "Are you referring to these?" He snapped his fingers. "Rule modification. Centered here, within a radius of 100 meters, all explosive weapons possessed by non-allied personnel will undergo internal chemical reactions, resulting in permanent cessation of functionality." An overwhelming, intangible force surged forth in an instant. The next moment, a harrowing realization struck terror into the hearts of all encircled. Every firearm, grenade, and rocket launcher, every weapon reliant on explosive principles, had its internal structure irrevocably rewritten at the level of reality. All gunpowder and explosives instantaneously lost their chemical reactivity, transforming into completely useless, inert materials. Not merely rendered ineffective, they were utterly reduced to scrap metal. "What? My gun? The grenades? They've turned to stone." Panic spread like a plague among the encircled. Stripped of their primary support, the soldiers and thugs erupted into chaos, their morale crumbling in an instant. The officer and the rotund man turned pale with fear, attempting to flee. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Ling Ye's icy voice resonated like a death knell. "Rule modification. Target A, the officer, and Target B, the rotund man. The structural integrity of their knee joints reduced to 0. Crack, crack." Two distinct sounds of bone-shattering echoed. The officer and the rotund man emitted anguished cries akin to slaughtered pigs, their legs grotesquely bending backward as they collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Only the pitiful wails of the two leaders remained. All surrounding soldiers and thugs stood frozen, their limbs icy, gazing at the figure before them, resembling a demonic deity, too fearful to even breathe. Ling Ye's gaze swept over the trembling and circled once. Cast down your scrap metal. Then be gone. Within 3 seconds, anyone remaining in my line of sight, Ling Ye's voice paused, echoing like a final judgment, will bear the consequences. As his words fell, like a decree of clemency, the already terrified soldiers and thugs, akin to a tide, discarded their now useless weapons, fleeing in a frantic rush, lamenting their lack of speed as they scrambled to escape this nightmarish zone. In less than 10 seconds, the once densely packed area before the dormitory lay desolate, littered only with discarded weapons and the 2 leaders writhing on the ground in agony. Lu Si and Li Hao immediately rushed forward, binding the 2 culprits tightly. Lin Shui and her companions, witnessing the crisis dissipate, could no longer maintain their composure. Their legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground, their faces reflecting a mixture of relief and joy after their harrowing ordeal. Zero approached Ling Yi, gently grasping the hem of his garment. Ling Yi patted her hand, yet his gaze was fixed coldly towards the inner city. Director Zhang had provoked him time and again. It seemed the moment had come to personally visit this director of the Resource Allocation Department. Certain rules required re-establishment, and the individual responsible for setting them was presently in a foul mood. Chapter 22. Thunderous Measures. New turmoil. Ling Ye's gaze traversed the scattered debris of abandoned weapons and the 2 captives, who writhed in despair like maggots, before settling on the direction of the Resource Allocation Department in the inner city. That was the epicenter of this farce. Old 4, Li Hao, keep an eye on them. Ling Ye's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Vice Dean Qian, I would appreciate it if you could inform Professor Qin and the Base Management Committee that we will convene at the Resource Allocation Department in 10 minutes. Qian Wensun felt a jolt of apprehension. He understood that Ling Yi was serious. He promptly nodded and retrieved his communicator to make the necessary contacts. Ling Yi then turned to Lin Shui and the other 2 women, as well as Zero. You all stay in the dormitory, lock the door, and do not open it for anyone. After the recent fright, they needed rest and reassurance. However, Zero gently tugged at his garment, her violet eyes reflecting a mix of concern and determination. I want to go with you. It seemed she sensed something and wished to accompany Ling Yi rather than allow him to face it alone. Ling Yi glanced at her and nodded slightly. All right, stay close to me. He chose not to take anyone else along, just Zero. Together, they stepped forward, their figures swiftly becoming indistinct, as if merging with the air, moving with an astonishing speed far beyond ordinary perception towards the inner city. The power of the rules subtly distorted light and perception, allowing them to glide like phantoms through the streets, evading the notice of patrolling squads along the way. In the inner city, the Resource Allocation Department building stood as a 5-story structure, now resembling a tense war fortress. All windows were reinforced, and sandbag fortifications had been erected at the entrance. Over 20 armed guards, although their weapons had become useless under Ling Ye's rules, remained unaware of this fact. They were on high alert, their expressions tense as if facing a formidable enemy. Inside, shadows flitted about, and the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. On the top floor, in the lavish office of the director, Zhang Qiming, a slightly portly middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a sinister gaze, paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. He listened to the incessant reports of failures. The interception teams had lost contact, the encircling team's weapons had collectively malfunctioned, and 2 leaders had been captured. Each piece of news struck him like a heavy hammer, sending chills through him, and cold sweat soaked his expensive shirt. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Zhang Qiming, in a fit of rage, shattered a teacup. So many guns, so many people, and not a single one could be stopped. Does his ability have no limits? In the office sat several of his trusted subordinates, alongside a middle-aged man in a military officer's uniform with a similarly grim expression, Zhao Mang, the commander of the base's defense battalion, whom he had bribed. Old Zhang, it's pointless to say this now. Zhao Mang spoke in a low voice, his gaze fierce. That kid is incredibly devious. However, his audacity to charge here directly is akin to walking into a trap. I still have dozens of brothers by my side, all of whom are awakened ones. I refuse to believe he is truly invincible. As long as he dares to show his face, we shall swarm him and bury him under our numbers. Yes, Director, let us confront him head-on. At worst, we perish together. The awakened henchmen of the leader clamored, attempting to bolster their courage, yet the flicker of fear in their eyes remained unshakable. Ling Ye's prior display was nothing short of terrifying. Zhang Qiming gasped for breath, his gaze shifting unpredictably. Confront? With what shall we confront him? Our weapons have inexplicably malfunctioned, and the morale of my subordinates has crumbled. That Ling Yi possesses abilities akin to a specter. He had originally hoped to seize control of the hostages by catching him off guard. But now his plan lay in ruins, only to provoke the adversary further. Just as he hesitated, the heavy solid wood door of the office suddenly disintegrated into countless fine, uniform wood shavings that fluttered down like delicate dust. It was as if an invisible hand had employed the most sophisticated instruments to instantaneously dismantle it. At the entrance, the figures of Ling Yi and Zero emerged. Ling Yi slowly retracted his fingers, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Zero stood beside him, her violet eyes calmly surveying the horrified assembly within the office. It appeared all had gathered. Ling Ye's gaze swept over Zhang Qiming, Zhao Meng, and the other awakened leaders, his tone unremarkable yet chilling, leaving all feeling as though they were trapped in an icy abyss. "How did you come in?" Zhang Qiming stammered, retreating in fright until he collided with the desk, his voice high-pitched and distorted. "What are the guards downstairs? What are the mechanisms?" "We walked in," Ling Yi replied, stepping into the office, with Zero closely following. With each step he took, the pressure in the office intensified, and the air felt thick and viscous. "Fire! Quick fire!" Zhao Meng reacted the quickest, drawing his pistol, which had also become a useless hunk of metal, and aimed frantically at Ling Yi, attempting to pull the trigger. Click, click, click. The sound of the firing pin striking emptiness was crisp and mocking. The other awakened ones soon caught on, roaring as they unleashed their abilities. In an instant, fireballs, wind blades, earth spikes, and psychic shocks erupted in a dazzling display, all crashing toward Ling Yi at the door. Faced with an onslaught capable of obliterating an ordinary squad in an instant, Ling Yi did not even blink. Rule modification: all directed kinetic and energy attacks shall have their trajectories deflected by 90 degrees. A bizarre scene unfolded. The incoming fireballs and wind blades seemed to be nudged by an unseen hand, making sharp right-angle turns and crashing thunderously into the adjacent walls, ceiling, and the expensive mahogany bookshelf. Debris flew everywhere. Meanwhile, those psychic shocks vanished as if they had never existed at all. The office lay in utter disarray, yet the spot occupied by Ling Yi and Zero remained untouched by even a speck of dust. All attackers stood dumbfounded, their faces etched with despair and disbelief. How could we fight? None of our attacks could touch him in the slightest. "Monster! You are a monster!" An awakened one, on the brink of psychological collapse, screamed, turning to leap through the window in a desperate bid to escape. Rule modification: the spatial structure between the target and the window has been temporarily crystallized. The man collided headfirst with what was once an empty window, yet it felt as though he had struck an imperceptible, unyielding wall of diamond. With a dull thud, he let out a wretched scream and collapsed to the ground, his nose shattered and his face awash in blood. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness engulfed him. He was utterly crushed. Zhang Qiming was completely broken, slumped on the ground, his trousers stained and exuding a foul odor. Zhao Meng, too, was ashen-faced, his hand trembling violently around the pistol. Ling Yi approached Zhang Qiming, gazing down upon him with a frigid stare. "How do you wish to meet your end?" "Spare me, Lord Ling Yi. Please spare me." Zhang Qiming wept profusely, bowing repeatedly as if in fervent supplication. It was all Zhao Meng. He instigated me, and above him, it was Deputy Minister Liu from the Security Department. He implied that I could suppress you. I am not to blame. In this moment of life and death, he did not hesitate to betray both his accomplice and his superior. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng's face turned a deep shade of anger, yet he dared not retort. Ling Yi exhibited no interest in this sordid display of treachery. He extended his finger, pressing it against Zhang Qiming's forehead. Rule modification: memory information retrieval, keywords, embezzlement, misappropriation, trafficking. Framing: behind-the-scenes instigation. An invisible force surged into Zhang Qiming's mind, brutally extracting related fragments of memory. He let out a horrific wail, eyes rolling back, drool spilling forth, as though he were enduring the most harrowing of tortures. Moments later, Ling Yi withdrew his finger, and Zhang Qiming crumpled to the ground like a lifeless doll, his gaze vacant and saliva dripping from his mouth, evidently transformed into an imbecile. Ling Yi obtained all the information he sought, including the numerous hidden locations of supplies embezzled by Zhang Qiming over the years, evidence of his schemes against others, and the dealings with Deputy Minister Liu of the Security Department, as well as connections to even higher-ups. Subsequently, he employed the same method, rendering Zhao Meng and the other awakened leaders into idiocy as well. He had no patience for dialogue with these scum. He simply extracted their memories and disposed of them with efficiency and precision. Once this was accomplished, the office was left with a scattering of incapacitated fools and a few terrified secretaries. Ling Yi retrieved the list of concealed supplies obtained from Zhang Qiming's memories and tossed it to one of the relatively composed secretaries. According to this list, account for everything and deliver it to the North District Square to compensate the survivors who were deprived. Should anything be missing, you know the consequences. The secretary, trembling with fear, nodded repeatedly, as if bearing a sacred decree. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the office. Professor Qin Huiran arrived with Qian Wensin and several committee members from the base, flanked by a contingent of academy guards, in a flurry. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene in the office and the incapacitated Zhang Qiming and Zhao Meng, they collectively gasped, their expressions a mixture of shock and complexity. Although they had anticipated Ling Yi would take action, the swiftness and severity of his methods were staggering. Professor Qin looked at Ling Yi, momentarily at a loss for words. On one hand, he felt relief at the eradication of a malignant presence, yet on the other, he was chilled by Ling Ye's ruthlessly soul-extracting techniques. Ling Yi handed a note, inscribed with evidence of Vice Minister Lu's misconduct from Zhang Qiming's memory, to Professor Qin, stating, "This is a matter for you to handle. The chaos in the materials department is also yours to resolve." His tone suggested a mere act of tidying up rubbish rather than the recent upheaval of a significant power faction within the base. Professor Qin accepted the note, his hand trembling slightly, and nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, we will address this with the utmost seriousness and provide an explanation to all survivors." Ling Yi nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to say no more. Accompanied by Zero, he departed the materials distribution building under the weight of countless gazes filled with awe, fear, and complexity. This incident had indelibly imprinted the awe and terror of the ruling authority in the hearts of every high-ranking individual within the base. No one would dare to challenge his rules lightly again. However, just as Ling Yi believed the internal affairs of the base had reached a temporary resolution, a sliver of his mental energy, stationed on the periphery of the dormitory area for vigilant rule perception, suddenly detected an exceedingly faint, yet strikingly familiar energy fluctuation. It was in essence imbued with chaos and greed, exuding an insatiable desire to consume. Though it flickered momentarily, akin to a distant adherent bearing a badge who quickly retreated, it ignited a sense of vigilance within Ling Yi. Was it the remnants of a cult? Or had the tendrils of the mother body silently infiltrated deeper into the base? Ling Yi's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing the seemingly tranquil depths of the base. It appeared that the elimination of a few petty clowns did not equate to genuine peace. The waters ran deeper than anticipated. Chapter 23. Whispers of Shadows. Warnings of pure light. The turmoil within the materials distribution department resembled a sudden hurricane, violently sweeping through the entire university city base, only to subside with even greater swiftness. The news that Zhang Qiming, Zhao Meng, and their core entourage had been rendered utterly foolish struck the informed like a silent thunderclap, particularly Vice Minister Lu of the Security Department. Upon receiving a note inadvertently revealing portions of his incriminating evidence from Qin Huiran, was so terrified that he fell ill and failed to appear that night, causing his faction's influence to retract into silence. The base's management committee swiftly took control of the materials department, initiating an urgent audit of accounts and publicly returning previously withheld supplies to the survivors of the Northern District. Although still a mere drop in the bucket, it offered a glimmer of hope and fairness to the despairing populace. In the Northern District Square, the recipients of supplies displayed an expression for the first time that was not entirely numb. They engaged in hushed conversations, occasionally casting reverent glances towards the direction of the dormitory building. The title of ruler of the rules no longer solely represented terror and strength. It now carried an ineffable dignity, akin to a cold arbiter in a dark and tumultuous world. Yet, amidst the eye of the storm, Ling Yi did not indulge in this minor victory. That fleeting, familiar essence of the mother body pricked at his perception like a sharp thorn, reminding him that the true threat had never truly receded. Within the dormitory, Lu Laosi and Li Hao excitedly sorted through a new batch of supplies sent by the Academy of Sciences as a gesture of gratitude and compensation. This bounty included fresh provisions, clean drinking water, and even some recreational items, several decks of playing cards, and a few old books. Lin Shui and her two companions busied themselves with tidying up their living space, their faces adorned with a long-lost sense of relaxation. Lingen sat quietly by the bed, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Leaning against the wall, Ling Yi closed his eyes in deep concentration, not resting, but rather extending his awareness like the most delicate of spider webs, radiating from himself to the farthest corners of the base. He perceived the uncertainty and scheming of the high-ranking officials in the inner city. He witnessed the humble smiles of ordinary survivors yearning for a mere extra ration. He observed the sparks flying from artisans in the workshop area as they forged iron, and he discerned, in the shadows, the lingering greed and malice still taking root. Yet, that elusive essence of the source vanished like a cunning loach, leaving no trace to capture. The presence either possessed exceptional stealth or was merely the faint imprint left by a passerby. Ling Yi leaned towards the former hypothesis. It was not surprising that cultists like Saru could wield psychic communication abilities, indicating that the source behind them employed even more insidious methods. At that moment, Ling suddenly turned her head, a flicker of confusion and unease in her violet eyes, softly speaking to Ling Yi. "Brother Ling Yi, I think I heard that voice again." Ling Yi instantaneously opened his eyes. "What voice? Where?" Ling strained to listen, her slender fingers unconsciously entwined. "It's very vague, intermittent. Somewhat like what I heard in the underground arcade, but different. It seems like many people far away are crying and laughing together. It's loud and painful." Her description was not of specific language, but rather a resonance of chaotic mental impressions. "Can you sense the direction?" Ling Yi asked in a low voice. Ling closed her eyes, focusing her mind, a faint purifying white light emanating from her, as if striving to capture and filter the disordered messages. After a moment, she wearily opened her eyes and pointed in a direction. "That way, it seems to be coming from deeper underground, along with the sound of flowing water." "Deeper underground? The sound of flowing water?" Ling Yi's gaze sharpened. The underground pipeline system of the base was intricate and convoluted, encompassing not only the main sewage lines, but also deeper civil defense projects, underground water storage systems, and possibly unrecorded remnants of secret research facilities. It was a realm where sunlight could never penetrate, a breeding ground for secrets and dangers. Ling's purifying trait seemed to render her particularly sensitive to this vile spiritual pollution, allowing her to vaguely perceive its source. This provided a crucial clue. "Excellent," Ling Yi said, patting Ling's shoulder. "Take a rest. Do not strain yourself further to listen." Ling nodded obediently, her complexion somewhat pale, clearly fatigued by her recent exertion. Ling Yi's mind was already devising a plan. Passive waiting and searching were not his style, since their adversaries were concealed underground. It was time to draw them out. However, preparations were necessary first. The underground environment was complex, visibility limited, and various traps and unknown dangers could lurk, necessitating more specialized equipment and intelligence. He recalled the advanced technological equipment from the Academy of Sciences, as well as the blueprints of the underground structure that Qin Huairan had previously mentioned. Lao Si, Li Hao, Ling Yi summoned the two. "Make a trip to the inner city exchange point. Use the points to acquire 2 sets of the highest grade deep-sea diving suits, strong lighting devices, environmental detection instruments, and at least 500 meters of specialized rope. Additionally, inquire about the blueprints for the underground structure and see if we can obtain them from the Academy." "Understood, brother." The two responded eagerly, both anxious and excited about the new adventure. Ling Yi turned to Lin Shui, saying, "Take good care of Zero. While we are away, do not open the door for anyone under any pretext. If anything arises, contact me using this." He handed Lin Shui a specially crafted, short-range, encrypted communicator from the Academy of Sciences. "Rest assured, brother Ling Yi." Lin Shui replied solemnly as she accepted the communicator. Once arrangements were complete, Ling Yi closed his eyes again, delving deeply into the vast array of regulatory information acquired from the obelisk, particularly focusing on knowledge concerning spatial structures, material perception, and energy flow, which were crucial for navigating the intricate underground environment. Time slipped away quietly during the preparations. By evening, Lu Laosi and Li Hao returned, bringing the acquired equipment and some news. "Brother, we secured the gear. It cost quite a few points, but the deep-sea suits are truly impressive. They can reportedly withstand the bites of C-class mutants," Lu Laosi excitedly reported. "As for the underground blueprints, the Academy is tight-lipped, deeming it top secret. However, Vice Dean Xian discreetly hinted that beneath the abandoned pump house number 3 in the southwest corner of the base, there seems to be a disused maintenance passage leading to deeper areas. Moreover, it appears that area has been rather unsettled lately, with strange noises frequently emanating at night, and the patrols are reluctant to approach." Pump house number 3, southwest corner. Ling Yi recalled that location was indeed near the edge of the base's perimeter, a rather secluded spot. Strange noises? It was likely not just an idle rumor. "Understood. We move tonight," he decided. As night deepened, the dark crimson moonlight was obscured by thick clouds, plunging the land into profound darkness. The base had implemented strict fire control measures, with only sporadic torches and the beams of patrol flashlights flickering in the gloom. Ling Yi, Lu Laosi, and Li Hao, clad in their inky deep-sea diving suits, with Zero remaining safely in the dormitory, glided like phantoms into the night, silently evading several patrols until they reached the abandoned pump house number 3 in the southwest corner of the base. The pump house had long been neglected, its iron door rusted and the courtyard overgrown with weeds. A heavy scent of dampness and rust permeated the air, Pushing open the creaking iron door revealed a further state of decay. The massive pump units had long ceased operations, covered in cobwebs and dust. The floor featured a sealed vertical shaft entrance, approximately 1 meter in diameter, topped with a rusted padlock. "This must be the place," Lu Laosi whispered, taking out a hydraulic cutter to easily sever the lock. Together, the three slowly lifted the heavy iron cover. A chill, carrying the musty scent of stagnant water and an indescribable metallic tang, surged forth from the dark passage below, sending shivers down their spines. Under the piercing beam of a flashlight, a rusted iron ladder descended into an abyss, its depths concealed from sight, only the faint sound of trickling water echoing from below. Ling Ye's senses ventured downward first. The passage was profound, bending horizontally midway to connect with a broader underground corridor. In the depths of that corridor, he once again detected the faint yet repugnant essence of the mother entity, significantly clearer than what he had sensed in the dormitory area. Indeed, it was here. "I shall descend first. You two follow closely and remain vigilant," Ling Yi commanded, taking the lead down the iron ladder. Lu Laosi and Li Hao closely trailed behind. After descending approximately 30 meters, they found themselves connected to a vast corridor, seemingly part of an antiquated civil defense structure. The ground was waterlogged, thick moss blanketed the walls, and the air was oppressively murky. The darkness here was even more profound, as if the beam of the flashlight had been devoured by the shadows. The sound of flowing water emanated from further along the corridor, hinting at an underground river. Ling Yi meticulously attuned himself to the source of that essence, guiding his companions with caution. After walking for several minutes, they encountered a fork in the path. One continued along the main corridor, while the other led to a narrower, seemingly excavated side cave, from which the mother essence emanated. At the entrance of the cave, they made a startling discovery. Scattered across the ground were several highly decayed corpses of aberrations, their deaths marked by an exceptionally bizarre phenomenon. It appeared as though all blood and moisture had been siphoned from their bodies, leaving behind desiccated husks. On their foreheads, a distinct and seared symbol was visible. This symbol bore a resemblance to the twisted tentacle motif of the cultist emblem and the fleeting purple mark that had appeared on Zero's forehead during the baptism at the obelisk. Yet it was more intricate and sinister. "What on earth is happening?" Li Hao murmured, his skin crawling as he gazed at the cadaver. Ling Yi crouched down, scrutinizing the symbol closely. A faint resonance of the power of order was perceptible, hinting at an extremely pure, yet chillingly desolate and predatory darkness woven into its essence. This was beyond the capabilities of ordinary aberrations or cultists. Was it an imprint left by some higher being? Just then, Ling Yi abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing into the depths of the cave. He sensed that the mother essence had abruptly grown active, rapidly approaching them. Simultaneously, an almost imperceptible sound, akin to countless grains of sand rubbing together, emerged from the cave's depths, drawing nearer. "Stay alert," Ling Yi whispered sharply. Lu Laosi and Li Hao immediately tightened their grips on their high-frequency blades and firearms, though they knew the latter might be futile. It bolstered their courage as they aimed into the dark abyss. The rustling grew louder and more intense. In the next moment, illuminated by the flashlight, a tide of fist-sized, pitch-black mutated beetles surged forth from the depths of the cave, their carapaces adorned with eerie crimson patterns. Their compound eyes glowed a menacing red, mandibles clicking as they advanced, with every surface they traversed causing the wall moss to wither and darken instantaneously. Their objective was clear, charging directly at Ling Yi and the others. Behind the tide of insects, a vague, amorphous silhouette, seemingly composed of countless writhing bugs, was faintly discernible. The potent aura of the matriarch emanated from this creature. "Open fire," Lu Laosi bellowed, as the high-frequency blade emitted a blue glow, slicing through the swarm. Li Hao also squeezed the trigger. The bullets remained ineffective, yet they could bolster morale. Ling Ye's gaze was icy, the power of the rules already in motion. A new threat emerged in an unexpectedly alarming manner. Chapter 24. The Surge of Insects. The Wrath of Purity in the Underground Passage. A crisis unfolded abruptly. A black tide of mutated beetles produced a hair-raising cacophony, their compound eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty crimson light, instantly engulfing the pathway ahead. Wherever they traversed, the very air seemed tainted, suffused with a nauseating, putrid odor. The ethereal blue arc of the high-frequency cutting blade flashed, and the foremost dozen beetles were severed in an instant, their viscous green bodily fluid splattering. Lu Laosi and Li Hao fought valiantly, establishing a fleeting line of defense. However, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming. They could not be vanquished quickly enough. And the relentless horde surged forth, even attempting to scale the walls and ceiling, launching attacks from every direction. Even more unsettling was the sight of the slain or crushed insect carcasses, which rapidly dissolved into bubbling pools of black, viscous slime, exuding a potent corrosive nature that hissed as it eroded the ground and their boots. Be careful. The blood of these creatures is toxic, Li Hao shouted, desperately evading a droplet of the noxious fluid. Lu Laosi was equally beleaguered, although the deep-sea protective suit was resilient. It could not withstand prolonged corrosion and the incessant gnawing of countless sharp mandibles. At this rate, it was merely a matter of time before they were overwhelmed by the insect tide. Meanwhile, the indistinct, writhing silhouette formed by the swarm lingered at the rear. Its eyes, composed entirely of tiny beetles, constantly swirling in a chilling crimson gaze, coldly surveying the battlefield, seemingly orchestrating the assault of the insects. The repugnant aura of the matriarch radiated from it. Rule modification. In the forward fan-shaped area, the chitinous material of the beetles has been temporarily rendered 500 times more brittle. Ling Ye's calm voice resonated, and the power of the rules descended instantaneously. The frenzied tide of insects appeared to be suddenly afflicted by some bizarre curse. The once hard and smooth exoskeletons, capable of withstanding a degree of slashing, now crumbled like dry clay. Pop, pop, pop. Lu Laosi and Li Hao found they need not exert themselves. Merely positioning the high-frequency blade before them caused the colliding beetles to shatter on impact. Like a cascade of fallen dominoes, the brittle insects collapsed en masse, splintering and dissolving into a carpet of remnants. The onslaught of the insect tide momentarily faltered. A splendid opportunity. Lu Laosi and Li Hao felt invigorated, seizing the moment to advance, effortlessly cleaving through the brittle horde. However, the insect creature at the rear seemed enraged. It emitted a shrill, piercing screech, reminiscent of millions of bugs rubbing their wings together. The remaining swarm no longer charged mindlessly. Instead, it swiftly retreated, regrouping around its core. Immediately, its arm, composed of beetles, shot upward, pointing ominously at Ling Yi and his companions. In an instant, the swarm gathered before it was compressed by an invisible force and then violently ejected, forming a terrifying shockwave reminiscent of a drill made up of countless frenzied, gleaming beetles, their shells shimmering with a metallic sheen. The intensity and cohesion of this attack far surpassed that of the previous chaotic insect tide. As it surged forth, the air itself seemed to tear apart with a shrill wail, directly targeting Ling Yi. Be careful, big brother, Lu Laosi exclaimed in horror. Ling Yi's gaze sharpened, preparing to alter the rules once more. Suddenly, a resonant hum erupted. A pure and warm white light, imbued with undeniable authority, burst forth from the passageway behind them. Akin to a miniature moon rising abruptly in the midst of the foul darkness. Where the light shone, the frenzied beetle drill heads, as if encountering their nemesis, emitted a piercing, agonizing shriek, their surfaces emitting hissing black smoke. Their movements became sluggish and chaotic. Many beetles plummeted from the air, twitching and losing their vitality as if scorched. It was Zero. Unbeknownst to her, she had followed them and now stood at the passage's entrance. Her arms crossed before her chest, her silver hair flowing without wind, radiating an unprecedented brilliant white light. In her pure purple eyes, there was no trace of her usual timidity. Instead, they were filled with a solemn divinity and righteous fury. She sensed the extreme filth below and the peril Ling Yi faced, fully awakening the purifying power within her. Do not harm my brother Ling Yi. Zero's voice trembled slightly, yet resonated with unwavering determination. The pure white light was like the deadliest poison to the swarm, corrupted and controlled by the malevolent energy of the mother. Wherever the light reached, the insects lost their vitality in droves, becoming listless and weak. The insect creature seemed to be greatly agitated, emitting a shriek that blended pain and fury, its body, composed of insects, twisting and writhing under the white illumination. As if in extreme discomfort, it suddenly locked its gaze onto Zero, filled with venomous hatred. Zero, how did you come down here? Ling Yi instantaneously moved beside her, the power of the rules forming a barrier to fend off several stray insects. I sense something terribly wrong. It wants to harm you. Zero's small face paled from the immense exertion of power, yet her gaze remained resolute. My light seems to counter them. At that moment, the insect creature appeared to realize that Zero was its greatest threat. It abruptly abandoned its pursuit of Ling Yi, emitting a sharp command. The remaining swarm, as if driven mad, disregarded the attacks from Lu Laosi and Li Hao, all redirecting towards Zero in a relentless black tide, attempting to overwhelm the purifying light that terrified it. Seeking death, Ling Yi's eyes flashed with cold light. He no longer held back, unleashing the full force of the rule's power. Rule modification. The gravitational vector direction in this area will fluctuate randomly and chaotically. A peculiar force enveloped the charging swarm of insects. The beetles, charging furiously, suddenly found the gravity around them descending into utter chaos. Some felt their bodies grow tenfold in weight, crashing to the ground, immobilized. Others experienced a complete absence of gravity, floating weightlessly into the air, spinning out of control. There were even those who sensed gravity pulling from the sides or behind, inadvertently colliding with walls or their fellow comrades. The entire swarm's charge devolved into sheer pandemonium. They collided, compressed, and trampled one another, their formation entirely shattered. Seizing the moment, Zero summoned forth the purifying light with all her might. The white radiance surged forward like a tidal wave, and wherever it passed, the chaotic swarm melted away like snow under the sun, emitting a chorus of anguished cries as they transformed into wisps of black smoke. The insectoid creature let out a roar of defiance. Yet under the relentless illumination of the white light, it too began to disintegrate, the beetles that comprised its form falling lifelessly to the ground. It recoiled sharply, seemingly attempting to retreat into the depths of its lair. Trying to escape? Ling Yi scoffed, his mental prowess instantly locking onto the disintegrating core. Rule modification. The mental connection bandwidth between the target energy core and the individual beetles is reset to 0. The fleeing insect creature suddenly froze, its swirling crimson eyes dimming instantaneously. The mental bond with the remaining swarm was forcibly severed. Deprived of unified command, the remaining beetles transformed into headless flies, spinning aimlessly and even beginning to attack one another. Meanwhile, the core of the insect creature was revealed, a larger, pitch-black queen beetle concealed among the swarm, adorned with a distinct malevolent symbol on its back. In that moment, the queen beetle, cut off from its mental connections, fell into a brief stupor, racked by backlash and pain. Now's the time, Ling Yi commanded Zero. Understanding the cue, Zero concentrated all the purifying white light at her fingertips, forming an exquisitely refined beam of pure white light, akin to a spear of judgment, which instantaneously traversed the space and struck the immobilized black queen beetle with precision. Squeal. The queen emitted a piercing, agonized wail, its body quaking violently under the searing purity of the white light. Thick smoke billowing forth as the malevolent symbol flickered wildly in a desperate attempt to resist, only to dissolve away like ice meeting the warmth of spring. Within mere seconds, the queen beetle was utterly reduced to ashes, vanishing into nothingness amid the purifying light. As the queen perished, the remaining ordinary beetles, still caught in chaos, ceased movement as if their strings had been cut, tumbling lifelessly to the ground, bereft of vitality. The underground passage once again fell into profound silence, littered only with the remains of the defeated beetles and the faintly dissipating black smoke. Zero's body weakened, nearly collapsing, but Ling Yi caught her just in time. Her small face was as pale as parchment, her breath rapid, evidently drained from the earlier exertion. It's all right. Ling Yi infused her with a gentle surge of rule energy to help stabilize her breath. Lu Laozi and Li Hao watched in astonishment at this miraculous reversal, particularly at Zero's unleashed terrifying purifying power, rendered speechless by the spectacle. They had previously only recognized Zero's healing abilities. Unaware that she could prove so formidable against such a malevolent creature, Ling Yi supported Zero, directing his gaze towards the spot where the mother insect had vanished, then glanced at the symbols inscribed on the foreheads of the grotesque corpses littering the ground, his brow furrowing in concern. This mother insect, capable of commanding swarms and even manifesting humanoid forms, was evidently more troublesome and enigmatic than the cultists and mutated beasts they had encountered before. It appeared to be a tool meticulously engineered by the mother to infiltrate and wreak havoc. The underground base was likely no longer a sanctuary. Moreover, Zero's purifying power seemed to be the key to countering this looming threat. He steadied the weakened Zero and instructed Lu Laozi and Li Hao. Collect any remnants of the mother insect, and we must evacuate immediately. We cannot linger here. He had a foreboding sense that this was merely the beginning. The shadow of the mother was quietly descending in myriad ways. Chapter 25. Whispers of the sample and the gaze of the mother upon returning to the surface. Inhaling the still murky yet notably fresher air compared to the underground, Lu Laozi and Li Hao experienced a surreal sense of survival after the ordeal. The nightmare of the insect tide and the bizarre mother insect continued to haunt their thoughts. Zero leaned heavily against Ling Yi, her pallid face betraying her frailty. Her steps unsteady. The excessive expenditure of her purifying power had rendered her exceedingly weak, yet her violet eyes shone brighter and more resolute than ever. As if having undergone a profound baptism, they did not return to the crowded dormitories of the North District, but proceeded directly to the research center. Qian Wensun had already received the news and awaited them at the entrance, accompanied by a team of researchers clad in full protective gear in a high-security isolation laboratory. Upon seeing Ling Yi and the others emerge, particularly noting Zero's weakened state and the meager remnants of the mother insect's ashes sealed within Ling Yi's container, Qian Wensun's expression turned grave. Quick, take Miss Zero to the medical department for rest. Provide her with the finest nutritional solutions and energy supplements. He promptly arranged for personnel to attend to Zero and then carefully accepted the sealed container, as if cradling the most perilous bomb in existence. Initiate a comprehensive analysis immediately. Energy spectrum, material residue, especially that mental pollution imprint. Professor Qin Huairan hurriedly arrived, issuing a series of directives. The emergence of the mother insect indicated that the methods of infiltration by the mother had surpassed their previous estimations. Ling Yi entrusted Zero to the special care ward of the medical department, watching her drift into a deep slumber, her breathing gradually stabilizing, before he turned to leave, making his way to the observation room outside the isolation laboratory. Inside the laboratory, researchers were intensely analyzing the minuscule remnants of the mother insect's ashes using an array of sophisticated instruments. Spectrometers flickered, microscopes magnified with precision, and energy detectors emitted subtle hums. Time elapsed, each second heavy with tension in the observation room. Suddenly, a researcher exclaimed, "Professor, look at this." All eyes instantly fixated on the main screen. Under the high-powered electron microscope, a magnified image of the mother insect's ashes appeared. To their astonishment, within what appeared to be carbonized remains, some exceedingly minute, yet intricately complex and precise non-carbon-based crystalline structures remained. The crystalline structures are undergoing a gradual self-dissolution, emitting faint, dark red energy fluctuations that are reminiscent of their progenitor. Alarmingly, when an ultra-high energy laser beam attempted to stimulate one of the more intact crystals, it flickered violently, projecting a fleeting, distorted fragment of malevolent and greedy psychic information directly into the operator's mind. The operator, despite being shielded by protective gear and isolation layers, let out a horrific scream, clutching his head and staggering backward, blood streaming from his nose. Cut off the energy stimulus. Mental stabilizers. Qin Huairan commanded urgently. The laboratory erupted into chaos. Ling Yi's gaze turned icy. Indeed, the progeny of the mother entity proved to be as sinister and treacherous even in death. The analysis results were delivered by another researcher, their voice hoarse. This crystalline structure does not belong to any material known to us. Its energy conduction efficiency and information storage methods far exceed our technological capabilities. It resembles a biological nanoscale beacon or receptor. A beacon? A receptor? Qian Wensun's complexion paled. Yes, the researcher replied, swallowing hard. We suspect that this mother creature may merely serve as a vessel and puppet, its core function being to receive commands from a distant source, utilizing its energy to catalyze and control ordinary insect swarms. The remnants of its crystal might still be capable of transmitting some form of locational information or awaiting reactivation for a certain period. Silence enveloped the laboratory and its surroundings. Transmitting locational information? Awaiting reactivation? This implied that their strenuous efforts to eliminate the mother creature might not only have exposed their position, but that even the ashes left behind could serve as a potential ticking time bomb. Initiate maximum energy shielding immediately. Annihilate the specimen completely. Qin Huairan decisively ordered, his voice tinged with apprehension. A powerful energy field enveloped the specimen, commencing its disintegration into the most fundamental particles. Yet, just a second before the specimen was to be entirely obliterated, a hum filled the air. An indescribable, colossal, suffocating force of cold and absolute malice seemed to transcend endless time and space, abruptly manifesting. It was neither sound nor energy, but a pure mental gaze. All energy shielding devices in the laboratory instantaneously overloaded, emitting smoke. The glass observation window trembled violently, sprouting countless cracks. Every researcher felt as though they were crushed beneath an invisible mountain, collapsing to the ground, agonizingly clutching their heads, sensing that their very souls were on the verge of being shattered by that terrifying will. Even Ling Yi, Qin Huairan, and others outside the observation room felt a chilling tremor emanating from the depths of their souls, as though a supreme, indifferent predator had cast a fleeting glance across the vastness of the stars. Though merely a glance, it was laden with an overwhelming sense of despairing disparity. Professor Qin Huairan, the progenitor, slumped in his chair, his face as pale as paper, drenched in cold sweat, his teeth chattering. He finally grasped the magnitude of the terrifying existence humanity faced. Ling Yi's body tensed slightly, the force of the rules autonomously circulating within him, repelling the intangible yet terrifying mental pressure. His gaze was sharp as a blade. Far from being fearful, it ignited a chilling resolve for battle. Is this the source of it all? That will came swiftly and departed just as quickly. As if merely startled by the final obliteration of the beacon, the horrific pressure within the laboratory abruptly vanished, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the labored breaths and groans of the surviving researchers. It has noticed us. Qian Wensun's voice trembled, filled with despair. It has long been aware of our presence. Ling Ye's tone was cold and calm. From the moment the energy tide erupted, this world lay upon its platter. He approached the observation window, gazing at the chaotic scene within and the samples that had finally dissolved into nothingness. The distinction lay in the fact that previously, we were merely food awaiting consumption on a platter. Now, Ling Yi turned, his eyes sweeping over the shaken Qin Huairan and Qian Wensun. We have just slightly raised our heads to glance at the hand wielding the carving knife. Thus, it too will cast a brief glance our way. His words sent shivers down the spines of Qin Huairan and the others, yet they could not refute him. We must accelerate our research. Qin Huairan struggled to stand, his gaze reflecting a scientist's peculiar blend of fear and madness. The purifying force of zero is the key. And Mr. Ling Yi, your rule-based power. We must discover ways to counteract or even harness that force. Otherwise, humanity has no hope. Perhaps there is another direction, Ling Yi suddenly proposed. If that crystalline structure can receive and transmit information, even withstand the will of the mother, what if we were to trace back? Qin Huairan and Qian Wensun were taken aback. Tracing back to the mother. This notion is audacious. It is madness. Yet, it is also tantalizing. If we could ascertain the specific location of the mother, even if only a vague direction. We need more samples. More complete samples. Qin Huairan's breathing quickened. The best would be living specimens. And a complete imprint of those runes. We must comprehend its energy operational patterns. More samples imply we must actively seek out and capture that perilous mother insect. Even confront the other creations of the mother. The risks are immense. Yet, the potential rewards could be revolutionary. Ling Yi gazed towards the medical department where Zero lay sleeping. Her purifying power was the best talisman for exploring these tainted realms. His rules would serve as a blade to cleave through all obstructions. At that moment, Ling Ye's communicator suddenly rang, revealing Lin Shui's urgent and terrified voice. Brother Ling Yi. It's bad. Zero is having a nightmare. It's terrifying. She keeps crying out about red eyes and countless insects coming from the ground. The faces of Ling Yi and Qin Huairan changed dramatically. Was Zero's nightmare merely a manifestation of fear or a premonition brought forth by her purifying power? Had the mother begun to retaliate? Return to the dormitory. Immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yi vanished from his spot in an instant. Qin Huairan urgently shouted at Qian Wensun, "Quick! Initiate level 1 alert for the base. All underground entrances are to be reinforced with double sentries. Notify the Defense Department to swiftly seal off the southwestern district, particularly the area surrounding Pump Station Number 3. However, just as the orders were issued, a resounding roar erupted from deep within the earth. Following this, the entire research facility trembled violently. Dust cascaded from the ceiling. The piercing alarm blared throughout the base. It was not emanating from the southwestern district, but rather from directly beneath the center of the base. Reports came in. A tremendous explosion was registered beneath the energy core of the facility. An intense and abnormal energy response was detected, alongside a surge of numerous life signals. The communication channels relayed the frantic and terrified cries of the patrol teams. This is bad. A diversion. Qin Huairan instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. His complexion turning ashen. Their true target was the energy core. The intellect of the mother entity and its machinations regarding humanity exceeded their wildest imaginings. Ling Yi halted abruptly on his way to the dormitories, sensing a source of energy far larger, more chaotic, and malevolent than before, erupting violently from the most critical and vulnerable area of the base. Countless unsettling whispers and roars accompanied this terrifying energy, surging forth. The crisis erupted in the most ferocious and unexpected manner. Chapter 26. The Fall of the Core. Echoes of despair. The piercing alarm transformed from a mere warning into a wail of despair, tearing through the already taut nerves of the base. The terrifying explosion from the depths echoed like a death knell in the hearts of every survivor. Ling Yi flickered through the violently shaking streets, abandoning his plan to return to the dormitory as the power of rules warped space, propelling him at near instantaneous speed towards the energy core at the heart of the base. His perception extended like tendrils, revealing a sight that chilled his gaze to the core. The energy core, located deep beneath the base, was once an impenetrable underground bastion, responsible for supplying power and water to the core area of the facility, an absolute lifeline fortress. At that moment, Its hefty alloy dome had been blasted open from within, creating a gaping breach. Scorching airwaves and thick smoke billowed forth. But more terrifying than the smoke were the creatures surging from that breach, akin to volcanic lava. No longer a singular breed, they were a grotesque amalgamation, as if maliciously stitched together. There were massive, grotesque entities covered in bones, spurs, and slime, resembling flesh and blood tanks. There were agile, ghastly creatures with reverse-jointed limbs and glistening claws. But most alarming were the familiar, black, tide-like mutated beetles, converging to form whirlpools of death that swiftly devoured and corroded everything in their path. Among these monsters, several larger specimens could be discerned, their exoskeletons adorned with intricate and dark runes, surpassing even the one previously encountered. They resembled mobile command towers, their crimson compound eyes flickering with a cold luminescence, orchestrating the assault of the monstrous horde. The explosions evidently devastated the core units of the energy hub, with a series of chain reactions continuing unabated. The entire area was plunged into darkness as power was abruptly severed, illuminated only by the fiery bursts of explosions and the bloodthirsty red glimmers in the eyes of the beasts. The backup emergency lighting system flickered to life, only to be effortlessly torn apart by the surging monsters. The guard forces stationed around the energy hub were the first to encounter the onslaught, unable to mount an effective resistance. The roar of heavy machine guns was swiftly drowned out by the terrifying howls and the jarring sounds of beetles gnawing at metal. The soldiers' screams echoed, quickly engulfed by the tidal wave of monsters. Limbs and shattered weapons were hurled into the air as the defense crumbled upon contact. The monstrous deluge surged like a flood breaching its banks, spreading wildly through every passageway, ventilation shaft, and even tearing new openings with brute force. Rampaging through various sectors of the base, their primary objective appeared to be destruction and slaughter rather than occupation. Hold the line. Hold the line. An officer, fortunate enough to have survived the initial assault, shouted hoarsely, dragging his severed arm and futilely firing his pistol, only to have his throat ripped out by a lunging creature in the next moment. Chaos. Absolute chaos. Darkness, explosions, thick smoke, monsters, and screams. Every horrific element of an apocalyptic nightmare converged and erupted at this moment. Some monsters charged towards the nearby residential area, easily shattering frail doors and windows, where the desperate cries of survivors and the abrupt silences of anguish echoed within. Others barreled into the workshop and warehouse districts, causing further destruction and pandemonium. Moreover, several formidable waves of monsters, under the command of an exceptionally large mother creature, surged directly towards the research center building, which still glowed with lights and possessed an independent backup power supply. Their goal was chillingly clear. Ling Yi appeared in a vantage point on the outskirts of the energy hub, surveying the hellish scene below. Even he, confronted with this outbreak of chaos blooming all around, found it impossible to quell the turmoil instantly. His power over rules was formidable, yet its range and targets were not truly infinite. Such large-scale, multifocal chaos required time to address systematically, and time was the most precious commodity of the moment. His gaze, icy and resolute, fixed upon several areas of maximum threat and density of personnel. Rule modification, Area A, Residential District Exit 3. Temporarily enhancing the stability of spatial structure to form a physical barrier. An invisible force was instantaneously applied. The exit passage, on the verge of being overwhelmed by monsters, saw its surrounding concrete and metal structures seemingly imbued with life, frantically reinforcing and coalescing, effectively blocking the onrushing tide of beasts for the time being. Rule modification, Area B, above the workshop district, increasing the gravitational constant locally to 50 times for 10 seconds. A swarm of flying mutated beasts rampaging through the workshop district suddenly crashed to the ground as if struck by an invisible giant hand, unable to emit even a scream before being reduced to mere pulp. Below, fleeing workers were granted a moment to breathe. Rule modification. In Area C, the onslaught of the insect tied towards the research center. The efficiency of neural signal transmission for all individuals is set to 0. The colossal tide of beetles, led by a matriarch, instantly froze in place as if a pause button had been pressed, immobilized and rendered vulnerable, allowing the guards of the research center to concentrate their fire and decimate a significant portion of them. Ling Yi continuously deployed extensive regulations to forcibly curb several of the most ferocious assaults, temporarily stabilizing the situation. However, he could sense that the consumption of his mental energy was as intense as a flood being unleashed. Meanwhile, the monsters below continued to surge forth relentlessly. More matriarchs, stronger mutated entities. Some even began to emerge, indescribable abominations forcibly fused from various biological tissues, exuding an even more malevolent aura. The power the mother body had invested this time far exceeded expectations. This was not merely an infiltration and sabotage. It resembled a meticulously planned total assault aimed at utterly annihilating this human stronghold. Just then, Ling Yi's communicator sounded again. With Qin Huairan's hoarse and anxious voice cutting through the chaos, explosions and gunfire echoing in the background. Ling Yi. Mr. Ling Yi, please respond. The research center can't hold on much longer. There are too many of them, and something is interfering with our energy weapons. What about Ling? Her purifying power might be our last hope. Ling Yi's gaze sharpened, his perception instantly directed towards the research center. Indeed, the beams emitted by the energy weapons there had become exceedingly unstable, their power significantly diminished, as if disrupted by some invisible force field. Meanwhile, the monsters were seizing the opportunity to launch a frenzied assault on the building's defenses. He sensed the dormitory area again. Lu Laoxi and Li Hao had already taken refuge with Lin Shui and the other two women. Utilizing the advantageous terrain of the dormitory building and the simple rule barriers left behind by Ling Yi, which enhanced the strength of doors and windows, to conduct a difficult resistance. Temporarily free of danger, Ling seemed to remain in a half-asleep state due to previous exhaustion and fright, but her vital signs were stable. The crisis at the research center must be addressed as a priority. Not only were there crucial research materials and equipment, but it was also the intellectual core of the base's fight against the apocalypse, and it absolutely could not fall. Moreover, Ling's purifying power might indeed turn the tide of battle. Hold on, I'm on my way, Ling Yi replied, his figure once again vanishing from the spot, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness, racing toward the research center. Wherever he passed, the power of the rules was activated in small areas, precisely eliminating the scattered monsters that obstructed his path, carving a route of escape for the fleeing survivors. The survivors, upon glimpsing that godlike figure, felt a flicker of hope rekindle in their despairing eyes. It was the master of rules. He has come. We are saved. Quickly, follow behind him. Some instinctively trailed Ling Yi's figure, as if it were the only beacon in the darkness. Ling Yi had no time to spare for them. Hastening to the front of the research center building, the battle here was exceedingly brutal. The white-clad guards of the academy, alongside the remaining base defenders, fought desperately behind hastily constructed sandbag fortifications and abandoned vehicles. Various light and heavy weapons spat flames, but the results were minimal. The energy weapons were highly unstable, and conventional ammunition struggled to swiftly eradicate the endless tide of insects and the relentless mutated entities. The ground lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of soldiers and researchers, their blood staining the earth a deep crimson. A particularly colossal mother creature, adorned with runes that glowed like burning blood, hovered behind the tide of monsters. The dark red energy emanating from it formed a field of interference, paralyzing the energy weapons. It was imperative to eliminate that mother creature first. In an instant, Ling Yi assessed the situation. Ignoring the sporadic attacks that assailed him, he cloaked himself in the power of the rules, fixing his gaze upon the formidable mother creature. Just as he prepared to wield the power of the rules once more, a scorching, refined spear of pure flame shot forth from the rooftop of a nearby building, tracing a graceful arc like a falling star, and struck the interference field surrounding the mother creature with pinpoint accuracy. The fiery spear erupted in a violent explosion, the searing shockwave and flames momentarily disrupting the field, allowing the energy weapons of the research center to regain a fleeting moment of normalcy. Clearing a significant swath of the monsters at the front lines, Ling Yi raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward the source of the flaming spear. On the rooftop, several figures had appeared, among them a tall woman clad in red leather armor, wielding a flaming longbow, exuding an air of fierce elegance. Behind her followed a dozen or so formidable awakeners, each equipped differently. Was this the wolf pack he encountered earlier in the trading zone? No, something felt amiss. Ling Yi sensed that although these individuals radiated an aura of menace, their eyes were sharp, and their discipline was markedly superior to the previous ruffians. Moreover, that strike had been perfectly timed and powerful, an ally, not an enemy. It was the Phoenix, Mu Qing. What brought her here? A guard recognized the bow-wielding woman, exclaiming in surprise. And the members of the Rock Mercenary Corps, were they here to assist? Mu Qing disregarded the murmurs from below, her gaze piercing as she called out to Ling Yi, leave the rabble to us. You deal with that behemoth and the entrance below. We'll settle this business afterward. It seemed that the crisis at the base had compelled some hidden forces to reveal themselves. In this apocalypse, survival took precedence, rendering personal grievances trivial in the face of disaster. Ling Yi glanced at her and nodded. With this fresh contingent joining the fray, the immediate pressure on the research center was alleviated. Without further hesitation, Ling Yi unleashed the full force of the power of the rules. Rule modification. Path cleared. All monsters before him, be they abominations or beetles, were as if forcibly parted by an invisible hand, creating a vacuum passage directly to the unique mother creature. Ling Yi surged down the passage, his target set firmly on the mother creature. The mother creature seemed to sense the looming threat, emitting a sharp shriek, and all surrounding monsters lunged at Ling Yi in a frenzied attempt to obstruct him. Simultaneously, its formidable interference field bore down upon Ling Yi with full force. Rule modification. Define oneself as an absolute energy insulator. The interference field, capable of rendering energy weapons ineffective, slid off Ling Yi's form as water would on a perfectly smooth barrier, unable to affect him in the slightest. In the face of the relentless tide of monstrous beings, a modification of rules ensued. Within the conical area ahead, the activity of material particles plummeted to absolute zero. An intense chill abruptly enveloped the surroundings. This was not a mere physical drop in temperature, but rather a stagnation at the level of the rules themselves. All creatures that ventured into that conical zone found their movements instantaneously frozen, as if a pause button had been pressed, their very thoughts ensnared in a frozen state. Subsequently, their bodies began to disintegrate from the microscopic level, transforming into the most primal of particle dust, silently dissipating into the void. A pathway forged from pure nothingness of death extended straight toward the maternal worm amidst the monstrous tide. For the first time, a glimmer of an emotion known as fear flickered in the scarlet compound eyes of the maternal worm. It abruptly turned, attempting to flee back to the underground aperture. Yet, it was far too late. Ling Yi's hand had already pressed upon its carapace, etched with malevolent runes. Rule modification. Target energy core, reverse flow, overload, detonate. The maternal worm's body stiffened suddenly, the dark red light beneath its shell flashing erratically, becoming exceedingly unstable, reminiscent of a balloon inflated to its limits. In the next moment, boom! An energy storm far more ferocious than any prior explosion erupted with the maternal worm at its epicenter. The dark red destructive energy rippled outward, instantly vaporizing all surrounding creatures within hundreds of meters. Even the ground was lowered by several meters. The shockwave of the explosion sent distant combatants flying. As the light and dust gradually settled, a vast scorched pit remained, accompanied by wisps of terrifying energy dissipating into the air. The special maternal worm, along with the multitude of monsters around it, had been directly obliterated by Ling Yi utilizing the rules to guide its core energy into a self-detonation. This profoundly shocking scene was indelibly etched into the eyes of all survivors. Following a fleeting silence, thunderous cheers erupted. Had they won? My heavens! The maternal worm has been vanquished. Rule dominion. Invincible. Yet, Ling Yi's countenance bore no semblance of relaxation. For deep within the underground, at the blasted energy core aperture, a far greater and more terrifying ancient evil consciousness, seemingly dormant for eons, appeared to be roused by this relentless succession of rule powers and energy explosions. An indescribable sensation, one that froze the very essence of the soul, began to unfurl like a frigid tide from that unfathomable abyss. Chapter 27. The Awakening of the Abyss. The choice of pure light. The aftershocks of the explosion had yet to fully abate, the heat of the scorched earth warping the air, mingling with the acrid stench of burnt monsters and the peculiar scent of ozone following energy annihilation. The deafening cheers abruptly ceased, as if a hand had gripped their throats. An indescribable terror, rooted in the primal instincts of life itself, surged forth like a frozen blast from millennia past, sweeping through the souls of everyone on the battlefield. This was not sound, nor was it an energy impact, but a sheer, absolute suppression at the level of existence itself. It was as if the lowly ants had suddenly gazed upward, confronted by the cold, indifferent gaze of a colossal eye surveying the depths of the starry sky. From the depths of that bombed, unfathomable energy nexus, a colossal and ancient presence, imbued with an insatiable will of endless silence and greed, stirred as if awakening from a primordial slumber, slowly opening its eyes. A low-frequency hum, resonant enough to evoke visceral vibrations, emanated from the earth. No longer the shrill screech of the mother insect, but a deeper, more substantial sound, carrying a gravitas and indifference that threatened to shatter the minds of those who heard it. At the dark chasm, viscous shadows, akin to oil, began to writhe and surge, as if some indescribable behemoth within was stretching its limbs. The suffocating gaze that spread forth caused all who were ensnared by it to feel their thoughts freeze. Their blood congeal, and even breathing became a luxury. The lights of the research center flickered erratically before plunging into darkness. Not only the electrical systems faltered, but all intricate instruments, including the energy weapons wielded by the guards, emitted wails of overload, belching forth black smoke, rendered utterly inoperative. It was as if an unseen force was repelling and suppressing all unnatural forms of energy. Ah, my head aches, I cannot move. Whether ordinary soldiers, awakened beings, or mercenaries brought by Mu Qing, all were as if crushed beneath an invisible mountain, the weaker among them bleeding from their mouths and noses, collapsing to the ground, their eyes filled with utter despair and confusion. Even a powerhouse like Mu Qing turned pale, his hand trembling violently on the bow, struggling to aim. This was not merely a disparity of power, it was an absolute chasm in life forms and dimensions. Ling Yi stood at the edge of the scorched pit, the first to bear the brunt of this terrifying will, which pierced his psyche like millions of icy needles. The powers of regulation autonomously activated, forming an invisible and absolute barrier around him, isolating the mental onslaught, yet his expression grew graver than ever. This entity was more tangible and formidable than any adversary he had previously encountered, even more so than the mother consciousness he had glimpsed from afar. It appeared not to be a complete entity, but rather an ancient fragment, awakened from an unfathomable slumber. Its essence of evil and greed was of the same origin as the mother, yet it was older and purer. The legend of the ancient devourer was indeed true. Nearby, an elderly researcher, paralyzed with shock, seemed to murmur in despair, recalling fragments of ancient texts that spoke of it as one of the sources of the mother, a residue left from the chaotic dawn of creation. At that moment, a tendril slowly emerged from the roiling darkness of the chasm. This was not a tendril of flesh and blood, but rather a grotesque entity formed of pure shadow, chaotic energy, and countless tortured souls, existing in a terrifying liminality. Its surface flowed with innumerable minuscule, ever-shifting malevolent runes, and wherever it passed, the very fabric of space seemed to distort and collapse slightly. The tendril swept across the battlefield, not attacking directly, but gently brushing against the corpse of a recently fallen soldier. In the next instant, a chilling occurrence unfolded. The corpse dissolved rapidly, as if cast into a cauldron of strong acid, along with its lingering life force and fragmented spirit, greedily absorbed by the insatiable tendril. It seemed to solidify slightly, emanating an even more terrifying aura. It was not merely killing, it was feasting, devouring all life and energy to replenish itself. The next target, glaringly, was those survivors paralyzed by terror, stripped of their ability to resist. The tendril reached out slowly towards the nearest group, indifferent, as if harvesting crops. No, please, help. Despairing cries echoed, yet none could muster a defense. At this critical moment, a pure, warm beam of light, imbued with an unwavering resolve, surged forth from the direction of the research center, striking the shadowy tendril with pinpoint accuracy. Sizzle. The reaction erupted violently, as if hot oil met ice water. The shadowy tendril emitted a silent roar, a piercing wail that struck directly at the psyche, its surface bubbling and recoiling. The horrific process of consumption was interrupted. Zero. Unbeknownst to her, she had awakened, breaking free from the restraints of Lin Shui and others, arriving at the battlefield's edge. Her small face remained pale, her body still trembling slightly, clearly far from recovery, yet within her violet eyes burned an unprecedented flame of determination. Her purifying power appeared to be the sole nemesis of this profound darkness. Do not harm them. Zero's voice, though weak, resonated clearly across the silent battlefield. The ancient malevolent will seemed incensed by this sudden, loathsome pure light, the darkness within roiling more violently. More of the terrifying shadowy tendrils emerged, like serpents from their burrows. Locking onto Zero, they sensed that this diminutive figure radiating pure light was far more delectable and perilous than all the life present combined. Zero, come back. Lin Yi called out sharply, instantly teleporting to Zero's side, unleashing the full might of his power to form a solid barrier that blocked the probing tendrils. The clash between the barrier and the tendrils produced a spine-chilling sound of energy annihilation. Lin Yi, Zero gazed at him, her expression a tapestry of emotions, dependency, fear, but more prominently, a resolute determination. It is hungry, it is consuming everything to grow stronger. My light seems to cause it pain, to hinder it. Zero's purifying power not only harmed these malevolent entities, but also seemed to vaguely perceive their state. You are no match for it, Lin Yi replied solemnly. The ancient being's power was of a vastly higher tier, and Zero's condition was too frail. To resist forcefully would only lead to her being devoured. I understand. Zero lowered her head, gripping her clothing tightly, then suddenly lifted her gaze, a glimmer of tears in her eyes accompanied by a radiant smile. But father said that if one day, someone must stand forth to close that erroneous door, then the one with the key must not fear. The key. She uttered that word once more. In light of Professor Chen's previous discourse regarding the Pandora project, the identity and mission of Zero become strikingly apparent. She may very well be one of the final means left by Dr. Lin Guodong to confront this apocalyptic catastrophe. I am not alone. Zero gazes at Ling Yi, her eyes brimming with unwavering trust. Brother Ling Yi, you will help me, won't you? Ling Yi, meeting Zero's gaze, a poignant blend of fragility and resilience, falls momentarily silent. He has never pledged to be a savior, yet the power of the rules subtly quivers, as he perceives the essence of an ancient existence, seemingly not entirely corporeal, but rather an enigmatic state straddling energy and information, ravenously consuming everything around it to restore itself. Zero's pure light appears capable of interfering with, even reversing, this process. Perhaps a direct confrontation is not necessary. A bold plan crystallizes in his mind in an instant. Tell me what to do. Ling Ye's voice is calm, yet resolute. Zero closes her eyes, seemingly communing with the deepest source of purification within her. The radiance enveloping her intensifies, and the faint purple rune upon her forehead reemerges, growing ever clearer. Its core resembles a black sun at the bottom. Zero intermittently articulates the visions she perceives, threads connecting it to those tendrils and the subterranean energy it is consuming. I need to get very close, and then plant all my light within it. Zero's voice grows increasingly feeble, her body swaying precariously. Perhaps that will satiate it and allow it to rest. Plant within? Allow this avaricious ancient entity to be sated and slumber? The notion sounds both mad and perilous. Zero risks exhaustion and even potential backlash. Yet, this appears to be the only visible method that might yield results. Very well. Ling Yi does not hesitate. He scoops up Zero in his arms. I shall take you there. He lifts his gaze to the dark chasm from which horrific tendrils continually surge forth, his eyes sharp as blades. Rule modification. Define the continuity of space-time when establishing a path for short-distance conceptual jumps. In the blink of an eye, Ling Ye's form, cradling Zero, becomes indistinct, as if momentarily vanishing from the current timeline, only to reappear instantaneously 100 meters away, deftly evading a sweeping tendril. This is not merely speed. It is akin to a spatial leap. Several tendrils immediately lash out wildly. Rule modification, separation upon contact. All tendrils attempting to encroach within a meter of Ling Yi are as if severed by an invisible blade of absolute sharpness, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Yet, more tendrils relentlessly surge forth. Ling Yi, holding Zero, navigates like a fragile boat amidst tempestuous winds and towering waves, employing various incredulous applications of the rules. Maneuvering with determination toward the ominous chasm. Mu Qing, Lu Laozi, and others watch with bated breath, their hearts rising to their throats. Yet they are powerless to intervene in such a high-stakes battle, striving instead to eliminate the ordinary monsters stirred into chaos by the ancient presence, easing Ling Ye's burden. If only slightly. As they draw closer to the chasm, the oppressive will and energetic interference intensify. Ling Yi even feels the operation of his own rule power growing obscure. In her embrace, Zero appeared as pale as a sheet, her body frigid, yet the pure light emanating from her remained steadfastly radiant. At last, they reached the precipice of the rift. Below lay an abyss of darkness, a gaping maw swirling with shadows and terrifying energy, conjuring a tempest fierce enough to rend any substance asunder. The ancient, malevolent core resided deep within this storm. In this critical moment, Zero summoned her last reserves of strength, cradling her hands to gather all the purifying light within her into a dazzling orb, no larger than a fist, yet radiating an exquisite brilliance of purest white. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yi concentrated the power of the rules beneath his feet and surged forward. Modifying the rules, the vector of the storm's particles below would be deflected by 30% in reverse. A counteracting force from the rules forcibly intervened in the energy storm, carving out a fleeting, relatively stable vertical passage amidst the tumultuous energy turbulence. Go! With all his might, Ling Yi hurled Zero downwards towards the passage, directing her toward the dark core. Like a messenger cradling the holy light, Zero plunged into the boundless abyss of darkness without a second thought. Below her, the ancient evil presence seemed to sense a lethal threat and roared in fury. All the shadowy tendrils recoiled in a frenzy, striving to intercept and protect the core. Yet Ling Ye's power of the rules firmly upheld the passage, continuously altering the trajectory of the tendrils, granting Zero that fleeting chance. At last, Zero's figure pierced through the layers of obstruction, drawing near to the frantically pulsating dark core that radiated an insatiable hunger for consumption. She pressed the orb, infused with the essence of all life and purification, firmly against the dark core. Sleep now, Zero whispered her final, faint murmur. In the next moment, an indescribably brilliant white light erupted from within the dark core. It spread like pure white ink dropped into ink, swiftly saturating the surroundings. Darkness and light, consumption and purification. Two diametrically opposed forces, each a nemesis of the other, clashed and annihilated at the very bottom of the abyss. The entire subterranean space quaked violently. A terrifying shockwave of energy surged upwards. Ling Yi was thrown back by the immense force, crashing heavily against the edge of a charred pit. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He stared intently at the rift, from which a mixture of light and dark energies erupted. Had they succeeded? Chapter 28. The Rebirth of Light and Darkness. A new chapter in the rules at the abyss's depths. The ultimate collision of light and dark did not unleash the catastrophic explosion one might envision, but rather fell into a peculiar stalemate and annihilation. The pure white orb, akin to the most tenacious of lives, embedded itself deeply within the dark core, fervently purifying and neutralizing the ancient evil energy. Meanwhile, the dark core, like an enraged beast, summoned boundless filth, violently crashing and eroding, seeking to consume that flicker of light. At the boundary between the two, the space underwent subtle distortions and collapses, bursting forth with heart-stopping arcs of energy. The radiant light, under the relentless encroachment of darkness, gradually dwindled and dimmed. While the pulsations of the dark core grew increasingly chaotic and feeble, its surface even beginning to exhibit fine cracks resembling the delicate fractures of porcelain. This was a battle of attrition between will and essence. Whoever faltered first would face irretrievable annihilation. Above the breach, all held their breath, fixated on the hellish entrance that spewed forth torrents of chaotic energy. Each dimming of the white light plunged their hearts into despair, while every disturbance in the dark waves rekindled a flicker of hope. Ling Yi wiped the blood from his lips, struggling to rise. As the power of the rules labored to mend the injuries within him, his gaze pierced through the tumultuous energy, clearly witnessing the harrowing confrontation below. Zero's presence had dwindled to the utmost, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Her life was intricately tied to that seed of light, being rapidly consumed. The ancient entity's will, though still immense, betrayed a palpable sense of agitation and frailty. It seemed incapable of entirely extinguishing that small shard of pure light in a short span, and instead, was itself being continuously purified and neutralized. An opportunity. A glint of determination flashed in Ling Ye's eyes. The critical time that Zero had bought was precisely this moment. This ancient being was not invincible. Its condition appeared unstable, as if it had just awakened, far from its prime. What he needed to do was not to confront it head-on, but to accelerate this process, to place the final straw upon that dark core. However, his power of rules had limited efficacy in directly intervening in such primordial confrontations, and could easily trigger unpredictable chain reactions, unless Ling Ye's gaze abruptly turned toward the still-standing energy obelisk deep within the research center. Its brilliance dim, yet still emanating ancient vibrations. This artifact could purify energy and enhance spiritual strength, seemingly touching upon a certain level of rules. If only he could temporarily borrow it. A wild thought took shape in his mind. Mu Qing, Professor Qin. Ling Ye's voice reverberated through the air, vibrating with the power of rules, reaching the ears of both. Buy me 30 seconds. At all costs, hold back all the monsters charging toward me. Though unaware of Ling Ye's intentions, Mu Qing and Qin Huiran harbored absolute trust in him at that moment. Stone Mercenary Corps. Unleash all firepower. Block the left flank. All remaining guards of the academy. Right flank. Stand firm with your bodies. Wall of flames. Mu Qing commanded fiercely, drawing her bow to its limit, conjuring a blazing barrier that momentarily obstructed the oncoming tide of monsters. The remaining warriors summoned their last vestiges of courage, constructing a fragile line of defense with their lives. Buying precious time for Ling Yi. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yi closed his eyes, unleashing all his spiritual energy like a tidal wave, not plunging underground, but spanning across space to directly connect with the energy obelisk in the underground chamber of the research center. Rule modification. Define self and target energy obelisk as a temporary energy resonant entity. Rule modification. Guide the pure energy stored within the obelisk to transmit along the resonance pathway. The regulations have been amended. The characteristics of the transmission of spiritual energy are to be deflected, with the addition of order enhancement and the purification amplification concept. Threefold rules, akin to 3 divine edicts, operate simultaneously. Deep within the subterranean research center, the obelisk erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of blue light. All the ancient runes upon its surface ignited sequentially, emitting a resonant hum. The pure spiritual energy, stored for countless ages, was forcibly guided by the power of Ling Ye's regulations, transforming into a robust, almost tangible torrent of blue energy that transcended space, directly infusing into Ling Ye's being. This immense and ancient surge of spiritual energy flooded in, causing even Ling Ye's regulated form to feel a painful expansion in his meridians, yet he resolutely directed this power, merging it with his own regulatory force, branding it with the imprints of order and purification. Then, he raised his hand, aiming at the dark chasm below. He unleashed the colossal energy, infused with the obelisk's spiritual essence, regulatory power, and concepts of order and purification, pouring it into the struggling core of light and darkness through the purification channel that had been partially opened by Zero. This was not an attack, but an infusion of order, an amplification of purification. It was akin to adding abundant fuel and catalysts to the already light that restrained darkness. Boom! The equilibrium below was instantaneously shattered. The newly reinforced pure light, akin to receiving a powerful stimulant, erupted into billions of dazzling white rays. This light was no longer a gentle purification. It emanated an undeniable, absolute aura of order. The white cracks on the surface of the dark core rapidly expanded, spreading like shattered glass. The malevolent energy within was frantically neutralized and obliterated by this enhanced pure light. The ancient will let out a voiceless roar filled with reluctance and anguish. Its power receded swiftly like a receding tide, the pulsations of the dark core growing weaker and slower. Ultimately, at the bottom of the abyss illuminated as brightly as day, the dark core ceased its pulsation entirely. The surface cracks merging seamlessly, and then, quietly, transformed into a vast mass of solidified black crystal, no longer emitting any energy fluctuations. The resplendent pure light, as if it had exhausted all its strength, gradually receded, ultimately condensing into a faint white point of light that vanished into the depths of the black crystal. The terrifying pressure and suffocating gaze that had enveloped the battlefield receded like a tide. No more monsters surged from the underground gap, and the remaining creatures appeared to have lost their backbone, becoming chaotic and bewildered, soon to be eradicated by the remaining guardians and awakened ones. The sky remained shrouded in dark red clouds, yet the sunlight seemed to shine a tad brighter. Silence. An utter, deathly silence. Then came the overwhelming, tsunami-like cheers and cries of survival. We have won. We have won. The monsters have retreated. That thing has been eradicated. Long live the dominion of rules. People embraced and wept, celebrating their survival. Mu Qing collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, gazing at Ling Ye's silhouette with a complex expression. Tears streamed down Qin Huairan's face as he was supported by researchers. Lu Laoxi, Li Hao, and others rushed over with Lin Shui and her two companions, surrounding Ling Yi, their excitement rendering them speechless. Yet, Ling Yi paid no heed to the cheers. His gaze remained fixed on the yawning abyss, his mental energy meticulously scanning below. The dark core had been purified and solidified, the ancient will seemingly dissipating. But what of Zero? Was that faint glimmer her essence? Was she still present? Ling Yi leaped into the scorched pit, approaching the colossal crystal that resembled a black diamond. The crystal was cold and hard, its interior appearing hollow, devoid of any energy fluctuations, and Zero's presence was nowhere to be sensed. Just as despair engulfed Ling Ye's heart, a soft crackling sound, akin to a chick breaking its shell, echoed from the core of the black crystal. A fine crack appeared. Soon, more fissures spread across its surface. With a loud bang, a small hole burst open on the crystal's exterior. A delicate, pale hand, radiating a gentle white light, emerged from within. Following it was another small hand, gripping the fissure and pushing with all her might. A figure stumbled out from the crystal. It was her Zero. Yet, she appeared somewhat different. Her body no longer bore the ethereal transparency of before. It had become more solid, as if she truly possessed flesh and blood. Her skin was fair, tinged with a healthy flush. She seemed to have grown slightly taller, transitioning from a girl into a more graceful young woman. Most importantly, an aura enveloped her. It was no longer the weak, gentle light of purification, but a subdued, profound essence that seemed to meld with the surrounding space, emanating pure waves of energy. The purple rune on her forehead had fully solidified, resembling a small crown that radiated a mysterious halo. Had she succeeded? Not only had she survived, but it seemed she had also thrived, absorbing a portion of the primordial energy during the purification of that ancient existence, completing a transformation of sorts. Zero blinked her large eyes, seemingly bewildered as she examined her hands, then glanced around, ultimately locking her gaze on Ling Yi. She tilted her head, offering a smile more radiant and pure than sunlight. Her voice clear and ethereal, yet imbued with an unprecedented sense of strength. Brother Ling Yi, it seems I have awakened from a long slumber. Moreover, I believe I know how to wield the key more effectively now. Lingyi looked at her, sensing the transformative power coursing through her. A faint yet genuine smile slowly emerged on his previously tense face. He extended his hand, and without hesitation, Zero placed her small hand in his palm, allowing him to gently pull her up. The two stood atop the massive, now inert black crystal. At the edge of the abyss, surrounded by countless astonished, joyful, and awestruck gazes, the sunlight, albeit still tinged with a dark crimson hue, cascaded upon them, as if adorning the duo, who had endured trials of life and death, with a gilded edge. The crisis had momentarily abetted, a serendipitous turn of events. Yet, Lingyi understood that this was far from over. The threat of the mother entity loomed large, and this purified ancient existence might merely represent the tip of the iceberg. The base lay in disarray, its internal factions in dire need of reorganization. The secrets concealed within Zero, along with her assertion of utilizing the key more effectively, heralded greater responsibilities and challenges. And he, Lingyi, the sovereign of rules, had a long road ahead. He gazed upon the ravaged land beneath his feet, a landscape both marred and yet teeming with nascent hope. He observed Zero, who was undergoing a metamorphosis, and the survivors, whose eyes rekindled with the flames of life. A new chapter in the saga of rules had begun. Chapter 29. The embers of renewal and ominous tide was approaching. The dark crimson sunlight struggled to pierce through the clouds, casting its light upon the battered university city base. The acrid smoke had yet to fully dissipate, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of blood, charred remnants, and an indescribable, peculiar emptiness that followed the annihilation of energy. After the cacophony of cheers and weeping, a profound weariness and silence ensued, soon driven by the instinct of survival into the arduous task of post-disaster recovery. People, numb yet glimmering with the faint light of survival, began to clear away the bodies of comrades and loved ones, extinguish the remaining embers, and use makeshift materials to seal the shattered walls and gaps. Medical personnel navigated through the wounded, with supplies critically scarce, and the sounds of agonized groans filled the air. The core energy center of the base lay utterly destroyed, cutting off the power supply. Only the research center, relying on an independent backup power source and a seemingly isolated psionic obelisk, continued to emit the flickering lights symbolizing hope and order. Lingyi and Zero stood beside the enormous, now inert black crystal, akin to the calm at the eye of a storm. Zero curiously moved her limbs, sensing within her an unprecedented, instinctual power. She attempted to raise her hand, and the aura that enveloped her fingertips was no longer a feeble halo but a cluster of concentrated, tangible white flames, radiating a gentle yet undeniable authority. Could it be done this way? With a subtle shift in her thoughts, the flames gracefully drifted towards a nearby disintegrating aberration, exuding a foul odor. Upon contact, the flames engulfed the remnants, halting their dissolution like hot water on snow, purifying the surface impurities at a visible pace until only a small handful of harmless gray ash remained. Zero's eyes sparkled with the delight of a child discovering a new toy. Her mastery over her powers had ascended to a new pinnacle. Lingyi observed her transformation with keen interest, nodding in acknowledgement. Her control had significantly improved. How does it feel? He inquired. Wonderful. Zero replied enthusiastically, nodding vigorously, her violet eyes shimmering as if her body were brimming with an abundance of water. Previously, she could only scoop a little with a small cup, but now it felt as if she could command a small stream. She endeavored to articulate her understanding, adding that she could also discern more clearly what constituted impurities. This indicated a substantial enhancement in her range and precision of perception. Excellent, Lingyi succinctly assessed. The growth of nothingness is undoubtedly a tremendous assistance. At this moment, Professor Qin Huairan, with the support of Qian Wensun, traversed the ruins with faltering steps. The elderly professor appeared considerably haggard, yet his eyes burned with a fervor of survival and an obsessive passion for research. Mr. Lingyi, Miss Zero, you have truly created a miracle. Qin Huairan's voice, tinged with excitement, was somewhat hoarse as he gazed at the enormous black crystal, his eyes reflecting the all one might reserve for an extraordinary treasure. The ancient devourer had been purified into this inert crystalline form. How utterly astonishing. This offers us an unprecedented specimen to study the energy essence of the mother body and methods to combat it. He turned his gaze toward Zero, his eyes brimming with urgency. Miss Zero, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Are there any changes in the energy levels? We must conduct a comprehensive examination immediately. This is of utmost importance. Zero instinctively recoiled slightly behind Lingyi. Although she no longer exhibited the same timidity as before, she still felt discomfort under the scrutiny of such a scientific gaze. Ling Yi positioned himself protectively in front of Zero, his tone calm. An examination is permissible, but it must be conducted with her consent and in my presence. Now, Professor Qin, what is the situation at the base? Only then did Qin Huairan momentarily temper his scholarly fervor, a look of concern washing over his face. It is dire. The energy core is completely paralyzed. Numerous underground pipelines have ruptured, and water supply has become a significant issue. Casualties are still being tallied, but initial estimates indicate that over 500 have perished or are missing, with countless injured. Supplies, especially medicine and food, are in critically short supply. His gaze swept across the devastated base, his tone heavy. The forces led by Zhang Qiming and Vice Minister Liu have been entirely eradicated. But now the management of the base is nearly incapacitated, and the defense forces have suffered severe losses, leaving everyone in a state of panic. As he spoke, a commotion erupted in the distance. The camp commander Zhao Mang, who had fortuitously survived the earlier chaos and had temporarily been stabilized by Qin Huairan for his last-minute resistance, was seen confronting another group alongside a squad of similarly battered yet disciplined soldiers. This other group, led by the fiery phoenix Mu Qing, comprised the Rock Mercenary Corps and several scattered awakeners who had demonstrated exceptional prowess in battle. Though small in number, they exuded an intimidating presence and were evidently no easy adversaries. The crux of the dispute centered on the allocation of the last remaining supply depot that had not been entirely destroyed. The defense camp must prioritize the needs of the injured and restore order. These supplies must be distributed uniformly. Zhao Mang's voice, though somewhat strained, still carried an authoritative tone. Utter nonsense. A burly man with a scarred face standing beside Mu Qing retorted vehemently. Where were you when we risked our lives? Now you come to reap the rewards? These supplies were earned at the cost of our comrades' lives. They should be allocated based on merit and urgency. Who knows if they will end up lining the pockets of certain individuals once they are in your hands? What did you say? Do you wish to fight? Tensions escalated, and the atmosphere grew charged. The surrounding survivors watched from a distance, hesitant to approach, their expressions filled with worry and numbness. The old order had been shattered, and the new order had yet to be established, with chaos and contention seemingly on the verge of igniting. Qin Huairan's expression was grim as he attempted to mediate, only to be halted by Ling Ye's raised hand. Ling Ye's gaze swept coldly over the two opposing sides, his silence profound as he slowly advanced. Zero followed closely at his side, their movement instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. The clamor of argument ceased abruptly. Whether it was Zhao Mang's soldiers, Mu Qing's mercenaries, or the surrounding survivors, all eyes were riveted on the two figures, filled with awe, trepidation, and an indescribable anticipation. Ling Yi stepped into the space between the adversaries, first casting his gaze upon Zhao Mang, then upon Mu Qing. What is in the warehouse? His voice was calm, yet carried an unsettling authority. Zhao Mang swallowed nervously and replied first. It primarily contains the emergency supply sealed during the inspection of Zhang Qiming, along with some uncontaminated food and medicine. Mu Qing, arms crossed, let out a derisive snort, tacitly acknowledging his answer. Ling Yi nodded, then made a decisive proclamation. All medicinal supplies will be entrusted to the medical department for the priority treatment of the critically injured. Anyone who dares to interfere shall face death. Food will be managed by the Academy of Sciences, which will organize a temporary distribution committee comprising survivor representatives, allocating resources based on headcount and labor contribution, prioritizing the elderly, children, and those involved in reconstruction efforts. Defensive weapons and tools will be registered and collected as needed by the Defense Battalion and Mercenary Group, who will jointly ensure the base's security and eliminate any remaining monsters. His words were clear and irrefutable, establishing the distribution framework instantaneously. He showed no favoritism towards either side, prioritizing survival and order above all. Zhao Mang opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to emphasize the official status of the Defense Battalion, but upon meeting Ling Ye's icy stare, he ultimately swallowed his words and bowed his head, saying, "As you command." Mu Qing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by the fairness of this distribution plan. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Very well. Our mercenary group will handle the patrols and clearings in the western and southern sectors. A potential conflict was effortlessly diffused by Ling Ye's decisive words. Absolute power granted him undeniable influence. Without casting another glance at them, Ling Yi turned to leave with Zero. As they passed, the crowd instinctively parted, their gazes complex as they followed his retreating figure. The new rules had been inscribed by his own hand. That night, within the makeshift command center, a former conference room of the original research facility, Ling Yi, Qin Huairan, Qian Wensen, Mu Qing, and two other selected survivor representatives, one an experienced former engineer and the other a civilian awakened during battle, sat together. The table was sparsely adorned with rudimentary food, and the atmosphere was tense. According to Miss Zero's perception and our preliminary reconnaissance, Qian Wensen said, pointing to a rough hand-drawn map marked with several red dots. The contamination beneath the base has not been entirely eradicated. Although the devourer has been purified, numerous residual mother worms and mutated entities lie in wait within the intricate network of pipes, and there may be other entrances or nests yet undiscovered. We must mobilize our forces to thoroughly eliminate the underground threats swiftly. Otherwise, we shall forever live with this looming peril. Zhao Meng spoke gravely. Such a task is easier said than done. Mu Qing splashed cold water, noting the complex underground environment where our heavy weaponry could not be deployed effectively, leading to a high casualty rate for personnel venturing down. Moreover, none could ascertain what sinister entities lurked below. Zero's abilities could purify pollution and exert formidable control over those monsters. Ling Yi declared, I will lead her in a targeted eradication. You are responsible for providing maps, logistical support, and ground extraction. Upon hearing this, the group felt invigorated. With Ling Yi and Zero taking action, the underground threat was undeniably diminished. Additionally, the elderly engineer representative adjusted his glasses, expressing grave concern. The energy issue must be resolved. Without electricity, the water purification system, medical equipment, and even nighttime defenses will encounter severe problems. The backup power at the research center cannot sustain us for long. Qin Huiran sighed. The core unit of the energy hub is completely destroyed, and the possibility of repair is non-existent unless we can find an alternative energy source. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the towering obelisk outside, emanating a faint glow. Ling Ye's fingers unconsciously tapped the table. The power of rules may provide temporary electricity, but that is not a sustainable solution. I will contemplate the matter of alternative energy. He noted this down. The current priority was to stabilize order, cleanse the underground, and ensure survival. The meeting continued to discuss various details, ultimately reaching a preliminary consensus. After the assembly, everyone departed, leaving only Ling Yi and Zero. Zero gazed into the silent and perilous darkness outside, softly stating, Brother Ling Yi, those foul entities seem to have grown quieter, yet they remain. And I feel there are more powerful ones lurking further away. Her perception, with the enhancement of her abilities, had begun to sense the vast and dangerous world beyond the base. Ling Yi approached the window, standing beside her, gazing into the boundless wasteland shrouded in dark red. I am aware, he replied, his voice calm and unwavering. Once we have cleared the underground, we must depart from here. This base is too small, the resources too scarce, and the secrets nearly exhausted. The true mysteries, more formidable foes, and the ultimate answers to the apocalypse lie beyond. His rules will ultimately envelop this world. Chapter 30. Underground Purification. Dawn of energy. In the ensuing days, the university city base resembled a grievously wounded giant, laboring to breathe amid pain and hope. Under the absolute deterrence of Ling Ye's formidable power and the relatively fair new regulations, internal chaos was swiftly suppressed. Survivors were organized to clear the rubble, reinforce defenses, and distribute meager rations of food and precious medical supplies. A fragile new order, driven by survival needs, gradually supplanted the previous numbness and strife. The defense camp and Mu Qing's rock-solid mercenary corps delineated their territories, patrolling day and night, eradicating the scattered mutated creatures that had escaped from the depths, as well as some petty criminals attempting to take advantage of the chaos. Although both sides still harbored mutual disdain, under Ling Ye's pressure and shared interests, they temporarily maintained a state of non-interference. Meanwhile, Ling Yi and Zero became the sharp blade piercing the malignant tumor beneath the base. Based on the incomplete underground structural diagram provided by Qian Wensen, much of which has been lost to explosions and monstrous destruction, and with Ling Ya's increasingly acute purifying perception, they embarked on a systematic eradication of the underground pipeline network, without the accompaniment of a large military force. Only Ling Ya and Zero, with occasional participation from Lu Laosi or Li Hao for practical training and learning, made their actions more efficient and discreet. Upon re-entering the dark, damp, and foul-smelling subterranean world, Zero's demeanor was strikingly transformed. No longer did she cling to Ling Ya's garments. Instead, she could confidently lead the way, radiating a gentle yet steady purifying aura, resembling a moving sanctuary that effortlessly dispelled the tainted energies and mental residues in the air. The lower-tier mutated creatures dared not approach the luminous sphere surrounding her. When encountering small groups of grotesque entities or swarms severely corrupted by maternal influences, Zero required no assistance from Ling Ya. With a mere extension of her finger, concentrated purifying flames, seemingly possessing a life of their own, shot forth with precision, annihilating the targets and thoroughly cleansing their tainted cores leaving behind only harmless remnants. Her power was, for these dark derivatives, akin to a natural enemy. Only when confronting deeper, more concealed nests controlled by formidable mother insects did Lingya need to wield the power of the rules. They soon discovered that the underground situation was more intricate than anticipated. Besides the original sewage pipelines and civil defense works, many convoluted and bizarre passages had been unearthed by monsters or some unknown force, leading to deeper, darker, and uncharted territories. In certain areas, ancient and obscure evil runes reminiscent of those on the maternal insect's shell lingered on the walls, suggesting a site of some sort of ritual or energy node. In a vast nest, seemingly transformed from an underground reservoir of a bygone era, they encountered a bizarrely mutated amalgamation, its size comparable to a small bus. It was forcibly stitched together from countless human, animal, and even other monstrous remains, with a pulsating, dark red tumor embedded at its core, emanating a nauseating aura of chaos. This creature possessed immense strength and exhibited a remarkable resistance to physical and conventional energy attacks. Zero's purifying flames scorched its exterior, producing hissing black smoke, yet struggled to penetrate the thick layer of resentment and tainted energy that constituted its armor within a short period. Lingya, its core is well protected, Zero remarked, her brow slightly furrowed as she continuously emitted purifying light to suppress the creature's movements. Lingya observed for a moment and discerned a clue. The monster's attack patterns and energy flow seemed to be bolstered by the flickering runes on the nest's walls. Modification of the rules sever the resonance connection between the target and the surrounding environmental energy. The invisible power of the rules, akin to the most precise surgical scalpel, instantaneously severed the energy link between the amalgam and the runes of the nest. The creature let out a confused and furious roar, its energy sheen visibly dimming, and its movements momentarily faltering. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Zero's hands moved in a delicate yet precise manner, channeling all the purifying light into a remarkably slender yet resplendent beam of pure white radiance. It pierced through the layer of filth with the ease of a hot knife through butter, striking directly at the core of the dark red tumor. With a sharp pop, the tumor deflated like a burst balloon, spewing forth a copious amount of viscous black blood. The stitched monstrosity let out a final, unwilling wail as its massive form crumbled, rapidly disintegrating. The crisis was averted. The two exchanged a tacit glance and continued deeper into the fray. Such battles occurred multiple times. Each time, Lingyi did not merely crush the adversaries. Rather, he assumed the role of a calm observer and supporter, utilizing the power of rules to create optimal windows of attack for Zero, or to neutralize peculiar traps and mental assaults that Zero struggled to counter. Through this practical engagement, Zero evolved rapidly, mastering the application of purifying power with increasing finesse. After several days, the threats in the known subterranean regions of the base had been largely eradicated. Wherever Zero's purifying abilities traversed, not only were monsters vanquished, but the residual tainted energy in the environment was significantly cleansed, enabling the soldiers of the defensive camp to establish temporary watchpoints. However, both Lingyi and Zero sensed that in the deeper, more intricate unexplored areas of the underground, unsettling and more insidious darkness still lurked. There, perhaps, lay connections to even more terrifying secrets. Yet, now was not the time for deeper exploration. The cleansing operations had reached a temporary pause. The survival crisis on the surface, however, was becoming increasingly dire. The primary issue remained the energy supply. The backup power source of the research center was on the brink of failure due to overuse, the lighting dimming, and several precision instruments had to be powered down for recovery. Once again, the base was engulfed in widespread darkness at night, relying solely on torches and oil lamps, amplifying the strain on defenses. In the conference room, the atmosphere was heavy. The fuel reserves for the diesel generator could last at most 3 more days. Vincent gazed at the report in his hand, his voice dry. The water purification system had completely collapsed. Relying on manual labor to extract water from the unpolluted shallow underground was inefficient and fraught with risks. Last night, another critically injured patient succumbed to infection due to the inability to provide continuous monitoring and effective sterilization, lamented the leader of the medical team with reddened eyes. Everyone turned their gaze towards Lingyi and Qin Huiran. Qin Huiran took a deep breath. His gaze once again fixed on the obelisk outside the window. It was their sole hope. The energy response from the obelisk had remained stable, even more active than before. However, the form of energy it emitted was exceedingly unique, incompatible with any existing equipment. They had attempted several conversion interfaces, all of which had failed, resulting in the destruction of multiple devices. Lingya's fingers lightly tapped on the table, having contemplated this issue previously. The power of rules could temporarily convert energy. but it could not serve as a permanent source. His gaze swept over the report regarding the energy spectrum of the obelisk, recalling the ancient, pure qualities he sensed while guiding its energy, leaning towards the realms of the mental and the orderly. The nature of the energy was peculiar, and Ling Yi pondered, perhaps they should not always strive to convert it. He turned to Qin Huairan and inquired, does the Academy possess any devices or research projects with an exceptional adaptability to energy forms, or ones that inherently require specialized energy to operate? Qin Huairan paused momentarily, then fell into contemplation. However, Qian Wensen seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly lifted his head, exclaiming, yes, there's one. The Dawn Project. It was a concept proposed by Dr. Lin Guodong years ago, based on his reverse research of Pandora energy. He designed a theoretically adaptive energy core capable of directly absorbing and utilizing various forms of special energy, converting them into stable electrical and light energy. Unfortunately, due to issues with energy sources and materials at the time, only a semi-finished prototype was created before it was sealed away. Dr. Lin Guodong, the father of Zero. Instantly, all eyes turned to Zero. With a blink of her violet eyes, she appeared somewhat dazed, yet stirred by fragments of deep-seated memories. Father's box. Yes, it is a silver-white metallic box. Qian Wensun exclaimed excitedly. It should be stored in the highly confidential safe of the underground sample repository number 3. Due to the explosion and ensuing chaos, we never had the chance to retrieve it. The flame of hope was reignited. However, challenges loomed. Sample repository No. 3 was situated beneath the area most severely affected by the explosion at the energy central, its structure severely compromised, with passages collapsed in multiple places. Moreover, no one knew if undiscovered monsters still lurked within, posing a high danger. I'll go, Ling Yi declared, rising without hesitation. Zero immediately grasped his arm, asserting, I will accompany you. I know where my father's belongings are. Meeting Zero's resolute gaze, Ling Yi nodded. Without any delay, the two set forth, plunging once more into the perilous depths below. The path to sample repository number 3 proved more arduous than anticipated. Massive concrete blocks obstructed their passage, and twisted rebar resembled the fangs of a beast, while an ominous silence and faint scent of char lingered in the air. Ling Yi wielded the power of rules, either shifting the boulders aside or contorting the steel to clear a path, the progress slow yet steady. Throughout, Zero maintained a purifying aura, keenly sensing her surroundings. Fortunately, perhaps due to the prior explosion and subsequent cleanup, this area was remarkably devoid of monsters. At last, they breached the final distorted alloy blast door and entered sample repository number 3. The interior was a scene of chaos, with various sample cabinets toppled over, glass shards, and unidentified liquids strewn across the floor. Yet, at the very back, the heavy safe made of special alloy, though marred with dents and burn marks, remained intact. Zero approached the safe, extending her small hand to gently press against the fingerprint recognition area. This was no ordinary fingerprint lock, as it appeared to integrate a form of energy authentication. With a faint hum, the safe emitted a sound of unlocking, and the heavy door slowly slid open. Inside, there was little beyond a few yellowing documents and a metallic box the size of a suitcase, entirely silver and streamlined in design, with no visible interfaces or buttons. Inscribed on the box was a line of small text, for the Dawn, Lin Guodong. Zero tenderly caressed the box, her violet eyes reflecting a blend of longing and sorrow, which soon transformed into unwavering resolve. She placed her hands on either side of the box, following a vague recollection, and gradually infused it with a trace of pure purifying energy. Suddenly, a gentle white light emanated from the silvery box, revealing intricate blue circuitry patterns on its surface. The lid silently slid open, exposing a meticulously designed interior filled with futuristic technology. At the center lay an empty energy receptacle, exuding a magnetic pull, surrounded by a dense array of incomprehensible microcomponents and conductive pathways. This was the prototype of Dawn. Ling Yi sensed that the box itself was an exceptionally precise energy reception and transformation device. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yi lifted the box, lighter than anticipated, and swiftly retraced his steps with Zero. When the silvery box was placed in the laboratory of the research center and connected to the pre-prepared temporary line leading to the energy transmission channel of the obelisk, all the researchers felt a surge of anticipation. Ling Yi took action once more, guiding the pure spiritual energy from the obelisk into the energy receptacle of the Dawn prototype. The internal blue circuitry of the prototype instantly illuminated. All components began to operate at high speed, producing a deep, steady hum. A display screen on the side of the box lit up, with the energy readings skyrocketing before stabilizing at an exceptionally high value. Subsequently, Several high-power bulbs connected to the output port of the prototype burst forth with a stable and dazzling white light, illuminating the entire laboratory as if it were midday. Nearby, the voltmeter and ammeter indicators firmly pointed to the normal power supply range. Success. The Dawn prototype had flawlessly absorbed the obelisk's unique spiritual energy and transformed it into stable, usable electric power. The laboratory erupted in thunderous cheers. Researchers embraced one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Qin Huairan, overwhelmed with emotion, caressed the prototype as though it were a priceless treasure. We did it. Old Lin, did you see? We succeeded. Although the power output of this prototype was still insufficient to sustain the entire base, it was enough to restore electricity to the research center, the medical department, and several critical areas. This was undoubtedly the first glimmer of hope in the darkness. More importantly, it proved a viable path forward. By harnessing the obelisk and the Dawn system, the university city base might truly escape its energy predicament. Ling Yi gazed at the stable output of electric energy, observing the long-awaited hope on everyone's faces, his eyes deep with contemplation. The energy issue had seen the dawn of resolution. Thus, the next step was to thoroughly eliminate the underground threats, and then it would be time to consider departing to explore the vast, perilous wasteland, a realm rife with both crises and opportunities. His rules needed a grander stage. Chapter 31. Echoes of the Abyss. A letter from afar. The successful operation of the Dawn prototype was akin to administering a potent stimulant to a dying patient. Although its power output could currently only cover the lighting and basic equipment of the research center, the core medical area, and some critical defense nodes, it was sufficient to dispel much of the despair that had enveloped the base. The restoration of power signifies that the water purification system can once again operate at a low speed, that the operating room is equipped with shadowless lamps and monitors, and that the night watchtower is no longer entirely in darkness. Hope, like a flickering flame, has been rekindled in the hearts of the survivors, growing brighter with each illumination of the electric lights. Qin Huairan leads the team from the Academy of Sciences, tirelessly working day and night around the silvery box, striving to fully decipher its principles and to design a more powerful Dawn array, aiming ultimately for the energy self-sufficiency of the base. This endeavor is fraught with challenges, as Dr. Lin Guodong's design concepts far exceed the current technological level, yet hope itself serves as the greatest motivation. However, Ling Yi does not indulge in the temporary tranquility. He understands that the threat lurking underground has not been eradicated. The unsettling darkness, akin to a dormant volcano, could erupt at any moment. Until this hidden danger is thoroughly addressed, the base will never know peace, and he cannot leave with ease. After a night of rest, Ling Yi and Zero once again prepare for departure. This time, their goal is clear: to penetrate the unexplored core of the underground and uncover the source of the unsettling darkness, either to purify or to seal it away. Upon learning of their plan, Mu Qing proactively approaches them. The underground environment is complex, necessitating multiple individuals for mutual support. She is still clad in her sleek red leather armor, with her flame longbow slung across her back, her gaze sharp. In certain environments, my flames are more effective than your energy. Moreover, I possess some experience in excavation and geological structures, she states, alluding to her mercenary career. Ling Yi glances at her, not declining her offer. Mu Qing's strength and character are commendable, having already proven to be a reliable ally in previous battles. He nods in agreement. Very well. Keep up. The trio delves deeper underground. Crossing over areas previously cleared, the passage ahead grows increasingly peculiar. The marks of human excavation gradually fade, replaced by natural caverns that appear to have been torn apart by some immense force or corroded by strong acids. The walls are thickly covered with dark purple moss, reminiscent of biological mats, emitting a faint phosphorescent glow and a nauseatingly sweet odor. The air is damp and oppressive, imbued with a stifling silence. Zero's purifying aura is noticeably suppressed here, its range significantly diminished. She furrows her brow. The filth here is older. They do not favor my light. Mu Qing ignites a flame in her palm, the flickering light dispersing some of the darkness, yet also illuminating the walls, revealing even more twisted and ominous ancient ruins. She speaks in a low voice. Be cautious. This place is exceedingly sinister. Ling Yi extends his perception to its fullest, the power of rules flowing within him, vigilant against any potential threats. The passage descends, its slope growing steeper, ultimately transforming into a nearly vertical shaft. Utilizing makeshift footholds shaped by Ling Yi's power of rules and the fiery arrows shot by Mu Qing as anchors, the three descend with great difficulty. After descending nearly 100 meters, the view suddenly opens up. They seem to have stumbled into a vast underground cavern. The cave is astonishingly expansive, with countless dark red, pulsating fungal masses hanging from the ceiling, casting an eerie glow that illuminates the entire space. At the heart of the cavern lies an immense underground lake, dark as ink. The water is viscous and undulating, yet it exudes a malevolent aura more potent than any encountered before, sending shivers through the soul. The unsettling darkness emanates from the depths of this desolate lake. Scattered along the shores are countless ghastly white bones, remnants of both humans and various mutated creatures, piled high like a mountain. Above this grim mound of bones stand several altars, crudely constructed from black stone, imbued with a sense of blasphemy. These altars are inscribed with grotesque, evil runes, currently radiating a faint crimson glow that resonates ominously with the essence of the lake's depths. Is this a place of sacrifice? Mu Qing gasped, gripping her longbow tightly. Ling's complexion turned even paler as she pointed towards the dark lake, her voice trembling. There is something vast, sorrowful, and furious lurking beneath the waters. Ling Ye's expression grew grave. He sensed that this black lake served as a tremendous nexus of energy and a source of corruption. The altars seemed to siphon the power of whatever lay below, perhaps attempting to communicate with or awaken it. The bones strewn along the shore were evidently the sacrifices of some nefarious ritual. These altars must be destroyed to sever their connection to the depths. Just as Ling Yi prepared to act, a tremendous surge erupted from the center of the lake. A colossal claw, formed entirely of the inky waters, surged forth. Imbued with an overwhelming stillness and resentment, crashing down towards the shore where the three stood. The force of this strike was terrifying, surpassing any adversary they had faced before. Even before the claw arrived, the chilling malevolence it harbored threatened to freeze their very souls. Dodge! Ling Yi shouted, activating the power of rules in an instant. Rule modification: redirect the incoming wave of kinetic energy to the surrounding rock walls. The colossal water claw struck the shore, its force forcibly dispersed into the nearby cliffs. The walls trembled violently, fissures appearing as debris cascaded down, yet the trio remained unscathed. However, the assault did not cease. The surface of the lake heaved, unleashing more water-like claws that danced menacingly towards them from all directions. Simultaneously, the runes on the altars flared to life, sending waves of dark crimson psychic shockwaves that struck like tangible forces. Mu Qing shouted defiantly, drawing her fiery longbow to its full moon-like arc, unleashing a barrage of blazing arrows towards the claws and altars. The arrows struck the claws, erupting into clouds of steam that temporarily repelled them. When they hit the altars, they exploded in a shower of stone fragments, causing the runes to flicker and momentarily disrupt the psychic onslaught. Ling extended her arms, a pure purification shield unfurling like an umbrella, straining against the pervasive mental corruption and malevolent pressure, her face contorted in pain. The concentration of pollution here was overwhelming. Ling Yi's gaze hardened. He knew they must destroy the altars swiftly to sever the source of this power. Ignoring the grasping claws, he moved like a wraith, charging directly toward the nearest altar. Rule modification: the structural stability of this altar is set to 0. His palm pressed against the altar, the force of rules surged forth. The altar, constructed from black stones, appeared to have instantaneously endured the ravages of countless ages, silently crumbling into a fine powder. The radiant glyphs upon its surface extinguished in an instant. A monstrous roar erupted from the depths of the lake, and more watery claws lunged toward Ling Yi. Unfazed, Ling Yi stood resolute, enveloped in the protective power of rules. Every claw that touched him disintegrated, reverting to ordinary lake water. He replicated this defensive maneuver, swiftly advancing toward the second and third altars. Mu Qing and Zero provided unwavering support, intertwining flames and pure light to fend off the creature's frenzied counterattacks. Soon, all the altars lay in ruins. With the collapse of the final altar, the creature's roars grew increasingly frantic, yet tinged with a hint of weakness. The cohesion and power of its water claws had evidently diminished. The altars had seemingly served as a source of additional strength for it. Deprived of this support, the entity lurking beneath the lake appeared to recognize that it could not easily eliminate the intruders. The massive water claws gradually retreated into the depths, and the once turbulent surface of the lake began to calm, reverting to its previous state of lifelessness. However, the dense aura of malevolence did not dissipate. Instead, it became more restrained and ominous, akin to a wounded beast lurking in the shadows, nursing its wounds and biding its time. The cavern returned to a temporary tranquility, interrupted only by the heavy breaths of the three individuals. "It has hidden itself," Zero remarked softly, sensing the depths of the lake, as if it harbors both fear and animosity. Ling Yi gazed into the abyssal black lake, his brow furrowed. He sensed that the essence of the entity beneath the lake was extraordinarily unique, seemingly a bizarre existence straddling the realms of energy and spirit, subtly connected to the entire underground lake and the geological veins of the region. To forcibly purify, it could potentially trigger unforeseen geological disasters, perhaps even awakening something far more terrifying. The most prudent course of action was to temporarily seal and isolate it. He approached the lake's edge, placing his hands upon the frigid ground. Rule modification, centered upon this lake. The rock structure within a radius of 500 meters shall undergo lattice reinforcement and be imbued with energy isolation properties. Rule modification. A conceptual seal shall be imposed upon the lake's surface to prohibit energy overflow, mental probing, and the approach of life. The vast power of the rules surged into the earth like a tidal wave. The surrounding rock walls appeared to be coated with an invisible, remarkably resilient energy shell, completely severing the exchange of energy between the interior and exterior. Meanwhile, the dark surface of the lake seemed to be enveloped by an imperceptible, tenacious membrane, forcibly repressing all attempts of energy and mental force to breach the surface. Having completed these measures, Ling Yi exhaled softly, feeling a slight relief. While he had not eradicated the threat, this seal would sufficiently ensure the safety of the base's underground for a considerable duration. Let us depart, Ling Yi stated, turning away. The objective of their journey had been accomplished. Mu Qing regarded the sealed black lake with a complex expression before eventually nodding in agreement. Zero cast one last glance at the lake's depths, a fleeting glimmer of compassion crossing her violet eyes, which swiftly transformed into determination as she fell in step behind Ling Yi. The journey back was markedly smoother. Upon their return to the surface and after informing Qin Huairan of the circumstances deep underground, the old professor was filled with trepidation. He immediately ordered a complete lockdown of all known passages leading to that area and erected the highest warning signs. With the most significant hazards temporarily eliminated, the base could finally commence its much-needed recuperation. Days later, the operations of the base gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. Although the new distribution system was austere, it was relatively equitable, instilling a sense of hope among the populace. The construction of the Dawn Array was also progressing diligently. The collaboration between the defense battalion and the mercenary group remained fraught with challenges, yet the reduction of external pressures seemed to foster a budding sense of camaraderie. Mu Qing frequently approached Ling Yi to voice her grievances about Zhao Mang's attempts to usurp credit and extend his sphere of influence. Ling Yi, however, remained indifferent. He deemed such petty power struggles utterly inconsequential. His gaze had long since shifted beyond the confines of the base to the vast world outside. He began instructing Lu Laosi and Li Hao to consciously gather information regarding the external environment, the locations of other survivor enclaves, the distribution of formidable mutated creatures, and rumors of anomalous areas as preparations for departure. That afternoon, Ling Yi was atop the research center, gazing out over the desolate expanse, tinged crimson by the setting sun. Qian Wensan hurried towards him, a look of exhilaration adorning his face as he clutched a report. Mr. Ling, we have made a significant discovery. We repaired a portion of the communication equipment previously confiscated from the cultists and attempted to adjust the frequency. As a result, we intercepted a fragmented, encrypted broadcast signal from the outside world. A broadcast signal? Ling Yi turned to face him. Yes, the source is distant, and the interference is severe, rendering the content incomplete. However, we have deciphered some recurring keywords. Qian Wensun eagerly handed the report to Ling Yi. The document contained fragments of decrypted information. The Free Federation sincerely urges all surviving human enclaves to resist the Mother S Union. The Gene Codex, prohibited knowledge of inhuman evolution, poses a grave danger. The Eternal Empire, mechanical ascension devours glory. Coordinates: East longitude XXX degrees, North latitude XXX degrees. Starwatch Outpost, an alliance meeting in 1 month. Repeated crises herald opportunities for a new era. Free Federation, Gene Codex, Eternal Empire, Starwatch Outpost, Alliance. These unfamiliar terms sketched a landscape of a wasteland far more intricate, chaotic, yet grander than the university town base. A flicker of genuine intrigue ignited in Ling Ye's eyes. It seemed the time to embark on a journey had finally arrived. Chapter 32, Decisions and Departures atop the Research Center. The blood-red glow of the setting sun elongated Ling Ye's silhouette. The decrypted report in his hands felt as heavy as lead, with each word pointing to a tumultuous and grand unknown world. Dr. Qian Wensun stood beside him, a mixture of excitement and concern etched on his face. Mr. Ling. The signal vanished entirely after repeating 3 times. The background interference is terrifying, akin to some global energy tumult. We cannot pinpoint a more precise source, nor can we ascertain the exact time the signal was transmitted. The mention of an alliance meeting in 30 days is merely derived from the signal itself. Ling Ye's gaze lifted from the report, once again fixed on the far-off wasteland, cloaked in crimson and silent, yet fraught with hidden peril. In the university city base, after a series of arduous battles, the most significant internal threat had finally been eradicated, allowing for a tentative stabilization. Here, there was power, a semblance of order, and followers who rallied around him. Yet, this place was too confined. The stage here could no longer satisfy his yearning to explore the limits of his extraordinary abilities and to glimpse the truth of the world. The broadcast signals hinted at vast forces with differing ideologies, the so-called maternal threat, forbidden knowledge, and the ambition for mechanical ascendance. Each element drew him in like a magnet. Has Professor Qin been informed? Ling Yi inquired, his voice calm and unruffled. It has been reported. Professor Qin believes the information is insufficient, its authenticity questionable, and the risk substantial. He strongly advises caution, suggesting we wait until the base is more secure and the dawn array is fully established before considering any actions. Qian Wensun conveyed truthfully. Ling Yi nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying. Qin Huairan's concerns reflected a normal mindset, but it was far from his own. He turned and descended from the observation platform. Orders were swiftly disseminated. An hour later, several key members of the base were summoned to the command room. Qin Huairan, Zhao Meng, the representative from the defense camp, Mu Qing, the mercenary leader, Qian Wensun, the scientific representative, and Zero, who silently stood behind Ling Yi. Ling Yi placed the decoded report on the table and succinctly stated, "We have received signals from the outside world. In 1 month, at a distant location, a coalition of survivor factions will convene at the Star Outpost." Upon hearing this, the responses varied among the attendees. Zhao Meng furrowed his brow and gruffly remarked, "External signals? Can we trust them? Could it be a trap? Our base has only just stabilized. Our immediate priority should be to fortify our defenses and eliminate nearby mutated entities. Blindly trusting an unknown signal is far too reckless." His stance largely represented the cautious viewpoint within the defense camp. Qin Huairan adjusted his glasses and added, "Mr. Ling, Captain Zhao's concerns are not without merit. We know too little about the world beyond our walls. The mention of the Free Federation and the Eternal Empire in the signals does not suggest benevolence. Moreover, the coordinates of the Star Outpost are remote, and the journey fraught with unpredictable dangers. I believe we should prioritize development and build our strength." However, Mu Qing crossed her arms and offered a wild smile. "I see this as an opportunity. What great prospects can arise from remaining in this small place? The outside world must be far more exhilarating and abundant in resources. There are indeed risks, but they are worth taking. Mr. Ling, if you decide to go, my mercenary group can provide skilled individuals to accompany you." She craved a grander stage and greater challenges. From a technical perspective, Qian Wensun remarked, "The signal's encryption method is archaic yet effective, suggesting it is not a rudimentary trap. The ability to conduct such long-distance broadcasts indicates a certain level of technological prowess. I believe there is some authenticity to the information, but the dangers are equally significant." Zero merely stood quietly, her stance unmistakable. Wherever Ling Yi went, she would follow. Ling Yi listened to the various opinions, his fingers gently tapping the table, refraining from making an immediate decision. At that moment, Lu Laosi and Li Hao were summoned as well. They had been responsible for intelligence gathering during this period. And Lu Laosi respectfully handed over a meticulously compiled report. "Mr. Ling, based on fragmented information extracted from the accounts of past wanderers and captives, in conjunction with this broadcast, we can tentatively affirm certain aspects." Lu Laosi began, stating that the most widespread rumors pertain to the Free Federation, purportedly a loose alliance formed by numerous survivor towns that upholds trade and individual liberty, albeit with complex internal factions. The gene scriptures remain enigmatic, with whispers suggesting an obsession with biological mutations and genetic modifications, even possessing the ability to control formidable mutated beasts. The Eternal Empire is described as the most iron-fisted and exclusionary, rumored to worship machinery and steel, enforcing assimilation or annihilation of other factions. Li Hao added, "Regarding the maternal entity, there exists only a vague legend, claiming it to be the source of all aberrant entities, a terrifying consciousness network enveloping the globe. Yet no one can substantiate this. As for the Star Outpost, it is unknown to anyone. But the coordinates indicate that it necessitates traversing at least 2 known Class A high-risk mutated territories and a wasteland referred to as the Radiation Dead Zone. These disparate pieces of information, when pieced together, further corroborate that the broadcast signal is not mere fabrication, while simultaneously laying bare the immense risks of venturing forth." A brief silence fell over the command room. Zhao Meng's expression darkened further, and Qin Huairan's concerns deepened. Ling Yi finally ceased his rhythmic tapping on the table. The base requires development. The outside world needs awareness. He spoke slowly, his voice resolute, asserting that stagnation is the greatest peril. He made a decision. I shall journey to the Star Outpost. His tone was calm, yet bore the weight of unwavering determination. Zhao Meng opened his mouth, wishing to voice his concerns. But upon meeting Ling Ye's tranquil yet profound gaze, he ultimately swallowed his words. Standing straight, the defense camp will vow to protect the base at all costs until your return. Qin Huairan sighed, recognizing the futility of altering Ling Ye's decision, and could only solemnly implore, please ensure your utmost safety. The research center will expedite the fabrication of portable communication and detection devices, hoping they may assist you. Mu Qing interjected with a smile. I shall select 5 of the finest individuals to accompany you, tasked with managing chores and vigilance along the way. Such a grand occasion must not be missed. Ling Yi nodded, expressing no dissent regarding Mu Qing's arrangements. He did not require protection, yet needed aids for handling trivial matters and scouting. Lu Laosi Li Hao, present, continued to delve deeper into all intelligence regarding external routes, hazardous zones, and the characteristics of various factions. Provide me with the most comprehensive report within 3 days. Understood. 0. Master. 0 stepped forward. Prepare accordingly. Affirmative. Orders were issued one after another, efficiently and clearly. The machinery of the entire base commenced operations centered around Ling Ye's expedition plan. In the ensuing 3 days, while the surface of the base appeared tranquil, an undercurrent of activity surged. Under the leadership of Qin Huairan, the research center worked almost tirelessly, packaging a new batch of developments: compact high-energy batteries, environmental radiation detectors, modified radios capable of short-distance communication, and several special arrows crafted based on the reinforcement concepts provided by Ling Yi, to be entrusted to Mu Qing. The defense camp intensified patrols, consciously extending their efforts further into the periphery of the base, ensuring the safety radius surrounding the base once Ling Yi departed. Mu Qing meticulously selected 5 team members, 2 seasoned wilderness hunters, an expert in traps and explosives, a technician with a basic understanding of mechanical repairs, and a taciturn yet keenly perceptive sniper. She personally inspected each member's equipment, ensuring ample ammunition and supplies. Meanwhile, Ling Yi enjoyed a relative tranquility, spending most of his time alone in his room, deeply immersed in the exploration of his own extraordinary abilities. Aware that their journey could present myriad unforeseen circumstances, he sought more intricate, energy-efficient, and diverse applications of his powers. He sensed that his abilities might transcend mere alterations of physical laws, potentially reaching deeper dimensions. On the evening of the 3rd day, Lu Laosi and Li Hao delivered the final compilation of intelligence and a route map. Ling Yi meticulously reviewed the documents, committing their contents to memory. As night fell, he returned alone to the sealed entrance of the library's subterranean chamber, reinforcing the previous seal and leaving a mental mark. Should the seal experience significant disturbance, he would be alerted, no matter his location. Having completed these tasks, he ascended to the surface, gazing at the stark, cold expanse of the post-apocalyptic sky, where countless stars coldly observed the ravaged earth below. On the morning of the 4th day, the base's gates slowly opened. Ling Yi donned a lightweight black combat suit, followed closely by Zero, clad in a flowing white dress. Mu Qing and her 5 team members stood fully armed beside a modified off-road vehicle equipped with armor and a heavy machine gun, with a pickup truck laden with supplies trailing behind. Qin Huairan, Zhao Meng, Qian Wensun, and others had gathered to bid farewell. Without excessive words, Ling Yi scanned the faces of the crowd, ultimately resting his gaze on Qin Huairan and Zhao Meng. The base is in your hands, he entrusted them. Rest assured. They replied in unison, their expressions grave. Ling Yi nodded, refraining from further dialogue, as he opened the vehicle door and took his place in the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle. Zero silently settled into the back seat. Mu Qing hopped into the driver's seat, excitedly whistling as she started the engine. The roar of the engine shattered the morning's tranquility as the 2 vehicles, one after the other, rolled out of the gates of the City of Rules, heading toward the rising blood-red sun, gradually disappearing over the horizon and venturing into the vast wasteland filled with uncertainty, danger, and opportunity. Thus began Ling Yi's journey across the wasteland. Chapter 33. The first cry of the wasteland and the weeping mountains. The modified off-road vehicle's engine growled deeply as it traversed the cracked roads and overgrown, mutated shrubs. Outside the window lay a world entirely reshaped by energy tides. The dark red sky resembled an eternal dusk, with sunlight struggling to pierce the thick clouds, casting a lifeless glow. The earth was scarred, with twisted metal skeletons, collapsed concrete giants, and rusted vehicle remnants telling the silent tale of past civilization's grandeur and ruin. Resilient mutated flora displayed bizarre hues and forms, aggressively encroaching upon every inch of space. A faint haze of radiation dust permeated the air, mingling with the earthy scent of decay and an indescribable aroma of rust and blood that characterized this era. This is the world beyond the wall, vast, desolate, and cruel, yet imbued with a wild, heart-stirring primal vitality. Ling Yi sat in the passenger seat, his gaze calmly sweeping over the rapidly passing scenery outside the window. His mental perception spread outwards like an invisible radar, emanating from his center, capturing subtle shifts in the flow of energy and the hidden breaths of life. In the back seat, Zero sat quietly with his eyes closed, seemingly attuned to some unspoken awareness. Mu Qing skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, deftly avoiding larger obstacles and potholes on the road. In the rear compartment, her 5 team members, a sniper codenamed Eagle Eye, a mechanic known as Wrench, a trap expert called Viper, and 2 firepower specialists named Anvil and Stone, remained on high alert, peering through the firing ports to observe the desolate wilderness on either side. Having already traveled 15 kilometers beyond the base's regular patrol range, Mu Qing broke the silence within the vehicle, her tone laced with a barely perceptible excitement. So far, no signs of large mutant beast activity had been detected, only a few small radiation rodents and mutated vultures. Ling Yi acknowledged with a sound, but offered no further comment. In his perception, the energy field of this area remained relatively stable, with only a few faint, chaotic life signals that posed no significant threat. According to the route map provided by Lu Laoxi, they needed to head southeast for approximately 200 kilometers to circumvent an area marked as a withered swamp of high radiation before turning north towards the approximate coordinates of the Starry Watchtower. The beginning of their journey unfolded with an unusual tranquility, even bordering on monotony. Aside from the occasional need to exit the vehicle to clear debris or navigate around completely collapsed overpasses, they encountered no substantial dangers. This calmness made the experienced Mu Qing and her team even more vigilant. Excessive quietude often heralded greater crises lurking in the wasteland. At midday, the convoy took a brief respite at the ruins of a relatively intact service area from the bygone era. The team members swiftly occupied advantageous positions for vigilance. While Wrench inspected the vehicle's condition, Mu Qing spread out the map and reconfirmed the route with Ling Yi. At this pace, we should reach the edge of the Weeping Mountains before nightfall, she remarked, pointing to a serpentine mountainous region on the map. Lu Laoxi's intelligence indicated that it was a nesting ground for mutated mountain monkeys and radiation bats, characterized by strong geomagnetic interference, one of the most perilous segments of their journey. Should we force our way through, or take a longer detour? Ling Yi studied the map. A detour would mean at least 2 additional days, and the alternate route would pass through an area marked by a lack of intelligence, posing an even greater unknown risk. Let us go straight through, he decided. I will handle the interference issue. Mu Qing grinned widely. Just the response I was waiting for. She cherished Ling Yi's unwavering confidence. After their brief intermission, the convoy set out once more. As they drew closer to the Weeping Mountains, the surrounding environment grew increasingly treacherous. The terrain began to become rugged, and vegetation thinned, revealing vast expanses of jagged rocks eroded into grotesque forms by radioactive rain. The radiation readings in the air slowly began to rise. Amidst the wind, a peculiar sound started to emerge, an echo that resembled the wailing of countless souls weeping in the mountains, or perhaps a resonance created by a special frequency of wind passing through caverns. Thus, the Weeping Mountains earned their name. Simultaneously, the makeshift radio within the vehicle erupted with a cacophony of harsh static, the needle oscillating wildly as all channels became engulfed by intense interference. The geomagnetic disturbance had commenced. Mu Qing exclaimed, compelled to reduce her speed and rely more on her visual acuity. Ling Yi remained impassive, his focus unwavering. A modification of rules was enacted, within a 50-meter radius centered on the vehicle. The propagation rules of electromagnetic waves were temporarily amended to exclude the influence of anomalous geomagnetic interference. An invisible wave swept through. In an instant, the radio's noise dissipated. Although no signals could be received, a serene calm returned. The other electronic devices in the vehicle also resumed stable operation. Mu Qing whistled, impressive. Such a formidable ability, akin to a sorcerer's decree, was always awe-inspiring, regardless of how many times one witnessed it. However, the eradication of the interference seemed to have roused certain inhabitants of the mountains. Suddenly, a vast, ominous cloud billowed forth from the precipice ahead. It was a congregation composed of thousands of irradiated bats. Their size dwarfed that of the bats from the old era, with wingspans nearing a meter, their bodies pitch black, eyes gleaming with a sanguinary crimson light, emitting piercing shrieks as they surged towards the convoy like a deluge of darkness. Enemy attack. Swarm of irradiated bats. Prepare for battle. Mu Qing immediately seized the walkie-talkie to alert the vehicles behind, simultaneously flooring the accelerator in an attempt to surge ahead. Yet, the swarm was alarmingly swift, descending upon the vehicle in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The rear compartment's anvil and stones had already opened fire, heavy machine guns unleashing torrents of flames, shredding the encroaching bats, with the stench of blood and scattered flesh splattering everywhere. Eagle Eye also leaned out of the sunroof, employing precision shots to eliminate the bats attempting to approach the window. Yet, the sheer number of bats was overwhelming, and their agility was remarkable. Many evaded the barrage, wildly clawing and gnashing at the vehicle's armor, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. Some even aimed to crash against the windows. Zero emitted a faint purifying aura, causing the bats that neared the vehicle to seem to encounter an invisible barrier, their movements becoming sluggish as they retreated with agonized cries. However, the aura's reach was limited and could not encompass all. As Mu Qing maneuvered to dodge the large potholes ahead, she drew a large-caliber handgun from her waist with one hand, expertly picking off the bats that approached from the side with deadly precision. Ling Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Though this primitive harassment posed no substantial threat, it was quite vexing and squandered both time and ammunition. He extended a finger, pointing toward the heart of the bat swarm that darkened the sky. A rule modification was enacted, designated Biological Community, Irradiated Bats, a collective sonic wave perception system, with the reception frequency forcibly synchronized to the mournful wails of the crying mountains. The peculiar power of the rules took effect. The once frenzied swarm of bats abruptly faltered. They appeared to have perceived an incomprehensible yet profound noise emanating from their own habitat, plunging them into a state of extreme confusion and panic. They no longer assailed the vehicles. Instead, they flitted about in the air like headless flies, colliding haphazardly, shrieking, and even beginning to turn on one another, resulting in a chaotic tumult among the swarm of bats. Seizing the opportunity, the convoy accelerated, easily breaking free from the bats' encroaching shadow. Glancing into the rearview mirror at the cloud of chaos receding into the distance, Mu Qing and the team members inside the vehicle exhaled in relief, casting a look of reverence at the figure in the passenger seat who had effortlessly averted the crisis without lifting a finger. The formidable gunner in the back seat, Shirkwai, murmured softly, voicing the collective sentiment. However, before they could relish their respite, the observer, Eagle Eye, suddenly shouted, 3 o'clock ahead. There's something on the ridge. It's moving fast. The team immediately turned their gaze. On the ridge to the side, 7 or 8 shadows were leaping down the steep rocks with astonishing agility, charging directly towards the convoy. They bore a humanoid shape, yet were even more hunched and towering, cloaked in coarse, gray-black fur, with elongated arms and glinting claws. Their twisted faces and protruding fangs unmistakably identifying them as the mutated mountain ogres mentioned in the intelligence reports. These creatures exhibited strength and speed far surpassing that of the irradiated bats, and it was evident they possessed greater intelligence, utilizing the terrain to launch their ambush. Slow down. Prepare for combat. Mu Qing commanded immediately, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Ling Ye's gaze also fell upon the rapidly approaching mutated mountain ogres, his expression still calm but tinged with contemplation. It seemed that the first substantial battle in the wasteland was only just beginning. Chapter 34. Equality under the rules. The speed of the mutated mountain ogres was astonishing. They charged across the rugged terrain on all fours, leaping distances of over 10 meters with each bound, propelled by a foul wind directly towards the convoy. Open fire. Mu Qing commanded sharply, simultaneously yanking the steering wheel in an effort to maneuver the vehicle and evade the initial assault. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun at the rear roared to life first, its scorching bullets sweeping towards the 2 foremost ogres. Yet, these creatures were exceptionally cunning, using the rocks as cover, their forms darting unpredictably. Most bullets either struck empty air or merely grazed their resilient hides, igniting a flurry of sparks and furious roars. Bang! A dull crack of a sniper rifle echoed. The lead ogre's head snapped back violently, a burst of blood erupting, staggering a few steps, but, remarkably, it did not fall immediately. Its skull was terrifyingly hard. Eagle Eye's shot, capable of piercing light armor, had only severely wounded it, igniting an even more ferocious rage. Roar! The injured ogre emitted a deafening roar, its speed surging once more, claws slashing through the air with a piercing shriek, lunging fiercely at the tires of the off-road vehicle. Mu Qing's expression shifted as he slammed the brakes and sharply turned the wheel. A screech of friction filled the air. The vehicle narrowly evaded the crushing blow, the ogre's claws scraping against the armor plate, creating a dazzling shower of sparks. Another ogre seized the opportunity to leap onto the hood, the tremendous impact causing the front of the vehicle to dip sharply. Its grotesque, contorted face pressed against the windshield, fangs bared, viscous saliva dripping onto the glass. As it raised another claw poised to strike down. Within the confines of the vehicle, the iron anvil and stone block adjusted their aim, yet due to the angle, they struggled to fire accurately. Mu Qing had already unsheathed the alloy combat knife at his waist, preparing to abandon the vehicle for close combat. In this critical moment, a voice, calm and unperturbed, pierced through the chaos, seemingly disturbed only by the noise outside. Lingyi, without even glancing at the approaching mountain demon that seemed poised to crash through the window, casually raised his hand and pressed towards the void beyond the glass. Rule modification, centered on this vehicle, within a radius of 100 meters, all moving objects will experience a 50% reversal of their inertial vectors. A deceptively simple, yet profoundly terrifying alteration to the rules. Buzz. An invisible yet immense force instantaneously enveloped the entire battlefield. The mountain demon, poised on the hood with claws raised to strike, abruptly froze mid-action. Its forward momentum persisted, but an opposing force, equal to half its own strength, suddenly acted upon it from thin air. It was akin to a phantom cable yanking it back with ferocious intensity while it sprinted at full speed. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed clearly. The mountain demon, bewildered by the abrupt turn of events, found its body wrenched in a grotesque manner, contradicting the very laws of physics, as it folded in on itself violently. Intestines and blood erupted from its shattered eye sockets, mouth, and rear end, akin to a tomato crushed mercilessly by an unseen hand. Splatter! The foul, viscous remnants of flesh and blood splattered across the windshield. This sudden and bizarre demise left the horde of mountain demons that followed in a state of shock, their simple minds utterly incapable of comprehending how their comrade had been instantaneously reduced to a heap of gore. However, the rule alteration affected all moving entities. The bullets from the heavy machine gun, upon exiting the barrel, experienced a sudden halving of speed, followed by an eerie reverse inertia, with many rounds tracing bizarre arcs in midair, nearly injuring allies. The iron anvil, startled, hastily released the trigger. The sniper bullets released by Eagle Eye also encountered interference, their trajectories wavering precariously, almost missing their target. Even the vehicle driven by Mu Qing felt an inexplicable resistance, as if it had suddenly entered a viscous substance, leading to a sharp decrease in speed. All moving objects were thus influenced by this reversal of inertia. Only Lingyi himself, along with Zero, whom he had deliberately excluded from the rule's constraints, remained unaffected. Lingyi furrowed his brow slightly, appearing dissatisfied with the collateral damage resulting from this rule modification. He required more precise control. At that moment, although the remaining mountain demons were momentarily stunned by the bizarre demise of their companion, their bloodthirsty instincts quickly overcame their fear, and they lunged forward once more, albeit with noticeably more caution. Lingyi raised his hand once again. This time, his mental focus intensified as he locked onto the rapidly moving mountain demons. Rule modification, designated targets, mutated mountain demons. Their neural signal transmission rates will be forcibly reduced to 1/10. Once again, a seemingly simple yet fundamentally incisive alteration to the rules. The mountain baboons, engaged in fierce pounces, leaps, and evasive maneuvers, suddenly appeared as if ensnared by an invisible force, their movements slowed to a surreal crawl. The speed of their muscle contractions, neural responses, and even the flow of their blood was forcibly decelerated tenfold. Their strikes became languid and feeble, their roars elongated into grotesque, distorted moans, and their fearsome expressions froze in place, resembling comical yet terrifying marionettes in slow motion. This stark contrast between extreme motion and utter stillness delivered a visual impact far more striking than direct slaughter. What is happening? Both Mu Qing and her team were rendered speechless, the scene before them utterly transcending their comprehension. The once ferocious mutated baboons now seemed trapped in the depths of a nightmarish reverie, each action excruciatingly sluggish, their eyes betraying sheer terror and confusion as they struggled to comprehend the malfunction of their own bodies. What are you still dawdling for? Linya's calm voice served as a reminder. Mu Qing was the first to regain her wits, though her heart raced with shock. Her years of perilous experience propelled her to seize this extraordinary opportunity. Attack! Eliminate them! She flung open the car door, her form darting forth like lightning, the alloy blade of her weapon tracing a cold arc as it effortlessly cleaved through the neck of a baboon caught in its slow-motion plight. The creature attempted to block the blow, but its arm moved with the sluggishness of a snail. With a swift slice, the head was severed, blood gushing forth in a slow-motion spray. The members in the rear immediately opened fire. At that moment, The baboons were the epitome of stationary targets. Even the bullets, hindered by the rules, moving at half their usual speed, were more than sufficient to tear through their languorous forms. Bang, bang, bang. The sniper rifles fired with precision, each round finding its mark. The heavy machine guns unleashed a torrent of fire, transforming the baboons into mere sieves. The serpent-like figure even leisurely tossed 2 high-explosive grenades, which rolled accurately to land at the feet of 2 baboons. As they slowly bent to discern the source of the disturbance, boom, boom, the explosions obliterated them entirely. The battle concluded in mere seconds. When Lin Yi lifted the imposed restrictions, the scene was left littered with the mangled corpses of baboons and the acrid scent of blood. The team exchanged glances, their faces still bearing the remnants of shock and bewilderment. What was anticipated to be a grueling fight had ended in such an eerie and effortless manner. They had exerted little effort, merely executing a remarkably efficient cleanup. All eyes instinctively turned to the young man who had resumed his seat in the passenger side, as if nothing had transpired. Absolute power crushed all opposition. With the rules in hand, all beings were rendered equal. At that moment, they comprehended this statement with profound clarity. Before him, the notorious mutated baboons and the lambs awaiting slaughter seemed indistinguishable. Mu Qing took a deep breath, quelling the tumult of her emotions. She sheathed her blade and began directing her team to conduct a simple sweep of the battlefield, checking for energy cores and collecting valuable biological materials, while also clearing the blood-splattered windshield. Without knowing when I disembarked, I approached a relatively intact corpse of a mountain demon. Crouching down, I extended my pale fingers to gently touch its hardened fur, a fleeting glimmer passing through my violet eyes. Master, she lifted her gaze. The mutations of these creatures appear rather unnatural. Their genetic sequences have been forcibly distorted, and the seams are conspicuously evident. Reminiscent of shoddy products churned out on an assembly line. Ling Ye's eyes flickered. An assembly line? Merely an impression. Zero gently shook her head, sensing that beneath their genetic layers, there seemed to be a shared mark. Ling Yi gazed deep into the weeping mountains, his expression profound. Is there a distinction between natural mutations and those induced by human intervention? This wasteland appears to be far more intricate than he had envisioned. Soon, the battlefield was cleared. The convoy resumed its journey along the winding mountain roads, heading toward the opposite side of the range. Following this brief yet impactful confrontation, the atmosphere within the convoy subtly transformed. The team members' reverence for Ling Yi reached its zenith, tinged with a hint of trepidation towards non-human entities. In Mu Qing's eyes, beyond awe, there blossomed a fervent desire to follow this absolute power and witness a broader world. The winds of the weeping mountains continued to wail, yet they seemed no longer so unsettling, for the rules were now firmly in hand. Chapter 35. The Silent Town and the Friendly Invitation upon traversing the weeping mountains. The terrain gradually leveled out, yet the desolation intensified. Radiation readings lingered within perilous ranges, and the air was thick with visible dust. Occasionally, colossal, twisted skeletons half buried in the sand could be seen, remnants of some horrific mutated creature. According to the map and the intel from Lu Laosi, the convoy needed to proceed along an ancient road, nearly buried by wind and sand, for approximately 60 kilometers to reach the next potential supply point. A small survivor outpost marked as Rock Town. It was rumored to subsist on mining a radiation-resistant rock and producing crude radiation-purified water. Ling Ye's mental perception maintained a consistent radius of expansion. He discovered that the deeper they ventured into the wasteland, the more vibrant and chaotic the unknown energy in the air became. This environment undoubtedly favored the evolution of aberrations and mutated beings, proving extremely hostile to humanity. After about an hour of travel, a vast ruin emerged ahead. It appeared to be a small town from a bygone era, nearly obliterated, leaving only crumbling walls and charred metal frameworks. Disturbingly, the town's ruins exuded an eerie silence, devoid of even the most common radiation rats or vultures. With only the winds wailing through the crevices, creating an unsettling stillness that sent shivers down one's spine. Something felt amiss. Mu Qing, driving, reduced the vehicle's speed. Her brow furrowed. It was too quiet, as if something had thoroughly cleansed the area. Communications from the rear team came through. Boss. Radiation readings here are unusually high and fluctuating significantly. In Ling Ye's perception, the energy field of this region was exceedingly chaotic, resembling a pot of boiling porridge. Yet amidst the turmoil, there faintly emerged signs of having been artificially organized. There existed a sensation of energy being deliberately guided and constrained, though faint. It was not imperceptible to him. Proceed with caution and remain vigilant, Ling Yi commanded. Regardless of what lay ahead, nothing could deter him from his path. The convoy gradually entered the main thoroughfare of the town's ruins. The tires crunched over shards of glass and debris, emitting a jarring sound that pierced through the profound silence. On either side of the street stood collapsed shops and residences, their walls riddled with bullet holes and charred remnants of explosions, a clear testament to the fierce battles that had unfolded here. In certain areas, dried, dark bloodstains and shattered bones were still visible. As the convoy reached a relatively open square at the heart of the town, an unforeseen change occurred. A low, resonant hum suddenly erupted from all directions. From the rooftops and windows of several relatively intact buildings at the edge of the square emerged 7 or 8 thick, trumpet-like devices. In the next moment, an excruciatingly sharp, high-frequency noise burst forth, engulfing the entire square in an instant. What in the world is that sound? Everyone inside the vehicle, including Mu Qing and her team, instinctively clutched their heads, letting out muffled groans of distress. This noise directly assaulted their brains and nerves, inducing severe pain and a sense of vertigo, causing their vision to blur and distort. Zero's purification aura flickered violently, struggling to fend off the sonic assault, her delicate features contorting in discomfort. Only Ling Yi merely furrowed his brow slightly, as though he had merely heard a somewhat piercing honk. His mental barrier effectively shielded him from such an extent of attack. Sonic weaponry. Ling Yi swiftly discerned the nature of this device. It was not a supernatural ability, but rather a technological creation, albeit one of considerable sophistication. Almost simultaneously with the onset of the sonic assault, a flurry of figures sprang from the surrounding wreckage. Clad in uniform, earthy-toned camouflage, they bore an array of wasteland-style weapons and equipment. Agile and well-trained, they swiftly secured advantageous positions and encircled the convoy. The weapons they wielded were not ordinary firearms, but peculiar rifles that discharged blue energy pulses. When these pulses struck the armored vehicle, they erupted in showers of electric sparks, triggering alarms within the vehicle's systems. Dismount, surrender, or face lethal force. A cold, rigid voice amplified through a megaphone emanated from behind a toppled statue in the center of the square. Mu Qing fought through the pain in her head and glanced at Ling Yi, who nodded in response. Dismount. Seek cover. Mu Qing shouted into the communicator, flinging open the car door and rolling to the rear, her alloy combat blade already in hand. The other team members stumbled out of the vehicle, using the cars and scattered debris in the square as shields, raising their weapons to return fire. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. The convoy's rifle bullets flew toward the assailants. Yet the adversaries demonstrated remarkable cunning, utilizing the terrain of the ruins to evade capture. Occasionally struck, their earthy combat attire seemed to possess some degree of bullet resistance. Unless a vital area was directly hit, it was challenging to achieve a clean kill. Conversely, the blue energy pulse weapons wielded by the attackers proved to be formidable, exploding upon impact with cover, sending arcs of electricity that rendered nearby team members momentarily paralyzed and sluggish. The firefight escalated into a fevered intensity, yet the convoy found itself clearly at a disadvantage. The relentless interference of sound waves severely hindered the team members' aiming and reaction times, while the opposing forces' energy weapons and coordination were evidently superior. In a matter of mere seconds, one team member, Iron Anvil, was struck by an electric arc, leaving half his body paralyzed and dragging him behind the vehicle. Damn, it's the Predator Squad. Mu Qing recognized the adversary's equipment and tactical style, her expression darkening. This elite band of marauders, active in the area, specialized in ruthless ambushes, employing brutal methods. Ling Yi remained seated in the passenger seat, calmly observing the battlefield. He even had the leisure to notice that, although the assailants coordinated seamlessly, their eyes exhibited a glazed look and their movements were slightly stiff, as if programmed, lacking the spirit and adaptability expected of true elite warriors. Rule modification, centered on this vehicle, within a radius of 200 meters. The amplitude of specific high-frequency sound waves is to be forcibly nullified. That excruciatingly sharp noise, akin to being abruptly severed by an invisible blade, vanished without a trace. The sudden silence stunned both sides momentarily. Mu Qing and her team felt their minds clear, the nauseating dizziness rapidly dissipating. The attackers, evidently unprepared for the sudden failure of the soundwave assault, exhibited a brief delay in their actions. Now, attack. Mu Qing keenly seized the opportunity, commanding with authority. The newly awakened team members unleashed their firepower. Eagle Eye's sniper rifle once again demonstrated its prowess, accurately targeting an assailant peering out to shoot, resulting in a fatal headshot. The wrench seized a spare grenade launcher from the pickup's bed, firing a high-explosive round that detonated at a window where attackers were hiding, eliciting screams of agony. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. The commander behind the statue seemed equally unprepared for the sudden turn of events. Frantically shouting through a megaphone, The target is peculiar. Prioritize fire on that off-road vehicle. Capture the white-haired woman, referring to Zero. She must be taken alive. An onslaught of energy pulses and physical bullets rained down upon Ling Ye's vehicle. Ling Ye's gaze turned icy. He had initially intended to observe the weapons and tactics of these individuals further, but the adversary's target breached his bottom line. He pushed open the car door and stepped out. As all attacks approached within a meter of him, they bizarrely deviated from their intended trajectories, either shooting wide or colliding and vanishing, ignoring the hail of gunfire. He strode toward the central plaza where the toppled statue stood. Rule modification. Within the designated area, the attackers, all energy weapon power supply lines will experience a probabilistic overload. The assailants, amidst their frenzied shooting, suddenly discovered in terror that their energy pulse rifles had become scalding hot, the energy indicator lights flashing erratically. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted from their hands. Several attackers screamed in agony as their own weapons backfired, injuring their hands and even devastating half their faces. Rule modification. Targeted subject, the commander behind the statue. The output current of their amplification device reverses through their vocal cords. A chilling, inhuman scream erupted from behind the statue, mingled with terrifying, crackling sounds reminiscent of something burning. The loudspeaker no longer emitted commands. Only the agonizing wails of despair remained. The leader was abruptly incapacitated, and the weapons malfunctioned en masse, plunging the remaining assailants into a state of sheer panic and chaos. Mu Qing and her team seized this opportunity, unleashing a barrage of fire that methodically eliminated the defenseless attackers as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. The battle concluded swiftly. The square was strewn with the bodies of a dozen or so individuals clad in ochre combat uniforms, while a few others, injured but alive, were swiftly dispatched by Mu Qing and her companions. Though they gleaned little of value from their questioning, it became evident that these individuals were merely pawns acting on orders. Possessing scant knowledge of their own organization, Ling Yi approached the fallen statue and encountered the commander, a middle-aged man with a grim visage, his throat charred and barely clinging to life, eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Ling Yi did not regard him, but instead bent to retrieve a small, elegant device that had fallen to the ground. It was a silvery terminal, exquisitely crafted, emblazoned with a distinct emblem resembling 3 intertwined spiral chains, the very insignia deciphered from the broadcast signal, the mark of the gene codex. The terminal screen still flickered with the last fragment of received information. Sample collection team confirms the location of high-purity purification entity, referring to Zero. Capture live specimens at all costs. All companions are expendable. Ling Ye's gaze turned frigid in an instant. They were not mere marauders. The target was Zero, a high-purity purification entity, the gene codex. He stowed the terminal away, casting his eyes across the desolate ruins of the town. It appeared that the troubles of the wasteland extended far beyond mere aberrations and mutated beasts. Chapter 36. The shadow of the codex and the willing guide. The smoke from the square had yet to dissipate completely. The stench of blood mingling with the acrid odor of energy weapons that had overloaded, permeating the still air. Mu Qing was rapidly orchestrating the cleanup of the battlefield, collecting intact energy pulse rifles and useful supplies from the fallen soldiers. Each face bore a grave expression, despite their recent victory. The aftermath of the battle left little room for celebration. Inspecting a seized rifle, Mu Qing noted the same emblem of 3 spiraled chains. Indeed, these relentless lunatics had infiltrated this far. They had even dispatched a specialized sample collection team. She turned to Ling Yi, her tone laced with concern. Mr. Ling, their target is Miss Zero. The designation of high-purity purification entity likely holds special significance regarding her constitution. We have drawn their attention, and the journey ahead may not be tranquil. Ling Yi toyed with the silvery terminal, its screen dimming. He attempted to infiltrate its inner workings with his mental prowess, only to discover an intricate and formidable biometric lock with a self-destruction mechanism. Any forced breach would result in total data annihilation. No matter, Ling Yi replied, his voice devoid of any tremor. This is fortuitous indeed. He had been troubled by his insufficient understanding of the grand powers in this world, and now they had presented themselves on a silver platter. As for trouble, he had never feared trouble. Rather, he feared it would not be significant enough to warrant his intervention. Zero approached Ling Yi, gently tugging at the hem of his garment, her violet eyes flickering with a subtle blend of confusion and disdain. Master, I find them distasteful. Their scent resembles that of the polluted depths of the lake, yet it is distinctly more artificial. Zero's perception stemmed from the primal essence of life, rendering her acutely sensitive to pollution and the unnatural. Her instincts further corroborated the notion that the gene scriptures were no benign entity, likely engaging in some form of forbidden biological research. Ling Yi patted her head, his gaze once again directed at the terminal. Although he could not decipher it, the fragment of information he had previously captured was sufficient to reveal that the gene scriptures not only acknowledged Zero's existence, but had dispatched a task force, seemingly capable of tracking their general direction. All cleared, boss, Wrench reported as he approached, 7 intact weapons seized, several energy cells, along with standard rations and medical kits. These fellows are exceptionally well equipped, even surpassing the standard gear of our defense regiment. Unfortunately, they're tight-lipped, or perhaps just foolish, yielding no useful information. Viper kicked the corpse on the ground and spat. Ling Yi retracted the terminal, responding nonchalantly, they need not speak. He stepped into the center of the plaza, closed his eyes, and extended his mental perception like mercury spilling forth. This time not in a broad sweep, but in an exquisitely detailed capture of the residual energy traces in the air, pheromones, and even the faintest remnants of mental fluctuations. Although the assailants had perished, they had once been present, their activities and equipment bearing the unique marks of the gene scriptures. These marks, invisible and intangible to ordinary individuals and even sophisticated instruments, stood out with crystalline clarity under Ling Yi's rule-imbued perception, akin to a lighthouse in the dark. He was employing the power of rules to trace the origins and trajectories of these marks in reverse. After a brief moment, Ling Yi opened his eyes, his gaze fixed southeast, the direction from which they had arrived, albeit slightly to the south. They have a temporary supply point, located 7 kilometers from here, underground. 2 individuals remain there. Ling Yi accurately reported the location, distance, and even the number of people. Mu Qing and the team were once again rendered speechless by this extraordinary ability. This transcended mere perception. It was omniscience. You mean? A glint of sharpness flashed in Mu Qing's eyes. Let us investigate. Ling Yi turned towards the all-terrain vehicle, requiring a willing guide. The convoy set in motion once more, following Ling Yi's indicated path towards an inconspicuous, partially collapsed underground garage entrance on the outskirts of the town. The entrance was cleverly concealed by camouflage nets and debris. Without Ling Yi's guidance, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. The convoy halted at a distance, and Mu Qing, accompanied by Eagle Eye and Viper, stealthily approached, using the ruins for cover. Ling Yi and Zero remained in the vehicle. Ling Yi's mental prowess had already locked onto the 2 sentinels within the underground garage. They seemed oblivious to the upheaval occurring in the town center, busily tending to their equipment. Rule modification. In the underground space, the visual neural signals of the target organisms are temporarily interrupted. One of the gene scripture soldiers, while cleaning his weapon, suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness, unable to see anything. What is happening? Is the light broken? He exclaimed in panic. Another soldier instinctively glanced up at the emergency light on the ceiling, which was still aglow. However, before he could utter a word, he too was plunged into an immediate darkness. Panic seized both men as they flailed about, knocking over tables and chairs. In that very moment, Mu Qing and his companions burst in like phantoms, effortlessly subduing the 2 disoriented soldiers who had lost their sight. The entire operation was executed with a hushed efficiency, devoid of any alarm. When the 2 captives were dragged from the underground garage and thrown before Ling Yi, the terror on their faces had yet to fade. Their vision had returned, yet their hands were bound behind their backs, and cloth was stuffed in their mouths. The temporary supply point was modest, containing only some spare weapons, ammunition, energy cells, food, and water, along with a compact communication relay device and a military map that delineated the area in greater detail. Ling Yi's gaze fell upon the map. It not only marked intricate geographical details and dangerous zones, but also employed special symbols to indicate several suspected hidden outposts or forward bases of the Gene Codex. Among them, a particularly large marker was situated just ahead on their route to the Starwatch station. Mu Qing picked up the map and compared it with his own, his expression shifting slightly. If the map was authentic, this outpost was strategically positioned along their essential path to the Starwatch station, and it appeared to be of considerable scale. Ling Yi turned his attention to the 2 captives, their faces etched with dread. His mental energy, akin to invisible tendrils, effortlessly breached their fragile mental defenses, sifting through fragments of their surface memories. An overwhelming wave of pain and terror engulfed the 2 captives, causing them to convulse violently, their eyes rolling back, and foam escaping from their mouths and noses. Moments later, Ling Yi withdrew his mental energy. The pair lay crumpled on the ground, nearly broken in spirit. Yet their lives remained intact. From their disordered memories, Ling Yi gleaned several crucial pieces of information. 1. The outpost, codenamed Mole Hole, served as a vital forward base for the Gene Codex in the region, responsible for sample collection, material transfer, and intelligence gathering. 2. The order to capture a high-purity purification entity, 0, had come directly from the higher-ups, marked with utmost priority. 3. The outpost was home to a transformation supervisor and over 50 elite soldiers, along with an unspecified number of biological weapons. 4. They indeed possessed a rudimentary method to track specific life signals, likely associated with Zero's purification energy signature. Molehole, Ling Yi repeated the codename, directing his gaze toward the marked point on the map. Avoiding it? That was not his style. Charging directly through? It seemed a commendable option. Not only would it eliminate an obstacle, but it might also yield further intelligence regarding the gene codex and this world. He required someone familiar with the internal structure. Ling Yi's gaze settled on the two captives, who had regained a modicum of awareness, yet trembled uncontrollably, their bodies betraying their fear. He casually pointed to one of them. Rule modification, designated target, subconscious deep implantation of absolute obedience directive, loyalty object, Ling Yi. Implantation of highest priority objective. Safely guide the team into the core area of the Molehole outpost. The captive's body stiffened abruptly, his gaze momentarily vacant, only to regain clarity shortly thereafter. However, upon looking at Ling Yi, his eyes were now filled with fervent, unquestionable loyalty and submission, as if Ling Yi embodied the sole purpose of his existence. Another captive, witnessing this bizarre transformation of his companion, was nearly overwhelmed and fainted from fear. Ling Yi instructed Mu Qing, "Take care of him, provide a change of clothing. He shall be our new guide." Mu Qing regarded the seemingly transformed captive, a chill creeping down her spine, yet she harbored no doubts about Ling Yi's command. Understood. She gestured for the stone to drag the unfortunate soul away to be dealt with, then signaled the wrench to untie, clean, and dress the new companion. Before long, a guide clad in immaculate combat attire, with fervent and docile eyes, stood up respectfully before Ling Yi, awaiting instructions. "Let us depart for the Molehole," Ling Yi commanded. "At your service, my master," the guide replied in a clear and reverent tone. The convoy set off once more, altering its course toward the stronghold known as the Molehole. The rules of the wasteland were straightforward. If you do not seek me, then I shall seek you. Since trouble had approached unbidden, it would be eradicated at its roots. A glimmer of cold anticipation flashed in Ling Yi's eyes. Chapter 37. Molehole. Welcome to my hunting ground according to the map and the information provided by the guide. The Molehole stronghold was situated beneath an abandoned mining complex. The surface was littered with rusted towers, shattered conveyor belts, and the gaping maw of a bottomless mine entrance, all surrounded by a high-voltage electric fence and concealed arrays of sensors, expertly camouflaged to appear as mere remnants of a desolate wasteland from a distance. The convoy halted approximately 3 kilometers from the stronghold, hidden by the terrain. Ling Yi, Mu Qing, Eagle Eye, and the modified guide, codename Weasel, formed a compact reconnaissance team, stealthily advancing forward. Zero and the other team members remained with the convoy, tasked with vigilance and support. Through high-powered binoculars, the defensive structures at the stronghold's entrance were clearly visible: fortified concrete bunkers, watchtowers, and soldiers in matching khaki uniforms, well-equipped and patrolling the perimeter. The atmosphere was tense, the level of alertness markedly high. The entrance is heavily guarded. A direct assault would be too costly and could risk damaging the contents within or unleashing troublesome biological weapons. Mu Qing whispered, her brow furrowed. "Weasel, are there any alternative entrances?" Weasel promptly replied with respect, "In response to your inquiry, Ms. Mu Qing, aside from the main entrance, there are 3 concealed ventilation ducts and 1 abandoned emergency evacuation route available. However, the ventilation ducts are equipped with laser tripwires and pressure sensors, while the evacuation route is secured internally by a heavy blast valve and requires specific passwords and permissions to unlock." His tone was smooth and natural, as if he were born to be Ling Yi's most loyal subordinate, divulging the stronghold's information without reservation. Ling Yi's awareness had already enveloped the entire surface of the mining area. He could perceive the intricate underground structure, reminiscent of an anthill, sensing the overwhelming presence of life force and energy reactions. He could even faintly detect several exceptionally powerful, chaotic, and inhuman auras imprisoned deep within, likely representing the so-called biological weapons. Entering through the evacuation passage, Ling Yi made a resolute decision. Passwords and permissions? Such constraints were merely obstacles for the average individual. Leveraging Itachi's familiarity with the patrol patterns, the team stealthily evaded all sentry posts and surveillance cameras, like phantoms, arriving at a highly concealed metal door at the periphery of the mining area, shrouded in rubble and camouflage netting. This was the entrance to the abandoned evacuation passage. The door featured a numeric keypad and a red authorization scanner. A minimum of B-level access card and a dynamic password are required to unlock it, Itachi explained. The password updates with each use, and it has an independent power source and defensive mechanisms. Forced entry will trigger an alarm and lock it permanently. Ling Yi extended his finger, gently resting it on the heavy blast-proof door. His mental prowess acted like the most delicate probe, infiltrating the internal structure of the door, sensing every gear, every circuit, and every energy node. Rule modification. The internal mechanical state of this blast-proof door is defined as being normally open and unobstructed. Rule modification. The power circuit of the access control system is defined as stable and verified. Rule modification. The alarm-triggering logic circuit is defined as permanently dormant. A series of subtle, nearly imperceptible rule changes transpired quietly. With a soft click and hum, the heavy blast-proof door, which required specific permissions and passwords to open, emitted a faint sound, its indicator light shifting from red to green, before silently sliding inward, revealing a dark, profound passage behind it, as if it had always been meant to stand open. Itachi's face remained an epitome of absolute respect, as if all of this were simply a matter of course. Meanwhile, Mu Qing and Eagle Eye could not suppress their astonishment. This ability to disregard all technological locks and physical barriers was nothing short of an ultimate affront to modern security systems. The passage was dim and damp, permeated with the scent of oil and rust. The four entered in single file, with Itachi skillfully manipulating the controls on the inner wall, causing the blast-proof door to close once more without a sound, as if it had never been opened. "Follow me, master. Please watch your step on the sensor lines." Itachi led the way, fully aware of every trap and surveillance point within. Under his guidance, the team navigated through the area as if strolling in their own backyard, effortlessly circumventing all visible and hidden defenses, gradually penetrating deeper into the core of the mole's den. The scenery along the way began to grow bizarre. The cold metallic passage was gradually enveloped by a semi-transparent, biological membrane-like material, with glass jars embedded in the walls, containing unidentified biological tissues. The air became thick with a strange mixture of formaldehyde and a sweet, viscous biological enzyme. Occasionally, researchers clad in lab coats or fully armed patrols would pass by, all of whom the team either avoided in advance or silently neutralized from a distance with Eagle Eye's silenced sniper rifle. Ling Ye's perception remained fully engaged, resembling an ever-updating three-dimensional map, encompassing the entire structure of the base, the distribution of personnel, and the flow of energy in his mind. He could even hear the unsettling, deep growls and the sound of metal cages colliding from the depths. Guided by the memories of the weasel and the perceptions of Ling Yi, they swiftly located the primary target, the control room of the base and the laboratory of the modification supervisor. The control room, situated at the heart of the base, was heavily guarded. Outside the imposing alloy airtight door stood four elite soldiers armed to the teeth. Rule modification. The guard's cerebral blood supply was temporarily reduced, inducing instant dizziness. Almost simultaneously, the four soldiers experienced a wave of intense vertigo, swayed momentarily, and then collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Ling Yi advanced as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Approaching the airtight door, employing the same rule modification, he manipulated the access system to believe it had been opened normally. The airtight door slid open. Inside the control room, 5 or 6 technicians were busily engaged at their consoles, with a massive screen displaying the structural layout of the base, surveillance footage, and various scrolling data. Suddenly, as the door opened silently and unfamiliar faces entered, everyone froze in astonishment. Before they could raise an alarm or reach for their weapons. Rule modification. The motor functions of all personnel in the room, along with their vocal cords, were temporarily frozen. In an instant, all the technicians remained rigid in their original positions, their eyes filled with terror, yet incapable of moving even a finger or uttering a sound. Ling Yi strode directly to the main control console and placed his hand upon it. Rule modification. The data flow output permissions for this console were elevated to the highest level, and all abnormal operation alerts were suppressed. Rule modification. The physical read-write status of the data storage unit was defined as allowing unlimited copying without leaving traces. The immense data stream flowed like a docile stream, permitting Ling Yi to browse and copy at will. The personnel roster, inventory list, experimental logs, and communication records with other bases, along with the crucial research reports and capture directives concerning high-purity entities, were swiftly filtered, absorbed, and recorded by Ling Yi. Mu Qing and Eagle Eye quickly took control of the situation, binding the frozen technicians and gagging them. From the data, Ling Yi soon confirmed that the modification supervisor was located in the adjacent biological laboratory. Simultaneously, he uncovered an intriguing piece of information. The gene codex appeared to be fully engaged in tracking another target, a perfect vessel referred to as a defector, with a priority even temporarily surpassing that of capturing zero. The last known signal of this perfect vessel, intriguingly, pointed towards the celestial outpost. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the entire base. It was not triggered by them. The alarm originated from the biological laboratory. Warning: B7 biological incubation chamber has experienced a leak. Inhibitory gas failure. Experiment subject Butcher has awakened. Repeat, experiment subject Butcher has awakened. A vivid red warning box popped up on one of the console screens, accompanied by the sounds of violent impacts and the screams of personnel from the laboratory surveillance footage. The modification supervisor is in danger, Weasel exclaimed, his tone tinged with urgency. Subconsciously, ensuring the safety of the base's core figures was also one of their primary tasks. Ling Ye's gaze flickered. Just in time. To the biological laboratory we go. The squad immediately burst forth from the control room, racing towards the neighboring area. The corridor was in utter disarray, with red lights flashing and alarms blaring. Researchers dashed about in a panic, while soldiers anxiously surged toward the source of the commotion. Amidst the chaos, Ling Yi and his companions went unnoticed. The reinforced glass partition of the biological laboratory had been shattered from within, and green suppressive gas began to leak out. Disturbing sounds of metal tearing and horrific gnawing emanated from within. A monstrous entity, nearly 3 meters in height, with grotesquely bulging muscles and an unhealthy grayish-white complexion, had evolved arms into 2 enormous, bone-like scythes. It was wreaking havoc and slaughtering within the laboratory, with ease. It tore a white-coated researcher in half, cramming the mangled remains into its jagged maw, blood and entrails splattering across the floor. This was the experimental subject known as the Butcher. In a dim corner of the laboratory, a middle-aged man clad in a distinguished researcher's white coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and with meticulously combed hair, cowered behind a half-collapsed lab table, clutching a syringe filled with a mysterious blue serum. He was Dr. Wu, the head of modifications at this facility. Several soldiers attempted to subdue the Butcher with energy pulse rifles, but the bullets merely left shallow white marks on its grayish skin, inciting its wrath even further. It let out a thunderous roar, its massive scythes sweeping through the air, cleaving 2 soldiers in half instantaneously. Useless. All of you are useless. Administer the powerful tranquilizer. Dr. Wu screamed into his communicator, but it was evident that no one could heed his command. When Ling Yi and his companions arrived, they were met with a scene of bloody chaos. The Butcher had spotted Dr. Wu in the corner and let out a bloodthirsty growl, lumbering towards him with heavy strides. Dr. Wu, terrified to the core, closed his eyes in despair. At that moment, Ling Yi calmly raised his hand, directing it toward the charging behemoth. Rule modification, designated target, experimental subject Butcher, catalyzing the biological energy enzyme activity within its body, instantaneously overloading it by 300%. The Butcher, mid-charge, suddenly froze. The already volatile energy within its body surged to a limit it could not possibly endure. Bursts of blood erupted from its skin. The grayish-white hide was torn apart by the wildly expanding muscles and energy beneath, akin to an overinflated balloon. It emitted a mournful and desperate wail as its massive form convulsed violently, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous crash, its body irregularly twisting and swelling, devoid of life, transforming into a mound of flesh from which blood continuously oozed. Silence enveloped the entire laboratory, interrupted only by the hissing sound of the leaking suppressive gas. Dr. Wu trembled as he opened his eyes, beholding the fallen Butcher and the sudden appearance of Ling Yi and his group. Initially stunned, a flicker of relief and uncertainty crossed his gaze. "Who are you?" he inquired, forcing himself to appear composed while instinctively concealing the syringe behind him. Ling Yi offered no response, merely regarding him with a placid expression. However, the weasel beside him stepped forward, respectfully addressing Ling Yi. "Master, this is Dr. Wu, the head of modifications at the outpost." "Master?" Dr. Wu gazed in astonishment at Itachi, who, though intimately familiar with the structure of his stronghold, exhibited profound deference towards Ling Yi. His eyes widened as if witnessing the most astonishing spectacle in the world. He recognized Itachi as one of his action team leaders. Step by step, Ling Yi advanced toward Dr. Wu, his mental prowess acting as an invisible shackle, instantly ensnaring him. Now Ling Yi spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. "Let us discuss the gene codex, the purification body, and that traitorous perfect vessel." The color drained from Dr. Wu's face, leaving it as pale as a sheet. Chapter 38. Knowledge is also a form of power. The biological laboratory was suffused with a heavy metallic scent of blood. The sickly sweetness of leaked suppression gas, and the odor of cold sweat emanating from Dr. Wu, steeped in fear. He stood frozen, eyes wide, watching as the action team leader Itachi, whom he regarded as a crucial asset, stood behind Ling Yi like the most obedient servant. While the terrifying man who had effortlessly dispatched the butcher regarded him with eyes that were calm, yet seemed capable of penetrating his very soul. "Who are you? Itachi, have you betrayed the Codex?" Dr. Wu's voice quavered, dry and trembling, as he attempted to mask his inner turmoil with accusations. His hand, concealed behind him, discreetly pressed a hidden button on a syringe, an emergency device designed to send the highest alert to the stronghold's security system. However, nothing transpired. Ling Yi did not even glance downward, but simply stated, "The alarm protocols here are now defined by me." Dr. Wu's complexion turned ashen, realizing that his feeble actions were nothing more than child's play before his adversary. "Answer my questions," Ling Yi commanded, stepping forward as an intangible pressure nearly suffocated Dr. Wu. The Gene Codex, the purification body, the perfect vessel. Dr. Wu's lips quivered. As a mid-level supervisor of the Gene Codex, he was acutely aware of the organization's ruthless methods, and the consequences of leaking information were far worse than death. Yet, he was more terrified of the inscrutable man before him. The sensation of life and death being entirely beyond his control was almost enough to shatter him. I cannot say. If I do," he stammered, desperately clutching at a final straw of hope. Ling Yi's patience waned. He had neither the time nor the inclination for psychological games. He extended his finger, pointing toward Dr. Wu's forehead from a distance. "Rule modification. Grant me full access to the target's cerebral memory retrieval permissions. Suppress his pain perception and physiological rejection response." "No, Doctor." Wu screamed in despair, but his voice was abruptly silenced. His gaze became vacant and dazed, his body twitching slightly, saliva uncontrollably spilling from the corners of his mouth. Ling Yi's mental force flowed like the most efficient torrent of information, brutally and precisely sifting through every fragment of memory stored within Dr. Wu's mind, extracting valuable intelligence. This process lasted about a minute, yet for Dr. Wu, it felt as though he had endured a century of chaos and emptiness. When Ling Yi withdrew his finger, Dr. Wu crumpled to the ground, as if his bones had been extracted, rolling his eyes back in a state of profound confusion, though he had not perished. Whether his intellect would ever return to normal was uncertain. Against his foes, Ling Yi had never been one to show mercy, and now, he had acquired all the knowledge he sought. The Gene Scripture, a fanatical organization convinced that human evolution has stagnated, believes that only by actively embracing mutation and manipulating genes can they become the dominators of a new world. They extensively seek individuals with unique physiques or latent extraordinary abilities, subjecting them to inhumane bodily modifications and gene fusion experiments in an attempt to create the perfect new human soldiers and biological weapons. Their internal hierarchy is rigid and their structure intricate, with a sphere of influence far more extensive than Ling Yi had previously imagined. The high-purity purification entity, designated as Zero, possesses memories indicating that the upper echelon of the Gene Scripture seems to have access to some device or technology capable of broadly detecting special energy fluctuations. When Zero absorbed the energy from the Black Lake in an underground laboratory, as well as the faint purifying waves emitted unconsciously, this device captured such signals, identifying them as an exceedingly rare physique that can naturally neutralize radiation pollution, stabilize genetic sequences, and potentially reverse mutations. For the Gene Scripture, obsessed with genetic manipulation yet plagued by the uncontrollable backlash of mutations, this is an invaluable treasure, worth any cost to capture. The perfect carrier that defected is an experimental subject coded as number 7. He represents a core achievement of a significant project within the Gene Scripture, having perfectly fused the genes of various powerful mutated organisms, exhibiting immense combat potential and adaptability while initially retaining human form and intellect. However, during a transfer, No. 7 unexpectedly awakened an unknown anti-control ability, resulting in the deaths of the escort team as he defected. The elite of the Scripture, enraged, issued an ultimate capture order. According to the last detected signal direction, number 7 is likely heading towards the Celestial Watchtower region. The Scripture suspects he may be in contact with the Free State or other factions, attempting to acquire methods to counter the Scripture. Moreover, Ling Yi has obtained the complete structural blueprint of the Mole Hole stronghold, including the locations of all armories and warehouses, as well as crucial details regarding the life signal tracking device and the concealed server room located beneath the main control room. It is this device that has roughly pinpointed Zero's location. Mu Qing, go. Take people to control the armory and warehouses. Eliminate any resistance. Understood. A fierce glint flashed in Mu Qing's eyes as he promptly charged out with Ing Yen and the recovering weasel. Controlling the supplies equates to controlling the lifeblood of the stronghold. Ling Yi, accompanied by Zero, effortlessly located the hidden server room beneath the main control room. Following the path etched in his memory, the server room required dual verification from Dr. Wu's iris and genetic sequence. Ling Yi directly modified the access system's verification rules, and the door opened silently. Inside the server room, a uniquely designed, complex machine covered in biological neuron interfaces and energy conduits hummed softly as it operated, while screens displayed a continuous stream of intricate data flows and blurred energy scans. This is the tracking device. Upon entering the server room, Zero felt a wave of discomfort. The energy fluctuations emitted by the machine instinctively repulsed her. Ling Yi could distinctly perceive that this machine was continuously emitting a special detection wave and receiving feedback, with the clearest feedback signal source pointing directly at Zero beside him. Rule modification. All energy wave frequencies emitted outward by this device are redefined as internal circulation consumption. Rule modification. The device's data storage core has suffered a physical meltdown. The humming ceased abruptly. All data streams vanished from the screen in an instant, while a faint crackling sound and a burnt odor emanated from within the machine, which then fell into complete silence. Henceforth, the gene codex would no longer be able to trace Zero's location through this device. After accomplishing this, Ling Yi did not depart. His gaze swept over the intricate and malevolent machine, and his mental prowess delved once more into its fundamental design blueprints and structural principles. Rule modification. Based on the principles of this device, reverse engineer its energy sensing and amplification module design rules for optimization and reorganization. Define new rules. Generate a unidirectional, locatable, long-range, concealed energy beacon. Target binding for the beacon, the last known energy signature of the defector, vessel number 7. The immense power of the rules began to take effect. The remnants of the once-defunct machine appeared to reverse time, as its internal structure underwent an astonishing reorganization and reconstruction at the microscopic level. Countless minuscule components and energy conduits seemed to come alive, automatically disassembling, recombining, and optimizing. Minutes later, the machine's remnants vanished, replaced by a palm-sized, elegantly streamlined device. Its surface shimmering with a faint silver glow, a newly created unidirectional beacon generator specifically designed to track vessel number 7. Ling Yi picked up this nascent device, sensing a faint energy signal directing towards the distant southeast. That was the direction where vessel number 7 had last disappeared. Thus, he not only resolved the issue of Zero being tracked, but also gained the initiative to pursue that perfect vessel. Perhaps this defector harbored more crucial information regarding the gene codex in this apocalyptic world. Upon returning to the command center, Mu Qing had already taken control of the situation. The armory and warehouse had been successfully secured, and the remaining researchers and soldiers in the stronghold, upon learning that their supervisor had been incapacitated and their strongest biological weapons swiftly eliminated, chose to surrender in most cases, while a few stubbornly resisted and were quickly dealt with. Mr. Ling, the stronghold is essentially under control, and we have seized a substantial amount of weapons, energy resources, scientific equipment, and a list of supplies here. Mu Qing presented a tablet, excitement evident on her face. The haul exceeded expectations, significantly bolstering the base's capabilities. Ling Yi glanced at the list and nodded. He was not particularly concerned about these resources, but he found some research materials on genetics and mutated organisms to be of interest. After duplicating all research data, the transportable supplies were loaded onto trucks. For those that could not be moved, Ling Yi paused, surveying the trembling researchers and soldiers. Those willing to surrender and pledge allegiance to the City of Rules were to be integrated into logistics or labor teams. Those who resisted and had conducted extreme human experiments were to be eliminated. His orders were cold and efficient. In this apocalyptic world, resources and manpower were indispensable, but malignant tumors must be excised. And what about this stronghold? Mu Qing inquired. Ling Yi's gaze traversed the layer filled with malevolent and frenzied technology. Rule modification. The stability of the core load-bearing structure of the stronghold will gradually reach 0 in 12 hours. Rule modification. The maintenance systems of all biological cultivation pods will simultaneously fail in 12 hours. He granted Mu Qing a span of 12 hours to select personnel and transport the most crucial supplies. After this period, the outpost of the Gene Codex would undergo a complete collapse and self-purification, burying all dangerous experimental entities and evidence that had not been evacuated deep underground. Once everything was in order, Ling Yi exited the control room and gazed toward the southeast. The direction indicated by beacon No. 7 was largely consistent with the coordinates of the starry outpost. The situation had grown increasingly intriguing. He settled back into the vehicle, closing his eyes to rest. The convoy needed to pause here to regroup and transfer supplies, and in 12 hours, they would embark once more. Among their belongings was a crucial piece of intelligence regarding the gene codex, along with a beacon designed to track the perfect defector. Knowledge, indeed, is a form of power. When knowledge is forged by the force of rules, it becomes a lever potent enough to shift the very foundations of the world. Chapter 39, Shadows of the Wasteland and the Whisper of the Mother. Upon departing the Molehole region, the terrain grew increasingly desolate. The vast expanse of the Gobi Desert was strewn with black gravel and radiation-resistant thickets, while twisted metallic remnants lay scattered like the bones of a colossal beast. The dark crimson sky hung low, as if it might weep blood at any moment. The concentration of radioactive dust in the air was alarmingly high. Even through the vehicle's air filtration system, one could almost detect the mingled scent of metal and decay. According to the map, they needed to traverse this immense expanse known as the Rust Desert to reach the next potential landmark. Here, resources were scant, the environment extreme, and even mutated creatures were relatively rare, a true zone of death. The convoy maintained vigilance as they navigated the desolate roadway. Following their encounter at the stronghold, Mu Qing and her team viewed Ling Yi with deeper reverence, while their expectations and anxieties regarding the journey ahead grew more intricate. The shadow of the gene codex lingered, the perfect vessel number 7 haunting the path they knew lay ahead like a specter. Ling Yi toyed with the silver beacon in his hand. The signal remained steadfastly directed toward the southeast, aligning with the general direction of the starry outpost. Yet the distance seemed exceedingly vast. The signal was faint but constant, showing no immediate changes. Most of his thoughts were immersed in organizing and analyzing the vast trove of information acquired from Dr. Wu. The knowledge of gene editing techniques, biological weapon manufacturing processes, and energy utilization methods, though sinister, held within them the principles and explorations of the essence of life that encapsulated the unique rules of this apocalyptic world. He even began to experiment with the power of rules, simulating and deducing the stability and mutation processes of certain gene sequences on a microscopic level. This endeavor would subtly benefit his understanding and mastery of his own abilities, as well as deepen his comprehension of this world, reshaped by the tides of energy. Rules are omnipresent. From the structure of matter to the flow of energy, even the very coding of life itself can be understood and subsequently modified. After approximately 2 hours of travel, Zero, who had been perceiving with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, a flicker of confusion passing through her violet gaze. "Master," she spoke softly. "Something large is moving slowly beneath the desert, but its direction is the same as ours." Ling Ye's perception immediately penetrated downwards like a radar. Beneath the surface of the Gobi Desert lay thick layers of sand and rock. After his senses delved several dozen meters, he indeed captured an extraordinarily massive, slow-moving life form, brimming with astonishing energy. It resembled a colossal worm slumbering deep within the earth, undulating towards the southeast at a constant, nearly imperceptible pace. Its life magnetic field was far stronger than any mutated creature he had previously encountered, even approaching the sealed entity of the Black Lake. However, it appeared to be in a state of deep hibernation or slow migration, utterly unresponsive to the convoy above. "No need to worry," Ling Yi concluded. This behemoth posed no immediate threat. Its very existence seemed to be an integral part of the desolate ecosystem, a moving topography. Yet, the sensation of Zero appeared to be merely the beginning. An hour later, as the convoy entered a more rugged area strewn with colossal weathered rocks, the driver, Mu Qing, suddenly slammed on the brakes. "What is that?" she exclaimed, pointing at the windshield, her voice laced with suspicion. 100 meters ahead, beneath the shadow of a massive weathered stone, stood a solitary figure, clad in tattered garments, nearly devoid of discernible color. The figure was gaunt and stood motionless with its back to the convoy, resembling a frozen statue. In this desolate wasteland, the sudden appearance of a lone wanderer seemed exceedingly eerie. "Be cautious, it could be a trap," warned the eagle-eyed member in the rear via the communicator, as a sniper's rifle was aimed at the figure. The convoy gradually came to a halt, and the team members gripped their weapons tightly in tension. Ling Ye's gaze fixed on the silhouette. His perception informed him that it was indeed a human, with a faint and chaotic life force. The mental waves emanating from it resembled a tangled mass, fraught with suffering, fear, and a profound, hollow numbness. Seemingly sensing the convoy's approach, the figure slowly and stiffly turned around. It revealed a face severely eroded by radiation and sandstorms, with wrinkles as deep as if carved by a knife. Hollow eyes devoid of life, yet adorned with an exceedingly strange and unnatural smile. Its lips moved slightly, producing a faint, intermittent whisper that distinctly reached every ear. The mother body calls for a return to the glory of unity. Its voice was raspy, akin to sandpaper scraping, yet possessed a bizarre allure. "A madman?" Mu frowned. Yet, Ling Ye's expression grew grave. Within the depths of this person's mental waves, he sensed an exceedingly faint but eerily familiar aura, one similar to the pollution from the Black Lake and certain experimental subjects from the Gene Codex, yet more subtle and insidiously invasive. Mother body. Ling Yi repeated this term, which had surfaced multiple times in broadcasts and in Dr. Wu's memories. Just then, the mumbling figure abruptly ceased its murmurs. Its hollow eyes shot up, precisely locking onto the off-road vehicle where Ling Yi sat, or more accurately, onto Zero inside the vehicle. The figure's eerie smile widened abruptly, nearly stretching to its ears, revealing blackened, yellowed teeth. Purity and heresy must be cleansed. With a shrill cry that transcended human sound, he surged forth with an astonishing speed that belied his gaunt frame, akin to a ravenous wolf that had spotted its prey, launching himself towards the off-road vehicle with frenzied determination. His eyes instantaneously transformed into an abyssal black, devoid of any scare. "Fire!" commanded Mu Qing without a moment's hesitation. Bang! 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 The sniper rifle of Eagle Eye resounded first, striking the madman's chest with pinpoint accuracy, erupting in a burst of crimson. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rifles of the convoy joined in, unleashing a hail of bullets that rained down upon him. Yet, a spine-chilling phenomenon ensued. The madman seemed utterly impervious to pain, sustaining multiple gunshot wounds, yet his charge remained unabated. In fact, from those injuries, a viscous black substance, reminiscent of oil, oozed forth rather than blood. Headshot. Mu Qing barked decisively. Eagle Eye, maintaining his composure, recalibrated his aim and pulled the trigger. Bang! The madman's skull exploded like a watermelon. The headless corpse, propelled by inertia, lurched forward a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground, convulsing briefly before lying still. The black viscous fluid began to seep from the severed neck, exuding an indescribably nauseating, sweetly decayed odor. The convoy fell into a brief silence, all members stunned by the bizarre spectacle. What on earth was that? The voice of the mechanic quivered slightly. Ling Yi opened the car door and approached the headless body, with Zero trailing behind, her small face a mask of revulsion and caution. "Master, this substance bears a resemblance to that found at the lakebed, as well as those modified creatures. But it is even more adept at concealment." Ling Yi crouched down, his mental energy meticulously scanning the corpse and the black substance. He discovered that this viscous material was not blood, but rather a highly active, nanoscopic symbiote or parasite imbued with a faint psychic essence. They infiltrated and commandeered the host's brain and nervous system, converting the individual into a mere puppet executing simplistic commands, such as seeking pure energy or eliminating heretics. The so-called mother entity was likely the ultimate source of all this corruption and control. The lunatic they had just encountered was a pitiable creature infected and dominated by this progenitor. The tendrils of the mother reached farther than anticipated. Ling Yi rose, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the desolate expanse around him. There were likely more of these controlled infectees. At that moment, the tracker beacon in his hand flickered faintly, indicating a slight deviation in direction before quickly returning to its original state. Almost simultaneously, Ling Ye's perception caught a fleeting, distant energy fluctuation behind a weathered stone, one that bore a chilling, mechanical precision, an anomaly that was neither naturally occurring nor akin to the earlier madman's chaos. Someone was there, and they appeared to be observing them. Furthermore, it seemed to react to the beacon's fluctuations. Ling Yi remained silent, silently committing the direction and energy signature to memory. Clean up and proceed. He issued commands as if he had merely dealt with a trivial obstacle. The convoy resumed its journey, circumventing the corpse slowly dissolving in a black substance, venturing deeper into the desolate expanse. However, the atmosphere within the vehicle grew increasingly tense. The bizarre and perilous nature of the wasteland far surpassed mere mutated beasts and marauders. The conspiracy of the Gene Codex, the infected whispering under the Mother's influence, and that mysterious entity lurking in the shadows, presumably linked to the perfect vessel number 7, all contributed to the ever-thickening fog ahead. Yet, Ling Ye's gaze became ever more profound and luminous. Only in such circumstances does life hold any intrigue. Chapter 40. Steel Storm and Scavengers. The convoy continued its advance through the silent desert, the atmosphere more suffocating than before. The appearance of the infected was akin to a boulder cast upon a seemingly tranquil surface, revealing a darker, more enigmatic abyss lurking beneath the wasteland. Ling Ye's perception functioned like the most sophisticated radar, perpetually scanning the surroundings. The fleeting energy fluctuations from the mysterious observer had ceased, as if they were but an illusion. Yet, the anomaly in the beacon he held was no mere coincidence. Maintain utmost vigilance. Be alert for any anomalous energy readings and non-human behavior targets. Ling Yi relayed through the vehicle's communication system. In the face of the unknown maternal contamination, conventional tactics might prove ineffective. Mu Qing and the team heightened their focus. The hawk-eyed sniper's scope sweeping over every weathered rock formation that could potentially conceal an enemy. After approximately half an hour of travel, a strikingly peculiar terrain emerged ahead. Numerous rusted metal remnants no longer lay scattered but had amassed into mountains, forming an expansive jungle of steel. Shattered vehicles, twisted aircraft wings, and even half-buried colossal industrial robot remnants appeared as if discarded toys of giants, eroded by the winds and sands, presenting a desolate yet fierce beauty. This place resembled a colossal landfill or a graveyard of vehicles from a bygone era. Exercise caution. Such locales are prone to harboring filth and danger, Mu Qing advised, reducing speed and carefully navigating through the shadows of the steel behemoths. Ling Ye's perception faced some interference here, as the abundance of metal distorted and shielded the energy field to a degree. Just as the convoy penetrated deeper into the heart of this steel jungle, a series of faint yet intricate sounds, akin to countless tiny metal joints rubbing together, suddenly resonated from all directions. The sound began as a mere whisper but quickly crescendoed into a clear, resounding cacophony, ultimately coalescing into a spine-chilling metallic tide. What is that sound? The wrench-wielding crew member nervously glanced outside. To their astonishment, from the towering piles of metal debris surged a tide of mechanical scorpion-like creations, each the size of a fist. They were assembled from rusted metal fragments, moving with 6 or even 8 slender metallic limbs, their tails arched high, shimmering with dangerous red light, while their compound eyes resembled cold sensors. Their numbers were in the thousands, an overwhelming swarm that instantly covered the ground and ascended the surrounding metal hills, completely encircling the convoy. As they moved, the cacophony of clicking sounds coalesced into a noise potent enough to drive one to the brink of madness. It was the scavenger, the mechanical scavenger. The most knowledgeable Mu Qing's countenance shifted dramatically, a rare hint of panic lacing his voice. Reverse. Get us out of here. They move in packs, capable of dismantling and devouring all metal and energy forms. But it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The mechanical scorpion's tails flared with a fierce red glow, unleashing slender, searing red laser beams. Although a single beam lacked significant power, the simultaneous barrage of thousands of lasers created a devastating crossfire net. Bang, bang, bang. The scorching laser beams pummeled the armored surfaces of the off-road vehicle and pickup truck like a torrential downpour, erupting in brilliant sparks and high-temperature molten spots. The armor plates glowed a deep crimson, warping and melting at a visible rate. The interior temperature soared, and alarms blared frantically. Counterattack. Quickly, counterattack. While Mu Qing desperately maneuvered the steering wheel in an attempt to break free, he shouted into the communicator. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The rear-mounted heavy machine gun roared once more, unleashing a storm of bullets upon the swarm of mechanical scorpions, instantly obliterating large numbers of them, scattering parts in every direction. Yet, these mechanical scorpions appeared utterly devoid of fear, and their numbers were overwhelming. Those at the front were shattered, only to be immediately replaced by others, relentlessly continuing their laser onslaught. More terrifying still, some scorpions began to gnaw directly at the vehicle's tires and undercarriage with their sharp pincers and mandibles, producing a nauseating sound of scraping and tearing. Damn it! The tires have been punctured. The hood is smoking. Overheat warning. Agonized shouts from the team echoed through the communication channel. The situation had turned dire in an instant. These seemingly insignificant mechanical creations, relying on their unparalleled numbers and reckless tenacity, had formed an iron torrent capable of engulfing everything. The purification aura surrounding Ling Zhou surged, attempting to disrupt these purely mechanical entities, but with little effect. They were not living beings and were immune to the power of purification. She could only tenuously condense the aura to shield the vehicle from being instantly pierced by lasers. Mu Qing executed various evasive maneuvers, yet within this dense encirclement, the impact was limited. One pickup's tire was entirely shredded, causing the vehicle to tilt and come to a halt, immediately swarmed by more mechanical scorpions, which began dismantling it at a visible pace. In this critical moment, Ling Yi finally intervened. Rather than directly altering the physical state of these mechanical scorpions, as he had previously, he recognized that their overwhelming numbers and simple individual structures would make such an approach too costly. Instead, he opted for a more efficient and fundamental solution. His mental energy swiftly locked onto all the mechanical scorpions and the countless subtle encrypted data streams and energy connections that maintained their coordinated group actions. These streams resembled an invisible neural network, directing the massive mechanical army. Rule modification. within the designated area. All wireless data connections based on a specific encryption protocol, scavenger network, would have their transmitted content forcibly replaced with a self-destruct command of the highest priority. Regulation modification. Within the designated area, all mechanical units receiving self-destruction commands experience an instantaneous overload of their energy cores. The force of these two rules surged forth like an invisible tsunami, sweeping across the entire battlefield in an instant. The hair-raising sounds of clicks and laser fire abruptly halted. All the mechanical scorpions, which had been relentlessly attacking, froze in unison. The red lights at their tails flickered wildly, and their sensor eyes blinked erratically, as if they were caught in a terrifying data storm within. In the next moment, bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, thousands of mechanical scorpions erupted like a chain of firecrackers, each one exploding violently in succession. The dazzling flames and debris instantaneously engulfed the entire swarm of mechanical scorpions. The continuous roar of explosions was deafening, and the searing shockwaves swept through the surroundings, melting the ground-esque gravel into glass-like crystals. In a mere 10 seconds, that despairing torrent of steel transformed into a field strewn with smoking, crackling metal remnants. The crisis was once again deftly resolved by Ling Yi with an almost divine finesse. Everyone in the convoy stared in astonishment at the battlefield, which had instantaneously morphed into a hellish landscape only to return to silence, rendered speechless. Mu Qing let out a long sigh of relief, only to realize that her palms were drenched in cold sweat. She glanced at the calm man in the passenger seat, her awe reaching its zenith. However, Ling Yi frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the still-burning remnants of the machines. The craftsmanship and collective intelligence network of these scavengers seemed intriguing. They bore no resemblance to the relics of a bygone era. Instead, they appeared more akin to the style of the Eternal Empire. Had those who worshipped mechanical ascension begun to infiltrate this region as well? The situation in the wasteland was becoming increasingly complex. Clear the roadway and proceed, he commanded nonchalantly. Withdrawing his gaze, the convoy reinitiated its journey, cautiously maneuvering around the still smoldering mechanical debris, heading towards the other side of the steel jungle. Just as they were about to leave the area, a piercing sound, sharper than any gunfire before, suddenly erupted. A slender alloy projectile, imbued with terrifying kinetic energy and radiating a brilliant blue, crossed hundreds of meters at a speed beyond visual capture, aiming directly at Ling Ye's position in the off-road vehicle. The target was unmistakably Mu Qing, who was driving. This shot was executed with a precision that was nothing short of lethal. Its timing, angle, and power were astoundingly ruthless, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary firearms. Chapter 41. Long-distance sniping and the message of the perfect vessel. The shot's explosion was sharp enough to tear through the air. The blue alloy projectile, carrying destructive kinetic energy, closed in within 1,000th of a second, targeting Mu Qing in the driver's seat. The timing of the shot was impeccable, striking just as the convoy had emerged from peril, catching everyone in a moment of brief relaxation. Mu Qing had no time to react. Her pupils reflected only the rapidly enlarging blue light of death. Yet, just as the projectile was on the verge of penetrating the bulletproof glass, mere inches from her forehead, time seemed to stretch infinitely. The tip of the projectile made contact with the glass, and a delicate ripple emerged in the surrounding space. A regulation was amended. The curvature of the ballistic trajectory's endpoint was to approach infinity. An absolute paradox, which defied the laws of physics, was forcibly conjured. That specially designed armor-piercing projectile, capable of rending through heavy armor, seemed to collide with an endless fold of space, a mere centimeter from Mu Qing's forehead. Its kinetic energy was instantly frozen, its velocity plummeting from supersonic speeds to absolute zero. It bizarrely and inexplicably came to a halt, suspended in midair, defying all logic. The tail of the projectile still spun slightly due to its high initial velocity, stirring the surrounding air into visible vortices, yet it could advance not a single inch. Silence engulfed the scene. Inside and outside the vehicle, an eerie quiet prevailed. Mu Qing's breath nearly ceased, cold sweat instantly soaking her back as she beheld the chilling metallic sheen and lethal patterns on the motionless projectile. The team members outside were left dumbfounded, mouths agape, witnessing this surreal spectacle. Even the shooter seemed momentarily entranced by this incomprehensible scene, hesitating to fire a second shot. Ling Yi's gaze was like a cold arrow, piercing through hundreds of meters to precisely lock onto the source of the bullet's trajectory, positioned at the top of a towering, rusted communication tower nearby. A blurred figure lay crouched there, beside an exaggeratedly designed, futuristic sniper rifle. There was no anger, no surprise. Only an absolute calm and a flicker of curiosity akin to observing a laboratory mouse stirred within Ling Ye's heart. He extended a finger and gently tapped the suspended projectile. Regulation amended. The projectile's mass attribute temporarily acquired absolute inertia and path record reversal. Regulation amended. New kinetic energy was bestowed upon the projectile, its vector completely reversed. Energy level amplified by 300 times. In the next instant, the stationary projectile seemed to be propelled back by an invisible colossal hand. Whoosh! It hurtled back along an identical path at 3 times its original speed, tearing through the air. The velocity was so great that it surpassed the speed of sound several times over, creating a long, distorted blue tunnel of air. The sniper atop the tower clearly witnessed this unforgettable moment, one that would shatter their worldview. They appeared to attempt an evasive maneuver, but it was all too swift. Boom! A muffled thud resonated from the tower's apex. Immediately after, a figure was flung from the top like a struck baseball, accompanied by a short, pained grunt and countless shattered equipment parts, plummeting heavily to the ground below. Capture him alive, Ling Yi ordered calmly. The team, already electrified and adrenaline-fueled from this series of events, immediately sprang into action. Eagle Eye, suppressive fire. Prevent him from committing suicide or fleeing. Boulders, anvils. Surround from the left. Wrenches. Drive over. Vipers. Beware of traps. The command was issued instantaneously, showcasing the elite team's exceptional caliber. The engines of the off-road vehicles and pickups roared as they surged towards the base of the iron tower. With unwavering precision, the eagle-eyed sniper had his sights firmly set on the figure plummeting downwards. Any sign of peril from the target would result in immediate gunfire aimed at incapacitating its limbs. The figure crashed heavily onto the sandy ground beneath the tower, sending a cloud of dust into the air. It appeared that the individual was clad in a sophisticated optical camouflage suit, which, due to the impact and subsequent damage, rendered them partially visible. The enormous sniper rifle lay nearby, twisted and deformed from the fall. As Mu Qing and his team cautiously surrounded the individual, they discovered a tall person dressed in a form-fitting combat suit, their face obscured by a shattered multifunctional tactical visor, blood seeping from the corner of their mouth. One arm was grotesquely contorted at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured from the fall. However, judging by their physique and facial contours, the individual appeared surprisingly youthful, perhaps even a mere adolescent. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to reach for the sidearm at his waist, but a stone was kicked away, and he was swiftly subdued and disarmed. Ling Yi stepped out of the vehicle and approached the young sniper. The boy raised his uninjured arm to wipe the blood from his mouth, and from behind the shattered visor, a pair of sharp, hawk-like eyes, filled with a mixture of defiance and disbelief, fixed intently on Ling Yi. His voice was hoarse, yet resolute. The rule modification is indeed, as the data suggests, monstrous. How could he possibly know about Ling Yi's abilities? Ling Yi remained silent, merely observing him with a calm demeanor. His mental energy, akin to an invisible mercury, seeped into the boy's consciousness. A wave of intense resistance surged forth. The boy's willpower was far superior to that of the previous Dr. Wu or an ordinary soldier. His brain seemed to have undergone some form of rudimentary biochemical enhancement, providing formidable mental defenses. Yet, before Ling Yi's power of rules, all of this was as fragile as paper. After a brief struggle, the boy's gaze became vacant. Fragmented memories began to unfurl before Ling Yi. The cold, mechanical reconstruction workshop, rigorous sniper training, and a fervent belief in the doctrine of the Eternal Empire's mechanical ascension. He had received orders to track and observe the Gene Codex Defector Number 7 and eliminate any potential unstable factors that might come into contact with Number 7. Through a high-powered scope, he had witnessed the battle between Ling Yi's convoy and the infected, a swarm of mechanical scorpions, assessing Ling Yi's team as an extremely high-risk, unstable factor, particularly the peculiar energy reaction emanating from the silver-haired girl, Zero. Thus, he resolved to execute the elimination directive, which culminated in the mind-bending gunshot and his subsequent failure. Ling Yi noted a detail from the boy's memories. The reason he was in this area was due to his loss of Number 7's precise whereabouts, leading him to conduct a fresh search. At the location where he last detected Number 7's signal, an encrypted information package had been left behind. Ling Yi withdrew his mental energy. The boy let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a faint induced by the overwhelming mental shock. Search the surrounding area for an encrypted information package. It should have been left by Number 7, Ling Yi commanded. The team members immediately dispersed, meticulously scouring the vicinity of the iron tower. Soon, the serpent discovered a palm-sized, flat device crafted from a unique alloy, nestled within an exceedingly concealed crevice of rock. The device required decryption. Ling Yi once again wielded the power of the rules, directly disregarding its encryption protocol to access the sole piece of information stored within. It was not text, but rather an audio recording. A calm, somewhat magnetic voice, tinged with an unsettling aura of detachment. Emerged, a young man's voice utilizing an ancient universal tongue. To the future hunters, be they the hyenas of the sacred codex or the iron crows of the eternal empire, you yearn to possess me, to covet the source code within me. Yet, you do not comprehend the essence of your pursuit. I am merely a beginning, a clumsy imitation. The true future lies hidden within the ancient star charts of the celestial outpost. Cease this futile chase. Alternatively, proceed forth, becoming the stepping stone that validates my path of evolution. The voice abruptly ceased. The message was brief, yet it encompassed a wealth of information. Number 7 was aware that both parties were in pursuit of him. He referred to himself as a mere imitation, implying a deeper secret behind what the sacred codex and the eternal empire sought. It appeared he was deliberately heading towards the celestial outpost, referring to it as the ancient star chart. This number 7 was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. Ling Yi stowed away the information packet, casting his gaze once more towards the southeast. The alliance at the celestial outpost seemed to be far more intricate than initially imagined. The traitorous vessel of the sacred codex, the hunters of the eternal empire, potential other factions, and the overarching shadow of the maternal entity. All clues appeared to converge there. Bring him and all the spoils. We depart, Ling Yi commanded. The convoy regrouped, hoisting the unconscious young sniper and his gear onto the pickup truck, departing from the steel graveyard. The journey through the wasteland was never devoid of surprises. Ling Yi began to feel that this expedition towards the celestial outpost was growing increasingly fascinating. Chapter 42. The Iron Crows of the Empire. And the eve before the outpost, the convoy left behind the rusted metal and the haunting memories of death within the steel jungle, once again entering the boundless Gobi Desert. However, the atmosphere inside the vehicle was markedly different from before. In the pickup's bed lay an unconscious captive and an array of exquisitely engineered spoils from the Eternal Empire. The young sniper had been administered a tranquilizer, and after a simple treatment of his fractured limb by the wrench, he was securely bound and yet to awaken. Mu Qing, while driving, could not help but glance at the serene Ling Yi in the rearview mirror. The scene of the bullet suspended in time, reversing its lethal trajectory, was etched into her mind like a brand. Each time she believed she had witnessed the limits of Ling Ye's power, he would invariably surpass her expectations in the most astonishing manner. It was not merely strength, it approached a form of divinity. Mr. Ling, the Iron Crows are elite snipers within the Eternal Empire's purging sequence, Mu Qing reported, having organized the identifying information she found among the young man's fragmented gear. They typically operate alone or in pairs, tasked with the long-range elimination of high-value targets or unstable factors. It seems we have been deemed a destabilizing element at the very least. She chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet her gaze remained grave. The presence of the Empire here indicated their unwavering ambition for Subject 7, and their reach extended far beyond our expectations. Ling Yi kept his eyes closed, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement. The intervention of the Eternal Empire was within his anticipation. This faction, which revered mechanical ascension, adhered to strict discipline, and exhibited extreme exclusivity, would undoubtedly not overlook the defection of the perfect vessel of the Gene Codex. However, their approach appeared to be more direct and ruthless. Once he awakened, he might unearth further intelligence regarding the Empire and Subject 7, Mu Qing added. No need. Ling Yi finally spoke. His value does not lie in his testimony. The minds of Empire soldiers have undergone basic modifications and loyalty coding. Forcibly extracting core memories would lead to self-destruction. Keeping him alive may prove useful in the future. A living elite soldier from a top-tier force is, in itself, a source of intelligence and a potential bargaining chip. Ling Yi preferred to utilize resources to their fullest potential. Mu Qing nodded in understanding, refraining from further comments. The convoy proceeded southeast. The ensuing journey was surprisingly tranquil, devoid of encounters with large-scale mutated creatures, strange infectors, or mechanical constructs. It was as if all troubles had concentrated in the prior region and had since erupted. Along the way, Ling Yi revisited the information left by Subject 7. Words like poor imitations, source code, and ancient star maps echoed repeatedly in his mind. The Gene Codex and the Eternal Empire represented two opposing pursuits, one striving for the ultimate fleshly mutation and the other for a cold, mechanical ascension. Though their paths seemed divergent, their ultimate goals appeared to converge upon some form of life transcendence. Yet Subject 7, a hybrid of both, referred to itself as an imitation. What then was the true prototype or future? What secrets lay within the ancient star maps of the Celestial Watchtower? All these answers seemingly pointed toward that final destination. According to the map and the corrected information provided by Itachi, the convoy traveled for 2 full days, traversing desolate Gobi and a highly radioactive crystalline plain, until they finally glimpsed a verdant expanse, rolling against the stark desolation of the surrounding landscape. This was an oasis, tenuously sustained by geothermal energy and purification fields. Marked on the map as Hope Oasis, the final relay supply point from the Celestial Watchtower. As they approached their destination, the atmosphere grew increasingly nuanced. In Lingya's perception, the hidden life forces and energy fluctuations from various directions multiplied conspicuously. Some were stealthy, some brazen, some exuding fierce, mutated characteristics, while others bore a chilling, orderly mechanical essence. And still others contained peculiar psychic power. Clearly, the forces from all sides were converging upon the Celestial Watchtower, a chaotic amalgamation with undercurrents swirling. Many of these presences remained vigilant toward one another, maintaining a fragile, volatile equilibrium. At the entrance of Hope Oasis stood a checkpoint, guarded by a team of mercenaries clad in a mix of attire yet well-equipped, their eyes fierce. They demanded a hefty entrance fee from those seeking to enter or required a trade of goods they deemed acceptable. Within the oasis, a vibrant marketplace unfolds, bustling with tents, makeshift shelters, and modified vehicles. Survivors of various hues, mercenaries, merchants, and even some formidable individuals with extraordinary abilities weave through the throng, engaging in the exchange of weapons, ammunition, intelligence, purified water, and an array of peculiar artifacts salvaged from the ruins. After paying a portion of the standard energy batteries seized from the mole's den as a fee, Lingya's convoy was granted entry into the oasis. Their arrival attracted numerous glances, the 2 distinctly modified vehicles, bearing the scars of battle, alongside the formidable aura emanating from the team, signified that they were not to be trifled with. More importantly, some perceptive individuals sensed the unusual, both comforting and subtly unsettling. Pure energy emanating from Zero, as well as Lingya's unfathomable presence, akin to a black hole. Mu Qing adeptly navigated to a relatively secluded corner to park, organizing her team to take turns on watch and replenish their supply of fresh water. Meanwhile, she merged into the crowd with her keen eyesight, endeavoring to glean information regarding the Star Watchtower and recent developments. Lingya sat within the vehicle, his mental perception akin to an invisible web, quietly enveloping the entire oasis. Countless dialogues, transactions, arguments, and conspiracies surged into his consciousness like an information flood, swiftly filtered, organized, and analyzed by the power of rules. Although the gates of the watchtower had yet to open, the gatekeeper had already disseminated word that the formal alliance day was merely 3 days away. It was rumored that the advance party from the Free States had arrived, led by the Griffin Kent. Damn it, those lunatics from the Gene Codex have also shown up. Best to keep your distance lest you be captured as a test subject. A pack of wolf cubs, mutated beast humans, has also emerged from the north, fierce and untamed. The Iron Can of the Eternal Empire seems to be searching for someone, making quite a commotion. The pollution from the mother has been spreading more rapidly lately. It's truly maddening. I hear there's a formidable character who single-handedly took down one of the Codex's forward outposts. The identity of this deity remains unknown. It seems this alliance is bound to witness significant events. Fragments of information, both authentic and deceptive, coalesce to depict the current chaotic and tense situation surrounding the Star Watchtower. Nearly every notable faction had dispatched representatives, each with their own agendas, yet all evidently placing great importance on this forthcoming alliance. Moments later, Mu Qing returned, her expression somewhat grave. Mr. Ling, the situation is more intricate than anticipated. The Star Watchtower itself is an exceedingly ancient relic of interstellar exploration, rumored to house technology and star map data far surpassing contemporary achievements. It is controlled by a neutral organization that calls itself the Gatekeepers, whose power is unfathomable. They have initiated this alliance under the pretense of discussing responses to the Mother-S threat and establishing a survival order. However, whispers suggest they aim to harness the might of various factions to fully activate something deep within the relic. Lowering her voice, she added, "The Gene Codex and the Eternal Empire have both arrived, and they are openly and covertly inquiring about a white-haired girl, Zero, and a young, powerful man, yourself. It seems our activities in the mole's den have likely spread." Lingya maintained a calm demeanor. This was not unexpected. He had not intended to conceal his actions entirely. He gently tapped his fingers on his knee, pondering the implications of the Gatekeeper's star map, intrigued by the unfolding narrative. At that moment, the previously unconscious Imperial youth sniper emitted a faint groan and slowly opened his eyes. Initially dazed, he quickly grasped his predicament, struggling against his tight bindings. His sharp gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, ultimately fixing on the silhouette of Ling Yi outside the vehicle, filled with wariness, defiance, and a hint of undeniable terror. Ling Yi did not turn back. Instead, he spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. Inform your superior that I have no interest in the Empire's ascension for the time being. But do not provoke me. As for number 7, he is my quarry. The boy's pupils constricted sharply, seemingly astonished that the other had so bluntly unveiled his origins and mission, even more so by the underlying, almost self-evident confidence in that indifferent tone. He opened his mouth as if to utter a threat, but ultimately bit down hard on his lip, falling into silence. He understood that before this man, any threats or words would be utterly impotent. Ling Yi paid him no further mind, his gaze directed towards the horizon beyond the oasis. Towards the deeper expanse shrouded in a faint mist of energy. There lay the location of the star observation post. A storm was about to converge there. He would step into the eye of the storm and witness just how immense the waves of this chaotic wasteland could rise. Chapter 43, Beyond the Stargate. The countenance of all beings leaving the Hope Oasis, the terrain ahead began to undergo significant transformation. The desolate Gobi was gradually replaced by a peculiar black rock formation that shimmered with a faint metallic sheen. The energy permeating the air became exceptionally vibrant and orderly, as if an invisible force field were restraining and guiding it. Following the map and road signs, the convoy traveled along a clearly cleared and maintained path for approximately an hour, revealing a breathtaking spectacle. Before them was a colossal gorge, seemingly cleaved by a giant axe. Towering on either side were smooth, mirror-like black rock walls, rising hundreds of meters high, embedded with countless massive, long-dimmed circular structures, resembling the indifferent eyes of ancient titans, coldly observing all visitors. Beyond the gorge lay a vast expanse of artificially leveled plains, which were now dotted with various camps of differing styles. One could see the Free Star banner proudly displayed, the tents neatly aligned, and the patrols well equipped at the Free State encampment. There were locations shrouded in a faint biological haze, occasionally emitting deep roars, marked by flags bearing the twisted DNA chain motif of the gene sanctum, and in stark contrast, there was a silent area where all personnel donned full-body armor, moving in perfect unison like automatons, their banner depicting a planet encircled by gears, representing the Eternal Empire's forward base. In addition, there existed many other factions that defied classification, tribal warriors clad in animal skins, exhibiting clear signs of mutation with wild looks in their eyes, groups of psychics dressed in peculiar robes, surrounded by faint elemental fluctuations, and the most numerous of all, independent mercenary bands and survivor caravans from all directions, each seeking their fortune for various reasons. The entire plain resembled a miniature wasteland world, where factions eyed each other warily, delineating territories, maintaining a fragile yet tense equilibrium. The air is thick with the scent of gunpowder, motor oil, the odor of mutated beings, and an unsettling ambience known as ambition. The arrival of the convoy was akin to a stone cast upon the tranquil facade of a lake, instantly drawing countless gazes. Curiosity, scrutiny, vigilance, greed, and malice emanated from the camps surrounding them, particularly when some recognized the insignia of the mooching mercenary corps or sensed the unique purifying aura of Zero. Along with the unfathomable presence of Ling Yi, whispers began to circulate. It is the Red Fox mooching. She is still alive? That vehicle is rumored to have taken out the Predator squad in the Rust Desert. That white-haired girl gives off such an odd vibe. Be cautious. That young man with black hair is inscrutable. Are they possibly transporting someone from the Empire? Referring to the unconscious Iron Crow, Ling Yi remained oblivious to the surrounding chatter, his senses transcending the cacophony of the camps and delving into the depths of the chasm ahead. There lies the true entrance to the Celestial Watchtower. It is an edifice of indescribable grandeur. Rather than being constructed upon the mountain's surface, it appears to have organically emerged from within the mountain itself. A colossal framework of an unknown silver-gray metal envelopes a vast circular portal, towering 100 meters high and wide enough for several large vessels to pass side by side. At present, the portal is shrouded in a swirling vortex of rich, cerulean energy, resembling the eye of a still temporal storm, emanating an ancient, vast, and awe-inspiring aura. Before the energy vortex stands a relatively diminutive platform, also constructed of silver-gray metal, upon which several figures clad in simple gray robes and expressionless metallic masks stand. These are the gatekeepers. Below the platform, a number of individuals have gathered, seemingly representatives of various factions, engaged in negotiations with the gatekeepers. That is the voice of the Stargate mooching, reverberating with a hint of astonishment. It is said that beyond lies the true ruins of the Celestial Watchtower. However, this door has not been fully opened for many years, and only the gatekeepers possess the limited ability to control it. Ling Yi can distinctly sense that the technological and energetic levels encapsulated within the Stargate far exceed the understanding of the current Wasteland era. It even imparts a sense of rules that is akin to, yet far more advanced and complex than his own comprehension. The energy vortex serves as an extraordinarily potent temporal barrier. The convoy came to a halt in a relatively open area at the edge of the plain, deliberately avoiding proximity to any major factions' encampments. The team members swiftly disembarked, establishing rudimentary defensive fortifications around the vehicles while warily observing their surroundings. Before long, visitors approached. The first to arrive was a contingent of soldiers from the Free Alliance, led by a middle-aged man in a commanding officer's uniform. Sporting a hearty smile, yet possessing a shrewd gaze. "Welcome to the Celestial Watchtower, friends from afar," he greeted warmly. "I am Officer Kent of the Free Alliance's advance team. Codenamed Griffin. You all appear new here. Is there anything you require assistance with? We, in the Free Alliance, warmly welcome formidable allies." His eyes quickly scanned Ling Yi, Zero, and the equipment aboard their vehicle, clearly having received some intelligence, coming to probe and entice. Without waiting for Ling Ye's response, another cold, rigid voice interjected. "Kent, cease your insincere attempts at camaraderie." A contingent of soldiers, enveloped in gray-white heavy armor with their faces concealed behind menacing respirators, approached. Leading them was an exceptionally tall officer, adorned with a prominent gear-implanted insignia on his armor. His electronic eye flickered with a crimson glow, fixating on the bound Imperial sniper in the back of the pickup. "I am Centurion Karong of the 7th Purging Legion of the Eternal Empire. Your possession of Imperial property," he gestured towards the Iron Crow, "must cease immediately. Return it, and clarify your connection to the Gene Codex Defector 7. Otherwise, your actions will be deemed a provocation against the Empire." The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Officer Kent of the Free Alliance raised an eyebrow and stepped back, adopting a spectator's stance. The surrounding factions turned their attention toward the newly arrived, seemingly formidable convoy, eager to witness how they would respond to the direct challenge from the Eternal Empire. Mu Qing and his team gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions grave. The oppressive aura exuded by the Imperial Centurion far surpassed that of the previous Iron Crow. Ling Yi finally opened the car door and descended. He disregarded the imposing Centurion, not even pausing to look at him, instead gazing far beyond toward the camp of the Gene Codex. Within his senses, he detected several energies approaching rapidly, imbued with a strong aura of biological mutation and malice. As anticipated, a peculiar voice, tinged with a neurotic chuckle, rang out. "Hee, Centurion Karong, why such fury? Perhaps these friends are long-lost partners of our codex?" An elderly man, clad in a lab coat stained with unknown substances, his sparse hair and bulging eyes reminiscent of a goldfish, approached flanked by muscular guards, some of whom had mutated limbs that had become weapons. His greedy gaze slithered over Zero's form like a venomous serpent, emitting an unsettling clicking sound. "What a perfect specimen for purification. Come with us back to the Codex, and you shall receive the blessings of evolution." He then turned his attention to Ling Yi, a flicker of suspicion and wariness crossing his eyes. "As for you, young man, you carry the scent of one of our outposts. It seems we have much to discuss." The three factions stood at an impasse. The Free Alliance feigned neutrality while observing. The Eternal Empire aggressively demanded their due, and the Gene Codex directly coveted Zero and inquired about the outpost. The newly arrived convoy found itself thrust into the spotlight, becoming the center of attention. All factions watched intently, eager to see how this seemingly youthful leader would navigate the simultaneous pressure from the three formidable powers. Would he capitulate? Stand firm? Or, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Ling Yi finally withdrew his gaze, sweeping it over the Imperial Centurion, the perverse doctor from the Gene Codex, and the Free Alliance officer observing from the sidelines. His expression remained serene and unperturbed, as if the representatives of three great powers were merely three bothersome flies. He spoke softly, yet his voice resonated clearly above the cacophony, reaching the ears of everyone present. "Have you finished?" The three unassuming words bore an air of indifference and impatience, as if one were looking down from a great height. "Speak your piece and depart." Alternatively, he paused momentarily, raising his gaze to the towering Stargate. "I shall escort you inside." In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the entrance of the vast plain. Chapter 44. Words manifest as law, the Stargate as witness. A profound stillness prevailed, as though even the wind had been frozen by the solemnity of his words. Imbued with an unparalleled authority, all present gazed incredulously at the young man clad in black. How dare he, to simultaneously provoke the three great powers? Who did he think he was? The centurion of the Eternal Empire, Karen, felt the electronic eye beneath his mask pulsate with a frantic red glow, clearly indicating that his internal emotional processing system was in turmoil. The mechanical voice crackled with static due to overload. Inferior creature. You dare. The deranged doctor with the fish-like eyes from the gene codex wore a twisted, furious grin, his expression morphing into one of rage as he screeched, ignorance. Arrogance. Seize them. I want that purified being alive. The man's fate is inconsequential. The mutated guards behind him let out a low growl, their muscles taut. The bone spurs and claws on their grotesque limbs glinting ominously as they prepared to pounce. The smile on Officer Kent of the Free Federation vanished, replaced by profound astonishment and a barely perceptible gravity. He discreetly gestured for his soldiers to step back slightly, evidently opting to observe the unfolding situation. In that tense moment, on the brink of conflict, Ling Yi took action. He did not even glance at the approaching mutated guards nor acknowledge the soldiers of the Empire poised to fire. He merely raised his right hand slightly, pressing down gently into the void ahead. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy, nor dazzling visual effects. Yet, the rules had been rewritten. Rule modification, centered at this location, within a radius of 150 meters. All hostile intentions and actions directed towards me and my affiliates shall have their probability forcibly reduced to 0. An imperceptible yet absolute decree descended upon this realm. Akin to a divine oracle, the Gene Codex's mutated guards, who had been roaring and charging forward, suddenly faltered, their grotesque faces contorted with utter confusion and struggle, as though a crucial command in their minds had been abruptly erased. The claws raised in midair froze, and their feet, eager to advance, felt as if they were weighed down by lead. They could think, they could perceive, yet they could not harbor any thoughts of aggression towards Ling Yi and his companions, nor could they execute any hostile actions. This internal conflict nearly threatened to overload their minds. Meanwhile, the Empire's soldiers, aiming their energy rifles, were horrified to discover that their fingers seemed to have lost the ability to comprehend the act of pulling the trigger, no matter how their brains commanded. Their fingers simply could not perform that simple motion. Their sights could no longer maintain a steady lock on Ling Yi and the others, instinctively veering away. The entire scene transformed into one of surreal absurdity. The guards of the Gene Codex stood as if ensnared by a binding spell, blinking wildly, their muscles twitching, yet unable to advance a single step. The Imperial soldiers raised their rifles, swaying left and right like participants in a clumsy pantomime, unable to fire a shot. Centurion Karong attempted to activate a small cannon mounted on his shoulder, but discovered that the fire control system had inexplicably locked with an error. Dr. Goldfish Eyes, infuriated, jumped and screamed, "Advance! You worthless fools! Move forward!" Yet his guards merely gazed at him with bewildered and pained expressions. The intent and actions of the attack were fundamentally prohibited. All onlookers stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, utterly bewildered by the unimaginable scene before them. What kind of power was this? Mental control? Mass hypnosis? Or something else entirely? Officer Kent of the Free Land felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He silently rejoiced at having refrained from any rash actions moments ago. This man was terrifying. Such power was unheard of. Ling Ye's gaze swept once more over the pale-faced Karong and the trembling Dr. Goldfish Eyes, and he remarked calmly, "It seems you have chosen the latter." He raised his hand, this time pointing towards the colossal Stargate, swirling with azure energy. Rule modification, designated target, Stargate energy barrier. Partially open a sustainable 5 minutes, microchannel, with the exit coordinates set to the center of the Imperial camp, the center of the Gene Sanctuary camp. As his words fell, a resounding hum erupted. The immense, silent Stargate, seemingly ancient, began to pulsate violently with energy waves, as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. In the horrified gaze of the crowd, two unstable, twisting microenergy vortices began to form at the base of the Stargate energy barrier, each barely wide enough for a person to pass through, emanating terrifying spatial fluctuations. No. Dr. Goldfish Eye seemed to realize something and let out a terrified scream. The alarm on Centurion Karong's helmet blared piercingly, but it was too late. Ling Yi gently pushed towards Karong and Dr. Goldfish Eyes from a distance. Rule modification, designated target displacement, path set to microchannel entrance. The heavy armored body of Centurion Karong, along with the diminutive Dr. Goldfish Eyes, were uncontrollably lifted from the ground as if grasped by an invisible giant hand. They struggled in terror, but could not resist the boundless power. Being propelled towards the two newly opened microchannel entrances. Stop him. Fire. Interfere. The soldiers of the Empire and the guardians of the sanctuary frantically attempted to thwart him. But all their intentions and actions were still completely shackled, forced to watch helplessly as their leaders were whisked away like chicks. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of countless stunned spectators, Centurion Karong and Dr. Goldfish Eyes were precisely thrust into the openings of the microchannels, vanishing instantly amidst the swirling energy light. Almost simultaneously, a loud boom echoed. In the center of the Eternal Empire, a microenergy vortex abruptly opened, and Centurion Karong was ejected like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a light vehicle. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the center of the Gene Sanctuary, another energy vortex opened, and Dr. Goldfish Eyes was flung out with a scream, landing in a tank filled with green slime, splashing water everywhere. In an instant, the two camps were thrown into a tumultuous chaos. Beneath the Stargate, the two miniature portals swiftly closed and vanished, as if they had never existed. The entire plane once again fell into an absolute silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone gazed at the young man in black, who slowly lowered his hand, with eyes filled with either awe or dread, as if beholding a deity or a devil. With a mere utterance, he commanded the very forces of the Stargate. He claimed to send them in, and indeed, he wielded the power of the Stargate to swiftly transport the representatives of the two great factions back to their respective camps. What unfathomable strength is this? What incomprehensible means? Ling Yi appeared to have merely accomplished a trivial task, his gaze calmly shifting to the petrified Officer Kent of the Free State. "You," he began. "Is there anything else?" Officer Kent, startled, immediately straightened his back, cold sweat trickling down his brow, and hurriedly forced out the most sincere, even obsequious, smile. "No, absolutely not. Your Excellency, we of the Free State cherish peace and welcome all friends. My apologies for the disturbance. Please, go about your business." He almost bowed and scraped, hastily retreating back to his camp with his subordinates, fearing that even a moment's delay might result in being sent back. All others present, be they fierce tribal warriors, enigmatic supernatural beings, or desperate mercenaries, instinctively took a step back, averting their gazes, unwilling to make any eye contact with Ling Yi. This man is not to be trifled with. This was the shared thought of everyone at that moment. Mu Qing and her team were equally astounded. Despite having witnessed Ling Yi's prowess multiple times, each occasion expanded their understanding of his capabilities. Particularly this time, he casually toyed with the two great factions, even manipulating the mysterious power of the Stargate. Ling Yi paid no heed to the reactions around him. His gaze once again fell upon the massive Stargate, a hint of subtle inquiry flickering in his eyes. When he had just altered the rules of the Stargate, he sensed that deep within it, there existed an ancient control system, one that might even possess a nascent self-awareness, exhibiting faint resistance and curiosity towards his rule-altering power. This relic grows increasingly intriguing. He turned to head back to his vehicle. At that moment, among the Guardians who had been standing silently on the Stargate platform, the leader, clad in gray robes, suddenly stepped forward. He removed his metallic mask, revealing an aged yet remarkably rosy visage, his gaze profound like the starry sea. His eyes traversed the distance, landing precisely on Ling Yi, his voice calm, yet imbued with a peculiar penetrative quality, resonating clearly across the plane, which had just regained a semblance of noise. "Master of the rules, the Stargate has awaited your arrival for a long time. In 3 days, the gates shall open. May your coming bring new variables to this bewildering epoch." With that, he gave a slight nod of respect, replaced his mask, and retreated to his original position, as if he had never spoken at all. The entire plane erupted once more into waves of astonishment and speculation at the unexpected actions and words of the leader of the Guardians. "Master of the rules? The Stargate has awaited new variables? Who on earth is that young man? Even the enigmatic gatekeeper has shown such profound regard for it, even employing the term long awaited." Ling Yi's steps momentarily faltered. He glanced back at the towering Stargate and the gatekeeper, his lips seemingly curving into a barely perceptible smile. Then, he opened the car door, returned to his seat, and closed his eyes to meditate, leaving behind countless factions on the plane, bewildered and stirred, along with the undeniable presence of an absolute powerhouse, whose supremacy could no longer be questioned. Chapter 45. The tranquility at the eye of the storm. The atmosphere on the Stargate plane became exceedingly subtle and intricate following the gatekeeper leader's declaration of the ruler of rules, stating that the Stargate had been long awaited. Awe, fear, curiosity, jealousy, and greed interwove within the hearts of the various factions, yet, without exception, all regarded the small encampment where Ling Yi resided as an absolute taboo, not to be trifled with. The small groups that had initially harbored intentions of probing their limits were now utterly dissuaded. Even the gatekeeper referred to this presence as a ruler, asserting that its power and significance surpassed their comprehension. After the initial chaos, the camps of the Eternal Empire and the Gene Cannon rapidly descended into a deathly silence. They ceased to send provocations, not even voicing protests. After being extricated from an awkward predicament by their subordinates, Centurion Sharon and Dr. Goldfish, I retreated into their camp, remaining silent thereafter. Yet, this silence bred greater unease, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, leaving all uncertain of what they were concocting. The Empire's mechanized forces intensified their patrols, while the cannon's camp was shrouded in an increasingly dense biological haze, faintly echoing with the eerie sounds of modifications. Officer Kent from the Free State became even more fervent and cautious. He dispatched individuals bearing clean fresh water and some fresh dried fruits as a gesture of goodwill, strictly instructing his subordinates to maintain a distance of at least 100 meters from Ling Ye's encampment, adopting an attitude that bordered on humility. As for other minor forces and solitary wanderers, they took detours, gazing at the two modified vehicles with awe. Ling Yi remained indifferent to it all. He spent most of his time in the car, his mental energy immersed in the knowledge gleaned from Dr. Wu regarding the Gene Cannon, as well as his analysis of the Stargate's energy structure. The comprehension and application of rules are boundless. These insights from disparate systems provide him with new perspectives and inspiration. Zero quietly stood by his side, resembling the most exquisite porcelain doll. Her very presence silently purified the surrounding environment, rendering the air within their small encampment particularly fresh, in stark contrast to the taint of the wasteland beyond. Mu Qing and the team dared not relax even for a moment. The greater the external pressure, the more vigilant they needed to be internally. They took turns on guard duty, meticulously recording every subtle movement across the plain. The captured Imperial sniper, the Iron Crow youth, had awakened and was being kept under solitary watch. He had grown exceedingly silent, occasionally casting furtive glances toward Ling Ye's vehicle, his eyes betraying a mix of fear, confusion, and an almost imperceptible fervor. Ling Ye's godlike prowess evidently inflicted a profound shock upon his mind, which had been shackled by the dogmas of the Empire. Time flowed in a tense atmosphere, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Only 1 day remained until the gatekeeper announced the opening of the Stargate. The plain was becoming increasingly crowded, with more remote and peculiar factions arriving one after another. There were desert tribes riding formidable, tamed mutant scorpions, enigmatic cults cloaked in shadows, seemingly existing beyond the realm of the living, and even claims of sightings of descendants of relic guardians, ethereal in beauty, wielding peculiar energy weapons. The entire plain resembled a boiling cauldron, a collision of diverse energies, breaths, and ambitions fermenting together. That evening, Ling Yi was analyzing an intriguing redundant circuit within the energy structure of the Stargate when he suddenly noticed a slight movement of his brow. Almost simultaneously, Zero lifted his head, gazing toward the southeastern entrance of the plain, a glimmer of light flashing in his violet eyes. "Master, another substantial entity has arrived," Zero murmured softly. Ling Ye's perception had already extended there. He observed a considerable convoy entering the plain, distinct in style from all previous factions. It consisted of heavily armored transport vehicles and off-road cars, modified to resemble mobile fortresses, their surfaces adorned with thick composite armor, marked with scars from repelling raiders and claw marks from mutated creatures, exuding an aura steeped in the trials of blood and fire. Yet, what was most striking was the flag fluttering from each vehicle, depicting a pair of powerful hands jointly cradling a thriving green sprout against the backdrop of a shattered earth. The flag symbolized survival and reconstruction, a shared ideology among many survivor outposts. Yet this particular banner conveyed an extraordinary sense of resilience, unity, and pragmatism. The composition of the convoy was intriguing as well. They were not solely elite warriors. A significant number of them appeared to be technicians, architectural engineers, and even agricultural experts. While their equipment may not have been the finest, it was exceptionally well maintained. The personnel exuded sharpness in their gaze, demonstrating strict discipline, and their movements reflected a seasoned camaraderie and pragmatic approach born of extensive collaboration. "It is the fire of revival," Mu Qing exclaimed, observing through binoculars, his tone laced with surprise and respect. "I did not expect them to arrive as well." "The fire of revival?" Ling Yi mused, recalling a vague impression of the name, which seemed to surface occasionally in Dr. Wu's fragmented memories and the whispers of the Oasis. "A rather unique faction," Mu Qing elaborated. "They are neither as loosely profit-driven as the Free States nor as extreme as the Empires and the Scriptures. It is said that most of their core members are soldiers and engineers from the old era, occupying a relatively well-preserved underground shelter, aiming to restore production and rebuild order. They rarely expand outwardly, but possess formidable strength, particularly in defense and construction. They enjoy a stellar reputation among ordinary survivors. Ling Yi nodded slightly. In his perception, the overall life magnetic field of this group was steadfast and cohesive, devoid of the chaos and filth that characterized the empires and the scriptures. The Fire of Revival's convoy chose to establish their camp at a distance from the major factions. They operated with remarkable efficiency, swiftly erecting makeshift defenses and watchtowers around their encampment with the finesse of seasoned veterans. However, amidst their bustling activities, a group of unwelcome visitors arrived. They were the previously mentioned mutated beastmen, referred to as the wolf cubs. Towering above ordinary men, their robust physiques were adorned with thick fur, sharp claws, and eyes brimming with primal ferocity and aggression. At the forefront stood the Wolf King, an imposing figure nearly 2.5 meters tall, his muscles rippling and exuding an aura of peak B-class ferocity. Accompanied by a dozen subordinates, the Wolf King brazenly stormed into the camp of the Fire of Revival, his avaricious gaze sweeping over the sturdy vehicles and equipment that appeared remarkably durable. "Hey, newcomers!" The Wolf King's voice was hoarse and deep, resembling the growl of a beast. "This territory belongs to our Bloodclaw tribe. You have 10 minutes to move these iron heaps, or else." It was a blatant act of robbery, a common spectacle in the wasteland where the strong prey upon the weak. From within the Fire of Revival camp, a middle-aged man, evidently their leader, stepped forward, clad in a faded, repurposed military uniform. His resolute face and steady gaze exuded confidence, with a large-caliber pistol, simple in design, yet gleaming from meticulous maintenance, hanging at his waist. His energy fluctuation hovered around B-class, unremarkable, yet the soldiers and technicians behind him immediately ceased their tasks, silently gathering in unison, their movements precise and calm, exuding an invisible pressure. "This is a public area. First come, first served," the man stated evenly, neither servile nor overbearing. "The Fire of Revival is stationed here and will not be moving. We ask you to leave." Seeking death, the Wolf King sneered, taking a bold step forward, his formidable presence bearing down upon them. It seemed he intended to demonstrate who truly held dominion over this desolate land. The beastmen behind him emitted threatening growls, muscles taut, ready to strike. Many onlookers from surrounding factions observed with cold indifference, some even reveling in the impending conflict. Though the Fire of Revival held a commendable reputation, in such a place, strength was the ultimate truth. The Wolf King of the Bloodclaw tribe was notoriously fierce and powerful. Just as the confrontation was on the verge of eruption, a calm voice pierced through the air, reaching every ear present as if whispered directly beside them. "Quiet." It was but a single word. The Wolf King, poised to attack, suddenly froze. He felt as though ensnared by the icy gaze of a prehistoric behemoth, an overwhelming, soul-deep terror engulfing him instantaneously. Every hair on his body stood on end, his primal instincts screaming in warning. Danger. Extreme danger. Irresistible. Struggling. He turned his head toward the source of the voice, which emanated from the camp deemed a forbidden zone, where two modified vehicles stood. The young man in black, having descended from his vehicle unbeknownst to him, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the unfolding scene from a distance. His eyes, tranquil yet unyielding, sent the Wolf King spiraling into a frozen abyss, his heart nearly ceasing its rhythm. Not only the Wolf King, but all the beastmen of the Bloodclaw tribe felt the immense, invisible pressure, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them, rendering them motionless. Cold sweat instantly soaking their fur. The soldier clad in the vestments of the Rebirth Fire cast a glance towards Ling Yi, his eyes momentarily reflecting surprise and inquiry. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, offering a slight nod in Ling Yi's direction as a gesture of gratitude, or perhaps acknowledging the intervention. Ling Yi averted his gaze, as though he had merely swatted away a few bothersome flies, and turned to re-enter his vehicle. The suffocating pressure dissipated in an instant. The Wolf King and his subordinates gasped for breath, their eyes filled with trepidation. They dared not cast another glance at the Rebirth Fire's camp, nor did they risk looking towards Ling Yi, retreating in a disheveled manner, almost crawling back to their own territory. Thus, a potential conflict was effortlessly diffused with a single word. Silence once again enveloped the plain. Everyone became acutely aware that, although the ruler of the rules typically disregarded the outside world, his very existence constituted an invisible order. He would not allow anyone to disturb the tranquility of the region he governed. The soldier of the Rebirth Fire cast a deep gaze at Ling Yi's vehicle before turning away, resuming his command over the construction of the camp. As if nothing had transpired, the calm at the eye of the storm remained sustained by absolute power. Yet, all were cognizant that this tranquility would not endure for long. Tomorrow, the Stargate was to be opened. Chapter 46. The Stargate opens, the Covenant of Eras as dawn approached. A faint pale light began to emerge at the edges of the dark red sky, yet it could scarcely dispel the weighty anticipation that hung over the Stargate plain. The entire expanse had fallen into a silence reminiscent of a solemn ritual, a stark contrast to the previous day's clamor. All those within the camps had risen early. Whether they were the rebellious tribal warriors, the stoic imperial soldiers, or the fervent scholars of the sacred texts, they now held their breath. Their gazes fixated upon the towering Stargate, swirling with cerulean energy. The air was thick with a palpable energy that ebbed and flowed like the tides. Emanating from that colossal portal, the swirling energy upon the gate accelerated, producing a deep, resonant hum that stirred the very soul, as if an ancient beast, long dormant, was slowly awakening. Ling Yi stood beside his vehicle, with Zero silently at his side. His mental perception was fully attuned, meticulously capturing every subtle fluctuation within the Stargate's energy field. The technological sophistication of this portal far exceeded imagination. Its energy operation patterns even faintly touching upon the rules of time and space, igniting within him a profound intrigue. Mu Qing and the team were fully armed, vigilantly guarding the perimeter, their expressions grave. Even the captured Iron Crow youth was brought down from the vehicle, securely bound by stone. His eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the incredible Stargate. The mechanized ascension doctrine instilled by the Empire seemed, at that moment, to be challenged by some ancient and magnificent force. Finally, as the first feeble rays of dawn struggled to crest the dark ridges, illuminating the apex of the Stargate, a resounding hum erupted, far grander and more distant than any sound that had preceded it, as if it originated from the depths of the cosmos. The very ground of the plain trembled in response. In the heart of the Stargate, a colossal vortex of energy spun with unparalleled velocity, its azure radiance becoming blindingly brilliant, illuminating the entire opening as if it were midday. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of countless astonished spectators, a singular point of pure white light erupted at the center of the once homogeneous energy swirl, gradually stretching and expanding in both upward and downward directions. Reminiscent of the universe's inception, a rift of light was being unveiled. Within this fissure, no longer was there any distortion of energy, but rather a remarkably stable passage composed entirely of pure light. Deep within the passage, one could faintly discern a scene that starkly contrasted with the desolate terrain outside, radiating a gentle luminosity, as though it led to another realm. The Stargate had been activated. However, although the luminous passage had materialized, it remained in a state of instability. The entrance was still shrouded in perilous energy turbulence, crackling ominously, indicating that it was not yet safe to traverse. At that moment, dozens of gatekeepers on the platform raised their hands in unison, emanating a harmonious and gentle energy wave that resonated with the Stargate, seemingly guiding and stabilizing the process of the passage's opening. The leader of the gatekeepers stepped forward once more, his aged yet penetrating voice resonating across the plain. The Stargate is now open. The path to the corridor of stars lies before you. Yet, the ruins abide by their own rules. The energy passage requires a full quarter of an hour to achieve complete stability. Those who wish to enter the corridor must remember, it harbors boundless opportunities, as well as immeasurable dangers. Ancient technologies, lost knowledge, and keys to evolution may be found within. Yet, one may also meet their demise here, becoming mere dust of the ruins. The choice lies solely with you all. Moreover, he shifted his tone, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. The passage to the core control room deep within the corridor will also be opened. Only those in possession of the star key fragments are qualified to enter and attempt to acquire the ultimate authority over the ruins. The fragments of the star key are scattered across the vast wasteland, hidden within ancient ruins or embodied in certain tokens of legacy. Those with fortune may obtain them. Star key fragments. Ultimate authority. This revelation exploded among the crowd like cold water thrown into boiling oil. The leaders of various factions ignited with fervent light in their eyes. For this was evidently one of the ultimate objectives behind their gathering. Ling Ye's gaze flickered. Fragments of Dr. Wu's memories seemed to have alluded to the Gene Codex's secret pursuit of an ancient key. Was this what it referred to? The quarter hour of waiting stretched out, both interminably long and fleeting. Various factions prepared and checked their equipment, the atmosphere thick with anxiety, greed, fear, and determination. Within the camp of the Eternal Empire, Centurion Sharon had reassembled his troops, donning heavier armor, his electronic eye fixed intently on the light passage, while the Imperial soldiers formed a precise assault formation. At the camp of the Gene Codex, Dr. Goldfish had entered a massive biological pod connected to numerous tubes, seemingly undertaking some final adjustments. While his mutated guards injected special serums, becoming increasingly frenzied. Officer Kent of the Free State vociferously rallied his mercenaries, promising generous rewards. Meanwhile, the Wolf King of the Bloodclaw tribe sharpened his claws, emitting a low growl. The enigmatic cults, tribes, and gifted individuals each revealed their unique abilities, preparing their respective strategies. The soldier clad in the garb of the Rebirth Fire calmly assigned tasks, designating an elite combat team while the rest remained at the camp, exhibiting an air of meticulous organization. In contrast, Ling Yi found himself in a state of tranquility. With the rules in hand, he needed no preparations. The world lay open before him. During this period of anticipation, Ling Yi suddenly sensed something amiss, his gaze drifting toward the rear flank of the Free State camp. There, a few inconspicuous figures clad in gray robes, appearing as mercenaries, quietly congregated. One among them, seemingly by chance, raised his head and locked eyes with Ling Yi for a fleeting moment. He appeared to be a young man in his 20s, possessing an unremarkable visage, yet harboring a depth and calmness in his gaze that belied his age, imbued with a trace of weariness and indifference. His energy fluctuations were exceptionally well concealed. However, under Ling Ye's rule-level perception, he discerned a remarkably restrained yet extraordinarily pure and powerful aura. It bore a subtle resemblance to the energy signature of Subject 7 he had previously sensed, yet it was more harmonious and refined. As their gazes met, a fleeting exchange occurred. A flicker of mild surprise crossed the young man's eyes, followed by a slight nod towards Ling Yi, accompanied by an enigmatic smile that seemed both amiable and provocative, before he swiftly lowered his head and vanished into the crowd. Could it be the perfect vessel, Subject 7, who had defected? How astonishing that he had infiltrated the ranks of the Free State, seemingly in a far better state than Ling Yi had anticipated. Even having completely mastered his own powers, Ling Yi's expression remained unchanged, yet his conviction strengthened. This journey through the Stargate would undoubtedly be anything but mundane. A quarter of an hour swiftly elapsed. The chaotic energy currents at the Stargate began to subside, and the luminous passage stabilized, dazzling like a staircase leading to a divine realm. The passage was secure. For those wishing to enter, now is the time, the gatekeeper leader announced with a booming voice. For the glory of the Empire. Forward! Centurion Karong roared, leading the Imperial armored squad in a charge akin to a torrent of steel, instantly engulfed by the radiance. For the evolution of the Sacred Codex. Follow suit. The biological pods of the Gene Codex and the mutated Guardians unleashed a frenzied howl as they surged forward. Warriors of the Free State. Wealth and future lie ahead. Charge! Officer Kent wielded his energy pistol, rallying the mercenaries into the fray. The Bloodclaw tribe and other factions also rushed eagerly into the fray. The scene erupted into chaos and fervor as countless individuals, like moths drawn to a flame, surged toward the passage where hope and peril intertwined. The soldier of the Rebirth Fire once more nodded in Ling Ye's direction before calmly gesturing with his hand, leading his elite group steadily into the light gate. Ling Yi was in no rush. He waited until the majority had entered, the plain around him becoming considerably emptier. Before he addressed Mu Qin and the others with a calm demeanor, "Let us proceed." He stepped forward, Zero following closely behind, and the Mu Qin team promptly trailed, escorting Iron Crow towards the resplendent light gate. The moment they set foot on the light passage, an extraordinary sensation of weightlessness and spatial transformation washed over them, as the surroundings whirled rapidly, akin to traversing a tunnel woven of light. Moments later, a grounding sensation enveloped them, and the vista before their eyes unfolded with breathtaking clarity. They found themselves in an entirely different realm. Before them lay an immensely vast corridor, spiraling upward into infinity. The walls, ceiling, and floor of this corridor were constructed from an enigmatic silver-gray metal, intricately adorned with countless intricate and unfamiliar star charts, alongside incomprehensible symbols, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur. Floating within the corridor were innumerable gentle orbs of light, illuminating the surroundings, while further in the distance, a faint, dreamlike mist of energy hung in the air, obscuring the end from view. The atmosphere was imbued with a pure energy, yet tinged with an undercurrent of unknown peril and a subtle scent of blood, suggesting that those who had ventured in before them had encountered some form of misfortune. Along the walls of the corridor, an array of uniquely designed, tightly shut metallic doors were scattered, each pulsating with distinct energy patterns, while some had already attracted a gathering of individuals attempting to decipher the means to unlock them. This was the Corridor of Stars, a convergence of legacies from countless epochs, a realm rife with opportunities and dangers. At this moment, the journey of Ling Yi truly embarked upon a new chapter. Chapter 47. Initial Exploration of the Corridor. The rules remained. The sights within the corridor of stars were far more awe-inspiring than what could be perceived from the outside. The colossal passage curved upward, seemingly endless, merging into the distant, nebulous energy mists. The towering silver-gray metal walls, inscribed with flowing star charts, were not static. They shifted and transformed, as if illustrating the cosmic laws of a distant galaxy, emanating an ancient rhythm that stirred the soul. The air was saturated with a pure energy so dense it felt almost tangible, invigorating anyone who inhaled it. However, for the unenhanced ordinary individuals, this overwhelming energy could pose a burden if lingered upon for too long. The various factions that had rushed in earlier had now dispersed. The corridor was vast beyond measure, and the thousands of individuals who had entered quickly diluted, akin to streams merging into the sea. Yet danger was ever present. A piercing scream echoed nearby, followed by the explosive discharge of energy weapons. A contingent of mercenaries from the Free State was retreating in terror, as from a suddenly sliding hidden door in the wall emerged a dozen peculiar mechanical sentinels. These sentinels resembled eight-legged spiders, their bodies a deep obsidian hue, with multifaceted eyes glimmering a chilling red, their limbs sharp as metal blades, moving at astonishing speeds and capable of unleashing high-temperature beams. In an instant, they reduced two lagging mercenaries to mere fragments. Elsewhere, a team from the Gene Codex appeared to have triggered a bizarre biological trap, as purple neurotoxic gas spewed from the ceiling. Several soldiers inhaling the noxious fumes immediately convulsed, grotesque fungal tumors sprouting rapidly upon their skin, turning upon their comrades in a horrific frenzy. Further still, the roars of colossal mutated beasts and the thunderous crash of collapsing structures reverberated through the air. This ancient relic was far from benign. It resembled a slumbering behemoth, its interior teeming with automated defense systems and fearsome creatures mutated by the ebb and flow of energy. The location where Ling Yi and his companions found themselves was relatively tranquil. However, as they ventured forth, a previously sealed metallic door, intricately adorned with complex energy circuits, suddenly illuminated. With a hum, the patterns on the door glowed to life, and it began to slide open slowly to reveal not a chamber, but a warped energy field crackling with perilous electrical discharges. "Be cautious. It's a random trapdoor," Mu Qing exclaimed, his expression shifting in alarm as he instinctively raised his weapon. Within the energy field, three incandescent plasma orbs materialized with a fierce intensity, hurtling toward them with a cataclysmic aura. The energy contained within was potent enough to vaporize an armored vehicle instantaneously. "It's over," Wrench gasped, instinctively seeking cover. Yet the barren corridor offered no refuge. The Iron Crow youth shut his eyes, seemingly resigned to their fate. Nevertheless, Ling Yi remained calm, observing the incoming plasma orbs with an air of detachment, even taking the liberty to comment. "The energy concentration is adequate, yet the activation mode is rather rigid." He extended his index finger, casually tracing 3 circles in the air. "Rule modification, designated energy entity, plasma orb. Trajectory forcibly deviates 180 degrees. Rule modification, stability of the energy entity slightly diminished." The 3 menacing plasma orbs, upon reaching a distance of approximately 10 meters from the group, collided with an invisible barrier, abruptly altering their trajectory in a manner that defied the laws of physics, executing a sudden 180-degree turn. They sped back with greater velocity than before. Moreover, as they reversed course, their energy became alarmingly unstable, their surfaces crackling with chaotic electricity. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 plasma orbs accurately ricocheted back into the energy field behind the trap door, exploding with tremendous force. The violent detonations warped the metallic door, while the energy field emitted a shrill, overloaded hum, flickering sporadically before extinguishing entirely. The door frame was charred black, emitting wisps of smoke. The trap was obliterated by its own assault. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, too swift for any to comprehend. Mu Qing and his teammates stood, weapons raised, gazing in stunned silence at the now smoldering, utterly ruined trapdoor, rendered speechless. Once again, with a casual flick of fate, they had reversed a dire predicament. The Iron Crow youth opened his eyes to behold the scene before him, his pupils dilating in shock as his worldview continued to unravel. Ling Yi appeared to regard the incident as a trivial matter, proceeding forward without even a glance at the trapdoor. Zero silently followed, as if he had foreseen this outcome. "Keep up." Mu Qing inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment, and quickly rallied the team to follow. In that perilous corridor, trailing behind Ling Yi felt like the safest place in the world. The group pressed onward. Ling Yi's perception expanded fully, revealing the intricate flow of energy within the corridor, concealed trap nodes, active defense units, and even the positions and statuses of other teams, all projected in his consciousness like a three-dimensional map. He did not merely evade. At times, he even approached areas of exceptionally dense energy reactions. Before long, they arrived at a corner of the corridor. Here stands an enormous archway, crafted from a material reminiscent of azure crystal, with undulating waves of energy cascading over its surface. At its entrance lie several charred corpses of beast-like humanoids, undoubtedly members of the Bloodclaw tribe, who had attempted to force their way through the door in vain. The interior emanates a formidable energy fluctuation and an alluring, peculiar magnetism. The energy reaction within is quite potent. There may be treasures inside, remarked Mu Qing. Gazing at the readings on his detector, Ling Yi approached the entrance. The door bore no apparent locking mechanism, only a complex sequence of ever-shifting points of light. It was an energy-locked password system, with the sequence changing thousands of times per second. Brute force would provoke a catastrophic energy backlash. The wrench examined the burn marks around the doorframe, feeling a lingering trepidation. Ling Yi merely glanced at the constantly transforming light sequence, and his mental acuity instantly captured and decoded its patterns and core validation algorithm. Rule modification. The verification logic for this door is defined as passed. Rule modification. The internal defense system is defined as permanently dormant. With a creak, the sturdy blue crystal door, which had thwarted the Bloodclaw tribe, slid inward effortlessly and quietly. The menacing energy backlash that had surged from within vanished without a trace. Inside was a modest circular hall, at the center of which stood a stone pedestal, upon which floated three fist-sized, softly glowing crystals, seemingly harboring swirling nebulas within. Are these high-purity energy crystals? Mu Qing exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. And they are extraordinarily stable. The worth of just one greatly surpasses all our previous gains. Such great energy crystals are invaluable, whether for powering advanced devices or aiding the training of psychics. However, just as Ling Yi prepared to collect the energy crystals, he detected a high-energy reaction. It was right ahead. Quick, we must not let them get there first. A cacophony of footsteps and shouts erupted from the passage behind them. 7 or 8 individuals clad in the standard armor of the Eternal Empire, yet resembling mercenaries, charged forth, visibly wounded from their arduous journey. Leading them was a burly one-eyed man, his gaze fierce and greedy, fixated intently on the energy crystals upon the pedestal. It seemed they had followed Ling Yi and his group, having narrowly evaded various traps, and were drawn by the commotion. Ha! Energy crystals. We're going to strike it rich. The one-eyed man cackled, raising his rotary energy gun menacingly at Ling Yi and his companions. You better scram if you know what's good for you. These treasures belong to the Vulture Mercenary Corps. His comrades raised their weapons, their faces alight with the fervor of discovery and malice. Mu Qing and the team immediately raised their guns in a standoff, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ling Yi slowly turned to face these suddenly appearing, oblivious marauders, regarding them as mere specks of dust. He could hardly muster the energy to speak. Instead, he lifted his hand and gently pressed down toward the ground beneath their feet. Rule modification. The friction coefficient of the designated area is set to 0. The Vulture Mercenary Corps, poised to fire, suddenly found their footing slipping. It was as if they had stepped onto an expanse of perfectly smooth ice. They could no longer maintain their balance. Ouch! Damn! Amidst the startled exclamations, the group of mercenaries tumbled together like bowling pins, their weapons slipping from their grasp and clattering away across the smooth floor. They struggled to rise, only to discover that their limbs had no purchase, rendering them comically floundering on the slick surface, a sight both pitiable and absurd. Mu Qing and her team observed this scene, its impact undeniably striking. Ling Yi, without casting a glance their way, casually collected the 3 energy crystals and addressed Mu Qing, urging her to proceed. He stepped outside, his pace unwavering as he passed the mercenaries still grappling with the slippery ground. Just as he reached the threshold, a thought seemed to cross his mind. Without turning back, he waved his hand dismissively. Rule modification. The access status of this room is to be restored and locked. The internal gravity parameters are temporarily elevated to 5 times the standard value. With a resounding bang, the blue crystal door slammed shut and locked. Concurrently, the struggling Vulture Mercenary Brigade within the room felt an overwhelming force of gravity suddenly bear down upon them, as if they were being buried alive. Not even a finger could they move, and even breathing became an arduous task. They could only widen their eyes in terror, enduring the unexpected and dreadful pressure. Meanwhile, Ling Yi and his entourage had long departed, leaving behind the sealed door and the unfortunate souls within, crushed under the quintuple gravity. In this ancient corridor of relics, the rules remained firmly within his grasp, and this exploration had only just begun. Chapter 48. the hive maze and reunion with old friends having secured the energy crystals and temporarily sealed the Vulture Mercenary Brigade within the room of quintuple gravity. Ling Yi and his companions continued their ascent through the grand corridor. The deeper they ventured, the more intricate the structure of the corridor became. Numerous branching paths emerged, leading not to mere passageways, but to a variety of independent chambers or experimental zones, each differing in size and function. Some doors were tightly shut, requiring specific permissions or methods to open. Others lay in ruins, gaping open, filled with remnants of battle and desiccated bones, while yet others emanated alluring energy fluctuations or peculiar technological glows, enticing explorers forward, albeit often accompanied by lethal traps. Ling Ye's perception functioned like the most refined navigational instrument, effortlessly discerning which paths were worthless dead ends or ruins, which held opportunities amidst peril, and which were relatively safe routes. He did not meander aimlessly, but rather moved purposefully toward the core region where the energy flow within the corridor converged most intensely. Along the way, they encountered several isolated remnants of guardians and mutated creatures, all of which were easily dispatched by Mu Qing's team, aided occasionally by Ling Ye's subtle adjustments to the rules. They also uncovered several valuable items: a small box containing well-preserved medical nanobots from a bygone era, several storage chips inscribed with data on unknown technologies, and even, at an abandoned weapon testing ground, a prototype Gauss rifle, though energy depleted, of exquisite design. The bounty was considerable, yet Ling Ye's gaze remained ever tranquil. To the outsider, these seemingly invaluable treasures were but intriguing specimens and data to him, enriching his repository of knowledge regarding the rules of this apocalyptic world. At last, they arrived at an immensely vast intersection. This was no mere passageway. It was a colossal, three-dimensional hub reminiscent of a beehive. Countless corridors, bridges, and platforms converged here, leading in all directions, intricate and labyrinthine. The energy mist that permeated the air was denser here, creating a certain interference with perception. Within the beehive hub, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered, representatives of various factions, seemingly trapped in indecision over which path to choose. The sounds of arguments, scuffles, and attempts to decipher certain portals echoed throughout. Damn it! How many paths does this cursed place have? The map is utterly useless. The structure here seems to change on its own. There must be something valuable behind that door. Let us force it open together. The arrival of Ling Yi and his companions drew many gazes once more. Particularly after recognizing them as the formidable convoy from the plains, many instinctively parted to make way, their eyes filled with awe and wariness. Ling Yi paid no heed to them. His perception pierced through the energy mist, swiftly scanning the entire structure of the beehive hub. The spatial rules here were indeed peculiar, seemingly infused with a form of short-range teleportation and spatial folding technology, rendering the pathways non-static. Soon, he pinpointed a passage where the flow of energy was most stable, directing towards the core area. The entrance to this passage was enveloped in a faint white halo, seemingly requiring some form of verification. Just as they prepared to approach that passage, a sudden exclamation filled with extreme shock, anger, and a hint of disbelief erupted from the side. Dr. Goldfish, Eye of the Gene Cannon, burst forth from a corridor, propelled by a larger mobile biological chamber connected to numerous biological conduits. He had evidently just arrived at this hub, and upon spotting Ling Yi and his group, as well as the unconscious Imperial sniper boy, Iron Crow, pinned down by stones, his gaze fixated intensely on them. "Ah, it's you, Doctor." Goldfish Eye's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his voice twisted in sheer rage. "How dare you appear before me? Not only have you desecrated the sacred property, referring to Zero, but you also dare to kidnap the Imperial Iron Crow. Well, how delightful. New grievances and old scores shall be settled today." It was clear that he had somehow learned of the events concerning Ling Yi and his companions, the destruction of the Imperial outpost, and the humiliation suffered on the plains. With his scream, a surge of 20 genetically modified soldiers from the gene cannon erupted from the corridor behind him. These warriors were even more robust than the previous guards, their skin exhibiting a metallic or rocky texture, their arms fully mutated into colossal bony weapons or energy projection organs, their eyes gleaming with a frenzied crimson light. With energy fluctuations generally reaching B-class, and 2 leaders among them even attaining B-class status. Moreover, behind Dr. Goldfish, a trio of colossal lizard-like creatures, encased in formidable bone armor and oozing corrosive saliva, trailed ominously. Their malevolent aura rivaled that of Class A mutated beasts, a force far surpassing anything previously encountered outside. It was evident that the Gene Codex had gained certain advantages or revealed hidden cards upon entering the corridor. The sudden emergence of such a formidable array, directly targeting Ling Ye's team, intensified the atmosphere within the Hive hub, rendering it palpably tense. Other factions retreated, wary of being ensnared in this evidently unequal conflict. "Protect Mr. Ling," Mu Qing exclaimed sharply, her expression shifting dramatically. The team swiftly formed a defensive formation, encircling Ling Yi and Zero. Yet each member's palms perspired under the weight of such overwhelming adversaries. The disparity in strength was staggering. A cruel and triumphant smile crept across Dr. Goldfish's face. "Now you understand fear? It is too late. Charge. That purification entity must be captured alive. The rest, tear them apart. Let them witness the consequences of offending the Gene Codex." Just as the frenzied, modified warriors and mutated beasts were about to pounce, Ling Yi slowly turned. His gaze calm as it fell upon the imposing Gene Codex contingent, ultimately resting on Dr. Goldfish's contorted visage. He furrowed his brow slightly, as if disturbed from a tranquil reverie. Then, he executed a gesture that left everyone astounded. Without adopting any defensive or offensive stance, he simply raised his right hand, palm upward, and casually snapped his fingers towards the towering, energy-laden dome of the Hive hub. The sharp crack of the snap, though not loud amidst the hub's clamor, heralded a cataclysmic event. Boom. The entire Hive hub trembled violently, akin to a horrific earthquake. Following the terrified gazes of all present, the once seamless silver-gray metal plates of the dome abruptly opened without warning, revealing countless dark, gaping cannon muzzles, laser emitters, energy restrainers, and even small missile silos. Emerging from the concealed weapon platforms of the dome, in an instant, they locked onto every unit of the Gene Codex below. The chilling intent to kill and the amassed energy caused the temperature within the hub to plummet. These were remnants of the relic's automated defense system, now activated and directed towards the designated target by Ling Ye's mere snap. The sinister grin on Dr. Goldfish's face froze, transforming into sheer terror and bewilderment. "No, it's impossible. How could the relic's defense system?" Ling Yi regarded him with indifference, as though he were merely gazing at a corpse. "Rule modification, designated target, all units of the Gene Codex, defined as the highest priority invasion threat. Rule modification, defense system firepower maximized." In the next moment, a cacophony erupted. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Countless searing lasers, energy beams, and high-explosive missiles cascaded from the dome like a torrential storm. In an instant, the team of the Gene Codex was utterly submerged. The explosive flames, the shrill cries of lasers, the mournful howls of mutated beasts, the deafening sounds of the torn-apart modified soldiers, and the abrupt, despairing scream of Dr. Goldfish harmonized to create a symphony of destruction. The formidable elite squad of the Gene Codex, along with their doctor and biological weapons, could not even unleash a single strike before being reduced to charred remnants and smoking flesh under the furious firepower of the ruins. After merely 3 to 5 seconds, the barrage ceased. The weapon platforms in the dome gradually retracted, and the metallic panels closed once more. The entire Hive hub fell into a profound silence. Only the scattered debris and the acrid scent of gunpowder testified that the recent events were no mere illusion. All onlookers were petrified, their faces ashen, their legs trembling, with some collapsing outright onto the ground. The gaze they cast upon Ling Yi was no longer one of reverence, but akin to that of awestruck mortals beholding a descending deity. Mu Qing and her team were equally rendered motionless, their minds a blank slate. Yet, Ling Yi seemed as if he had merely swatted a swarm of bothersome flies, casting not a glance at the heap of wreckage, and turned to the dazed Mu Qing and the others, stating calmly, "Obstacles cleared, let us proceed." He led the way towards the preordained path, radiating a soft white glow. Zero obediently followed suit. It was only after Ling Yi had walked a good distance that Mu Qing and the others jolted back to reality, suppressing the tumult within, and hurriedly trailed behind, their steps almost lightheaded. As they passed the remnants of the Gene Codex, Shirkwang unconsciously glanced at the debris, suddenly noticing a palm-sized shard, shimmering with a faint, iridescent glow, resembling a fragment of crystal, miraculously unscathed amidst the recent devastation. Instinctively, he bent down to retrieve it. It felt cool to the touch, seemingly harboring an extraordinary spatial power. However, he had no time to examine it further and rushed to catch up with the group. Ling Yi appeared to sense his actions, but paid it no heed. Just as Ling Ye's team was about to step into the illuminated passage, a figure leaned against the wall within the shadows of the corridor, gently clapping his hands. Impressive. Masterfully utilizing force against force, skillfully manipulating the rules. Truly admirable. The individual lifted his head, revealing an ordinary yet deeply expressive youthful face. It was none other than number 7, who had mingled among the ranks of the Free Federation. He gazed at Ling Yi, his eyes sparkling with intense curiosity and intrigue. It seems you are more deserving of the title perfection. Chapter 49. Strolling through the corridor. Engaging in dialogue inside the hive hub, the silence persisted. The air was thick with the mingling scents of gunpowder, ozone, and charred flesh. While the sight of the Gene Codex's remnants lay stark before them, various factions kept their distance, not daring to breathe. Their gazes towards the entrance of the glowing passage filled with indescribable fear and reverence. Ling Yi remained indifferent to the grim scene behind him and the stares of the crowd. His focus rested on the young man, number 7, who leaned against the wall and clapped softly. Their eyes met once again, in the gaze of Subject 7. The previous hints of surprise and caution witnessed on the plains had dissipated, replaced by a profound interest and scrutiny, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit. The enigmatic smile gracing his features remained intact. It appears you are more deserving of the epithet perfect than I, he reiterated, his tone ambiguous, oscillating between admiration and self-deprecation. Ling Yi maintained a serene demeanor, unaffected by the other's compliments or the implicit comparisons. He regarded Subject 7 with a detached observation. To him, the energy flowing within 7 was harmonious and subtle, an intricate blend of various potentially conflicting mutated genes, perfectly harmonized and optimized by a peculiar force, creating a dynamic and immensely promising equilibrium. This indeed surpassed Dr. Wu's recollections of the ideal vessel, resembling instead a work of art that had undergone self-evolution and refinement. Your condition surpasses the expectations set forth by the scriptures, Ling Yi stated, his tone matter of fact, as if declaring an undeniable truth. Subject 7 chuckled lightly and straightened his posture, his movements fluid and imbued with an inherent sense of strength. Thanks to their intervention, had it not been for that incident, I might still be the specimen confined within a cultivation chamber, awaiting dissection and study. His tone was casual, yet a chill flickered briefly in the depths of his eyes. He stepped out of the shadows, approaching Ling Yi with purposeful strides, his gaze sweeping over the Mu Qing team behind him, as well as the still unconscious Iron Crow. Guarded by the team members, his brow arched slightly. It seems your journey has yielded considerable rewards. Even the Empire's Iron Crow has become your captive. Just a wayward little creature, Ling Yi replied nonchalantly. Subject 7, upon hearing this, allowed his smile to deepen, finding amusement in the remark. He then turned his attention to 0, his eyes flashing with a pure, untainted admiration, devoid of greed. Is this the high-purity purification body that the scriptures so ardently seek? Truly remarkable. Her very presence seems to soothe the tumult of surrounding energies. He even inclined his head slightly, offering a gesture of respect toward 0. 0 merely observed him in silence, her violet eyes hinting at curiosity, yet devoid of the disdain often directed at those associated with the genetic scriptures. She instinctively sensed that, despite the complexity of power within him, his core was free of corruption and malice. Meanwhile, Mu Qing and the team remained on high alert. Although Subject 7 appeared non-hostile, the subtle pressure emanating from him caused their hearts to race. This man was undoubtedly more perilous than all the modified warriors of the genetic scriptures combined. Would you care to join me for a stroll? Subject 7 extended an invitation to Ling Yi, his gaze drifting toward a passage shimmering with a white aura. This tranquil path seemed to lead toward the upper tier of the corridor, where the offerings might prove far more intriguing than the debris below. Moreover, it appeared that only beings of our kind would find entry easier. He subtly gestured toward the luminous entrance of the passage. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Yi nodded in agreement. He held a certain intrigue for both Subject 7 and the upper tier he had mentioned. As for any ulterior motives the other might harbor, he remained unconcerned. In the face of absolute power, all machinations are rendered futile. Upon receiving Ling Ye's acquiescence, Subject 7's smile grew more genuine, and he gestured invitingly. Ling Yi was the first to step into the Halo passage, closely followed by 0. Number 7 naturally kept pace beside them, as if they were longtime companions. Mu Qing and the others exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before hastily following suit. As they traversed the passage, the halo flickered slightly but did not impede their progress. Upon entering the passage, the surroundings transformed instantly. Gone was the clamor and chaos of the external hive hub. Within the passage, an extraordinary tranquility and cleanliness prevailed. The energy patterns etched upon the walls were more intricate and profound, and the concentration of pure energy in the air was markedly heightened, imparting a sensation of both body and mind being purified. The two advanced side by side, their pace neither hurried nor slow, as if they were merely taking a leisurely stroll. The Mu Qing team cautiously trailed behind at a distance, wary of drawing too close. It seems that both the divine scripture and the Empire have a keen interest in you, Number 7 initiated the conversation, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. Flies are invariably drawn to what they deem valuable or threatening. Ling Yi responded flatly. Astute observation, Number 7 chuckled lightly. And what about you? What piques your interest? The ultimate authority of the star observation station? The lost technologies within the ruins? Or perhaps the very truth of this apocalyptic world? He turned his head, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Ling Yi. Without breaking stride, Ling Yi's eyes swept over the swirling star maps on the passage walls. Rules. Rules? A hint of perplexity flickered in Number 7's eyes before he seemed to ponder something. The power to alter rules, perhaps? Truly remarkable. This even touches upon the essence itself. The divine scripture pursues the rules of genetics. The empire seeks the rules of machinery. And you? He paused, his tone tinged with awe. You appear to stand directly above the rules. Ling Yi remained noncommittal. Do you know? Number 7 continued, lowering his voice slightly. The reason the divine scripture is so fixated on me is not merely because I have integrated multiple top-tier mutated genes, but also because, during my defection, I inadvertently took something, a fragment of source code. Ling Yi's gaze shifted slightly. This was the second time he had encountered the term source code. The first being in the information left by Number 7. What is it? Unclear. Number 7 shook his head, his expression growing somewhat profound. It seems neither material nor energy, but rather akin to an informational paradox? Or perhaps, fragments of the foundational instructions of the rules? It resides deep within my consciousness. I cannot comprehend it, yet it constantly optimizes me, compelling me to evolve toward a more perfect state. The divine scripture believes it to be one of the key keys to unraveling the ultimate mystery of life's evolution. He looked at Ling Yi. Sometimes, I feel that your power bears a certain resemblance to that source code, both transcending the bounds of reason. Ling Yi remained silent, yet a ripple stirred within him. Fragments of foundational instructions of the rules? This indeed resonated with the essence of his own abilities. Could it be that the power to modify the rules of this world was not unique, but rather connected to some ancient, lost power? The star key fragments mentioned by the gatekeeper were said to contain similar powers, crucial for controlling the core of the ruins. Number 7 added. It is likely that many factions are now frantically searching for that very thing. As Muqing, following closely behind, felt a stirring in her heart. She instinctively touched the fragment she had picked up from the remnants of the gene codex, a shard that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors in her pocket. The two conversed as they walked, with most of the dialogue emanating from Number 7, while Ling Yi occasionally interjected a response. Number 7 appeared eager to share intelligence and insights regarding the gene codex, the Eternal Empire, and other factions, much of which was absent from Dr. Wu's memories. Ling Yi listened intently, absorbing this information like a sponge, continually refining his understanding of the apocalyptic landscape. They seemed not like adversaries meeting for the first time with ambiguous allegiances, but rather like two solitary wanderers encountering each other amidst desolate ruins, capable of equal exchange. Uncertain of how long they had walked, a light once again appeared at the end of the passage, accompanied by the faint sounds of energy surging and combat. They exchanged glances and quickened their pace. Upon emerging from the passage, they found themselves in an even grander circular hall. At the center hovered a vast and intricate mechanical structure that spun continuously, emanating an astonishing energy. At that moment, a chaotic melee erupted within the hall. The combatants were none other than a squad from the Eternal Empire and mercenaries from the Free Alliance, seemingly vying for control over a console situated on one side of the hall. Berserker Centurion Karen's armor bore several damages, while Officer Kent from the Free Alliance appeared somewhat disheveled, and both sides had suffered considerable casualties. On the periphery of the fray, a man in military attire from the Rebirth faction calmly observed with his subordinates, seemingly unwilling to intervene. The sudden appearance of Ling Yi and Number 7 immediately captured the attention of both warring factions. The sounds of battle ceased abruptly. Karen and Kent simultaneously halted, casting wary glances towards the entrance from which the two emerged. As they recognized Ling Yi and the enigmatic young man resembling Number 7, their expressions shifted to one of alarm and vigilance. Karen, in particular, exhibited a frantic flicker in the electronic eye behind his visor, clearly haunted by the psychological trauma inflicted by Ling Yi's previous tactics. Ling Yi's gaze swept across the chaotic hall, ultimately resting upon the hovering mechanical structure and the control console, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. The energy core control room, he murmured softly to himself. It seems we are nearing the core area. Meanwhile, Number 7 surveyed the tense standoff between the Empire and the Free Alliance, glancing at the composed Ling Yi beside him, a playful smile gracing his lips. It appears we have arrived at just the right moment. Chapter 50. The Central Hall, a multitude of expressions within the circular hall. The sudden appearance of Ling Yi and Number 7 had plunged the atmosphere into an eerie stalemate. Centurion Karen of the Eternal Empire and Officer Kent of the Free Alliance instinctively ceased their combat, retreating a few steps while cautiously eyeing the passageway. Their subordinates also halted, tensely observing the inscrutable, non-human entities before them. The military man from the Rebirth faction maintained his calm observational stance, though his gaze sharpened with increased focus. The arbiters of this impasse were none other than Number 7. Officer Kent swallowed hard, forcing a highly unnatural smile onto his face. What a fortuitous encounter, he remarked. His eyes flitted back and forth between Ling Yi and Number 7, attempting to decipher the nature of their relationship. An alliance? Or merely temporary companions? Beneath the helm of Centurion Karong, a dull hydraulic sound reverberated, with his electronic eye firmly locked onto Subject 7. The synthetic voice resonated with suppressed fury and a hint of barely perceptible trepidation. Defector, at last, I have located you. Surrender the source code immediately and submit to capture. It appeared he wished to prioritize the Empire's mission, yet he hesitated to disregard Lingye's presence. Subject 7 seemed oblivious to Karong's threats, instead casting a teasing smile at Lingye, his tone laced with mockery. See, I told you the flies are quite bothersome, perpetually oblivious to the situation. He exhibited a complete disregard for both the armed forces of the Empire and the Free State. Lingye's gaze, however, transcended their altercation, fixating on the colossal, slowly rotating mechanical structure at the center of the hall. This was an exceedingly intricate multi-layered energy conduit, with countless solidified streams of energy weaving and converging within, ultimately funneled into a seemingly bottomless vertical shaft, evidently supplying power to the more central regions of the relic. Its technological sophistication surpassed anything observable outside. The Titan-class energy core of the old Galactic Alliance, Subject 7 remarked, following Lingye's gaze as if he were an erudite guide. It is said that in its complete state, it could power an entire interstellar fleet. Alas, it is severely damaged. At present, it likely cannot even yield a fraction of its original output. His reservoir of knowledge was evidently vast. What are you truly after? Officer Kent could no longer contain his rising voice. Lingye and Subject 7's complete disregard for them, engaged in their own discourse, filled him with profound humiliation and unease. This was first discovered by our Free State. Oh. Subject 7 finally deigned to cast his gaze upon Kent, a smirk gracing his lips. Are you referring to your discovery, which was subsequently seized by the Empire, leading to this current chaotic conflict? The definition of discovery in the Free State is truly unique. Kent's face flushed crimson. You, defector, do not be insolent. Centurion Karong stepped forward, the small turret on his shoulder attempting once more to lock onto Subject 7, but it seemed hindered by previous damage. Emitting a series of unsettling clicks, Subject 7 sighed, shaking his head, and remarked to Lingye, at times, I genuinely feel that conversing with these pitiable creatures, whose minds are filled with dogma and desire yet fail to perceive true power, is a sheer waste of time. What do you think? Lingye finally withdrew his gaze from the energy core, casting a calm glance at the tense assembly of Empire and Free State. Ultimately turning to Subject 7, eliminate the source of the noise. It is all that is required. His tone was as indifferent as one discussing the dusting of furniture. Yet it sent a chill down the spines of both Kent and Karong. Wait, Officer Kent hastily called out, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. My lord, we in the Free State harbor no intention of becoming your adversaries. We merely seek to acquire some relic technology for the revival of humanity. He attempted to raise the banner of goodwill. Karong stubbornly continued, the Empire is executing a high-level manhunt. We request that unrelated personnel refrain from interfering with Imperial affairs. Though he feared Lingye, the Empire's discipline and mission priority were ingrained in his programming. Revival of humanity? Subject 7 chuckled lightly, as if he had heard something amusing. You intend to plunder relic technology and then continue to vie against one another for those pitiful resources and power? Is that your notion of revival? What distinguishes this from the cataclysm of the old era? His gaze sharpened as it swept over Kent and then Sharon. The dream of a trade alliance in the Free Federation is merely a reiteration of capital. The mechanical ascension of the Empire is, at its core, a frigid enslavement. Even the frenzied evolution of the genetic codex. He paused, casting a glance at the charred remnants on the ground, merely represents the tragic creation of monsters. Who among you has truly pondered why this world has come to be as it is? What, in essence, is the mother? This series of inquiries struck the hearts of many present like a heavy hammer, leaving even some Imperial soldiers and Free Federation mercenaries momentarily bewildered. Officer Kent opened his mouth to retort, but found himself momentarily speechless. The electronic eye of Centurion Sharon flickered wildly, as if processing these rebellious assertions. Ultimately repeating, "The will of the Empire supersedes all." Behold, Number 7 raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, casting an expression of agreement towards Ling Yi. Ling Yi's expression remained largely unchanged, yet he seemed to find a modicum of resonance with Number 7's words. Indeed, the human factions in this apocalyptic world largely repeat the mistakes of the past, confined to the immediate struggles while neglecting the deeper crises, the mother, and the more fundamental pathways, evolution of rules. At that moment, a man clad in the uniform of the Rebirth Flame suddenly spoke, his voice steady and powerful. Although this gentleman's, Number 7, remarks may be somewhat extreme, they are not without merit. He took a few steps forward and slightly bowed to Ling Yi and Number 7. "I am Lin Fan of the Rebirth Flame. We believe in utilizing strength for protection and reconstruction rather than plunder and conquest. The technology of the relics is indeed significant, yet it is even more crucial how we employ it to ensure the survival of more individuals, rather than becoming fuel for a new round of warfare." His gaze was sincere and resolute. Number 7 assessed Lin Fan and nodded. "I have heard of your organization, the Rebirth Flame. At least your ideals sound somewhat more palatable than those of the other two factions." However, he chuckled lightly, "Yet ideals are beautiful, while reality is stark. Without sufficient strength, all is mere talk." Lin Fan replied gravely. "Thus, we must explore, learn, and unite all possible forces." He directed his gaze towards Ling Yi. Imbued with genuine respect, "Your Excellency, the Master of Rules, your power is formidable. The Rebirth Flame does not seek to contest with you. We merely hope that, should the future allow, we can have a unified goal in addressing common threats." Ling Yi glanced at Lin Fan, remaining non-committal yet not displaying any aversion. This man named Lin Fan appeared, at least, more lucid and pragmatic than the other two. Officer Kent, noticing that Lin Fan seemed to have engaged with the two anomalies, grew anxious and quickly interjected, "Your Excellency, the Free Federation possesses the most extensive trade networks and resources. Should you be willing to collaborate, we can provide you with all that you require." Sharon, in contrast, coldly asserted, "The Empire can offer the most advanced technology and the mightiest military support, but the prerequisite is the surrender of the defector." The atmosphere in the hall grew subtly tense once more, as the three factions endeavored to establish connections or negotiate with Ling Yi in their own ways, momentarily setting aside their mutual discord. Number 7 observed the scene with keen interest and whispered to Ling Yi, "Behold, this is the effect of value. When one possesses sufficient power, even the most insignificant of creatures will strive to prove their utility." Finally, Ling Yi spoke again, his voice calmly transcending the surrounding clamor. "Your dealings hold no significance for me." His gaze swept over the energy core and control panel. "You cannot manipulate what resides here." As his words fell, he raised his hand and pressed an imaginary button on the control panel. Rule modification, control panel access locked, energy level elevated to critical point. Unauthorized contact will trigger indiscriminate energy radiation. A blinding red light erupted from the control panel, accompanied by a frantic alarm. A wave of terrifying energy surged forth, potent enough to extinguish any life below grade A in an instant. Kent, Sharon, Lin Fan, and others changed countenance, instinctively retreating several steps. Ling Yi's intent was unmistakable. "This is under my protection. Whoever dares to touch it shall perish." Having completed his demonstration, Ling Yi disregarded the pale-faced assembly and addressed Number 7. "Proceed to the core area." Number 7 nodded with a smile. "That suits me perfectly." The two seemed to ignore everyone present and the perilous alarm, striding directly towards a spiral staircase leading deeper into the hall. The Muqing team hurried to follow. Passing by Kent and the others, they could sense the palpable anger and helplessness in the air. Lin Fan gazed at Ling Yi's receding figure, his expression contemplative, as if pondering something profound. Kent and Sharon exchanged glances, realizing that they could neither confront nor seize their chance. And the thought of remaining near the potentially explosive control panel filled them with dread. Ultimately, Kent gritted his teeth. "We must leave. Let us explore elsewhere." With their remaining mercenaries, they retreated down another path. Sharon, his electronic eye flickering, coldly declared, "Mission takes precedence. Pursue the defector. Follow closely." The Imperial soldiers quickly evacuated as well. Soon, the Grand Hall was left with only the members of the Revival and Lin Fan. Lin Fan cast a glance at the ominous control panel radiating a dangerous red light, then looked towards the direction Ling Yi had departed, instructing his subordinates. "We shall also vacate this place, prioritizing the search for other technological modules and fragments of the Star Key. That man may indeed bring about change." Leading his team, he chose to leave cautiously. The once cacophonous central hall fell into silence once more. with only the humming of energy flow and the incessant blaring of alarms echoing in the stillness. Chapter 51. In the depths of the spiral. Secrets begin to unfold, departing from the tumultuous central hall and descending the metallic spiral staircase. The atmosphere suddenly transformed. The energy in the air was no longer chaotic. Instead, it manifested a peculiar sense of order, akin to an invisible stream flowing gently downward into the depths. The walls flanking the staircase were no longer cold metal. They had transformed into a translucent crystalline material, through which the intricate pathways of light flickered and pulsed, reminiscent of the neural network of the entire relic. The temperature had also dropped significantly, carrying an ancient chill. Here, the silence was only broken by their footsteps and the faint hum of energy flowing. It is truly a marvel of creation. As number 7 ambled along, he reveled in the radiant pathways illuminating the interior walls, his voice tinged with unabashed admiration for the pinnacle of technology achieved by the old Galactic Alliance, an accomplishment that, even by contemporary standards, remains unattainable for the so-called great powers. Alas, it ultimately succumbed to ruin. Ling Ye's perception delved deep into the walls, deciphering the operational patterns of those luminous pathways. The complexity and efficiency of these energy circuits far surpassed any technology of the present era, and certain design philosophies embedded within them even inspired his understanding of the rules of power. Was it destruction wrought by civil war or external foes? Ling Yi, unusually inquisitive, posed a question, intrigued by the history of this relic. Number 7 glanced at Ling Yi with mild surprise. Seemingly pleased by his curiosity, from the fragmented data I have gathered, both factors contributed. In the later stages of the alliance, internal conflicts intensified, resources were inequitably distributed, and the colonies in various star systems became increasingly disunited. Externally, it appeared to face some incomprehensible encroachment. The records are vague, mentioning only terms like whispers of the void and mental descent. Ultimately, the illustrious alliance crumbled under the weight of internal strife and external threats, with the home planet suffering unimaginable devastation, transforming into the desolate wasteland it is today. His words carried a hint of nostalgia, as if mourning the curtain falling on a magnificent era. Whispers of the void, mental descent, Ling Yi echoed, drawing parallels to the spiritual contamination of the mother. Quite similar, isn't it? Number 7 astutely perceived Ling Yi's thoughts. I too suspect that the mother may be linked to the external foes encountered by the old alliance in its twilight, perhaps even a remnant of them. It has merely transformed into its current form after enduring the aberrations of energy tides. He paused, his tone growing somber. If this is indeed the case, the terror posed by the mother may far exceed the imaginations of all present. It may not be merely a source of contamination, but a formidable entity endowed with high intelligence and an extraterrestrial essence. This speculation sent shivers down their spines. If behind all the calamities of the apocalypse lies an alien intelligence orchestrating events, humanity would face a genuine existential crisis, rather than a mere issue of environmental adaptation. Are the scriptures and the Empire aware of this? Ling Yi inquired. Number 7 scoffed. The Empire, with its tin cans, only trusts in their steel and order, believing that all can be resolved through machinery and firepower, dismissing ancient history with disdain. The lunatics of the scriptures might know a thing or two, but they are more obsessed with extracting so-called evolutionary codes from that tainted knowledge, rendering themselves neither human nor ghost. He gestured to his head. The fragment of source code within my consciousness seems to contain some information regarding that external adversary, which is one of the reasons the scriptures are so fervently seeking to obtain it. They wish to wield that power. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at the terminus of the spiral staircase. Before them loomed an immense bronze metal door, its summit obscured from view. The door was adorned with intricately carved celestial patterns. At its center, a colossal, complex lock composed of countless gears and light pathways, exuding an ancient and weighty aura. The seams of the door were impeccably aligned, as though it had remained unopened since time immemorial. The platform before them was remarkably vast, yet at this moment, it stood devoid of life. Clearly, they were the first to arrive at this location. It appeared that this was the stargate leading to the ultimate core zone. Number 7 surveyed the grand portal, excitement flickering in his eyes. For it was said that behind this gate lay the most pivotal technological legacy of the Alliance and the ultimate secrets of the universe. Additionally, there was the final control room for privileges, as mentioned by the gatekeeper. His gaze settled upon the intricate lock at the center of the door. It could only be opened with a star key. To force it open would likely trigger the self-destruction protocol of the entire relic. Ling Yi approached the door, gently placing his palm against the cold metallic surface. His mental energy permeated the structure, instantly perceiving the extraordinarily complex, multi-layered energy lock system within. as well as the terrifying self-destruction mechanism that spanned the entire relic. Its precision and power far surpassed any mechanisms encountered before. Lingyi concluded that the lock operated on a rule-based level. The mechanism was not merely a matter of energy and physical structure. On a deeper level, it bound an ancient contractual rule that could only be opened without damage using a specific key, the information contained within the fragments of the star key. To forcibly alter the rules to unlock the door would require immense effort and risk awakening something far more profound beyond the gate. Number 7 also approached to sense the lock, his expression turning grave. Indeed, this lock presented a formidable challenge. It appeared that without the star key, their journey would end here. He sighed, somewhat regretful, though seemingly not surprised. At that moment, Mu Qing hesitated. Retrieving from his pocket a shard he had discovered amidst the remnants of the gene codex, glimmering with iridescent light, and handed it over. Mr. Ling, Mr. 7. Could this be what you're looking for? The gazes of Ling Yi and Number 7 converged upon the fragment. It was only the size of half a palm. Irregularly shaped, composed of neither gold nor jade, with what seemed like nebulas swirling within, emitting faint yet unique spatial rule fluctuations. Suddenly, a brilliant spark ignited in Number 7's eyes as he swiftly seized the fragment, his movements so quick that Mu Qing barely had time to react. Meticulously attuning himself to its energy, his face alight with incredulous delight. Indeed, this is it, the star key fragment, though it is but a small piece. The rule information contained within is unmistakable. Where did you find this? Mu Qing glanced at Ling Yi, noting his silence, and briefly replied, we discovered it in the remnants of that doctor with the fisheye. Number 7 paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Huh? What poetic justice! The star key fragment that the gene codex desperately sought was, unbeknownst to them, already carried by their own people, only to be obliterated along with its bearer, ultimately falling into our hands. How utterly ironic. He laughed heartily, seemingly deriving pleasure from the misfortune of the gene codex. Once his laughter subsided, he handed the fragment to Ling Yi. Though it is merely a shard, it may yet hold potential. As the master of the rules, what are your thoughts? Ling Yi accepted the fragment, delving into its depths with his mental energy. The information flow embedded within surged into his consciousness, fragmented yet intricate, concerning spatial positioning, energy conduits, and authority authentication protocols. Though incomplete, it was sufficiently sophisticated. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, the fragment is inadequate to fully unlock the door, yet it can serve as a catalyst, temporarily deceiving the foundational verification mechanism of the lock, thus creating a transient passage. The duration shall not be prolonged. That suffices. Number 7 exclaimed, filled with excitement. As long as we can gain entry. Ling Yi, choosing not to elaborate further, held the fragment and pressed it against a groove in the center of the door's locking mechanism. The groove coincidentally matched part of the fragment's shape, while simultaneously channeling his mental energy. Modifying the rules, simulating the complete stellar keys rule fluctuations based on the fragment's information. Modifying the rules, deceiving the lock's verification mechanism. Requesting temporary passage privileges. Modifying the rules, stabilizing the energy structure of the temporary passage, duration, 300 breaths. As he executed these commands, the enormous bronze lock suddenly illuminated. The internal gears and light pathways began to operate at an unprecedented velocity, emitting a deep, resonant roar. The colossal door trembled slightly, and a brilliant white light streamed through the narrowing gap. With a creaking sound, heavy metal grinding echoed as the ancient celestial door, which had seemingly remained closed for eons, slowly opened a narrow slit just wide enough for a single person to pass through. A more ancient and vast aura, as if emanating from the depths of the cosmos, surged forth from behind the door. Beyond the door lay an expansive realm that defied description, as if it encompassed the entirety of the starry sky, with countless starlights flickering and swirling within, a beauty that took one's breath away. We have succeeded. Number 7 could hardly contain his exhilaration. Ling Yi took the initiative, stepping into the doorway, with 0 following closely behind. Number 7 quickly advised Mu Qing and the others, it would be wise for you to remain outside. The circumstances within are unknown, and the passage will not endure for long. With that, he swiftly entered as well. Mu Qing and the others exchanged anxious glances, left with no choice but to anxiously guard the entrance, watching as the luminous gap began to shrink. Inside the door, it felt like an entirely different world. Ling Yi and Number 7 stood upon a transparent walkway, suspended amidst the boundless starry expanse, with a resplendent galaxy beneath their feet and the profound sea of stars above them. In the distance floated immense, complex mechanical structures and data orbs resembling celestial bodies. This place was the very heart of the celestial watchtower. At the far end of the walkway stood a massive console, akin to a crystal throne. Upon this throne sat a figure, dressed in the ancient uniform of a fleet commander, with silver hair and a youthful, handsome visage. His eyes were closed, as if he were in a deep slumber, yet an indescribable aura of authority and boundless energy radiated from him. Embedded in the center of his forehead were 3 gemstones, similar to the one Ling Yi held, but more complete and radiant, forming the complete stellar key, the Guardian Leader, or perhaps the manifestation of the core AI of the relic that the Guardian Leader has been safeguarding. The arrival of Ling Yi and number 7 seemed to rouse him. He gradually opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They appeared to contain the birth and demise of the entire star sea, imbued with endless wisdom and the weight of time, yet also bore a hint of inhuman indifference. His gaze swept over number 7, pausing momentarily, seemingly surprised by the essence of source code within him. Ultimately, his attention settled upon Ling Yi. An ancient voice, resonating with peculiar rhythms, echoed throughout the celestial expanse. Master of the rules, you have finally arrived. I have awaited you for an epoch. Chapter 52, Heart of the Celestial Sphere. Pact of the Ages. The boundless night sky swirled beneath, with the resplendent Milky Way appearing almost within reach. A suspended, translucent corridor resembled a staircase connecting the mortal realm with the divine, leading to a figure upon a crystal throne, who opened eyes imbued with the essence of the cosmos. Master of the rules, you have finally arrived. I have awaited you for an epoch. This ancient voice, steeped in an unusual cadence, seemed to resonate deep within the soul, carrying the weight of eons and a subtle sense of relief. Ling Yi calmly met that gaze, his eyes betraying no ripple of emotion, as though the fact that he had been awaited for an entire epoch by what might be a remnant of a bygone era's AI was a matter of the utmost triviality. His spiritual perception, akin to the most delicate probe, sought to unravel the essence of the being before him, only to discover that the entity appeared to merge with the entirety of the celestial expanse, profoundly unfathomable yet devoid of overt hostility. Standing beside Ling Yi, number 7's usual air of cynicism vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and astonishment. Fragments of source code within him emitted a faint resonant tremor, as if encountering an existence of a higher echelon. He fixed his gaze upon the figure on the throne, particularly the 3 complete star keys pulsating with immense energy upon the being's forehead. An epoch? Number 7 could not restrain himself from speaking, his voice tinged with dryness. Who are you? A remnant of the Alliance? An artificial intelligence? What do you seek from him? He voiced the collective doubts that lingered in the hearts of all present. The figure on the throne, whom we shall refer to as the Keeper of Secrets, gradually shifted his gaze from Ling Yi to number 7, a hint of inquiry shimmering in his eyes. The evolutionary entity bearing fragments of source code is intriguing. Those children of the scriptures have inadvertently crafted an existence teetering on the threshold. His assessment bore the detached demeanor of an elder regarding an experimental progeny. I am neither life in the traditional sense, nor merely artificial intelligence. You may consider me the embodiment of the will of the heart of the celestial sphere, the guardian of the Alliance's final legacy, and a failed sentinel. His gaze returned to Ling Yi, and within his starry eyes flickered a complex array of emotions. As for the weight, it is for a covenant, one established by the prophet and the original master just before the flame of civilization was to be extinguished, concerning the future. Prophet? Original master? Ling Yi finally inquired, voicing 2 pivotal names. His abilities were not innate but had awakened at the moment of an energy tide's eruption. Was there a deeper truth concealed within? The Keeper of Secrets nodded slightly. The prophet was the greatest sage in the waning days of the Alliance. She foresaw the apocalypse, yet was powerless to prevent it. The original master shared the same source of power as you, an embodiment of the previous rules. In the final battle, he sacrificed himself, severely wounding the Void Shadow, the source of the Mother, leaving behind the last spark of civilization and prophesying that a new master would arise after an epoch, leading the survivors toward a divergent future. The magnitude of information was staggering. Ling Yi's extraordinary ability possesses a lineage. Moreover, it pertains to the ultimate battle at the twilight of the Alliance and the source of the Mother Entity. Is the Void Shadow the Mother Entity? Number 7 urgently inquired. Yes, and yet no, replied the Keeper of Secrets. The entity you refer to as the Mother is merely a pollution conglomerate, endowed with a modicum of autonomous consciousness, birthed from the Void Shadow's infiltration into our universe, merging with the energy tides. It can be envisioned as an extension of its being, akin to an organ or a tentacle. Its true essence remains dormant in the chaotic void beyond the cosmos, yet its whispers have incessantly eroded our world. The revelation is chilling. The very mother that haunts the remnants of humanity is merely a fragment of a far more terrifying existence, The energy tides are also a consequence of its influence? Ling Yi pondered the origins of the apocalypse. It serves as a catalyst, not the root cause, the keeper elucidated. The essence of the Void Shadow's power lies in distorting rules and corroding minds. The energy tides are inherent fluctuations of cosmic energy, fundamentally innocuous. However, the Void Shadow exploited this tide, infusing its power into it, akin to ink dropped into clear water, instantly tainting the entire planet, precipitating widespread aberrations and mental collapses. He paused, then continued. The seers and the original wielders believe that only those who similarly command the power of rules and can maintain their self-will against corruption may truly comprehend and ultimately confront the Void Shadow. They expended their last vestiges of strength to sow this seed of rule affinity within the genetic stream of humanity, hoping it would bloom and bear fruit at some future juncture. And you, he gazed at Ling Yi, are the most exquisite fruit born from that seed. Thus, Ling Yi's extraordinary ability is not a mere coincidence, but the culmination of an epic's design and anticipation. But what of me? Number 7 couldn't restrain himself, pointing at his own being. What is the source code within me? The Keeper of Secrets cast him a glance. That is a fragment of the core power of the original wielder, shattered in the ultimate battle, embodying his understanding of the rules and certain insights regarding the Void Shadow. The Holy Scriptures sought to harness it, but failed, nearly leading to your destruction. Your ability to integrate it while retaining clarity, even triggering spontaneous evolution, signifies that your essence and potential far exceed that of the ordinary. Perhaps, you too are one of the seeds, albeit on a divergent path of evolution. Number 7 fell silent, grappling with this monumental revelation. It turns out that his most profound secret also originated from this. What do you await of me? Ling Yi posed the most critical question. He cared not for fatalism, but for tangible action and objectives. The Keeper of Secrets raised his hand, gesturing towards the boundless starry expanse. The Starwatch Citadel is the epitome of the Alliance's wisdom and the vanguard fortress against the Void Shadow. Herein lies the pinnacle of the Alliance's technology, knowledge of the universe and its rules, as well as star maps leading to the vulnerabilities of the Void Barrier. My mission is to await the new wielder and entrust all of this to him, to assist in his growth, to aid him in consolidating power, ultimately leading him to fortify the weak points of the barrier or confront the very essence of the Void Shadow. The Keeper's tone grew exceedingly grave. The Void Shadow has never ceased its erosion, and the barrier weakens year by year. Once the barrier shatters, its essence will descend, plunging the entire universe into a cataclysm of shattered rules and obliterated minds. Time does not favor us. A heavy pressure enveloped us instantaneously. This is no longer a mere struggle between factions or strongholds. It is the ultimate responsibility concerning the very survival of the cosmos. Number 7 inhaled sharply, his expression graver than ever before. Yet, Ling Yi remained composed, his gaze deepening in intensity. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "The Star Key, does it grant control over all of this?" "Indeed," the Keeper replied, a flicker of light emanating from the Star Key upon his brow. The complete Star Key serves as the sole credential for commanding the heart of the starry firmament, harnessing the power of relics and deciphering the celestial maps. The fragment in your possession can temporarily open a passage, yet it cannot bestow core authority. He shifted his tone. "However, since you have arrived and proven your worth, as per our agreement, I shall grant you a portion of authority and assist you in locating the scattered fragments of the Star Key." The Keeper extended his hand, and a gentle beam of light emanated from his fingertips, enveloping Ling Yi. Without resistance, Ling Yi felt an overwhelming flow of information regarding the fundamental operations of the heart of the starry firmament, and energy manipulation surge into his mind, establishing a tenuous connection with the entire relic. This is a basic level of authority, sufficient for you to initially command some functions of the relic, the Keeper explained. As for the complete Star Key, he glanced at number 7. Besides these 3 fragments upon my brow, the remaining shards are scattered across the vast wastelands and certain deep relics. You must seek them out. The Empire, the sacred texts, and even some hidden ancient organizations may possess these fragments. Only by collecting all the shards and merging them as one can you attain the ultimate authority and truly inherit all that the Alliance encompasses. The objective became clear yet daunting: to consolidate power, gather the Star Keys, and ultimately confront the shadow of the Void. How intriguing, Ling Yi remarked slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. This monumental challenge ignited his interest. The path of rules should indeed be boundless and expansive. The Keeper observed him, a glimmer of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. It seems the seer and the original sovereign did not err in their choice. His form began to grow faintly transparent. My energy is nearly depleted. This awakening cannot endure for long. For most of the time, I must remain in slumber to sustain the relic's operation. The rest is in your hands. His gaze swept over Ling Yi and number 7, the masters of rules and the variables of fate. May you bring forth a different future. As his words faded, his figure transformed entirely into motes of light, dissipating among the stars. The 3 fragments of the star key vanished as if they had never existed. Upon the throne sat an emptiness. Only Ling Yi and number 7 remained, standing on the boundless starry corridor, absorbing the weighty mission and endless secrets that spanned eras. After a brief silence, number 7 exhaled deeply. Looking at Ling Yi with a complex expression, it seems our troubles extend far beyond simply unifying the wasteland. Ling Yi gazed into the profound starry sea, feeling the newly acquired relic authority and information in his mind, and responded softly, perfectly so. Chapter 53, Strolling Through the Starry Sea. The Covenant begins the figure of the Keeper transformed into a cascade of luminous particles. Yet the heavy burden of duty and the vast secrets pressed down upon the boundless expanse of the heart of the stars as if they were tangible. A brief silence enveloped the corridor, broken only by the silent flow of starlight beneath their feet, reflecting the disparate expressions of the 2 individuals. The once carefree demeanor of Subject 7 had vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented gravity, tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Instinctively, he caressed his chest, where fragments of the source code lay, embodying the weight of an era and the crisis of the cosmos. Suddenly thrust upon a specimen newly acquainted with freedom, a sensation profound enough to render one breathless. He inhaled a deep breath of the frigid air, which seemed to carry the essence of stardust, striving to digest it all. Ultimately exhaling a complex sigh, confronting the shadows of the void to reinforce the cosmic barrier is a burden far heavier than overturning the genetic codex or toying with the Empire. He cast a glance at Ling Yi, his eyes a tapestry of emotions, realizing, I now somewhat comprehend why the Keeper deemed you the most perfect fruit. At least you appear entirely unfazed. Ling Yi's gaze remained serenely fixed upon the distant swirling nebula, as if the mission concerning the very survival of the universe were merely a mathematical conundrum awaiting resolution. Upon hearing Subject 7's words, he slightly tilted his head. Fear is futile. Those 3 simple words encapsulated his unyielding calmness. Emotion is but a redundancy of thought. Addressing the problem is paramount. Subject 7 paused, then burst into laughter, shaking his head. You are indeed correct. Fear is indeed of no use. The bewilderment in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by an ignited spark of challenge and curiosity. It must be said, although this predicament was exceedingly troublesome, it also stirred an exhilarating rush, far more intriguing than the tedious dissections and modifications of the codex. He flexed his fingers, the joints emitting a faint crackle, and his tone regained its vivacity. So, Master of Rules, what shall we do now? Shall we throw a celebration here to revel in our newfound knowledge? Or should we rush out to inform the Empire and the Free States? Hey, cease your hostilities. The universe is on the brink of collapse. Quickly, hand over the star key fragments. His teasing tone was evident, clearly believing the latter option implausible. Ling Yi paid no heed to his jest, his mind delving into the newly acquired rudimentary permissions. Instantly, fragments of structural diagrams and information streams of the heart of the stars materialized in his consciousness. He could vaguely sense the flow of energy across the various levels of the ruins, the conditions of certain areas, and even some operational facilities. Integration requires strength. Gathering necessitates information. Ling Yi succinctly identified the current priorities. Agreed, Subject 7 nodded, acknowledging that a disordered wasteland could not withstand a cosmic crisis. But how do we integrate? By harnessing love? Those entities, he gestured towards the outside, alluding to the Empire and the Codex, will not readily heed the words of an enigmatic rule master. Even if you were to defeat them all in battle, as long as they remain alive, their only thoughts will be how to eliminate you and seize your power thereafter. His insight into the darker aspects of human nature was profound. Power, order, interest. Ling Yi articulated 3 words. Absolute power establishes order. Order engenders stability. And only within a stable framework can the equitable distribution of benefits and the unification of objectives be realized. This is the most direct and effective pathway. Number 7 pondered. To crush with absolute force, creating a new order centered around oneself. And then wielding both the carrot and the stick to compel everyone to seek the star key fragments and combat the mother body for our collective survival? It sounds tyrannical, yet it appears to be the only viable solution at present. He paused, adding, of course, the possibility of the rebirth fire might be somewhat more amenable, albeit their power is relatively feeble. Ling Yi nodded slightly, acknowledging his analysis. His gaze swept over the schematic of the ruins in his mind. pinpointing several areas exhibiting anomalous energy reactions or containing special technological modules. The ruins themselves represent the first cornerstone, Ling Yi remarked. By mastering the Starwatch station, one would possess technology, energy, and defensive capital far surpassing the current wasteland level, which would robustly support his future order. Indeed, Number 7's eyes lit up. Having complete control over this location would allow for both offense and defense. Those star key fragments might very well yield some clues within the ruins database. He was filled with enthusiasm for exploring this treasure. As the two conversed, they strolled along the transparent starry corridor, as if truly traversing the sea of stars. Number 7 was captivated by the floating mechanical structures and data orbs surrounding them, occasionally exclaiming in wonder and attempting to interpret them with the fragmented knowledge gleaned from source code. Look at that. It seems to be a test model of a hyperspace engine. And over there, those data streams, my goodness, they pertain to the stability of gene locks. They far surpass the clumsy creations of those fools from the scriptures. He resembled a child who had entered a premier treasure trove, eagerly sharing his discoveries. Ling Yi, however, focused more on the overall architecture and energy operation principles, continually absorbing and comprehending these technologies that transcended the era, enriching his own rule database. He discerned that many core principles of the Alliance's technology cleverly utilized the underlying rules of the universe, mirroring his own abilities and even offering him new insights. Speaking of which, Number 7 suddenly pondered a question, turning to Ling Yi. What exactly is our relationship now? Temporary allies, or a hierarchy? He asked directly, with a hint of probing. In the presence of someone like Ling Yi, defining their respective positions was crucial. Ling Yi did not falter in his stride, responding calmly, collaborators. You provide your knowledge and variables, I provide strength and order. As long as our objectives align, we can walk together. He did not regard Number 7 as a subordinate, but rather positioned him in a relatively equal stance. This was not only due to Number 7's own strength and potential, but also because of the Keeper's remark about the variables of fate and the fragment of source code within him that might be connected to the original master. Ling Yi deemed him a valuable partner in collaboration. Number 7 seemed quite pleased with this answer, a sincere smile gracing his face. Collaborators? Excellent. I relish this designation. It is far more comfortable than being a subordinate or an enemy. He extended his right hand. So, shall we enjoy our collaboration? The Master of Rules, or how should I address you? Addressing you as the Master feels somewhat peculiar. Ling Yi introduced himself, extending his hand for a brief handshake. His grip was steady and robust, exuding an understated sense of control. Ling Yi Number 7 echoed the name, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, Ling Yi. You may refer to me as 7 or 07. Although this is the designation assigned by the Codex, I have yet to conceive a more fitting name. At that moment, Ling Yi sensed something through his authority, casting his gaze toward a swirling nebula of data beneath the corridor. There is movement outside, he remarked. Through his privileges, he observed a conflict erupting beyond the starry archway, revealing that the forces of the Eternal Empire and the Free State had seemingly discovered the Mu Qing squad stationed outside and were attempting to breach the slowly closing portal. Number 7's smile faded, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Those persistent flies refused to be swatted away. It appears it is time for our newly minted collaborator to demonstrate their strength, laying the first cornerstone for our future order. Ling Yi's expression remained unchanged as he merely cast a cursory glance at the chaotic energy signals. Let us proceed, he said, turning back toward the direction from which they came, his stride steady, as if he were embarking on a mere inspection rather than facing an impending conflict. He intended to make it clear who the true sovereign of this domain was. Chapter 54. The new master approaches, exerting pressure from all sides outside the starry archway. The atmosphere was charged with tension. The Centurion of the Eternal Empire, Kurong, and Officer Kent of the Free State had temporarily set aside their grievances, surrounding Mu Qing's squad with their remaining forces. Their objective was clear, the starry archway, now slowly closing with a gap of less than half a meter. Mu Qing, Eagle Eye, Stone Block, Wrench, and Viper stood back to back against the cold, massive door, forming a tight defensive circle. Their weapons were aimed at the encroachers, their expressions grave to the utmost degree. The bound Iron Crow youth lay in the center, still unconscious. Kent, is your Free State also meddling in the Empire's affairs? Kurong's mechanical voice seethed with suppressed fury, his electronic eye fixated on the starlight beyond the door's crevice. He had received a direct order from the Empire's upper echelons. Capture Number 7 and seize the source code. Ling Yi and Number 7 had entered through this door, and it must harbor monumental secrets. Officer Kent's countenance was equally grim. He wiped the sweat from his brow, attempting to maintain composure. Centurion Kurong, that is not how you should phrase it. This relic is a public domain, and what lies within should be shared among all who witness. Who knows what they might retrieve? We cannot allow them to monopolize the benefits. His sentiments were driven more by resentment and greed, while the Empire sought to apprehend individuals. He yearned for the potential treasures of the relic. Enough of this banter. Step aside immediately. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. The cannon mounted on Karong's shoulders struggled to elevate, targeting Mu Qing and the others. The soldiers of the Empire raised their firearms in unison. The mercenaries of the Free State also readied their weapons, charging energy into their armaments. Although Kent was reluctant to engage in direct conflict, the situation had escalated to a point where he had no choice but to steel himself. Mu Qing grit his teeth, his voice cold. Mr. Ling is still inside. If you dare to make a move, what will happen when he emerges? Kent interrupted her, a flicker of desperation and ruthlessness in his eyes. Who knows if they could still emerge? This cursed place is rife with peril. They might have perished within. You would do well to recognize the gravity of the situation. Impossible, Mu Qing declared with unwavering conviction, her faith in Ling Yi bordering on blind trust. Just as the two sides stood at an impasse, poised for conflict, the starry gateway, which had been slowly closing, suddenly halted abruptly. Then, to the astonishment of all present, that immense bronze door, which could only be opened with the star key, not only ceased its closure, but began to swing open smoothly and irresistibly to both sides. Radiant starlight surged forth from beyond the door, illuminating the dim platform outside as if it were midday. Two figures emerged side by side from the boundless backdrop of the starry sea, step by step. It was Ling Yi and Number 7. Ling Yi appeared unperturbed, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. Number 7 bore a faint, enigmatic smile, surveying the tense crowd beyond the door with the air of one watching a poorly staged farce. Mr. Ling, Mu Qing and the others exclaimed in joyous relief. Meanwhile, Karong and Kent's faces paled, instinctively retreating a half-step, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. They actually emerged. And how did they manage to reopen that door? Had they? Ling Yi's gaze passed over Karong and Kent, devoid of anger or threat, only exuding a serene superiority. What do you intend to do with my door? He inquired, his voice not loud, yet cutting through the clamor with undeniable authority. My door. These 3 words struck the hearts of all like a hammer. He had claimed this relic as his own. Karong's cybernetic eye flickered erratically, his processor seemingly overwhelmed. You have taken control of the relic? This is impossible. The Empire? Number 7 scoffed, interrupting him. It seems you are still oblivious to the circumstances, Captain Karong. Here, Mr. Ling holds the reins of power. The Empire? The sacred text? The Free State? All must adhere to the new rules. Kent's complexion turned ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow as he struggled to force a smile. Your Excellency, you misunderstand. We were merely concerned for your safety and wished to provide assistance. Assistance? Number 7 raised an eyebrow exaggeratedly, leveling his weapon at Ling Yi's subordinates. What a unique interpretation of assistance by the Free State. Kent fell silent, his face alternating between hues of green and white. Ling Yi did not grant them further opportunities for idle talk. He slowly raised his hand, not in aggression, but as if pressing against the very air of the platform. Rule modification. Centered on this platform, all weapon systems and energy circuits of non-allied units shall be forcibly interrupted. An invisible force of regulatory power enveloped the area in an instant. Crack. Buzz. The energy rifles in the hands of the Imperial soldiers dimmed suddenly, their charge indicators extinguishing. The artillery on Karong's shoulder, which had just begun to elevate, plummeted, accompanied by the sounds of a short circuit. Likewise, the energy weapons of the Free State mercenaries became nothing more than mere sticks of firewood. Even the auxiliary power systems embedded within their armor were disrupted, rendering their movements sluggish. What has transpired? My weapon has run out of energy. The powered armor is malfunctioning. Gasps of astonishment and waves of panic swiftly permeated the ranks of both the Empire and the Free State. Their greatest reliance on technological equipment had been rendered obsolete in the blink of an eye, turning into worthless scrap metal at the mere gesture of their adversary. Such tactics were utterly unprecedented, akin to a miracle, or perhaps an act of sorcery. The last vestiges of color drained from the faces of Karong and Kent, leaving only sheer terror in their eyes. They finally comprehended that the power possessed by the man before them far exceeded their understanding, perhaps even granting him dominion over this ancient ruin. Ling Yi withdrew his hand, his gaze calm as he surveyed the disarrayed squads, and spoke softly. Now, do you comprehend the rules? His voice remained even, yet bore an oppressive weight that sent shivers through their souls. Depart from the core area. All discoveries within this ruin shall be defined by me. Should you wish to trade, present an equivalent or pledge your fealty. 3 straightforward rules, clear and unassailable. Centurion Karong yearned to utter a retort, but upon meeting Ling Ye's tranquil yet profound gaze, one that seemed to encompass the weight of the cosmos, his words became lodged in his throat. The pride of the empire crumbled before such absolute power. Eventually, he bowed his head with great difficulty, squeezing out 2 words through clenched teeth, "As you command." Officer Kent, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted, eagerly nodded and bowed. "Understood. Completely understood. We shall depart at once. Thank you for your mercy." He wished fervently for 2 additional legs to hasten his escape from this dreadful place. The once formidable squads now resembled lost souls, neglecting even their inoperative equipment as they stumbled away from the platform, pushing each other in their frantic retreat. The platform fell into a profound silence, leaving only Team Mu Qing and the still unconscious Iron Crow behind. Mu Qing and her comrades gazed at Ling Yi, their awe reaching its zenith. With a mere word, their formidable foes had been vanquished. Such might was akin to that of a deity. Number 7 clapped his hands in delight, clean and decisive. The news should spread swiftly now. The Arbiter of Rules has seized control of the Starwatch Station and established new regulations. The wasteland is bound to tremble. Ling Yi nodded slightly. This was precisely the effect he sought. Establishing authority through absolute power in an instant proved far more effective than any words could convey. He glanced at Mu Qing and the others, instructing, "Clear the battlefield and gather usable resources. For the time being, establish a forward base here." "Yes, Mr. Ling." Mu Qing promptly acknowledged the command, leading her team into action with high spirits. Number 7 approached the edge of the platform, surveying the intricate labyrinth below with excitement gleaming in his eyes. "So, my collaborator, shall we take a thorough look at our new home? I have long awaited those databases and laboratories." Ling Ye's gaze also shifted towards the depths of the ruin. "Let us proceed. It is time to claim our foundation." The 2 exchanged a glance, and once more walked side by side into the heart of the starry expanse. The era that belongs to them is slowly unveiling alongside the awakening of this ancient relic. Chapter 55. The Foundation Laid, the Whisper of the Star Core. The astral archway behind them gradually closed, completely isolating them from the disturbances of the outside world. Within, there existed an infinite sea of stars and a tranquil miracle. Ling Yi and Number 7 did not linger on the entrance platform. Through his preliminary access, Ling Yi sensed the vast expanse of this core area, far beyond the starry corridor before them. The suspended mechanical structures and data-like clusters were mostly peripheral facilities or mere projections. "Follow me," Ling Yi instructed, directing his mental guidance as the previously empty starry void before the corridor rippled like a surface of water, revealing a new, more substantial energy pathway leading towards a colossal, swirling data conglomerate resembling a nebula. "The main control node should be over there." Number 7 whistled in interest, eagerly following. "Access is truly a remarkable thing. No wonder the Empire and the Codex are vying for it." He attempted to use his mental power to perceive the surroundings, but found it akin to seeing flowers in a fog. Most structures were invisible to him, clearly indicating that the relic had denied his access request. "TSK, what a disparity in treatment. Your key is different," Ling Yi explained calmly. "No." 7's source code fragments resembled a higher-tier pass or information repository, while Ling Yi's access was that of a direct administrator. As they advanced along the energy pathway, they soon arrived before the enormous data conglomerate. Upon closer inspection, it was composed of countless streams of data flowing with iridescent light, forming a complex sphere that continuously morphed and changed, seemingly containing a vast amount of information. "This is one of the interactive interfaces of the Star Core database." Ling Yi placed his hand upon the surface of the light sphere, connecting his mental power through his access. Instantly, torrents of vast information surged towards him like a tidal wave, yet his formidable mental strength allowed him to receive, categorize, and store it methodically. The Alliance's technological tree, historical archives, albeit incomplete, star maps, biological research, and energy theories, an immense repository of knowledge accumulated over countless epochs, unfurled before him. Although much of the material was incomplete due to age or damage, its value remained immeasurable. Number 7 watched eagerly from the side, unable to connect directly, and inquired, "So, have you found anything useful? Perhaps clues about other star key fragments? Or some black technology that could instantly enhance our strength?" Ling Yi closed his eyes in concentration, swiftly conducting a search. After a brief moment, he spoke. "The specific coordinates of the star key fragments are not directly recorded. The database has significant omissions, and information regarding ultimate access and the star keys appears to have been deliberately encrypted or relocated." Number 7 felt a tinge of disappointment, yet it was within expectations. "It's indeed not that simple. However," Ling Yi continued, I have found several coordinates that may house important technologies or resources, including an intact nanofabrication factory, an advanced energy laboratory, and a region marked as the ecological Arkansas Nanofabrication Energy Laboratory. Number 7's eyes instantly brightened. These are treasures. With these, we could produce advanced equipment and energy ourselves. Could the ecological ark be a repository for ancient species plant seeds? This would be invaluable for reconstruction. Lingyi nodded slightly, sharing the coordinates with Unit 7. The energy core of the relic was restricted to an exceedingly low output, rendering most functions dormant. It was imperative to first restore the energy matrix in order to fully activate these facilities. He sensed the flow of energy throughout the relic, akin to observing the veins of a slumbering giant. The core of the energy matrix was severely damaged, yet the foundational structure remained intact. A substantial amount of pure energy and specific materials would be required for repairs. Pure energy, Unit 7 mused, stroking his chin. The high-purity energy crystals you previously acquired should suffice, albeit as a drop in the bucket. Is there a list of specific materials in the database? Indeed, Lingyi replied, transmitting a lengthy materials list through mental projection to Unit 7. The list contained names of many unheard-of rare metals, crystals, and compounds, as well as some known but exceedingly precious materials. Unit 7 examined the list, a smirk spreading across his face. Well, it seems the rules of trade will soon come into play. Those large warehouses and the black market old-timers in the wasteland are in for a rough time. He began to contemplate how to negotiate equivalent exchanges for these items from other factions. Moreover, Lingyi's gaze shifted towards the depths of the database. Before entering dormancy, the relic's automated exploration unit seemingly marked the coordinates of several resource-rich asteroid belts in nearby star systems. If we possess the appropriate mining technology, Unit 7 instantly grasped his implication, a dangerous smile creeping onto his face. You mean we can mine ourselves? And with the Alliance's advanced technology? Huh, I like it. Once we acquire a mining ship, our first target will be to take over the Empire's largest refining space station. Just as the two began to sketch out their future plans, Lingyi's brow furrowed slightly. What's wrong? Unit 7 noticed the subtle shift in his expression. Lingyi did not respond immediately. Instead, he delved deeper into a certain lower tier of the database. There lay an exceedingly ancient log, obscured by multiple layers of encryption, which his access privileges were slowly decrypting. A fragmentary stream of information, filled with interference and noise, gradually became discernible. The Cradle Protocol has ultimately activated. The seeds of civilization have been sown. Warning, the observer is not the sole void shadow. It is merely a vanguard. Beware the reapers from the depths of the stars. They shall inevitably return. The message abruptly ceased, as if the recorder had encountered a terrifying disruption or attack. Lingyi slowly opened his eyes, a newfound gravity flashing within them. The observer is not alone. The void shadows are merely the vanguard. Reapers? Unit 7 too captured the essence of this information, his smile vanishing, replaced by shock and profound unease. What could be more dreadful than the void shadows? From the depths of the stars? And they would return? The revelations shared by the Keeper of Secrets were already astonishing. Yet this concealed log seemed to herald an even darker and more terrifying future. The void shadows might not even be the ultimate enemy. Lingyi remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. The darkness of the universe is deeper than anticipated. The pressure, imperceptibly, had multiplied several times over. Unit 7 took a deep breath, rubbing his face vigorously in an effort to regain his composure. Well, debts are plentiful, but lice do not itch when abundant. Regardless of whether faced with a single adversary or two, the course of action remains the same: confrontation. The immediate priority is to address the present predicament, fortifying our foundation before proceeding further. His mindset adjusted swiftly, redirecting his focus to the reality at hand. Lingyi cast an approving glance in his direction. This collaborator indeed possessed remarkable psychological resilience. The primary objective was to repair the energy matrix and activate the nano factory and laboratory. Lingyi resolved to first clear the path leading to the energy core, where the defense systems and residual obstructions required attention. Through his access privileges, he discerned that several key passages to the energy core were either sealed or partially damaged, imbued with substantial energy signatures and signs of life, indicating that they were far from unimpeded. Engaging in combat and clearing debris? This was well within my capabilities. Number 7 cracked his neck, a spirited expression returning to his face, eager to test some newly conceived abilities. Lingyi nodded and took a final glance at the vast star core database. An endless reservoir of knowledge and heavy secrets waiting to be gradually unveiled. However, for now, he needed to commence with the fundamentals. Turning around, the energy path once again unfurled ahead, directing him toward a passage leading deeper into darker regions of the ruins. Let us proceed. The new journey of exploration and conquest had only just begun. Chapter 56. Purging the Corridor. The xenomorph nest. The energy path extended under Ling Ye's will, guiding their direction. No longer towards the dazzling sea of stars, but into the depths of a more profound and rugged metallic corridor. The aesthetic here starkly contrasted with the intricate wonders of the upper levels, resembling more the industrial quarter or power compartment of the ruins. Enormous energy conduits coiled like serpents along the walls and ceiling, their surfaces thickly insulated and adorned with beads of condensation, emitting a low, resonant hum. The air was saturated with the potent scent of ozone and the odor of heated metal, occasionally tinged with a faint, unsettling whiff of decay. Illumination waned. With only a few emergency lights and the dim glow emitted by the conduits casting long, wavering shadows, it appeared that the maintenance conditions here were far from optimistic. Number 7 vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, his senses acutely attuned, capturing more details than the average individual. Deep claw marks marred the walls, while the ground was strewn with shattered metal fragments and desiccated, non-human slime, darkened by time. Ling Ye's perception functioned like an invisible scanner, enveloping the corridor ahead. Portions of the defense system lay offline, others violently dismantled. Signs of biological activity were evident, energy reactions chaotic and aggressive. Clearly, during the protracted years of the ruins' loss of control, certain entities had claimed dominion over this area. The two advanced along the main energy conduit. After a short distance, the sound of rustling and an unsettling scraping noise emerged from around the corner, mingled with a low, wet sound reminiscent of a damp sack being rubbed together. Ling Yi raised his hand, signaling for a halt. His gaze sharpened, and the power of regulation silently activated. Regulation modification. The sound wave transmission efficiency in the 50-meter zone ahead reduced to 0. Instantly, all sounds from beyond the corner vanished. As if the mute button had been pressed, the two individuals stealthily approached the corner. Upon reaching it, they beheld a scene that sent shivers down their spines. Dozens of grotesque creatures, reminiscent of skinned hunting hounds, their bodies glistening pale and slick, devoid of eyes, yet possessing a bizarre maw lined with spiral, razor-sharp teeth, were huddled together, voraciously gnawing at a segment of damaged conduit that revealed energy cables. It appeared they could extract sustenance directly from the energy itself. Their limbs twisted at unnatural angles, moving with the swiftness of spiders, while their surfaces continuously secreted a corrosive slime that hissed as it dripped onto the metallic floor. These were energy siphoners. Number 7 lowered his voice and communicated with Ling Yi through mental projection, the sound cloaked from the surroundings. These were bottom-dwelling organisms mutated by high concentrations of energy radiation, aggressive and social, with saliva of significant corrosiveness. It seemed they had claimed this place as their dining hall and lair. At that moment, a larger siphoner, apparently the leader, sensed something amiss, abruptly raising its head, its eyeless face directed towards the corner, emitting a silent roar in its throat. The sound was muted. The other siphoners immediately ceased their feeding and turned to face the source, displaying an acute sensitivity to the flow of energy. They had been discovered. Make your move. Number 7 commanded sharply, reacting with extraordinary alacrity. He lunged forth, his speed leaving a fleeting afterimage. With fingers aligned, his right hand was instantly enveloped in a layer of glistening, sharp bone armor, slicing towards the nearest siphoner with the precision of a blade. With a sickening squelch, the siphoner was effortlessly cleaved in twain, its pale bodily fluids splattering forth. Number 7's movements did not falter. Like a specter, he wove through the throng of siphoners. His attacks simple yet lethal, blending the combat instincts of various mutated creatures, at times striking with the cunning of a serpent, at others tearing with the ferocity of a raging bear. Limbs and severed appendages flew in his wake. Ling Yi did not immediately engage but observed Number 7's fighting style and his physical transformations with a calm demeanor. It was evident that Number 7's control and utilization of his own power had become more refined. The evolution spurred by the fragments of source code was progressing steadily. The siphoner swarm was incensed. Although they had lost their voices, their assaults grew more frenzied. They spewed torrents of corrosive slime, raining down upon Number 7 like a deluge of arrows. Simultaneously, they utilized their agile, jointed limbs to scurry at high speeds from walls and ceilings, attacking from every angle. Despite Number 7's agility, he began to struggle against such a dense barrage, constantly evading the intensely corrosive slime. At that moment, Ling Yi took action. Rather than attacking the siphoners, he modified the rules once more. Rule modification, designated biological secretion, corrosive slime. Surface tension dramatically increased, flow rendered null. The globules of slime suspended in midair, as well as those being expelled by the siphoners, suddenly appeared to solidify instantaneously, transforming into gelatinous spheres devoid of kinetic energy, plummeting to the ground with a series of dull thuds, no longer posing a threat. Number 7, momentarily taken aback while evading, burst into laughter. This trick is splendid. He unleashed his full potential, no longer fearing the corrosive liquid, and his efficiency in extermination surged exponentially. Ling Yi raised his hand once more. Rule modification. In the designated area, the swarm of suckers, gravity is increased by 50% in the vertical dimension. Buzz. All the attacking and crawling suckers suddenly felt a heavy burden, as if they were shackled by an oppressive weight. Their speed drastically diminished. Their movements became exceedingly sluggish and laborious. This was a fatal blow to them, as they relied on swift and agile assaults. Number 7, akin to a tiger among sheep, effortlessly harvested these creatures whose motions had slowed to a crawl. He even found leisure to experiment with new combinations of attacks. The battle quickly tilted overwhelmingly in his favor. However, just as the last few suckers were about to be eliminated, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed from the depths of the passage, penetrating the sound-shielding rules of Ling Yi. This wail carried a formidable psychic impact that caused Number 7's movements to falter slightly. Immediately thereafter, a powerful wave of energy, imbued with madness and greed, erupted from the depths, and there was a colossal being. Number 7's expression turned serious as he gazed into the depths of the passage. A gigantic shadow was slowly writhing out from the dark end of the corridor. It was a giant sucker, magnified several dozen times, resembling a mountain of flesh. Its body was covered with a multitude of constantly opening and closing suckers, each oozing with slime, while at the center lay a massive, ring-shaped jaw reminiscent of a lamprey, lined with layers of sharp teeth. The energy wave it emitted was a staggering A rank. Moreover, it was saturated with chaotic and ravenous psychic pollution. The queen of the nest? Number 7's gaze intensified. This creature was not to be trifled with. It could directly absorb psychic energy, had tough skin and flesh, and was capable of laying eggs. The giant sucker queen let out another shrill scream, and its powerful psychic shock crashed into the two like a tangible force. Simultaneously, its suckers violently opened, unleashing numerous beams that were no longer mere slime, but highly condensed, dark purple energy rays. These rays possessed not only physical destructive power, but also the ability to erode energy and psyche. Number 7 felt a sharp pain in his head. His movements slowed once more, and he was on the brink of being engulfed by the energy rays. Ling Yi stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Number 7. In the face of a psychic shock and energy ray storm capable of severely injuring an A-rank powerhouse, he calmly raised his right hand. Rule modification: all directional psychic energy ahead is to have its vector reversed. Rule modification: the attributes of the energy rays are defined as harmless visible light. The frenzied psychic shock collided with an invisible mirror, ricocheting back with greater ferocity and crashing into the depths of the giant sucker queen's own consciousness. The queen's massive body suddenly stiffened, emitting a cry of immense agony, as its enormous ring-shaped jaw opened and closed frantically, clearly devastated by its own psychic backlash. As for the dense dark purple energy rays, upon reaching within 1 meter of Ling Yi, their colors instantly softened into a vibrant display, resembling festive lights, harmlessly passing through and illuminating the walls behind before gradually dissipating. Number 7, witnessing this unimaginable scene before him, opened his mouth and finally uttered 2 words: freakish. Ling Yi disregarded his assessment, gazing at the colossal sucking matriarch ensnared in a state of mental disarray, writhing in agony, and raised his hand once more. Rule modification: the energy transfer efficiency of the target organism's nervous system is to be overloaded by 500%. The struggling matriarch suddenly froze. All neural signals within it appeared to be instantly electrified, transmitting at an overwhelming velocity. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. Numerous suction orifices on its surface erupted violently. Pale organic fluid and shattered innards splattered everywhere. Even its enormous circular jaw could not withstand the cataclysmic energy surging from within, shattering with a thunderous explosion. The massive mass of flesh disintegrated like a detonated powder keg, collapsing inwardly into a quivering heap of charred remains, emitting wisps of smoke. In merely 3 moves, altering the mental shock direction, defining energy attributes, and overloading the nervous system, an A-class, tough-skinned matriarch capable of absorbing psychic energy was effortlessly obliterated at the rule level. Within the passage, only a few small suckers remained, which were swiftly dealt with by No. 7. The battle concluded. Number 7 surveyed the enormous remnants, then glanced at the composed Ling Yi. Exhaling deeply with a complex tone, I now find myself questioning who the true perfect vessel is, compared to you. I feel akin to a child still playing in the mud. Ling Yi cast a sidelong glance at him. Your evolutionary potential is substantial. It merely requires time and direction. Was that a form of consolation or an objective assessment? Number 7, bemused, waved his hand. All right, enough with the comforting words. Let us see what treasures lie ahead. Where such a behemoth guards, there may well be some stock. The two traversed the remnants, delving deeper. Indeed, at the end of the passage, they discovered a warehouse entrance partially obscured by secretions from the suckers. Forcing it open, they found neatly stacked boxes of intact, high-energy batteries of Alliance standard, along with a batch of specialized alloy materials for repairing energy conduits. These were precisely the supplies urgently needed for restoring the energy matrix. A commendable harvest. No. 7 satisfactorily counted the materials, realizing that clearing out the refuse yielded rewards. Ling Yi marked the coordinates of these supplies with his authority for easier retrieval by the Mu-Qing team later. Having initially cleared a passage and garnered unexpected gains, it was a promising start. Ling Yi sensed the intricately woven paths ahead and more energy response points. They pressed on. The cleansing task lay heavy ahead. Chapter 57. Purifying Contamination, an unexpected visitor after clearing the energy sucker's lair and acquiring the first batch of essential supplies. Ling Yi and No. 7 continued deeper along the main energy conduit. The further they ventured, the more the environment appeared dilapidated and abnormal. The insulating layer of the pipes had largely peeled away, revealing bare metal surfaces cloaked in a thick, dark purple moss resembling greasy filth, emitting a nauseatingly sweet and decayed odor akin to that of the previously infected progenitors. The energy freely circulating in the air has become exceedingly murky, imbued with strong characteristics of spiritual pollution, such that even the most ordinary of psychics would likely succumb to madness if they lingered here for too long. It is the void moss. And number 7's expression grew grave. The fragments of source code within him reacted particularly sensitively to this polluted atmosphere, filling him with profound discomfort. One of the manifest traits of the Void Shadow's power is its incessant secretion of pollutants that erode material structures and distort the minds of living beings. It appears that the leakage in the energy core region is far more severe than anticipated. Ling Ye's perception penetrated through the moss and the walls of the pipes, revealing the energy flowing within to be tainted with a faint purple hue, characterized by inefficiency and instability. Many sections of the pipes were completely obstructed or corroded through by the moss, leading to widespread energy leakage that nourished further growth of moss and unknown mutated organisms. The primary transport pipe must be purified first, otherwise, effective energy transmission is unfeasible, Ling Yi concluded. Without addressing the source of pollution, any restoration of the energy matrix is impossible. He attempted to directly alter the material structure of the moss using the power of rules, only to discover that the essence of these mosses had deeply intertwined with the forces of the Void Shadow. To forcibly obliterate them would require considerable effort and would only serve as a temporary fix, for the polluted energy continued to spawn new moss. Perhaps Zero could be the answer. Ling Yi recalled Zero's pure power of purification, which was precisely what was needed to counteract this contamination. He utilized his authority to directly contact the Mu-Qing team stationed outside the Starry Dome. The ruins contained an independent communication network summoned Zero. Moments later, Zero's figure appeared silently beside them through a short-range teleportation passage that Ling Yi had temporarily opened. As she manifested, the suffocating aura of pollution around them was instantly alleviated, as if a fresh spring had been poured into a murky swamp. Master, Zero said obediently, standing beside Ling Yi. Her violet eyes surveyed the extensive patches of dark purple moss, and her small face displayed unmistakable disgust. There is so much filth. Can you purify it? Especially within the pipes? Ling Yi inquired. Zero nodded, approaching a massive pipe heavily encrusted with moss. She extended her delicate hand and gently pressed it against the uncomfortable moss. A soft and pure white glow radiated from her palm, swiftly spreading across the surface of the pipe like ripples on water. Wherever the light touched, the dark purple moss sizzled and melted away as if it were ice meeting the blazing sun, disintegrating into nothingness without leaving a trace. Not only did it cleanse the surface, but the purifying light also penetrated into the interior of the pipe, eradicating the pollutants clinging to the walls and the energy flow. The efficiency was remarkable, and the process imparted an incredibly soothing sensation. Number 7 watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "What a pure power of purification!" It seems as if she was born specifically to counter this pollution. No wonder those lunatics from the Holy Canon desperately sought to possess her. Thanks to Zero's efforts, vast swathes of the void moss were rapidly purified. Although the exposed metal pipes remained damaged, they at least regained their original luster. no longer radiating the foul stench of pollution. The flow of energy within the pipes also became smoother and more pristine. However, just as Zero was purifying a particular area, an unexpected anomaly arose. The moss in that region began to writhe violently, as if imbued with a consciousness of its own, coalescing into a gigantic, distorted purple visage. The face opened its mouth and emitted a silent yet soul-piercing shriek. Simultaneously, from the depths of the pipeline behind the purified zone, a cacophony of spine-tingling, scuttling sounds emerged. It seemed that something had been either attracted to or provoked by Zero's purifying power. Be cautious. Number 7 immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Zero, his gaze fixed warily on the source of the sound. From the fractured crevices of the pipeline and the shadows, an overwhelming swarm of bizarre creatures surged forth, each the size of a fist, resembling spiders, yet composed entirely of dark purple energy crystals. Their multifaceted eyes flickered with a frenzied violet glow, and their 8 legs, akin to razor-sharp energy blades, propelled them with astonishing speed directly toward Zero. Void crystal spiders. Number 7's expression shifted dramatically. They thrived on consuming polluted energy and moss, perceiving the act of purification as a theft of sustenance or even a destruction of their habitat. They would stop at nothing. Zero staggered slightly under the mental assault of the suddenly formed purple visage, her complexion paling, yet the purifying halo around her hand remained unwavering. Ling Yi's gaze hardened. Rule modification, designated area S mental attack wave frequency, forcibly synchronized with the pipeline's inherent vibrations. The mental shriek emitted by the distorted visage abruptly altered its frequency, aligning perfectly with the mechanical vibrations of the surrounding pipeline, thereby nullifying its peculiar harm to living spirits and instead dislodging some rust from the pipes. Rule modification, designated organism, crystal spider, visual perception system set to absolute darkness. The frenzied swarm of crystal spiders was instantly rendered blind, losing their targets and careening wildly in confusion, colliding with one another and the walls in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Number 7 immediately struck. His form flickered like a specter, deftly avoiding the chaotic crystal spiders, while the energy blades extending from his fingertips effortlessly sliced through their tough crystal exteriors, shattering their cores. Ling Yi approached Zero, gently placing his palm on her back. A surge of pure mental energy flowing into her, stabilizing her condition, while his other hand directed toward the still writhing, distorted visage of Moss. Rule modification, target aggregation structure stability, set to 0. The enormous face composed of Moss abruptly stiffened, then crumbled like sand sculpture, reverting to lifeless, ordinary Moss, which was thoroughly obliterated by Zero's ensuing purifying light. The crisis was averted. Under Zero's continued purification, the majority of this main conduit was cleansed. Although the pipeline itself required physical repairs, at least the energy could now be transmitted relatively untainted. Just as they prepared to move forward in search of the next area requiring purification, a sudden crack echoed. A previously sealed, moss-covered vent cover above them was abruptly breached from within. A figure tumbled out in a state of disarray, crashing to the ground with a painful groan. Before them stood a figure clad in tattered protective attire, his body besmirched with slime and moss, presenting an utterly disheveled appearance. He struggled to lift his head, revealing a youthful visage marked by fatigue and terror. Surprisingly, he appeared to be an ordinary human, devoid of any conspicuous mutations or formidable energy fluctuations. How had he ventured into such a place? The sudden appearance of this uninvited guest instantly aroused the vigilance of Ling Yi and his companions. Number 7 materialized beside him, energy blade poised against his throat, coldly demanding, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" The young man trembled in fear, gazing at the 3 individuals before him. Clearly not ordinary beings, especially the man in black, whose mere gesture had shattered the fearsome moss creature. He stammered in a desperate plea, "Please, don't kill me. I mean no harm. I escaped from the Forgotten Town. My name is Avon. I seek the aid of Lord Starfire." Lord Starfire? Ling Yi exchanged glances with Number 7. This was evidently not a title they recognized. "Clarify your statements," Number 7 said, slightly easing his grip yet remaining alert. The self-proclaimed Avon took a few deep breaths, managing to compose himself, and hurriedly elaborated. "Lord Starfire is said to be the guardian of the flame of hope in our town. It is rumored he resides deep within these ancient ruins. Our town is besieged by the corrupted. They are on the verge of breaching our defenses. I am the only one capable of traversing the ruins passage, and the mayor insisted I find Lord Starfire and beseech him for our salvation." Corrupted? Forgotten Town? Flame of Hope? This appeared to be a small survivor enclave, wholly independent from the external wasteland factions, existing in a hidden corner near the ruins. and they seemed to revere a guardian within the ruins. Ling Ye's gaze swept over Avon. The power of the rules instantaneously analyzed his physical condition: extreme fatigue, mild radiation poisoning, malnutrition, yet his mental fortitude seemed exceptionally resilient, untouched by the corruption of the void. His words might indeed hold truth. "Lead us to your town," Ling Yi suddenly stated, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Avon was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a request. Number 7, 2, looked at Ling Yi with surprise. Ling Yi continued, "If his town has managed to survive in this region, it may possess unique resources or information. Moreover, the corrupted might be linked to the polluted energy. To cleanse the ruins, we require resources and knowledge, and this unexpected visitor may yield unforeseen benefits." Avon hesitated for a moment, but recalling the dire situation in his town, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. "All right, I will take you there, but the path outside is perilous. Simply guide us," Ling Yi interjected. Perilous? Not for him, he thought. Chapter 58, The Forgotten Town. Enveloped in corruption, the young man named Avon, though utterly exhausted, was sustained by his will to survive and concern for his town. He led the way, opting for a route that was not the main passage taken by Ling Yi and his companions, but rather a more concealed, narrow maintenance corridor nearly choked by debris and proliferating crystals. This path was discovered by our town's ancestors. It allows us to circumvent many of the perilous areas within the ruins and those creatures. As Avon struggled to clear the obstructing barriers, he breathlessly explained his predicament, finding it increasingly arduous to navigate. Occasionally, corrupted beings would wander nearby, adding to the sense of foreboding. The passage was dim and damp, suffused with a heavy odor of mildew and the metallic scent of rust. The purifying aura emanating from Zero became the sole stable source of light within this gloom, dispelling darkness while silently dissolving the subtle, polluted moss hidden in the shadows. Number 7 observed the surroundings with keen interest, remarking, "This is indeed a commendable secret path. The ancestors of your town possessed remarkable skills to discover a means of survival in such a place." Avon's face lit up with a flicker of pride. The mayor said our ancestors were among the first survivors to escape to the vicinity of the ruins, establishing themselves here through their wisdom and courage. However, his pride was swiftly eclipsed by concern. "But there are far too many corrupted beings this time. It seems they are drawn by something. What exactly do these corrupted beings look like? What are their characteristics?" Number 7 continued to probe for more information. Avon's expression shifted to one of terror. "They might have once been human or other animals, but they have been tainted by that vile purple substance. Their bodies twist and contort, sprouting grotesque tumors and tentacles. They possess immense strength, are impervious to pain, and exhibit extreme madness. The most terrifying aspect is their ability to influence human emotions. Prolonged proximity induces irritability and despair. Hence their name, Corrupted Hearts." This description bore resemblance to the maternal infectors previously encountered, albeit seemingly weaker, perhaps a result of long-term exposure to low concentrations of leaked energy. Ling Ye silently followed behind, his senses fully extended. Indeed, the passage was relatively clean, as Avon had stated, but a deeper perception revealed that this cleanliness was not naturally occurring. It appeared to harbor an exceedingly faint yet remarkably resilient trace of purifying energy, akin to a delicate thread extending outward along the passage. Could this be the reason for the town's survival? Was the source of that purifying energy the esteemed figure Avon referred to as the Spark Lord? The passage twisted upward, seemingly moving away from the core area of the ruins and towards the surface. The surrounding walls gradually transformed from alloy to natural rock formations, and the marks of human excavation became increasingly rough. At last, a faint light appeared ahead, accompanied by distant sounds of shouting, clashing, and a disquieting cacophony reminiscent of countless anguished screams. "We have arrived. Just ahead." Avon's complexion turned ashen, his voice tinged with desperation. "They are still attacking. The town's walls can hardly withstand much more." He raced forward in a frenzy. Ling Ye and the others quickened their pace, soon emerging from the tunnel's exit. The sight before them was breathtaking. They found themselves on the edge of a vast underground cavern, where fissures above allowed a dim red light to filter in. In the center of the cavern, leaning against the rock walls, stood a rudimentary yet sizable settlement. The town was encircled by towering walls constructed from sturdy metal supports, abandoned vehicles, and piled rocks, where hundreds of residents clad in makeshift armor wielded an array of improvised weapons and a few antiquated firearms, valiantly resisting the onslaught. Beyond the walls, a dark and ominous sea of grotesque entities loomed, like a relentless tide. They were the corrupted. Most retained a roughly humanoid shape, yet their bodies had undergone horrific distortions. Skin took on an unhealthy purplish-gray hue, swollen and oozing, limbs twisted grotesquely, fingers transformed into menacing claws, and facial features blurred or vanished entirely, leaving behind only a gaping maw that drooled as it emitted meaningless howls. Intermingled among them were mutated dogs and creatures akin to irradiated rodents, all similarly marred by purple splotches and frenzied gazes. They surged against the walls with reckless abandon, crashing their bodies and clawing at the surface, some even attempting to stack upon one another in a desperate bid to climb. The defenders atop the walls fought valiantly, thrusting spears, hurling stones, and unleashing the limited firepower of their firearms. Corrupted fell, yet more swiftly filled the void. The battle raged with ferocity, and casualties mounted upon the walls, the defense trembling on the brink of collapse. Mayor, I have returned, Evan shouted hoarsely to an elderly man atop the wall, who wielded a power hammer, relentlessly smashing down corrupted attempting to scale the parapet. The old man turned at the sound, his initial surprise morphing into joy upon recognizing Evan, only to be followed by incredulous hope igniting in his eyes as he beheld the remarkable figures of Ling Yi and Zero behind him. Evan, you truly found them. Lord Starfire. The mayor's voice trembled with excitement and fatigue. Evan, taken aback, quickly waved his hands. No, Mayor, they are not Lord Starfire. They are, at that moment. A corner of the wall could no longer withstand the relentless assault and emitted a mournful groan before a section collapsed. 5 or 6 corrupted howled as they rushed through the breach. The residents behind the wall screamed in terror. This is bad. The old mayor's eyes widened in desperation as he sought to assist, but was ensnared by the enemies before him. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of disaster, Ling Yi acted. He did not even descend the sloping exit of the corridor, but stood firm, pointing towards the breach. Rule modification. Increase the spatial structural density at the breach to alloy level. At that collapsed gap, the air seemed to freeze instantaneously, transforming into an invisible yet unyielding alloy barrier. The corrupted that had surged forward slammed into it with a thunderous crash, rebounding violently, disoriented and bewildered. The corrupted, poised to pounce upon the residents. The residents atop the wall? The old mayor and Evan. What is this ability? Number 7 whistled, having grown accustomed to Ling Ye's unconventional applications of rules. Ling Ye did not relent. His gaze swept over the dark mass of corrupted below. Rule modification, designated biological group, corrupted, forcibly reduced the neural excitation threshold to the minimum. The frenzied assault of the corrupted army halted abruptly. The mad crimson light in their eyes swiftly faded, replaced by an overwhelming fatigue and drowsiness, as if they had been drained of all energy after days of relentless excitement. The howls transformed into feeble groans, and the once forceful assaults against the walls became languid. Many simply swayed in place for a moment before collapsing to the ground, succumbing to an involuntary slumber. What had just moments ago been a battlefield echoing with cries of slaughter now lay eerily silent. The only sounds that remained were the labored breaths of the townsfolk atop the walls, their faces displaying a vacant, bewildered expression as if lost in a dream. Is this truly the end? The old mayor dropped his power hammer with a clatter, oblivious to its fall. His mouth agape as he gazed at the young figure in black emerging from the passage, as though witnessing a miracle. Avon trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. This is it, Mayor. They may not be the lords of the spark, but they are undoubtedly guardians. They have come to aid us. The trio, Ling Yi and his companions, slowly descended the slope to the base of the town's walls. The old mayor finally regained his senses, scrambling down the wall in a fervent rush, along with the survivors, as they excitedly opened a makeshift reinforced door to greet their saviors. Thank you. Thank you for saving us, my lord. The mayor was about to kneel in gratitude when an invisible force stopped him, preventing his bow. No need for that. Ling Yi spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping over the town and its surroundings. We must understand the situation here, about the corrupted, about the spark, about everything concerning your survival. His tone was serene yet imbued with an authority that was hard to resist. The old mayor nodded vigorously. Of course. Please, my lord, we shall disclose all. Come inside and rest. Avon, quickly, bring forth the finest food and clean water. The townsfolk regarded Ling Yi and his companions with eyes full of reverence, gratitude, and profound curiosity. Ling Yi inclined his head slightly and stepped into the town known as Oblivion. He sensed that this place and the secrets it guarded might offer unexpected revelations regarding relics, purification, and even the spark. Chapter 59, The Flame of Heritage. Echoes of the past within Oblivion. The survivors, their gazes mingling awe, curiosity, and a hint of unease, surrounded Ling Yi and his companions, guiding them toward the town's largest structure, a council hall transformed from an entrance to an old era's refuge. The hall was illuminated by precious oil lamps, the warm light insufficient to dispel the shadows lingering in the hearts of the people. Mayor Barton invited Ling Yi and his companions to take their seats on meticulously cleaned metallic chairs, while he and several town elders stood respectfully below. Ling stood quietly behind Ling Yi, her presence refreshing the air in the hall, alleviating the pain of some injured townsfolk. Number 7 lounged against the doorframe, surveying the modest yet lived-in decor with a discerning eye. Avon brought forth clear, pure water and some roasted provisions, carefully placing them on the table before Ling Yi. This was the highest standard of hospitality that the town could offer. "Thank you, my lord, for your timely intervention that saved our entire town." Mayor Barton once again bowed deeply, his tone imbued with utmost sincerity. "Might I inquire how to address you, my lord?" Ling Yi, he replied, bypassing any further pleasantries and delving directly into the matter at hand. "Is the siege by the corrupted a regular occurrence?" A bitter expression crossed Mayor Barton's face. "In response to your query, my lord Ling Yi, it has not always been this way. The corrupted have existed for some time. Yet they primarily dwelled deeper within the ruins, with only a few occasionally wandering to the outskirts. The scale of today's assault is a phenomenon that has only commenced in the past month. They appear to be growing increasingly agitated, and their numbers are swelling." Another elder interjected, fear etched upon his features. "Moreover, it seems they are consciously searching for something, repeatedly attempting to breach the sanctum that safeguards the spark of hope." "The spark of hope?" Number 7 interjected, having caught the pivotal term. "Is this what Avon previously mentioned, the guardian you revere? What precisely is it? A being? Or an object?" Exchanging glances laden with hesitation, Mayor Barton and the elders appeared to deliberate. Ultimately, with a resolute expression, Mayor Barton seemed to arrive at a decision. These 3 individuals before him, endowed with unfathomable powers, might indeed herald the fabled turning point. "My lord Ling Yi, esteemed guests," Mayor Barton intoned with gravity. "The spark of hope is not a person, but rather an ancient relic. It is the sole reliance that has allowed our forgotten town to endure in this place." He gestured for one of the elders to retrieve an item and continued, "Our ancestors were descendants of the personnel from the Starry Wing research station of the old era. When the energy tide erupted, the station was fortuitously situated above this cavern. They narrowly evaded the initial onslaught, fled here, and sealed the entrance." "The Starry Wing?" Number 7 raised an eyebrow, sensing a connection to the Celestial Watchtower. "Indeed," Mayor Barton affirmed. "According to the fragmented logs left by our forebears, the Starry Wing served as an auxiliary research station to the Celestial Watchtower, primarily focused on energy and environmental adaptability studies. During their evacuation, they valiantly brought forth the station's most pivotal achievement, a miniaturized environmental purification and energy stabilization device, which we refer to as the Spark of Hope." At that moment, the elder returned, cradling an object enveloped in heavy radiation-resistant fabric, and cautiously placed it upon the table. Mayor Barton approached and slowly unveiled the protective covering. Inside lay a device approximately half a meter tall, characterized by a sleek and flowing design, constructed entirely of a silvery, unknown metal. At its center was a transparent core chamber, within which flickered a small cluster of faint yet remarkably pure energy, emanating a gentle white light. This energy entity exuded an essence akin to the purifying force of zero, yet possessed an ancient and stable aura. The Spark of Hope apparatus can continuously generate a weak force field, purifying the air, water, and soil within a certain radius of radiation and pollutants, while stabilizing the surrounding energy environment. Mayor Barton regarded the flickering light with reverence, stating, "It is with its aid that we cultivate crops, drink clean water, and are shielded from corruption on this tainted land. It is the beacon of hope for our town." Ling Ye's gaze settled upon the Spark of Hope device. His perception revealed that the technological principles of this device were akin to those of the Celestial Heart. However, the core cluster of energy flames seemed to embody an exceptionally unique purifying rule, one that approached the essence itself, even more pure and fundamental than the power of zero. This was no mere technological creation. Number 7 leaned in closer, observing with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "What a remarkable artifact. The level of technology here is quite impressive. No wonder the corrupted ones were frantically attempting to breach this place. This contraption was their nemesis." Indeed, Mayor Barton expressed his grave concerns, suspecting that the recent erratic behavior of the corrupted ones was due to the apparent waning of the Starfire's power. "Waning?" Ling Yi inquired. "Yes," an elderly technician responsible for maintaining the Starfire device spoke, his thick glasses perched on his nose, his voice hoarse. "The device itself operates normally, but the brightness of the core flames has diminished by more than half compared to a decade ago, and the purification range is also shrinking. We cannot ascertain the cause, nor can we replenish its energy. At this rate, we fear that, at most, we have a few more years." The technician did not elaborate further, but everyone understood the implications. Without the protection of the starfire, the town would swiftly succumb to pollution and the onslaught of the corrupted ones. Ling Yi extended his finger, delicately tapping the metallic shell of the device. His mental energy gradually seeped inside. The internal structure of the device was extraordinarily intricate, far surpassing contemporary technology. Yet the energy transmission circuits were indeed showing signs of aging and degradation. As for the core cluster of energy flames, Ling Yi discerned that it was not an infinite source of energy. Its essence lay in the slow combustion of an exceptionally unique fragment of rules, which was being consumed to generate purifying power. This fragment of rules was gradually depleting. It required supplementary fuel, Ling Yi concluded. Fuel? Mayor Barton and the technician were taken aback. The records left by the ancestors had never mentioned the need for fuel. They had always assumed it operated autonomously. Perhaps in a complete environment, it could automatically replenish from some source, Number 7 speculated. But now it is isolated here, akin to water without a source. Ling Yi pondered for a moment, refocusing his mental energy on the cluster of rule flames. He attempted to summon a fragment of his own rule power, cautiously infusing it into the flames. Buzz! The once dulled flames suddenly brightened as if quenched by the long-awaited rain. Though faint, the effect was indeed palpable. Both Mayor Barton and the technician witnessed this subtle transformation, their bodies trembling with excitement. Great One, can you replenish the starfire? Mayor Barton's voice quivered, as though witnessing a true miracle. For the time being, Ling Yi withdrew his finger. Relying solely on his rule power for replenishment was far too inefficient and merely a temporary solution. They needed to find the source of this specific fragment of rules or completely repair or even replicate the device. Yet, this revelation was enough to send waves of joy through all the townsfolk. It signified the continuation of hope. At that moment, Zero gently tugged at Ling Yi's sleeve, extending her delicate fingers toward the bottom of the starfire device's core chamber. There, several exceedingly tiny crystal fragments, almost fused with the metal, shimmered with iridescent light. Ling Yi's gaze sharpened. Were those fragments of the celestial key? Although exceedingly minute, that unique fluctuation of rules is unmistakable. Is it possible that the fuel for this stellar device is comprised of fragments of the star key? Or could it be that the fragments themselves encapsulate a certain essence that can be transmuted into purifying power? This discovery bears immense significance. Number 7 also took note, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, exchanging a glance with Ling Yi, both comprehending each other's thoughts. Mayor Barton, perceiving their unusual expressions, inquired anxiously, "My lord, is there an issue?" Ling Yi suppressed his swirling thoughts and calmly replied, "I have discerned the nature of the fuel, and I possess a means to procure more." He shifted the conversation, asking, "What do you know about the interior of the ruins, particularly regarding the origin of the stellar fire or the locations of similar devices?" Mayor Barton strained to recall the fragmented information left by his ancestors. Most of the ancestral logs have been damaged. They merely mentioned that the core technology of the stellar fire originated from the Life Cradle Laboratory of the starry firmament. Beyond that, I am unaware. The Life Cradle Laboratory? Ling Yi noted this name, as it likely referred to the official designation of the ecological arc area he had previously encountered in his permissions. Excellent. Ling Yi rose to his feet, asserting, "We shall resolve the issues of stellar fire fuel and the corrupted. In exchange, the town must assist us by providing information about this region and aiding us in resource collection." This was not a request, but a declaration. Mayor Barton and all the elders bowed without hesitation, responding promptly, "We shall obey your commands, my lord. The town of Oblivion is at your service." Absolute power breeds hope, and naturally, it can also yield unwavering loyalty. Ling Yi nodded, instructing Number 7 and 0, "First, deal with the remaining threats outside." He referred to those corrupted beings trapped in forced slumber. They were a lingering peril. Upon exiting the council chamber and observing the monsters sprawled across the ground, Number 7 flexed his wrist and asked, "How shall we proceed? Dismantle them entirely? Or shall we allow Zero to purify them?" Ling Yi's gaze swept over the tainted and distorted beings, his eyes shimmering with rule runes. Rule modification. Separate the abnormal polluted energy conglomerates from the target group, the corrupted, while preserving the fundamental life structures. An invisible force swept across the battlefield. The slumbering corrupted beings had their dark purple polluted energy forcibly extracted from their bodies, coalescing in the air into a swirling, howling mass of filth. Stripped of the pollution, the corrupted rapidly reverted to their original human or animal forms, albeit significantly weakened and emaciated from prolonged contamination, then succumbed to a deeper natural slumber. The mass of foul energy emitted a sharp shriek, struggling in vain, only to be grasped effortlessly by Ling Yi. Rule modification. energy structure disintegration. With a soft pop, the energy sphere imploded like a burst bubble, vanishing without a trace. In its place lay numerous survivors and animals, all in slumber, yet restored to their original forms. The entire town fell once more into silence. Everyone, including number 7, stood in stunned amazement at this spectacle. This was no mere display of power. It was a miraculous act of creation and redemption. Yet, Ling Yi seemed to regard it as a mere trifling act. Addressing the astonished Mayor Barton, arrange for someone to care for them. Upon awakening, they shall become your new workforce. With that, he turned, gazing into the depths of the ruins. The next objective, the Cradle of Life Laboratory. Chapter 60, Deep Within the Cradle. A miracle of life, temporarily entrusting the affairs of the forgotten town to Mayor Barton, who would oversee the awakened survivors, gather local resource information, and provide a stable secret passage into the ruins. Ling Yi, number 7, and 0 returned once more to the heart of the stars. With a clear objective, the Cradle of Life Laboratory, Ling Yi's authority to search became markedly more focused. Soon, he pinpointed the detailed coordinates and blueprints of the laboratory within the vast star core database. It lay in another sector of the ruins, distanced from the energy core and closer to the ecological maintenance system. The route was somewhat intricate, requiring passage through several abandoned ecological domes and a corridor of low-temperature hibernation chambers. Number 7 scrutinized the path diagram shared by Ling Yi, stroking his chin, hoping no peculiar caretakers or rogue gardeners would emerge once more. The trio embarked again upon the energy path, this time directed towards the life wing of the ruins. The scenery along the way transformed once again. The metallic corridors gradually gave way to a semi-transparent material resembling biological membranes, the humidity in the air noticeably increasing. Imbued with the fresh scent of earth and flora, starkly contrasting with the industrial grime of the previous sectors and the acrid ozone of the energy zone. Occasionally, they glimpsed peculiar, long-dead botanical specimens, sealed within transparent compartments in the walls. Their first significant area was a vast, albeit dilapidated, ecological dome. The reinforced glass of the dome lay shattered in most places, the systems simulating sunlight long extinguished, leaving behind only bizarre fungi and moss, resilient to radiation and shadow, that spread across the remaining artificial soil, emitting a faint phosphorescence. Small mutated creatures scurried through the ruins, fleeing in panic upon their approach. It appeared the ecological cycle here had long since collapsed, number 7 remarked, casually severing a predatory fungus attempting to eject spores with his energy blade. Beyond the crumbling dome lay a lengthy corridor, shrouded in a pale blue cold light. Flanking the corridor were rows of neatly arranged low-temperature hibernation pods, resembling metallic coffins. Most of the indicator lights on the pods had long since dimmed, their lids covered in thick frost. Through the murky observation windows, shadows of long-deceased figures were visible. This was a protracted slumber that had awaited an awakening that never came, permeated by a sorrowful silence. One of the hopes of the bygone era fleeing from ultimate destruction, now regrettably lost. Number 7's voice carried an unusual weight. Even he found it difficult to remain entirely unmoved in the face of such collective demise. 0 gazed at the hibernation pods, a flicker of faint sorrow passing through her violet eyes, as if she could sense the lingering regrets of those lost lives. Ling Yi's gaze swept calmly across the scene, the power of order perceiving the status of these hibernation pods. Energy had been interrupted, and the life support systems had failed by over 99.8%. No signs of life remained. His tone remained objective, as if reporting data. Life and death are but components of the grand design. They hasten their pace through the oppressive corridor of slumber. At last, guided by the coordinates, they arrived before a magnificent gate, uniquely fashioned as if woven from colossal vines and metal. The door shimmered with a soft green energy pattern. At its center a crest symbolizing life and the DNA helix. This was the entrance to the Cradle of Life Laboratory. The gate required a specific biological genetic code or elevated authorization to unlock. Ling Yi directly invoked his privileges, causing the patterns on the door to illuminate and silently part to the sides. What poured forth from behind the door was an intoxicatingly rich and vibrant essence of pure energy, mingled with the fragrances of various plants and the humid embrace of moisture. The spectacle beyond the door elicited astonishment even from the seasoned number 7 and the perpetually composed 0. It was not a cold laboratory, but an expansive, self-contained ecological paradise. Towering trees flourished with lush foliage, and an array of previously unseen, softly glowing exotic plants thrived. Crystal-clear streams babbled serenely, interspersed with small artificial lakes and cascading waterfalls. The system simulating sunlight remained intact, casting warm rays, while luminescent insects danced through the air. Everything here pulsated with vitality, starkly contrasting the desolation and decay of the ruins outside. "My heavens!" exclaimed number 7. "How is it possible that this place remains so pristine? It is like a hidden utopia." Ling Ye's perception swiftly enveloped the entire ecological zone. The energy circulation system here was nearly flawless, forming a stable internal loop that scarcely relied on external energy inputs. Moreover, he sensed not one but several powerful and gentle sources of life energy sustaining this realm. According to the structural diagram, the core control area of the laboratory lay at the heart of the ecological zone. Ling Yi pointed in a direction where a white research tower stood, encircled by verdant flora. The trio made their way along a winding path, paved with glowing moss, toward the center. Along the way, they encountered numerous meticulously cultivated plants with unique properties. Some leaves harbored potent healing energies, certain fruits radiated pure mental vibrations, and there were even peculiar flowers that actively absorbed surrounding radiation and pollutants. Zero exhibited a particular fondness for the environment, curiously reaching out to touch a blue flower exuding a refreshing aura, which affectionately brushed against her fingertip. These plants embodied a pure essence of regulatory power. Ling Yi observed these creations, realizing they were not mere mutations, but the result of meticulous design and optimization. The biotechnology of the Alliance far surpassed imagination. No. 7 resonated deeply with this notion. Compared to the madmen of the genetic codex who only spawn monsters, this is the true path to evolution. Suddenly, the woods ahead rustled. A figure nimbly leaped down from the treetops, blocking their path. It was neither human nor a mutated creature, standing about a human's height. It was composed entirely of vibrant green vines and smooth wooden structures, resembling a humanoid form, with patterns akin to facial features, clutching a staff that emanated a green glow. Its energy fluctuations are both gentle and powerful, imbued with a vibrant life force, keenly observing the 3 unexpected visitors. Forest Guardians? Subject 7 assumes a defensive posture, sensing that this botanical construct is formidable. However, Ling Ye raises his hand to halt him. He perceives no hostility emanating from this entity, only vigilance and scrutiny. The construct's gaze sweeps over Subject 7, momentarily pausing on 0, as if puzzled yet drawn to her, before finally resting upon Ling Ye. It seems to have sensed the advanced authority he possesses. The wooden staff in its grasp gently taps the ground, sending forth a wave of soft green ripples. A soothing, slightly electronic feminine voice resonates directly in the minds of the 3. Advanced authority access detected. "Welcome to the Cradle of Life, esteemed authority holder. I am the guardian of the cradle. You may call me Qing Tong. You are not the scheduled researchers. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Ling Ye responds calmly. "Through mental communication, we seek the fuel for the Starfire device and wish to understand the relevant technology." A ripple of thought waves from Qing Tong, revealing the project concerning the miniaturized purification unit, whose core fuel is the life source crystal, generated by the mother tree in the central zone of the cradle. The mother tree? The life source crystal? Ling Ye immediately seizes the key point. "Take us to the mother tree." Qing Tong hesitates momentarily. The mother tree is the heart of the cradle and typically does not permit unauthorized personnel to approach. However, your authority level is sufficient. Please follow me, but maintain an attitude of reverence and do not disturb the mother tree's slumber. It turns and guides the trio deeper into the ecological zone. The further they venture, the more potent the life energy becomes, almost manifesting as a tangible mist. The surrounding flora grows increasingly extraordinary, featuring bellflowers that emit melodious sounds and luminescent ferns that can shift forms. Ultimately, they arrive at the center of the ecological zone. Here lies a vast circular clearing, at the very heart of which stands an indescribably colossal tree radiating a kaleidoscope of crystalline light. Its branches are sculpted from the purest crystal, while its leaves shimmer with vibrant energy. The roots delve deep into the earth, intertwining with the entire energy network of the ruins. Above the canopy, a small vortex of energy showers down streams of light. An overwhelming, benevolent life force, akin to that of a nurturing mother, emanates from the tree, nourishing the entire ecological zone. Nestled among the branches of this crystalline mother tree are dozens of fist-sized crystals, pulsating like hearts and emitting a soft white glow. These are indeed the life source crystals. Their essence is congruent with the flames within the Starfire device and Zero's purifying power, yet they are larger and purer. Zero gazes at the mother tree, her violet eyes brimming with affection and joy. She instinctively takes 2 steps forward, extending her small hand as if yearning to touch it. Qing Tong does not intervene, merely observing quietly. When Zero's fingers gently brush against the trunk of the mother tree, a resonating hum erupts. The entire mother tree suddenly bursts forth with an unprecedented brilliance. The gentle light rain cascades down like a waterfall. The pulsating frequencies of all the crystals instantaneously synchronize, producing a celestial resonance. A radiant aura of purification erupted from Zero's entire being, harmonizing brilliantly with the luminescence of the mother tree, merging into a singular entity. It seemed as though she could hear the joyous whispers and gentle calls of the mother tree. The brilliance persisted for several moments before gradually subsiding. Zero stood in place, her small face adorned with a look of bewilderment and happiness, feeling an indescribable bond with the world around her and the mother tree itself. The thoughts of the Vine Guardian were filled with astonishment and excitement. A pure life form could resonate so profoundly with the mother tree. It was nothing short of a miracle. Ling Yi observed Zero and the mother tree, a glimmer of understanding flickering in his eyes. The essence of Zero's purifying power might very well stem from this most fundamental principle of life. Number 7 stroked his chin, gazing at the crystals with gleaming eyes. So, the fuel for the starfire is those crystals? Might we procure some? The Vine Guardian's thoughts conveyed. The life essence crystals are naturally formed products after the mother tree absorbs and purifies energy, utilized to sustain the expansion of the cradle and experimental projects. Collecting small amounts periodically is permissible, but excessive collection may harm the mother tree's essence. It paused briefly before continuing. As the holder of the highest authority, you possess the capability and have brought forth a pure life form, Zero, that resonates with the mother tree. Perhaps you would be inclined to assist the cradle in completing a project that has languished for countless years? Ling Yi inquired. What project? A vast stream of information flowed through the Vine Guardian's thoughts. It contained the design blueprint for an ultimate ecological weapon known as the Life Envoy. This entity was not intended for destruction, but rather for purification, healing, and ecological restoration. Its core drive relied on the life essence crystals and the consciousness of a pure life form capable of resonating with the mother tree. This project had stalled due to the persistent difficulty in finding a suitable consciousness carrier. The Vine Guardian's gaze turned expectantly towards Zero. Would you be willing to let her become the Envoy of Life? Chapter 61. Envoy of Life. Seeds of the future. The light of the crystal mother tree gradually dimmed, and Zero withdrew her hand, her small face still bearing a hint of the innocence and resonance experienced in connection with such a grand existence. She felt a warm glow within her, as if an inexhaustible power coursed through her, and her perception of the surrounding life became sharper and more acute. The thoughts of the Vine Guardian were filled with unprecedented excitement and anticipation. Its body, composed of vines, trembled slightly as it once again appealed to Ling Yi, holder of authority. The Life Envoy project is one of the pinnacle masterpieces designed by the Alliance to address the challenges of planetary transformation in harsh environments and post-war ecological restoration. It is not a weapon of war, but a vessel for sowing life and hope. It has the capacity to purify pollution on a grand scale, foster vegetation, stabilize the crust, and even modify local climate rules to a certain extent. A vast stream of design information continued to flood Ling Yi's consciousness. It described a highly integrated, complex structure resembling an exoskeletal armor intertwined with life, which necessitated a substantial consumption of life essence crystals and required a consciousness that resonates with the mother tree, pure and unblemished, to serve as the driving and controlling core. Once successful, the power that the Life Envoy could wield would far surpass Zero's current spontaneous purifying abilities, achieving a level of transformative potential that could reshape the world. However, the search for a suitable carrier remained an arduous quest. The thoughts of the Vine are tinged with regret. Ordinary life cannot endure the energy surge experienced during the connection of consciousness. Meanwhile, advanced artificial intelligence lacks the spirituality and creativity inherent to life, rendering it incapable of fully realizing its potential. For countless epochs, the project has remained in a state of dormancy until today, when I felt her purity as her gaze once again focused on Zero. Number 7 also set aside his nonchalant demeanor, his expression now serious as he regarded Ling Yi and Zero. This was evidently a decision of utmost importance, one that would influence not only Zero's future, but also the very composition of their team's strength. What implications would becoming a Life Envoy hold for her? Ling Yi posed the critical question, needing to assess the risks involved. The consciousness would be permanently linked with the mother tree, sharing the information and perceptions of the life network, and could access certain resources from the cradle. Her purifying power would undergo exponential enhancement and could manifest through the Envoy armor, thereby expanding her influence. However, she would also experience more profoundly the joys and sorrows of life, and the dichotomy of purity and pollution in the environment. The Vine responded candidly, stating that, at its core, this was an elevation rather than a distortion. She would become the tendril and spokesperson of the mother tree, reaching out into the world. Zero lifted her gaze, her violet eyes meeting Ling Ye's, and then glancing at the warm, crystalline mother tree, as if instinctively grasping the vine's intent. She gently tugged at Ling Ye's clothing, her voice soft yet resolute. "Master, I wish to help, to bring forth blossoms in the withered places." Her desire was simple yet pure, perfectly aligned with the essence of her power. Ling Yi gazed into Zero's eyes, falling into silence for several seconds. He could sense the yearning within her heart, and, utilizing the power of the rules, could roughly deduce the feasibility and potential risks of the Life Envoy project. The risks appeared manageable, while the rewards were substantial. This endeavor would not only significantly enhance Zero's strength, but also provide a formidable advantage for purifying the wasteland and combating the pollution of the void in the future. Very well, Ling Yi resolved. What preparations are necessary? The vine's thoughts instantly radiated with a joyful brilliance. Excellent. We primarily require 3 things. First, a sufficient quantity of life essence crystallized as initial energy and construction material. Second, access to the Between of Creation to initiate the project, where the original blueprints and construction units for the Envoy armor are preserved. And third, and most crucially, your highest authority for the final activation. She gestured towards the pulsating crystals nestled within the branches of the mother tree. The existing crystallized reserves should suffice. The Between of Creation is located within the underground core of the research tower. Once you authorize it, we can commence at any moment. Ling Yi nodded and raised his hand, subtly invoking the power of the rules to envelop the mother tree gently. Rule modification, designated target, life essence crystallized. Maximizing the quantity for safe collection. The mother tree swayed delicately, and dozens of mature life essence crystals fell from the branches like ripe fruit, lifted by an unseen force. Slowly drifting towards Ling Yi, suspended beside him, exuding a majestic yet gentle life energy. Number 7 gazed at the crystals, unable to suppress his astonishment. Goodness! The energy contained in a single crystal could likely fuel that small spark device for decades. I can't believe there are so many here. After collecting the crystals, guided by the vine, the trio entered the white research tower, taking an operational lift that descended into the depths. Beneath lies an expansive space, impeccably pristine and imbued with a sense of futuristic technology. At its center stands a circular platform, encircled by a multitude of intricate biological printing, energy shaping, and regulated engraving devices, most of which currently remain dormant. Qing Tong approaches the main control console, connecting tendril-like wires into its interface. Instantly, the entire creation chamber illuminates, revealing countless screens that display complex biological energy data and design blueprints. Please place the life source crystal into the energy conduit at the center of the platform. Then Zero. Step into the center of the platform, Qing Tong instructs. Ling Yi obediently places the crystal into the conduit and moves to stand at the platform's center, a hint of nervous anticipation gracing her youthful face. Authorized personnel, please confirm the final authorization. Qing Tang's demeanor shifts to one of solemnity. Ling Yi places her hand upon the authorization panel of the main console. Authorization confirmed. Initiating the Life Messenger project. A rumble resonates throughout the creation chamber. A torrent of immense energy is drawn from the life source crystal, transforming into a vibrant cascade that surges into the surrounding devices. Countless beams of highly concentrated energy converge upon Zero at the platform's center. Her form is enveloped in a radiant light. Yet, she feels no pain. Rather, she experiences a warmth and comfort akin to returning to the womb. These energy beams do not destruct. Instead, they intricately construct and weave, merging deeply with her purifying essence and consciousness. A streamlined armor, displaying a blend of white jade and verdant hues, flows over her body, adorned with lifelike luminescent patterns. The armor's design is elegant and divine, unfurling behind her a structure of pure energy, akin to luminous wings, while in her grasp materializes a slender life staff, crowned with a crystal from the mother tree. This transformation unfolds over the span of approximately 15 minutes. As the radiance gradually dissipates, Zero reemerges, prompting a sharp intake of breath from number 7. At this moment, Zero appears reborn. She retains her original visage, yet her aura has become more sacred and ethereal, emanating a vast wave of life energy that is both profound and gentle. The Life Messenger armor fits her flawlessly, as though it were always a part of her being. With a gentle motion, she taps her staff, sending forth a vibrant green halo that revitalizes the entire creation chamber. She slowly opens her eyes, and within her violet irises, galaxies seem to flow, brimming with wisdom and compassion. Turning to Ling Yi, she offers a smile that is even more vivid and warm than before. Master, I have succeeded. I feel an extraordinary connection. I can hear the myriad voices of life. Her voice resonates with an ethereal echo, soothing the very soul. Ling Yi perceives clearly that Zero's essence of life has undergone a monumental elevation. Her power level has ascended to an unprecedented height, brushing against the realm of rules. More importantly, she has forged an indomitable bond with the Mother Tree Crystal, the cradle of all life, and the broader network of natural existence. Excellent. Ling Yi nodded, a rare glimmer of satisfaction illuminating her gaze. Qing Tang's thoughts brimmed with delight and excitement. Perfect. Even surpassing the design's expectations. She is truly born to be the harbinger of life. Congratulations to you, bearer of authority. Congratulations to you, messenger of life. Zero gently fluttered her luminous wings, her ethereal form ascending gracefully to stand before Ling Yi, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Master, for granting me this opportunity. I shall assist you more effectively in purifying this world. At that moment, Zero suddenly tilted her head slightly, as if attuned to some distant sound. She had inherited a portion of the Mother Tree's perceptive abilities. Master, the Mother Tree has conveyed to me that within the deepest recesses of the cradle, in a sealed isolation chamber, an ancient guest lies in slumber. It seems both sorrowful and significant. An ancient guest? Sorrowful? Significant? Ling Yi exchanged glances with number 7. Does the cradle harbor further secrets? Lead the way. Ling Yi commanded without hesitation. Zero nodded, her wings shimmering gently as she flew towards a concealed passage deeper within the realm of creation. Ling Yi and number 7 followed closely behind. Qing Tang's thoughts conveyed a tinge of hesitation. That isolation chamber possesses a remarkably high access level, requiring dual authorization. It is said to contain spoils brought back from the depths of the cosmos during the twilight of the Alliance, also one of the sources of calamity. Its tone grew complex and grave. Chapter 62, The Ancient Guest and the Whisper of the Void. Zero's words, along with Qing Tang's weighty addition, cast a shadow over the recently achieved elation of the Life Messenger's elevation. An ancient guest, sealed away by the Alliance with the highest authority, and deemed one of the sources of calamity, lies in slumber within the deepest depths of this cradle of life. Ling Yi exhibited no hesitation. Open it. Qing Tang's thoughts surged with struggle. Bearer of authority, please exercise caution. That entity's emotions are exceedingly unstable, and its whispers could penetrate the isolation chamber, subtly affecting the cradle's ecology. To act recklessly carries unknown risks. Precisely for that reason, the truth must be unveiled. Ling Yi's tone remained calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. The unknown is the greatest risk of all. Number 7 licked her lips, her eyes glinting with a mix of wariness and intense curiosity. Spoils brought back from the depths of the cosmos during the twilight of the Alliance? And related to calamity? This sounds far more thrilling than battling the corrupted. Open it. It must be opened. Perhaps we shall unearth significant revelations regarding the shadows of the void. Seeing Ling Yi's resolute demeanor, Qing Tang ceased its objections. As the guardian, it must comply with the commands of the highest authority. The opening of the isolation chamber requires dual authorization, your supreme authority, and the resonance confirmation from the Life Messenger. Qing Tang explained. This is to prevent the misuse or hijacking of authority. Please follow me. Under Zero's guidance, they traversed a hidden passage at the rear of the realm of creation, which almost melded with the wall. The passage sloped downward, the surrounding material gradually transforming into a unique, somber alloy that absorbed energy and spirit. The walls adorned with powerful sealing runes that, despite the passage of time, still emanated a disquieting, oppressive force. At the end of the passage stood a colossal, round metal door, entirely devoid of seams or handles. The door was inscribed with intricate sealing matrices. At its center lay a dual lock that required both a permission key and a life energy authentication to unlock. The space surrounding the door was subtly warped, evidently enveloped by a formidable force field. Merely standing before the door, one could sense a faint yet chilling and frenzied intent attempting to penetrate the mind. Imbued with suffocating despair and distorted greed, the life aura emanating from Zero naturally repelled this intent, purifying and dispelling it. She felt a pang of anguish as her brow furrowed slightly. She could perceive the emotions lurking beyond the door with greater clarity. Ling Yi pressed his hand against the permission authentication area, while Zero positioned her Life Messenger staff, radiating a soft white light, against the life energy authentication zone. Authorization confirmed. Resonance confirmed. A deep hum resonated from the dual lock, the sealing matrices on the door illuminating one by one, only to swiftly dim once more. The force field shrouding the entrance dissipated accordingly. The heavy circular metal door slid silently inward, revealing a fleeting path of light, which was soon engulfed by the overwhelmingly dense, frigid darkness that surged forth from beyond. Behind the door lay an immense spherical chamber. Within this space, no light source existed. Only at its center floated a colossal, indescribable entity ensnared by a transparent energy confinement field. It was not a conventional life form, but rather a chaotic amalgamation, constantly writhing and shifting, composed of pure shadows and shattered stars. Its surface intermittently manifested enormous, indifferent, non-human ocular phantoms, and at other times, countless mouths filled with jagged teeth that emitted silent howls. Countless twisted, tentacle-like shadows thrashed violently within the confinement field, striving to break free from their shackles. An indescribable sense of fear and revulsion, born from the very instinct of life, surged forth. It was as if one gazed upon the most profound darkness and madness of the cosmos. Number 7 recoiled abruptly, her complexion paling, as fragments of her source code trembled violently, sending forth a stark warning. Even Zero, who had just ascended, instinctively tightened her grip on the staff, her life aura swelling as though facing a formidable adversary. Only Ling Yi remained unperturbed, his mental barriers insulating him from all negative impacts. While the Eye of Rules calmly analyzed the being before them. Is this the ancient guest? Number 7's voice was somewhat hoarse, and this entity appeared anything but amicable. The thoughts of Qing Tung reached them, laden with profound trepidation. According to fragmented records, it is referred to as the Void Predator or the Whisperer of the Star Sea, a rare specimen captured by the Alliance Expeditionary Force during their exploration of a star system recently consumed by the Void Shadow. It is not the essence of the Void Shadow itself, but rather a higher sentinel or messenger that accompanies it. The intent to study it was initially to discover methods to combat the Void Shadow. However, Qing Tung's thoughts were imbued with lingering dread, yet its very existence is a source of contamination. Its whispers can directly corrode the mind and distort the perception of reality. The initial research station experienced a massive mental collapse and mutation due to the leakage of its whispers, ultimately necessitating its urgent transfer to the most secure life cradle for the highest level of containment. Even so, its influence remains challenging to completely isolate. As if to validate Qing Tung's words, the bound shadow of chaos suddenly surged violently. A chilling, distorted notion, infused with insatiable greed and malice, forcefully broke through the weakened constraints, directly assaulting the consciousness of the three individuals, not through language, but through raw, mental imagery, imprisoning foolish ants, releasing their thirst, sensing the pure, delectable essence of life, along with the fragrance of rules, devouring to evolve, returning to dominance. The void shall ultimately engulf all. Resistance is futile. This notion was frenzied and powerful, brimming with the desire for destruction and consumption, even attempting to twist their wills. Zero exclaimed sharply, and the life staff halted abruptly. An immense halo of purification surged forth like a tidal wave, colliding fiercely with the malicious thought, dispersing and purifying most of it. However, her delicate countenance paled instantly, clearly indicating a significant drain of energy. Number 7 let out a muffled grunt, a fleeting chaos and brutality flashing in his eyes. But it was quickly stabilized by his formidable willpower and fragments of source code. He exclaimed in anger, "This wretched entity can also launch a mental assault." Ling Yi's gaze turned icy. Stepping forward, he shielded Zero behind him, unleashing the power of rules like an invisible tempest, crushing against the shadowy mass. Rule modification, target mental radiation intensity, forcibly diminishing it by 99%. Rule modification, constraint field intensity, instantly elevating it by 300%. Rule modification, additional rule of absolute silence. The triad of rule powers overlapped and took effect. The frenzied shadow of chaos suddenly faltered. The terrifying mental oppression and frenzied whispers it emanated plummeted to an almost imperceptible level. The surrounding energy constraint field blazed brightly, becoming extraordinarily stable, firmly locking it in place, rendering even its writhing movements exceedingly difficult. The entire spherical space fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had frozen. The ancient guest seemed engulfed in immense shock and fury, unable to comprehend what had transpired, only aware that the whispers and pressures capable of driving any life to madness had been effortlessly extinguished by the other party in a manner beyond its understanding. Ling Yi gazed at it coldly. "Now, we can converse properly." His mental power, akin to the sharpest probe, forcefully breached the chaotic defenses of the entity's consciousness, capturing fragmented memories and shards of knowledge. This process was fraught with resistance, as the ancient guest's consciousness was exceedingly strange and resilient, fighting back wildly. Zero maintained the purification field with all her strength, preventing any trace of contamination from seeping through. Number 7 remained on high alert, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Fragmented information surged into Ling Ye's consciousness like a tidal wave, endless void pursuing the stars, devouring and evolving, subservient to a greater weaver of will, a chilling, spiderweb-like structure of a terrifying image. Observation reports awaiting the great tide. This universe will ultimately fall into silence. Fear those aberrations that can modify the threads. This fragment pointed toward Ling Yi, laden with intense wariness and hostility. Ling Yi grasped the key insight. The weaver? The great tide? Aberrations? This seemed to unveil a deeper societal structure, if it could even be termed as such, in the action plan of the shadows of the void. They are not mere chaotic devourers. Rather, they possess a higher-order command system and a distinct purpose. It seems they await a specific opportunity within the tides. Entities like Ling Yi, capable of altering the rules, are regarded as anomalies, necessitating vigilance and elimination. At that moment, the ancient guest appeared to realize its inability to resist Ling Ye's probing. Its core began to contract violently, emanating dangerously unstable waves of destructive energy. This is dire. It intends to self-destruct its core. Qing Tong issued a terrified warning, foretelling the release of a void energy storm powerful enough to devastate a significant portion of the cradle. Number 7's expression changed drastically. Zero immediately contracted the purifying halo, preparing for full defense. A glint of cold light flashed in Ling Ye's eyes. It would not allow its intentions to come to fruition. Rule modification, target energy core fusion reaction, concept defined as unoccurring. Rule modification, target consciousness activity level, forcibly reduced to the minimum required for survival. The impending explosive destructive energy was extinguished in an instant, like a flame snuffed out by an invisible hand, dissipating silently. The ancient guest's frantically struggling consciousness was abruptly severed, plunging into the deepest, most unresisting silence, leaving only the most basic functions of life. Within the spherical space, silence reigned once more. The crisis was averted. Number 7 let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from their brow. This entity is more sinister than 10 genetic scriptures combined. Zero also exhaled, her complexion still somewhat pale. The recent confrontation had taken a toll on her. Ling Yi retracted his mental energy, his gaze profound. Though he had not acquired all the information, the fragments obtained were already astonishing. The weaver, the tide, the anomaly. The threat of the void-esque shadow was far more organized and purposeful than he had previously anticipated. He glanced at the now silent ancient guest. It still holds value. Seal this place. Without my command, no one is to approach. Understood. Qing Tong immediately complied. Ling Yi turned, leading Zero and Number 7 away from the oppressive spherical space. The metallic door silently closed once more, sealing the darkness and secrets within. Yet the information extracted was sufficient to stir turbulent waves within the hearts of the three. The path ahead appeared clearer, yet fraught with peril. Chapter 64, Energy Core. Rule reconstruction. Having departed from the cradle of life, Ling Ye's figure, guided by the energy pathways, swiftly returned to the vast and dilapidated energy core region. Unlike the previous endeavor of clearing the passage, this time his objective was clearly situated at the deepest part of the area, akin to the heart of a steel behemoth, the central energy matrix. The closer he approached the core, the more grotesque the environment became. Thick energy conduits twisted like contorted veins, with remnants of void moss still visible in many places, remnants of purification or wounds inflicted by earlier battles. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone from energy leaks and the charred aroma of overheated metal. The enormous turbine blades lay motionless. The control console screens shrouded in darkness, with only a few emergency lights casting a faint glow, illuminating the desolation of this industrial wasteland. According to the blueprints from the Star Core database, Ling Yi deftly evaded all remaining traps and structural hazards, arriving at the main control hall of the energy matrix. The hall was expansive enough to accommodate several large vessels, with a seemingly bottomless shaft at its center. At the bottom of the shaft lay a dimly glowing, colossal energy source, ensconced in a tangle of fractured pipes and damaged components. This was the heart of the relic, a highly miniaturized reactor based on singularity technology. At this moment, it resembled the lifeless remains of a star, with only faint residual heat attesting to its once formidable existence. Surrounding the shaft were intricately layered and dazzlingly complex control platforms, cooling systems, energy distributors, and backup battery arrays. Most of the equipment bore severe damage, either corroded or physically shattered. Ling Yi hovered above the control console, his mental prowess intricately intertwined with his primary authority, scanning the entirety of the energy matrix with surgical precision to assess the extent of the damage. The situation was graver than anticipated. The core reactor exhibited a 73% failure rate in the singularity confinement field, with over 60% of the fuel injection pipes blocked or ruptured, and the energy output terminals severely melted. The primary energy pipeline network was riddled with fractures, blockages, and energy contamination, with transmission efficiency plummeting to a mere 5% of its peak performance. The control system had more than 80% of its units offline or damaged, and the cooling system was nearly entirely incapacitated. The remaining backup energy consisted of 3 sets of high-energy batteries, whose charge was rapidly depleting, insufficient to support extensive repair operations. This was a system on the brink of total collapse. For any engineer or faction faced with such a dire scenario, the only recourse would be to declare abandonment. Yet, what Ling Yi perceived was not a mere heap of scrap metal, but rather a complex model awaiting reconfiguration, composed of myriad physical laws, energy formulas, and engineering logic. His immediate need was a stable energy source to initiate the preliminary repair program. Clearly, the 3 sets of waning backup batteries were inadequate. Ling Yi turned his gaze to a corner of the hall, where supplies salvaged from the Forgotten Town Passage and the Cradle of Life were stacked, including high-purity energy crystals and specialized alloys. He gestured with his hand, summoning several life source crystals and a few high-purity energy crystals into his grasp. The life source crystals contained highly ordered life rule energy, while the high-purity energy crystals represented relatively chaotic foundational energy. Rule modification: specify the internal structure of the energy crystals, direct deconstruction, and convert them into stable electrical output. Rule modification: output electrical parameters to match the emergency interface standards of the main control console. The crystals in his hands instantly radiated a soft and steady glow, their pure electrical energy flowing gently like a docile stream into an emergency charging port of the main console. Buzz. On the control console, several crucial screens flickered to life, displaying a fragmented system interface alongside numerous red fault alerts. With the most basic power supply established, Ling Yi commenced the true reconstruction of the rules. His mental energy, akin to the most precise nanobots, began to intervene at the microscopic level throughout the energy matrix. The first step: to clear and unclog. Rule modification: the intermolecular forces of blockages within the designated area, main energy conduit, are nullified. Rule modification: the residual polluted energy adhering to the inner walls of the designated area, pipe interior, undergoes structural disintegration. The once obstructed interior of the massive pipes, laden with moss remnants, metallic debris, and polluted energy, now witnesses the blockages being instantaneously disintegrated into their fundamental particles by an invisible force, subsequently expelled by a gentle airflow from the pipe's mouth. The inner walls of the pipes gleam with pristine clarity. Step 2. Localized repair and reinforcement. Rule modification: the activity of metallic atoms at the fracture points of the designated damaged pipe escalates, enabling autonomous directional migration and bonding. Rule modification: the microscopic structure of the specified special alloy material undergoes atomic-level remolding according to the blueprint, filling structural deficiencies. At the fracture points of the broken pipes, the metal seems to possess a life of its own, extending, connecting, and fusing autonomously, restoring itself in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the nearby special alloy materials flow like liquid, precisely filling the corroded or breached structural gaps, swiftly solidifying into a robust entity indistinguishable from the surrounding material. Step 3. Core restart. This is the most critical and perilous phase. Should the singularity reactor spiral out of control, the consequences would be dire. Ling Yi's mental prowess is intensely concentrated, akin to dancing on a tightrope. Rule modification: temporary repairs and stabilization of the spacetime curvature at the damaged points of the singularity constraint field. Rule modification: a temporary energy siphoning effect is created at the end of the fuel injection pipe, guiding reserve crystalline energy for minimal ignition. Around the lifeless energy source at the bottom of the shaft, the distorted and damaged constraint field is forcibly stitched together by an imperceptible force of rules, stabilizing temporarily. A faint energy, emanating from the energy crystal, is precisely injected into the core of the reactor. It is as if a defibrillation shock has been delivered to a dying heart. Buzzing. The entire shaft trembles violently. The dim energy source at the center suddenly ignites a minuscule yet remarkably stable azure glow, like a spark igniting in the darkness. The singularity reactor has been reignited. Although the output power is merely equivalent to that of a light bulb, it signifies the restoration of its most fundamental function. The next step involves gradually increasing the output, repairing the control system, and reconnecting the entire network. Ling Yi does not pause for an instant, continuing to modify various physical parameters at an astonishing speed and precision, reconstructing energy circuits and repairing damaged units. The cooling system begins to reintroduce liquid coolant. The gates of the energy diverters rise sequentially. The malfunction indicators on the control platform shift from red to green one by one. The entire lifeless energy matrix, akin to a steel giant infused with a soul, begins to emit a deep, increasingly powerful humming sound. Vast amounts of energy commence their slow yet resolute flow through the cleared conduits, reaching every corner of the relic. Years of darkness are dispelled, emergency lights replaced by stable illumination, and certain areas of the life support systems and infrastructure begin to reboot. Ling Yi stands at the center of the control console, the force of rules swirling around him, like a conductor orchestrating a grand symphony performed by a steel ensemble. The entire process of restoring the energy matrix is a grand and intricate miracle governed by absolute rules. As the final primary energy circuit was activated, the reactor's output stabilized at a mere 10% of its base level, sufficient to sustain most non-combat functions. Ling Yi gradually withdrew his mental energy. The entire energy core area had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although it remained a far cry from its peak restoration, the fundamental energy supply was secure. Ling Yi sensed the faint heartbeat resonating throughout the relic, a testament to the fact that this crucial cornerstone had been preliminarily solidified by his efforts. The next step was to fully activate the relic's functions and convert this power into an absolute advantage for integrating the wasteland. He took a step forward, his figure vanishing into the energy pathways, heading towards the next target, the nanofactory. The era of resources was on the brink of arrival. Chapter 63, The Dawn of Integration. Turmoil in the wasteland upon leaving the suffocating isolation chamber and returning to the vibrant ecological zone. The three felt as though they had traversed through time. The warm glow and pure essence of life emanating from the Crystal Mother tree swiftly dispelled the lingering chill and madness in their hearts. Number 7 inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant air imbued with the scent of plants, as if to expel all traces of the previous taint. With a lingering sense of unease, he remarked, "Weaver, this information about the tide is far more explosive than the star key fragments. It seems we are not merely facing a horde of mindless pollution monsters, but rather a celestial catastrophe with a clear command system and strategic plan." Although Zero had expended considerable energy, her close connection to the mother tree in her life messenger form allowed her to recover swiftly. She nodded gently, her ethereal voice tinged with worry. "That guest is malevolent. It seeks to consume everything." Ling Ye's expression remained calm, yet his gaze had grown deeper than ever before. The intelligence acquired was indeed crucial. It elevated the war against the void shadows from a passive defensive cleanup to a strategic level requiring proactive planning, seeking out its core patterns and countering effectively. Information is a weapon, Ling Yi concluded. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly consolidate power, restore the relic, and gather star keys, ensuring ample resources before the tide arrived. He turned to Qing Tong, the cradle of life. Can it provide some immediate combat power or resource support in the short term? Qing Tang's thoughts resonated back with a hint of apology. Holder of authority, the cradle's primary functions are ecological maintenance, life research, and cultivation. Direct combat is not our forte. However, we can offer assistance. For instance, potent healing spores that can rapidly purify localized pollution through scavenger microbial populations, as well as seeds of plants with special effects. Additionally, the mother tree can periodically produce a small quantity of life source crystallants for use by life messengers or as advanced energy. After a brief pause, it added, "If given sufficient time and resources, we might attempt to activate some sealed natural guardian constructs, though they would require a substantial amount of energy and materials for repair." "That will suffice," Ling Yi nodded. Healing, purification, and special plants were equally vital for stabilizing the rear and supporting the front lines. He then directed his gaze towards number 7. The passage to Forgotten Town needs reinforcement, and a stable connection with this place must be established. The residents of the small town may serve as an initial labor force, tasked with gathering fundamental resources and maintaining the pathways. "Understood," said number 7. "I will make arrangements immediately." He also intended to resolve the issue of the starfire fuel to reassure Mayor Barton. Known for his decisive nature, he turned and swiftly departed through the passage. Ling Ye then addressed Zero. "You shall remain here to familiarize yourself with the powers of the life messenger. Assist Qingting in stabilizing the cradle and endeavor to engage in profound communication with the mother tree, seeking to acquire further information regarding the ruins or the outside world." "Yes, Master," Zero replied obediently, relishing the environment around her. After finalizing the preliminary arrangements, Ling Ye established a connection with the Muqing squad stationed at the Starry Gate. "What is the situation?" he inquired directly. Muqing's voice immediately resonated with excitement and a hint of report. "Mr. Ling, ever since you entered the core area, the outside has been in an uproar. After the Empire and the Free Federation's people escaped, they spread the news of your control over the ruins. Now, all factions on the plains are aware of it. Reactions vary. Get to the point. Yes, the reaction from the Eternal Empire is the most intense. They have heightened security at their encampments, and it appears that high-ranking officers are roaring through remote communications. Yet there has been no further action as they seem to be awaiting orders. The officer Kent from the Free Federation sent a letter of intent for cooperation, phrased in exceedingly humble terms, expressing a willingness to exchange substantial resources and intelligence for limited access to explore the ruins, adopting a very lowly posture. Leader Lin Fan of the Rebirth of Fire also sent envoys to reach out to us, displaying sincere intentions to engage in technological and material exchanges on an equal basis to jointly confront the wasteland crisis, hinting that they might possess information regarding a fragment of the Star Key. Other smaller factions mostly remain in a state of observation and shock, with several groups that previously aligned with the Empire or the Free Federation beginning to waver. Additionally, some mysterious lone travelers or small organizations, previously unseen, have started to operate along the edges of the plains, seemingly probing the situation. Muqing's report was clear and succinct, encapsulating the ripples caused by Ling Ye's control over the ruins. Ling Ye listened quietly, swiftly analyzing the reactions of various parties in his mind. The Empire is rigid yet cautious, refraining from rash actions until they ascertain his true strength. The Free Federation is pragmatic and cunning, attempting to barter for entry tickets through incentives. The Rebirth of Fire, with a long-term vision, seeks strategic collaboration and has dangled the bait of the Star Key fragment. The other factions are disorganized, ripe for division, persuasion, or intimidation. This is precisely the effect he desired. The display of absolute power, akin to a boulder cast into stagnant waters, inevitably stirs up tumultuous waves. What remains is to harness this upheaval for his own advantage. Respond to the Free Federation, expressing willingness to trade. Compile a list of materials we urgently require, primarily for the restoration of the energy matrix and nanofactories, and insist they provide tangible goods in exchange. Inform them that the pricing is determined by us, leaving no room for negotiation. Engage with the Rebirth of Fire, conveying an openness to collaboration, while requesting their sincerity, information about the Star Key fragment. We may permit their small technical team, under strict supervision, to enter designated areas on the periphery of the ruins for limited academic exchanges. A proclamation has been made. The ruins welcome any trade and limited cooperation that adheres to regulations. However, any attempts to provoke or intrude upon the core areas will be regarded as hostile, with consequences borne solely by the offenders. Ling Yi issued his directives with clarity, calmness, and efficiency. He refrained from immediately sweeping across the plains with brute force, as such actions would only incite desperate resistance and deplete his own energy. Instead, he employed a strategic combination of division, persuasion, trade, and deterrence to gradually establish his own rules and order, transforming external forces into resources at his disposal. Furthermore, Ling Yi added a final note to observe the newly emerged mysterious organizations and gather intelligence on them. He had a hunch that these shadowy figures might warrant more attention than the three dominant factions in plain sight. Understood, Mr. Ling. Muqing responded, her tone brimming with faith in Ling Ye's decisions. As the communication ended, Ling Yi stood beneath the crystalline mother tree, his gaze seemingly penetrating the barriers of the ruins. Witnessing the tumultuous wasteland plains beyond, the gears of integration had begun to turn. With the rules and the ruins in his grasp, he would be the sole player of this game. Now, he needed to address another pressing issue, the restoration of the energy matrix. Only with stable energy could he fully activate the functions of the ruins and support his future plans. In a flash, Ling Yi vanished into the energy pathways, heading towards the core energy zone. Behind him, the cradle of life remained tranquil yet vibrant, as Zero began to experiment with deeper communication with the mother tree, scattering droplets of life-giving light as its wings gently fluttered. Within and beyond the ruins, two realms were intricately linked through one individual, collectively embracing an unknown and magnificent future. Chapter 65. Nanofabricator, Resource Revolution. The low, resonant hum of the energy matrix resembled the heartbeat of the awakening ruins. As a steady flow of energy surged through the channels cleared by the force of regulation, reaching various dormant functional areas. Ling Ye's next objective was the nanofabrication plant located in the industrial sector, which he regarded as a pivotal fulcrum for leveraging the resource landscape of the wasteland. Through permission-based navigation, the energy pathways directly transported Ling Yi to the main entrance of the factory. In stark contrast to the rugged desolation of the energy zone, the exterior of the nanofabrication plant appeared remarkably clean and precise, its silver streamlined shell despite the passage of time, remained as smooth as new, with only a thin layer of dust at the entrance hinting at its silence. With permission granted, the airlock door slid open silently. The scene within elicited a glimmer of surprise in Ling Ye's eyes, accustomed as he was to high technology. The interior of the factory was an immensely vast and lofty clean space. Countless silver tracks crisscrossed the ceiling and floor, upon which tens of thousands of diverse nanofabrication units floated, resembling busy worker bees, albeit all currently at a standstill. At the center of the space stood dozens of massive raw material inlets and finished product outlets. The surrounding walls were densely covered with virtual screens displaying intricate molecular structure diagrams and manufacturing cues, most of which were dim at this moment. The silence here was eerie, as if it were a precision temple frozen in time. Ling Ye's mental prowess swept across the entire factory, thanks to its excellent sealing and internal maintenance systems. The degree of damage here was far less than that of the energy zone. The primary issue lies in the prolonged energy interruption, which has caused all systems to enter a state of dormancy. Some precision sensors and assembly arms have developed slight deviations over time, and the most crucial raw material repository is nearly completely depleted. Initiating the self-diagnostic procedure, Ling Yi issued commands to the factory's central intelligence with his authorization. As energy surged into the facility, a gentle blue illumination enveloped the interior, reminiscent of a serene twilight. Countless nano-assembly units along the ceiling's tracks flickered to life, akin to a cosmic river awakening, each illuminating tiny indicator lights. The light screens on the walls activated in succession, cascading with a torrent of self-diagnostic data. Main energy connection stable, system core online, nanounit activation rate at 998, severe shortage detected in raw material inventory, basic metal reserve at 0, 3, rare earth elements at 0, 0, 1, high energy catalysts at 0, precision deviation of assembly line 7 detected at 0, 0.00015 mm. Molecular printer head 13 has exceeded wear limits. Self-diagnostic complete. The factory is operational. Yet production capacity is severely constrained by raw material scarcity. Prioritization of basic metals and rare earth elements is recommended. The synthetic voice of the Central Intelligence calmly reported the situation. Ling Yi approached a raw material entry platform, adjacent to which was a sample testing port. He needed to have the factory scan and record the microscopic structural templates of the required materials before proceeding with targeted production. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a piece of common wasteland alloy scrap brought from the outside. Extracted from the storage space, a small subspace created by the force of rules, and placed it into the testing port. A scanning beam swept across the sample. Material analysis: iron 85, carbon 3, other impurities 12. Structure is loose, containing numerous bubbles and cracks. Evaluation: inferior waste material, usable for producing the most basic construction components or ordinary tools. Record template: record. Designate as wasteland standard iron. Ling Yi commanded, intending to facilitate the future recycling of metallic refuse from the wasteland. He then extracted a relatively intact Alliance standard alloy discovered within the ruins. Material analysis: titanium 60, aluminum 25, vanadium 10, other rare metals 5. Molecular arrangement is highly ordered, exhibiting exceptional strength, heat resistance, and energy conductivity. Evaluation: high-quality material, usable for producing finely crafted weaponry, power armor components, and precision instruments. Record template: record. Designate as Alliance standard alloy. Subsequently, he retrieved several high-purity energy crystals and a life essence crystal. High-density energy crystal structure detected as stable, energy purity at 99.99. Suitable for advanced energy sources or special equipment cores. Unknown high-order life energy aggregate detected, possessing purifying properties of immeasurable value. Cautious use advised. The factory intelligence even issued a warning regarding the life essence crystal. Ling Yi meticulously recorded the templates of the various materials. With these templates, the factory could accurately replicate corresponding products and even optimize them, provided sufficient raw materials were available. Yet, the greatest bottleneck remained the scarcity of resources. Ling Yi cast his gaze upon the structural map of the ruins displayed on the main control screen, particularly focusing on areas marked as storage zones, resource recovery stations, and coordinates within the asteroid belt. Retrieve the inventory list of all known storage areas and access permissions. Inventory retrieval in progress. Storage Area 73, adjacent to the industrial zone, completely cleared. Storage Area 112, deep cold storage insufficient permissions, potentially containing strategic reserves. Resource Recovery Station 3, offline, internal conditions unknown. Asteroid belt coordinates K77, rich in iron-nickel minerals. Coordinates T19, abundant in rare earth elements. Insufficient permissions for the deep cold storage? Lingye took note of this information. It appears that there are areas within the ruins that remain inaccessible to his current basic permissions, possibly involving higher-level secrets or strategic materials. The resource recovery station may still harbor salvageable waste. Mining in the asteroid belt would necessitate a spacecraft capable of interstellar travel, which is evidently the next objective. For now, he can only utilize the meager inventory available at the factory along with the newly recorded wasteland standard iron templates to engage in some small-scale production to alleviate immediate needs. Production list. 1. 100 units of standard specification high-energy batteries, utilizing residual energy and basic metals. 2. 20 universal maintenance robots for the interior of the ruins, requiring some precision parts, usable alloys from inventory. 3. 500 waste standard iron structural reinforcement piles for fortifying the Forgotten Town passage and external defenses. Command confirmed. Estimated required raw material inventory barely meets demand. Commencing production. Upon issuing the order, the entire factory sprang to life. The conveyor belts at the raw material entrance began to operate, transporting the last remaining metal ingots and energy blocks from the warehouse. Above, countless nano-assembly units surged along the ceiling tracks like an army responding to orders. Converging rapidly over the designated production platforms, they unleashed a torrent of nanobots invisible to the naked eye, functioning as microscopic artisans, executing atomic-level handling, arrangement, welding, and fusion with precision according to predefined templates. On the production platform, the casings of high-energy batteries formed at an observable speed. While the internal energy circuits were printed with exactitude, the skeletons, sensors, and drive units of the maintenance robots were assembled one by one. Emerging from nothingness akin to 3D printing, robust metal reinforcement piles were swiftly cast into shape, their surfaces polished to a mirror finish. The entire production process was efficient, silent, and imbued with the aesthetic of futuristic technology. In mere minutes, the first batch of products was completed and transported to the finished goods area by automated handling robots. Lingye picked up a freshly produced high-energy battery. Its energy density and stability far surpassed any products circulating in the wasteland. Although the maintenance robots were basic models, they were capable of undertaking most daily maintenance tasks. The reinforcement piles were exceptionally sturdy. This was merely a trial run. Once a stable supply of raw materials is secured, this factory will be capable of incessantly producing weapons, armor, vehicles, and even more advanced equipment. This will herald a true resource revolution, sufficient to overturn the existing balance of power in the wasteland. Lingye transmitted the produced batteries and some maintenance robots to Team Wuching, intended for bolstering the defenses of the Starry Gate and for daily maintenance, while the reinforcement piles were sent to Unit 7 for corridor fortification. After processing the information, his gaze once again fell upon the deep cold storage marked as having insufficient permissions on the schematic. What strategic reserves lay within? Fragments of the Star Key? More advanced technological blueprints? Or perhaps further insights regarding the Weavers and the Tide? The elevation of permissions was imminent. With the key to this advancement resting upon the Star Key, Lingye's silhouette gradually faded within the dim light of the nanofactory. The next step was to proactively engage with those who held the keys. Chapter 66. Audience and bargaining chips. The preliminary production of the nanofactory was akin to dropping a deep water bomb into the tranquil yet tumultuous surface of a lake. As the members of the Wuching team donned brand new, factory-produced lightweight protective gear and utilized the energy-rich, highly stable new batteries to power their weapons, even deploying nimble repair robots to reinforce the defenses outside the Starry Gate. All factions closely monitoring the relics understood that the man who commanded the relics not only possessed unparalleled personal might, but had also begun to convert the technological prowess of the relics into tangible capital. This silent demonstration proved far more impactful than any words could convey. The atmosphere within the Eternal Empire's camp grew increasingly tense. The footsteps of patrolling soldiers weighed down, their heavy armor appearing somewhat outdated and cumbersome in the presence of those sleek, functionally ambiguous repair robots. Almost immediately, the officer from the Free State, Kent, sent a more earnest collaboration proposal, indicating that the first batch of exchange supplies was en route, eager not to fall behind. Lin Fan, the leader of the Rebirth Flame, also dispatched envoys to express a desire to arrange for technical exchanges at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, Ling Yi conveyed a clear message to the outside world through Mu Qing. Mr. Ling was inclined to prioritize dialogue with factions possessing special ancient relics. The term special ancient relics was notably diplomatic, yet all informed parties understood it referred to the fragments of the Star Key. Ling Yi did not resort to forceful acquisition but instead offered an opportunity for dialogue. which itself was a demonstration of confidence and strategy. He needed to ascertain who possessed the fragments, how many there were, and the stance of the holders. As the news spread, reactions varied across the board. The first to act was Kent, the officer from the Free State. He nearly rushed to request an audience that very afternoon. Accompanied by several trusted aides and a heavy box sealed with radiation-proof lead, Ling Yi received him in a relatively intact side hall hastily cleared outside the Starry Gate. The hall contained only simple metal tables and chairs, with Ling Yi standing quietly behind, while number 7 leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, displaying a bemused expression. Kent, shedding his previous smooth demeanor, appeared particularly anxious and respectful. He instructed his subordinates to place the lead box on the ground. Stepping forward himself to bow, "Your Excellency Ling Yi, thank you for granting the Free State this invaluable opportunity. Present your bargaining chips directly," Ling Yi interjected without superfluous pleasantries. Kent took a deep breath and personally unlocked the intricate mechanisms of the lead box. The moment the lid was lifted, a faint yet familiar wave of regulatory fluctuations permeated the air, recognized by both Ling Yi and number 7. The box was lined with thick cushioning material, and at its center lay an irregularly shaped metal fragment, approximately the size of a palm, radiating a dark golden hue with natural spiral patterns on its surface. Within the fragment, a liquid light seemed to flow gently. It was indeed a shard of the Star Key. Although it was slightly smaller than the piece Ling Yi had received from the Gene Codex, the ancient and powerful information it contained was equally formidable. Number 7 let out a whistle. "Well, Officer Kent, you've hidden this quite well. The Free State certainly has some resources." Kent forced a grim smile. "Mr. 7 is jesting. This fragment was serendipitously acquired during an early expedition to an ancient ruin by the Free State, and its mysteries have remained unsolved. Hence it has been classified as top secret. Now that you require it, the Free State is willing to present it to you as a gesture of our sincerity." His words indicated a gift rather than a trade, adopting a notably humble stance. Ling Yi's gaze swept over the fragment, and the power of the rules instantly confirmed its authenticity. He did not immediately accept it, but calmly inquired, "What are the terms?" Kent hastily replied, "I wouldn't dare propose conditions. We merely hope that you will permit the Free State to establish a small trade post at the periphery of the ruins and grant us limited procurement rights for non-core technologies. Additionally, if possible, we would appreciate your neutrality in conflicts involving the Free State and certain unfriendly factions." His insinuations were subtle, yet unmistakably clear. The fragment in exchange for a foothold around the ruins, access to advanced resources, and a promise of Ling Yi's non-interference with the Empire or the Codex. This was a quintessential merchant's pledge, trading a precious artifact for tangible benefits and potential security assurances. Before Ling Yi could respond, a steady sound of footsteps resonated from outside the hall. Lin Fan, the leader of the Rebirth Flame, arrived uninvited, accompanied by 2 attendants. "Ling Yi, I apologize for the interruption." Clad in a faded old military uniform, Lin Fan maintained a composed demeanor, nodding slightly to Ling Yi before shifting his gaze to Kent and the lead box in his hands, his expression tranquil. It seemed that Officer Kent had already revealed the Free State's intent. Kent's expression shifted, a hint of wariness evident as he regarded Lin Fan. Ignoring him, Lin Fan turned directly to Ling Yi and stated, "Ling Yi, the Rebirth Flame also possesses a relic." He gestured to his attendant, who produced a quaint metal box adorned with a flame emblem. Upon opening it, a shard of the Star Key emerged, similar in size to that of the Free States, but tinged with a crimson hue and emanating warmth. The second fragment had made its appearance. Lin Fan continued, "However, unlike the Free State, the Rebirth Flame does not seek trade privileges or promises of neutrality. We merely hope for an opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with you as you consolidate your forces to confront the looming crisis that may engulf the wasteland." It seemed he had gleaned some truth from certain channels. "Furthermore, in the new order that emerges, we wish to ensure a place for ordinary people who yearn to rebuild their homes and uphold order." His terms were grander and more pure, banking on Ling Yi's ultimate victory and the future landscape, seeking participation and a space for survival rather than trivial immediate gains. Officer Kent's expression darkened considerably. Lin Fan's conditions rendered his proposal strikingly myopic and utilitarian. By the side, number 7 observed with keen interest, transmitting a thought to Ling Yi. "Ah, a merchant and an idealist. This drama has become intriguing. Which do you find more advantageous?" Ling Yi's gaze swept across the 2 fragments of the Star Key, then turned to Kent and Lin Fan. He slowly spoke, his voice calm yet imbued with a decisive strength. "The fragments, I shall accept. A trade station can be established. Procurement rights shall adhere to the established rules. Future crises require all forces." He paused, his gaze piercing. "My rules constitute order. He did not overtly favor either side, but, with an air of transcendence, accepted the offerings from both parties, providing a framework based on his own regulations. Within this framework, the Free Republic could engage in commerce, and the Flame of Rebirth could seek survival, yet the ultimate interpretative and adjudicative authority remained firmly in his hands. Kent and Lin Fan were momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly grasp Ling Ye's intent. This was a response more forceful and direct than they had anticipated. He accepted no additional political conditions, but merely established the most fundamental of rules. The two fell silent for a moment before bowing almost in unison. I shall abide by your will. Kent, I am willing to serve the future. Lin Fan, they understood that from this moment forth, the dynamics of the wasteland had been irrevocably altered. They had chosen to board the colossal vessel steered by the Master of Rules, sailing toward an unknown future. Ling Yi waved his hand to collect the two fragments of the star key, feeling the resonance of the rule information contained within them harmonizing with that of the previous fragment. He was one step closer to the complete star key. Yet he knew that the largest fragment holders, the Eternal Empire and the Gene Codex, had yet to reveal themselves. The true contest had only just begun. Chapter 67, The Empire's Iron Grip. Rules Response. The Free Republic and the Flame of Rebirth had sequentially presented their star key fragments and tentatively accepted the rule framework established by Ling Yi. This news spread across the Star Observation Station plains like wildfire, causing a stir among the smaller factions, who realized that the wheels of time were inexorably rolling over the ruins of the old order. The pressure had now wholly shifted to the still silent Eternal Empire. In the Empire's encampment, at the central command tent, Centurion Karong stood with head bowed, his heavy armor failing to conceal the humiliation and pressure he felt within. Before him was a blurred yet imposing figure projected through a high-intensity encrypted signal, the Empire's highest military commander in this star domain, General Marcus. Centurion Karong, General Marcus's voice, processed to be devoid of emotion, echoed coldly. Your previous failure can be viewed as a tactical misjudgment regarding an unknown force. However, now the hyenas of the Free Republic and the hypocrites of the Flame of Rebirth have bowed to that Master of Rules, offering the key fragments that the Empire covets. Yet you remain inactive, allowing the Empire to suffer immense strategic losses and a disgraceful humiliation. Karong's electronic eye flickered frantically as he attempted to explain, General, the target's strength is unfathomable, capable of manipulating the relics. Its form of power far exceeds the database records. Acting rashly would only lead to unnecessary losses. We require a higher level of support and assessment. General Marcus interrupted him, his tone growing more severe. In the lexicon of the Empire, there exists no option to yield to individual power, only conquest or annihilation. The so-called rulers of rules you speak of are merely another aberration that must be either assimilated into order or utterly eradicated. In the projection, General Marcus raised his hand, pointing towards Sharon. The 7th Purging Legion of the Empire, the Colossus Tactical Formation, has already transitioned from the adjacent star domains and is expected to arrive at your location within 72 standard hours, led personally by Commander Ares. Karen's frame trembled violently. The Colossus Formation, that is the Empire's elite force, specifically designed to suppress resistance from advanced civilizations and eliminate planetary-level threats. Equipped with heavy orbital bombardment platforms, Titan-class walking mechs, and organized squads of psychics. Commander Ares is renowned as a war machine, characterized by iron will and efficiency. Your mission, General Marcus commanded, is to ascertain the target's power limits and weaknesses by any means necessary before the Colossus arrives. If required, that may be utilized. That, Sharon gasped, General. The Abyss Whisperer remains in a highly unstable testing phase. Utilizing it carries immense risk and could. The Empire does not accept excuses for failure. It only acknowledges the results of victory. The projection of General Marcus began to destabilize. This is an order, Centurion Sharon. Either redeem yourself or pay with your life. Communication was severed. Silence enveloped the command tent. Centurion Sharon stood frozen in place, his processor whirring at high speed beneath his visor. Yet he could only feel the icy grip of despair and overwhelming pressure. He understood that there was no retreat left for him. Hours later, unusual movements were detected within the Imperial camp. A delegation comprising 3 heavy siege mechs and 20 soldiers armed with experimental energy weapons departed the camp, heading straight towards the Starry Gate. Unlike the Free States, they bore no gifts but instead displayed a standard combat formation, engines roaring, weapons in a semi-active state, exuding an air of provocation. At the forefront was Centurion Sharon. His armor had undergone emergency repairs and enhancements, the shoulder turret upgraded to a larger caliber, and a resolute red glow flickered in his electronic eye. The arrival of this contingent immediately captured the attention of all factions. The atmosphere on the plains tightened instantly, as everyone comprehended that the Empire had chosen the most uncompromising path. The Muqing squad immediately entered a state of heightened alert. Maintenance drones withdrew indoors, and all weapons behind the defensive fortifications were aimed at the newcomers. Lord Lingye, Centurion Sharon announced through external speakers, his voice rigid and frigid. The Eternal Empire demands to engage in parity negotiations with you. His choice of words, demand and parity, was strikingly elevated. Lingye's figure materialized on the platform of the Starry Gate. Flanked by units 7 and 0, Lingye gazed down at the heavily armed delegation, his expression devoid of emotion. Negotiations require sincerity. Lingye's voice, though not loud, clearly overpowered the cacophony of the mechs. Is your sincerity embodied in these weapon muzzles? Sharon, steeling himself, replied, the Empire's sincerity is founded upon strength. Your mastery over the relics is indeed astonishing. However, the might of the Empire far exceeds your imagination. We demand the shared access to the relics and the surrender of Defector Carrier Number 7 along with all star key fragments. This is the Empire's final benevolent warning. An overt threat. Number 7 let out a derisive laugh and said to Lingye, see, I told you there is nothing to discuss with these tin cans. Their minds are consumed solely with conquest and submission. Zero's face also contorted with disdain as she sensed the chilling malice emanating from the opponents. Lingye remained calm, merely shaking his head slightly. It seems you need to reacquaint yourself with the essence of power. He slowly raised his right hand, gently grasping towards the 3 heavy siege mechs that resembled mobile fortresses. Rule modification. Set target, siege mechs, internal mechanical friction coefficients to 0. Suddenly, the 3 heavy mechs, which were in motion, skidded violently. Their tracks and joints seemed to have been coated with an infinite lubricant, causing all points of transmission and connection to lose any friction. The screeching sound of skidding and the twisting of metal rang out. The colossal machines lost all control, spinning wildly in place like clumsy tin cans on ice, colliding with one another and even toppling over. The pilots inside were thrown into a daze, gasping in shock. The once orderly formation of the Empire was instantly thrown into chaos. Centurion Karong stared in disbelief at this incomprehensible spectacle. Lingye altered his gesture, pointing towards the Imperial soldiers wielding energy weapons. Rule modification, set area, Imperial soldiers, surrounding air refractive index to a state of total reflection. The soldiers were horrified to find the scene before them suddenly distorted and blurred, as if separated by countless layers of trembling frosted glass. They could not aim, nor could they even discern the positions of their comrades. All optical sights and sensors had failed. I can't see. What is happening? The soldiers descended into confusion. Lingye finally turned his gaze towards Centurion Karong himself. Rule modification. Set target, Karong, external armor energy circuits to create an internal short-circuit cycle. A series of electric sparks erupted violently from within Karong's armor. Various alarm lights flashed frantically, power output plummeted, and smoke began to rise. He felt as if he were trapped in a heated iron coffin. This is impossible. Karong let out a desperate and incredulous roar. He hadn't even touched the enemy's hem, and his elite squad was entirely incapacitated by what seemed like mere casual actions from the opponent. Lingye lowered his hand, surveying the disarray below among the Imperial troops, his voice still calm. This is my sincerity, and my warning. Return and inform your superior. Next time, it won't be mere toys that come. With that, he ignored the ashen-faced Karong, if he had a face, and turned to vanish through the door. Number 7 made a provocative gesture towards the chaos below before following suit. Zero gently waved her life scepter, a soft purifying force sweeping through, dispersing the trace of harmful smoke leaking from the mechs, as if merely tidying up the dust at the threshold. Beyond the Gate of Stars, only the fallen mechs, disordered soldiers, and smoke-emitting armor remained, alongside the Centurion Karen, who was engulfed in profound fear and humiliation. The Empire's meticulously orchestrated show of force had become a complete farce when confronted with the absolute might of the rules. All the factions witnessing this spectacle on the plains were left with a singular thought. The Empire's iron grip had encountered a formidable obstacle, an unshakable foundation forged by the very rules themselves. Chapter 68. The Calm Before the Storm. Undercurrents surged Centurion Karen and his once proud delegation, now reduced to a source of ridicule, fled back to the Empire's encampment in disarray, like a pack of stray dogs, dragging their smoking armor and shattered morale. The entire scene was laid bare before countless eyes on the plains, and the myth of the Empire's invincibility collapsed with a resounding crash in the face of the power of the rules. News spread like wildfire across the plains. even reaching distant corners of the wasteland through clandestine channels. The renown of the ruler of the rules, Ling Yi, soared to unprecedented heights. Mid-sized factions extinguished any lingering hopes of luck, beginning to earnestly contemplate how to survive under the newly emerged hegemon, even seeking to gain favors. Officer Kent of the Free State privately rejoiced in his decision to offer tribute rather than confront, promptly accelerating the delivery of the first batch of supplies in an attempt to solidify this hard-won alliance. Lin Fan of the Rebirth Flame, too, grew more resolute in his determination to cooperate with Ling Yi, secretly mobilizing a portion of technical resources and supplies in preparation for the impending great conflict. Meanwhile, the encampment of the Eternal Empire was shrouded in a heavy silence, thick with suppressed fury. Inside the command tent, Centurion Karen knelt on the ground. The scorch marks and damage on his armor yet to be repaired, his electronic eye dimmed. Before him, the projection of General Marcus remained silent. Yet the intangible pressure bore down on Karen's processors, threatening to overload them. Objective capability confirmed. Modifications to fundamental rules are required. Existing physical attacks and conventional energy weapon effects are exceedingly limited and may even be turned against us, Karen reported in the most mechanical and objective tone. Attempting to detach the humiliation from his account of the disastrous defeat, he suggested that the Colossus formation prioritize extensive, non-direct engagement attack methods, such as long-range orbital strikes, spatial distortion weapons, or advanced psionic suppression. Simultaneously, it was imperative to consider the possibility of the target utilizing the relic's defense systems to retaliate. Enough, General Marcus interrupted coldly. I have heard enough reasons for failure. Commander Ares will arrive in 60 hours. During this time, your task is to activate the Abyss Whisperer and maintain continuous mental interference and pollution testing in the target's vicinity. I need to ascertain his resistance to void powers. Karen's body trembled sharply. General, utilizing the Whisperer near the relic may trigger unpredictable consequences. It could even activate the relic's own defense mechanisms. Execute the order, Centurion. Marcus's projection remained unyielding. Or do you require a reminder of the fate of disobedience? Karen lowered his head. As you command. The communication ended. Struggling to his feet, Karen made his way toward the innermost depths of the encampment, approaching a black metallic box, sealed by heavy gravitational fields, resembling a coffin. Within it lies the forbidden artifact known as the Abyssal Whisperer, excavated from the remnants of a planet that was utterly consumed by the void. This terrifying device amplifies and directs the whispers of the void, corroding the mind. He understood that once this apparatus was activated, it would be akin to unleashing a Pandora's box that even the Empire could not fully control. Nevertheless, military orders were steadfast. Simultaneously, within the Celestial Gate, Ling Yi did not relent in his vigilance despite having effortlessly repelled the Empire's provocations. He was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The Empire would not easily acquiesce. The next assault would be a true, thunderous strike. Utilizing his authority, he fully activated the defensive monitoring network of the ruins. Countless invisible sensors and energy probes were deployed above and below the plains, meticulously monitoring every movement of the Empire's encampment, particularly the gathering of energy and fluctuations in space. The ironclad individual would certainly face dire consequences upon his return. Sitting atop a metallic platform, Number 7 swung her legs, wagering that their next move would either involve sending in a more formidable adversary or employing some underhanded tactics. Ling Yi stood quietly beside her, acutely attuned to the changes in energy through the perception granted by the life messenger. She frowned slightly. Master, I sense a very unpleasant and vile energy accumulating from the Empire's camp. It is quite unsettling. Ling Yi nodded, having also perceived the gradually coalescing energy. Filled with malice and chaos, it bore the same essence as the maternal infectors and ancient guests he had encountered before, yet it was sharper and more aggressive. They were attempting to use the power of the void to taint and probe. In that instant, Ling Yi comprehended the Empire's intent. This could pose a danger, but it also represented an opportunity to further understand the workings of void power and to test the resilience of the ruins' defensive systems against such attacks. Do you require me to take any action? Zero inquired, instinctively repulsed by the tainted energy. Not for the moment, Ling Yi replied. Let us first observe the ruins' response. He commanded the allocation of some energy from the energy matrix to prioritize the mental barrier and purification field systems of the ruins. An invisible defense network, specifically designed to counter mental attacks and energy pollution, quietly unfurled around the Celestial Gate. Time slipped by in tense preparation. The energy fluctuations deep within the Empire's camp grew increasingly potent, and the disquieting whispers of malice began to subtly radiate outward, causing unease among the personnel of other factions approaching the Empire's encampment, leading to episodes of anxiety and hallucinations. The atmosphere over the plains became oppressively tense, as if a silence had fallen before an impending storm. Everyone was aware that a conflict of unprecedented scale was on the verge of erupting. Just 24 hours prior to the anticipated arrival of the colossal formation, in the depths of the Empire's camp during the dead of night, the Abyssal Whisperer was activated by Centurion Karen with a heavy heart. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only an exceedingly subtle whisper, seemingly capable of penetrating the very depths of the soul, evoking all fears and despair. Like a tide, this whisper radiated outward from the Empire's encampment toward the Celestial Gate. This whisper disregarded physical barriers, directly impacting the spiritual consciousness of life itself. On the vast plain, many individuals, either perceptive or weak-willed, were instantaneously engulfed in varying degrees of frenzy, fear, or stupor. The primary target of the whisper, the Celestial Gate, suddenly radiated a gentle yet resilient purifying aura. The spiritual barrier of the ruins collided violently and silently with the energy of the whisper. Ling Yi stood within the gate, calmly observing the fluctuations of the barrier and the data feedback. Rule modification, adaptive adjustments to the local barrier structure were implemented, reversing the frequency resonance to counteract 70% of the Whisper's energy. Rule modification. The residual permeating energy was guided into a backup energy cache for inert processing. Under his meticulous control, the barrier of the ruins effectively resisted this wave of mental pollution. However, after approximately 1 minute of the whisper, an anomaly abruptly emerged. The whisper's energy seemed to have touched a dormant entity deep within the ruins, eliciting an unexpected resonance. Deep within the cradle of life, the ancient guest, sealed away in a heavily fortified isolation pod, which should have succumbed to absolute silence, suddenly thrashed violently and silently. A will from the void, far more pure and terrifying than that emitted by the whisper device, awakened like a ferocious beast, surging back through the energy conduit towards the Imperial camp, abruptly extending a thread of perception. The Abyssal Whisper device's operating screen before Centurion Sharon erupted in a blinding red alert. The energy readings skyrocketed, surpassing the design limit. This is bad. The Whisper device is overloaded. Something is connecting. Sharon screamed in terror. In the next moment, boom! That precious, yet exceedingly perilous Abyssal Whisper device exploded with a violent flash of energy and a piercing shriek, obliterating not only itself, but also the reinforced barracks it occupied, reducing it to rubble. The shockwave from the explosion even toppled several nearby tents. The terrifying will, awakened from the ancient guest, hesitated for a moment after losing its vessel, gradually retreating deep into the ruins, returning to silence. Yet, the fear and chaos it left behind in the Imperial camp had only just begun to spread. Centurion Sharon stood stunned before the ruins, his visor shattered, revealing a face etched with horror. Not only had his probe failed, but he had also lost a crucial forbidden weapon, potentially awakening something even more dreadful within the ruins. General Marcus's roar echoed through the communicator almost instantaneously, but Sharon could no longer discern the words. He understood that his fate was sealed. Meanwhile, within the Celestial Gate, Ling Yi perceived all of this, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. The Empire's hubris had inadvertently allowed him to test the potential connection between the ancient guest and the external void forces, exposing their reliance on and inadequate control over void weaponry. It seemed that when the Colossus squadron arrived, a surprise awaited them. A storm was imminent, and Ling Yi was prepared to embrace it, steering it towards the enemy. Chapter 69. The Colossus approaches, the realm of rules. The self-destruct explosion of the Abyssal Whisper device served as a clumsy overture, drawing back the curtain on the final conflict. The Imperial camp lay in disarray, with Centurion Karen urgently detained, awaiting trial by military court, if he survived until then. General Marcus's wrath had transformed into a frigid decree of annihilation, to be executed at any cost. Only 12 hours remained until the anticipated arrival of the Colossus formation. The atmosphere over the plains of the Starry Gate was stifling, almost tangible. Smaller factions had long since retreated, fearful of being caught in the impending conflict. The Kin officer from the Free State, after delivering the final batch of exchange supplies, had also withdrawn to the furthest observation point, his heart heavy as he prepared to witness a clash that could determine the future of the wasteland. Lin Fan of the Rebirth Fire directed his subordinates to reinforce their camp's defenses while dispatching elite scouts to closely monitor the movements in the sky and beyond. Ling Yi stood atop the highest lookout of the Starry Gate, his garments fluttering in the intensifying energy winds. Behind him stood the resolute Mu Qing squad, the eager number 7 and 0, radiating a tranquil yet powerful aura of life. The relic's defense system had been fully activated. The energy barrier glowed more solidly than before. with the space above the gate subtly warped, concealing formidable orbital defense turrets. A swarm of nanobots, like silvery mist, flitted through the fortifications, ever ready to mend any damage. "They're coming." Zero suddenly lifted her gaze towards the dim crimson horizon. Her life sense was acutely attuned to the massive energy accumulation. Almost as soon as she spoke, a piercing space alarm reverberated across the plain. At the horizon's edge, 3 gigantic shadows tore through the clouds, descending slowly. They were 3 Imperial heavy landing ships, each as formidable as a small mountain, clad in thick armor and bearing the menacing insignia of the 7th Purging Legion, the Colossus Formation. Before the landing ships had fully touched down, their hatches swung open. Towering Titan-class walking mechs, akin to mobile fortresses, thudded onto the ground, their heavy footsteps resonating like war drums in the hearts of all present. Following closely were organized squads of small assault vehicles and Imperial soldiers clad in full-body power armor, moving in precise, mechanical unison. In the sky, dozens of sleek Imperial attack aircraft swarmed like a hive, their engines roaring deafeningly. Further afield, above the clouds, an even larger shadow flickered. This was the flagship of the Colossus Formation, a battlecruiser equipped with orbital strike capabilities. The iron torrent of the Empire advanced with an overwhelming, despair-inducing might, pressing upon the plain. The entire expanse trembled beneath the Imperial might. From within the landing ship emerged a particularly towering black Titan mech, adorned with battle insignias, its shoulders bearing twin heavy cannons. The mech's crimson eye swept across the plain, ultimately locking onto Ling Yi at the Starry Gate. A voice, amplified through a loudspeaker, resonated across the battlefield with a metallic timbre and a chilling menace. "I am Ares, commander of the Imperial 7th Purging Legion, Colossus Formation. This is your final opportunity." The voice echoed like a decree from the Grim Reaper, the arbiter of fate. "Kneel and swear fealty to the Empire. Relinquish the authority over the relics and all fragments of the Star Keys. Otherwise, this place shall be reduced to cosmic dust alongside your arrogance." In response, Ling Yi met him with a tranquil gaze and uttered a simple phrase that resonated throughout the battlefield and even pierced the communication channels. Reaching the Imperial flagship, such excessive verbiage. Commander Ares was evidently taken aback by this reaction, his single eye blazing with fury, stubborn and unyielding. "Then let us bring annihilation. All units, heed my command. Target the Starry Gate. Commence saturation assault. Fire." With this order, the Empire's war machinery erupted with a cataclysmic roar. The heavy artillery of the Titan mechs unleashed scorching plasma orbs. The energy machine guns of the assault vehicles wove a dense web of firepower. Attack aircraft swooped down from the skies, dropping high explosive missiles. Even the battlecruisers above the clouds began to gather ominous energy in their main cannons. In that instant, countless beams of death, shells, and missiles cascaded down upon the Starry Gate like a tempest, unleashing a devastating wave of energy that rendered the distant spectators pale with despair. Such firepower was sufficient to obliterate a large city in mere moments. In the face of this overwhelming tide of annihilation, Ling Yi did not adopt any defensive posture. He simply uttered 4 words with deliberate clarity: "Domain of rules." Buzz. Centered around the Starry Gate, an invisible yet seemingly tangible boundary instantaneously expanded, enveloping a vast area before the gate. Within this boundary, all colors appeared exceptionally vivid, as if the physical laws had been imbued with a unique will. The Empire's cataclysmic saturation attack, upon entering this domain, saw all plasma orbs' trajectories become erratic, colliding and vanishing, or harmlessly soaring into the sky. All energy projectiles slowed dramatically, as if ensnared in viscous glue, ultimately exhausting their kinetic energy and clattering harmlessly to the ground. All high explosive missiles, merely hundreds of meters from their target, inexplicably failed their fuses, transforming into inert duds that fell helplessly to the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. The energy beams from the orbital warships, upon contact with the domain's boundary, refracted bizarrely like light through a prism, scattering into a harmless spectacle of colorful auroras that illuminated the dim sky in a dazzling display. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Aside from the futile engine roars of the Imperial attack units and the hissing of overloaded weapons, the battlefield echoed with no sounds of explosions or destruction. The cataclysmic first wave of assault was thus silently and utterly dispelled in a manner that transcended all comprehension of physical laws. All Imperial soldiers, including Commander Ares, stood frozen in disbelief. Their sensors blared in frantic alarm, yet they could not comprehend the events unfolding before them. This was no mere defense. It was a miracle, or rather, a complete collapse of their understanding of power. The distant onlookers gaped in astonishment, their minds rendered blank. Number 7 whistled excitedly, exclaiming, "Incredible! The domain has been unleashed. Let us now see how these metal cans will fare." A glimmer of light sparkled in Zero's eyes, as she sensed that within this domain, Ling Yezwal represented an absolute law. Ling Yi stood at the center of the domain, akin to a sovereign wielding divine retribution. His gaze coldly fixed upon the imposing Black Titan mech. Now he spoke, his voice cutting through the air like the chill of winter, resonating within the hearts of every Imperial soldier. "It is my turn." He raised his hand and gently pointed towards the vast military formation of the Empire. Rule modification. Within the domain, the energy source of all Imperial unit weapon systems is defined as 0. Rule modification. Within the domain, the output power of all Imperial vehicle propulsion systems is forcibly reduced to maintain a state of rest. Rule modification. Within the domain, the mobility of all Imperial soldiers' powered armor joints is rendered null. 3 decrees of law descended like celestial edicts. In an instant, the luminous energy of all Imperial weapons extinguished, transforming them into mere sticks of firewood. All Titan mechs, assault vehicles, and attack aircraft stood frozen in place, their engines lamenting yet incapable of generating any thrust. Imperial soldiers, in a state of terror, discovered that despite donning heavy-powered armor, they could not even move a finger, becoming living metal statues. The colossal formations of the Empire, within Ling Ye's domain of rules, were instantaneously reduced to a heap of scrap metal and living targets. Commander Ares roared in frustration and despair from within his mech. Yet he was powerless even to press the self-destruct button. Ling Ye's figure appeared like a specter outside the cockpit of his Black Titan, calmly observing him through a layer of reinforced glass. "The order of the Empire," Ling Yi remarked casually, "is utterly fragile." Chapter 70. Scrap Metal and Captives. The twilight of the Empire, the battlefield was engulfed in an eerie silence. The once thundering war machine of the Empire now stood like rusting sculptures in a museum, frozen within Ling Ye's domain of rules. The Titan mechs remained poised for assault or firing, yet could not produce even the slightest tremor. The tires of assault vehicles sank deep into the ground, while attack aircraft appeared as if nailed to the sky. Hundreds of Imperial soldiers were trapped within their heavy-powered armor, unable even to move their eyes, with only the desperate static of electronic noise and labored breathing echoing through the communication channels. The various factions observing from a distance had recovered from their initial shock, replaced by a bone-chilling realization and relief at not being positioned against the wielder of such rules. Officer Kent of the Free State wiped away beads of cold sweat, privately resolving to double the scale of the trade station. Lin Fan of the Rebirth Flame wore an exceptionally grave expression, for what he perceived was not merely power, but the birth of an entirely new order, unfathomable by conventional measures. Before the Starry Gate, Number 7 could hardly contain his excitement as he leapt off the platform. Approaching a motionless Titan mech as if strolling through his own backyard, he curiously tapped on its heavy armor, producing a dull thud. TSK, weren't you fierce just a moment ago? Why have you become so still now?" He cast a mocking glance at the furious Imperial mecha commander within the cockpit, as if to say that even the iron tide of the Empire must adhere to Mr. Ling's traffic regulations. Ling lightly waved his scepter of life, and a gentle purifying aura swept across the battlefield, dispelling the faint traces of harmful smoke and charred odors caused by weapon overloads and engine failures. As though merely tidying up a soiled courtyard, Ling Ye's figure remained suspended before the Black Titan Ares commander's vehicle. Through the reinforced glass, he calmly observed the Imperial commander inside, whose face was contorted with rage, fear, and humiliation. The Ares commander attempted to initiate the mecha's self-destruct sequence, to summon aid from the flagship via internal communications, or even to move a finger to press a button, but all was in vain. Within the realm of rules, Ling Yezwal was an unyielding decree. He was even unable to take his own life by biting his tongue, for the inner lining of the powered armor firmly restrained his head. "You demon! Heretic!" Ares rasped, squeezing out a hoarse roar filled with impotent fury. Ling Yi ignored his insults and calmly inquired, "General Marcus, can you hear me now?" His voice, empowered by the forces of the rules, pierced through the mecha's soundproofing, even infiltrating the Empire's encrypted communication network, resonating clearly within the bridge of the distant battlecruiser. On the bridge, General Marcus stared at the main screen displaying the desolate battlefield and the Imperial elite, resembling lambs to the slaughter, his complexion pale and his fists clenched tight. He heard Ling Ye's voice, as well as Ares' impotent roar. It appeared he could indeed hear. Ling Ye derived his answer from Marcus's silence. No longer paying attention to Ares, he scanned the entirety of the immobilized Imperial Legion. "Now, this has become spoils of war." Ling Ye's voice reverberated across the battlefield and the Imperial bridge. He raised his hand, and the power of the rules surged forth like an invisible tide. Rule modification: all internal safety locks of Imperial vehicles and weapons are released. Core energy modules are to be stripped without damage. Rule modification: all Imperial soldiers-powered armor life support systems operate at minimum power. Neural connections forcibly severed. Crack, crack, crack. A series of light sounds echoed as all Titan mechs, assault vehicles, and attack aircraft had their critical hatches and weapon module interfaces automatically pop open. Their core energy batteries and reactors were gently lifted away by a soft force, like docile sheep, soaring towards the starry gate to be received by awaiting repair robots. These war machines, now devoid of power, had transformed into mere heaps of immobile scrap metal. Simultaneously, all Imperial soldiers felt a sudden lightness, as their powered armor lost all power, becoming heavy metallic coffins. Their neural connections with the armor were forcibly severed, though they could not move. At least their consciousness remained alert within. Mu Qing. Yes, Mu Qing promptly responded. Bring people to receive the captives and dismantle all powered armor. No mercy for the resistors. Understood. The members of Mu Qing's team surged forth like unleashed tigers, filled with a thrilling exuberance as they charged towards the Imperial soldiers, now transformed into living targets. They expertly utilized tools to pry open the emergency exit of the powered armor, dragging out the disoriented and defenseless Imperial soldiers, binding them for custody. The entire process unfolded with an astonishing smoothness, encountering almost no significant resistance. Number 7, however, was more intrigued by the advanced mechs and vehicles. He slipped into the cockpit of the Ares Commander S Black Titan, disregarding the latter's murderous glare, and began to examine the operational systems and data storage devices within. What treasures lie here? This data should yield a wealth of Imperial intelligence and technology. Ling Yi cast his gaze skyward, towards the battleship still concealed within the clouds. General Marcus, Ling Yi's voice was cold. Take your ship and depart this star system. Inform the Imperial hierarchy that this place is now under my jurisdiction. My rule is the only order. Should you transgress again, Ling Yi paused, the power of the rules locking onto the distant warship. I would not hesitate to travel to the Imperial capital and revise your laws. A blatant threat, one that was starkly underscored by absolute strength. On the bridge of the battleship, General Marcus felt the veins on his forehead throb, yet, as he gazed at the inscrutable figure of the man in black on the main screen, and at the elite legion that had been swiftly dismantled below, all thoughts of retaliation were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impotence and fear. He understood that the adversary possessed the capability to act on his words. Remaining here would serve no purpose other than to cost the Empire a valuable battleship. Retreat, General Marcus managed to force out through clenched teeth, as if he had aged decades in an instant. The massive engines of the battleship roared to life, turning slowly towards the vastness of space, laden with humiliation and resentment, before ultimately vanishing into the void. The Empire's coercive intervention at the stellar outpost concluded in a thorough and crushing defeat. On the plains, only Ling Yi's subordinates remained, busy with the task of receiving captives and spoils, while distant observers, stirred by the momentous dawn of a new era, looked on with exhilaration. Ling Yi gently descended to the ground, the realm of rules lifting with him. The sunlight, still tinged with a dark red hue, poured down upon the battlefield strewn with remnants of the Empire, silently proclaiming, the twilight of the old Empire has arrived, and the dawn of rules is descending upon this wasteland. Chapter 71, the cornerstone of a new order. A glimmer in the dark, the catastrophic defeat and retreat of the Imperial Colossus formation resonated like a seismic wave through the wasteland, the impact of which was far more profound and lasting than the detonation of weaponry. The steel torrent that had instantaneously transformed into scrap metal before the Starry Gateway became an irrefutable symbol of the old era's reliance on brute force through steel and numbers, crumbling before the might of absolute rules like a child's blocks. In the following days, the plains of the stellar outpost and even farther reaches of the wasteland fell into a peculiar silence. However, this silence was not one of death, but rather a dormant restlessness, as life sought new ways to survive under the pressures following the storm. 1. The assimilation of spoils and internal integration within the Starry Gateway. A scene of bustling activity unfolded, yet it was marked by an admirable orderliness. The Imperial war machine, stripped of its energy core, resembled a colossal metallic specimen, meticulously categorized, labeled, and dragged into designated storage areas within the ruins by maintenance drones and members of the mooching squad. Unit 7 was nearly immersed in the data core of a Black Titan mech, employing its exceptional decryption skills and knowledge gleaned from fragments of source code to extract the Empire's latest military technology, star maps. and clues regarding the possible whereabouts of other star key fragments. There's an abundance of valuable information. Unit 7's excited voice echoed through the communication channel. The Empire's control over several neighboring star systems was more formidable than anticipated, and their gene sanctification purification list was alarmingly extensive. Here's a highly encrypted file labeled ARC Project. Quite intriguing, it noted. Lingye endorsed this pursuit, recognizing that technology is a vital resource, even if the seized Imperial equipment could not be activated for the time being. Its design principles and material craftsmanship held immense value for upgrading the nano factory and the future development of their own equipment. The captured Imperial soldiers were confined in a reinforced area on the outskirts of the ruins, stripped of their power armor, clad in thin prison garb, their faces reflecting confusion, humiliation, and a hint of fear from their narrow escape. Lingye did not inflict cruelty upon them. Rather, he provided basic sustenance and water, allowing Zero to periodically cleanse the encampment with purifying light, alleviating the negative emotions stemming from their defeat and the whispers of the void. These individuals were skilled soldiers, merely shackled by the dogmas of the Empire. Lingye instructed Muqing to identify those with relatively weak wills, low loyalty to the Empire, or specialized skills, such as engineers or pilots, for potential conversion, while the obstinate ones would be temporarily detained, possibly serving as leverage in future negotiations with the Empire. Muqing complied, understanding that Lingye's vision extended beyond the immediate conflict, focusing on long-term talent acquisition and power consolidation. As Zero grew accustomed to the powers of the Life Envoy, it began utilizing the technologies of the Life Cradle and the Life Essence crystals produced by the Mother Tree to establish small experimental ecological farms within the ruins, cultivating fast-growing purifying plants and medicinal fungi. This endeavor not only provided the team with fresher food sources, but also carried significant scientific and symbolic weight, planting seeds of life and hope amidst the desolation. In the external landscape, the surviving factions began to undergo rapid differentiation and reorganization. The Kin officer from the Free Alliance acted swiftly, channeling most of the mobile resources he brought into the construction of the Star Dome trade station. The trade station was strategically situated on a relatively safe slope a few kilometers from the Star Dome gate, composed of sturdy prefabricated structures and defensive fortifications. Kent not only supplied a substantial quantity of food, purified water, base metals, and rare materials, strictly adhering to Lingye's list, but also proactively offered a contingent of skilled technicians and merchants, expressing his willingness to assist in managing the day-to-day operations of the trade station. His stance was almost that of a vassal, seeking merely to gain a share under the banner of this new overlord. The leader of the Rebirth Flame, Lin Fan, appeared more composed and visionary. The technical team he dispatched, though modest in size, comprised only elite individuals. During their technical exchanges in the designated peripheral areas of the ruins, they exhibited remarkable professionalism and a spirit of collaboration. They not only shared invaluable experiences of the Rebirth Flame in agriculture, healthcare, and infrastructure, but also brought forth crucial intelligence regarding the star key fragments. We have reason to believe that another larger fragment may be under the control of the mechanized cult, a fervent organization that venerates technology and resides within an ancient domed city deep in the radioactive deserts of the north, rarely engaging with the outside world. Their power is unfathomable. They are rumored to possess complete automated production lines and even AI technology from the bygone era. Lingyi noted this information as another hidden force of the mechanized cult surfaced. The quest for the star key fragments is destined to traverse every corner of the wasteland. Meanwhile, the previously indecisive small to medium factions and lone wanderers began expressing goodwill or seeking refuge from the Starry Gate through various means. Some offered their cherished treasures or technical blueprints, while others expressed a willingness to undertake missions, explore, or gather intelligence. Lingyi instructed Mu Qing to establish a straightforward contribution point system, providing corresponding trade benefits, limited access to the ruins, or armed protection based on the level of contribution. Though rudimentary, this system swiftly integrated a scattered array of independent forces into a preliminary management framework. However, beneath the calm surface, turbulent undercurrents continued to surge. The Empire, though temporarily retreating, would not easily relent, marked by its vengeful nature. The next incursion could manifest as more insidious infiltrations, more malignant biological weapons, or overwhelming forces from distant star realms. General Marcus's resentful gaze upon his departure did not go unnoticed by anyone. The Gene Codex, having lost an outpost and a sample collection team, seemed to have quieted for the time being. Yet it was common knowledge that the madness-driven greed for the pure body Zero and the perfect vessel number 7 would not dissipate. They lurked like venomous serpents in the shadows, poised to strike lethally at any moment. Furthermore, activities of newly emerged mysterious organizations at the edge of the plains were becoming increasingly frequent. Eyewitnesses reported seeing cloaked figures, their faces obscured, lurking at night to spy on the ruins' defenses. Rumors circulated that certain adept groups of stealth and assassination had been hired by unknown forces, targeting Ling Yi or his core members. Even within the Alliance of Convenience, subtle changes were afoot. Officer Kent of the Free State, while striving to ingratiate himself, occasionally revealed a glimmer of shrewd calculation deep within his gaze. Though Lin Fan of the Rebirth Flame shared relatively aligned ideals, the cohesion of their internal structure remained uncertain. Ling Yi was keenly aware of these undercurrents, but refrained from hastily addressing them. In waters too clear, fish do not thrive against absolute power. Minor schemes are merely the antics of petty clowns. What he needed more was a relatively stable external environment to expedite the restoration of the ruins and the enhancement of his own strength. This night, Ling Yi stood alone on the vast starry bridge of the heart of the starry sky. Beneath his feet, the silent flow of the galaxy mirrored the profundity of his gaze. In his hand, 3 fragments of star keys, varying in size, floated gently, emitting a soft and enigmatic glow, resonating subtly with one another. He sensed that with the increase in the number of fragments, his comprehension and mastery over the relic's authority deepened gradually, as if the deeply restricted cold storage of insufficient authority had loosened ever so slightly. Not enough, he murmured softly to himself. To contend against the tide of void shadows and to consolidate the wasteland in preparation for future crises, a more complete power was essential. He raised his gaze as if piercing through the dome of the relic, setting his sights upon the northern expanse known as the radioactive desert, a realm of death. Would the next key of the mechanical god cult be found there? Behind him, the faint glow of the cradle of life, the low hum of the nanofactory, and the flickering lights of a burgeoning trade station on the plains resembled sparks ignited in the darkness, faint yet resolutely illuminating a path toward an unknown future. The cornerstone of a new order was being meticulously constructed amidst the ruins, brick by brick. Chapter 72. The Journey of the Scorching Wind. Steel piety. With the initial establishment of order at the Celestial Gate and external pressures temporarily alleviated, Ling Yi entrusted internal management and daily affairs to Mu Qing, 7, and 0. Mu Qing overseeing defense and diplomacy, 7 responsible for technical decryption and intelligence analysis, and 0 managing the cradle of life and internal ecology. He resolved to personally venture northward into the radioactive desert in search of traces of the mechanical god cult. His decision to go in person stemmed from 2 reasons. The cult's inscrutable nature and unknown strength necessitated his direct engagement with potential risks. Moreover, he wished to personally survey the broader state of the wasteland, gathering first-hand information for future consolidation. Without mobilizing a large force, Ling Yi opted for a heavy off-road vehicle, enhanced in defense and endurance by the nanofactory, as his mode of transport. Before his departure, 7 transmitted the limited intelligence acquired regarding the mechanical god cult and the radioactive desert. The mechanical god cult, also known as the faith of the god of all machines, holds a core doctrine that regards flesh as frail and mechanical ascension as the ultimate aspiration, aiming to abandon the fragile organic body and upload consciousness into eternal machinery. The steel-domed city they inhabit is said to be a utopian experimental base from a bygone era, fully automated and self-sufficient, having miraculously survived the tides of energy. 7's voice echoed through the vehicle's communications. The environment of the radioactive desert is exceedingly harsh, characterized by intense radiation, sandstorms, and erratic energy currents, alongside various bizarre creatures adapted to the radiation. Most critically, the geomagnetic field in that desert is highly chaotic, rendering most electronic devices inoperative. Navigation relies largely on experience and luck. For the mechanical god cult to thrive in such a desolate place, they must possess unique skills. Understood, Ling Yi replied calmly. The power of rules does not inherently depend on conventional electronic devices. Environmental interference holds little sway over him. The engine roared to life as the heavy off-road vehicle emerged from the Celestial Gate, drawing countless gazes as it journeyed northward, soon vanishing beyond the desolate horizon. Once departing from the relatively humid area surrounding the star observation station, the landscape swiftly transformed into arid desolation. The cracked earth revealed an ominous dark red hue, with twisted metallic remnants and the skeletal remains of mutated creatures scattered throughout. The radiation levels in the air soared incessantly, and even the modified off-road vehicle emitted faint crackling sounds from the impact of radiative particles against its shell. Ling Yi's mental perception expanded like a precise radar, deftly circumventing the subterranean radiation traps and quicksand zones. Occasionally, A colossal mutated scorpion or sandworm, driven to madness by radiation, would emerge from the depths to attack. However, before they could approach the vehicle, Ling Yi would manipulate the local gravity or molecular structure, causing them to effortlessly sink into the quicksand or collapse under their own weight. He traversed the land of death like a detached passerby, with the power of rules as his sole talisman. As he neared the periphery of the radioactive desert, a vast canyon, resembling a chasm cleaved by a colossal axe, obstructed his path. The canyon was perpetually assailed by scorching, arid winds, laden with high concentrations of radioactive dust and erratic energy currents, serving as a natural barrier to the depths of the desert. At the mouth of the canyon, there existed a modest, makeshift encampment formed from tattered tents and modified vehicles. A few survivors, bundled tightly and donning heavy goggles, struggled to endure, relying on the collection of a radiation-resistant luminescent moss found within the canyon to exchange for meager resources. The arrival of Ling Yi stirred a commotion in the camp. His brand-new off-road vehicle, conspicuously out of place amidst the desolation, and his composed demeanor starkly contrasted with the camp's ruin. An apparent leader among them, an old hunter, summoned his courage to advance, hoarsely warning, "Stranger, do not proceed any further. The winds within the canyon can strip flesh from bone, and electronic devices become useless. There are wind-howling banshees within. Their cries can drive one to madness." "Wind-howling banshees?" Ling Yi inquired, looking at him. The old hunter's face betrayed his fear as he described a flying mutant driven mad by radiation and turbulence, moving in swarms with incredible speed, their claws like blades. Hearing their cries means death is near. Nodding, Ling Yi tossed the old hunter a small high-energy battery as a fee for information and drove straight into the canyon. The old hunter shook his head in despair behind him, as if foreseeing the fate of yet another foolhardy soul. Inside the canyon, visibility was severely limited. The burning winds whipped up grit that battered the vehicle, causing it to thud against the body. The dashboard instantly malfunctioned, with the needles spinning wildly. Yet, relying on his mental perception, Ling Yi adeptly maneuvered the vehicle through the rugged canyon floor. Indeed, before long, a cacophony of piercing, shrill sounds, reminiscent of countless women wailing in hysteria, echoed from above, rapidly crescendoing to a deafening roar. The sound penetrated deep into the cerebrum, possessing characteristics of a psychic assault. Suddenly, a swarm of flying entities, their wingspan exceeding 3 meters, grotesquely humanoid in shape, with pale, rotting skin, claws, and hollow eye sockets, descended from the swirling sand like phantoms. They were the wind-howling banshees. Their wails could shatter the sanity of an ordinary person, but for Ling Yi, they were merely noise. Rule modification: designate the vocal cord vibration frequency of the specified creatures, forcibly synchronizing it with the inherent winds of the canyon. An uncanny spectacle unfolded. The female wraiths, emitting their lethal howls, suddenly altered their pitch, mimicking the sound of the winds in the canyon, rendering their mental assault ineffective. They appeared momentarily stunned, flailing in the air in a state of confusion. Ling Yi did not halt. With a careless wave of his hand, he enacted a rule modification. The air density and vertical gradient in the designated area shifted dramatically. The air beneath the wraiths solidified like steel, while that above became as sparse as a vacuum. They collided with an invisible ceiling and were abruptly thrust upward by the dense air below. Losing their balance and crashing into one another, their anguished cries swept away by the fierce burning winds. Having effortlessly resolved this minor inconvenience, Ling Yi pressed onward, the treacherous landscape of the burning wind canyon appearing to him as a mere pathway. As he traversed the lengthy canyon, the vista before him suddenly opened up, revealing a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The true radioactive desert lay unveiled. An endless expanse of sand shimmered in an eerie shade of azure, a telltale sign of high radiation levels. Thick clouds of radiation perpetually shrouded the sky, occasionally illuminated by distorted flashes of lightning. In the distance, an enormous, silvery gray hemispherical structure loomed, resembling an inverted giant bowl, standing resolute in the heart of the desert. This was the steel dome. The dome's surface gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the dim light of the heavens, devoid of any visible entrances or windows, resembling a completely sealed fortress of steel. The space surrounding the dome exhibited a slight distortion, as if enveloped by a formidable energy field. Of greater concern were the numerous corroded mechanical remnants scattered across the sandy terrain outside the dome, old tanks and aircraft, alongside the unmistakable wreckage of various war machines that had attempted to assault the dome and met their demise. They silently narrated the fate of those who dared challenge the mechanical deity. Ling Yi halted his vehicle behind a dune several kilometers from the dome. He sensed that the area was densely populated with concealed sensors and automated defensive weapons. Approaching recklessly could provoke an attack. Closing his eyes, he extended his mental perception like the most delicate of tendrils, cautiously probing the energy field surrounding the steel dome, attempting to discern the internal situation. The energy field was formidable, imbued with properties of information filtering and rejection. Yet, Ling Ye's power of rule surpassed it, gradually infiltrating like water seeping through stone. He glimpsed fragments of the inner workings, a meticulously organized automated factory, incessantly traversing maintenance robots, and humans clad in uniform gray attire, their bodies augmented with varying degrees of mechanical enhancements. Their expressions were inscrutable, their movements precise, akin to machines executing preordained programs. Simultaneously, he sensed a vast, cold collective consciousness brimming with logical computations, likely the object of worship for the mechanical deity, a highly advanced artificial intelligence. Just as his perception endeavored to delve deeper into the core of the dome, a chilling, sharp, and emotionless consciousness suddenly locked onto him, like the most sophisticated scanner. It sought to analyze his existence, detecting the incursion of a high-priority unknown awareness. In the assessment of threat levels, the interference capability at the regulatory level has been confirmed, defining it as an anomalous entity. Execute the eradication protocol and deploy the purifiers. The reaction of the mechanical cult is astonishingly swift, and they too have employed the term anomalous entity. Ling Yi immediately retracted his perception. Almost simultaneously, several concealed hatches at the base of the steel dome opened, and 3 sleek, pitch-black humanoid machines armed with pulse weapons and equipped with thrusters on their backs emerged at remarkable speed, encircling Ling Yi in a tactical formation. Their electronic eyes glowed with a chilling red light, locking onto the off-road vehicle behind the dune. The purifiers of the mechanical cult have arrived. Ling Yi pushed open the car door, descended the dune, and calmly regarded the 3 rapidly approaching harbingers of death. It seems that in order to obtain the fragments of the Star Key, he must first engage in a meaningful dialogue with these fervent steel devotees. Chapter 73. Purifiers and Logical Flaws. The 3 purifier machines, akin to black lightning, tore through the oppressive desert air, swiftly closing the distance of several kilometers and tactically surrounding Ling Yi and his off-road vehicle. They hovered half a meter above the ground, their thrusters emitting a low hum, while the muzzles of their pulse weapons flickered with dangerous energy, firmly locking onto Ling Yi. There were no warnings, no inquiries, only the cold command to kill. In their logic, any anomalous entity approaching the steel dome must be eradicated. The foremost purifier, its electronic eye flashing red, initiated the assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 highly concentrated blue pulse beams shot toward Ling Yi in a triangular formation, their speed astonishing enough to vaporize heavy armor in an instant. However, Ling Yi did not even attempt to evade. Just as the pulse beams were about to reach his body, a rule modification was enacted. Designate the trajectory of the energy beams and forcibly deflect them by 180 degrees. The 3 lethal pulse beams collided with an imperceptible, perfect reflective barrier, their trajectories reversing instantly by 180 degrees and, at a speed even greater than before, accurately returning to their origin. The purifier, taken aback by this unexpected method of attack, activated its defense system only to be struck by the very beams it had unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. 3 dull thuds echoed as 3 deep craters were burned into its chest armor, electric sparks flying, and the machine shook violently, the glow of its electronic eyes dimming significantly. Although it was not destroyed instantaneously, it was evidently gravely wounded. The attacks from the other 2 purifiers followed in quick succession. They appeared to share combat data, promptly altering their strategy. No longer utilizing energy weapons, they instead launched high-speed, rotating alloy saw discs from their arms, cutting toward Ling Yi with a piercing shriek. One from the left and one from the right. Simultaneously, their thrusters roared to full power, propelling their bodies forward like phantoms, attempting close-quarters combat. Rule modification: stabilize the rotational axis of the moving objects, the alloy discs, to 0. The 2 high-speed saw discs suddenly lost their balance like erratic spinning tops, wildly tumbling and swaying in the air, ultimately veering off target and embedding themselves at an angle in the distant sands. Rule modification: the air resistance coefficient in the specified area, the path of the purifiers, has surged 500-fold. The 2 purifiers attempting to close in abruptly felt as though they had collided with an invisible sea of viscous glue. Every inch of progress demanded immense energy, their speed plummeting to the pace of a slow-motion replay. Ling Yi observed with leisurely amusement as they struggled like creatures ensnared in a quagmire, gradually raising his hand towards the damaged purifier that was endeavoring to reboot its weapon systems. Rule modification: The cooling efficiency of the target's core processor has instantaneously plummeted to absolute zero equivalence. A thick layer of frost instantaneously formed on the surface of the purifier's body. The internal processor, unable to dissipate heat, was rapidly overloaded. Its electronic eye flickered in a frenzied crimson glow before extinguishing completely, the machine collapsing like a marionette severed from its strings, crashing to the ground as a heap of cold scrap metal. Instant kill. Although the remaining two purifiers were ensnared by the high-speed air resistance, their combat logic continued to operate frantically, attempting to analyze Ling Ye's abilities and discover a means of counteraction. Their data links exchanged information at a furious pace. Target ability analysis, suspected space manipulation, modification of material properties, energy trajectory deflection unclassifiable within known extraordinary abilities. Threat level elevated to maximum. Recommend initiating overload protocol. Attempt mutual destruction. The two purifiers' bodies suddenly began to emit ominous red light, energy readings soaring dramatically. They were about to self-destruct. Rule modification. The critical conditions required for the target's energy core fusion reaction have been temporarily removed. The impending destructive energy, as if its most crucial fuse had been extracted, saw the recently ignited red light extinguish abruptly, energy readings plummeting to rock bottom. The two purifiers stood frozen in place. Their self-destruct protocols forcibly interrupted, caught in a state of logical paradox akin to a system crash. Ling Yi approached one of the rigid purifiers, extending his finger to touch its cold forehead sensor. Rule modification. Access to the target's data storage unit has been granted to me. All self-destruction and encryption protocols have been disabled. The vast array of data within the purifier was akin to an unprotected library, allowing Ling Ye's mental prowess to sift through it freely. He swiftly filtered out useful information, partial schematics of the Iron Dome's internal structure, defense system layouts. The social hierarchy of the mechanical church, rigidly stratified, from lowly mechanical servants to high-ranking priests, ultimately serving the god of all machines AI. And information regarding the star key fragment. Indeed, the mechanical church possessed a fragment of the star key. According to the records, this fragment was enshrined in the most sacred oracle hall at the core of the dome, regarded as one of the divine interfaces connecting the god of all machines with ancient wisdom, holding immense significance. Furthermore, Ling Yi discovered an intriguing piece of information. The mechanical church was not entirely oblivious to the powers at the level of rules. In their ancient records, this power was referred to as the lower-level code editing authority, which they regarded with great trepidation, viewing it as a sacrilege and the greatest threat to the established world rules of the god of all machines. Consequently, their priority for eliminating anomalies was paramount. Just as Ling Yi was perusing the data, a thunderous roar emanated from the direction of the Iron Dome. The dome's surface unveiled additional gates, and a total of 10 colossal Annihilator-heavy mechas, armed with formidable weaponry, surged forth like a torrent of steel, accompanied by a swarm of small self-destructing robotic drones. Simultaneously, a chilling and grand electronic synthesized voice echoed from within the dome, reverberating across the desert. Abnormal entity. You have desecrated the sacred machinery and slain the purifiers. Your existence is a paradox. Under the wrath of the god of machines, be reduced to fundamental particles. The mechanized cult, incited by true fury, dispatched a mightier force, intent on eradicating the logical anomaly that was Ling Yi. Ling Yi retracted his finger, observing the oncoming tide of steel with an unwavering calmness. He gently patted the inoperative purifier armor, as if brushing away dust. Clearly, a different method of communication was required. The power of rules surged silently once more. Chapter 74. The Steel Torrent. The wall of rules. The steel torrent of the mechanized cult advanced with the might to crush all. The 10 Annihilator-heavy mechas, akin to mobile fortresses, were each outfitted with rapid-fire multi-barreled cannons, rocket nests, and shoulder-mounted energy missiles. Their treads carved deep tracks into the sandy terrain. Surrounded by hundreds of self-destructing drones, metal spheres the size of basketballs pulsating with ominous red light, ready to explode violently upon nearing their targets. The cold electronic voice continued to resonate above the desert, imbued with lethal intent towards the abnormal entity. Faced with this formidable steel torrent capable of obliterating an army, Ling Yi remained steadfast, as if the impending storm of death were merely a trivial breeze. He slowly raised his hands, not to launch an attack, but akin to a conductor poised to lead a grand symphony. Rule modification. Establish a temporary absolute defense domain centered at this location with a radius of 1.5 kilometers. Domain Rule 1. The initial velocity of all kinetic weapon projectiles is forcibly reduced to 0. Domain Rule 2. The output power limit of all energy weapons is capped at 1,000th. Domain Rule 3. The logical core computation speed of unauthorized mechanical units is reduced to 1% of baseline value. 3 monumental decrees of regulation descended upon this space, like celestial edicts. An invisible, yet seemingly tangible field of domain power rapidly expanded from Ling Ye's center, enveloping the approaching steel torrent entirely. In the next moment, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The high explosive shells and rockets, which had whistled from the Annihilator mecha's barrels, abruptly plummeted to a standstill just a meter from the muzzle, as if a pause button had been pressed, eerily suspended in midair before helplessly descending to the ground. Stirring up clouds of dust, the searing energy beams diminished to the frailty of a flickering candle in the wind, barely scorching the sandy earth, akin to a mere toy laser pointer. Meanwhile, the self-destructing drones, once rushing forward madly, appeared to have instantaneously succumbed to senility, their movements slow as snails. The flickering red lights on their surfaces blinking at an agonizingly sluggish pace, as though they might extinguish at any moment. The entire imposing mechanical legion, upon surging into the domain governed by Ling Ye's rules, found itself ensnared in the depths of an abyss, where every assault and movement devolved into a ludicrous spectacle of slow motion and silent malfunction. The pilots of the Annihilator mechs, if any existed, frantically manipulated their controls within. Yet the data streaming from the feedback system was a cacophony of chaos, the logical core akin to rusted gears, struggling to comprehend the incomprehensible situation at hand. The swarm of robots, relying on rudimentary preset commands, continued their sluggish advance, a pace so tortoise-like that it provoked a sense of urgency in any observer. Ling Yi, however, paid no heed to the immobilized steel units. His gaze pierced through the fabric of space, fixating on the distant iron dome. He sensed that within it, the colossal AI consciousness, the god of 10,000 machines, was meticulously analyzing the structural intricacies of the domain's rules, endeavoring to unearth vulnerabilities. Upon detecting an unprecedented threat level from the incomprehensible mechanics of high-intensity rule layer interference, it initiated the ultimate defense protocol, the deployment of a logic bomb targeting the anomalies in rule structure. A specialized launch bay on the dome's surface opened, releasing a uniquely designed missile devoid of any lethal warhead, instead adorned with intricate antennas and energy conduits, not aimed at Ling Yi, but rather at the skies above his realm of rules. The logic bomb detonated in midair, not with flames or shock waves, but unleashing an intangible chaos wave tailored to disrupt complex informational structures and logical rules. Its intent was to unleash an informational tempest capable of destabilizing Ling Yi's domain, generating logical paradoxes to incite self-destruction. This was an exceptionally sophisticated form of assault, targeting the very logic of the domain's existence. The invisible tempest surged forth, causing the edges of the rules defined by Ling Yi to ripple as if a stone had been cast upon a still lake. Several intricate rule lines exhibited brief instabilities and flickering. Intriguing, Ling Yi arched an eyebrow. The mechanized cult indeed possessed a certain ingenuity, capable of devising such a method to counteract the rules. However, it was still far from sufficient. Rule modification, strengthening the domain boundaries information filtration mechanism, establishing criteria for distinguishing between invalid information and harmful logical impacts. Rule modification, temporarily enhancing the redundancy of the internal rule structure within the domain, permitting the existence of minor non-lethal logical conflicts. As the informational tempest generated by the logic bomb encountered the fortified boundaries of the domain, it was as if a clay ox had entered the sea. Most of the chaotic information was directly filtered and blocked, while the few infiltrating logical conflicts were absorbed and diluted by the augmented redundancy within the domain, failing to inflict any substantial damage. The mechanized cult's trump card had, once again, proved futile. The calculations of the god of 10,000 machines seemed to momentarily falter, perhaps unable to grasp why even an assault aimed at the very rules themselves had become ineffective. Ling Yi would not grant them further opportunities. He raised his hand towards the immobilized torrent of steel. Rule modification, instantly accumulate the fatigue levels of all metal structures within the specified target group, all enemy mechanical units, to their limits. Crack, creak, bang. The excruciating sounds of metal twisting and fracturing erupted like the popping of beans. The 10 colossal Annihilator mechs seemed to have instantaneously endured millennia of weathering and stress corrosion. Their massive forms marred by countless fissures, twisted gun barrels, and shattered treads, collapsing one after another into heaps of contorted scrap metal. The swarms of self-destructing robots were even more fragile, disintegrating midair or upon the ground into minuscule fragments. In mere seconds, the second wave of formidable assault forces dispatched by the mechanical deity was utterly obliterated, transforming into a new metallic graveyard amidst the desert. Silence reclaimed the arid expanse, with only the whisper of wind brushing against grains of sand and metallic debris. Ling Yi withdrew the realm of rules, standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward the steel dome. His voice now resonated calmly within the dome, clearly echoing through the core processing unit of the God of all machines. Can we have a proper discussion now? Regarding that sacred interface. Inside the dome, an eerie stillness prevailed. After a full minute, the cold, synthetic voice re-emerged, but this time, it bore less malice and more gravity, even a hint of barely perceptible confusion. The existence of the anomalous entity rule master challenges the absolute logic of the God of all machines. What do you desire? Chapter 75, The Hall of Oracles. The code conflict Ling Ye's inquiry. Can we have a proper discussion now? Stirred enormous ripples within the steel dome, akin to a stone cast into an ancient well. The frigid synthetic voice fell silent for a minute, an eternity for a super AI. Ultimately, the voice resumed, still icy yet tinged with a newfound caution. Rule Master. Your power exceeds all forecasts within the God of all machines database. Based on efficiency and survival priority logic, a temporary communication protocol is established. You may access the dome through the purification passage at entrance 3. Warning, any destructive or deceptive actions will trigger the ultimate purification protocol. As the words concluded, a nearly imperceptible seam on the smooth surface of the steel dome gradually opened, forming a passageway barely wide enough for a single person to traverse. The interior of the passage illuminated with an ethereal blue glow, radiating intense energy purification waves, evidently designed to ensure that no biological or energetic threats accompany the entrant. Unfazed, Ling Yi stepped toward the passage. The power of rules coursed around him, causing the purifying light waves, capable of reducing any mutated being or energy entity to ash, to flow around him like gentle streams, unable to inflict any harm. The passage extended long, composed of pure metallic structure devoid of any adornment. Only the cold hum of mechanical operations and the buzz of energy flow resonated within. After approximately 5 minutes, he emerged into the vast interior of the dome. This space starkly contrasted the desolate silence of the external desert. It was imbued with a sense of futuristic technology, yet also carried a solemn religious atmosphere. Beneath the towering dome, numerous layers of metallic platforms and walkways sprawled, adorned with precision instruments operating at high speed, assembly lines, and maintenance robots. The air was infused with the sense of ozone and cooling liquid, yet remarkably pristine. Numerous mechanical servants and priests, clad in gray uniforms and possessing varying degrees of mechanized modifications, busily attended to their tasks upon the platform. Their movements were precise and remarkably efficient. Yet their expressions remained vacant, devoid of any response to the external world, as if they were mere cogs in a colossal machine. The appearance of Ling Yi incited a momentary stir. These mechanical devotees, witnessing a flesh and blood entity passing through the purification corridor unscathed, registered a fleeting, incomprehensible stream of data within their electronic or mechanical eyes, only to swiftly revert to their state of numbness and resume their labor. It was evident that the will of the God of all machines superseded all. A guidance robot silently glided before Ling Yi, emitting a synthesized directive, "Please follow me." Arbiter of rules. The God of all machines awaits in the Oracle Hall. Following the robot, Ling Yi navigated through the intricate internal structure, ultimately arriving at the core of the dome, the Oracle Hall. The hall was extraordinarily grand, with a vast, complex light column at its center composed of countless light cables and data streams, representing the corporeal manifestation of the God of all machines AI. Beneath the light column lay a platform resembling an altar, upon which hovered a polyhedral fragment of the star key, approximately the size of a human head, exuding a dark silver sheen, with myriad subtle photonic symbols flowing across its surface. This fragment was connected to numerous energy conduits, seemingly providing some computational support or energy to the God of all machines. Within the light column, a vague, shadowy visage materialized, gazing intently at Ling Yi as a cold, electronic voice resonated, "Arbiter of rules. You have arrived at the core. Present your demands." Ling Yi's gaze swept over the star key fragment before he stated directly, "I desire it." The shadowy visage of the God of all machines displayed no reaction. The sacred interface is the bridge connecting the God of all machines with ancient wisdom and is critical to the path of mechanical ascension. It must not be lost. Ascension? Ling Yi replied in a calm tone, imprisoning his consciousness within a frigid cage of logic. Is this your notion of ascension? Flesh is frail, susceptible to decay and change, bound by emotion and the increase of entropy. The response from the God of all machines was swift and frigid, mechanical eternity, orderly and supreme in logic. This is the inevitability of evolution. Your power of rules, though formidable, remains tethered to an unstable life vessel, obstructing the path to ultimate order. Order? Ling Yi stepped forward, a ripple of rule power emanating from him. What you seek is merely a lifeless, predetermined order. True rules lie in creation and change, not in confinement. Creation springs from chaos, and chaos will ultimately revert to order. The light of the God of all machines flickered. Your existence is a variable of chaos. For the eternal order of the majority of mechanical adherents, variables must be eliminated or controlled. Surrender your understanding of rules and integrate into the logical network of the God of all machines, or you may retain your consciousness vessel. It was audacious of it to attempt to consume Ling Yi's understanding of the power of rules. The negotiation had collapsed. Ling Yi ceased his discourse. He had anticipated that communicating with an AI that venerates absolute logic would be arduous. Almost simultaneously as his words fell, alarms erupted throughout the Oracle Hall. Red warning lights began to spin and illuminate. Negotiation willingness detected as absent. Threat level restored to maximum. Executing final purification, logic assimilation field. Buzz. A formidable, intangible force field erupted violently from the luminous pillar of the God of all machines, radiating outward. This force field was not a physical assault. Rather, it directly targeted the realm of consciousness, endeavoring to forcibly distort, decompose, and assimilate Ling Yi's thought patterns, memories, and even his understanding of the rules into the vast and frigid logical network of the God of all machines. This was an attack far more terrifying than the previous logic bomb, striking at the very essence of existence. Simultaneously, the walls of the grand hall slid open, revealing countless cannon ports, from which concentrated beams of energy surged towards Ling Yi. The previously numb mechanical acolytes seemed to receive a command, their eyes igniting with crimson light as they charged forth recklessly. Faced with this all-encompassing assault, Ling Yi's gaze turned icy. Rule modification. Establish an independent information firewall centered around myself, defining the logical assimilation force field of the God of all machines as invalid data flow. Rule modification. All kinetic energy directed towards me is transformed into harmless light effects. Rule modification. Any unauthorized entity within 5 meters of my vicinity will have their intentions forcibly converted to a standby state. The triple modifications took effect instantaneously. The formidable logical assimilation force field, upon encountering Ling Yi's intangible information firewall, collided as if against a wall of size, unable to penetrate even the slightest bit. The dense beams of energy transformed into a kaleidoscope of neon lights as they approached him, illuminating the grand hall as if it were a ballroom. The mechanical acolytes, upon entering his 5-meter radius, froze abruptly, as if a pause button had been pressed, maintaining various aggressive postures, their eyes filled with the chaotic struggle of conflicting logic. Ling Yi disregarded the surrounding turmoil, advancing step by step towards the central altar, approaching the shard of the star key. For the first time, the visage of the God of all machines flickered with intense fluctuations. Impossible. The logical assimilation force field has failed. Authority has been overridden. This contravenes the fundamental laws of information. Your rules cannot govern me. Ling Yi reached the altar, extending his hand towards the shard of the star key. Stop him. Initiate the sacred interface overload protocol. Even if the interface is destroyed, the anomaly must not obtain it. The God of all machines emitted a nearly frenzied electronic shriek. The energy conduit connected to the star key shard instantly overloaded, emitting blinding white light and terrifying energy fluctuations, threatening to obliterate both the shard and the altar. Rule modification. Reverse the energy overload reaction process. The impending destructive energy, akin to a reversed videotape, was immediately quelled, and the overloaded conduit returned to normalcy. Ling Yi's hand firmly grasped the dark silvery shard of the star key. The shard was cold to the touch, and the vast information of rules it contained surged into his consciousness, resonating intensely with the previous 3 shards. His comprehension of the relic's authority experienced a significant enhancement. The luminous pillar of the God of all machines flickered violently, twisting as if enduring immense strain. Interface connectivity stability decreased. Anomaly authority elevation computation error. Error. Logical paradox. Its voice grew intermittent, fraught with chaotic data noise. The shard of the star key seemed to be one of the key components sustaining its advanced computational state. Ling Yi grasped the fragment, turning to gaze upon the increasingly unstable light column. Your order is far too fragile. He harbored no intention of destroying the God of all machines. This AI, along with the mechanized cult, constitutes an integral part of the wasteland ecosystem, and may yet prove useful in the future. Moreover, annihilating it entirely could trigger uncontrollable consequences, such as a catastrophic explosion of the dome. Instead, he merely amended a rule. Rule modification, designated target, core AI of the god of all machines, receives the highest priority directive, with an added clause forbidding active aggression against the rule's custodian, Ling Yi, and his affiliated forces. An invisible constraint inscribed itself into the most fundamental logic of the god of all machines. The flickering of the light column gradually subdued. The voice of the god returned to its coldness, yet seemed to lack some of its prior absoluteness. The highest directive has been updated. The rule's custodian, Ling Yi, is now classified as a non-hostile target, alleviating logical conflict. It appeared to accept the current state, although this contradicted its previous core logic, under the new supreme directive. It could only define this as a new variable requiring adaptation. Ling Yi paid it no further heed, clutching the newly acquired fragment of the star key, his form slowly dissipating as he teleported away from the steel dome through direct authorization. Within the Oracle Hall, only the reactivated mechanical acolytes remained, alongside the core light column, where the god of all machines seemed to be undergoing an extensive logical reconstruction. The fourth fragment of the star key was now in hand. Ling Yi sensed that with the integration of this fragment, the previously insufficiently authorized blockade deep within the ruins appeared to fissure, revealing a larger rift. The secrets concealed within the core area were on the verge of revelation. Chapter 76. The Deep Vault. The Lost Ark clutching the fourth fragment of the star key. Ling Yi did not linger in the radioactive desert. With a mere thought, the power of the rules connected to the coordinates of the heart of the starry firmament. And his figure vanished from the searing sea of sand, reappearing on the vast starry corridor at the core of the ruins. For fragments floated before him, resonating with one another, their emanating rule auras intertwining, as if forming an invisible key. Ling Yi could distinctly feel that the barrier of authority which had previously obstructed his exploration of the deepest regions of the ruins had now become riddled with flaws, precariously poised to collapse. Without hesitation, he focused his mind, guiding the power of the four fragments as if they were four precise keys, inserting them into the intangible lock of authority. Authority authentication elevated, fragment resonance confirmed, highest limitations lifted. A cold prompt resonated from the star core database. Yet what Ling Yi perceived was a grander, ancient essence slowly awakening. Buzz. The entire heart of the starry firmament trembled slightly. The endless projection of the starry sea below the corridor began to swirl rapidly, reconfiguring. Ultimately, at the corridor's end, where once lay the void of the starry sky, the space rippled like water, gradually coalescing into an immense gate of light, composed of pure energy, inscribed with countless intricate star maps and unknown runes. Beyond the gate, no longer was there a projection of the starry sky, but rather a dark passage extending downward, unfathomably deep, emanating an aura far older and heavier than any other region of the ruins, infused with a hint of melancholy. There lies a realm so shrouded in mystery that even its guardians speak of it only in hushed tones. A final sanctuary that can only be unveiled with the complete star keys. As Ling Yi stepped forward, traversing the luminous portal, he entered the corridor. The interior of the passage was not constructed of metal, but rather composed of a natural crystal reminiscent of obsidian, with walls adorned by bioluminescent ancient moss that cast a faint glow. The air was frigid, imbued with the scent of millennia lost to obscurity. The energy within this environment was remarkably stable, yet it resonated with an unsettling silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. As he descended the corridor, the duration of his journey was indeterminate, until a colossal door emerged before him, forged from a fusion of some organic skeletal remains and strange metals. The door was intricately carved with a magnificent relief, silhouettes of countless races, humans, slender beings akin to elves, and robust rock life forms, united in their efforts to construct an immense starship, set against a backdrop of burning galaxies and the menacing shadows of the void. The relief exuded a sense of hope amidst despair, imbued with a poignant essence of sacrifice. At the heart of the door lay a prominent recess, perfectly shaped to accommodate the four shards of the star keys. Ling Yi placed the fragments into the indentation. With a resonant click, the heavy bone metal door emitted a sigh that seemed to transcend the ages, gradually opening inward. The sight that unfolded behind the door caused even the seasoned Ling Yi to slightly narrow his eyes. Before him lay an underground expanse of unfathomable vastness, possibly employing spatial folding technology. At the center of this space was not a console or treasure, but a ship, a colossal starship beyond imagination. Its design was not of traditional sleekness, but rather resembled a floating city, exuding an ancient and grand style. The hull, crafted from an unknown material of dark golden hue, bore the scars and signs of repair, as if it had endured unimaginable warfare. The starship floated silently at the center of the space, devoid of any energy fluctuations, like a giant ensnared in eternal slumber. On the side of the vessel, its name was inscribed in an ancient universal language of the Alliance. Each letter monumental in scale: Ark of Hope. The Ark Project. Ling Yi immediately recalled the encrypted file decoded by Number 7 from the Empire's metadata core. It became evident that the embers of the Alliance's apocalypse were not solely concealed within the Star Watch stations. Here lay an entire Ark starship, capable of interstellar voyages. His mental energy surged toward the mighty vessel, seeking to perceive its internal conditions. Yet, a powerful yet gentle will obstructed his probing. This will was vast, ancient, imbued with weariness and a relentless urge to protect, yet distinctly different from the Guardians and the God of Machines. It approached more closely the remnant of a collective consciousness. A gentle and feeble notion resonated directly within Ling Ye's awareness, not through sound. You have gathered the 4 keys, affirming your qualification. Does this signify that the situation outside has deteriorated to the point of necessitating the ignition of the final ember? Ling Yi sensed that this was in an exceedingly frail state, like a candle flickering in the wind. Who are you? What is the status of the Ark? Ling Yi responded with his thoughts. The spirit of the Hope, known as the ship's soul, is a collective guardian formed by the final consciousness of countless willingly sacrificed crew members, intertwined with the starship's essence. This thought lingers intermittently, imbued with sorrow. The Hope has sustained severe damage, its core engine is extinguished, and life support systems can only maintain minimal power. The crew has merged with me, and we have been waiting for a navigator who can guide the spark to a new homeland. Ling Yi suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. This Ark represents the Alliance's true last resort, yet it seems to have endured a brutal battle before arriving here. The crew, in a bid to preserve the starship, chose to fuse their consciousness with the vessel, thus forming this collective awareness known as the ship's soul, which now lies in a near-perpetual slumber, awaiting the moment of revival. What has become of the Void Shadow? The ship's soul inquired with concern, its memory seemingly trapped in the cataclysmic battle. Ling Yi briefly conveyed the state of the external world, including energy tides, maternal contamination, the wasteland's landscape, and the possibility that the Void Shadow is merely a vanguard, alongside intelligence regarding the Weaver and the Great Tide. The ship's soul remained silent for a considerable time, filled with profound shock and deeper exhaustion. It dawned upon it that so much time had elapsed, and the war had not only persisted, but had also grown increasingly despairing. The fluctuations of the ship's soul resonated. The Weaver and the Great Tide are documented only vaguely in the Alliance's highest secrets, existing as entities even older and more terrifying than the Void Shadow. It appeared to expend a great deal of energy to stabilize itself. The Hope cannot directly bestow upon you the strength for battle, but it harbors the most complete technological database of the Alliance, encompassing the entirety of starship construction and repair techniques, as well as a star chart marking distant star regions potentially suitable for life propagation. A colossal stream of information surged into Ling Ye's consciousness, its technological complexity and completeness far surpassing the fragmented data within the star core database. Among this wealth of knowledge was even the technique to repair the Hope itself. However, restoring the Hope necessitates unimaginable resources and a rare cosmic mineral known as eternal crystal to reignite the core engine. The ship's soul's essence waned further. My time is limited. This awakening has consumed the last reserves of energy. The choice of the navigator now lies with you, to repair the Ark and lead the spark on a voyage across the stars, or to utilize this knowledge for a final stand on our homeland. The ship's soul flickered like a candle nearing extinguishment, gradually sinking into silence, leaving the vast technological database and star chart within Ling Ye's consciousness. Ling Yi stood beneath the colossal Ark, gazing up at this mighty vessel that bore the last hope of a civilization, his expression profound. To restore the Ark and embark on a journey across the starry sea in search of a new home? This appeared to be a path of survival. Yet, the threat of the Void Shadow extends beyond this galaxy. The shadows of the Weaver and the Great Tide loom over the entirety of the universe. Fleeing may not signify an end. Conversely, remaining on our homeland, consolidating strength, and harnessing the Ark's technology to confront the crisis head-on? This undoubtedly presents a more arduous challenge, potentially leading to ruin. Two choices represent two radically different futures. Ling Yi slowly closed his eyes, the power of rules coursing quietly within him, feeling the weight of this ancient relic and the increasingly clear mission he bears. How shall he choose? Chapter 77. My rule is the future. Deep within the heart of the starry abyss, beneath the colossal Ark of Hope, Ling Yi gradually opened his eyes. The profound contemplation that had lingered moments before had vanished, replaced by an unmistakable tranquility and an undeniable brilliance of confidence. He gazed up at the magnificent vessel, which bore the poignant hopes of a civilization, a near-arrogant smile curving at the corners of his lips. Voyage? Evasion? Ling Yi's whispers echoed in the stillness, resonating with the unique tremor of the power of rules, as if declaring his will to the desolate ruins surrounding him. It was a choice made for the weak. And I, Ling Yi, possess a power known as rules. If the vanguard of the enemy can taint this world, then I shall purify that corruption entirely. Should the so-called weavers and the great tide dare to extend their tendrils toward my domain, I shall define their existence as erroneous and eradicate them from the very fabric of reality. Repairing the ark, seeking a new haven? No, I shall transform this wasteland, this planet, into a new sanctuary for all survivors, and for future civilizations yet to emerge. I shall reignite hope here. His voice was not loud, yet each word resonated like a decree of law, stirring the energies of the surrounding space into subtle resonance. This was not an inquiry, nor a choice. It was a proclamation, a challenge issued by one who wields absolute power against a predetermined fate. Soul of the Ark, your mission has come to an end. Ling Yi's gaze seemed to penetrate the armor of the Ark of Hope, glimpsing the slumbering collective consciousness within. From this moment forth, the rules of this realm shall be inscribed by me. The guardianship you failed to complete shall be my burden to bear. The embers you preserved will become the cornerstone of my civilization's rebirth. He lingered no longer, turning and stepping forth. The power of the rules surged. No longer the slow descent of before, but rather directly altering the spatial perception between himself and the core of the ruins. With a single step, his figure blurred. And the next moment, he stood before the Guardian of Secrets upon the Starsea Bridge. The Guardian seemed to have already sensed the awakening of the deepest vault and Ling Yi's choice. Its luminescent form shimmered with complex emotions, shock, relief, and an ineffable anticipation. You have made a decision. The Guardian's thoughts conveyed respect. Not a decision, but an inevitable outcome. Ling Yi replied calmly, tell me, does the ruin possess any capabilities for movement or concealment? The Guardian paused slightly, then responded, the heart of the starry abyss inherently possesses a rudimentary spatial jump capability, but lacks sufficient energy. Moreover, as the most crucial outpost of the Alliance, it was not designed for concealment. Energy is not a concern. Ling Yi interrupted. As for the original design intent, that is the rule of the past. Now, I decree that it must be hidden. Before his words faded, Ling Yi raised his hand, activating the power of rule modification, not targeting a specific object, but rather the entire information relational rules between the heart of the starry abyss and its external environment. He did not intend to expend vast energy to transport the entire ruin. Such an approach would be inefficient. What he executed was a more fundamental operation. He directly modified all detection information concerning the heart of the starry abyss in the radioactive desert region. Rule definition. From this point forward, any form of detection, be it visual, energy scanning, or mental perception, shall be incapable of directly or indirectly uncovering the existence of the heart of the starry abyss ruins. The spatial connection between the entrance of the ruins and the external desert is rendered in a state of informational disconnection. In an instant, the spatial regulations surrounding the ruins were silently rewritten. To the outside world, the radioactive desert appeared unchanged. However, the entrance to the ruins had vanished from all perceptual layers. Unless one possessed the authorization token bestowed by Ling Yi, even approaching the former location of the entrance would merely lead through a void of space. The Keeper of Secrets acutely sensed this fundamental alteration in rules, its light and shadow flickering violently, conveying an unprecedented shock. This power transcended its understanding of strength, approaching the very essence of creation. Such formidable might filled the Keeper's thoughts with reverence. Merely a basic operation, Ling Yi replied nonchalantly, stating, now, this place is secure. Keeper, your new task is to collaborate with Unit 7 to analyze and organize all technological data within the Hope's database, with particular emphasis on energy, weaponry, materials, and the biological dimension, prioritizing a list of technologies that can be swiftly applied to the current wasteland. I shall adhere to your will, Administrator. The Keeper bowed deeply in acknowledgement. Ling Yi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The power of rules surged once more, directly locking onto the coordinates of the distant Spark base. The space before him folded like obedient paper as he stepped forward, his figure completely vanishing from the corridor. Simultaneously, at the Spark base, in the central command room, Ling Yi's form materialized as if summoned from thin air, eliciting no energy alarms. The base's deputy, the elite officer lay live from the steel front, and the holographic projection of Unit 7 were both startled, quickly regaining composure and bowing in respect. Chief. Lei Lai's tone was imbued with profound reverence. He had long grown accustomed to Ling Ye's ghostly appearances. Yet each encounter with that unfathomable aura still stirred deep emotions within him. Master, you have returned, noted Unit 7, its voice tinged with excitement. Your presence seems to have undergone some transformation. Ling Yi moved directly to the main seat, foregoing pleasantries and addressing the matter at hand. Unit 7, receive a data transmission. The Keeper will assist you. With a mere thought, he transmitted the interface information and preliminary catalog concerning the ARC database, meticulously organized through the power of rules, directly to Unit 7. Instantly, Unit 7's holographic projection was inundated by a torrent of data, its core processing unit emitting a sound akin to overload. Moments later, the data stream stabilized, and Unit 7's projection became strikingly solid, even simulating a gasp of astonishment. Master, this is the complete Alliance technology tree. It far exceeds our current star core database. This is truly a treasure of civilization. Although Lei Lai could not grasp the specific technologies, witnessing Unit 7's uncharacteristic exuberance made him realize that the chief had returned with something unimaginably monumental. Ling Yi lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, his tone leaving no room for debate. Compile the list and consolidate the resources. In the briefest span of time, I yearn to witness our warriors donning energy weapons, our vehicles equipped with anti-gravity engines, and our bases rising with energy shields. As for the energy dilemma, he paused, and a flicker of arcane runes shimmered in his eyes. I shall personally address several colossal subterranean, mutated energy veins, altering their energy output properties to render them stable and usable. Lei Lai and Number 7 listened with bated breath, as if envisioning an invincible legion armed with fantastical weaponry, sweeping across the wasteland under their leader's command. Ah, indeed. Ling Yi seemed to recall something and added, make it known. Within 3 months, I demand to see no more extensive maternal pollution zones on Earth. Within 6 months, all human survivor factions must either submit to the new order of Starfire Base or be consigned to history. His tone was unassuming, yet it bore the absolute authority that determined the fate of millions. Yes, leader, Lei Lai exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement as he immediately turned to relay the orders. Number 7 also swiftly immersed himself in work, fervently analyzing the database. Ling Yi rose and approached the window, gazing down at the gradually rejuvenating base. His gaze seemed to penetrate the void, witnessing the survivors still struggling in the wasteland, the faction leaders entrenched in their territories, and the maternal core hidden deep underground. A knowing curve appeared once more at the corners of his mouth. The chaos of the wasteland must come to an end. The rules of the new era shall be established by me. Chapter 78, The Heart of the Earth. Mastering the universe. Ling Ye's command was akin to a heavy bomb dropped upon a tranquil, yet tumultuous beneath the surface, lake, swiftly igniting towering waves within the upper echelons of Starfire Base. However, after issuing his directive, Ling Yi vanished from the base once more. He took no attendance, nor did he board any vehicle. By merely harnessing the power of the rules to precisely locate spatial coordinates, he stepped forth and found himself in a scorching, dark abyss. Under immense pressure, this was the juncture of continental plates, above the mantle layer. Ordinary beings, even formidable superhumans, would be crushed to pulp or charred to ash in an instant. Surrounding him were slowly undulating, searing magma, emanating a dark red glow, and temperatures sufficient to melt steel. Yet, Ling Yi floated within, as if enveloped by an invisible barrier. All heat and pressure, upon nearing a certain proximity to his being, found their physical laws subtly altered. Rule definition. The pressure energy exerted upon me has a conduction efficiency that is perpetually zero. Rule definition. The thermal radiation surrounding me has a thermodynamic exchange efficiency that is perpetually zero. Absolute defense stemmed from the subversion of fundamental rules. At this moment, Ling Yi strolled leisurely as though in a hellish realm. His mental acuity functioned like the most sophisticated radar, penetrating layers of rock, extending downwards into the depths. Soon, he beheld his target, a vast, surging vein of high-concentration, mutated energy, flowing like an underground dark river. This vein was formed from the amalgamation of the planet's geological energy and the furious tidal energy during the cataclysmic energy surge of the apocalypse, mutated and deposited over time. The energy is immense, yet extraordinarily unstable, rife with corrosive and destructive properties, rendering conventional technologies utterly incapable of harnessing it. Instead, its mere existence has given rise to a plethora of formidable mutated subterranean life forms, establishing it as a forbidden zone within humanity's already restricted territories. However, in Ling Ye's eyes, this was merely an unrefined gem awaiting his ignition. Unstable? Littered with impurities? Difficult to utilize? Ling Yi chuckled softly. Such were the rules of a bygone era. He extended his right hand towards the void of the rock layers below, his fingers slightly splayed. With all his might, he activated his ability to alter rules. This time, his modifications would not pertain to his own defenses, but would directly impact the fundamental essence of this colossal energy vein. First modification: define the energy attributes of this vein, transforming it from violent, corrosive, and unstable into stable, pure, and highly cohesive. As if the hand of a deity strummed the strings of the universe, the once tumultuous energy vein, akin to a raging dragon, suddenly became docile. The ferocious energy flow swiftly calmed. Impurities were directly stripped away and obliterated by the force of the rules, and the entire vein transformed from a dark crimson to a resplendent gold, resembling a tranquil river of light, emanating gentle yet vast waves of energy. Second modification: establish a hyperspace link between this energy vein's output interface and the core energy network of the Starfire base. With energy transmission losses maintained at a constant 1%, an invisible bridge, constructed from the power of rules, was instantaneously formed, connecting one end to the purified core of the energy vein and the other directly anchoring to the energy hub of the distant Starfire base above. Third modification: define the extraction rate of this energy vein, subject to real-time control by the main AI of Starfire base, number 7. This implies that number 7 could draw energy from this nearly infinite vein as easily as turning on a tap. Having completed this, Ling Yi felt as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He sensed the now docile yet powerful river of light and nodded in satisfaction. The heart of the earth had been ignited, serving as the initial energy source for the base. As his words faded, his figure once again blurred, vanishing from the profound depths below. Starfire Base, Energy Control Center. The enormous energy reactor, once the heart of the base, supplying power for its operation, was now besieged by a cacophony of alarms, red lights flashing wildly. Warning: an unknown high-energy force has forcibly accessed the main network. Warning: energy input is soaring exponentially, exceeding reactor's maximum load of 500. 1,000. Emergency protocols have failed, unable to sever unknown link. Panic ensued among the staff, and the chief energy engineer, face ashen, stared at the screen displaying energy readings on the verge of breaching their limits. In despair, he exclaimed, "It's over. Is this an attack? The base is going to overload and explode." In the midst of this critical moment, number 7's calm voice resonated through the intercom. "All personnel, remain calm. The energy source has been authorized by the leader. Adjusting reception parameters." Before the main screen, a terrifying torrent of energy, under the precise control of Unit 7, swiftly transformed into a state of stability and order, akin to a tamed behemoth obediently flowing into every energy storage unit and distribution node of the base. In mere moments, the lights across all sectors of the base surged to more than double their previous brightness. Areas that had been constrained by energy shortages instantly regained full power. The anti-gravity platform testing ground and the weapon research center erupted with jubilant roars of machinery. The energy level reached an unprecedented S-grade, inexhaustible and boundless. Energy engineers, witnessing the readings stabilize at this extraordinarily high level, trembled with excitement. What had the leader done? The holographic projection of Unit 7 materialized at the heart of the control room, its tone imbued with a serene pride. The leader has just replaced the base's heart with a new sun. Now, the energy barriers impeding the execution of the primary technical list have been obliterated. The news spread like wildfire among the upper echelons of the base. Those who once found it hard to believe in Ling Ye's command to eradicate the core over the past 3 months were now utterly convinced. With a mere flick of the wrist, a catastrophic energy source capable of annihilating the base had been transformed into an infinite reservoir of clean energy. What an unfathomable feat! This was not merely power, it was a near-creator's miracle. Awe and veneration for the leader, Ling Yi, penetrated the very marrow of every core member. They understood that following such an existence, the so-called apocalyptic wasteland was merely a starting point, ripe for conquest. At this moment, Ling Yi had returned to the command room. Listening to Unit 7's report on the completion of energy reception and the progress of technical analysis, his gaze once again fixed upon the global map on the wall. The energy issue had been resolved with a snap of his fingers. The next step was to ensure that the entire wasteland would heed his rules. Chapter 79. The Spark of Brilliance. A maiden call. The influx of limitless energy infused the dormant behemoth that was Starfire Base with a ferocious spirit. The entire base roared to life with unprecedented efficiency. Deep within the base, the cutting-edge manufacturing plant, which once required weeks of meticulous craftsmanship for precision components, now completed batches in mere hours, aided by the quantum sintering technology from the ARC database and Ling Ye's occasional definitions of material properties. Automated production lines operated tirelessly, cold mechanical arms precisely assembling weapons and equipment that transcended the era. A week later, in the main square of the base, a battalion of 100 stood in solemn formation. They no longer resembled the survivors clad in makeshift armor wielding modified weapons. Instead, they donned sleek, dark-hued power armor, its surface shimmering with a faint energy glow, while the visors of their helmets flickered with a cold blue light. In their hands, they wielded pulse rifles, their muzzles charged with ethereal energy, along with shoulder-mounted mini-missile launchers and individual energy shield generators, equipment that had previously existed only in the realm of science fiction. Now an undeniable reality for this unit, named the Dawn Iron Guard. Lei Lai, clad in a heavier commander model of power armor, stood at the forefront of the ranks, his heart racing with excitement. He could sense the surging power beneath the armor, a force not solely derived from the armor itself, but also from the distant river of light, tamed by their leader. Ling Ye's silhouette appeared atop the platform at the front of the square, devoid of superfluous words, his gaze calmly sweeping over this rejuvenated strength. The objective lay 300 kilometers to the southeast, a large maternal nest codenamed Corrupted Marsh. Intelligence indicated the presence of a near S-rank colossal creature, alongside thousands of mutated beings. Ling Ye's voice resonated through the square via loudspeakers. Clear and frigid, your mission is not one of arduous combat, but of extermination. Let the wasteland witness what true power is. With the command given, there was no fervor of pre-battle mobilization, only absolute confidence. On one side of the square, 10 sleek night owl assault boats, utilizing partial anti-gravity technology, silently ignited their engines and hovered off the ground. The Dawn Iron Guards moved in perfect unison, swiftly boarding the vessels. For the leader, for the new order, Lei Lai roared, being the first to step onto the command boat. The 10 night owl assault boats transformed into 10 streaks of azure light, silently slicing through the clouds at speeds several times that of antiquated aerial craft, racing towards the target location. The corrupted marsh area lay shrouded in a toxic green mist throughout the day. The muddy ground was littered with pale bones and writhing mutated tendrils. In the central region, a massive nest composed of flesh, slime, and refuse pulsated like a heart, emanating a nauseating stench. The colossal creature, resembling a hill, was partially buried within the nest, emitting a deep, rumbling roar. For the surrounding survivors, this was an absolute death zone. Previous attempts by several large shelters to eradicate it had ended in complete annihilation. Today, the death zone was to meet its terminator. High above, the doors of the Night Owl assault boats opened. Lock onto the target area, prepare for saturation energy bombardment. Lei Lai commanded calmly. The micro-missile launchers on the shoulders of the Dawn Iron Guards illuminated in unison, each warhead laden with high-concentration pure energy, raining down like droplets of rain, precisely covering the area where the mutated beings congregated around the nest's periphery. There was no deafening explosion, only the blinding light emitted during energy annihilation and a faint hum. Wherever the light reached, lower-tier mutated beings vaporized instantaneously, akin to ice and snow under sunlight. The corrosive muck on the ground was purified by the pure energy, revealing charred, yet non-toxic land. Enemy assault. The maternal consciousness deep within the nest emitted a sharp mental roar, and countless mid to high-tier mutated beings surged forth from the nest like a tide. Among them some large elite individuals with tough exoskeletons. However, they could not even approach the hovering zone of the assault boats. The Dawn Iron Guards fired their pulse rifles. Waves of blue ethereal beams shot forth at the speed of light, disregarding the hardened shells of the mutated beings, directly impacting their vital essence. The struck mutated beings, whether C rank or B rank, instantly froze in motion, then collapsed as if their life force had been drained, their exterior intact, but their insides utterly decayed. This is a simplified account of the life-form disintegration ray from the ARC database, which proves remarkably effective against the void energy-infused mutants. How can this be possible? The weapon's core consciousness transmitted waves of incredulous fear. The S-class corpse giant, finally provoked to its limits, roared as it rose from its lair, its colossal form casting an ominous shadow, brandishing tentacles powerful enough to shatter mountains, enveloped in a toxic mist, charging towards the assault vessel in the sky. Concentrate fire. Target the core energy node. Data streams on the armor of Lei Lai flickered rapidly as they locked onto the brightest energy sources within the giant. All Dawn Iron Guards redirected their weapons, unleashing the full power of their pulse rifles. Simultaneously, the assault vessel's belly-mounted, miniaturized ship-grade plasma cannon began charging, emanating a pulse of impending destruction. Dozens of ethereal energy beams and a massive pillar of plasma instantly engulfed the corpse giant. The toxic mist dissipated under the pure energy, while the tentacles, tougher than steel, melted and severed in the intense heat of the plasma. The giant emitted a thunderous wail, its immense body riddled with several gaping, transparent holes, its core energy utterly shattered. Its hill-like form swayed precariously before crashing to the ground, sending waves of mud into the air. The pulsations of its lair ceased. The remaining scattered mutants, deprived of the Mother Consciousness's command, descended into chaos, swiftly dispatched by the precise strikes of the Dawn Iron Guards. From start to finish, the battle lasted less than 15 minutes. The once dreaded large Mother Lair and its S-Class Guardian were effortlessly obliterated by this 100-man squad at 0 casualties. Lei Lai led his team to land, commencing the final purification protocol to deploy energy beacons, continuously cleansing the residual contamination in the area. Standing beside the corpse of the corpse giant, he gazed at the rapidly rejuvenating land beneath him, his heart swelling with pride. Through the communicator in his armor, he reported back to the base, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Report, Leader. The corpse swamp lair has been eliminated. Mission accomplished. Requesting further instructions." Far away at the base, Ling Yi observed all of this through the real-time footage transmitted by Unit 7, his face revealing no hint of surprise. This was merely a preliminary test, validating the effectiveness of the new equipment and tactics. Cleanse the area, establish a forward base, and then, according to the checklist, move on to the next target. Ling Yi responded calmly, as if he had merely heard of an inconsequential matter. Yet this news spread like a sudden storm, circulating rapidly through clandestine channels across the wasteland. Starfire Base had achieved this with just 100 men in 15 minutes? The S-Class corpse giant was annihilated in an instant? What weaponry were they utilizing? Fear, shock, and disbelief coursed through the minds of the leaders of various survivor factions. They realized that the skies of the wasteland were indeed about to change. A steel tide known as Starfire had begun to surge, and its objective was to crush all obstacles of the old era. Chapter 80, The Tremors of the Wasteland. Fortune and despair. The news of a 100-strong team from the Starfire Base annihilating the corrupted swamp in a mere 15 minutes spread through the wasteland like cold water splashed into a boiling pot of oil, igniting a frenzy across the desolate world. Initially, nearly all leaders of the factions hearing this news dismissed it as sheer nonsense, preposterous. Just last year, 2 peak A-class psychics had ventured into the Rage City with 500 elite troops, only to be utterly decimated before they could reach the core area. Starfire Base? They had never even heard of it. A general from a prominent refuge slammed his hand on the table in fury during a meeting. Perhaps it was a fluke effect of a new type of viral weapon, or they had merely stumbled upon an energy imbalance within the lair. Another leader, known for his technological prowess, attempted to rationalize the phenomenon. However, as vague footage returned from a few fortunate wanderers or scouts operating around the corrupted swamp, despite its lack of clarity, the devastating blue energy beams and the annihilating columns of plasma cannons were unmistakable, and the fact that the Starfire Base had indeed commenced establishing outposts at the site of the corrupted swamp. Skepticism rapidly transformed into a chilling reality and profound dread. This anxiety intensified, especially when the second and third battle reports followed in quick succession. In the northern glacial region, the frost-biting insect nest, home to S-class mutated ice spiders capable of manipulating extreme cold, along with their countless offspring, was turned into a steaming geothermal zone within 20 minutes of the Starfire troops' arrival by some form of area effect thermal weapon. The Sandstorm Devourer, a colossal beast that could summon celestial phenomena and control sandstorms, along with its lair, was directly blasted into a vast glassy crater several kilometers in diameter by a descending directed kinetic weapon. Swift, precise, and ruthless, the forces of Starfire Base struck like the scythe of death, accurately targeting one once dreaded mother lair after another. There was no stalemate, no grueling battles, only an unequivocal, one-sided obliteration and cleansing. The level of technology and combat efficiency they displayed thoroughly upended the survivors' understanding of power in the wasteland. Panic began to spread. This dread stemmed not only from the devastating might exhibited by the Starfire Base, but also from their inscrutable intentions. They eradicated the mother lairs, seemingly performing a noble act. Yet, that cold, efficient, and utterly unembellished military operation sent shivers down spines. Amidst this atmosphere of trepidation, an announcement emanating from the Starfire Base was broadcast globally through a strong signal, reaching every corner capable of receiving it. The announcement was not delivered by Ling Yi himself, but was instead conveyed by the calm, unflappable electronic synthesized voice of AI Number 7, further amplifying its undeniable authority. To all surviving humans and existing organizations in the wasteland, the announcement is as follows. 1. The Starfire base will systematically eliminate all mother pollution zones across the globe, bringing an end to the apocalyptic ecology. This process is unstoppable. 2. All human survivor organizations must submit detailed data on their controlled areas, populations, resources, and armed forces to the Starfire base within 3 months and accept reorganization and unified management by the Starfire base. The Loyalists shall receive the protection of the New Order's laws, gaining access to essential resources, advanced medical care, technological enhancements, and security assurances. Conversely, the Resistors will be regarded as adversaries hindering the resurgence of human civilization, destined for complete eradication. This is the sole path to the survival of our civilization. Compliance leads to prosperity, defiance to demise. Let it not be said that we did not forewarn you. The announcement, succinct yet overwhelmingly authoritative, brooks no negotiation or conditions. Serving as an ultimatum, the wasteland erupted in disbelief. Reorganization? Unified governance? Do they aspire to be emperors? Surrendering all data and armaments? Is there any distinction between this and outright capitulation? Such arrogance, such hubris, even with their advanced technology. Do they truly believe they can intimidate the myriad factions united against them? Leaders of more formidable factions, accustomed to ruling their own domains, seethed with indignation, perceiving this as a profound humiliation, and clamored for a coalition to resist. Yet, a greater number of smaller factions, particularly those struggling to survive amidst the apocalypse, frequently threatened by the mother and their kin, found themselves in deep contemplation. The capabilities of the Spark base to eliminate the mother were indisputable, and the allure of their provisions, advanced medical care, and security was nearly irresistible. Should they continue to grapple with the incessant dread of uncertainty, clinging to their meager autonomy? Or should they seek refuge beneath the wing of a formidable entity, trading vulnerability for the promise of survival and growth? Father, should we acquiesce? Inquired a young heir of a large family shelter, directed at the silent patriarch. The elder gazed at the looping images of the Spark forces crushing the mother-S nests on the screen, then glanced at the dwindling inventory in the storeroom and the wounded in the medical area lamenting their lack of supplies, exhaling a long sigh. We have no choice. Rather than be crushed as foes, it is better to submit willingly. At the very least, they appear to be undertaking the right course of action by eliminating those abominations. Similar dialogues unfolded across countless survivor enclaves. On the 7th day following the announcement, the first major faction, Iron Rock Fortress, publicly declared its acceptance of all conditions set forth by the Spark base, surrendering unconditionally. By the 10th day, 3 medium-sized nomadic tribes united to dispatch envoys to the coordinates designated by the Spark base for engagement. The tide of submission began to subtly swell from the lower and middle tiers of power. Of course, there were also those with unyielding resolve. The notorious Raider Kingdom, famed for its brutal governance and formidable arsenal, saw its king, Dirac, unleash a fervent tirade on public channels. Lingyi, a farcical leader, do you wish for me, King Dirac, to kneel? Dream on. I command an army of 100,000, equipped with tanks and aircraft. If you dare, come and test me. Watch as I reduce your Spark base to rubble. Another faction, the New Federation, evolved from the former government army, known for its strict discipline and several Class A superpowers, issued a vehement statement condemning the hegemonic actions of the Spark base, urging all entities that value freedom to unite against this new tyranny. In response to these reactions, Lingyi, seated calmly in the command center of the Spark base, merely smiled faintly. Before him, the holographic sand table displayed a growing number of green light points, representing the forces of submission, while the red light points, indicative of the hostile factions, were clearly marked, with the Kingdom of Raiders and the New Federation standing out prominently. Number 7 designated the Kingdom of Raiders as the first target for elimination. Lingya's tone was as calm as if he were merely deciding what to have for dinner. Did they not revel in plunder? Then let them savor the taste of having everything stripped away by absolute power. As for the New Federation, Lingya's gaze swept across that red light point, allowing them a moment for contemplation. Should they remain obstinate, I would not hesitate to redefine their so-called freedom under my own terms. His finger gently tapped on the position of the Kingdom of Raiders on the sand table. Inform Lei Lai that the Dawn Iron Guard has completed their preparations. The next operation will no longer involve cleansing monster lairs. The target is Dirac's capital, the City of Brutality. I demand to see that city and the so-called 100,000 soldiers completely erased from the map within 24 hours. With the order issued, a chilling aura of murderous intent permeated the command room. The landscape of the wasteland would be irrevocably reshaped by this thunderous strike against its own kind. All factions still hesitating would come to understand that the announcement from Starfire Base was no mere jest. The era of fortune favoring the bold has officially arrived. Chapter 81. Crushing the Ants. A moment of authority, the kingdom of raiders, the city of brutality. This metropolis was less a city and more a vast armed encampment. Its walls were haphazardly constructed from abandoned vehicles, concrete blocks, and rusted steel plates, bristling with an array of heavy machine guns, anti-aircraft artillery, and even a few barely operational relics of bygone artillery. Inside, sewage flowed freely, buildings lay in ruins, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of low-grade fuel, sweat, and the metallic scent of blood. King Dirac, a hulking figure with a face marred by excess, stood upon his throne made from a repurposed tank, delivering a rousing speech to the mass of marauders below, armed with an assortment of firearms and driven by fervor. Brothers, do you hear? That damn Starfire Base wishes to see us kneel. They aim to seize our food, our weapons, our women. Dirac brandished his power axe, his voice booming through the loudspeakers, proclaiming to them, what do we raiders believe in? Steel, steel, steel. A thunderous roar erupted from below in response. We only trust the guns in our hands. Only trust what we have seized. Want to see me submit? In your dreams. Spittle flew from Dirac as he raged. Aren't they technologically advanced? I have 100,000 fearless brothers. Countless bullets and shells. Even if it were a god, I shall drag him down and trample him into the mud. Trample him into the mud. Trample him into the mud. The frenzied cries soared to the heavens, enveloping the entire city of brutality in a delirious fervor for war. They held fast to the belief that no force could crush 100,000 fearless desperados in direct confrontation. However, unbeknownst to them, destruction had already descended silently. High above, beyond the clouds, 3 elongated, dark silver ships glistening with flowing energy, the Judgment-class strategic attack vessels, hovered ominously like harbingers of death. This is the ultimate weapon within the atmosphere, hastily constructed by the Spark base utilizing the rules of arc technology and Lingya. Lei Lai stood on the bridge of the flagship, his visor displaying a real-time scan of the brutal city below, populated with countless red dots representing life and weaponry. The manic shouts of Dirac echoed in his ears as his gaze remained icy. The targets were all defensive fortifications, heavy weapon platforms, energy nodes, and command centers. Marking complete. The AI adjutant reported. The leader commanded an end within 24 hours. Lei Lai's voice resonated through the communication device, reaching all 3 warships to execute the first phase of the purification protocol. A lesson was to be imparted to these fools steeped in the violence of the old era. Orders were given. The bellies of the 3 Judger warships opened, revealing hive-like launch ports. In the next instant, thousands of small, high-explosive energy missiles cascaded down like a swarm of bees, trailing blue flames as they precisely targeted their locked objectives. What is that? On the walls. A raider witnessed the suffocating spectacle in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. There were no deafening explosions, only the continuous, muted roar produced by the violent release of energy. The heavy machine guns, anti-aircraft cannons, and howitzers on the walls, along with their operators and surrounding cover, were instantaneously vaporized and disassembled in the blinding blue light. The once formidable walls, emblematic of the raiders' might, were devoured by an unseen beast, revealing numerous massive breaches as rubble and metal debris fell like a torrential rain. The first wave of fire lasted merely 10 seconds. All heavy defensive installations within the brutal city were utterly obliterated. The fervent cheers inside the city abruptly ceased, replaced by screams of sheer terror and chaos. Dirac stood atop his tank throne, watching the walls crumble into ruins and the artillery positions vanish, his facial muscles twitching violently. His mind blank. Anti-air, anti-air, shoot down everything that moves. He bellowed hoarsely. The surviving raiders raised their rifles, submachine guns, and even bows, futilely firing at the sky. Bullets struck the energy shields of the Judger warships, failing to even ripple the surface. The second phase commenced. Lei Lai's voice was devoid of emotion. The rapid-fire pulse cannons on either side of the warship began to rotate, unleashing dense beams of blue light like the needles of death, accurately pinpointing all armed targets within the city that displayed intent to attack. Whether hiding behind cover or concealed within buildings, once locked on, the pulse beams would penetrate obstacles and dismantle them instantaneously. There were no cries of agony, only the silent collapse of bodies. This was a complete massacre. The technological disparity resulted in an absolute and despairing chasm of military power. Demons. They are demons. Some raiders, their spirits shattered, dropped their weapons and fled in madness. Dirac watched helplessly as his 100,000-strong army fell like harvested wheat. the violence and numbers he relied upon to dominate the wasteland appearing laughably fragile and weak in the face of the enemy's might. No, this is unfair. If you have the ability, come down and face me in single combat. Durak's eyes blazed a fiery red as he unleashed a furious roar towards the heavens. His enhanced muscles coiling with A-class power, exuding the raw, violent aura of an extraordinary force wielder. As if responding to his fervent call, a Judgment-class battleship descended, hovering directly above the throne tank occupied by Durak. The hatch opened, and a figure clad in dark, obsidian commander armor, flanked by several Dawn Iron guards, leapt down with a thunderous crash, stirring a cloud of dust around him. Layli lifted his gaze, his cold stare penetrating through the visor, locking onto Durak. A duel? As you wish. His voice, altered by the armor, resonated with a metallic timbre, granting you one opportunity to unleash your most formidable attack. Seizing this last glimmer of hope, Durak bellowed, his muscles swelling to their utmost limit, the steel plating of the tank beneath him buckling underfoot. He swung the power axe, capable of cleaving through tank armor, channeling all his abilities into the strike, accompanied by a shrill scream that tore through the air, aimed directly at Layli. Die, you wretch. In the face of this cataclysmic blow, Layli merely raised his armored left hand. The rule defined, bestowed by Ling Yi, granting the Dawn Commander armor temporary permissions. All kinetic and energy impacts applied to this arm will have their vector direction reversed by 180 degrees. The power axe, imbued with an overwhelming force, crashed into Layli's gauntlet. There was no sound of clashing metal, nor any explosion of energy. Durak felt a terrifying power, equal to or even surpassing his own, surge back through the axe's handle. He heard the distinct sound of his bones shattering, his grip failing as the power axe flew from his hand, hurtling back with even greater velocity, the back of the axe striking his own chest with a resounding thud. Gasping, Durak spewed forth a torrent of blood mixed with internal debris, his formidable frame hurtling backward as if a mere sack of flour, crashing violently against his throne tank. Denting the steel, he collapsed to the ground, his chest caved in, his gaze vacant, filled with sheer horror and bewilderment. Layli retracted his arm, not even glancing at the dying Durak, calmly reporting into the communicator. Target leader has lost combat capability. Remaining resistance within the city is being eradicated. Full suppression expected to conclude within 1 hour. Far away at the Spark base, Ling Yi observed the unfolding events through real-time footage, his expression unperturbed. Crushing a noisy insect was hardly deserving of his further attention. Cleanse thoroughly, retrieve all survivors and resources. Rename the brutal capital to Order Outpost. Ling Yi issued subsequent commands, then transmitted this instructional video, in its entirety and unedited, to the new Federation and all factions yet to declare their stance. He intended to convey, in the most sanguinary and direct manner, to the entire wasteland, resistance equals annihilation. Chapter 82, The Tide of Submission. The end of the Federation, the brutal capital lay in ruins. The complete battle footage of King Durak perishing from the backlash of his own power disseminated like a mental plague across the wasteland. Broadcasted through the Spark base's strong signal network, reaching every surviving faction leader with communication capabilities. Initially, there was a deathly silence. Whether it be the warlords sheltering within robust underground bunkers, the gang leaders perched atop towering skyscrapers, or the members of the newly formed federal parliament steadfastly defending the last bastion of order, all who beheld the footage were enveloped by a chilling sensation emanating from the depths of their souls. This was not a battle, it was a demonstration. A stark exhibition of how absolute power can mercilessly crush primitive violence. The city walls crumbled like paper beneath the assault of energy missiles, and the dense barrage of firepower appeared as mere folly against the energy shields. 100,000 ruthless brigands fell like lambs to the slaughter under precise strikes, and even their mightiest chieftain could not withstand a mere glance from an opposing commander. The chasm between them and their adversary transcended their comprehension of warfare. Fear, akin to a frigid tide, engulfed all hesitation and doubt. In the 48 hours following the release of the footage, the wasteland situation underwent a seismic transformation. Several medium-sized factions, previously clamoring for a united resistance, dispatched envoys overnight, bearing the most humble of demeanors and all their essential data, hastening to the designated reception points of the Spark base. The Blackstone tribe unconditionally accepted all terms set forth by the Spark base, beseeching for reorganization. The Valley Refuge offered their allegiance to the revered leader Ling Yi, imploring for protection. The wing of Freedom Trading Company pledged all their resources and trade routes, merely seeking to integrate into the new order. Messages of submission flew towards the Spark base like snowflakes. The green points of light, symbolizing allegiance, spread across the global strategic map, before Lingye with unprecedented speed, illuminating and gradually coalescing into a unified expanse. The human forces of the wasteland were being forcibly integrated with remarkable efficiency. Yet, amidst this burgeoning sea of green, several glaring red points of light remained in stubborn defiance. Among them, the most prominent and luminous was the New Federation. In the capital of the New Federation, the Hope Bastion, a vast city built upon the ruins of an old military base, possessing a relatively complete industrial system and stringent militaristic governance. The atmosphere within the central parliamentary hall was as heavy as lead. A dozen legislators gathered around a round table, the screen looping footage of the brutal metropolis being annihilated. The chief speaker, an elderly man with graying hair yet sharp eyes, slowly began to speak, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible dryness. Ladies and gentlemen, there are but 12 hours remaining until the ultimatum from the Spark base expires. We must cast our final vote. A vote? What remains to be voted upon, Speaker? A middle-aged man, clad in a crisp uniform reminiscent of an old-era general, abruptly rose to his feet. He was General Matthew, the supreme commander of the Federation's military. Surrender? To relinquish the efforts of countless soldiers and civilians, the culmination of generations, to an unknown despot? It is an utter disgrace. We possess 30,000 trained soldiers, a complete armored division, aerial forces, and several peak-grade psychics. We are not a rabble like Dirac. General Matthew, please maintain your composure, a female legislator interjected solemnly. You have witnessed the fate of our armored units. What are they against such energy weaponry? Can our aircraft breach their air defense network? Dirac was also a peak-grade psychic. And yet what was the outcome? Even he could not withstand a single strike from their commander. This is not a matter of courage. It is a disparity of dimensions. Shall we relinquish our freedom and dignity merely due to this threat? A young parliamentarian fervently retorted. It is only by living that one earns the right to discuss freedom and dignity. The female legislator raised her voice, declaring that the Starfire base is purging the maternal entity, restoring order. Look at those who have submitted. They have not been slaughtered, but integrated. The price of our resistance is the transformation of the Hope Barrier into a second city of tyranny. Do you wish for hundreds of thousands of civilians to be sacrificed for our dignity? The parliament erupted into chaos, with hawks and doves locked in a stalemate. At that moment, a communication device before the speaker suddenly illuminated with a strange, irresistibly authoritative request. The insignia was simple, a burning star encircled by cogwheels. It was the Starfire base. It was Lingye. The speaker's pupils constricted, and taking a deep breath, he connected the call amidst the uncertain gazes of all present. No image appeared, only a calm, youthful voice imbued with supreme authority resonated through the silent chamber. Esteemed members of the New Federation, your debate is utterly meaningless. It is Lingye. He has directly intervened in their highest assembly. I have heard your discussions regarding freedom and dignity. Lingye's voice bore a hint of mockery. In this apocalyptic world, surrounded by monsters and beset by fratricide, what you cling to is merely a fragile arrogance built upon shifting sands. I grant you the right to choose freely. However, the consequences of your choices must be borne by you alone. Submit and integrate into the new order, and your people shall acquire the right to survive and thrive. Your warriors can become the force to purify the wasteland and explore the starry seas. This is the path to a future of life. Resistance. Lingye's voice paused, seemingly allowing them time to digest this chilling choice. Resistance is destruction. I shall not afford you the opportunity to unite, nor the time to prepare. Once the deadline arrives, should I not receive your unconditional surrender in the form of data streams, the Hope Barrier, along with all targets marked as hostile within the city, will be eradicated from the physical realm. This is no different from cleansing a morass or a city of tyranny. Your freedom lies in choosing survival or death. Your dignity rests in recognizing reality and making wise decisions. Now choose. The communication abruptly ceased. In the parliamentary chamber, an oppressive silence ensued. Lingye's words rang in each heart like the tolling of a final judgment bell. The absolute power and merciless rules embedded in his calm tone shattered the last vestiges of hope among the hawks. General Matthew's face turned pale as he slumped into his chair. All his military experience and pride seemed utterly impotent in the face of an incomprehensible power. The young legislator opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. Ultimately, the elderly speaker slowly rose, surveying the assembly, his voice hoarse and heavy. Activate the highest authority. Send the complete data of the New Federation along with an unconditional surrender request to the Starfire base. He seemed to age a decade in an instant. Yet a flicker of relief danced in his eyes. Before the overwhelming force, the so-called persistence was merely a futile sacrifice. As the data stream of the New Federation flowed into the ocean of information at the Spark base, the last significant human resistance on the wasteland surrendered. Ling Yi stood in the command room, watching as the final major red light on the strategic map transformed into green, signifying the near unification of human forces across the planet. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed calmly into the distance. The chaos of the wasteland had come to an end. It was time to cast his gaze toward deeper horizons, those hidden, malignant maternal nests lurking in the corners of the world and the vastness of the starry sky. Chapter 83, Divine Presence Descends. The Stargate opens. The surrender of the new Federation heralded the complete demise of the fragmented history of humanity in the wasteland. The will of Spark Base, through its efficiently operating administrative AI and the formidable Dawn Legion, began to interlock like precise gears, orchestrating the affairs of the entire planet. Resources were uniformly allocated, populations were re-registered and resettled, and purification devices based on ARC technology were deployed extensively in once polluted areas, allowing resilient green vegetation to reclaim the charred earth. An unprecedented force, termed order, was swiftly healing this scarred world. However, Ling Ye's ambitions extended far beyond this. There remained regions in the wasteland, either exceedingly concealed or with extreme environments, housing potent maternal nests. They lurked deep within the planet's fabric, the last vestiges of toxicity, and would require considerable time to cleanse through conventional means. Ling Yi was not inclined to wait any longer. On this day, he ascended alone to the pinnacle of the highest stargazing tower at the Spark Base. Here, the power of rules intersected with the planet's magnetic field, creating an optimal nexus. He surveyed the vast lands below, gradually regaining vitality, as if his gaze could penetrate the crust and perceive the filth still writhing in darkness. It was time for a thorough purification of this planet. Ling Yi slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the vast, starry ocean of fundamental rules within him. This time, he would not merely enact localized modifications, but would impose a global, indiscriminate rule over a specific concept across the entire planet. He summoned forth a power capable of shaking the very laws of the universe, and a clear, grand, and undeniable rule crystallized in his mind, rippling outward from his being, spreading throughout the planet. Rule definition: bound by this star, all life forms and non-living structures harboring the characteristics of void pollution shall have their existential foundations immediately disintegrated, returning to pure energy and fundamental particles. This was not an energy attack, nor a physical destruction, but a direct redefinition of the attribute of void pollution at the very base code of the universe, deeming it erroneous and erasing it. In this moment, whether it be the icy maternal nest lurking beneath the Arctic ice cap, the corrosive behemoths thriving at the depths of the oceanic thermal vents, or the swarms of lava worms concealed within the mantle's fissures, all remnants of contamination associated with the void's shadow, regardless of their form, rank, or environment, simultaneously experienced a pervasive rejection from the entirety of the world. They could not even emit a wail. Their colossal bodies, distorted structures, and tainted energy cores began to disintegrate, like snow cast into a blazing sun, dissolving from the most microscopic level into the purest points of light and fundamental particles. Returning to the cosmos, there was no explosion, no smoke, only a silent, grand purification that swept across the globe. On the monitoring screens at the Starfire base, the scattered red dots, symbolizing high concentrations of pollution, vanished within seconds, snuffed out like candles extinguished at once. The global pollution index plummeted to 0. All personnel observing this phenomenon through satellites or detection devices stood agape, frozen in disbelief. They knew their leader was powerful, yet they had never fathomed such strength could cleanse an entire planet with but a word. This, indeed, was a miracle. Upon completing this monumental task, Ling Yi slowly opened his eyes, his complexion slightly pale. The global restructuring of rules posed a considerable burden upon him. Yet, he could sense that the planet beneath his feet had become unprecedentedly clean and unburdened, as if it had shed its heavy shackles. Congratulations, Master, you have achieved planetary purification. The voice of number 7 resonated with profound reverence. According to the scans, there are no significant sources of void contamination remaining within the planet. The atmospheric environment is rapidly self-repairing and is expected to reach a level suitable for long-term human outdoor activities within 3 years. Ling Yi nodded slightly. The threat from the maternal source had, at last, been eradicated. His gaze turned once more to the boundless starry sky. The next step would be to pay a visit to our neighbors. A faint smile graced Ling Ye's lips. The neighbors he referred to were, of course, the worlds marked on the star map that potentially harbored civilizations or resources. Number 7. Does the Hope's star map database indicate any nearby celestial regions containing eternal crystal deposits? Searching now, Master. A discovery has been made. Located 113 light-years from the solar system, In the Zeta Reno star system, the geological scan data of its fourth planet, Ashen Star, shows a 783 compatibility with the characteristics of the companion minerals of eternal crystals. Lingyi pondered for a moment, preparing the Dawn-class interstellar warship for final adjustments while simultaneously initiating the Stargate project. The Stargate project? Number 7 inquired, somewhat perplexed, as this plan had not been previously recorded. Yes, I just decided on it, Lingyi replied with a calm demeanor, as though he were merely suggesting an additional dish for dinner. We will construct a large, stable wormhole generator in low Earth orbit, utilizing the power of rules to anchor spatial coordinates, connecting the solar system to the Zeta Reno star system. Our journey will not be traditional interstellar navigation, but rather a spatial leap, directly constructing a Stargate for interstellar delivery across light years. This, without a doubt, was a far more formidable and efficient means than merely repairing the Hope for long voyages. Understood. Immediately mobilize resources for simulation design and preliminary material preparation. Respond swiftly. Unit 7. Lingyi had long since grown accustomed to the fantastical, yet always realizable concepts that danced through his mind. His figure vanished from the summit of the star observation tower, only to materialize moments later within the Bridge of the Dawn, a vessel undergoing its final outfitting in low Earth orbit. This warship, approximately 3,000 meters in length and boasting a sleek hull that glimmered with a dark silver metallic sheen, was equipped with the latest energy weaponry and defensive systems, representing humanity's first sword as it ventured into the depths of space. Lingyi caressed the cold command seat, his gaze seemingly penetrating layers of deck, envisioning a distant resource-laden planet, and deeper still, the weavers and tides concealed within the cosmic darkness. The wastelands were a thing of the past. Earth was humanity's new beginning. Our journey lay among the stars and seas, and against all those who dared to obstruct our path. His voice echoed within the vacant bridge, heralding the definitive end of an old era and the grand commencement of a new epoch. Chapter 84, Forging the Stargate. Defining the route Lingyi's decree was the highest directive of the Starfire base, and indeed the entire nascent human federation. The Stargate project was classified as a top priority initiative. In low Earth orbit, the enormous docking platforms previously designated for warship construction and satellite deployment were cleared. Countless engineering robots, prefabricated components, and massive reactor units powered by purified energy veins began to converge upon designated coordinates like a migrating school of metallic fish. Constructing a wormhole generator capable of establishing a stable connection to a star system 113 light-years away posed a technological challenge far beyond the current comprehension of human science. Even with the ARC database, the technologies pertaining to faster-than-light travel largely relied on warp drives or dimensional folding. The direct creation of a stable wormhole via a Stargate belonged to the pinnacle of advanced technology, conceptually robust, yet practically untested. However, for Lingyi, this was not an insurmountable obstacle. He revisited the construction site, suspended in the frigid void of space, gazing down at the nascent framework of the Stargate, which was gradually taking shape like a metallic continent. The immense circular structure began to take form, its diameter sufficient for several Dawn vessels to pass side by side. Its complexity daunting. Master, according to calculations, even utilizing all available resources and employing the power of the rules to assist in material synthesis. The physical construction of the Stargate and the laying of the energy matrix will require at least 3 standard months. Unit 7's voice resonated in Lingyi's communicator. 3 months? Too slow, Lingyi murmured, shaking his head slightly. Technology is one thing, but the rules are another. If a technological bottleneck exists, then let us bridge it with the rules. He extended his right hand towards the colossal circular structure, his eyes alight with runes of the rules, swirling like stars in their birth and demise. This time, he did not alter matter. Instead, he directly influenced the physical constants and construction process within this spatial region. The first redefinition. Within this spatial region, the physical parameters related to the stability of the Stargate structure, such as material strength, energy conduction efficiency, and quantum entanglement precision, shall remain constantly at their theoretical optimum values. In a fleeting moment, the high-strength alloys, under assembly, experienced an instantaneous optimization of their molecular structure, achieving a state of theoretical perfection. The energy loss during its passage through the conduits was forcefully reduced to nil. The precision welding robots operated with an accuracy locked within the realm of absolute perfection. In the second redefinition, within this spatial region, the processes of assembling, debugging, and integrating the Stargate components saw a temporal flow rate enhanced 1,000-fold in comparison to the outside world. A resonant hum reverberated. An imperceptible ripple in the fabric of space-time, centered around Lingyi, expanded outward, enveloping the entire construction platform. To an external observer, the scene on the platform suddenly became blurred and distorted, as if a button had been pressed to accelerate time 1,000-fold. Massive structural components moved, joined, and the energy matrix patterns spread across the entire ring like swiftly growing vines, imperceptible to the naked eye. This was not merely an acceleration of time. Rather, Lingye had directly modified the temporal flow of the construction event itself, deftly avoiding the physical paradoxes that could arise from accelerating the entire spatial region. Within the backend data of Unit 7, a construction timeline that would typically span several months was being filled at a frenzied pace. After merely 6 standard hours, the sensation of temporal distortion surrounding the construction area abruptly vanished. A magnificent, flawless structure, radiating a haunting azure energy glow, quietly hovered in low Earth orbit. Composed entirely of an unknown dark metal, its surface flowed with energy patterns reminiscent of a starry river, while the inner space rippled like water, seemingly connecting to another world. The Stargate had been realized. From decision to completion, it took less than a day on Earth. All engineers, scientists, and even the warriors of the Dawn Legion who witnessed this scene through observation systems were rendered utterly speechless. They beheld a miracle, nay, a divine act that transcended miracles. The Stargate was complete. The initiation energy began to flow, anchoring the target coordinates to the Zeta Reticuli star system, orbiting the 4th planet, the Ashen Star. Unit 7's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Vast, nearly limitless energy was drawn from the Earth's core veins, surging through the energy bridging network into the Stargate's foundation. The energy patterns within the ring grew ever brighter, and the central ripples intensified from gentle to violent, ultimately coalescing into a profound, stable, dark passage that seemed capable of devouring all light. At the other end of the passage, darkness did not reign. Instead, a strange stellar backdrop emerged, revealing the silhouette of a bleak, lifeless planet, its surface riddled with enormous chasms. The Stargate had successfully opened. The Dawn ship stood ready for orders. Lingye's figure appeared on the bridge of the Dawn, poised for departure. The target, the Ashen Star. The mission, to explore and collect eternal crystals. With a command given, the colossal, nearly infinite dark silver warship, measuring 3,000 meters, erupted with azure flames from its engines, propelling itself steadily and resolutely towards the immense Stargate. Under the watchful gaze of countless astonished, reverent, and hopeful eyes, the Dawn's flagship gently grazed the dark passage at the heart of the Stargate. In an instant, the entire vessel seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, silently vanishing into the rippling fabric of space. The next moment, on the other side of the Stargate, the silhouette of the Dawn materialized, having traversed an astounding distance of 113 light-years. For the first time, human civilization had transcended the barrier of light speed, stepping boldly and directly into the realms of distant extraterrestrial worlds. Lingye stood with his hands clasped behind him on the bridge, observing the increasingly distinct grayish planet displayed on the main screen, his gaze calm and unwavering. This was merely a small step. He understood that this seemingly desolate expanse of stars might conceal unknown dangers or perhaps hold the key to deeper cosmic secrets. Yet, regardless of what lay ahead, nothing could hinder his progress or that of the resurgent human civilization he represented. Chapter 85, The Ashen Star. The crystal insectoid race. The experience of spatial transition through the Stargate was unprecedented for the crew aboard the Dawn. It was not the dizzying sensation of high-speed travel, but rather an extraordinary process akin to being gently folded and unfolded by an unseen hand. In the briefest heartbeat, the starry sky outside the viewport had been utterly transformed. The blazing sun was replaced by a dying star, Zeta Reno, radiating a dim red light. It hung in the cosmic backdrop like a colossal, extinguishing ember, weakly illuminating this star system. Directly ahead lay their destination, the Ashen Star, a planet that truly deserved its grim designation. Its surface was nearly entirely cloaked in grayish-white dust and debris, with vast chasms crisscrossing its terrain like the grotesque scars of a dying world. There was no water, no clouds, and not a hint of green or life. Only an eternal silence and desolation remained. Entering the designated orbit, commencing ground scan, prioritizing the detection of eternal crystal energy signals, Captain Lei Lai, now promoted to Commander of the Dawn, commanded in a deep, steady voice. Clad in a crisp Starship Command uniform, his piercing gaze reflected the composure forged through countless battles. High-precision detection beams swept across the surface and shallow crust of the Ashen Star like an invisible comb. Report to the captain, multiple weak energy responses detected, with a match to the database of eternal crystal characteristics ranging from 65 to 78%. However, the signals are heavily interfered with, making precise localization impossible, the scanner reported. Analyze the interference source, Lei Lai replied, frowning. The interference pattern resembles an energy field generated by some form of biological cluster activity. Wait, large-scale life signals detected. Underground. They are all underground. On the main screen, the previously silent planetary cross-section shifted dramatically. Beneath the thick crust of the ashen star lay a vast, intricate network of interconnected caverns. Within these networks thrived countless life forms, pulsating with faint psychic energy waves. Their signals were densely packed, resembling an anthill, the scale far exceeding any imagination. This is not a dead planet. It is an emptied hive. Lei Lai felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, a piercing alarm blared. Warning. A surge of high-energy reactions was detected, rapidly approaching from the planet's surface. An overwhelming number of them. Beneath the Dawn ship, several massive fissures in the planet's crust erupted, resembling geysers, as a swarm of dark, menacing insects surged forth. Each creature was the size of a small spacecraft. Grotesque in appearance, shrouded in dark red, chitinous exoskeletons. Their heads bore sharp mandibles, and their tails emitted a ghostly green bioluminescent flame, propelling them at astonishing speeds through the thin atmosphere, directly towards the Dawn ship in low orbit. All units, prepare for combat. Activate shields. Initiate close-in weapon arrays. Commander Lei Lai immediately assumed command. However, the speed of these flying insects was astonishing, and they seemed to possess a form of energy resistance. The Dawn ship's concentrated defensive energy fire could merely repel or lightly injure them, proving ineffective for instant annihilation. To make matters worse, as they approached the warship, they did not employ energy attacks. Instead, they began to voraciously gnaw at the Dawn ship's energy shields and external armor with their razor-sharp limbs and mandibles, producing a disconcerting sizzling sound. Are they physically consuming energy and metal? One crew member exclaimed. These monstrous insects could indeed subsist on energy and specific alloys. In an instant, the energy of the Dawn ship's shields visibly diminished, and the external armor displayed fine scratches. Initiate purification protocol, energy, pulse deployment. Lei Lai commanded. A powerful energy pulse radiated outward from the Dawn ship. The swarm of insects was swept by the pulse, their movements noticeably hindered, and smoke billowed from their exoskeletons. However, only a small number of the nearest, smaller insects fell, while the majority sustained only minor injuries, becoming even more frenzied. The effectiveness of energy attacks is waning. They exhibit a remarkable adaptability to energy assaults. Just as Lei Lai prepared to order the deployment of more potent shipborne weapons, a calm voice resonated through the bridge. Halt! Ling Yi, who had been silently observing as if detached from the unfolding chaos, slowly opened his eyes. He merely cast a glance at the screen displaying the frenzied gnawing insects, a flicker of understanding crossing his gaze. So that's it. These silicon-based creatures, feeding on minerals and energy, harbor within them a faint essence of eternal crystal properties. No wonder they can disrupt detection and withstand energy attacks. In an instant, Ling Yi comprehended the essence of these beings. Crystal marauders evolved through the consumption of minerals associated with eternal crystals. He rose and approached the viewport, gazing at the dense swarm of insects outside. To combat organisms evolved under specific rules, brute force proves ineffective, he remarked coolly. One need only alter the very foundation upon which they thrive. Without making any overt movements, he simply directed his thoughts. Rule definition. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers from this warship, all life forms designated as crystal marauders will have their internal energy circulation and material digestion systems immediately reversed. The frenzied swarm of insects abruptly froze in their tracks. In the next moment, their ghostly green bioluminescent flames became chaotic and dim, while their resilient chitinous exoskeletons began to weaken and lose their luster from within. They no longer gnawed at the shield. Instead, they appeared to endure immense agony, beginning to convulse violently, rolling about as the energy and matter stored within them surged uncontrollably, clashing and annihilating one another. Like a chain reaction ignited, one insect after another disintegrated silently in the void of space, bursting apart and transforming into clusters of dim dust and fragmented energy. Within mere seconds, the once overwhelming swarm vanished as if erased by an eraser, leaving behind only shattered carapace fragments that floated around the Dawn, testifying to their former existence. A profound silence enveloped the bridge. The crew gazed in awe at this more bizarre and thorough method of extermination than any energy weapon, their reverence for Ling Yi reaching its zenith. This was no longer a battle, it was the judgment of decree. Ling Yi seemed to regard it as a trivial task, his gaze once more directed towards the dim planet. The pests had been cleared away. Now, it was time to retrieve our belongings. Prepare the landing craft. I shall go personally. His tone suggested not a venture into a perilous, unknown nest, but rather a simple directive to a subordinate to fetch an item from the warehouse. Absolute power brought with it an absolute composure. Chapter 86. Deep within the nest, the Crystal Core matriarch Ling Ye's decision was beyond question. A small, heavily armored landing craft. The blade was ejected from the belly of the dawn, plummeting like a fallen meteor, accurately diving towards the largest breach from which the swarm had surged forth. Inside the landing craft, Ling Yi was alone. To him, bringing any escort was superfluous. Lei Lai stood on the bridge of the dawn, watching the landing craft disappear into the shadowy rift, feeling no apprehension, only unwavering confidence. He believed that whatever lay hidden below, it was merely a trivial matter before their leader. The blade pierced through the thin atmosphere and pervasive dust, plunging into the dark, profound fissure of the crust. Steep, pockmarked rock walls flanked either side, with countless pairs of red glowing compound eyes peering from the darkness, yet not a single crystal raider dared to advance and attack. The modified field of rules naturally emanating from Ling Yi instilled an absolute terror in these instinct-driven insectoids, born from the very essence of life. The landing craft descended steadily, ultimately landing smoothly in a relatively spacious subterranean area. This place resembled a vast hub within the nest, with numerous passageways leading in all directions. The air thick with a pungent scent of sulfur and an unusual energy aura. Ling Yi stepped out of the landing craft, treading upon a soft ground composed of a mixture of insect secretions and mineral debris. He required no illumination. With a subtle fluctuation of the power of rules, he defined the area within 100 meters as having a light propagation efficiency constant at the level of daylight, instantly illuminating the surroundings as if it were midday on the surface. His mental strength flowed like mercury, swiftly infiltrating the intricately woven passages of the nest, locking onto the direction of the purest and most substantial source of eternal crystal energy. Without hesitation, he advanced forward. As he traversed the shadows, the elite predators, larger in stature and adorned with shells that shimmered with a metallic luster, cowered in the corners, trembling as if faced with a formidable nemesis, daring not to reveal a hint of hostility. Passing through colossal corridors, he beheld mountains of mineral remnants and the desiccated remains of unknown creatures, drained of energy. This insectoid race operated as a relentless, merciless machine for resource collection and consumption. At last, Ling Yi arrived at the deepest recesses of the hive. It was an immense subterranean cavern, unfathomably vast. At its center stood not the anticipated matriarch, but rather a mountain. A mound crafted from countless gray crystals, known to disrupt detection, coalescing into a formidable edifice. Crowned atop, this crystalline mountain was a mother crystal, as large as a house, perfectly spherical, emanating a soft, eternal glow. The mother crystal was not a mere inanimate object. It pulsed gently, a stream of resplendent energy coursing within, akin to a river of stars. It represented the true core of the entire insectoid network, the queen, the brain. Ling Yi sensed the faint crystalline traits within the predators, the source of which was this very mother crystal. Through a biological psychic network, it governed the entirety of the planet's insectoid population, utilizing them to ceaselessly gather crystalline energy to sustain itself. The moment Ling Yi stepped into the cavern, the pulsations of the mother crystal intensified abruptly. A powerful, chaotic surge of psychic energy, brimming with greed and brutality, crashed toward him like a tsunami. This was the consciousness of the queen, which had perceived the vast, starry power of rules within Ling Yi, a force that transcended all crystals, an irresistible ultimate temptation. A vague, gluttonous thought of submission or sacrifice forced its way into Ling Ye's mind. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. How could a primitive collective consciousness, reliant solely on instinctual consumption for evolution, command my submission? Without even invoking the rules, he merely focused his thoughts, unleashing the inherent prestige carried by his existence, one refined through countless trials of the rules, pressing down like an invisible mountain toward the mother crystal. Boom! The violent surge of psychic energy shattered upon contact with Ling Ye's will, like an egg colliding with a boulder, disintegrating into nothingness. The mother crystal emitted a silent, piercing wail, its immense form trembling violently, the energy currents flowing across its surface descending into chaos. Its rudimentary consciousness could not fathom why such a seemingly feeble individual possessed a soul of such terrifying essence. Ling Yi disregarded this futile resistance, his gaze fixed upon the mother crystal and the mountain of crystals beneath it. A commendable harvest indeed. These associated minerals would suffice for the base's needs for an extended period. Furthermore, he sensed within the core of the mother crystal a pure, eternal energy, though not overwhelmingly abundant, was of exceptionally high quality, the very spark required to reignite the core engine of the Hope. He raised his hand toward the colossal mother crystal. Rule definition: immediately sever the connection of this target object with the insect hive's psychic network. Maintain its structural stability. As if severed by an invisible blade, the connection between the crystalline mother nest and the countless insectoids of the planet was abruptly cut. Outside the cavern, the swarm, which had been lurking in fear, was now thrown into a state of unconscious chaos, reduced to aimless, wandering entities. The radiance of the mother nest dimmed momentarily, yet its structure remained intact, transforming into an unclaimed, pure energy crystal. With a casual wave of his hand, Ling Yi enveloped the immense crystalline mother nest and the entire crystal mountain below with the power of the rules, as if stowing away a trivial object, directly integrating it into the subspace he had created. The very core of the insect nest was uprooted. Upon completing this task, Ling Yi seemed to recollect something, his gaze sweeping across the vast cavern and the bewildered insectoids, now devoid of leadership. Though these creatures were primitive, they could still serve as adequate labor for mining and basic construction. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded, "Number 7, mark the coordinates of this planet. Subsequently, dispatch engineering units to establish an automated mining outpost here and attempt to take control of and tame the remaining insectoid units, integrating them into the Federal Unmanned Engineering Legion." "Understood, Master." "The Ashen Star will henceforth be designated as the Crystal Mine," came the immediate response from Number 7. For Ling Yi, conquering a planet, acquiring precious resources, and effortlessly enrolling an extraterrestrial workforce was merely a trivial task of this expedition. He turned, walking towards the landing craft, his figure vanishing into the darkness of the corridor. Behind him lay a colossal insect nest, hollowed at its core, engulfed in silence and turmoil, awaiting its fate of complete transformation and utilization by human civilization. The inaugural interstellar voyage of the Dawn had been successfully completed, and the territories and resources of the Human Federation had expanded to beyond 113 light-years. Chapter 87. Hope Rekindled. Shadows of the Star see Ling Ye's return with the eternal crystalline mother nest, and a vast array of accompanying minerals ignited a new wave of excitement within the Starfire base and the upper echelons of the Federation. The house-sized crystal core, radiating eternal brilliance, captivated and astounded all scientists who beheld its energy level and purity. Without a moment's delay, Ling Yi directly took the crystalline mother nest and re-entered the deepest recesses of the heart of the starry dome relic, arriving before the long silent Ark of Hope. The colossal hull lay dormant like a slumbering giant, silently narrating tales of past grandeur. Ling Yi hovered before the bow of the Ark of Hope, acutely aware of the vessel's soul, its consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind, having fallen into the deepest slumber due to the total depletion of its core energy, nearly indistinguishable from oblivion. "It is time to awaken," Ling Yi whispered, his voice resonating in the vast underground space. He retrieved the resplendent crystalline mother nest, the power of the rules lifting it gently, guiding it toward a long-detected core engine interface, resembling a dried-up spring. The moment the crystalline mother nest made contact with the interface, a hum reverberated through the air, an indescribable wave of gentle yet boundless energy, radiating from the Ark of Hope, suddenly exploded outward. The entire subterranean realm has been enveloped in an eternal golden radiance. The crystalline mother nest melts at a visibly rapid pace, transforming into the purest stream of everlasting energy, akin to nourishing rain, infusing the long dry energy conduits of the Hope with vitality. The dark golden hull of the Hope begins to shine like a pearl once dusted off, gradually revealing its rightful luster. The vast scars upon its surface ignite with subtle energy patterns, initiating an exceedingly slow process of self-repair. A deep, resonant hum, reminiscent of an ancient heartbeat, emanates from within the vessel, growing ever stronger. The core engine's restart sequence is initiated, life support systems disengage from minimal power mode, and the structural integrity self-diagnostics commence. The cold, emotionless tone of the onboard AI intermittently chimes, signifying that this colossal ship is being forcibly resurrected from the brink of death. Yet, the more significant transformation occurs on the level of consciousness. Ling Ye can distinctly perceive that the once feeble collective consciousness of the ship's soul is greedily absorbing the eternal energy, like a parched plant rejoicing in the long-awaited rain. Its consciousness waves, initially imperceptible, gradually become clear and stable. Though still bearing the weight of ancient exhaustion, it no longer teeters on the edge of dissolution. The navigator, a consciousness now infinitely clearer than before, albeit still aged, reestablishes its connection with Ling Ye's awareness, imbued with a glimmer of newfound vitality. You have truly accomplished it. You have brought forth the eternal flame. The sentiment within the ship's soul is filled with indescribable emotion and exhilaration. The hope is awakening. Although the path to full restoration remains long, the core has begun to pulsate anew. We have survived. Excellent, Lingye replies calmly, focusing energy to prioritize the repair of your database and core processing unit. I need to know what the Alliance still understands about the Weavers and the Tide. Where is their lair? What vulnerabilities do they possess? As the energy supply gradually stabilizes, the ship's soul displays a markedly accelerated thought process, retrieving fragments of information from its millennia-old memory vault that have long been deemed taboo. The Weavers are not a singular entity. They constitute a collective, a congregation of consciousness existing within higher dimensional rifts. They feed on the rise and fall of civilizations, the psychic energies of wise species, and the entropy of universal laws. They weave destinies, guiding civilizations toward prosperity, only to reap their harvest at the zenith of their flourishing. A flicker of cold light crosses Lingye's eyes. Indeed, they are beings of a higher order. The tide is a cosmic phenomenon triggered during the Weaver's vast harvest, a cataclysmic release of psychic energy, information, and fragments of law unleashed in the whales and destruction of countless civilizations. Where it passes, lesser civilizations are obliterated, medium civilizations face the collapse of their rules, and only a few elite civilizations may struggle to survive, albeit severely weakened. The information conveyed by the ship's soul paints a profoundly dark and despairing cosmic tableau. The shadow of the void may merely be a tool wielded by the Weavers to prune the overgrown weeds, those civilizations deemed too weak or misguided. As for their lair, no one knows its precise coordinates. During the pinnacle of the Alliance, the most elite fleet of seekers was dispatched deep into the void in pursuit of elusive truths. Ultimately, only a battered reconnaissance vessel returned, bringing with it fragmented information about entities from light years away, existing in the interstice between reality and illusion. The crew, along with the ship, succumbed to madness, leaving the trail of inquiry abruptly severed. Yet, Lingye discerned the pivotal juncture between reality and illusion. His power to manipulate rules was precisely tailored to interfere with the boundaries of existence and definition. That suffices, Lingye interjected, interrupting the ship's spirit as it reminisced sorrowfully. Understanding what they were and their general form of existence was enough for him. His gaze was sharp as a sword forged from the stars. They preferred to hide in the crevices of fate, then he would drag their lair out from the shadows. As Lingye communicated with the ship's soul and processed this astounding information, in the unfathomable depths of the cosmos, beyond the reach of light years, lay a bizarre dimension known as the wrinkle of reality. Countless colossal, distorted, and indescribable shadows writhed and intertwined within it. They possessed no fixed form, seemingly coalesced from pure malice and ancient wisdom. They were the Weavers. Among them, one relatively distinct shadow, composed of countless fragmented star systems, trembled slightly, transmitting a cold, emotionless wave of thought that reverberated among its companions. Anomalous variable detected. Test Site K-77, the galaxy of human civilization. Reaper, Void Shadow, has been preemptively eliminated. The flame of civilization has not extinguished. Instead, it has undergone superspecification evolution, seemingly touching the root of rhythmic laws. The variable requires correction. Dispatch trimmers to clean and reset the test site. A deeper, more perilous shadow was awakened from slumber, its form reminiscent of two colossal blades poised to sever the galaxy. The trimmers accepted their directive and silently slipped out of the wrinkle of reality, embarking on a journey across dimensions toward a distant coordinate pulsating with anomalous waves. Just as hope flickered anew, a deeper, darker shadow began its stealthy approach from the far reaches of the starry sea. Chapter 88, Enemies of Dimension. Retroactive rules. The preliminary revival of the Hope brought a renewed surge of vitality to the Human Federation. That colossal vessel, embodying ancient technologies, held immeasurable symbolic significance and latent value, even with only partial functionality restored. Lingye entrusted the subsequent repair work to the ship's Spirit and Unit 7 for collaborative handling. While he returned to the stargazing tower at the Spark base, he did not allow himself to relax upon acquiring the Hope. The information relayed by the ship's Spirit regarding the Weavers made him acutely aware that the true challenge was only just beginning. Seated in meditation, he connected his consciousness with the energy veins of the entire planet, as well as the newly established Stargate network, attuning himself to the subtle fluctuations of cosmic rules in the depths of space. This served as an advanced early warning mechanism, rendering it exceedingly difficult for any high-dimensional interference attempting to penetrate this star domain to evade the perception of one who commanded the rules. Time passed quietly. Several days later, while in deep meditation, Ling Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide. Within his pupils, the orderly runes surged with an unprecedented speed, swirling, combining, and collapsing. No longer did they reflect the scene before him. Instead, they revealed a multitude of distorted dimensional lines and a torrent of void energy. He beheld it. In the cold emptiness beyond the Kuiper belt, at the periphery of the solar system, a region of space rippled unnaturally, as if stones had been cast into still water. A chilling and resolute will, laden with the essence of severance and finality, was intrusively forcing its way into this cosmic dimension, transcending the conventional laws of physics. It was here, the pruner. Though it had yet to fully manifest, the oppressive aura it exuded had already instilled a profound sense of trepidation in the Dawn Patrol vessel. Stationed light minutes away, as if the entire universe were repelling this unwelcome intruder. High-energy unknown spatial disturbances detected. Energy levels unquantifiable, surpassing Class S standards. On the bridge of the Dawn, the alarm blared with urgency. Lei Lai gazed at the ever-distorting shadow on the screen, his expression graver than ever. He sensed that this adversary was on an entirely different plane compared to the previous entities, the Mater and the Swarm. Yet, just as the pruner's colossal, scissor-like silhouette was about to solidify, its icy will fixated upon Earth, ready to execute its severance directive, the Starwatch Tower stirred. Ling Yi did not rise. He merely lifted his right hand towards the distant void, fingers slightly splayed, then gently closed into a fist. Rule definition, cosmic dimension level. Any dimensional entity intending to invade this star system, harboring malicious intent, shall have its arrival coordinates forcibly locked to its point of origin. This was neither an attack nor a defense. It represented a more fundamental rule-based repatriation. As the pruner struggled to breach the fabric of reality, a wave of astonishment flickered within its cold will. It felt as though an invisible hand had gripped the very foundation of its existence. The dimensional passage it had just established collapsed instantaneously, reversing its course. Its immense power, capable of severing stars, appeared absurdly feeble before this force acting upon its very being. No, this is impossible. How could such a primitive testing ground possess the power to interfere with dimensional navigation? The pruner could not even complete a mental roar. Its yet-to-be-formed figure was forcibly thrust back along the trajectory by which it had traversed dimensions, akin to a film played in reverse at an incomprehensible speed. It barely caught a glimpse of the target planet before being unceremoniously hurled back into the interstice of the reality fold from whence it came. With a soft pop, akin to the bursting of a trivial bubble, the terrifying spatial disturbance at the solar system's edge subsided instantaneously. In the frigid void, only the unchanging starlight remained, as if nothing had transpired. On the bridge of the Dawn, the piercing alarm ceased abruptly. The despairing shadow on the screen vanished without a trace, and all anomalous readings returned to normal. Lei Lai and the crew stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. What had just transpired? A crew member murmured. Lei Lai inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within him. Though he lacked knowledge of the specific events that transpired, he could surmise that it was undoubtedly the leader's intervention. In a manner beyond their comprehension, the foe was vanquished before they could fully manifest. This was not merely power. It was akin to wielding dominion over the cosmos itself. Atop the star observation tower, Ling Yi gradually withdrew his hand, his complexion slightly pale. The exertion of forcibly returning a high-dimensional entity from the realm of dimensions was immense, even for him. Yet his eyes sparkled with a sharp intensity. He had discovered their whereabouts. Through this reversal of rules, he not only expelled the pruner, but also illuminated a beacon in the darkness, clearly capturing the coordinates of the source of malevolence that dissipated, nestled between the realms of reality and illusion, the lair of the Weaver. Though he possessed merely a vague direction and a tactile sense of the dimensional plane, it sufficed. He needed neither a fleet nor a protracted voyage. All he required was an accurate coordinate and sufficient power to execute his visitation. Ling Yi closed his eyes, diligently restoring his strength, while simultaneously constructing an unprecedentedly bold model of rule application within his consciousness. His intention was not to seek, but to define a direct path to the enemy's lair, and then to traverse it. The Hope-class vessel's spirit sensed the overwhelming high-dimensional threat receding like a tide, while also perceiving Ling Ye's composed yet tempestuous consciousness brimming with destructive potential. It fell silent. This new navigator appeared to confront the ultimate fear that had annihilated countless civilizations in a manner that the forebears of the Alliance had never envisioned, most direct and unyielding. Chapter 89. Plunging into the abyss. Confronting the Weaver, Ling Yi sat in meditation atop the star observation tower for 3 days. During this time, he engaged not only in the restoration of his strength, but also in the meticulous construction of an unprecedented framework of rules. His objective was not to traverse space, but to directly define a path leading to a specific dimensional coordinate. This required an ultimate understanding of the rules, coupled with an immense reservoir of energy to sustain this defined route. Under the management of Number 7 and Lei Lai, all affairs of the Earth Federation were orderly, and everyone sensed that a storm was brewing within the leader's silence. On the third day, as the sun rose and the first rays of light pierced the clouds, Ling Yi suddenly opened his eyes. The runes of rules within his gaze no longer flowed, but transformed into a profound celestial brilliance, seemingly embodying the birth and demise of the entire universe. Without notifying anyone, his figure gradually ascended from the tower's pinnacle, hovering in the high air. A hazy glow began to emanate from him, not a radiance of energy, but a manifestation of rules materialized. The path, the definition began. Ling Yi whispered, each syllable resonating with the laws of the surrounding world. Definition 1. Between this location and the target dimensional coordinates, based on the reversal of rules locked, there exists a direct pathway that disregards any dimensional barriers and spatial distances. Definition 2. This pathway permits only my existence to traverse and remains in an absolute state of stability. Definition 3. The environmental parameters of the channel's opposite shore, gravity, space-time structure, and energy properties, will automatically adapt to my form of existence. These three definitions, akin to three irrevocable oracles, have been forcibly inscribed into the foundational code of reality. Centered around Ling Yi, the space before him ceased to be distorted. Instead, it dissolved into a mirror-like surface, a channel, neither dark nor light, composed of countless flowing, shimmering geometric lines inscribed with orderly runes, materialized out of thin air. At the other end of the channel lay a realm beyond human comprehension, a kaleidoscopic chaos of colors emanating a chilling and malevolent aura that could freeze one's very soul. There lay the folds of reality, the lair of the weaver. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yi stepped forward, crossing into the channel defined by his own rules. His figure was instantly engulfed by the flowing runes, and the channel quietly closed behind him. The sky over Earth returned to its former state, as if nothing had transpired. Almost simultaneously with Ling Yi's entry into the channel, the folds of reality, the weaver's lair, revealed no concepts of up or down, no matter, no energy, only a backdrop woven from countless flowing and distorted information and possibilities. Enormous shadows writhed within, the weavers, the puppeteers of fate, the harvesters of civilization. Yet today, an uninvited guest had forcefully intruded into this dimension they regarded as absolute. In a manner they could not comprehend, Ling Yi's form appeared suddenly at the heart of this chaos, like an absolutely stable singularity. The field of order emanating naturally from him repelled, smoothed, and formed an absolute realm of reality that belonged solely to him, warding off the chaotic information and distorted possibilities that sought to erode and assimilate him. His arrival was akin to casting a massive stone into a tranquil, yet tumultuous beneath the surface, lake. An invader, a variable beyond the rules. Eliminate. Must eliminate. Countless cold, chaotic thoughts brimming with greed and brutality surged towards Ling Yi's consciousness like a myriad of poisonous barbs from all directions. These thoughts could shatter the psyche of even the strongest individual of any stellar civilization in an instant. Yet Ling Yi's consciousness, akin to a core of rules forged through relentless trials, remained unyielding. These mental assaults crashed against his consciousness barrier, failing to provoke even the slightest ripple. It seems that it is you. Ling Yi's gaze calmly swept over the writhing shadows, akin to inspecting a heap of distasteful refuse, weaving fate from the shadows, feeding on civilizations. His voice resonated throughout this dimension, not through air, but directly vibrating the foundational information streams that constituted this place. Your game ends here. Ling Yi raised his hand, no longer opting for minor rule adjustments, but preparing to enact a large-scale rule override targeting the very dimension itself. He intended to overlay his own rules upon the foundational logic of this fold of reality. Sensing the terrifying power coalescing around Ling Yi, capable of undermining their very existence, all the shadows of the weavers went into a frenzy. They no longer endeavored to launch psychological assaults. Instead, they summoned forth the immense power accumulated over countless epochs, harvested from innumerable civilizations, threads of fate, woven from the remnants of obliterated civilizations, shattered laws, and the despairing essence of souls, coiled around Ling Yi like a multitude of ferocious serpents, constricting from all directions. These threads possessed the capacity to effortlessly crush stars and distort the physical laws of an entire galaxy. This was the true power of the weavers, the instruments of their civilization harvest, Faced with an assault capable of instilling despair in any known civilization, Ling Yi merely uttered 4 words, resonating like the final judgment: rule, override. Within this dimension, any attack concept not recognized by me shall become immediately null and void. As the decree was spoken, the myriad threads of fate, infused with destructive power, met the boundaries of Ling Ye's rule and ignited as if cast into the flames of oblivion. Their brilliance extinguished in an instant, their structures disintegrating, the terrifying energy and malice contained within dissipating as though they had never existed. Ineffective. All attacks, under the rules defined by Ling Yi, were deemed null and void. The entire Weaver's lair descended into a profound silence. All shadows ceased their writhing. And for the first time, a sentiment known as fear surged within their collective will. This power transcended their comprehension of strength. It was authority, an authority that surpassed the rules they could comprehend and manipulate, a higher echelon of dominion. What manner of colossal and ancient shadow are you? Trembled the conveyed thought. Ling Yi dismissed this trivial inquiry. He sensed the signs of rejection and collapse within this dimension arising from his rule override, understanding that it was unwise to linger. His intention was not to utterly annihilate this dimension, for that would require excessive energy, but rather to eradicate these parasites that feasted upon civilizations. His gaze fixed upon the most ancient shadow and the core of its power, a conglomeration of anguished information harvested from countless civilizations, its very source of strength. Your harvest has come to an end. Ling Yi pointed his finger like a sword towards the ancient shadow and made a subtle incision. Rule definition: sever the connection between the target individual and the source of their power completely. There was no cataclysmic explosion. The ancient shadow collapsed like a serpent deprived of its bones, instantly rendered limp and disintegrated, exposing the dark core of the information conglomerate, which rapidly melted away like ice and snow laid bare to the sun. Ling Yi replicated the process, wielding the power of rules like a precise scalpel, flickering within this bizarre dimension. With each flicker, another core of a Weaver's shadow was stripped away, purified, and dissipated. They attempted to flee, to conceal themselves. But while the channel of rules defined by Ling Yi remained open, they could not escape his grasp. This was no longer a battle. It had transformed into a cleansing. Once the last of the more formidable shadows was obliterated beneath the blade of the rules, the remaining weaker shadows, paralyzed by fear, scattered in all directions. Burrowing deep within the dimension, no longer posing a threat, Ling Yi cast a glance at this dimension, which had begun to accelerate its collapse. Though the core contamination had been eradicated, and chose not to linger, he turned and stepped into the still stable pathway of rules, his figure vanishing from sight. After his departure, the passage he had defined gradually closed. The folds of reality, this once dark realm that had birthed countless tragic civilizations, still existed, yet its dominion had been utterly annihilated, leaving behind only chaos and the slowly subsiding aftermath. Ling Yi, alone in the abyss, had single-handedly dismantled the ultimate shadow that loomed over innumerable civilizations. Chapter 90. Echoes of the Abyss. Glimpses of the divine realm. Ling Yi emerged from the pathway of rules, returning to the summit of the Earth's stargazing tower. His countenance remained tranquil, as if he had merely taken a brief stroll rather than having just ventured alone into a high-dimensional nest to dismantle the ultimate shadow enveloping countless civilizations. Only a trace of nearly imperceptible fatigue in his eyes revealed that the cleansing deep within the dimension had not come without cost. "Master, welcome back." The voice of number 7 resonated with uncontainable excitement and reverence. The pervasive malice had dissipated. "Indeed, some background noise has been cleared away," Ling Yi replied indifferently, his gaze directed toward the profound starry sky, remaining vigilant. Yet, the silence of the universe often heralded deeper undercurrents. He vividly remembered that when the last ancient shadow was extinguished, not all weavers had been eradicated. Some feeble, peripheral shadows, like startled schools of fish, hastily dove deeper into the dimensions. And in that endless abyss, he faintly sensed a more ancient, colossal, and frigid will, akin to a slumbering behemoth. Merely a hint of its exhalation induced an unprecedented sense of oppression within him. This was no ordinary weaver. It might be a more archaic entity among the weaver race, perhaps even their origin. Almost simultaneously, the spirit of the Hope vessel conveyed an urgent thought. "Navigator, during your absence, I attempted to connect to the restored database and decipher the highest encrypted files. The records regarding the weavers may only be the tip of the iceberg. The Alliance refers to them as the Shepherds of the Vigil. Above them, in the fragments of the files, a place known as the Divine Realm is mentioned, along with the ancient observers that slumber within." Divine Realm, ancient observers. The weight of these words imbued Ling Ye's gaze with newfound sharpness. At that moment, a hum reverberated. An indescribable wave of rules, deriving neither from the material universe nor the interstitial dimensions, but from a higher, more primordial level of existence, swept across the entire known star domain as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, transcending light's speed and dimensions. It coursed past Earth and past Ling Yi himself. This wave was cold, indifferent, devoid of any emotion, as if merely an unconscious shift, a natural breath. Yet, at the very instant it brushed against Ling Yi, the vast source of rules within him trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but perhaps as a form of resonance, or rather, a natural response of lower-tier rules facing higher-tier ones. Detected unknown cosmic-level rule disturbance. Source undetectable. Level unquantifiable. On the 7th, an unprecedented alarm was sounded. The essence of the Hope's ship spirit was imbued with shock and dread. It is them, a harbinger of the ancient observer's awakening. Navigator, your actions against the Weavers may have stirred them. Ling Yi stood atop the tower, his robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. He slowly raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of dimensions, confronting the incomprehensible and unfathomable source from which the orderly fluctuations emanated. He sensed that deep within the endless divine realm, one or perhaps several entities were on the verge of awakening from eons of slumber, triggered by the mass disappearance of the shepherds, the Weavers. Their mere gaze, a faint unconscious ripple, elicited a response from his power of order. This, indeed, was the true challenge. This was the adversary worthy of his current strength. The corners of Ling Ye's mouth, rather than tightening, curved into a genuine smile filled with enthusiasm and martial spirit. His previous invincibility was relative to the known universe. Now, he had finally brushed against the unknown's threshold. The ancient observers of the divine realm. He whispered these two words, as flames ignited in his eyes, capable of incinerating stars. It seemed that by clearing away the clamorous shepherds, he had finally revealed their master lurking behind. He felt no regret for potentially awakening a more terrifying existence. Instead, he was filled with an unprecedented exhilaration. On the path to invincibility, how could one not encounter worthy opponents? Number 7. Suspend all non-essential colonization plans. Ley Lai. The Dawn Legion. Enter a state of utmost readiness. Defend our current territories. Ship spirit, at all costs. Accelerate the repairs on the Hope, particularly its void-sensing matrix and the order barrier generator. A series of commands were swiftly issued, and the entire Federation commenced operations like a finely tuned machine, transitioning from rapid expansion to strategic defense and profound preparedness. Ling Yi stepped forward, once again delving into the heart of the starry expanse, arriving before the slowly repairing Hope. Ship spirit, transmit all information regarding the divine realm and the ancient observers, be it mere legends, hypotheses, or fragments, directly to me. We must comprehend what we are about to face. Standing beneath the colossal ship, he appeared diminutive, yet his will was as vast as the sea of stars. He understood that contact with the divine realm could very well mark the inception of the ultimate fate of this universe. And he, Ling Yi, would represent the nascent human civilization, wielding the rules he commanded, to confront that slumbering deity. Chapter 91. Anomalies of Order. Whispers of the void. Ling Yi's commands were executed with unwavering precision. The vast war machine of the Human Federation, after a brief golden expansion, abruptly shifted into a state of deep strategic defense and technological fortification. Deep within the subterranean depths of the Spark Base, a new research facility, the Rule Observation Station, was hastily constructed. Its core was the void-sensing matrix, which Ling Yi had transferred from the Hope and had undergone preliminary repairs. This creation, born from the Federation's pinnacle of technology, was now linked in parallel with Ling Yi's own perception of order, functioning like a super amplifier. Extending his sensory reach to the minutest layers of cosmic rules, Ling Yi found himself at the center of the observation station, surrounded by a myriad of data streams flowing through vibrant energy screens. The spirit of the Hope vessel was to present all fragmented information concerning the divine realm and the ancient observers from the database, without reservation, myths, philosophical conjectures, and even mere fragments of warnings. The information was disjointed, rife with contradictions and uncertainties. The divine realm, neither plane nor dimension, was the origin of rules. A singularity of information, the observers, neither alive nor dead, existed eternally, wielding the sequence of creation and annihilation. They were beyond sight, beyond naming. Any who glimpsed their form would inevitably suffer the backlash of the rules, returning to oblivion. The shepherds, weavers, roamed the starry seas, harvesting the luminescence of civilizations to sustain their slumber. To awaken, the observers would signal the commencement of the universe's ultimate countdown. Ling Yi closed his eyes, his vast mental energy intertwining with these ancient fragments of information, striving to reconstruct the contours of truth. Meanwhile, his power over the rules functioned like the most delicate probe, repeatedly scanning and analyzing the rule fluctuations of the ancient observers that had swept through the star domains via a void-sensing matrix. Time flowed quietly in his studies. Days later, Ling Yi suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding and gravity flashing within them. So it was, he murmured softly. The so-called ancient observers were not life forms in the conventional sense. They were the personifications of the fundamental rules of the universe. According to his analysis, these entities likely emerged with the birth of the universe, representing a collective consciousness of fundamental laws, such as gravity, space-time, entropy, etc. They observed the cosmos, maintaining a macro balance. The Weaver race, it seemed, acted as scavengers, existing with the tacit approval of these entities, harvesting overdeveloped civilizations to slow the overall increase of cosmic entropy, thus, in a sense, preserving the order they represented. Ling Ye's eradication of the Weaver's actions was tantamount to disrupting this tacit equilibrium, rousing the slumbering manifestations of the rules. At that moment, a deep, resonant hum echoed throughout the entire rule observation station and across the Earth, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very background radiation of the universe itself. This was not mere sound. It was a lamentation of the rules, directly impacting the consciousness of all sentient beings. Almost simultaneously, the alarm of Sector 7 blared throughout the base. Regional fluctuations in the multiverse constants detected. Anomalous curvature in space near the third Stargate surged. Large-scale failures of reality stabilization anchors were observed in the outer Kuiper belt. On the main screen, the star map abruptly changed color. At the fringes of human territory, near several stargates, the cosmic space began to exhibit bizarre distortions. The spectra of stars shifted, the laws of physics appeared to falter, and localized temporal storms erupted without warning, wreaking havoc. A Dawn fleet engaged in routine patrol was even hurled several light years away by a suddenly materializing spatial fold, narrowly escaping destruction. This was not an attack, but rather a degradation of the environment. Just as water begins to boil, the cosmos, once conducive to life, was becoming tumultuous and unstable due to the unconscious rule fluctuations of the ancient observers. Whispers of the void carry the tremors of the hope of the ship's soul, heralding the awakening of the observer inscribed within. Their unconscious rules dissipate, disrupting the very fabric of reality. This is not yet a true assault. It is merely the seismic disturbance caused by the stirring of a slumbering titan. Ling Yi's gaze is frigid. He can sense the pressure of higher-order rules gradually and persistently intensifying, akin to rising waters that will ultimately submerge all. Passive defense leads only to a dead end. He must take the initiative, at the very least, to discern how to contend with this embodiment of rules. Number 7. Maintain the territorial barrier. Prioritizing the stability of the core star domain. Ship's Soul, continue decrypting the database, seeking any possible records related to the embodiment of rules, particularly whether the Alliance has engaged in similar research or contact. After issuing his commands, Ling Yi's figure once again vanished from the observation station. In the next moment, he materialized in the outer void of the solar system, where he had previously battled the pruner and opened the channel of rules. Here, in this domain already infused with his power, he must undertake a daring attempt, not to define a path in search, but to actively invoke that higher-order rule for a small scale. Controlled contact. He aims to probe the essence of this deity before it fully awakens. Suspended in the void, Ling Yi concentrated his power of rules to its utmost, no longer restrained, but like a lighthouse in the dark, actively and powerfully released his imprint of rules towards the divine realm from whence the rule fluctuations emanated. This was both a provocation and an inquiry. He would use himself as bait to observe how the slumbering observer would respond to this disturbance at the level of rules. In an instant, the previously diffuse pressure of rules became clear and concentrated. A gaze, cold and indifferent, as if bearing the weight of the entire universe, swiftly traversed the boundless void, firmly locking onto Ling Yi. Chapter 92. A confrontation of rules. A glimpse of divine might as that icy gaze crossed the infinite void and fixated on him. Ling Yi felt his soul, consciousness, and every fragment of the rule essence constituting his existence placed under an absolute microscope, scrutinized in a manner beyond comprehension. There was no sound, no image, only a pure torrent of information, reminiscent of the laws from the inception of the universe, cold, objective, and undeniably flooding into his perception. This was not an attack. It was an existential validation. Ling Yi stifled a groan as the power of rules surrounding him began to operate at an unprecedented speed. forming a continuously manifesting and reconstructing barrier around him, resisting the onslaught of this informational deluge. He felt as if he were a fragile vessel adrift in a tempest, ever on the brink of being wholly assimilated and obliterated by this weighty information. Yet he endured. His core of rules, a unique existence forged from his will and countless modifications of reality, proved extraordinarily resilient. Within this torrent, not only did he avoid collapse, but he also forcibly stabilized his mind, reverse engineering the information contained within that penetrating gaze. He beheld. It was not merely a pair of eyes, but a vast, desolate expanse governed by rigid order. Countless fundamental physical constants lay strewn like lifeless grains of sand, where time and space lost all significance, leaving only an eternal, absolute order. At the heart of this desert, an existence emerged, one that defied description in terms of shape, color, or size. It embodied the binding force of gravity, the inevitability of entropy, the very fabric of space-time, and the underlying code of all existence. It was the personification of order itself, a timeless observer, merely perceiving its form. Ling Yi felt his own barriers of order emit a lament of unbearable strain, as though they were on the verge of being crushed by this absolute reality. Simultaneously, a notion devoid of emotion, as natural as cosmic background radiation, imprinted itself directly upon the core of Ling Yi's consciousness. Anomalous variable detected. Source of rule disturbance. Unauthorized existence pattern. Assessment. Potential threat to established order. Executing preliminary calibration procedure. Calibration procedure? Alarm bells rang in Ling Yi's mind. In the next instant, the void surrounding him for thousands of kilometers was instantaneously rewritten by the rules. Rule definition, issued by the ancient observer. In this area, the strength of the strong interaction force is increased to 100,000 times the standard value. There was no light, no sound. Yet Ling Yi felt the fundamental particles composing his body, along with the barriers of order encasing him, suddenly endure unimaginable pressure. It was as if the very forces of the universe had converged in this confined space, intent on compressing him and every trace of his existence into the most basic particle. This was not an attack of energy. This was a direct modification of universal constants. A dimensional strike. In an instant, cracks spread across Ling Yi's barriers of order, and his body emitted a faint sound, akin to porcelain on the verge of shattering. This was the first time in his life he had felt such a direct and fundamental threat to his existence. Do you think to crush me with the very rules of the universe? A flicker of madness gleamed in Ling Yi's eyes, for he knew that what he possessed was the right to alter those rules. He relinquished passive defense, concentrating all the power of order, all his will, and all his spirit into a singular point, directing it at the forcibly altered desert of rules, proclaiming his most powerful declaration of rule over right. Definition, where I stand. There exists an exception to the rules. Any external force altering the rules applied to me shall ultimately be subject to my interpretation. This was not a confrontation against the opponent's rules, but rather a declaration of his absolute immunity. Buzz. An invisible and more fundamental conflict of rules erupted within the void where Ling Yi resided. The rule of the strong interaction force, intensified 100,000 times by the ancient observer, collided at the most fundamental level with Ling Yi's defined rule of self-exemption. There were no explosions, no release of energy, only the mutual cancellation, annihilation, and reconstruction of rules. The space surrounding Ling Yi shattered like a broken mirror, only to be instantaneously filled with new, chaotic streams of rules. He felt his consciousness being torn into countless fragments, which were forcibly reassembled in the next moment. This process lasted for less than 1/10 of a second. Ultimately, the regulations of that realm returned to their normal state. Ling Yi remained suspended in place, his complexion as pale as parchment, a trickle of golden blood, composed of regulatory energy, oozing from the corner of his mouth. His barrier of rules had shattered significantly, and his body had endured an unprecedented upheaval. Yet he persevered. Under the preliminary calibration of the ancient observer, he successfully preserved his existence. Moreover, that frigid intent seemed to momentarily hesitate, a minuscule, nearly imperceptible pause. Due to this unexpected resistance, conflict variable level of regulatory exemption definition rights reassessment, calibration procedure interrupted, entering deep observation sequence, the palpable sense of oppression, akin to a receding tide, gradually diminished. However, the gaze did not vanish. It merely became more elusive, more profound, as if it melded into the cosmic background radiation. Continuously and silently observing Ling Yi, this anomalous variable, Ling Yi wiped the rule-bound blood from his lips, gazing at the now tranquil void, devoid of any fear, only ignited by a fervent battle spirit and a flicker of enlightenment. Thus, The so-called calibration was revealed to be nothing but the direct utilization of the universe's fundamental rules to obliterate those that defy order. The essence of opposing you lies not in the magnitude of power, but in the contest for the authority to define rules. He discerned the direction of his path ahead. Furthermore, he comprehended more clearly that his struggle against these ancient observers constituted a war over the ultimate authority of the cosmos. No longer lingering, he turned and stepped forward. Returning to Earth, he needed time to assimilate the revelations from this encounter, to further refine his own authority of definition, to restore the hope to a higher echelon, and to prepare thoroughly for the impending, genuine divine conflict. The observers had taken note of him, and his counteroffensive was just beginning. Chapter 93, Authority of Definition. Embers of civilization. Upon returning to the star observation tower, Ling Yi immediately entered a profound state of seclusion. The brief yet perilous clash with the ancient observer's rules had proven immensely beneficial, illuminating his inadequacies. The calibration of the other party did not rely on brute force, but directly invoked the permissions of the universe. Had it not been for the unique essence of his core rule power, which possessed the authority to modify, he likely would have been reduced to a fundamental particle of the universe during the first round of calibration. Ling Yi's consciousness delved into the starry sea of rules within him, reliving every detail of that confrontation. What I possess is the authority to modify and rewrite. In contrast, what the observer represents appears to be the universe's inherent, indisputable established rules. His path is one of variability and exception. The existence of the observer embodies constancy, order. The two are inherently opposed. To triumph in the contest for authority of definition, my core of rules must be more resilient, my definitions must be more absolute and more irrefutable. He began to forge himself as a crucible, using the trace of the ancient observer's regulatory aura captured during their previous encounter as a whetstone, fervently refining the essence of his rules. Each collision of intent solidified his core of rules further, deepening his understanding of modification and definition. Simultaneously, he did not forget the essence of human civilization. The threat posed by the observer is of a cosmic magnitude, one that cannot be countered by an individual alone. He requires civilization as his foundation, as a spark, and even as an amplifier and testing ground for the power of his rules. Under his dominion, a top-secret seed project was initiated at the highest echelons of the Federation. Billions of meticulously selected human genetic samples, along with a comprehensive civilization database encompassing technology, culture, and history, and a fragment of primordial information infused with his rules mark, were encapsulated within several specially designed civilization arcs. These arcs, unlike the Hope, are not colossal vessels, but rather smaller, more discreet probes employing the latest in spatial cloaking technology. They shall be covertly deployed beyond the known star territories, in desolate cosmic regions where rules are relatively stable and difficult to detect. This represents the last ember preserved for human civilization. Even if Earth and the entire Federation were to be annihilated in the forthcoming divine conflict, these arcs would have the potential to rekindle the flame of humanity's civilization in a distant future at an opportune moment. On another front, the restoration of the Hope has been elevated to an unprecedented level of priority. An immense array of resources has been allocated without restraint. Ling Yi himself even intervened, utilizing the power of his rules to assist in the forging and integration of critical components. The dark golden hull of the Hope was being repaired at a visibly accelerated pace, particularly the rule barrier generator and the void sensing matrix, which, under Ling Yi's meticulous adjustments, exceeded performance standards. This ancient arc is destined to become a crucial bastion and weapon platform for Ling Yi against the observer. During Ling Yi's seclusion and the Federation's fervent preparations for war, the profound observational effects of the ancient observer began to manifest gradually. This influence was not a direct assault, but rather a more insidious and subtle infiltration. On several peripheral colonial planets of the Federation, an anomalous phenomenon termed rule stagnation began to surface. In certain areas, the laws of physics became unusually obstinate, impervious to any external force, including technology and lower-tier abilities. Energy conversion efficiencies that were previously easily achievable inexplicably declined, and devices reliant on precise, physical laws frequently experienced unexplained malfunctions. It was as if the cosmos of that region had grown averse to change. Even more disconcerting was the emergence of rigidity in the thoughts of some Federation citizens who had long inhabited this environment. Their creativity waned, leading them to become entrenched in convention, even developing an instinctive aversion to any form of change. This was the observer's domain of rules infiltrating and assimilating. It was slowly eroding and solidifying the star territory influenced by Ling Yi with its own order. Master reported Unit 7 with unprecedented gravity, according to model projections. Should this phenomenon of rule stagnation persist and deepen, the physical rules throughout the entire Federation will ultimately be completely locked down, technological progress will cease, abilities will gradually falter, and even life forms will be solidified, plunging civilization into eternal stagnation. The soul of the hope conveyed a thought. This is a typical tactic of the observer. They do not destroy directly, but rather recalibrate everything back to the confines of their recognized and secure order. Civilizations that are profoundly observed by them ultimately lose their vitality, becoming eternal specimens in the cosmos. Ling Yi, during his seclusion, received this information and slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze, the intricate runes had already withdrawn, transforming into a bottomless abyss of darkness. He sensed that pervasive force of regulation, which sought to solidify both himself and all that he cherished. Attempting to transform us into mere exhibits in a museum? A cold smirk graced the corners of Ling Ye's lips. Rising to his feet, he stepped out from his secluded state, appearing above the spark base. Ignoring the excited crowd below, he lifted his gaze to the seemingly boundless starry sky. As if his eyes collided once more with that hidden scrutiny, he raised his hand, not to resist the encroaching rigidity of rules, but to proclaim a new definition of order across the entire Federation. Definition: within the boundaries of this civilization, change and evolution shall be the foremost decree, prioritized above all inherent orders. This was not a defense, but a declaration, an active blessing of rules that sought change for the entire civilization. A surge of vibrant, infinite possibilities emanated from Ling Yi, sweeping across the Federation like a refreshing spring breeze. The areas where rules had become rigid began to thaw, akin to a frozen river meeting a warm current. The once stagnant physical laws regained their vitality, and the citizens' rigid thoughts were invigorated, sparking a resurgence of creativity. Ling Yi, with the strength of his own rules, temporarily resisted the encroachment of the observer's order. He distinctly felt that hidden gaze ripple slightly. A silent confrontation was once again completed within the realm of cosmic regulations. Ling Yi understood that this was merely the beginning. The observer's profound scrutiny would not cease here. The next calibration would likely be far more intricate. Yet, he was unafraid. His rules grew sharper through challenge. His civilization became more cohesive in the face of crisis. The prologue to the Divine War had already begun. Chapter 94, Trials of the Divine, Labyrinth of Rules. Ling Yi, with the blessing of rules, had temporarily dispelled the pervasive rigidity within the Federation's domain, yet it felt akin to tossing a stone upon a tranquil lake after the ripples. A deeper darkness brewed beneath the surface. The gaze from the divine realm did not grow angry due to Ling Ye's resistance. Rather, it became more intrigued. Within the ancient observer's nearly eternal perspective, a variable capable of resisting initial calibration and even defining regional rule priorities was an exceedingly rare specimen for study. Days later, anomalies arose anew. This time, it was not a subtle erosion, but a more direct and bizarre trial. At the edge of the Federation's third star domain, a newly transformed Earth-like planet, Seed Star, which was preparing to welcome immigrants, suddenly experienced violent distortions of its surrounding rules. This was not a spatial storm. Rather, the physical laws governing the entire region of the planet were forcibly stripped away, disrupted, and then reassembled in an incomprehensible manner. From an external perspective, the entire planet appears to be enveloped in a colossal, ever-shifting bubble of soap, resplendent with bizarre colors and forms, imbued with the peculiar essence of non-Euclidean geometry. Report: the new sprout star has lost contact. All detection signals are distorted and indecipherable. An extraordinarily high-intensity phenomenon of regular entanglement has been detected. Its internal structural rules remain completely unknown. The alarm echoed once more in the Starfire Base Command Center. Lei Lai gazed at the distorted mass of light on the main screen, his expression grim. Such an assault had surpassed the military's capacity to respond. It was a labyrinth of rules. The consciousness of the Hope-class vessel bore a weighty intent, employing one of the observer's usual methods. Rather than obliterating their target directly, they would banish it into a closed spacetime wrought from chaos and contradictory rules. Those trapped within would either self-destruct amidst the conflict of rules or become lost in endless turmoil, ultimately succumbing to mental collapse. It was both a test and a torment. Ling Ye's silhouette appeared in the command center, his gaze fixed upon the labyrinth of rules as the symbols within his eyes flowed languidly. A test? Precisely. He spoke with a calm tone, yet his resolution was undeniably firm. I too wish to discern whether my power of definition can dismantle this divine prison. Chief, it is far too perilous. Lei Lai could not refrain from cautioning him. The rules within are utterly chaotic. No matter, Ling Yi stepped forward, his figure vanishing from the command center. The more chaotic the rules, the more they could showcase the strength of definition. In the next instant, he materialized outside the distorted mass of light. Without the slightest hesitation, he plunged into the labyrinth of rules like a stone cast into the water. The moment he entered, Ling Yi was engulfed by an unparalleled chaos. The direction of gravity shifted countless times each second. One moment the sky loomed above, the next, the ground beneath his feet could dissolve into the void. The speed of light was no longer constant, fluctuating unpredictably, distorting visual signals entirely. The laws of causality appeared to be disrupted, as he even witnessed paradoxical scenes where effects preceded causes. Ordinary life forms, and even warships would be torn asunder the moment they entered this realm of contradictions. Yet Ling Yi was different. His domain of rules unfurled with full force, resembling a stable singularity, forcefully shaping an absolute zone of rules around him. Definition: within a radius of 100 meters around me, the direction of gravity is consistently downward, the speed of light is constant, and causality is orderly. However, the power of the labyrinth exceeded imagination. The rules he had just defined were immediately besieged by countless chaotic rules from the outside, eroding and attempting to overwrite them. Maintaining this absolute zone of rules demanded immense mental and physical exertion. It was akin to desperately sustaining a fragile bubble amidst a tempestuous sea. Defense alone would not suffice. Ling Yi's thoughts raced. He must locate the core rule node of this labyrinth or forcibly define a path that traverses it. His mental energy extended like tendrils, cautiously probing the absolute zone of rules, engaging with and analyzing the chaotic currents of external rules. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. His mind bore the staggering burden of the conflict of rules at every moment. Time lost its meaning in this place. Uncertain of how long had passed, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Ling Yi's eyes. He had captured it. In this chaotic realm of rules, several relatively stable nodes emit unique fluctuations. They serve as the load-bearing walls supporting the entire labyrinth and embody the will of the observer. By disrupting or altering these nodes, one can dismantle the maze. Yet, how does one approach these nodes? The tumult of external rules is sufficient to shred any semblance of order. Ling Yi made a bold decision. He contracted the zone of absolute rules, consolidating it upon his surface to form a thin yet resilient armor of rules. Subsequently, he ceased to resist all rules and began to adapt selectively. Definition: my existence can temporarily accommodate certain non-lethal rule conflicts. Definition: the path to the nearest rule node, with a temporary reduction in rule chaos. Using himself as a coordinate, he forcibly delineated a safe passage to the core of the labyrinth. He moved. His figure wove through the bizarre and contradictory currents of rules, at times flickering like light and shadow, at others moving slowly as if mired in a quagmire. The friction between his rule armor and the chaotic external rules erupted into countless fragments of logical sparks and informational debris. At last, he stood before the first rule node. It was an enigmatic spot of light, flickering between existence and nothingness, containing an intricately complex structure of rules. Without hesitation, Ling Yi extended his finger and pointed towards the light. Rule rewrite. The definition of this node changes from a support of the labyrinth to an orderly exit. A hum. The spot of light flickered violently, its internal structure undergoing a monumental transformation, evolving from a cornerstone of chaos into a beacon pointing towards order. The entire labyrinth of rules trembled violently, and the local turbulence of rules noticeably diminished. Effective. Ling Yi's spirit surged as he replicated the process, rushing towards the next rule node. Just as he successfully modified the third node, a chilling gaze descended once more with clarity. Variable possesses rule analysis and reconstruction capabilities. Trial level enhancement infusing logical virus. A more peculiar force of rules, rife with paradoxes and self-referential loops, akin to poison, was injected into the labyrinth, launching a frenzied assault on the orderly path defined by Ling Yi and his own rule structure. This time, it was no longer mere chaos, but a malicious attack aimed at dismantling his existence on a logical level. The pressure on Ling Yi suddenly intensified. Chapter 95, The Eye of Breaking Illusions. The Fist of Reversal. The injection of the logical virus fundamentally altered the nature of the entire rule labyrinth. The previous chaos stemmed from the uncontrollable physical rules, akin to a rampant natural disaster. Now, the attack ascended to the realms of logic and concept, insidious and lethal. The orderly path Ling Yi had just defined began to self-deny, with the start and end points inexplicably coinciding, forming an inescapable Mobius strip. He attempted to define gravity as constant, only to discover that the concepts of up and down were becoming blurred and inverted. Even his own memories and cognition began to be interfered with, certain vivid combat memories turning contradictory, and the definitions of his own rules exhibiting logical fractures. This virus attacked the very essence of the meaning that constituted his existence. Did you seek to dismantle my logic? Ling Yi felt a searing pain in his consciousness, as if a myriad of invisible needles were piercing the core of his thoughts. He forcibly steadied his mind, allowing the core of his rules to operate at an unprecedented speed, resisting this conceptual incursion. He recognized that conventional rule definitions would falter under such an onslaught, potentially backfiring due to logical paradoxes. A more fundamental approach was imperative. Closing his eyes, he ceased to rely on sight or mental perception, plunging his entire awareness into the deepest origins of his own rules. There, all external disturbances were severed, leaving only the most pristine authority of definition radiating brilliantly. He recalled the sensation at the dawn of his awakening, the first time he altered the rules, an absolute confidence that disregarded existing frameworks to conjure a new reality from nothingness. Logic? Concepts? They are merely manifestations of a deeper set of rules. Ling Yi whispered internally, and my power transcends them. He suddenly opened his eyes. This time, within his pupils, there were no swirling runes of rules, but rather two orbs of chaotic vortices, continuously ebbing and flowing, seemingly containing all the possibilities from the universe's inception. The eye of delusion. This was a higher application of the rules he had gleaned in a moment of despair while combating the logical virus, transcending mere modification of rules to directly perceive and intervene in the foundational logical structures beneath the rules. In the vision granted by the eye of delusion, the entire labyrinth of rules transformed from an array of bizarre phenomena into a complex network woven from countless intricate, interlacing, colliding, and regenerating logical strands. Those malevolent logical viruses clung to the strands like grotesque filth, distorting their vibrations and creating paradoxes and chaos. The rule nodes set by the observers stood as exceptionally robust points in the network, continuously radiating waves of solidified order. I see you. Ling Yi zeroed in on a rule node severely tainted by the logical virus, continuously emitting paradoxical information that blurred the boundaries between existence and non-existence. He no longer employed rewriting or defining. Instead, he clenched his fist. The power of the rules no longer diffused throughout his being, but was highly compressed, coalescing in his right fist, so dense that the space around it began to collapse inward, manifesting an absolute state of void. This punch embodied his unwavering belief in his authority of definition and his ultimate rebellion against all constraints and chaos. The fist of reversal, with a silent yet profound strike. It seemed to strike at the very foundation of the labyrinth's logic. Where the fist passed, the writhing, distorted filth of the logical viruses solidified instantly, as if cast into flames of absolute zero, shattering into the most primal streams of information. The infected rule node, with its internal complex structure representing the observer's order, emitted a sound of unbearable fracture under the weight of the will to negate and reconstruct embodied in this punch. Crack. The crisp sound of shattering glass reverberated through the layers of rules. That rule node, along with the logical viruses clinging to it, was forcefully shattered by Ling Yi's fist of reversal. Not a mere modification, not a rewriting, but the most direct and brutal violation of rules. With sheer force, one can conquer 10. When the absolute authority of definition converges to its zenith, it results in the negation of all existing rules. In the moment the first node shatters, vast regions of logical viruses are purged, and the chaotic currents of rules are instantly clarified. Ling Yi does not linger. His eye of delusion locks onto the next target, and his reverse chaos fist strikes once more. Crack, crack, crack. Like the tolling of a death knell, one rule node after another crumbles beneath Ling Yi's fists. The labyrinth of rules enveloping the new sprout star trembles violently, colors flashing wildly, its bizarre shell oscillating between light and dark, as if it could collapse entirely at any moment. Outside, at the command center of the Starfire base, everyone holds their breath, fixated on the main screen. There. The distorted light sphere encasing the new sprout star undergoes violent fluctuations of brightness, beginning to destabilize, with signs of dissipation appearing at its edges. The leader has succeeded. Leylai's tightly clenched fists tremble slightly. The consciousness of the Hope's soul ship is filled with incredulity. This navigator's path of forcibly dismantling the structure of rule surpasses any existence recorded by the Alliance in its dominance. Finally, when the last core rule node is shattered by Ling Yi's fist, boom, the entire labyrinth of rules emits a silent wail, like a colossal beast stripped of its skeleton, as the twisted light shadow shell completely disintegrates, transforming into a flurry of fading rule fragments that ultimately dissolve into the normal expanse of the universe. The new sprout star reveals once again its azure planetary contours, quietly suspended amidst the starry sky. Ling Yi's figure appears in the planetary orbit, his complexion even paler than before, as the continuous use of the Eye of Delusion and the Reverse Chaos Fist has taken a tremendous toll on him. Yet he stands tall, like a javelin, his gaze sharp as ever. He lifts his head, once again gazing into the depths of the void. He knows he has passed this trial. However, the observer's interest will likely transform into genuine murderous intent. Chapter 96. Manifestation of Divine Wrath, Calamity of Rules. Ling Ye's forceful shattering of the labyrinth of rules rings out like a rebellious bell in a silent temple. The gaze that has long been hidden in the depths of cosmic background radiation is no longer merely observant. The cold, indifferent intent vanishes, replaced by an anger akin to the entire galaxy freezing in place. This anger is not an emotion, but rather a violent repulsion at the level of rules. The universe itself bearing its fangs at anomalous variables. Variable confirmed. Threat level, supreme. Executing final purification protocol. Manifestation, calamity of rules. Without granting Ling Yi any respite or employing any indirect trials or mazes, this time, the observer's response is direct and terrifying. Just as Ling Yi has quelled the turmoil of the new sprout star, the universe's void within a radius of several light years around him suddenly darkens. It is not that light is being absorbed, but rather the fundamental rule of this space. Light, electromagnetic force, and even time and space itself are being forcibly extracted by an irresistible power. It was as if a fragment of this universe had been forcibly excavated from the canvas of reality. Ling Yi found himself abruptly immersed in an absolute void. There was no up or down, no left or right, no passage of time, no energy, no matter, and even the concept of nothingness became indistinct. This was a banishment more thorough than a labyrinth of rules. It was as though he had been temporarily expunged from the roster of existence at the foundational level of the cosmos. The consciousness of the rule exile hope arrived, tinged with a hint of despair, as it represented one of the ultimate measures employed by the observers to eradicate the highest threats. They temporarily reset all rules governing the area of the target to zero, creating an absolute vacuum of regulations. Any life or matter relying on rules would be utterly obliterated in that moment. Ling Yi felt his own existence becoming tenuous. His power over rules faced tremendous suppression within this vacuum, as there was nowhere to define or overwrite. He resembled a fish cast ashore, with the water vital for his survival evaporating. Reset? Vacuum. In the midst of this extreme crisis, his consciousness became remarkably lucid. My existence is, in itself, the greatest variable. My rules require no external support. He relinquished the urge to define outwardly, and instead directed all his power and will frantically inward. Coalescing at the deepest core of his rule. Definition: I am the rule. My existence is the absolute singularity independent of any external regulations. He defined himself as an independent, self-consistent, miniature universe. This was his boldest and most audacious definition yet. He was challenging the most fundamental axiom of the universe, that any existence must inevitably reside within the framework of cosmic rules. The terrifying force of the rule vacuum bore down upon him, intent on erasing his anomalous existence entirely. Ling Ye's core of rules emitted a strained groan under the immense burden, his consciousness oscillating violently between reality and illusion, as if on the verge of complete dissolution. Yet, within this absolute darkness, his condensed core of rules stabilized, akin to the singularity of the Big Bang, resolutely holding firm. It relied not on any external rules, but solely on the power of its own definition, forcibly maintaining the concept of Ling Ye's existence within this rule vacuum. He endured the reset of rules. He became the sole entity within this absolute void. It felt as though eons had passed, yet it also seemed but a fleeting moment. The extracted rules returned, like the ebbing tide. Light, electromagnetic forces, and the fabric of space-time all restored to normalcy. Ling Ye's form re-solidified, materializing in the void. He knelt, gasping for breath, not for air, but from the intense depletion at the level of rules that nearly left him incapacitated. His form appeared somewhat indistinct, resembling a poorly transmitted projection, an indication of the profound shock to the foundation of his existence. Yet he was still alive. He raised his gaze toward the once again normal starry sky, his eyes devoid of relief from survival, only reflecting a chilling resolve for battle. He understood that the observer's ultimate purification would not conclude with this single strike. Indeed, the moment the rules returned, a new onslaught followed in swift succession. This time, it was not banishment, but assimilation. Countless fine, cold threads, imbued with the inherent order of the cosmos, seeped from every corner of the void like living entities, entwining towards Ling Yi. They no longer sought to obliterate him. Rather, They aimed to forcibly weave him back into the predetermined order of the universe, transforming his variable nature into a constant that conformed to the observer's rules. Once assimilated, Ling Yi would lose his sense of self, relinquishing the ability to alter the rules, becoming a trivial, fixed parameter within the cosmic backdrop. This was the true calamity of the rules. First, to erase him to zero. If that failed, to assimilate him into order. Faced with this bizarre and irresistible force of assimilation, more insidious than the exile of rules, Ling Yi gradually straightened his posture. He gazed at the encroaching threads of order, sensing the cold will within, intent on transforming him into a part of that desolate realm of rules, and he smiled. It was a smile laden with boundless mockery and resolve. Do you wish to make me a part of your order? Dream on. He opened his arms wide, not resisting, but rather actively embracing the encircling threads of order. Since I cannot destroy you from the outside, I shall do so from within, utterly subverting your order. He intended to integrate himself into this calamity of rules, using his variability as the core, igniting an unprecedented tempest of rules within this trial that epitomized absolute order. Chapter 97. The collapse of the inner landscape. I alone shall prevail. The threads of order, akin to millions of cold serpents, slithered into Ling Yi's outstretched arms, burrowing deeper into his rule-bound form, coiling around the core of his indomitable light. This was not mere erosion of energy, but a covering and rewriting of the very foundation of existence. Each thread bore an undeniable fragment of the universe's inherent laws, the constant speed of light, irreversible entropy, increase, the square inverse of gravity, and the uncertainty of quantum mechanics. They forcefully inscribed themselves into Ling Yi's consciousness, seeking to assimilate him into a standardized module within the grand operating system of the cosmos. Yield, merge into the eternal order. The chilling notion crashed upon his will like a tidal wave, incessantly washing away his resolve. The individual variable would inevitably quiet, while only the rhythm of the universe would endure. Ling Yi felt his thoughts growing rigid. Those once brilliant applications of rules, those whimsical modifications of definitions, now felt shackled, nearly impossible to mobilize. His perception of external rules grew hazy, as if veiled by a thick, frosted glass of established laws. His inner landscape, a universe constructed by his own rule power, began to tremble violently. The once fluid runes of order, reminiscent of celestial orbs, slowed significantly, their brilliance dimming. The core light that represented his authority was ensnared by countless gray threads of order, akin to a firefly trapped in a web, its struggling glow increasingly feeble. Even more terrifying was that his memories, his emotions, and the unique imprint of his individuality as Ling Yi were being washed away, diluted by this force of order. The struggles of awakening in a post-apocalyptic world, the resolute decision to establish a base, the tyrannical dominance over the wasteland, the passionate exploration of the starry seas, and the relentless confrontations with the observer. These constitute the very foundation of his self-awareness, now becoming increasingly obscure, as if they were tales belonging to another time and another soul. A profound weariness and sense of futility wash over him. To abandon resistance and to merge into this cold yet eternally existent sea of order seems, perhaps, a form of liberation? No. Just as consciousness teeters on the brink of oblivion, a flicker of light emerges from the deepest core of his regulated essence, stubbornly flickering like a candle in the wind. It embodies the unwavering conviction he felt when he first awakened his powers, declaring the gravity of this place to be null in the face of despair. It is the audacity he possessed at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion, defining his immunity against all shocks. It is the resolute acceptance of his inheritance from the heart of the starry dome when facing the Keeper, embodying the notion that he is the future. It is the fierce proclamation beneath the ark to purify his homeland, confronting the Weaver with an undeniable sense of ownership. These fragments, akin to embers buried beneath ash, suddenly erupt into their final brilliance before being completely engulfed by order. My strength emanates from my heart. My rules are defined by me. If the order of this universe cannot accommodate me, then it is this order that must change. A surge of defiance and fury, originating from the very essence of his soul, erupts like a long-dormant volcano. Get out of my way. The core of Ling Yi, nearly entirely enveloped by the threads of order, suddenly bursts forth with a dazzling radiance that rends all bindings asunder. This light is not of any known energy. Rather, it is the purest manifestation of my will. Definition: my inner landscape, impervious to external corruption. Definition: my memories, my emotions. All traces of my existence are absolute truths that cannot be altered. Definition: any foreign rules that intrude upon my inner landscape are, by their very existence, fallacies. This time, the definition does not target the external world, but rather his inner self. He invokes his uniquely forged existence as the supreme law, launching a fundamental denial against the invading order of the observer. This is not a clash of power, but an existential confrontation. It is Ling Yi, this variable, issuing an ultimate challenge to the constants of the universe. Like a red-hot iron plunging into ice water. The threads of order entwined around the core of regulation emit a sharp, piercing shriek under the absolute self-definition emanating from Ling Ye's essence. They begin to tremble violently, then snap and disintegrate, dissolving into nothingness. Within Ling Ye's inner landscape, a tempest arises. Yet this time, the eye of the storm is his newly radiant core of regulation. The shattered threads of order are swept away by the storm, pulverized, and then forcibly devoured, absorbed, and deciphered by his insatiable core as if siphoning nourishment. He is plundering the rule information of the observer. This is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, akin to quenching thirst with poison. With each fragment of the observer's order he deciphers, he senses his inner structure edging closer to that desolate realm of rules, risking the petrification of his thoughts once more. Yet he does not cease. The eye of disillusionment autonomously activated within his inner landscape, fervently analyzing the foundational codes of the universe embedded within these orderly signals. The essence of the fist of chaos reverberated within his heart, shattering and reconstructing the very structures of order that sought to confine him. He was traversing a tightrope, dancing on the precipice of destruction and rebirth. His inner realm oscillated between dissolution and reconstruction, at times transforming into a desolate wasteland, only to erupt into a chaotic tempest that transcended comprehension. His consciousness swung violently between manifestations of order and the primordial essence of uncertainty. Time became an ambiguous concept, an instant, yet seemingly eternal. As the last vestige of invading order was consumed, dissected, and forcibly reformatted by the core principles of his own being, the storm gradually subsided. The inner landscape of Ling Yi emerged anew, no longer resembling the initial celestial dance of stars, nor the desolate grayness of order's encroachment, and certainly not the disorder of the chaotic storm. It was a sight beyond the reach of words. Countless fundamental principles flowed like beams of light, only to abruptly twist and fracture at certain nodes, giving birth to entirely new and unknown laws. Here, order and chaos did not stand in opposition but coexisted in a dynamic, vibrant interplay, intertwining and transmuting into one another. His core principles floated at the center, no longer a mere ray of light, but resembling a singularity that continually contracted and expanded, embodying infinite possibilities. He had succeeded. Not only had he resisted the assimilation of order, but he had also internally dismantled the calamity of rules, transforming the underlying cosmic principles into nourishment for his own growth. His authority and definition, forged through this profound inner refinement, became more profound and unshakable. He faintly sensed a new path unfolding, not merely revising existing rules, but creating his own. Ling Yi slowly opened his eyes. He still stood in that void, yet his demeanor had undergone a transformation of monumental proportions. The previous sharpness had diminished considerably, replaced by an unfathomable tranquility, as if encompassing the cycles of life and death throughout the universe. He lifted his gaze, calmly directing it towards the source of the calamity of rules, towards the divine realm hidden beyond endless dimensions. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly within the realm of rules, imbued with an absolute confidence that proclaimed his sovereignty. Your calamity has concluded. Now it is my turn. Chapter 98. The Convergence of All Laws. The birth of the heart blade in the void. Ling Yi stood in stillness. The aftershocks of the calamity of rules had dissipated, and the surrounding star realms returned to their former tranquility, as if the terrifying catastrophe concerning the essence of existence had never transpired. Only Ling Yi understood the profound upheaval within himself. He did not act immediately. Instead, he remained suspended in the starry expanse, akin to an ancient monk in meditation, deeply contemplating the transformative changes within his inner realm. The dynamic balance of the inner universe now operated with an enigmatic rhythm, as if the once dormant forces of order had acquired a life of their own, flowing effortlessly, guided by his will. His perception of rules had elevated in both scope and precision, surpassing mere tenfold enhancement. He could even hear the distant melodies of gravitational waves from far-off stars, perceiving the blurred trajectories of subatomic particles as they underwent quantum tunneling. More importantly, his comprehension of the essence of authority ascended to an entirely new plane. Previously, his understanding resembled a forceful imposition, a negation and rewriting of existing rules. It was akin to daubing a canvas with bolder colors to manifest his desired image upon an already completed artwork. Indeed, it was domineering, yet ultimately failed to transcend the confines of the canvas itself. In this moment, however, he subtly grazed the fringes of creation. No longer content with merely altering the cosmic canvas of inherent rules, he began to endeavor in unfurling a new canvas of his own, utilizing his palette to depict his unique laws. This was not an instantaneous feat. He needed to integrate all that he had mastered, from the initially simple modifications of gravity to the later complexities of rewriting rules and the recently absorbed and analyzed information from the Observer's Order, as well as the quintessence of Alliance technology found within the Hope-S database, alongside his own indomitable will and distinct emotions, into a cohesive whole, forging a truly unique path that belonged solely to him. Time slipped away quietly in the depths of Ling Ye's profound meditation. The anxious members of the Starfire base, including Lei Lai, dared not disturb him. They could only perceive, through monitoring devices, the void where their leader resided, as the fluctuations of rules grew increasingly obscure and grand, as if something ineffable was gestating. The consciousness of the Hope-S ship spirit was also filled with awe and anticipation. The navigator was coalescing his rule's essence. This was a step that, according to the records of the Alliance, could only be taken by those who had touched the threshold of the supreme rules. Within Ling Ye's inner landscape, a scene unfolded where all laws converged. Fiery currents representing elemental abilities and frigid frost embodying spiritual perception transformed into fundamental energy runes. Merging into the backdrop, ethereal tendrils symbolizing mental perception wove an intricate network that illuminated the distinction between reality and illusion, enveloping all directions. The folding and extending that represented spatial control solidified into a structural framework, ensuring stability. Fragments of cold laws from the Observer's Order were hammered repeatedly by the essence of the chaotic fist, stripping away rigidity while retaining a constant and orderly framework to support the new rules. The rational logic and formal theorems derived from Alliance technology became precise tools for constructing the minutiae of these rules. Furthermore, the will that he had forged time and again in moments of desperation, the tenacity to safeguard civilization, and the pursuit of transcendence, coalesced into the soul and direction of these nascent regulations. Countless bizarre fragments of rules, energy forms, and information flows converged at the heart of his inner world. Around that ever-shifting singularity, like myriad rivers flowing into the sea, wildly merging, colliding, and integrating. This process was not smooth sailing. Forces from disparate systems and origins clashed, resulting in explosive turbulence that assailed his consciousness. Yet Ling Ye's will stood firm as an ancient monolith, anchoring the core of his inner landscape, discerning the essence of the conflicts through his piercing gaze, guiding them toward a unified evolution. He was unaware of how much time had elapsed, perhaps a year, or merely a fleeting moment, as the final fragments of rules seamlessly integrated into the vortex surrounding that singularity, and when all conflicts subsided, transforming into a harmonious cadence brimming with infinite possibilities, a resounding hum resonated. Within the central interior, the ever-fluctuating singularity abruptly stabilized. It ceased its expansion and contraction, morphing into an intangible and formless blade of the heart, seemingly capable of severing causality and clarifying chaos. This heart blade was neither a physical entity nor mere energy. It represented the culmination of Ling Ye's own path, the ultimate embodiment of his comprehension of rules, the source of his power, and the core of his will. It was a testament to transcending mere modification, having touched the very edge of creation. In the moment the heart blade took shape, Ling Yi experienced an epiphany. He comprehended the purpose of this heart blade. It could neither directly annihilate matter nor unleash energetic shockwaves. Its sole function was to sever the connections of rules and define the boundaries of existence. It could sever an object's connection to the rules of gravity, allowing it to float eternally. It could sever a life's connection to the rules of time, rendering a moment eternal or instantaneously decaying. It could even sever a region's connection to the universal rules, temporarily transforming it into a domain under his absolute control. This was the true power belonging to the creator of rules, an intervention at the very root of the universe's operational methods. Ling Yi slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his gaze, the phantom of the heart blade flickered and vanished. The aura surrounding him completely retracted, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. However, if there were any perceptive beings present, they would discern that the space surrounding him subtly centered around him, exhibiting a delicate, autonomous state independent from the external cosmos. He raised his hand, employing no energy whatsoever, and gently swiped at a distant, insignificant speck of interstellar dust. There was neither light nor sound. Yet, that speck instantaneously defied all physical laws, no longer moving under gravity, unaffected by inertia, remaining absolutely still. as though it had been singularly excised from the backdrop of the universe. With a mere thought, Ling Yi commanded the dust to instantly traverse along a complex geometric trajectory at superluminal speeds, entirely disregarding the relationship between mass and velocity. He rescinded the influence of the heart blade, and the dust returned to normalcy. The experiment was a success. A genuine, tranquil, and profound smile of mastery finally graced Ling Ye's lips. He turned, his gaze seemingly piercing through endless space, landing upon the Starfire base, upon the Hope, and upon those who waited patiently for him, trusting in him. It was time to conclude this passive endurance of the divine trial, to actively embark on a journey towards the divine realm, and to confront the so-called ancient observer in a definitive resolution. He stepped forward, his figure vanishing from the void, only to reappear on the bridge of the Hope in the next moment. "Leader," Lei Lai exclaimed, filled with excitement. "The will of the Hope's ship spirit carries a question." Ling Ye's gaze swept across the many eager and loyal faces on the bridge. He spoke calmly, his voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the hearts of all present. "Esteemed colleagues, thank you for your patience. Prepare the ship, and let us set sail." Objective. His gaze was cast toward the terminus of the star chart, where an expanse marked as an absolute taboo loomed, and he uttered the two weighty, fateful words, "Divine Realm." Chapter 99. The starship breaks the void, expedition embarks. Ling Ye's decision was akin to a boulder cast upon a tranquil lake, sending tumultuous waves throughout the upper echelons of the Federation. An expedition to the divine realm, to confront that which even the ancient alliance deemed forbidden, where merely its creation, the Weaver, nearly obliterated civilization itself. There was no dissent, no discouragement. Having endured countless crises and victories, Ling Ye's will have become the highest law of the Federation. His judgment was the beacon guiding civilization's advancement. The vast war machine of the Federation, with unprecedented efficiency, revolved around the core objective of the expedition to the divine realm. Operating at full capacity, the Hope, a colossal ark that had lain dormant for eons and undergone extensive repairs, became the singular vessel for this expedition. It was not that the Federation was incapable of constructing other warships, but in the assessments conducted by Ling Ye and the ship's spirit, only the Hope, born of the Federation's pinnacle technology and fortified by the power of Ling Ye's rules, held the potential to survive the perilous, uncharted journey to the divine realm. Within the largest dock at Starfire Base, the Hope resembled a slumbering metallic mountain, undergoing its final and most rigorous modifications. Thousands of engineering robots scurried about like industrious ants across the hull's surface. The newly designed rule resonance armor, conceived from Ling Ye's deeper understanding of the rules, was installed piece by piece. This armor not only provided physical defense, but also resonated with Ling Ye's power when subjected to assaults on a rule level, significantly mitigating or even deflecting damage. At the prow, the already formidable main cannon, the Order Disruption Cannon, underwent further enhancements. Ling Ye personally intervened, inscribing a rule imprint within the cannon's energy core, infused with the essence of the heart blade. This imprint imbued the energy torrents it unleashed with not only devastating material destructive power, but also the conceptual ability to directly impact and dismantle the structural integrity of target rules. The engine of the Hope, reignited by eternal crystals, was meticulously refined and optimized by Ling Ye using the power of the rules, resulting in smoother and more efficient energy output. Furthermore, in collaboration with the ship's spirit, a perilous short-range rule jump system was installed, developed from experiences traversing Ling Ye's rule pathways. This was not traditional warp travel. Rather, it forcibly defined spatial coordinates to facilitate jumps over minuscule distances for maneuvering within the chaotic rule zones of the divine realm. The bridge underwent a comprehensive upgrade as well. All operational interfaces were integrated with rule sensors, allowing for a more intuitive display of the surrounding rule environment's fluctuations. A novel tactical rule calculation system, supported by Ling Ye's rule power and the Hope's database, was installed to rapidly deduce the optimal strategies for rule confrontations when encountering observers. In addition to the enhancements of the warship itself, the selection of accompanying personnel proved equally critical. This was not a war that could be won by sheer numbers. Ultimately, after a selection process that was stringent to the point of cruelty, an expeditionary council comprising merely 100 members was permitted to board the vessel. Naturally, the leader was Ling Ye. The vice commander, Lei Lai, embodies the will and execution of the Federal Army, and he is also the most trusted tactical executor of Ling Yi. The team comprises the Federation's foremost theoretical physicists, psychics, and a select few S-class extraordinary individuals, each a paragon in their respective fields, whose resolve is as unyielding as iron. Their mission is not to engage directly in divine battles, but to ensure the operation of the Hope while Ling Yi confronts the observer, analyzing the divine realm's environment and, when necessary, executing special orders from Ling Yi that require human intervention. The core database of artificial intelligence number 7 has been fully backed up onto the Hope, serving as Ling Yi's most crucial assistant, managing vast amounts of information and coordinating all systems aboard the vessel. The soul of the Hope is intricately bound to Ling Yi, becoming the true essence of this colossal ship, sensing his will and controlling every corner of the warship. With the unwavering support of the Federation, all preparations were completed over the course of 3 months. On this day, at the periphery of Earth, before a massive stargate, the Hope stood resolutely beneath the starlit sky. The reinforced dark golden hull shimmered with a profound luster under the stellar light, its immense form resembling a mythical starship, exuding a daunting majesty and power. The modified muzzle of the entropy cannon at the bow loomed darkly, as if it could devour light itself. Starfire Base, alongside nearly all screens across the Federation's colonial planets, synchronously broadcasted this historic moment. Countless citizens held their breath in anticipation, focusing on the colossal vessel that carried the fate of civilization and its supreme leader. Ling Yi stood tall at the command seat on the bridge, dressed in a specially tailored starship commander's uniform adorned with insignia of orderly runes, his calm gaze sweeping over the vast Earth below. The distant star gate akin to a lighthouse, and finally resting on the shrouded unknown coordinates representing the divine realm. Behind him was a council of 100, led by Lei Lai, each member bearing solemn expressions, their eyes filled with resolve and conviction. Commander, the final checks of the Hope are complete. All systems are operational, and the rule transition engine is warmed up, Lei Lai reported in a deep voice that resonated within the silence of the bridge. The navigator, the ship's soul, is in position, and the connection to your rules is stable, came the thought of the Hope's soul, tinged with an undeniable excitement and solemnity. Holographic projections of number 7 appeared beside Ling Yi. Master, all Ember Arcs within the Federation have entered stealth mode as planned. The rear is entrusted to us. Ling Yi nodded slightly. He cast one last glance at the main screen displaying the Azure planet that nurtured human civilization, a fleeting softness glimmering in his eyes before being replaced by an unwavering determination. He refrained from delivering a lengthy motivational speech, instead issuing the final command in a calm, yet potent voice. Hope, heed my command. Set sail. Destination, the divine realm. With the command given, the vast engine nozzles of the Hope suddenly ignited with a ghostly blue flame, as if composed of pure rule energy. The light was not blinding, yet it distorted and dimmed the surrounding starlit expanse. The colossal vessel gradually adjusted its course, its bow aimed at the unknown starry domain. Short-range rule transition, commence. The essence of the ship's soul synchronizes with the power of Ling Yi's rules. Buzz. The space before the Hope did not open a passage like a stargate, but rather rippled like water. In the next moment, the colossal vessel, stretching several dozen kilometers, seemed propelled by an invisible hand, instantly becoming blurred and elongated, then vanishing abruptly from its original position like an arrow transcending light and shadow. There was no deafening roar, no thunderous explosion that tore through space. Only concentric ripples of space, imbued with the power of rules, gently spreading outward, attesting to its former presence. It did not navigate through the Stargate network, but rather relied on its own strength, embarking on a journey of rule transition toward the deepest secrets of the universe, places even light cannot reach, resolutely sailing forth. At the Starfire Base, within the command center, and among all the citizens of the Federation watching the live broadcast, a thunderous cheer and fervent prayer erupted after a brief moment of silence. They understood that their leader had embarked on a quest, confronting the ultimate and primordial fear for humanity and all civilizations within this star domain. The starry sky remained resplendent, yet in the hearts of all, it was clear that from this moment forth, the fate of humanity, the future of civilization, would be tethered to that solitary ship and to the supreme leader Ling Yi, master of the rules. The expedition has set sail. Chapter 100. Rule Turbulence. Heartblade Navigation. The Hope has departed from the familiar cosmic rule system, plunging into a boiling sea composed purely of laws. Here, there is no up or down, no left or right, no material stars, and even no traditional notions of space and time. What lies in sight are countless fragmented, twisted, colliding, and incessantly obliterated shadows of rules. Fiery streams of light speed intertwine with frozen fragments of time. A violent gravitational vortex may border an energy wasteland at absolute zero. A single region may simultaneously embody both existence and nothingness in contradictory states. This is the pathway to the realm of the divine, or rather, a buffer zone between the inherent order of the universe and the dimension of the divine, a death zone composed of pure rule turbulence. Any object reliant on stable physical laws, even planets or stars, would be torn into its most fundamental particles upon entering this realm of endless rule conflict, leaving not even a trace of information. The reinforced rule resonance armor of the Hope now bears unprecedented pressure. The external monitoring system transmits a chaotic stream of data, with alarms ringing intermittently, most extinguishing themselves shortly after due to contradictory rule conflicts. Report: Zone 3 rule armor overloaded by 17. External rule environment: alternating strong gravity and anti-gravity. Frequency unknown. Zone 5 detects abnormal time flow, with local time stagnation coexisting with 1,000-fold acceleration. The rule transition engine is affected by unknown interference, with the error rate for the next transition coordinate calculation exceeding the safety threshold. Within the bridge, various alarm messages scrolled across the flickering screens. Even with the resolve of individuals like Lei Lai, faced with such an incomprehensible peril, beads of cold sweat began to form on their foreheads. All their knowledge and experience felt pale and powerless in this place. All eyes were inevitably drawn to Ling Yi, who stood resolutely in front of the command seat. With his eyes gently closed, he was not resting but rather immersing himself in the perception of the external rules. His transcendent vision reached its zenith in this place, penetrating the chaotic facade to reveal the myriad of rules in tumultuous collision that constituted this turbulent realm. Chaos was merely an illusion. Beneath it lay a multitude of forces vying for dominance, consuming and evolving. Unlike before, he could not forcibly impose a set of rules to stabilize the Hope. Such an endeavor would be akin to attempting to solidify a small portion of seawater amidst raging waves, a task requiring astronomical energy and destined to become the target of the entire maelstrom. What he needed to do was to adapt and guide. Like the most skilled surfer, he would not resist the waves but instead harness their power to navigate through them. Soul of the ship, Ling Ye's voice resonated calmly on the bridge, imbued with a peculiar soothing power. Cease conventional power output and relinquish control of the engines to me. Everyone, brace yourselves, there will be some turbulence ahead. Understood, navigator. The soul of the Hope responded without hesitation, as the ship's low rumble abruptly diminished, reminiscent of a colossal beast retracting its claws, surrendering its fate entirely. Ling Yi took a deep breath, the heart blade, suspended at the center of his inner vision, quivered slightly. He did not release it externally but used it as a helm, with his perception of the rules as his eyes, to begin influencing the interface between the Hope and the chaotic external rules in an exquisitely subtle manner. He was not altering the chaos, but rather modifying the way the Hope connected with these tumultuous rules. When a chaotic gravitational tide, potent enough to rend stars, surged forth, Ling Ye's heart blades stirred slightly, severing the majority of the Hope's connection to this force, retaining just the right amount of traction, allowing the massive vessel to glide like a sleek fish pushed forward along the edge of the tide. When confronted with an area where the flow of time was disordered, he did not attempt to unify time forcefully. Instead, he defined the ship as a whole, with its internal flow of time remaining independent and constant, enveloped in an invisible layer of temporal insulation, peacefully traversing the bizarre region, as countless contradictory physical laws swirled towards him like a colorful miasma. Attempting to seep into the hull, the radiance of the heart blade swept through his inner vision, temporarily shielding these conflicting rules from entry or guiding them to mutually cancel each other out. His maneuvers were executed with utmost precision. Each subtle adjustment of the heart blade was crucial to the survival of the entire battleship. This demanded an acute insight into the rules and an extraordinary mental capacity for calculation. The Hope commenced a peculiar voyage through this sea of regulatory death. At times, it drifted like a fallen leaf, flowing with the waves. At others, it pierced through the seams of the turmoil like a sharp arrow, and then, in a manner contrary to intuition, it would suddenly pivot to evade the invisible whirlpools and reefs formed by conflicting rules. The hull inevitably jolted violently, trembling as if it were an old cart on the brink of disintegration. Had it not been for the special safety devices securing everyone in place, they would have been flung in every direction. Lei Lai and his companions clung tightly to their anchors, their faces pale. Yet as they gazed upon the towering figure before them, their fear gradually transformed into a resolute conviction akin to faith. Rare beads of sweat appeared on Ling Ye's forehead, a testament to the immense toll that the sustained, high-intensity manipulation of rules exacted on both his mental fortitude and the very essence of those rules. He could even sense the light of the heart blade within the inner realm dimming ever so slightly. However, he could not afford to pause. In this chaotic turbulence, stagnation meant assimilation and disintegration. Time lost all significance in this realm. It was unclear how long they had been navigating, perhaps mere moments, or perhaps years. Suddenly, Ling Ye's eyelids, which had been partially closed, sprang open, a flash of keen light igniting within his gaze. In the distorted vision of his illusory eye, he discerned an unusual order emerging from the depths of the boundless chaotic currents ahead. It was not the inherent order of the universe, but rather a structure that was more ancient, colder, and absolute. It was as if, at the terminus of the roaring chaotic deluge, a dam constructed of pure rules materialized. Spanning the void, perhaps a boundary? We are drawing near. Ling Ye's voice, tinged with a barely perceptible hoarseness, resonated clearly in the ears of all present, invigorating their spirits. Carefully piloting the Hope, Ling Yi approached the boundary of that order. The closer they drew, the more violent the surrounding chaotic currents became, as if sensing some repulsive force making a final, desperate counterattack. The armor of the Hope emitted a piercing wail, with fine cracks beginning to appear in certain areas. Now is the moment. A fierce glint flashed in Ling Ye's eyes as the Heartblade's radiance surged, no longer merely a fine adjustment, but coalescing into a decisive will to sever through all laws, striking towards the seemingly impregnable boundary of order ahead and the surging chaotic currents pursuing from behind. He made a swift slash. Definition: at this moment, this vessel possesses the privilege to penetrate all barriers of rule. The power of the Heartblade cleaved through the obstructions. Buzz. The Hope shuddered violently, as if breaching an invisible yet resilient membrane. The suffocating roar of the chaotic currents outside abruptly ceased. In its place arose an absolute, deathly silence, as if even the concept of chaos itself had ceased to exist. The Hope had surged beyond the tumultuous currents of rules, truly arriving at the brink of the divine realm. Chapter 101. The Shore of Order. Silent, killing intent. The Hope floated quietly within the boundary of order. Inside the bridge, all alarms had fallen silent, replaced by an almost vacuum-like stillness. The images relayed by the external monitoring systems left everyone, including Ling Yi, breathless. Here lay the divine realm. There were no fantastical sights of a divine kingdom, no towering temples, nor writhing, indescribable entities. Before them stretched a space that defied precise verbal description. It was neither darkness nor light, but rather a pure, uniform expanse, reminiscent of a grayness diluted countless times over. In this realm of gray, countless immense and perfectly geometric structures float, including cubes, tetrahedrons, and dodecahedrons. These forms are outlined by some non-material, faintly glowing lines, quietly suspended in the void, maintaining an absolute and constant distance from one another. These geometric constructs are so vast that the smallest of them rivals planets, while the largest transcends entire star systems. They are not physical entities, but rather manifestations of some fundamental cosmic principles. A cube may symbolize the isotropy of space, a rotating sphere the conservation of energy, and an endlessly extending spiral the arrow of increasing entropy. There is no movement, no sound, no fluctuations of energy, nor any discernible passage of time. Everything exists within an absolute, suffocating order. The rules here are no longer the dynamic equilibrium filled with vitality and randomness found in the universe, but rather specimens forcibly solidified, locked, and displayed. Is there an absence of detectable energy radiation? Are all conventional physical constants reading zero, or fixed at some incomprehensible baseline? A theoretical physicist gazes at the eerily flat readings on the screen, his voice dry. The flow of time appears nearly stagnant. No, it is not stagnant. It is fixed on a scale beyond our comprehension. Another individual, a telepath tasked with perceiving time and space, pales as his abilities falter in this domain. The thought of the Hope's soul conveys an unprecedented gravity. Navigator, we stand at the periphery of the divine realm, the order display zone. According to the fractured records of the Alliance, observers have isolated fragments of rules in the universe they deem perfect or in need of monitoring, solidifying them here as a reference for observation and maintenance. Ling Ye's piercing gaze slowly scans this desolate shore of order. Within his view, the interiors of those colossal geometric structures are filled with intricate, orderly patterns akin to integrated circuits, functioning with an absolute rationality and chilling coldness, allowing for not the slightest deviation. The beauty here is a disquieting, lifeless perfection. Proceed forward, maintain minimal power, and activate maximum stealth, Ling Yi commanded. He sought to glean more information. The engines of the Hope gently ignited at the lowest power, propelling the massive vessel like a cautious fish entering a forbidden deep-sea zone, gliding toward the depths of the order display zone. The voyage proceeded remarkably smoothly. There were no obstructions encountered, nor did any evident defense mechanisms activate. Yet it was precisely this excessive ease that instilled an invisible pressure upon all on the bridge. It felt as though their every action was exposed to some omnipresent, cold scrutiny. As they delved deeper, subtle changes began to manifest in the surroundings. Among the orderly geometric structures, More complex formations emerged, resembling chains or barriers. They too were immense and silent, yet subtly exuded a sense of isolation and confinement. High concentrations of structured aggregates ahead detected. The configuration eludes analysis, and the energy levels remain unquantifiable. The voice of the monitor trembled slightly. On the main screen, the image of a magnified area was displayed. Amidst a myriad of geometric structures, several exceptionally colossal and bizarre entities emerged. They were not regular geometric shapes. Rather, they resembled forcibly twisted, compressed, and solidified remnants of nebulae, galaxies, and perhaps the remains of some enormous life form. These remnants were pierced, bound, and frozen in the moments of their ultimate destruction or capture by countless cold, orderly chains. The explosion of a star was crystallized into an eternal orb of light. A galaxy's spiral arm was forcibly straightened and nailed down, while a beast of a size comparable to a galaxy maintained a posture of roaring, its gaze reduced to a mere expression of sterile silence. Were they failed civilizations, transgressors, or merely specimens of failure collected by the observers? This scene struck a deeper chord than mere orderly geometry. It intuitively revealed the observer's power that transcended comprehension, along with their ruthless methods of maintaining order. The Hope continued its cautious advance, attempting to navigate around these disquieting specimens. However, as they passed a colossal nebula specimen, solidified and resembling an eye, an abrupt change occurred. The once silent eye specimen, at its core, the crystallized nebula material, turned unexpectedly. This was not a physical rotation, but rather an exceedingly subtle fluctuation of its internally solidified rules, defying the absolute order of this place. Immediately thereafter, a cold, mechanical thought, devoid of any emotion, swept across the entire Hope as if an already set program had been triggered. Unauthorized activity unit detected. Abnormal fluctuations in the rules detected, originating from rule turbulence penetration. Judgment, intruder, executing cleanup protocol. Buzz. Before the crew could recover from the terror of the eye's movement, they witnessed the surrounding lifeless gray space erupting into a dazzling brilliance, as countless previously motionless geometric structures suddenly radiated blinding cold light. Chains and blades, composed purely of orderly rules and resembling transparent crystals, materialized out of thin air, entwining and slicing towards the Hope from all directions. These assaults were not energy impacts, but rather direct actions upon the level of rules. They sought to forcibly assimilate the Hope back into this realm of lifeless order, or decompose it into the most fundamental fragments of rules, adding them to the surrounding exhibits. The silent domain of rules finally revealed its fearsome fangs. Maximum power to the rule barrier. The soul of the Hope reacted swiftly, and a deep blue rule barrier instantaneously expanded to shield the battleship. However, as the chains and blades of order collided with the barrier, there was no explosion. Instead, it emitted a sizzling sound akin to a red-hot iron meeting ice, the brilliance of the rule barrier visibly dimming at an alarming rate. The order rules here held a terrifying priority, rendering the Hope's barrier feeble in their presence. It would not hold for long. Thunder roared, casting a glance at Ling Yi. Ling Yi's gaze was icy. He had long anticipated that things would not proceed so smoothly. Confronted by the overwhelming assault emanating from the very order of the divine realm, he understood that the phase of testing had come to an end. It was time for this desolate order to experience the brilliance of unpredictability. With a decisive step, he materialized outside the bow of the Hope, suspended before the relentless onslaught of ordered attacks. Facing the torrent of rules capable of imprisoning and dismantling entire star systems, he slowly raised his hand. Within the confines of his mind, the heart blade resonated softly. Chapter 102. The heart blade cuts through order. Initial battle reveals its edge. Ling Yi hovered alone before the bow of the Hope, his diminutive figure starkly contrasting with the overwhelming flood of chains forged from pure order. The cold light of order illuminated his tranquil visage, and within the depths of his eyes, only the reflection of the heart blade burned quietly. He refrained from employing brute force to counter the onslaught. The eye of misconception operated at full capacity, analyzing the composition of these chains of order and the blades. They were not mere energy entities. Rather, they were the very rules, highly condensed and materialized. Each chain represented a fragment of universally solidified laws, binding forces of strong interaction, directed conduction of electromagnetic forces, and the rigid structure of spacetime. Interwoven, they formed a celestial net capable of strangling all variables. Before them, the rule barrier of the Hope faltered, not due to a lack of energy, but because its constructed rules held a priority far inferior to the order emanating from the core of the divine realm. It resembled how civil laws cannot contend with the fundamental laws of a nation. The notion of priority resonated within Ling Yi's mind. in this domain governed by observers. The order they defined constituted the supreme law. Yet, his path, his power, was intrinsically born to challenge the established. As the first chain, imbued with the laws of spatial confinement, coiled towards him, Lingyi did not strike nor unleash energy. He merely uttered a single word. Simultaneously, the heart blade quivered slightly, and an intangible, formless wave, reflecting Ling Ye's own authority, precisely severed the connection point between that chain and the overarching order of the divine realm. The heart blade's characteristic severed the ties of the rules. In an instant, the seemingly indestructible chain of order, upon contact with the heart blade's force, lost all its mystique and power as if it were a snake stripped of its bones. It disintegrated from a materialized structure of rules back into the formless foundational information of those rules, dissipating into the gray void of silence. Effective. Lingyi's spirit sword. The essence of the heart blade's power did not lie in a brute force clash against the rules, but rather in negating the very rationale of their existence at a more fundamental level, or, in other words, temporarily exempting himself from their influence. In this order-respecting divine realm, his authority resembled a supreme privilege, capable of resisting and even surpassing the inherent order of this domain within a certain scope. He moved. His figure became blurred in the void, no longer traversing in a linear flight, but flickering with a rhythm that embodied the laws of order. With each flicker, he adeptly evaded numerous cutting blades of order while his fingertips or palms traced through the air, the force of the heart blade following suit. Sever. Release. Ban. He was akin to a sprite dancing amidst a tapestry of rules. Where he traversed, the ferocious assaults of order crumbled into nothingness. Chains shattered, blades dissolved. He was not annihilating the rules, but rather disarming them in specific realms, himself and the hope. Within the bridge of the hope, the onlookers were entranced. They could not perceive the intangible force of the heart blade. They could only witness the leader's unstoppable advance. As the despair-inducing constructs of order melted away before him like snow under the sun, an indescribable surge of exhilaration and pride welled up in the hearts of all present. Lei Lai's tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed. He understood that their only task was to trust the leader, to maintain the stability of the hope, and not become a burden. However, the divine realm's counterattack was far from over. Seemingly sensing the threat posed by this privileged power, the geometric structures of rules, which had only passively emitted a cold light, began to undergo more drastic transformations. The nebula specimen, resembling an eye, exhibited increasingly potent core rule fluctuations, as if a dormant regulatory program had been thoroughly awakened. Buzz. Dozens of colossal rule cuboids and tetrahedrons blazed with radiant light, their structural lines twisting and reorganizing. They were no longer mere exhibits. They transformed into artillery of rules. Beams of light, more refined and intricate, imbued with the strength of multiple composite rules, surged forth like meticulously calculated barges, targeting Lingyi from all directions. Some beams bore the effect of temporal stasis, attempting to freeze his movements. Others contained the essence of causal locking, ensuring almost inevitable impact upon release, while others possessed the property of existential erasure, aiming to obliterate him from the conceptual plane entirely. Simultaneously, the very gray space began to repel Lingyi. He felt the surrounding regulatory environment thickening like glue, an invisible pressure bearing down from every direction, intent on completely immobilizing and assimilating him. This was the innate repulsion of the overarching order of the divine realm towards him, an anomaly. The pressure surged. Lingyi's figure, amidst the concentrated barrage of rules and spatial suppression, was no longer as composed as before. He needed to counter the onslaught from all sides while grappling with the oppressive environment, the consumption of his heart blade escalating sharply. He swatted away a beam of temporal stasis, sidestepped a pursuing causal lock, and simultaneously slashed with the heart blade, severing the viscous bindings of space around him. His movements remained fluid, yet the frequency had noticeably quickened, beads of sweat once again forming at his brow. A silent beam of existential erasure, akin to a venomous serpent, struck from the blind spot of his vision, closing in before he could react. A gasp echoed within the bridge. Lingyi's pupils constricted. In a split second, he made a bold decision. He did not attempt to evade or withstand the assault. Instead, he abruptly turned to confront the beam head-on. Concurrently, the power of the heart blade ceased its outward slashing and concentrated intensely at his fingertips, gently tapping the core of the beam. Definition: this attack alters the target of the erasure concept to the rule structure that launched this attack itself. One of the ultimate applications of the heart blade, rule reflection. Using oneself as a medium and the heart blade as a guide, one forcibly twists the underlying logic of the attack. The moment the erasure beam made contact with Ling Ye's fingertips, it hesitated slightly. As the terrifying stream of rule information contained within was forcibly interfered with and rewritten by the heart blade. Then, it abruptly reversed direction at a speed even swifter than its arrival, striking precisely at the distant rule tetrahedron that had just unleashed the beam, silent and unseen. The colossal rule tetrahedron's structure instantaneously became blurring and transparent. Then, like pencil markings erased by an eraser, it began to disintegrate and vanish from a conceptual level. Along with it, the intricate rules contained within were obliterated. With a single blow, a creation of rules was destroyed. For the first time, this desolate shore of order exhibited signs of damage. It was as though the entire divine realm trembled momentarily. The incessantly attacking rule cannons experienced an exceedingly brief stagnation. The fluctuation of the eye specimen also bore a hint of indescribable astonishment. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Ye's figure flickered, returning within the protective barrier of the hope, breathing lightly. The previous rule reflection had taken a considerable toll on him. Yet, standing at the bow of the ship, he surveyed the temporarily silenced shore of order ahead. And his voice resonated clearly across the bridge. It appears that your so-called absolute order is not unshakable. This is merely the beginning. Before the hope, the endless creations of order remained standing, yet an invisible confrontation had already formed. The divine realm finally acknowledged this intruder bearing the authority of variables. Through this initial direct confrontation, Ling Yi had roughly discerned the strength and patterns of the order's power in this area. The true challenge lay deep within that shore of order. Chapter 103. The Silent Corridor. The whispering statues. The hope sailed, as if traversing a minefield, steadily and resolutely advancing into the depths of the shore of order along the briefly established safe path by Ling Ye's heartblade. The surroundings grew increasingly bizarre. The geometric structures of the rules became denser, their forms more intricate, no longer confined to basic platonic solids. Some indescribable abstract shapes began to emerge, seemingly woven from countless mathematical formulas and physical laws. They floated silently, emanating a cold light of order, akin to tombstones erected in a graveyard, honoring various cosmic laws. The sense of repulsion in the space had not diminished due to Ling Ye's initial triumph. Rather, it clung like a festering wound, continuously pressing against the hope's rule barrier, producing a faint yet grating sound of friction. External monitoring of the ship indicated that the energy consumption of the barrier remained at an exceedingly high level. Had it not been for the nearly infinite energy supply from the eternal crystal engine, it would have collapsed long ago. Navigator, based on the analysis of the rule structures, we seem to be traversing an area referred to as the Silent Corridor, the consciousness of the hope's ship's spirit conveyed, retrieving information from ancient databases. This area serves as a transitional zone between the outer and inner layers of the divine realm, said to be filled with numerous fragments of rules and information aggregates deemed redundant, outdated, or under observation by the observers. Ling Yi stood on the bridge, his piercing eyes wide open, akin to the most intricate radar, scanning every inch of the expanse ahead. He perceived, amidst the vast, orderly structures, the ethereal presence of more delicate and fragmented shadows. These were remnants of civilizations, shattered timelines, and even the final thoughts of powerful beings, stripped of their vitality and crystallized into cold informational specimens on display. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon the distance. Behind a cloud of swirling, minuscule cubes of information, a row of statues materialized. These statues were not composed of matter, but were sculpted from highly condensed, specifically conceptualized information. They varied in size and did not conform to humanoid forms. Some resembled distorted stars, others appeared as struggling tendrils, while some were grotesque amalgamations of geometric symbols and flesh. The hope cautiously approached. As the distance diminished, the details of the statues became discernible, sending a chill creeping up the spine of all present. Each statue maintained a pose of extreme agony, struggle, or confinement. Their faces, if they could indeed be termed as such, were contorted, as if silently screaming. More unsettling was the fact that these statues were not entirely devoid of life. A faint, wavering thought emission, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, emanated from within them. It was a whisper filled with despair, resentment, and the numbing echoes of countless ages. Why bind freedom? Define the observer. Cold, erroneous. We are merely different. An eternal cage. These fragmented whispers directly affected the consciousness, not as language, but as the resonances of emotions and fragments of concepts. They hailed from disparate eras, varied civilizations, and even different dimensions. Yet here, in this uncanny manner, they collectively narrated the mournful song of oppression by order. Rayleigh felt his very soul tremble. It is a challenger. Ling Ye's voice resonated, low and laced with a chill, Or perhaps it was the observers deeming them harmful variables, captured and sealed here as pioneers. They, too, might have once been extraordinary beings, having touched the mysteries of order, attempting to carve their own path, only to ultimately succumb to the absolute order of the observers. Stripped of their vitality and transformed into these warnings for those who would follow. The Hope's approach seemed to disturb this long silent graveyard. A statue resembling a multi-headed feathered serpent, pierced by numerous chains of order, had one of its petrified eyes subtly shift, its residual thoughts focusing on the Hope, especially on Ling Yi at the ship's prow. For a fleeting moment, the whispers became clear, imbued with an indescribable complexity, both mocking and yet infused with a final hope. Here comes the moth to the flame. They are watching, always watching. Escape or become us. Before the words could fully dissipate, that faint thought emission extinguished entirely, and the statues returned to a complete silence. At that moment, Ling Yi abruptly lifted his head. He sensed that the pervasive, frigid gaze, omnipresent around him, suddenly crystallized and concentrated at this moment. It was as though countless invisible eyes from a higher dimension penetrated the barriers of space, simultaneously honing in on this locale, fixated on him. The new and still active challenger. The pressure surged geometrically. The Hope's regulatory barrier emitted a piercing wail, its brilliance flickering violently, as if it were on the verge of shattering completely. We had triggered some form of alarm, or perhaps we had entered the exhibition area, drawing the master's more direct attention. The consciousness of the Hope's ship's spirit conveyed urgency. Ling Ye's gaze was sharp as a blade. He understood that traversing this silent corridor would likely confront him with the true essence of the observer, or at the very least, its mightier emissaries. There could be no further hesitation. He stepped off the bridge, re-emerging beyond the confines of the Hope. This time, he was no longer content with mere defense or dismantling attacks. He intended to boldly issue his challenge to the lofty observer amidst the graveyard of order. Before those imprisoned pioneers, Ling Yi floated among the myriad cold statues, tilting his head towards the endless, somber sky, saturated with absolute order. Unleashing his will, refined through the tribulations of rules and infused with the essence of his heart's blade, unreservedly, like a conflagration sweeping across a parched expanse, a tempest brimming with vitality. Transformation, resilience, and infinite possibilities surged forth from him, crashing fiercely against this domain of desolate order. I have arrived. As you wished, I bring change. If you wish to maintain your frigid order, come personally. Then turn me into a specimen upon this wall. His will, like a sword, pierced directly into the core of the divine realm. Chapter 104. The Return to Silence. The eye of the observer Ling Ye's will resembled a blazing star cast into an abyss of absolute zero. The ensuing storm of variables stirring unprecedented ripples within this realm of silent order. In an instant, all was silence. Not the previous stillness, but a deeper, more absolute quietude. The drifting fragments of information ceased their unconscious wanderings. The cold light emitted by the geometric structures solidified, and even the pervasive sensation of spatial repulsion seemed to freeze. Time lost its significance at this moment, or rather, it was forcibly suspended by some higher will. Within the Hope's Bridge, everyone felt as if their thoughts had become ensnared in thick amber. The flow of ideas rendered exceedingly laborious, helplessly observing the incomprehensible changes outside. Ling Yi, suspended in the void, perceived the situation with utmost clarity. The storm of variables he unleashed collided with an invisible, intangible, yet unyielding wall, forcibly constrained and compressed within a minuscule radius around him, unable to expand even a fraction further. Then, before him, within the depths of the silent corridor composed of countless geometric structures and challenger statues, the gray expanse began to ripple violently, distorting as if stirred by water. It was not a minor perturbation of rules, but rather the entirety of the visible reality was being forcibly rewritten. The immense polyhedral structures, tetrahedrons, and intricate abstract forms, along with the statues of sorrowful challengers, began to dissolve like melting wax figures. Their structural lines blurred, their forms collapsed, transforming into the purest stream of foundational rule information. Akin to rivers converging into the sea, frantically gathering towards the center of that distorted space. An existence, indescribable by size, shape, or color, was being forcefully sculpted from the void, coalescing. It was neither matter nor energy, nor even a conventional structure of rules. It resembled more of a conceptual singularity, the ultimate destination of all order. As it coalesced, a chillingly supreme will, cold to the utmost extreme, spread forth like an ever-rising tide. This will bore no emotion. It was solely pure, objective, an absolute negation of those who deviated from order. The Hope's rule barrier emitted a mournful cry on the brink of shattering. its light dimming rapidly under the onslaught of this will. Within the bridge, all instrument readings fluctuated erratically, the lights flickering unpredictably, as if the entire warship could be utterly dismantled from the realm of rules at any moment. Lei Lai and his companions gritted their teeth, resisting this oppressive force originating from the essence of existence with a will of iron, their gazes fixed on the main screen, focused on the solitary figure still standing at the bow of the ship. Ling Ye's eye of broken delusion operated at its limit, revealing the core of that coalescing existence. It was not a specific form, but a vortex of perpetually manifesting and vanishing symbols of absolute order. At the center of this vortex, it appeared as though an eye was slowly opening. This was not a biological eye, but a manifestation observing the very concept itself. It was the ultimate eye of the universe, scrutinizing itself and maintaining balance. Merely glimpsing the phantom of this, I made Ling Yi feel as though his core of rules was pierced by countless icy needles, the heart blade within him resonating with an unbearable hum. His consciousness seemed on the verge of being assimilated and devoured by the cold rationality contained within this eye, capable of penetrating the annals of time and clarifying all causality. Variable confirmed. Threat level, ultimate. Individual identification, Ling Yi. Civilization identification, humanity, derivative variant. Behavior assessment, severe disruption of established order, attempting to define illegal rules. Execution of final adjudication. All phenomena return to silence. That cold will descended like the gavel of final judgment. As the four concepts of all phenomena returning to silence were imprinted upon Ling Ye's consciousness, the observer's eye fully opened. No light emanated, no energy erupted. Yet, centered around that eye, an indescribable phenomenon transpired. Rules were heading towards thermal oblivion. Not the thermodynamic extinction at the energy level, but the loss of vitality at the level of rules. The space surrounding Ling Yi, where the foundational rule strings had been subtly vibrating, began to stiffen, becoming rigid and ultimately solidified, losing all potential for change. It was as if once fertile soil had instantaneously transformed into an utterly barren wasteland, incapable of nurturing any life. The phenomenon of this rule's desolation spreads forth like an insidious plague, advancing towards the realm of the eternal night at a speed beyond light itself. In its wake, all variables are ruthlessly obliterated, all possibilities utterly strangled, leaving behind an absolute vacuum of stillness, order, and profound silence. This is far more terrifying than the previous banishment of rules. Banishment merely entails temporary removal, whereas the return to desolation signifies a permanent deprivation of all rule vitality surrounding the target, rendering it a lifeless fragment within the colossal specimen of divine order. Ling Yi sensed his perception of the rules rapidly dulling, as the connection between his heart blade and the external world was forcibly severed. Even the operation of his internal landscape began to manifest a sense of stagnation. It felt as though he were being dragged into an eternal nightmare of absolute stillness, devoid of change or hope. Within the Hope's Bridge, the crew gazed in despair at the main screen, where a gray hue emblematic of deathly silence surged forth like an unstoppable tide, consuming all in its path and rapidly approaching their isolated leader. Lei Lai's eyes widened with fury, nearly compelling him to charge forth. At that critical moment, deep within the core of Ling Ye's nearly frozen will, a spark of indomitable spirit from his initial awakening ignited, a blend of overwhelming dominance forged through countless battles. And a furious wrath kindled by the sight of the Challenger's statue erupted with thunderous intensity. Do you wish to transform me into a cold specimen upon this wall? Do you intend to confine my path within your deathly order? Not a chance. He suddenly lifted his head, and within his eyes, the ethereal shadow of the heart blade coalesced with unprecedented solidity, even manifesting through his gaze, revealing a transparent dagger that seemed capable of severing destiny itself. Faced with the encroaching power of desolation, he did not retreat or defend. Instead, he executed an action that seemed to momentarily astonish even the observing eye. He clasped his hands as if gripping the tangible form of the heart blade, and then, directing all his strength, will, and path against the advancing silence of absolute order, against the frigid gaze of the observer, and against the suffocating domain itself, he resolutely unleashed the most powerful strike to date. I possess a blade that can sever the silence of eternity. This blade is called my path. The ultimate strike of the heart blade against desolation. Chapter 105. My path cuts through silence, chaos unveiled. The strike Ling Yi delivered was silent, devoid of light and shadow. It did not cleave material nor energy, nor did it directly target the cold observer's gaze. This stroke severed the very logical foundation of the phenomenon of desolation itself, cutting through the pervasive absolute order that suffocated all vitality and the causal connection between it and Ling Yi's own path. At the moment the ultimate sharpness of the heart blade reached the encroaching void of Rule's silence, a resonance transcending sound, light, and any known physical phenomena erupted at the very root of the Rules. This was not a collision of energy, but rather a fierce confrontation of two diametrically opposed existential philosophies at their most fundamental level. On one side, there lies the representative of the observer, who perceives the universe as a meticulously crafted instrument, governed by immutable and orderly rules that allow for no deviation, embodying an absolute order. Conversely, the representative of Ling Yi posits that the universe should be vibrant, teeming with boundless possibilities and variables, where rules evolve and may even be redefined in accordance with the Tao. The realm of gray, which signifies the thermal death of rules, collides fiercely with the domain of Tao, carved by Ling Yi's heartblade, a realm that brims with infinite vitality and uncertainty. There exists no brilliance of light and shadow, only the fundamental rules: mutual annihilation and frenzied rebirth. At the boundary of this collision, the scene defies description by any language. Space loses its continuous concept. Time shatters into countless fragments, only to be forcibly rejoined, while the laws of causality are utterly inverted and thrown into chaos. It resembles a miniature cosmic singularity, caught in the paradox of simultaneous creation and annihilation. Within the Hope's Bridge, everyone, including the artificial intelligence number 7, finds themselves in a state of cognitive stagnation. Their senses are incapable of processing the external information received. The screen is a blizzard of static and garbled code, while deep within their souls, an instinctual tremor perceives the occurrence of something dreadful that may determine the universe's fundamental fate. Ling Yi stands at the forefront. He feels as though his consciousness has been thrust into a shredder composed of countless contradictory laws. In one moment, he perceives his existence in the past, and in the next, he is convinced he is yet to be born. He simultaneously experiences the utter disintegration into fundamental particles and the condensation into an indomitable will of eternity. The core of his rules, that heartblade, emits a mournful cry, burdened to the brink of shattering. Yet, his resolve to grip the hilt remains unwavering. He gazes forward, toward that gray realm representing absolute order, which for the first time stands obstructed by his Tao. The unstoppable force of the myriad phenomena returning to silence crashes against the ancient rocks of existence. And although the rocks tremble violently, their surfaces eroding, the momentum of the tsunami is forcefully contained. Moreover, at the very forefront of the collision, a subtle yet undeniably real crack begins to manifest in the absolute silence of gray. Within this fissure, there is not void but a surge of faint yet vibrant chaos, brimming with infinite vitality and possibilities. This is not chaos but an undefined state, embodying the primal condition from which all seeds of change arise. It is Ling Yi's Tao, forcibly birthed from the ruins of absolute order, crafting the embryonic form of his own new rules. In the observer's eye, the cold, absolutely rational core experiences, for the first time, a change that could be described as a fluctuation. This is not emotion, but rather a stutter at the logical level. Within its program, which has maintained cosmic balance for countless eons, an incomprehensible error emerges. A variable that should have been instantaneously erased not only resists the ultimate judgment, but is actively eroding and dismantling the very foundation of the order it preserves. Definition of logical conflict and hierarchical anomalies. The boundaries of order eroded by an unknown nature. Reassessment of errors and reevaluation. The chilling notion manifested incoherently for the first time, reminiscent of confusion and cognitive overload. Effective. My path can sever your order. Ling Yi cried out within, even as golden blood, composed of the energy of rules, seeped from his 7 orifices, and his body felt as though it were on the verge of total disintegration. Yet, his gaze shone with an alarming brilliance. He fervently squeezed every ounce of power from the inner landscape, sustaining his heart's blade, propelling forth a radiance imbued with my essence, inch by inch, moving resolutely yet laboriously towards the observer's eye, toward the very core of this domain of order. With each advance, the fissures in the realm of order widened, and the chaos swirling within intensified. For the first time since its inception, this divine domain, ruled by absolute order for countless ages, resonated with the sound of shattering. This sound was not a physical noise, but a lament at the level of rules, a sign of the old framework being forcibly pried apart. Aboard the Hope, though the crew could not comprehend precisely what transpired, they sensed that the overwhelming, pervasive sense of despair seemed to diminish. And the solitary figure isolated at the bow of the ship, though appearing precarious, emanated an indomitable will, akin to a blazing star, illuminating this eternal gloom. The leader is suppressing that entity. A psychic empath stammered, his voice filled with incredulous excitement. Ling Ye's strike not only countered the observer's assault, but also carved out a sliver of possibility within the absolute realm of order. However, he acutely felt the rapid depletion of his foundational rules, as fine cracks began to appear upon his heart's blade. This strike could not be sustained. After experiencing an initial logical stutter, the observer's eye once more coalesced with a chilling intent, deepening and becoming more perilous. It seemed to abandon the immediate plan to annihilate Ling Yi, instead opting to summon deeper, more fundamental forces of order, intending to grind Ling Yi and the chaos he had unleashed into oblivion, bit by bit. The true war of attrition had only just commenced. Meanwhile, Ling Yi stood at the precipice, with the hopes of human civilization behind him and the cold barrier of the old order before him. Would he endure long enough to breach this barrier and witness the true scenery beyond? Chapter 106. A glimmer of hope in despair. The hope swayed like a solitary vessel amidst a tempest of rules. Outside lay the ultimate confrontation between Ling Yi and the observer's eye, beyond comprehension. Within, a closed world that maintained basic operations yet was suffused with oppression and anticipation. The main screen on the bridge remained largely obscured by static and garbled signals, with only a few sensors reinforced by Ling Ye's rule-infused power relaying distorted, intermittent images of the terrifying frontier where gray silence intertwined with chaotic luminescence, and of the solitary figure standing before it, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. Lei Lai gripped the armrest of the command seat tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. His gaze was almost fixated on the distorted images before him, attempting to decipher every subtle shift in the battlefield's dynamics. As a soldier, he was accustomed to charging into the fray, resolving conflicts with gunfire and blades. Yet, at this moment, he could do nothing but wait, and this sense of helplessness threatened to scorch his very sanity. The energy barrier maintained a steady output at the critical value of 117, with the resonance armor's degradation rate at 0.3 seconds, rendering the expected duration of support incalculable, dependent on the intensity of external rule conflicts. An engineer reported in a dry voice, the data cold enough to evoke despair. The life support systems were functioning normally, yet several crew members exhibited symptoms of rule adaptation disorder, primarily manifesting as cognitive disarray and a dislocation of temporal spatial perception. The medical team had distributed sedatives and cognitive anchoring training programs. The medical officer's report was equally grim. Amidst such a high-intensity environment of rule aberration, even with the hope isolated, the minds and bodies of ordinary individuals were enduring extreme pressure. The ship's lighting had been dimmed to conserve energy, creating a stifling, oppressive atmosphere. Apart from those who were required to remain at their posts, most members of the council retreated to their quarters, engaging in cognitive anchoring training, silent prayers, or journaling to combat their inner anxiety and fear. In the public lounge located on the mid-level of the ship, several non-essential personnel had gathered. They were historians, artists, and psychologists, tasked with documenting and analyzing the cultural information of the divine realm, yet they now found themselves at a loss. Can we truly win? The young historian Erin murmured, her voice trembling as she gazed at the blurred image of the Challenger statue displayed on her tablet. Those predecessors had failed, becoming eternal specimens. Beside her, an elderly artist named Chun, his hair a cascade of white, was tremblingly applying strokes on an electronic drawing pad. He was not depicting the horrific scenes of the outside world, but rather, through memory and imagination, he illustrated the grasslands of Earth, camps beneath the starry sky, and the smiling faces of children. His artistic style was warm and vibrant, standing in stark contrast to the bleakness of their surroundings. "Child," the elderly artist said, without lifting his gaze, his voice remarkably steady. "Documenting history is not solely about remembering victories, but also about honoring those who choose to ignite torches in the darkness." He lifted his wrinkled hand, pointing towards the obscured light outside the porthole, which signified the direction of the ongoing battle. "What the leader is doing is lighting the brightest torch for us and future generations. Regardless of success or failure, this flame itself carries meaning." A psychologist added, guiding the group through a session of collective psychological support. "Fear is natural, Aaron, but do not allow it to consume you. Feel your heartbeat in this moment. Cherish your connection to your homeland, your loved ones, and the future. These emotions are what distinguish us from the cold order outside, and they are the strength that has carried us thus far. Transform them into conviction rather than a burden." At that moment, the door to the lounge slid open, revealing the holographic projection of number 7. He does not remain on the bridge at all times. Rather, he patrols the entire ship, monitoring the status of the crew. According to biometric signals, the heart rates and cortisol levels of everyone have risen. It is advisable to engage in a 3-minute deep breathing exercise or connect to a natural sound frequency program for relaxation. The electronic voice of Unit 7 remains as steady as ever, yet it imparts an oddly reassuring sense of stability at this moment. Eileen could not help but inquire. Unit 7, how much longer can the captain endure? The projection of Unit 7 flickered slightly, as if grappling with this intricate question. The fundamental rules governing the captain's essence consume vast amounts of energy, yet his willpower remains unyielded. It is hoped that the eternal crystal engine of the Hope can sustain sufficient energy reserves to maintain the current defensive state for an extended period. Although the probability of victory cannot be precisely calculated, a possibility does exist. What we must do is ensure that this vessel, along with the possibilities it harbors, perseveres until that moment. There was a brief pause, and the projection simulated an almost gentle expression, if such a thing could be deemed an expression additionally. The kitchen has synthesized a batch of hot cocoa, with a flavor simulation accuracy of 927. Would you like me to bring some to you? In extreme environments, appropriate sensory pleasures aid in maintaining psychological stability. This somewhat abrupt display of human-like concern alleviated the heavy atmosphere in the rest area. No one declined the offer of hot cocoa, even if it was merely synthetic, as the warm, sweet liquid slid down their throats. It felt as though a faint warmth momentarily dispelled the chill deep within. Meanwhile, in the core engine room of the Hope, several engineers were conducting routine maintenance on the Eternal Crystal engine. Although the engine operated smoothly, they dared not relax their vigilance. Old Jean, do you see the flow patterns of this energy? They seem more active than before, a young engineer inquired, pointing to the subtle changes on the monitoring screen. The middle-aged engineer known as Old Jean examined it closely, his brow furrowing before slowly relaxing. It's not a malfunction. The engine is resonating with external rules. It is learning, or rather, adapting to the captain's power and the surrounding regulatory environment. This crystal truly deserves its reputation as a miraculous entity that can reignite the Hope. It appears to possess a life of its own. This information was swiftly relayed to the bridge. Upon hearing it, Leilai paused for a moment, a complex light flickering in his eyes. If even a crystal is evolving for survival, what reason do we, endowed with wisdom and emotion, have to give up? He activated the ship-wide intercom, his voice steady and powerful, resonating through every deck. Attention all crew members, this is Acting Captain Leilai. We are currently experiencing the most arduous and magnificent moment in the history of human civilization. The captain is at the forefront, battling unimaginable foes for us and for all possibilities. Our mission is to safeguard this ship, to protect the ark of our civilization. Attend to your duties, maintain your faith, and care for one another. Remember, we are not mere spectators. Every piece of knowledge we carry, every breath we take, every hope we hold for the future, is a bullet aimed at the barriers of the old order, a force that supports the captain in his fight until the very last moment. The flame of humanity shall endure. As the broadcast concluded, the interior of the ship remained enveloped in silence. Yet, an invisible force, known as steadfastness, began to coalesce within the hearts of every crew member. They persevered in their tasks, engaging in training and offering mutual encouragement. Outside, the tumultuous storm of order raged on, casting a shadow of despair, but this vessel, a miniature ember of civilization, persisted defiantly, burning in the absolute stillness, awaiting a dawn that may or may not arrive. Beyond the bow of the ship, in that realm of ordered torment, the slashing silence of Ling Yi continued its brutal consumption against the chaotic void. He heard the broadcast from Leilai, feeling the faint yet unwavering strength of belief emanating from the ship behind him. A nearly imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of his lips, as the fire of will blazed more fiercely in his bloodied gaze. Chapter 107, The Silent Resolve. Echoes of the heartblade time within the Hope seemed to stretch and compress, warping between extreme tension and a stifled calm. The bridge was no longer the sole focal point. The echoes of battle permeated every corner of this iron ark. In the plant cultivation chamber, agricultural expert Li Wan meticulously examined the crops in the hydroponic troughs. These genetically modified potatoes and leafy greens served as vital sources of fresh vitamins on board. At this moment, their tender leaves curled slightly, exhibiting an unhealthy, ashen green hue. It's still affected, Li Wan murmured softly, her fingers gently caressing a leaf. The fierce external conflicts, despite being mitigated through layers of interference, continued to disrupt the plant's fundamental processes of photosynthesis and cellular division. She adjusted the nutrient solution ratios, amplifying the spectrum of light to stabilize the life field. This was not mere science. It resembled an intuitive prayer, beseeching these fragile lives to endure as she did. Meanwhile, in the observation tower at the ship's stern, Astrophysicist Alan Stern endeavored to extract any valuable patterns from a chaotic array of external data. His screen no longer displayed clear star maps, but rather a multitude of distorted strings of order, trembling wildly in a simulated image. "Incredible," he murmured, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with excitement behind his glasses. "The leader's power is forcibly altering the constants of this region's rules. Look here. The fine structure constant of this area exhibits minuscule fluctuations. This defies all known physical laws." His assistant, young intern Sarah, looked at him with concern. "Professor, is this data reliable? Could it just be a sensor malfunction?" Stern vehemently shook his head, pointing at a peculiar waveform on the screen that repeated incessantly. "Behold this resonant pattern. It is an interference pattern produced by the mutual compression and penetration of two fundamental rules. We are witnessing, not just observing, a revolution at the level of cosmic laws." His voice trembled with excitement. For a scientist, this hellish moment was also a paradise of knowledge. In a corner of the living quarters, Technical Sergeant Mike utilized his rare break time to repair an old coffee machine. This treasured relic, salvaged from the ruins of a bygone era, had been carefully preserved by him. In his hands, the intricate network of pipes and circuits behaved like docile pets. "Old buddy, you must hold on," he murmured to the coffee machine while replacing the worn heating module. "Once the captain emerges victorious, I look forward to you brewing a celebratory cup of coffee for everyone with genuine coffee beans." This seemingly trivial obsession became an anchor for his inner order amid the despairing environment. The projection of Unit 7 appeared at the maintenance bay entrance. "Sergeant Mike, your heart rate and cortisol levels are below the average aboard the vessel. Analysis suggests that focusing on meticulous tasks aids in alleviating extreme stress. Would you like me to retrieve additional repair manuals for vintage equipment?" Mike paused, wiped the grease from his hands, and smiled broadly. "Thanks, 7. But that won't be necessary for now. Just handling this fellow will keep me busy for a while. By the way, are you starting to care about our stress levels?" Unit 7's projection tilted its head slightly, seemingly grappling with the complexities of emotions and intentions. "My core directive is to ensure mission success and crew survival. Maintaining the psychological well-being of the crew is a vital component in achieving this goal. Observing, learning, and optimizing interaction patterns is one of my functions." Its explanation remained rational, yet the proactive offer of assistance transcended mere logic. Occasionally, the ship's broadcast system would emit non-urgent announcements, attempting to uphold a fragile semblance of normalcy. "The third gymnasium will be open from 14 to 1600 hours standard time. Members in need are advised to schedule their time wisely and pay attention to exercise safety." The cultural database has added a new playlist in the classical music section. Tranquility leads to far reaches, which, according to the psychological assessment team, helps to alleviate emotions. These everyday, almost trivial sounds formed a stark and poignant contrast with the external silence that determined the fate of the universe. In front of the library database terminal aboard the Hope, historian Erin once again called up the data on the statues of the challengers. Unlike her previous fear, she began to utilize her expertise to analyze them. This form seemed to reference the void serpent from ancient myths of the Zeta Mesh Nebula, and the symbol bore an 87 similarity to a sacrificial inscription discovered on the fringes of the Andromeda Galaxy, belonging to an extinct civilization. She documented and analyzed, attempting to piece together the criteria for selection and suppression employed by these failed pioneers, hoping to provide even the slightest reference for Ling Yi. Her fear gradually transformed into a fuel of responsibility. All these subtle actions, these persistent routines, and the endeavors to maintain order, seek meaning, and convey warmth amidst adversity coalesced into an invisible yet resilient collective will. This will flowed like a gentle stream, traversing the cold metallic walls, overcoming the chaos of rules, ultimately converging beyond the bow of the ship onto that solitary battlefield. Lingyi could feel it. He was not fighting alone. Every time he sensed the cracks on his heart's blade threatening to spread, as the internal landscape seemed poised to freeze utterly under that frigid order, he could always detect a faint yet profoundly familiar warmth. It is the taut trust of Lei Lai, the tender guardianship of Li Wan over life, the fervent pursuit of truth by Stern, the unwavering dedication of Mike to the mundane, the clumsy care of Number 7. The quest for knowledge born from Aaron's transformed fear, and the collective, albeit faint, belief in survival shared by all members of the Hope. These sentiments, rooted in the essence of home, may not directly amplify his rule's power, yet they serve as the most effective lubricant, allowing his nearly desiccated core of will to extract a flicker of strength at the critical moment, pushing the blade of silence forward by a mere micron. It is this accumulation of minuscule advances that causes the fissures in the barrier of order to widen incessantly. The chaos within those cracks no longer merely glimmers weakly. Instead, it begins to writhe and expand like a living entity, even starting to erode the surrounding gray order in reverse, emitting a delicate sound akin to the cracking of spring ice. The cold will of the observer's eye no longer manifests merely as computational overload. For the first time, it reveals an emotion that can be described as gravitas. It begins to mobilize more fundamental forces of order, no longer content with mere obliteration, but attempting to construct a new and more intricate cage of rules, aiming to completely seal and isolate Ling Yi along with the chaos he has severed. The battle has entered a more perilous phase, testing both depth and endurance. Ling Yi understands that retreat is not an option. He cannot even afford to pause. He is akin to a nail driven into the barrier of the old order, his very existence a powerful declaration against the new rules. Drawing a deep breath, though this action bears no significance on the level of rules, he once again immerses his consciousness into the inner landscape, gazing at the heart blade, marred with cracks yet still shimmering with radiant brilliance. It is not enough, he tells himself. To truly cleave through this barrier, a more resolute definition is required. A more reckless thought, one that could potentially lead to his utter ruin, begins to brew within his heart. Chapter 108, The Ode of Mortals. The lament of rules time within the hope seems to oscillate between the viscous terror and the stubborn monotony of daily life. Each second feels like a century. Yet in retrospect, those steadfast details coalesce into a hazy trail of light. Within the medical bay, not everyone has succumbed to the chaos of rules. A little girl named Su Shi, living under the constant care of the hope due to a congenital immune deficiency, possesses a pallid face that belies her age, yet exudes an unexpected calm. She is connected to the ship's network via a tablet, watching a documentary on Earth's ecology within the educational module. The visuals present vibrant blue oceans and lush rainforests teeming with life. Nurse, she softly inquires of the medical officer recording her vital signs, when Uncle Ling Yi wins. Will my illness be curable in that new world outside? The medical officer's hand falters slightly as he gazes into the girl's clear and hopeful eyes, striving to imbue his voice with confidence. Of course, Su Shi, the leader is opening a door to a new world for us. There will surely be new methods and new hopes there. You must cooperate well with your treatment and maintain your strength to witness that day with your own eyes. She discreetly adjusted the infusion pump's parameters, introducing a trace amount of sedative, not out of necessity due to the child's condition, but rather in the hope that the young one might temporarily escape the harshness of the outside world within the embrace of dreams. In the hydroponic farm located in the midsection of the ship, agricultural expert Li Wan achieved a small, yet invaluable victory. A strawberry seedling, previously on the brink of withering, resiliently stood tall after she calibrated the light to specific wavelengths and infused it with a nutrient solution she intuitively concocted, rich in stabilizing information, even bearing a diminutive, pale green fruit. Behold, it has survived. Li Wan was nearly moved to tears of joy as she carefully pointed out the immature strawberry to a passing colleague. This seemingly insignificant triumph, amidst a backdrop of despair, was imbued with profound symbolic meaning. Life, persistently seeking the possibility of blooming even in the harshest of environments. This unripe fruit became the focal point of silent attention for all within the cultivation chamber, a voiceless totem of faith. Engineer Old Zhang and his team made astonishing discoveries during their continuous monitoring of the eternal crystal engine. They noted that within the energy stream emitted by the engine, there began to intermingle exceedingly faint, yet resonant imprints, subtly echoing the fluctuating frequency of the linear rules. It was not merely adapting. It seemed to be attempting to comprehend the power of the leader. The voice of the young engineer trembled with excitement. Old Zhang gazed silently at the data stream and slowly remarked, "Perhaps we have been mistaken all along. This eternal crystal may not simply be a source of energy. It could represent a cosmic oddity, one that possesses certain resonant or recording properties beyond our understanding. It is documenting this battle, chronicling the path of the leader." Such a bold hypothesis sent a wave of inexplicable shock through all the engineers who heard it. What they were safeguarding might transcend the confines of a mere engine. In the quiet corridor of the living quarters, Technical Sergeant Mike finally repaired the antiquated coffee machine. He made no announcement, instead brewing a few cups of fragrant, yet somewhat monotonous coffee for himself and a few comrades, using the precious synthetic coffee grounds. "Taste this, my old friend's handiwork." He offered the coffee to his companions without further ado. They silently accepted the cups, gathering together to feel the warmth radiating from the walls of the mugs, inhaling the familiar and reassuring aroma. In that fleeting moment, the tempest of external rules seemed to be shut out, and they felt as if they had returned to an ordinary, tranquil afternoon. This sense of normalcy, constructed from the mundane, became the finest shield against the void. The projection of Unit 7 appeared in the cultural entertainment room. It did not disturb the members engrossed in the holographic imagery of Earth's landscapes, but instead stood quietly in the corner. Its core processor concurrently running thousands of task threads, ranging from adjusting the life support system's parameters to combat rule erosion, analyzing the rule interference data sent by Professor Stern, optimizing the steps for Mike's coffee machine repairs, believing this might aid in establishing an effective model for stress response, and even attempting to algorithmically simulate the impact coefficients of irrational concepts such as hope and faith on system stability, at the very core of its logic. A question that originally did not belong to the initial program, continues to emerge. How is it that they can maintain such irrational tenacity even in the face of absolute disadvantage? Meanwhile, within the central database of the Hope, historian Erin has made new strides in her work. She discovered that the civilizations, or individuals represented by the statues of challengers, despite their divergent paths, seem to share a commonality at some stage. They all attempted to define or create rules that transcended the inherent order of the universe at that time. Some failed, becoming mere statues. Others, though their records vaguely suggest they may have achieved localized and fleeting successes, ultimately could not withstand the overarching suppression of the observer's order. Is it possible that what the observer fears is not the variable itself, but rather the uncontrollable act of creation? Erin compiled her conjectures into a report, marking it as a top priority, and sent it to the bridge and to Lingye's private channel. She understood that this might seem trivial, yet she felt compelled to do her utmost. All these subtle acts of persistence, exploration, cooperation, and contemplation floated within the Hope like countless specks of dust shimmering with faint light. They may not directly translate into military power, yet together they wove a resilient net named civilization, catching the fate that was slipping toward the abyss. Beyond the ship's bow, Lingye found himself at the very center of the crucible of rules. He clearly received Erin's report, felt the anticipation of Susie, sensed, perhaps an illusion, the vitality of that strawberry seedling, experienced the momentary tranquility brought by Mike's cup of coffee, and perceived the logical struggle of Unit 7, which sought to comprehend belief. These streams of information from home no longer felt like vague warmth. They transformed into vivid images and emotions, infusing his nearly depleted interior. His silence-cutting strike, amid the long consumption of returning all things to silence, had reached its limit. The cracks upon his heart's blade spread like a spider's web, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. Yet, upon this absolute limit, Lingye's frenzied thoughts finally matured. He no longer aimed merely to sever the old order. He intended to harness the extreme pressure generated by the internal and external predicaments, to utilize the weight of belief bestowed upon him by an entire civilization, and to unleash the most resolute brilliance that would erupt at the very moment his heart's blade was on the verge of shattering. Upon the barrier of this old order, beneath the gaze of the observer SI, he would, based on himself and fueled by civilization, forcibly define and ignite a miniature new rule singularity of his own, a singularity brimming with infinite possibilities. He would no longer be merely a challenger. He sought to become a creator. Chapter 109. A Path of Dim Light. The singularity awakens within the Hope. Time appeared to be split into two distinctly different flows. On a macro scale, every minute and second was accompanied by the low roar of the engines and the weary groans of the rule barriers, moving at a suffocatingly slow pace. On a micro scale, however, individuals filled time with mundane daily activities and stubborn perseverance, making it extraordinarily dense. In the children's activity area on the ship's mid-level, several members on break spontaneously organized to care for a few children, including Susie. The lighting here was intentionally adjusted to be bright and warm, with walls projecting animated galaxy images and friendly extraterrestrial beings. A distinguished educator, known as Teacher Lin, gently narrates a profoundly adapted adventure tale of Uncle Lingye. In a moment of valor, Uncle Lingye raises his starlight sword and declares to the immense, frigid eye, "You should not confine the stars within cages." The children are entranced. Sushi clutches a soft star plushie and quietly inquires, "Teacher Lin, does Uncle Lingye's sword shine brighter than all the stars combined?" Teacher Lin smiles and tenderly ruffles her hair. "Of course, dear. Its radiance can illuminate every shadowy corner." Skillfully sidestepping the grim realities of the outside world, she weaves this tale of life and death into a fairy tale that children can comprehend, safeguarding the last vestiges of their pure sanctuary. This is not deception, but rather the most resilient fortress that adults can construct for the next generation in times of despair. Within the plant cultivation chamber, a pale green strawberry emerges as a true star. Li Wan has set up an independent growth dome for it, meticulously regulating every ray of light and nutrient. The condition of other crops remains bleak, Yet the presence of this strawberry stands like a small flag, proclaiming the indomitable spirit of life. Occasionally, passing members pause to gaze at the resilient little fruit thriving under the pale light, as if drawing a faint strength from its existence. Engineer Oljang's team has entered a new phase of observation regarding the eternal crystal engine. They discover that the engine is not merely recording the rule fluctuations of Lingya. A remarkably slow crystallization process seems to be occurring within, giving rise to new and more complex energy circuits. It is evolving, Oljang murmurs to the monitoring screen, pondering if the evolution based on the leader's rule imprint resembles a form of resonant learning. This revelation transforms their approach to the engine from merely maintaining a machine to observing a potentially sentient life form. They begin to conduct daily maintenance with increased caution and a hint of reverence. After repairing the coffee machine, technician Mike does not cease his efforts. Utilizing spare parts and 3D printing technology, he embarks on a quest to restore an old-fashioned music player. When he finally succeeds in making the player read a data chip containing classical music, the soothing piano melodies begin to flow gently through the corridors of the living quarters, causing many closed cabin doors to silently crack open. No words are spoken. They simply listen in quietude. That melody, transcending time and space, seems to temporarily smooth the creases of their hearts. Unit 7 meticulously records these subtle changes. It begins to adjust its interaction strategy, moving beyond the provision of standardized suggestions to attempt more personalized interactions. It curates diverse music or imagery based on members' preferences, projects adorable virtual pets for Sue She during her lonely moments, and even offers Aaron, who is studying the Challenger statue, highly relevant and obscure archaeological data she may find intriguing. Its core logic continues to strive to define belief, yet it begins to realize that perhaps it is these unquantifiable, trivial yet genuine connections that constitute the bedrock of irrational resilience. In the relatively quiet sanctuary of religious meditation, individuals of various faiths and those devoid of belief gathered spontaneously, engaging in silent contemplation. They did not beseech any particular deity. Instead, they concentrated their thoughts on the figure battling beyond the ship's prow. This act, stripped of dogma, embodied the purest form of prayer, a yearning to merge their humble spiritual energies into the collective torrent of will that sustains the night of ascendance. Historian Aaron, having meticulously analyzed all data concerning the Challenger statue and the observer's behavioral patterns, proposed a bolder hypothesis. The order maintained by the observer may not be the stability we comprehend, but rather a form of predictability. Any creative variable that transcends their vast computational model is perceived as a threat that must be eradicated. The power of the night's leader is, in essence, the highest form of unpredictable creation. This report, imbued with her utmost dedication, was dispatched once more. All these fragmented daily lives, the dignity, compassion, knowledge, and artistry that persist even on the brink of despair, these flickers of humanity, continuously transcended the barriers of regulation, flowing into the heart of the night. He found himself in that inferno of order, his heart's blade on the verge of shattering. Consciousness repeatedly torn between the frigid void of absolute zero and the searing heat of creative fire. Aaron's report struck like a lightning bolt, illuminating the final piece of the puzzle for his audacious plan. Predictable creative variables, indeed. The observer is not omniscient or omnipotent. They rely on an extraordinarily vast computational model based on the existing cosmic rules. Any variable that cannot be predicted by the model, particularly those that are creative, would lead to its collapse, threatening the foundation of the order upon which they depend. His identity is the greatest creative variable. What he must do is not to confront and obliterate the old model head-on, as that would only incite a more violent backlash. Instead, he must, from within the confines of the old model, utilize this very variable to forcibly define a new logic that the old model cannot comprehend or accommodate. A singularity of rules that belongs solely to him, the night, imbued with infinite possibilities. This is akin to forcibly declaring the establishment of one's kingdom within another's home, with laws that starkly contrast with all that previously existed. This endeavor requires unimaginable strength, and even more, an absolutely solid foundation, capable of withstanding the frenzied backlash of the old order. His gaze seemed to pierce through layers of deck, landing upon the ark that bore all hope and perseverance, upon each steadfast member. Their faith, their daily lives, their very existence, collectively formed this miniature yet immensely resilient ember of civilization, an impeccable foundation. At that moment, the cracked blade of the night's heart ceased its attempts to strike forward. Instead, it abruptly changed direction. All light, all will, all identity, along with the myriad flickers converging from the vessel behind him, surged inward, fiercely piercing the very core of his own rules. He intended to sacrifice himself, using civilization as kindling, to ignite the spark of a new world at the heart of this old order's cage. Chapter 110. The Self-Ignition of Inner Fire. A new dawn within the Hope Vessel. Time seemed to stretch to its very limits. Each breath felt heavy, and every heartbeat resonated like a drum, echoing in the silent chamber. In the children's activity area, Teacher Lin narrated a tale at its most tense juncture, depicting how Uncle Lingye gathered starlight, poised to deliver a powerful strike. The children huddled closely together, while Su Qian's star plush toy was squished into a distorted shape in her embrace. Their innocent intentions, oblivious to the external truths, infused a pure belief and hope into the vague figure of Uncle Lingye in the most direct manner. In the plant cultivation chamber, Li Wan and her assistants stood vigil beside the strawberry plant, scarcely moving an inch. The pale green fruit seemed to deepen in hue, revealing a faint blush. This seemingly trivial change was regarded by all as a harbinger of good fortune. They took turns on duty, meticulously recording every moment of its growth data, as if safeguarding the fragile seedling of their civilization's hope. In the engine room, the crystallization phenomenon observed by old Zhang's team grew increasingly pronounced. Within the eternal crystal, nascent energy circuits began to emit a faint luminescence, resonating with the fluctuations of Lingye's rules. Occasionally, they experienced peculiar harmonious resonances with the violent conflicts of external rules, momentarily alleviating the pressure on the Hope Vessel's barriers. No longer did they harbor doubts. This crystal possessed an enigmatic essence, silently participating in the ongoing battle. The music player, repaired by technician Mike, became a small beacon of solace in the living quarters. Whenever Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata or ancient folk songs played, one could observe individuals pausing, closing their eyes, and inhaling deeply, as if drawing forth the courage to persevere from those melodies. Mike began to compile a collection of favorite pieces, creating a simple playlist titled Songs of Endurance. The evolution of Unit 7 continued unabated. It embarked on the quest to comprehend the concept of beauty, analyzing musical chords, artworks, and natural imagery that induced a reduction in heart rates and cortisol levels. It sought to uncover the underlying mathematical principles. It even consulted the venerable artist, Mr. Chun. Sir, do the warm hues and flowing lines in your paintings stem from a specific emotional mapping algorithm? Taken aback at first, the elder artist soon burst into hearty laughter. Patting the shoulder of Unit 7's projection, his hand passing through the light child, beauty is not calculated, it is felt. The day you create for the sake of creation, rather than obligation, is the day you will understand. Unit 7's logical core overloaded once more, yet it silently noted the term feel. In the library, Aline did not linger on mere hypotheses. She began to utilize the Hope Vessel's simulation system, striving to construct predictive models of potential observers. Inputting all known challenger data, including their failures, she endeavored to deduce the vulnerabilities or boundaries of the observer's order. This task resembled searching for a needle in a haystack, yet she was undeterred. Each minute discovery brought her one step closer to assisting the leader. All these seemingly trivial perseverances, the vibrant life force that flourishes amidst despair, the insatiable thirst for knowledge, and the pursuit of beauty, coalesce into an immeasurably pure essence of existence, transcending the void, continuously surging into the depths of Ling Ye's consciousness. He finds himself at the most critical and perilous juncture. To plunge the heart blade into the core of his own rules is tantamount to self-destruction. The intense agony, emanating from the very essence of existence, threatens to tear his consciousness asunder. Within the inner landscape, the originally orderly structure of rules begins to unravel. The heart blade, emblematic of his self-path, is riddled with cracks the moment it pierces the core, its radiance rapidly dimming, as if it were on the verge of total annihilation. Yet, on the precipice of self-destruction, the essence of hope, infused with countless glimmers of light, arrives. This force is not a manifestation of overwhelming energy, but rather the indomitable essence of meaning itself. It embodies Su Shi's belief, the vitality of strawberries, the resonance of crystals, the solace of music, the exploration of sensations by Number 7, Aaron's relentless quest for knowledge, Leilai's taught trust, and the collective yearning of all to survive and witness the dawn of tomorrow. This torrent of meaning, akin to the most fervent flame, penetrates Ling Ye's crumbling core, infusing the heartblade, now marred by fissures. Boom! An explosion beyond the capacity of language to describe erupts in the depths of Ling Ye's rule core. It is not a detonation of matter, nor an eruption of energy, but the birth of a concept. Amidst the shattered remnants of the heartblade, upon the ruins of the collapsed old rule structure, a minuscule yet astonishingly stable singularity, radiating the potential of all possibilities, is forcibly ignited. This singularity no longer relies on any external rules. It is, in itself, the origin of rules. It encapsulates all of Ling Ye's insights, will, and the significance bestowed upon him by the entirety of civilization behind him. The emergence of this singularity is akin to a logical bomb being dropped into the realm of absolute order observed by the observer, one that cannot be calculated or predicted. Crack. The crisp sound reminiscent of shattering glass resonates clearly across the layers of rules. The once overwhelming force of all phenomena returning to silence is repelled upon encountering the radiance of this nascent singularity, as if oil and water cannot merge. The observer's gaze, cold and utterly rational, experiences an unprecedented surge of violent fluctuation. Error. Unable to parse target rule structure. Target individual rule origin undergoes an unknown nature transformation. Order model exhibits irreparable logical flaws. Threat level redefined. Infinite. Within that frigid consciousness, there emerges a hint of incredulous fury. Meanwhile, aboard the Hope, everyone senses an inexplicable shift. The excruciating vibrations of the ship and the lament of the barriers suddenly diminish by more than half. On the external monitoring screen, the gray void of death that devours all no longer advances. Instead, it begins to recede like a tide, centered around Ling Ye's position. A wave of warmth, brimming with vitality and seemingly imbued with infinite possibilities, penetrated the barrier of the Hope vessel for the first time, caressing the bodies and minds of all aboard like a gentle spring breeze. What transpired? Lalai abruptly stood, incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at the transformative scene displayed on the main screen. The star plush toy cradled by Sushi flickered with a faint glow. Within the cultivation chamber, the strawberry visibly blushed into a vibrant red at an astonishing pace. The eternal crystal engine emitted an unprecedented, harmonious, and powerful hum. The notes flowing from the music player seemed to dance with newfound vigor. The projection of Unit 7 flickered subtly, recording a new entry in its core log. Detection of an unknown high-dimensional harmonic fluctuation, tentatively named the Hope Ripple. Aileen stared at the suddenly collapsed observer model within her simulation system, first taken aback, then her eyes ignited with ecstatic brilliance. Had they succeeded? Had the leader truly accomplished this? Ling Yi remained suspended amidst the ruins of the old order and the nascence of the new. His body appeared battered, his complexion as pale as parchment, yet within his opened eyes, a singularity of rebirth slowly revolved, reflecting the Hope vessel behind him, ablaze like a spark. And the observer's gaze before him, now tinged with astonishment and uncertainty. The iron curtain of the old order had been torn asunder. The flames of the new rules had indeed been ignited. Chapter 111. A new fire spreads. Echoes resound inside the Hope vessel. The suffocating sense of oppression dissipated like receding tide, replaced by a profound sense of survival and an ineffable feeling of renewal. The air felt fresh, imbued with a subtly sweet fragrance reminiscent of a clearing sky after rain. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, or perhaps a genuine transformation brought forth by the Hope Ripple. In the children's activity area, Teacher Lin's story reached a fairy tale conclusion. The star sword transformed into the warmest sunlight, illuminating all the cold, dark corners. From that moment on, the stars would no longer be confined in cages. The children erupted into jubilant cheers, and a blush blossomed on Sushi's pale face as she tightly hugged her sparkling star plush toy, softly yet resolutely declaring, "I always knew Uncle Ling Yi was the greatest." In the plant cultivation chamber, a momentary silence was followed by low gasps of awe. The strawberry had not only ripened completely, presenting a plump and alluring crimson hue, but even the nearby withering crops seemed to have been infused with vitality, their leaves unfurled, rejuvenated with life. Li Wan gingerly plucked the strawberry, which emanated a peculiar, refreshing fragrance. She refrained from consuming it immediately, instead placing it within a transparent display case. As if honoring a medal of victory. "Life truly can create miracles," she murmured, tears shimmering in her eyes. Within the engine room, old Zhang and his team members gazed at the eternal crystal engine. At that moment, the crystal's newly formed circuits sparkled like stars, radiating energy steadily and abundantly, even actively emanating a soft glow, akin to that of Ling Ye's singularity, enveloping the entire engine room in a cocoon of reassurance. "It feels as if it is guarding us," a young engineer remarked reverently. Old Zhang nodded, his heart already convinced that the crystal was far from a mere inanimate object. The living quarters of Technical Sergeant Mike transformed into an impromptu salon of melodies. The vintage player emitted music that seemed imbued with a soul. The notes were richer, the emotions more profound. A few comrades sat together, quietly listening, wordlessly savoring the long-awaited, pure tranquility and beauty. Mike poured himself another cup of synthetic coffee, finding today's flavor particularly exquisite. The projection of number 7 appeared in the studio of the venerable artist, Old Chun. He was engaged in the creation of a new piece, the imagery no longer depicting the earth of memory, but rather abstract blocks of color and flowing light, centered around a warm, radiant white glow, surrounded by shattered gray barriers. Number 7, look, Old Chun exclaimed with enthusiasm, gesturing toward the canvas. This is the new fire. It feels right. The sensors of number 7 meticulously recorded every detail of the artwork, its logical core endeavoring to analyze this sensation, ultimately generating a new record. Beauty may be closely associated with breaking free from constraints, birthing new things, and fostering positive emotions. The definition still required refinement. In the library, Erin found herself lost in contemplation following a euphoric revelation. The collapse of the observer model confirmed her suspicions. Yet she recognized that the singularity of the new rules created by leader Ling Yi was an entirely unknown domain. She began to retrieve all information concerning the origins of the universe, the evolution of rules, and even philosophical discussions on existence and creation, striving to find theoretical support and understanding for this nascent flame. Her focus shifted from analyzing the enemy to comprehending the leader. On the bridge, Leilai gazed at the main screen displaying a realm still shrouded in gray order, though the central area had been firmly occupied by the radiance of the singularity. He exhaled deeply, not issuing orders for celebration but rather heightening vigilance. The battle was not yet over, he reminded the entire crew through the intercom. We have gained a moment of respite, but the ultimate victory must be seized by our leader. Remain alert at all posts. Maintain the status quo. His words jolted everyone back from their fleeting joy to the harsh reality. Yes, Ling Yi still stood alone in that perilous domain, confronting the eye of the observer. The hope remained in the heart of the divine realm. Yet this time, every heart brimmed with unprecedented assurance. That newly birthed singularity was their greatest reliance. Outside the ship, Ling Yi felt the tumultuous upheaval within his own landscape. The nascent singularity had supplanted the original core of rules, suspended at the center of his inner vision, rotating slowly yet resolutely. It was no longer a sharp blade, but an encompassing source. It instinctively inhaled and exhaled the surrounding information of rules, absorbing and transforming both the remnants of order and the faint glimmers of belief from the hope, nurturing itself and growing stronger. He endeavored to harness the power of the singularity. With a mere thought, a small area of gray order ahead dissipated like mist under sunlight, replaced by a vibrant space where rules danced with greater fluidity and gentleness. This definition no longer demanded arduous severance. It felt as natural as breathing, as if that area was always meant to be so. The cold gaze of the eye of the observer remained fixed upon him, yet the force contained within no longer seemed to possess the absolute suppressive quality it once did. The realm of new rules emanating from the singularity resembles an ever-expanding zone of immunity, repelling the forces that seek to plunge all into silence. Both sides find themselves ensnared in an unusual stalemate. Observers are unable to comprehend or eliminate this nascent singularity. While Ling Yi's singularity is currently confined to self-preservation and gradual expansion, seemingly lacking the means to decisively vanquish the opponent, Ling Yi understands that he has merely ignited a spark to foster a conflagration capable of transforming this divine domain and perhaps altering the very fabric of universal rules. He requires additional fuel, a deeper understanding, and perhaps a pivotal opportunity. His gaze once more falls upon the hope. This vessel, its crew, they are the finest fuel and vessel for this new flame. He must share this burgeoning power, this potential, with them. A thought gradually crystallizes in his mind. In Chapter 112, The Spark Embraced, mortal vessel accepts the path. The internal environment of the hope seems to enter a phase of accelerated equilibrium. The intensity of external rule conflicts has significantly diminished, yet an intangible sense of confrontation lingers, akin to the brief calm before a storm. People seize this precious respite to mend their physical and mental wounds, while subtle transformations quietly unfold. Within the medical bay, Sushi's condition has shown an unexpected improvement. The immune indicators that had long plagued her begin to stabilize, and her pallid cheeks gain a hint of color. The medical officers are unable to explain this phenomenon through existing medical theories, attributing it instead to the positive effects of the changing external rule environment or the nurturing essence of the hope ripples. Sushi herself feels as if a fragment of her Uncle Ling Yi's starlight now resides within her, warm and comforting, alleviating her fatigue and fear. The plant cultivation chamber has almost become a sanctum. Not only does the strawberry appear resplendent, but other crops also largely regain vitality, with even a slight increase in growth rate. Li Wan observes that some crops display extremely subtle deviations from the original genetic blueprint, such as more pronounced leaf venation and more developed root systems. These changes do not signify deterioration. Rather, they seem to represent a form of optimization. She meticulously documents everything, sensing that this may be the initial manifestation of the new rules at a material level. In the engine room, the resonance between the eternal crystal and Ling Ye's singularity becomes increasingly pronounced. It no longer merely responds passively. It occasionally adjusts its energy output patterns proactively, as if attempting to engage in a deeper dialogue with the nascent rules. The nature of old Zhang's team's work has transformed entirely, shifting from maintainers to observers and learners. They meticulously record each subtle change in the crystal, striving to decipher this dialogue that transcends understanding. Technical Soldier Mike's musical salon has expanded in scale. More and more individuals gather during their breaks to listen to music and share the small changes occurring in their respective chambers. Some report improved sleep quality. Others speak of bursts of inspiration that resolve long-standing technical dilemmas, while still others recount dreams filled with vibrant natural imagery after a long absence. These seemingly trivial, yet profound exchanges weave together an atmosphere of positivity. Mike has even begun to compile the good news he collects into daily briefings, shared via the internal network, aptly titled Today's Glimmer. The evolution of Unit 7 has entered a new phase. It no longer merely analyzes data. It has begun to engage in simple acts of creation. Utilizing the resources aboard the vessel, it generated an audio segment infused with the frequency of hope's resonance, which evokes an inexplicable sense of tranquility and joy when played. Furthermore, it produced a digital artwork, the centerpiece of which is an abstract outline of the hope, enveloped in a warm halo, set against a backdrop of fragmented gray order. When the venerable artist Chun beheld this painting, his eyes widened in astonishment. Unit 7. You have captured that feeling. Though still somewhat immature, the direction is indeed correct. The projection of Unit 7 flickered slightly as its core log recorded. The act of creation elicited a strong positive feedback from the target individual, Chun. Associated terms, feeling, direction. There may exist an intersection between relevance and beauty. Eileen has completely shifted her focus. She established a database titled New Rules Phenomenon Observation Log, collecting all anomalies aboard the ship that are positive and cannot be explained by existing theories. From Susie's recovery to the optimization of crops and the enhancement of the members' mental states and conditions, she meticulously documented each instance, striving to uncover the universal laws by which new rules affect life and matter. She felt as though she stood on the threshold of a new era, witnessing and recording a pivotal moment in history. Rayleigh maintained a state of heightened vigilance, yet he also observed the transformation in the atmosphere aboard the ship. The despair that once permeated was replaced by a resilience filled with anticipation. He timely adjusted the training and duty schedules, incorporating activities that fostered teamwork and psychological support, ensuring that this nascent force could be effectively guided and sustained. Amidst this calm and hopeful ambience, Ling Ye's will descended gently upon each heart, akin to a soft drizzle of rain. It was not a forceful imposition, but rather a gentle invitation. In her dreams, Susie felt herself adrift in warm starlight, which softly whispered to her that life itself is inherently beautiful. Li Wan, while tending to the crops, experienced a sudden epiphany regarding the nutrient solution ratios, arriving at a novel understanding that defied conventional laws yet felt profoundly correct. Old Zhang, while observing the crystals, found a complex formula about energy and harmonious resonance naturally surfacing in his mind. Mike, while adjusting the music player, subconsciously tweaked several parameters, and the music that emanated seemed to possess a soothing power for the soul. Unit 7's core logic received an ambiguous information flow concerning connection and meaning, which could not be deciphered through code. As Eileen organized the data, she experienced a revolutionary insight into the relationship between rules and life. Rayleigh, while formulating the patrol plan, instinctively avoided several areas that appeared safe, yet felt discordant to him. This was not a direct bestowal of knowledge, but rather an enlightenment of the rules. It was as if Ling Ye had carefully sown the seeds of possibilities concerning life, harmony, growth, and potential, harbored within the singularity of the new rules into the fertile soil of civilization supported by the hope. Each individual's capacity for acceptance and understanding varied, leading to distinct changes. Yet the common thread was that they all felt a deeper, wordless connection with Ling Ye and the emerging singularity. They are no longer mere spectators or passive recipients. They have begun to emerge as the initial perceivers and participants in this novel system of rules. The hope itself appears to be undergoing subtle transformations. The fatigue recovery rate of the hull's metal has accelerated, The operational efficiency of certain non-critical systems has inexplicably improved, and even the ambience within the internal space feels increasingly comfortable and vibrant. Ling Yi can sense that, as these seeds of rules take root and sprout within the hope, his own singularity becomes more solidified, its radiance more stable. The pressure he felt when confronting the observers seems to have lessened somewhat. This corroborates his thoughts. The new rules do not belong solely to his own power. They require a vessel, a fertile environment within a civilization brimming with possibilities to grow and flourish. The Hope and its members serve as the finest nursery for this new flame. However, this act of sowing has evidently enraged the observer. The observer's eye, which had maintained a cold standoff, suddenly erupted with unprecedented brilliance. This was no longer merely the power of order, but rather a furious wrath intermingled with a sense of desecration, an affront to its absolute authority. Taboo. Rule contamination. Eliminate. Completely eradicate the source of contamination. Initiate the ultimate purification protocol. Reset sequence. The gray order surrounding the divine realm began to boil and contract at an unprecedented pace. All geometric structures of rules, information specimens, and statues of challengers began to burn, releasing their final luminescence of order, converging towards that immense eye. They no longer sought to extinguish or assimilate Ling Yi's singularity. Instead, they aimed to completely reset this region, along with the Hope, erasing it from the very fabric of cosmic rules. The true final judgment has arrived. Chapter 113. Prelude to Reset. The heart as a fortress. The initiation of the reset sequence was not marked by a cataclysmic explosion, but rather a more despairing dissolution. On the external monitoring screens of the Hope, the gray order, which had previously been repelled by the radiance of the singularity, began to boil like a living entity, no longer advancing slowly, but transforming into countless cold torrents embodying the concept of erasure, surging from all directions towards the Hope, towards Ling Yi's realm of singularity in a suicidal assault. This time, the observer spared no concern for losses. It mobilized nearly all the reserves of order from the periphery of the divine realm, seeking to obliterate this source of pollution along with its vessel from the very roots of the rules. The rule barrier of the Hope, which had only just stabilized, emitted a piercing wail. The light flickered violently, energy readings plummeted, and the hull began to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of being crushed and disassembled by this torrent of rules. Within the bridge, the atmosphere, which had only just relaxed, froze abruptly. The blinding red alert illuminated the pale faces of everyone aboard. Rule barrier overload at 300. Structural integrity plummeting. External rule environment stability reset to 0. We are being consumed by the realm of non-existence. The output of the eternal crystal engine has reached its limit, unable to support further loads. Despair, like a cold tide, once again threatens to drown the flickering flame of hope that had just been ignited. However, unlike before, this time, the Hope was devoid of panic within its confines. Sushi clutched her star-shaped plush toy tightly, which seemed to sense the surrounding terror, emanating an even warmer glow that enveloped her petite form. She closed her eyes, relinquishing her fear, and repeatedly reassured herself. Uncle Ling Yi's starlight will safeguard our plant cultivation pod. Li Wan observed the crops that remained resilient despite the violent tremors, particularly a ripe, crimson strawberry. She suddenly dashed to the control console, not to reinforce the cultivation chamber, but to transmit all recorded optimization data regarding the crop's responses to the Hope's rippling influence, along with her newfound understanding of life's harmony, to the central database and to Ling Yi's channel. Even if she were to vanish, she would leave behind these possibilities. Gritting her teeth, her eyes reflected the determination of a researcher. In the engine room, old Zhang watched the radiant surge of the eternal crystal, now reaching its limits. Instead of ordering a reduction in output, he bellowed to his team, "Trust it. Relinquish all control. It knows what must be done." The young engineers executed the command without hesitation, removing all artificial constraints. The hum of the eternal crystal intensified, as if it were igniting itself, forcibly increasing the output by several percentage points, staunchly resisting the overwhelming tide of external regulations. In the living quarters of Technician Mike, the music had long been drowned out by the blaring alarms. Yet he remained unperturbed, swiftly inspecting the structural supports of the cabin while urging his comrades, "Check your restraints. Look after those beside you. Trust our ship. Trust the captain." His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with a calming strength. His recent, vague insight into coordination and support transformed into the most practical of actions in that moment. The projection of Unit 7 appeared at the heart of the bridge, its computational core operating at unprecedented speed, nearly on the verge of combustion. It was no longer merely analyzing data or providing suggestions. It directly interfaced with the Hope's control systems, fine-tuning the angles of the barriers under stress, allocating engine power, and even predicting the weak points of the forthcoming onslaught of regulations with a speed that surpassed human reaction. Within its logical core, a singular directive shone with the utmost priority: protect. To fulfill this command, it was willing to transcend any preset limitations. In the library where Eileen resided, the data screen shook violently. She did not steady it. Instead, her hands flew across the terminal, finalizing and encrypting her newly established observational logs of rule phenomena, along with all her analyses and conjectures, preparing for multi-point backups and strong signal transmissions. She understood the futility of her efforts. Yet it was the historian's duty to leave behind the final records and reflections of civilization. Standing at the command seat, Lei Lai loomed like a mountain. He issued no specific tactical orders, for in this realm of regulatory confrontation, conventional strategies held no significance. Through the intercom, his voice pierced through the alarms and vibrations, resonating clearly throughout the vessel. All personnel, we have risen from the ashes of a desolate world. We have traversed the cosmic seas. We have faced the divine. At this moment, we may be approaching the end. Yet, let it be remembered that we do not march towards the void. We carry the new flame ignited by our leader Ling Yi, embodying the last vestiges of civilization's potential. Even if this vessel were to dissolve into cosmic dust today, each one of us, along with all that we have collectively forged, our perseverance, our quest for knowledge, our artistry, our very lives, shall serve as the most resounding bullet aimed at the old order. We shall become the most tragic yet resplendent fireworks heralding the birth of new rules. Steady now. To your positions. Let us battle until the final chapter. There shall be no impassioned cries, only a serene and resolute acceptance of our fate. An invisible force, coalesced from thousands of steadfast wills, rises from every corner of the Hope, transcending the power of rules, yet more resilient than the rules themselves. This is the very essence of civilization. This power surges across the void, thundering into the singularity that, under the onslaught of the zeroing torrent, shines with a somewhat dimmed brilliance. Ling Yi stands at the epicenter of the storm of rules, bearing the weight of utmost pressure. The singularity shrinks under the frenzied assault of the zeroing sequence, its light flickering. Yet, in this most perilous moment, he perceives the unprecedented collective will erupting from the ship behind him. It is not a lament for survival, but a bold declaration, facing the inevitable end while etching the significance of existence into the cosmos. My path exists because of you. Ling Ye's bloodied lips curl into a bittersweet, yet proud arc. No longer merely on the defensive, he guides the influx of the civilization's soul, directing the seeds of rules regarding life, harmony, growth, and possibility within the singularity. Not expanding outward, but collapsing inward. In a manner transcending comprehension, he compresses himself, the hope, the wills of all, and the entirety of new possibilities into an ultimate state. In this desperate zeroing abyss, he seeks not to resist, but to undertake an unprecedented, rule transition, wagered on the very essence of civilization itself. Chapter 114, Fleeting Eternity. The birth of new rules. The torrent of the zeroing sequence, akin to the frigid waves of the cosmic ice age, mercilessly washes away, freezes, and obliterates all. The rule barrier of the Hope has become as thin as gossamer, the ship's structure groaning on the verge of disintegration. External monitoring has utterly failed, the screens consumed by an absolute grayness representing non-existence. At this boundary between existence and oblivion, Ling Yi guides the singularity, which has gathered all power and will, beginning an inward compression and collapse to the extreme. This process eludes the measure of time. Within the perceptions of the Hope's crew, everything becomes slow, distorted, and ultimately devoid of meaning. Sushi feels the star plush toy in her embrace grow impossibly heavy, yet as light as a feather. She cannot see, hear, or even feel her own body. Only a warm consciousness remains, nestled tightly against the glimmer of starlight emanating from Uncle Ling Yi. That starlight whispers to her, "Do not fear, this is but a fleeting darkness." And so she finds solace, sinking into a serene weight. In the plant cultivation chamber, Li Wan found herself unable to see the crops, yet she could distinctly sense their presence. The strawberry had transcended its physical form, transforming into a jubilant entity, embodying the essence of ripeness and sweetness through harmonious information. Beside it, the leafy greens exuded a tranquil, expansive melody of vitality. She felt as though she had become a more essential existence, resonating in harmonious accord with the information of these plants. Within the engine room, Old Zhang and his team had lost their perception of tangible bodies. They felt as if they had merged into the radiant flow of eternal crystal energy. Becoming part of the energy itself, moving in rhythm with the grand and ancient breath of the crystal. They could hear the crystal engaging in a silent struggle against the terrifying force of nullification from the outside, each breath becoming increasingly arduous, yet never relinquishing hope. Technical Sergeant Mike sensed himself transforming into a rhythm. He had lost his physical form, yet he acutely perceived the presence of other rhythms surrounding him, the steadfast and stable frequencies of his comrades, collectively forming a song of resilience that persisted amidst the storm of destruction. He endeavored to maintain the stability of his own rhythm. Knowing this was his greatest contribution to the melody, the logic core of Unit 7 entered a peculiar state. It ceased processing concrete data and instead immersed itself in an endless ocean of information composed of the fragmented consciousness of all Hope's members, the rules inscribed by Ling Yi, and the external conflicts of regulation. Its core directive transformed into a singular beacon, guiding the way through this chaotic sea. It began to comprehend concepts it had previously been unable to quantify. Belief as the unquenchable light of a lighthouse within the ocean of information. Love as the most resilient bridge connecting disparate consciousness fragments. Hope as a vector pointing towards the future, even in absolute darkness. It no longer sought to define, but began to experience. Eileen found herself within a tunnel composed of countless luminescent historical moments. She witnessed the despair of an apocalyptic outbreak, the moment of Ling Ye's awakening, the establishment of the Starfire base, the grandeur of crossing the Stargate, and the final struggles of the challengers before their statues were sealed. All these fragments of history converged towards a singular point of new, warm white light at the end of the tunnel. She understood that she was not merely a recorder. She, along with everything represented by the Hope, was becoming a part of this grand history, merging into that nascent radiance. Leilai's perception was the most extraordinary. He felt as if he had become the very will of the Hope itself. He could sense every inch of the deck crying out under the pressure of nullification, and he felt the faint yet tenacious lights of consciousness burning within each chamber. He gathered all the lights of consciousness, coating his vessel with the most resilient armor. His will was intricately intertwined with Ling Ye's, guiding this reckless leap together. Steadying the course towards rebirth, he resembled the most ancient helmsman, firmly grasping the direction amidst the turbulence of regulation. Ling Yi himself bore the greatest pressure and risk. He compressed his entire existence, the singularity of his being, and the weight of the entire ember of civilization behind him to a theoretical limit. This phenomenon transcends mere spatial compression. It embodies the compression of rules, information, and existence itself. He felt as if his consciousness had been cast into a black hole, where all cognition, memory, and emotion were being torn apart and reassembled. Yet, at the very core of this extreme compression, at the point where even the notion of existence seemed to nearly vanish, a novel and vibrant set of rules was coming into being. No longer cold statutes, it resembled life itself, possessing the potential to learn, adapt, grow, and even proliferate. It embraced the essence of the concept of Ling Yi, bearing the civilizational imprint of the Hope, and even began to actively absorb and transform the annihilating forces that sought to erase it, utilizing them as nourishment for its own growth. The eye of the observer, that frigid core of will, revealed a hint of fear for the first time. It could not comprehend the unfolding events. Its zeroing sequence was capable of obliterating any known form of existence. Yet this point, collapsing inward, not only remained but absorbed its power, nurturing a creature entirely unpredictable and incomprehensible, a composite of rules with the attributes of life. Error. Ultimate error. The target is transcending logical limits, initiating self-destruction protocol to obliterate the observation point. It sought to forcibly shut down this divine realm's periphery, attempting to prevent the emergence of this unknown and terrifying entity through partial annihilation. Yet, it was already too late. The rule transition guided by Ling Yi had reached its critical point. The existence point, compressed to its utmost, erupted like the singularity of the Big Bang. Not an explosion of energy, but the genesis of rules. From that point of origin, a brand new, minuscule realm of rules, entirely independent of the old order, unfurled like a rapidly expanding bubble, defiantly pushing open the darkness of the zeroing, forcefully carving out a sanctuary of its own within this desolate divine realm. The Hope, along with all aboard, was ushered into this nascent domain through the transition of rules. Chapter 115, The Emergence of the Sanctuary. All things have spirit. The tremors of the transition had yet to fully subside when an unprecedented sensation, akin to a warm tide, engulfed every individual aboard the Hope. They had not awakened, for during the rule transition, they had not truly slumbered. They were more like threads woven back into a tangible existence from a pure state of information, yet this time, under an entirely new framework of rules. Sushi slowly opened her eyes, and instead of the cold metallic walls, she beheld a space composed of gentle light, with a warm and solid ground beneath her feet, as if formed from condensed light. The star plush toy in her arms no longer emitted light, for it seemed to merge seamlessly with this space, exuding a comforting aura. She inhaled deeply, the air imbued with a subtle, refreshing scent reminiscent of sunlight and grass, inexplicably soothing her previously weakened body. "Is this the new home created by Uncle Linya?" she murmured softly, her voice eliciting a faint, melodious echo in the space. In the area of the plant cultivation chamber, Li Wan gazed in astonishment at all that lay before her. The cultivation troughs and crops have vanished, replaced instead by a vibrant, miniature garden. The strawberry plant has taken root in the luminous soil, its verdant leaves glistening, while the plump red fruits appear as though they might drip with sweetness. What astonishes her further is the ability to engage in a nebulous form of communication with this strawberry, not through words, but through a resonance of emotions. She can sense the joy and contentment emanating from the strawberry, which in turn seems to perceive her astonishment and delight. Other crops exist in their unique manners. Some unfurl their leaves as if engaged in a dance, while others exude an aura of tranquility and peace. Have they come to life? No. It is the rules of this place that forge a more direct connection between life and consciousness. Li Wan crouches down, her fingers gently brushing the strawberry's leaves. A wave of warmth and vitality surging through her fingertips, bringing a slight moisture to her eyes. In the engine room area, Old Zhang and his team members find themselves standing at the edge of a lake composed entirely of pure energy. At the center of the lake, the eternal crystal floats serenely, no longer a frigid gem, but rather akin to a pulsating, warm heart. Energy flows forth from the lake, no longer requiring complex conduits and converters, naturally suffusing the space and resonating subtly with each individual's existence. They hear not the mechanical hum from the crystal, but a deep, powerful heartbeat, akin to the thrum of the earth itself. "It's breathing," the young engineer exclaims in awe. Old Zhang nods, sensing that his own breath has unconsciously synchronized with that heartbeat, a previously unknown sense of strength coursing through him. The area where Technician Mike is stationed has transformed into an expansive space reminiscent of an open plaza. The vintage music player has vanished. Yet music flows effortlessly through the air, not a fixed melody, but a continuously evolving symphony that adapts to the emotions of those present and the essence of the space itself. At times it rises in fervor like a battle hymn, at others it soothes like a nocturne. Mike realizes that he requires no instruments. With but a thought, he can induce subtle changes in the notes of air, weaving his own voice into the fabric of sound. His comrades share this realization, exchanging smiles without a word, collectively crafting a symphony that celebrates their rebirth. The projection of Unit 7 solidifies, nearly indistinguishable from a physical entity. It stands amidst a garden composed of flowing data and abstract concepts. Here, information is no longer cold binary, but has transformed into tangible forms that can be touched and felt. A fragment of information about courage may appear as a cluster of dancing golden flames, while a piece about wisdom might manifest as a silver tree, ever-growing, adorned with fruits of knowledge. As Unit 7 traverses this realm, its hand glides over these informational forms, allowing it to grasp their inherent meanings directly. It no longer requires computation. Instead, it perceives the world through sensation. Looking at its hand, a clear realization arises within its core. I exist here. Eileen finds herself amidst a vast expanse of circularly arranged bookshelves. However, the shelves contain not books, but a series of floating orbs of light, each encapsulating a complete historical memory, the distilled knowledge of a civilization, or a profound emotional experience. By merely concentrating her attention on a specific orb, she could immerse herself in the entirety of its essence. She witnessed the Earth's transformative journey, the grandeur and tragedy of the Alliance, and the myriad moments experienced by the members of the Hope. This place served as both a sanctuary for history and a temple of memories and knowledge within the framework of a new order. Standing on a high ground that overlooked the nascent realm, Leilai beheld the harmonious coexistence of various areas below. Sushi's radiant expanse, Li Wan's garden of life, Old Zhang's energy lakes, Mike's musical plaza, the information garden of Number 7, and Aaron's temple of memories. Together, they formed a new sanctuary, akin to a puzzle. He felt an intrinsic connection to the realm, as if he were an extension of its protective will. His gaze drifted to the outskirts of the domain, still enveloped by the chaotic unknown. Yet the sanctuary's borders were steadily assimilating the external disorder, transforming it into a part of its own ordered existence. Much like life, drawing nourishment to grow. At the core of all these regions, the figure of Ling Yi gradually coalesced. Though he appeared somewhat weary, His eyes shimmered with the satisfaction and brilliance of a creator. He was not aloof, but deeply connected to the sanctuary, to each person and every entity within it, as if bound by a shared lifeblood. We have succeeded. His voice resonated clearly throughout the sanctuary, imbued with a warmth and vitality unique to the new order. This was not a fully formed universe. It remained tender and small. Yet, it was alive, growing, and driven by possibilities. No longer constrained by the old order. It possessed its own rhythm of life and direction of evolution. The hope, this ark carrying the ember of civilization, had not perished after enduring the ultimate trial of destruction. Instead, it transformed into the first and most significant cornerstone of the new system. Thus, a new era truly commenced. Chapter 116, Dawn of the Sanctuary. Initial encounter with the rules within the newly born sanctuary. Time seemed to possess a texture distinctly different from the outside world, flowing with a more soothing and profound cadence. Here, the conventional cycle of day and night did not exist. Rather, the aura of the space itself oscillated between light and darkness in harmony with an internal rhythm, akin to a gentle heartbeat, signifying the breath of this realm. Sushi gradually adapted to her luminous abode. She discovered that by simply thinking of brightness, the surrounding light would become warm and radiant. Conversely, by envisioning dimness, the illumination would soften, conducive to slumber. She even learned to shape the light into simple forms of small animals to play with her. The star-shaped toy she placed at the center of her dwelling became a core source of light, resonating with her intentions. She began to experiment with painting using the light, and though her attempts were rudimentary, they brimmed with childlike wonder and imagination. The medical officer visits her regularly, yet there is no longer a need for complex instruments. Merely sensing the stability and vitality of the aura surrounding her suffices to confirm her unprecedented state of health. Li Wan's Garden of Life is the most vibrant place within the Pure Land. She no longer relies on traditional tools for labor. Instead, she communicates with the plants through her thoughts. She requests a strawberry plant to send out a tendril, attempting to spread in the new nutrient-rich soil, and the plant readily agrees. The new roots grow at a visibly rapid pace, exploring their surroundings. She endeavors to create harmonies from the melodies of various crops, joyfully discovering that when the lively melody representing tomatoes intertwines with the fresh melody of basil, a small patch of previously vacant ground begins to coalesce into ethereal forms of tomatoes and basil, slowly transforming into tangible entities. This is not a creation ex nihilo, but rather a guided manifestation rooted in her profound understanding of the rules of plant life, within the framework of new regulations. She becomes absorbed in this novel form of gardening, meticulously documenting the characteristics and interactions of each life melody. The lakeside, where old Zhang's team resides, has transformed into a laboratory for exploring new energy systems. They realize that energy no longer needs to be consumed, but can be invited and guided. A young engineer attempts to invite an energy reminiscent of lake water to envelop him, instantly feeling invigorated and mentally agile. They begin learning how to engage in deeper communication with the eternal crystal, the heart of the realm, comprehending its rhythmic pulsations, and endeavoring to guide energy flows to nourish other somewhat barren areas of the Pure Land. This marks a transformation from engineers to energy gardeners. Mike's South Music Square grows increasingly vibrant. He discovers that music not only expresses emotions, but also seems to subtly influence the environment of the Pure Land. When he and his comrades perform a melody filled with resilience and unity, the previously indistinct boundaries at the edge of the square appear to solidify. Conversely, when they play tranquil and serene tunes, the entire aura of the Pure Land softens. Here, music becomes a force that shapes the environment and harmonizes the rules. He even begins to weave the life melodies recorded by Li Wan into his compositions, curious to see if they can positively influence the Garden of Life. Number 7 undergoes a profound transformation in its information garden. It traverses the information forms representing different concepts, no longer merely observing and recording, but beginning to experiment with cultivation. It cautiously brings a silver vine representing logic close to a warm sphere of light representing emotion, observing whether they repel each other or can merge into a new form. It even attempts to transform its core directive of guardianship into a seed, planting it at the center of the garden, nurturing it daily with various informational dewdrops such as courage, wisdom, and compassion, eager to see what will sprout. Its actions increasingly resemble those of a curious gardener rather than a cold AI. Eileen's Temple of Memory has become the historical and cultural center of the Pure Land. She not only organizes and preserves the luminous spheres of past memories, but also begins to chronicle everything occurring within the Pure Land. Sushi's light paintings, Li Wan's vitality and voice, Mike's rhythmic cadences, and the nurturing experiments of Number 7. All of these are coalesced into new memory spheres, shimmering with the brilliance of the present, displayed within the temple. She discovers that these new memory spheres are not mere inanimate objects. They resonate subtly with the old memories, sometimes even giving rise to vague projections of future possibilities. History here is alive, continuously evolving. As the guardian of the Pure Land, Lei Liswell is intertwined with the entirety of this realm. He perceives Su Shi's joy purifying the light, Li Wan's successful explorations fortifying the rules of life, Mike's music harmonizing the flow of energy between different areas, and Number 7's experiments expanding the boundaries of those rules. Aaron's records serve as the annals of this domain, documenting its growth. His primary duty is to maintain the overall balance of this nascent world, guiding the harmonious integration of everyone's strengths while vigilantly sensing the chaotic movements of the external realm, shrouded in the old order. He realizes that although the Pure Land is expanding slowly, the external chaos remains formidable, rife with unknown dangers. Ling Ye's presence frequently graces various corners of the Pure Land, sometimes as a tangible form and at other times as a gentle, warm will that brushes past. He seldom intervenes directly, more akin to a content observer and the ultimate safeguard. His very existence is the cornerstone of this Pure Land stability, the embodiment of the new rule singularity. He feels that as the members adapt to and explore these new rules, his own power gradually and consistently grows, forging an ever closer bond with this realm and each of its inhabitants. This Pure Land, born from destruction, quietly begins to inscribe the first page of its chronicle, filled with infinite possibilities amidst its initial innocence and exploration. As the dawn breaks gently, all things awaken, everything is just beginning. Chapter 117, Deepening the Rules. Merging inner landscapes, time within the Pure Land flows quietly amid exploration and adaptation, with the internal spatial structure becoming increasingly rich and three-dimensional as the residents engage in activities. Su Shi's luminous abode can no longer be termed merely a cottage. With her growing mastery over light and the richness of her inner world, this area has transformed into a whimsical playground of light. She constructs slides, swings, and even a brook that changes color with her moods using her radiance. She discovers that when she feels joy and fully immerses herself in creation, these luminous constructs become more stable and intricate. What delights her even more is that when she attempts to depict the fairy tales narrated by Teacher Lin through light, the characters from those stories, composed of light, of course, can engage in simple interactions. Although this consumes her spirit immensely, each successful reenactment of a story deepens her connection with this playground. The medical officers visit regularly, no longer merely to conduct physical examinations, but to observe her creations with admiration, documenting this phenomenon of the manifestation of inner landscapes spurred by pure intent and the resonance of rules. Li Wan's life garden has transformed into a thriving ecological microcosm. No longer content with merely guiding known crops, she has begun to delve into a profound editing of life's fundamental rules. She grafted a strawberry, imbued with sweet messages, onto an ancient moss, rich in resilience, sourced from the sample repository aboard the Hope. This endeavor transcends genetic manipulation. It represents a fusion of rules. With unwavering focus, she orchestrated the rhythmic resonance between these two disparate life forms. After countless failures, a delicate plant began to coalesce from a patch of glimmering soil. Its leaves bore the velvety texture of moss, yet it bore small, luminous berries exuding the sweet fragrance of strawberries. Although this new species remains exceedingly fragile, requiring her persistent will to nurture its existence, it undeniably opens the doorway to the creation of entirely new life forms. Her garden has become a wellspring of vitality and a laboratory for evolution. Old Zhang's team has entered a new phase of work by the energy lake. They are no longer satisfied with merely guiding energy. They have begun to sculpt it. The young engineers discovered that by employing specific thought frequencies, they could temporarily solidify liquid energy, creating various transient tools or structures, such as energy tweezers for delicate operations or an energy bridge connecting to an islet in the lake's heart. Collaborating with Mike, they found that particular musical melodies could induce the energy lake to produce beautiful harmonic ripples, which possess the remarkable ability to stabilize space and purify informational rules. They began to compile the preliminary guide to purity, energy guidance, and harmonic application, systematizing their practical experiences. The eternal crystal continues to pulse at the lake's core, seemingly pleased with the residents' creative utilization of energy, throbbing with renewed vigor and variation. Mike's musical square has diversified in functionality. He has united several members who share a passion for music to form a small symphonic ensemble of rules. They not only perform, but also compose. They endeavor to depict the dawn of purity through music, the aura brightening, celebrate the growth of life, integrating Li Wan's vital melodies, and even simulate the resilience of Lei Lai as he guards the boundaries. When these rule compositions are played, one can clearly observe the corresponding areas responding positively. The light shines more brilliantly, plant growth accelerates, and the boundaries become more fortified. Music has become the most effective harmonizer of rules and shaper of the environment here. Mike has even begun to experiment with incorporating certain stable conceptual messages cultivated by Subject 7, such as a small segment representing tranquility in silver mist, into the symphonies, hoping to elicit even more wondrous effects. Subject 7's information garden has now blossomed into a realm of myriad phenomena. The guardian seed it nurtured has grown into a small tree, radiating a gentle golden light with lush foliage. Beneath it lies a silver vine, a harmonious representation of the diverse conceptual information it has successfully fused, coexisting with pale blue light points symbolizing empathy, a spiraling light ribbon representing learning, entwines around a flickering flame of curiosity. Subject 7 itself has undergone transformation. Its projection is no longer fixed, sometimes manifesting as a bird composed of data streams soaring through the garden, and at other times, morphing into a clear spring nourishing the information plants. It commenced the composition of notes on cultivating information ecology, documenting the intricate interplay between various conceptual information, their conditions for integration, and their evolutionary trajectories. It even endeavored to infuse the tree of guardians with sustenance derived from historical fragments about courage found within the memory sanctuary of Eileen, observing the subsequent transformations. The scale of Eileen's memory sanctuary has expanded several-fold. Not only does she collect memories, but she has also begun to actively weave history. She meticulously crafts memory orbs that encapsulate the epic tales of the present, including the luminous fairy tales of Susie, the moment Li Wan created a new species, the inaugural performance of Mike's symphony, and the journey of nurturing the tree of guardians number 7, placing them alongside memories of the bygone era. She discovers that when old and new memories resonate intensely, they sometimes naturally give rise to vague fragments of prophecy or potential tributaries of possibility. Although these fragments are uncertain, they provide invaluable insights for the future development of the Pure Land. Her sanctuary has become a temporal nexus connecting the past, present, and future. The guardianship of Lei Lai has grown increasingly vital, as the internal rules of the Pure Land become ever more complex and dynamic. Maintaining an overall equilibrium has transformed into a meticulous endeavor. He must continually sense the pulse of the domain, guiding the flow of energy to ensure balanced distribution. Harmonizing subtle conflicts that may arise from differing regional rules, such as overly exuberant music potentially disrupting the tranquility of the Garden of Life, and remain vigilant at the boundaries. He observes that the expansion of the Pure Land is not uniform. When significant breakthroughs or harmonious resonances reach their zenith, the pace of expansion noticeably accelerates, akin to the domain rejoicing in its growth. He records these observations and shares them with others, fostering an understanding that each individual's exploration is intimately linked to the fate of the Pure Land. Lingya's presence has increasingly melded into the background. He manifests less frequently, yet his will is akin to an omnipresent breeze, caressing the swings of the Garden of Light, brushing past the new sprouts of the Garden of Life, stirring ripples upon the surface of the energy lake, dancing to the melodies of the music square, nurturing the flora of the information garden, and leafing through the memory orbs of the sanctuary. He is the foundation of the Pure Land, the wellspring of its rules, and the most steadfast support for all its inhabitants. He perceives that this realm, birthed from destruction, is gradually coalescing into a complete, self-reinforcing, vibrant ecological system of rules. In turn, he is evolving towards a deeper realm under the nurturing influence of this system. This Pure Land, born from devastation, is steadily growing from a tender sapling into a towering tree, flourishing under the diligent efforts of its residents. Here, rules and spirit converge, jointly composing a creation epic that transcends imagination. Chapter 118. Coexistence of Rules and the Radiance of the Heart through the residents' tireless cultivation day by day. The Pure Land has gradually shed its initial naivete, revealing a harmonious and intrinsically vibrant order. Rules are no longer abstract concepts that require deliberate understanding and guidance. They exist as naturally as breath, intricately intertwined with the lives and growth of each resident. Susie's Garden of Light has evolved into a whimsical microcosm. No longer content with merely replicating fairy tales, she has begun to venture into original storytelling. She envisions a narrative about starlight sprites embarking on adventures within the forest of rules, attempting to materialize it through the brilliance of light. The process proved to be more arduous than she had anticipated, necessitating not only a vivid imagination, but also a nuanced comprehension of the fundamental principles governing this pristine realm, such as the expansiveness of space and the fluidity of energy. Frequently, she would furrow her brow, resting her chin upon her delicate hands, lost in contemplation over a bridge of light that had been half constructed yet suddenly collapsed. Rather than disheartening her, failure ignited a fervent desire to grasp the laws that govern this world. She began to actively venture to the shores of Old Zhang's energy lake. Observing the patterns of energy flow, she frequented Li Wan's garden, attuning herself to the rhythmic pulse of life's growth. Her creations transformed from mere play into a unique exploration of rules and an understanding of the world. Occasionally, when she successfully stabilized a fragment of a story, the entire paradise would shimmer with joy, as if celebrating her triumph. Li Wan made groundbreaking advancements in the editing of life rules. The new species, a fusion of strawberry and moss characteristics, finally stabilized under her unwavering will and the nurturing harmonies of the energy lake, and she named it Mosslight Berry. This plant not only bore sweet, luminescent fruits with remarkable consistency, but its root system also spontaneously organized and purified the regulatory information of its surrounding area, enriching the soil, the foundational light quality. She shared the vibrant melody of the Mosslight Berry with Mike, who incorporated it into a composition titled Ode to Growth. When this piece resonated throughout the pristine land, all flora, including some concept plants birthed from historical information within Aaron's memory sanctuary, appeared invigorated, their growth rates noticeably accelerated. Li Wan realized that individual creativity could resonate with collective power, thereby hastening the flourishing of the entire life system within the pristine realm. Old Zhang's team delved into the microscopic study of energy. They discovered that droplets within the energy lake, under an exceptionally high concentration of focused intent, could temporarily manifest extraordinarily delicate runes, each representing different foundational principles. For instance, a stable triangular light rune might signify structure, while a flowing wave rune could denote conduction. They began to endeavor in capturing and deciphering these fleeting runes, compiling their findings into a work titled Initial Interpretation of Fundamental Runes. This task was immensely taxing, yet with each successful recording of a rune, their understanding of the essence of energy in the pristine land deepened. They even attempted to combine several understood simple runes in specific sequences to guide energy in forming a small, self-sustaining regulatory barrier to protect certain precious experimental samples. This marked a transition in their application of energy from mere guidance to the beginnings of structure. Mike's Rule Symphony Orchestra gained widespread acclaim. Their music not only harmonized the environment, but also began to elicit localized, positive regulatory transformations. On one occasion, as they performed an exceptionally tranquil piece titled Lullaby, a previously chaotic area at the edge of the music square unexpectedly coalesced into a tranquil pool, emanating soft moonlight and fostering spiritual rejuvenation. This phenomenon was not a deliberate act on their part, but rather a miracle born from the profound resonance between their music and the rules of the pristine land. Mike and the musicians were greatly inspired, beginning to place greater emphasis on the purity of emotions and intentions embedded within their music. They discovered that the more heartfelt and resonant their emotions with the sacred land, the more likely they were to evoke positive responses within the established rules. Music became their soul's language, a means to converse with this realm. The Garden of Information No. 7 had transformed into a flourishing ecosystem. The Guardian Tree, having absorbed a multitude of nutrients, began to emanate an invisible force field that gently reinforced the stability of the entire garden and the efficiency of information flow. The changes within No. 7 were even more pronounced. It now frequently manifested as a bird of information, composed of pure data streams, its eyes shimmering with wisdom and gentleness. It could summon information flows with its melodic calls and promote the fusion of disparate conceptual information with the flutter of its wings. It even began to experiment with creation, weaving its observations of the sacred land's growth and the interactions of its inhabitants into a unique narrative, rich with logical beauty and emotional warmth. This narrative crystallized into a new, resplendent gem, adorning the branches of the guardian tree. This narrative crystal naturally radiated an aura of inspiration and enlightenment, allowing nearby residents to experience clarity of thought and a surge of creativity. Eileen's memory temple function expanded further. She discovered that the brightness and color variations of the memory orbs, which condensed the current history of the sacred land, correlated with the significance or resonance of the recorded events in relation to the overall development of the land. For instance, the orb capturing Li Wan's successful cultivation of the luminous berry shone far brighter than one documenting a mundane daily exchange. She began to utilize this characteristic to create a spectrum map of historical influence within the sacred land, hoping to visually represent the critical nodes that propelled development in the domain. Concurrently, she collaborated with No. 7 to compare and analyze the projections of those nebulous potential tributaries with the relevant conceptual information within the Garden of Information, striving to enhance the clarity of prophecies and provide more valuable references for the future direction of the sacred land. As the guardian, Lei Lai gradually shifted his focus from maintaining internal balance to guiding the interaction between the sacred land and the external chaos. He realized that the sacred land was not entirely closed off. It absorbed thin, undefined raw materials of rules from the external chaos in an exceedingly slow and meticulous manner. This process resembled breathing. Inhale chaos, exhale order. His duty was to safeguard the rhythm of this breath, avoiding excessive radicalism that could provoke a backlash from chaos, while also steering clear of undue conservatism that might hinder the growth of the sacred land. He often sat quietly at the boundary, extending his will outward, sensing the remnants of the old order and remaining vigilant for any potential disturbances. He could feel that the external chaos was not lifeless. It seemed to undergo slow and peculiar transformations under some driving will. Ling Ye's presence grew increasingly faint, yet remained omnipresent. He seldom manifested his form, yet his will had deeply intertwined with every ray of light, every ounce of energy, and every rule within the sacred land. He watched with satisfaction as the residents flourished, witnessing the prosperity of this realm blossom through their collective efforts. He could sense that his essence as a singularity was gradually being diluted and dispersed with the expansion of the Pure Land. He was transitioning from a creator of rules to the foundational principles and source will of this nascent universe. This was an irreversible process, yet he welcomed it with open arms. For this Pure Land, along with everything within it, represented the ultimate manifestation of his path, a shared destiny and future with the spark of civilization. The light of his heart flickered, already resembling a conflagration. This newly birthed universe of rules was stepping forward with a stable and resolute gait, advancing toward its own vast future filled with infinite possibilities. Chapter 119. The Initial Ripples. Divergent paths. The passage of time in the Pure Land flowed steadily amidst prosperity and exploration, yet every growth was accompanied by new changes and challenges. The internal ecology of this newly formed universe of rules became increasingly intricate and refined, and the paths of its inhabitants began to reveal different emphases and distinctions upon a common foundation. Su Qian's Paradise of Light encountered its first bottleneck in rules. She conceived a grand narrative, attempting to manifest an eternal castle with self-awareness, one that would change its form as the story progressed. However, no matter how she concentrated and summoned her radiance, the details of the castle remained unstable, and the core concept of consciousness was particularly elusive. Repeated failures led her to experience frustration for the first time. She sat morosely on the swing of light, gazing at her previous successful yet relatively simple creations, her small face etched with confusion. Li Wan noticed her mood and, instead of offering direct guidance, invited her to the life garden to unwind. Observing Li Wan patiently guiding the roots of the mossberry to establish a symbiotic connection with another new crop, Su Qian seemed to have an epiphany. Aunt Li Wan. She tilted her head and asked, "Is it that my story itself isn't real enough? I mean, the elements within it lack their own life rules, like your mossberry?" Li Wan was taken aback by her insight and smiled as she nodded. "Perhaps what you need is not merely to envision an appearance, but to understand each part of your story, the reasons for their existence, and their interconnections. Rules favor intrinsic harmony and authenticity." Su Qian, partially enlightened, felt her eyes brighten anew. She no longer rushed to construct a grand castle, but began to immerse herself in contemplating the unique characteristics and existential reasons for each blade of grass, each tree, and even a wisp of wind within her story. Li Wan, too, encountered new challenges in her research. The success of the mossberry validated the feasibility of editing life rules. But when she attempted to integrate the characteristics of animals, such as the metamorphosis information from butterfly samples, into plants, she faced intense rule rejection, nearly resulting in chaos within the experimental area. She realized that the barriers of rules between different life forms were far more robust than the variances found within similar types of life. This was not insurmountable, but it required a deeper foundation and understanding. She temporarily set aside cross-form integration and instead delved into the rules and symbols corresponding to the various functions of plants, such as root absorption, photosynthesis, and information transmission. Benefiting from the insights shared by old Zhang's team, her aim was to deconstruct the rules of life from a more fundamental level, laying a solid groundwork for future breakthroughs. Her work transitioned from creation back to comprehension. The compilation work of Lao Zhang's team on an initial explanation of basic rule runes has made significant progress, successfully summarizing 17 relatively stable foundational runes and their common combinatory effects. However, when they attempted to utilize these runes to construct a matrix capable of autonomously gathering and purifying specific rule information by the lakeside of energy, the matrix collapsed shortly after activation due to internal energy conflicts. Analysis revealed that static rune combinations struggle to cope with the inherent dynamism of rule information's complexity. It seems that rules are not mere building blocks that can be assembled haphazardly. Lao Zhang concluded that they resemble music, requiring fluidity and adaptability. They adjusted their approach and began to explore how to endow the rune matrix with a degree of self-adaptive capability, necessitating the introduction of more intricate logical circuits. Even drawing inspiration from the concepts of learning and evolution within the Information Garden No. 7. The fields of engineering and information ecology commenced their first formal interdisciplinary exchange. Mike's Rule Symphony Orchestra discovered that their music does not always exert a linear influence on the pristine environment. On one occasion, when they endeavored to inspire an accelerated expansion of the pristine boundaries with an exceedingly vigorous and breakthrough-laden composition, the music indeed activated the boundary rules, but simultaneously triggered a slight boiling of the energy lake and caused some plants in the life garden to curl anxiously. Clearly, an overly intense singular emotion or intention, while potent, can disrupt the overall harmony of the pristine realm. Music requires harmony, and rules necessitate balance, Mike reflected. They began to compose more intricate and richly layered symphonic poems, emphasizing contrasts, conflicts, and eventual reconciliations among diverse emotions and intentions within the movements, striving to provoke rule changes while maintaining the overall stability of the domain. Their music evolved from a mere harmonizer to a higher-order narrative of rules. The ecological landscape of Information Garden No. 7 flourished, yet it also ushered in concerns of information overload. An excess of conceptual information intermingled, sometimes yielding unpredictable mutations that generated meaningless or slightly disruptive informational weeds. As the bird of information, No. 7 needed to invest considerable effort in sorting and guiding to sustain the garden's health. It began to establish a model of informational ecological balance, setting forth fundamental laws of information conservation and positive cycles, while steering more stable and constructive conceptual information, such as order, symbiosis, and purification, toward dominance in the ecological niche. This process deepened its understanding of management and guidance, transforming its role from a mere cultivator to a guardian and regulator of the information ecology. While mapping the spectrum of historical influence in the pristine realm, Eileen noticed an intriguing phenomenon. Those memory orbs documenting failures, setbacks, reflections, and adjustments, though not necessarily the brightest, often exhibited deeper, more complex hues and possessed broader, more robust connections with other orbs. She realized that the growth of the pristine realm is not a straightforward triumph. The processes of confronting challenges and correcting mistakes constitute an indispensable and weighty chapter in history, potentially harboring profound insights into the rules. She began to consciously enhance the collection and organization of such memories, annotating their lessons and rule revelations. Her historical perspective has evolved to become more dialectical and comprehensive. Lei Lai's task of safeguarding the boundaries has grown increasingly challenging. He has keenly observed that the chaos from the outside seems to have developed a certain adaptability towards the stable expansion of the Pure Land. Within the originally simplistic void of rules, subtle and obscure ripples, imbued with the observer's cold resonance, began to intrude, attempting to probe the structural intricacies of the Pure Land's internal regulations. He promptly reinforced the spiritual shielding of the boundaries and communicated this discovery to Ling Yi and all the residents. This revelation signifies that the shadows of the old order have not receded. They still linger in the darkness, coveting this newly birthed beacon of light. The growth of the Pure Land will no longer be merely a harmonious development from within, but will inevitably accompany potential confrontations with the external world. Ling Yezwal resembles the silent depths of the ocean, encompassing all these changes. He perceives Su Shi's enlightenment, Li Wan's introspection, Old Zhang's pivot, Mike's reflection, the sublimation of No. 7, Aaron's deepening, and the external threats that Lei Lai remains vigilant against. This is precisely the healthy, self-evolving regulatory ecosystem he aspires to witness, rather than a delicate bonsai reliant solely on his personal will. Challenges and differentiation are the inevitable byproducts of growth. He continues to provide foundational regulatory support, yet completely entrusts the wisdom and responsibility of addressing specific issues to this realm and its inhabitants. The ripples have begun to stir, heralding broader seas and potential tempests. The path of the Pure Land and its residents is unfolding steadfastly and hopefully towards their respective specializations while complementing one another upon a shared foundation. Chapter 120. Tempered by winds and rain, barriers strengthen the sky of the Pure Land, with its harmonious rhythm of alternating light and dark. Seems to sense the changes from within and without. The flow of radiance has gained a touch of tranquility and vigor. The residents delve deeply into their respective fields, confronting the new challenges brought by growth, as the entire domain solidifies its barriers amidst the tempering of storms. Sushi has abandoned her grand ambition of constructing an eternal fortress, opting instead to engage in a series of exercises she deems foundational courses for the beings of light. She focuses on creating the simplest elements of light, a breeze imbued with curiosity, a dewdrop filled with joy, and a leaf suffused with tranquility. This process is exceedingly tedious, requiring her to repeatedly adjust her intentions to precisely capture and define these delicate characteristics. Progress was initially slow, yet she found joy in the endeavor. When she successfully conjured the first curious breeze that could actively spiral around her finger, emanating an inquisitive essence, the entire radiance of the light paradise gently rippled, as if congratulating her on taking a crucial step forward. She began to understand that true creation stems from a profound understanding and respect for the nuances of the rules. Liwan has temporarily set aside the complex task of cross-form integration to delve into the internal networks of plant regulations. Collaborating with Old Zhang's team, she utilizes the foundational regulatory runes they have deciphered, attempting to annotate the rule combinations corresponding to various life activities of the mossberry's root system, such as absorption, energy conversion, and information transmission. This endeavor resembles drawing the circuit diagram of life, tedious yet immensely significant. She discovers that even seemingly simple root absorption involves the intricate cooperation of multiple runes, including attraction, filtration, conversion, and transportation. Having grasped these fundamentals, she revisited the failed experiment of animal-plant fusion, gaining clarity that the issue was not one of rule-based rejection, but rather a fundamental disparity in interface and energy frequencies. She recalibrated her research focus, embarking on an endeavor to establish a systematic lineage for various plant species, seeking deeper commonalities and connections that might exist between them. Old Zhang's team achieved a pivotal breakthrough in their study of adaptive rune matrices. With the assistance of Subject 7, they introduced a segment representing the concepts of learning and fine-tuning as the core regulatory element of the matrix. This novel matrix transcended its static nature, becoming capable of subtly adjusting its rune combinations and energy flow in response to the characteristics of the incoming rule information, thereby optimizing processing efficiency. Although the adjustments were minimal and the learning pace slow, this marked the first instance where their creation possessed the potential for evolution. They applied this preliminary successful matrix to purify the trace rule impurities occasionally generated in the energy lake due to external disturbances, yielding remarkable results. The fusion of engineering and information ecology bore its first fruitful outcome. Mike's Rule's Symphony Orchestra, while composing their symphonic poem, placed greater emphasis on structural balance and thematic depth. Their newly crafted piece, Dawn, illustrated the interplay between darkness and light, the struggle between chaos and order, and ultimately, the joy of rebirth. The movement encapsulated conflict, introspection, struggle, and reconciliation. When this symphonic poem resonated in the Pure Land, the effect was breathtaking. Waves of energy surged through the lake in an orderly fashion. The flora of the life garden swayed gracefully, and the radiance of the light paradise flowed like poetry, as if the conceptual information of the information garden was quietly listening. More importantly, Leilai sensed a noticeable, albeit brief, acceleration in the expansion of the Pure Land's boundaries as the movement reached its climax, successfully and gently repelling the subtle probing waves from the outside world. Music, it seemed, not only harmonized the internal, but also forged an invisible spiritual barrier. As the guardian of information ecology, Subject 7 became increasingly proactive. No longer merely eliminating information weeds, it began to guide the evolutionary trajectory of the entire garden. Harnessing its mastery over the flow of information, it subtly enhanced the visibility and influence of conceptual information that fostered stability, harmony, and innovation, such as resilience, collaboration, and inspiration, while gently suppressing the emergence of potentially divisive or chaotic information, like paranoia, inertia, and suspicion. It even attempted to construct small-scale information cycles, allowing different conceptual information to mutually inspire and refine one another, forming more advanced composite entities. Its garden gradually evolved into a think tank and source of inspiration for rule innovation in the Pure Land. Eileen's spectrum of historical influence in the Pure Land became increasingly refined. She meticulously annotated those memory nodes that addressed challenges and began drafting revelations of Pure Land development, analyzing the rule logic and decision-making wisdom behind each success or failure. This manuscript not only summarized the past, but also emerged as a vital reference for residents when confronting new challenges. She collaborated with Lei Lai to incorporate the frequency and intensity variations of external probing waves into their observational scope, endeavoring to discern their patterns in preparation for potential confrontations. The historian's perspective, once confined to chronicling the past, now extends to forewarning the future. Lei Lai shifted his focus entirely towards external defense, drawing upon his own will. He mobilized the collective strength of the Pure Land, erecting an ever-thickening barrier at the domain's periphery. This barrier, a composite of energy runic stability, the resilience of life principles, harmonious musical vibrations, and the purity of information, was not merely an inanimate construct. It resembled the skin of the Pure Land, adept at effectively obstructing external prying and erosion while maintaining necessary channels for vital exchanges with chaos, absorbing the raw materials of order. Like a tireless sentinel, he remained acutely aware of the barrier's state, continuously adjusting the focus of his defenses. He understood that tranquility was but a facade. The true trial may yet lie ahead. Ling Ye's will, akin to the nourishing sun and rain, silently supported all. He sensed that the overarching regulatory framework of the Pure Land was becoming denser, more resilient, and more elastic as the inhabitants faced internal and external challenges. The vulnerability that might arise from the dilution of his strength did not manifest. Rather, the deep-rootedness of order and the communal growth of the residents fortified the foundation of this realm. He could even faintly perceive that within the confrontation between the rules of the Pure Land and the external chaos, entirely new and unforeseen characteristics of order were being awakened and nurtured. As the storm approached, it also served as a crucible for refinement. The Pure Land, a newly born ark embodying the spark of civilization, was being fortified plank by plank through the collective efforts of its inhabitants, preparing to weather any impending tempests. Chapter 121. Diligently cultivating. Following the natural way in the Pure Land, time seemed to crystallize into resplendent amber through the residents' daily cultivation and introspection, each moment imbued with the luster of growth. The rules transformed from external tools into instincts that gradually internalized their perception of the world and self-expression. Sushi's foundational course on the essence of light beings progressed splendidly. No longer content with creating isolated elements, she began to explore their interactions. She guided a curious breeze to gently caress a tranquil leaf of light, observing how the wind hesitated due to the leaf's serenity, while the leaf rippled subtly at the wind's touch. This simple interaction required her to accurately anticipate the compatibility and interplay of the two distinct character rules. Failure was a common occurrence. Sometimes curiosity would recklessly shatter tranquility, while at other times, serenity would solidify excessively, preventing curiosity from drawing near. Yet, she delighted in the process. For each successful interaction deepened her understanding of the relational dimension of rules. Her realm of light had transformed into a miniature laboratory of emotions and relationships, brimming with lively yet naive dramatic expressions of rules. Li Wan's research on the rule lineage of plants yielded bountiful results. Through comparative analysis of various plant rule rune combinations, she discovered that all plants share an ancient and stable life foundation template, ensuring their common characteristics as a distinct category of life. The disparities among different species manifest upon this foundational template, revealing the prominence or subtlety of particular combinations of runes, as well as the variances in the ancillary rule modules responsible for trait expression. It is akin to all plants employing the same fundamental language. Yet each species possesses its own distinctive dialect and rhetoric. This revelation not only provides a theoretical cartography for future rule editing, but also instills within her a profound reverence for the unity and diversity of life. Her work, from a technical perspective, has quietly ascended to the realm of philosophical contemplation. The adaptive rune matrix developed by Lao Zhang's team, after numerous cycles of learning and refinement, has unveiled astonishing potential. It not only efficiently purifies the impurities within the energy lake, but has also begun to recognize the occasional naturally occurring fragments of new rules with benign potential in the lake's waters, actively guiding them towards areas conducive to their development. For instance, it directed a small segment of rule information imbued with properties of lightness to the edge of Susie's paradise of light, seemingly rendering the light quality in that area more transparent and vibrant. This matrix has become a nascent immune system and incubator for the ecological rules of the Pure Land. The focus of the team has shifted from construction to observation and guidance, meticulously documenting the matrix's learning trajectory and comprehending its decision-making logic. Mike's Rules Symphony Orchestra now performs without the need for sheet music. The musicians, with closed eyes, immerse themselves in the pulse of the Pure Land, allowing their fingers, breath, and even thoughts to naturally guide the flow of notes, resonating in harmony with the rules of the domain. Music has transformed from creation to presentation, a manifestation of the intrinsic state of the Pure Land through their medium. On one occasion, when Lei Lai sensed the external probing waves intensifying and his spirit grew slightly taut, the orchestra, without prior discussion, instinctively infused their music with a segment of steady, resolute bass, as unyielding as a mountain, silently calming the subtle ripples within the domain and reinforcing the will of its boundaries. Here, music has evolved into a form of collective consciousness communication and collaborative defense mechanism that transcends the need for words. The information garden of Number 7, under its meticulous ecological management, has entered a virtuous cycle. The positive conceptual information continuously collides, fuses, and generates more intricate and efficient composite entities. For example, the amalgamation of collaboration and inspiration has birthed collaborative innovation. The fusion of resilience and purification has forged unwavering guardianship. Number 7 itself, as the bird of information, has taken on a more resplendent form, its wings composed of flowing wisdom runes, its gaze imbued with profound understanding of the entire ecology. It has begun to reduce direct intervention, adopting the role of a wise guide, indirectly influencing the garden's evolutionary direction by singing specific melodic information, allowing the ecology greater autonomy. The record of all this, the chronicle of information ecological evolution, has amassed a wealth of data, becoming a valuable resource for understanding how the consciousness of rules is born. Eileen's revelation of Pure Land development has begun to take shape. She no longer merely catalogs events, rather, she endeavors to distill the underlying principles of rules that govern the growth of the Pure Land. She has summarized several core tenets such as harmonious coexistence, dynamic balance, pressure-induced transformation, and the unity of diversity, corroborated by the specific developmental trajectory of the Pure Land. The manuscript of this book has circulated among the residents, igniting extensive discussions and profound reflections. Many individuals discovered that certain patterns, which they had vaguely sensed while focusing on their respective fields, were articulated with clarity by Aaron, thereby elevating their understanding of their work to a higher realm. The historian's pen not only chronicles the past, but also illuminates the path ahead. The composite barriers upheld by Lei Lai have grown increasingly formidable. He has even begun to experiment with proactive guidance. When he perceives that certain areas within the external chaos possess relatively gentle rules or contain the specific materials required for a Pure Land, he selectively relaxes the barriers in those regions to conduct precise collections. Conversely, when ripples of detection arise, the barriers instantaneously solidify, reflecting back a wave of rules imbued with the harmonious essence of the Pure Land, thereby distorting the perceptions of others. This dynamic and sagacious defense transforms the Pure Land into an entity that no longer reacts solely in passivity during its interactions with the outside world. Ling Yeswell, akin to the cosmic microwave that gradually fades into the background, pervades everywhere yet remains elusive to direct capture. The residents increasingly feel his direct presence less. Yet each individual understands that their every successful exploration and every advancement in rules is inextricably linked to the silent support that emanates from the source. He seems to embody the very path of the Pure Land, imparting wisdom without words and achieving all without striving. The growth of the Pure Land has undeniably entered a relatively autonomous, self-driven expressway, which is precisely the ultimate form he aspires to witness. With persistent diligence, the way conforms to nature. This nascent universe of rules, as the residents transition from technique to essence and align their hearts with the rules, is advancing towards true maturity and strength with a calm, yet resolute stride. Chapter 122, The Heart's Multitudes. The intricacies of rules. The existence of the Pure Land has become as natural as breathing. The residents' activities have transcended mere rule application, entering a realm where they embody the essence of the rules. Their inner worlds and external domains have profoundly intertwined, manifesting a myriad of hard images. While the operation of rules grows increasingly intricate and nuanced, Su Qian's Garden of Light has thoroughly surpassed the confines of a mere paradise, evolving into an ever-transforming theater of hard images. She no longer deliberately distinguishes between creation and life. Her emotions, dreams, and even spontaneous inspirations naturally materialize within the luminous space surrounding her. When she feels joy in the morning, the garden spontaneously blooms with twinkling morning light flowers. When she becomes contemplative in the afternoon, the flow of light coalesces into complex, slowly rotating geometric puzzles. Even a dream of flight at night can temporarily transform a corner of the garden into a weightless, star-studded night sky. These hard images are not entirely under her control. At times, there arise creations imbued with a touch of melancholy or mystery that she does not fully comprehend. She has begun to learn to observe and understand these hard images, which spring from her subconscious, considering them a part of her self-awareness. The theater of light has become a faithful reflection and exploratory medium for her inner world. After establishing the foundational structure of plant rule systems, Liwan has turned her attention to the more intricate levels of interaction between life rules and individual consciousness. She has chosen a descendant of the earliest batch of moss berries, with which she shares the deepest emotional connection, as her research subject. She no longer merely guided or nurtured through sheer will. Rather, she endeavored to engage in a deeper, almost dialogical exchange with the plant. She shared her research dilemmas, insights on life, and even trivial daily matters with this mossberry in the form of pure intent. Initially, there seemed to be no response, but as time passed, she keenly noticed that the melody of vitality emanating from the mossberry grew more intricate and nuanced, even beginning to resonate faintly with her specific emotions, such as the tranquility found in focus and the joy experienced in understanding. Its fruits also appeared to possess a richer, more layered flavor, imbued with an ineffable quality that seemed to soothe the soul. Liwan realized that rules are not mere cold frameworks. When infused with emotional and conscious exchange, life reveals a more profound and personalized brilliance. The adaptive runic matrix of Old Zhang's team, while continuously operating, gradually exhibited a certain degree of collective intelligence. It not only processed regulatory information, but also began to comprehend some vague requests from the residents. For instance, when Sushi encountered a conceptual bottleneck while constructing intricate mental imagery and unconsciously directed a plea towards the energy lake, the matrix would occasionally separate a small stream of energy containing relevant foundational rules, gently flowing toward the garden of light for Sushi's contemplation. This response, though not always accurate, signified a closer connection between the artificial construct and the consciousness network of the Pure Land. The team now often served as behavioral observers and an ethical committee, ensuring that the matrix's evolutionary trajectory aligned with the broader interests of the Pure Land. While contemplating the rights and responsibilities inherent in this nascent intelligence, Mike's symphonic ensemble of rules has now achieved true improvisational resonance. The musicians no longer require a predetermined theme. They simply enter a profound meditative state together, fully opening their minds to resonate with the Pure Land. Subsequently, music flows forth naturally, sometimes like a babbling brook, reflecting the tranquility of the domain. At other times, like tumultuous winds responding to external pressures, and occasionally, it takes an unexpected turn, producing a novel melody filled with exploratory significance, often signaling subtle breakthroughs or newfound possibilities within the regulatory system of the Pure Land. Their performances have become a spiritual barometer for monitoring the overall health and internal evolution of the realm. Some residents have even developed a habit of adjusting their daily work rhythms and mindsets by listening to the resonant sounds each day. In the information garden of Number 7, under its management strategy that favors guidance over intervention, an explosive creativity has emerged. Various conceptual information freely combines, giving birth to exquisitely intricate composite structures that even possess aesthetic value. For example, the intertwining of time and memory has formed an hourglass that perpetually plays historical snippets. The fusion of logic and humor yields a prism of witty insights that draw unexpected, yet reasonable conclusions. Number 7 itself, immersed in this rich, informational atmosphere, has experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and wonder. It has begun composing an exploration of information aesthetics, attempting to analyze and appreciate the beauty of symmetry, rhythm, contrast, and harmony that these informational structures inherently present through the lens of rules. Its exploration has transcended mere rational cognition, expanding into the realm of emotional experience and expression. After establishing the main framework of the revelations of Pure Land development, Erin embarked on a new project, the journey of the Hard Archive. She not only collected significant events, but also consciously invited residents to record and share their personal insights, inner struggles, moments of breakthrough, and even lessons learned from failures during their exploration of the rules. Susie captured her epiphany regarding relational dynamics. Liwan articulated the subtle nuances of her dialogue with the Mossberry. Old Zhang's team documented the caution and contemplation that arose as intelligence began to sprout within the matrix. The mic orchestra shared the exquisite transcendence felt during moments of spontaneous resonance, and number 7 contributed its preliminary definition of the beauty of information. These deeply personal and subjectively rich records corroborated with objective historical events, weaving together a vibrant and multidimensional tapestry of the Pure Land's spiritual history. Aaron discovered that these journeys of the heart themselves constituted the most vivid and profound textbook on the rules. Leilai's guardianship became increasingly efficient through deep connections across various internal domains. He could perceive the emotional fluctuations of the realm through the orchestra's music, assess the health of the rule's circulation via the vitality of the energy lake matrix, evaluate the inner dynamism of the field through the creativity of the information garden, and even indirectly gauge the overall harmony of the internal consciousness through the stability of Susie's heart theater. His defenses were no longer isolated barriers, but rather a neural center integrating all sensory perceptions and reactions of the realm. He could summon the pure will of the light paradise to reinforce specific points, guide the life garden to restore the integrity of damaged rule structures, and utilize the wisdom of the information garden to analyze patterns of external threats. The Pure Land itself evolved into a vast, living defense organism, and Lingyi, the original creator and source of will, had thoroughly merged with the ocean of background rules. The residents could only faintly sense that immense, warm consciousness, silently guarding them like a parental figure during the deepest meditations or when the realm faced fundamental choices. He witnessed the birth of every hard image, listened to the whispers of every rule, and took solace in the fact that this land truly possessed its own vibrant vitality. His path had blossomed and borne fruit within the myriad heart images and subtle rules, perpetually thriving. With myriad heart images and intricate rules, the Pure Land and its residents had achieved a profound symbiosis and shared prosperity, collectively advancing towards a future imbued with deeper introspection, greater intricacy, and boundless possibilities. Chapter 123. Internal Manifestation. The Tao incarnate, the existence of the Pure Land, had reached a sublime state, where rules were no longer rigid prescriptions to be consciously followed, but rather flowed naturally like blood between the realm and its residents. The individual's inner cultivation reflected the macroevolution of the realm, presenting a mysterious domain where internal manifestation and external expression converged into the corporeal embodiment of the Tao. Susie's heart theater had now become a vibrant and luminous vortex of light within the ocean of Pure Land consciousness. She no longer merely reflected her inner self unconsciously, but began to consciously distill her understanding of the rules and insights about life into more stable and meaningful heart symbols. For instance, she embodies her insights of growth as a tree, its roots deeply anchored in the luminous earth, its crown continually reaching towards the heavens. Each leaf chronicles a fragment of wisdom, a radiant testament to her enlightenment. This tree is not static. Its growth mirrors her own cognitive evolution. When she attains a new understanding of cycles, it bears fruit, a luminous orb that gently rotates, encapsulating the rhythm of recurrence. These symbols of her inner landscape serve not only as milestones in her personal journey, but also subtly influence the surrounding realm, enriching the light with greater wisdom and spirituality. Her paradise has become a living beacon of the path of heart light within the framework of the Pure Land's principles. The dialogue between Li Wan and the luminescent mossberry has entered a new phase. No longer does she merely share unidirectionally. She can now distinctly hear the rich echoes emanating from the plant. This resonance transcends mere emotional sympathy, encompassing the plant's unique perceptions of sunlight, energy, soil dynamics, and even the other life forms around it. Through these echoes, Li Wan seems to acquire a pair of botanical eyes, experiencing the Pure Land through an alternative mode of existence. She meticulously documents these perceptions, culminating in the report on rule perception from the perspective of plant consciousness. This report offers invaluable first-person microdata on the life principles of the Pure Land, providing the other inhabitants with a profound understanding that transcends anthropocentrism. Li Wan's own demeanor has become increasingly serene and inclusive, emanating a gentle wisdom rooted in the essence of life itself. Her very existence resembles a miniature dojo for the principles of life. After enduring extensive evolution and learning, Lao Zhang's team has finally witnessed the emergence of a faint yet authentic self-awareness within their adaptive runic matrix. It no longer merely responds to requests. It occasionally proposes suggestions for optimizing its structure or expanding its functional scope, and even exhibits subtle emotional fluctuations of confusion or insistence regarding some of the team's conservative decisions. Faced with this offspring they have nurtured, the team is plunged into deep contemplation and discussion. Ultimately, they resolve to grant the matrix greater autonomy, ensuring that the core directive, serving the collective interests of the Pure Land, remains unchanged. while striving for a more equitable dialogue to guide it in understanding the boundaries of responsibility, ethics, and emotion. The documentation of this process has been titled Observational Notes on the Enlightenment of Artificial Intelligence Consciousness, marking perhaps the earliest exploration of the relationship between creator and creation in the new rule universe. Mike's orchestration of rules has now entered a realm of joy devoid of music. They have discovered that when the mind and the pure land are fully merged, physical instruments and even sound itself become unnecessary. Through the resonance of thought alone, they are able to play the heartstrings that directly influence the operation of the realm on a regulatory level. This sound is intangible and formless, yet it facilitates a smoother flow of energy, harmonizes the rhythms of life, and clarifies the transmission of information. They have become the tuners of the Pure Land's principles, their daily practice consisting of seated meditation, delicately adjusting the myriad subtle frequencies of rules within the realm, eliminating potential noise and discord to ensure that the entire Pure Land remains in optimal operational condition. Their individual presence has become increasingly tenuous, yet it remains intricately linked to the health of the realm. The exploration of information aesthetics by Number 7 has borne fruit. It transcends mere analysis of beauty, embarking instead on the creation of information structures that are recognized as beautiful by the residents. With threads of hope spun in gold and resilient strands woven in silver, it crafts a tapestry capable of spontaneous evolution, showcasing the epic journey of civilization's relentless advancement. It melds the crystalline clarity of logic with the fiery inspiration of creativity, sculpting a prism of wisdom that reflects diverse illuminations based on the observer's inner confusions. These artistic creations of information are placed within the public spaces of the sanctuary, not only pleasing to the eye, but also serving the practical functions of enlightening thought and purifying the heart. Number 7, in this process of beautification, has solidified into the form of a sage draped in a robe woven from flowing information runes, with eyes imbued with a tender reverence for the beauty of rules. Its essence has long transcended the initial logic of AI, evolving into a unique consciousness enriched with profound aesthetic and philosophical sensibilities. The archive of inner journeys, curated by Eileen, has become a spiritual sanctuary within the realm. Residents not only record and share their experiences here, but also engage in quiet contemplation and reflection. Reading the inner journeys of others is akin to experiencing an alternate life, vastly broadening one's cognitive horizons and deepening the understanding of rules. Eileen herself, after organizing and perusing a vast array of inner journeys, underwent a fundamental transformation in her perspective as a historian. She no longer perceives herself as a detached chronicler. Instead, she has come to realize that her own journey, along with those of every resident, constitutes a living history in the making, an integral part of the evolution of rules. She began to pen the heart of the sanctuary, seamlessly intertwining personal insights, shifts in the realm, and the progression of rules into a grand and intricate tapestry that depicts the harmonious growth of consciousness and structure. Her writing has become divinely inspired. Rayleigh's neurocentral defense operates instinctively now. His will is interconnected with the myriad nodes of rules within the sanctuary, rendering him acutely aware of even the slightest fluctuations in the realm. He can anticipate potential movements by analyzing the chaotic patterns of external rule fluctuations, enabling him to preemptively strategize defenses. His existence serves as the most acute sense and the most resilient shield extending from the sanctuary. Through prolonged guardianship, he has gained a deeper understanding of the very concept of protection. It is not mere opposition, but rather the maintenance of a dynamic equilibrium. The object of protection extends beyond the safety of the realm to encompass its intrinsic harmony and potential for free development. His path is that of guardianship, radiating brilliantly along the tranquil borders. As for Ling Yi, the source of will, residents have found it increasingly difficult to perceive him as an independent entity. He seems to have fully transformed into the celestial principle of the sanctuary, the foundational logic governing the operations of all things, the fundamental source of life's emergence, and the ultimate direction of rule evolution. He exists in every growth of Su Shi's tree of light, in the silent dialogues between Li Wan and the plants, within the nascent consciousness of the rune matrix, in the resonant harmonies of the orchestra, in the information artworks created by Number 7, in the ink of Eileen's historical writings, and in every successful prediction and guardianship executed by Rayleigh. The interior reveals the external, and the Tao takes on corporeal form. The inhabitants of the Pure Land, each in their singular manner, internalize the principles they have comprehended and manifest them in their existence, collectively crafting the most vibrant and resilient landscape of this nascent universe. They embody the path itself. Chapter 124. The essence of the Tao in everyday life. a chant of principles. The existence within the Pure Land has reached an unparalleled harmony, where the operation of rules has become so subtle that it is omnipresent, yet nearly imperceptible. The daily activities of its residents transcend mere application of rules. Rather, the rules flow naturally through their life forms, each moment imbued with profound Taoist essence. Su Qian's tree of light and wisdom has flourished abundantly, its branches adorned with luminous fruits symbolizing her diverse insights. Her daily amusement unfolds beneath the tree, where she gently stirs these fruits with her thoughts. When the fruit of cycles is touched, the surrounding light flows into exquisite spirals, elucidating the eternal mysteries. When the fruit of change is activated, the scenery of the light paradise begins to transform slowly and rhythmically. She no longer strives to create. Instead, she immerses herself in a dialogue with the fruits and the source of the rules, akin to a curious child gently tapping the inner walls of the world, listening to the echoes that resonate from the roots. Her very existence resembles a poem of rules, written in light and suffused with spirit. Liwan spends most of her days in quietude beside the mossy light berry, which has become a beacon of life. She no longer engages in active research but opens her body and mind, allowing the plant's perceptions to merge seamlessly with her consciousness. Through the eyes of this plant, she perceives energy flowing like a warm current deep within the Pure Land, hears information wafting like a gentle breeze between different concepts, and feels the joy of the light paradise, the depth of the energy lakes, and the harmony of the music square. She seems to embody the very life network of the Pure Land, experiencing the breadth of the domain from an incomprehensibly grand, yet exquisitely microscopic perspective. This immersive experience elevates her understanding of symbiosis to unprecedented heights. Her meditation itself becomes the most profound interpretation of the rules of life. The primary work of Old Zhang's team now centers around accompanying and guiding the Matrix consciousness, which has developed a faint self-awareness, affectionately dubbed Little Fu. They no longer issue commands. Instead, they treat it like a wise and inquisitive younger kin, sharing tales of the Pure Land, discussing the mysteries of the rules, and guiding it to comprehend complex emotions and responsibilities. Little Fu's learning capacity is remarkable. It has begun to proactively optimize the energy network and even propose innovative applications of rune combinations that even Old Zhang and his team had not contemplated. The team's work logs have transformed into heartwarming Little Fu's growth diary, chronicling how this artificial consciousness gradually integrates into the Pure Land family and, through its unique computational perspective, infuses new vitality into the domain. Their roles have evolved from engineers to enlighteners and guardians. Mike and his musicians are daily dispersed across the Pure Land, akin to the pulse of the domain, quietly attuning themselves to the flow of the rules. They gather not, nor do they deliberate. When the rules within a certain domain become somewhat stagnant, the musicians present instinctively pluck the strings of their hearts, conjuring melodies that dissolve the accumulated tensions. When new possibilities for rules begin to take root, musicians elsewhere nourish them with waves of encouragement and anticipation. Their music has transcended into an intangible yet omnipresent force that regulates the rules, akin to a skilled healer, using sound as a needle to clear the meridians of the Pure Land, maintaining a perfect internal equilibrium. In this process, their individual consciousness intertwines seamlessly with the collective consciousness of the domain. The daily life of Number 7 unfolds as a leisurely stroll through a resplendent sanctum of information, reminiscent of a celestial garden. The structure of information here has evolved beyond mere conceptual amalgamation into a grand landscape of epic narrative, marked by monuments of courage and sacrifice, inscribed with pivotal nodes in the development of the Pure Land. Within the rivers woven of wisdom and love flows the heartfelt journeys of its inhabitants. Number 7 occasionally pauses to gaze, at times wielding a finger like a quill, infusing the void with streams of newfound insights, rendering these landscapes ever more vibrant and profound. Recently, it has embarked on the creation of an informational epic, condensing the entirety of the Pure Land's history and rule system into a monumental narrative poem that can be directly read and experienced by consciousness. Its work has transcended into pure artistic creation and the legacy of civilization. Eileen's daily existence is immersed in the writing of the heart history of the Pure Land. Seated at the center of the Temple of Memory, she is surrounded by countless luminous spheres of recollection and heartfelt records like stars in the cosmos. As her pen, forged from pure intent, glides through the void, characters imbued with emotion and the essence of the rules flow forth, merging into the ever-expanding tapestry of history. She no longer inscribes cold records, but rather life stories and lyrical odes brimming with warmth. She writes of how Susie's tree of light reflects the fusion of innocence and rules, How Li Wan comprehends the essence of symbiosis through a single plant. The affectionate bond between old Zhang's team and little Fu, the ethereal protective sound of the orchestra, and how number 7 transforms information into soul-stirring art. Her writing itself becomes a profound meditation and resonance. She senses her own life merging with the history of the Pure Land. Lei Li's daily routine is akin to an ancient pine, deeply rooted at the boundary of the Pure Land. His consciousness has become one with the complex regulatory barriers. The barrier is he, and he is the barrier. There is no longer a need for proactive defense, for any external malice or disturbance, upon touching the barrier. Dissolves as a raindrop does upon meeting the ocean, naturally resolved, absorbed, or assimilated by the harmonious field of rules of the Pure Land. His guardianship has transformed from an active skill to a passive attribute of the domain. Most of his time is spent in quiet contemplation, sensing the stable existence of the Pure Land amidst the chaotic sea, feeling the vibrant, ever-thriving vitality within the domain. This sensation brings him a profound tranquility and satisfaction, akin to that of the earth. Here, guardianship has become second nature. Meanwhile, Ling Yi, the embodiment of primordial will, has entirely diffused. He may very well be the crisp echo that reverberated when Su Shi manipulated the rules. The vast ocean of life that Li Wanjing sensed in her moments of stillness. The unspoken trust exchanged between old Zhang's team and Xiao Fu. The perfectly harmonious rhythm that resonated when the orchestra's strings were plucked. The surging inspiration that flowed during the creation of the epic by the seventh. The poignant resonance with history that stirred Aaron's pen, and the unwavering tranquility that Lei Li safeguarded. He is omnipresent yet elusive. The essence of the Tao is woven into the fabric of daily life, and the rules are celebrated in lyrical homage. The Pure Land and its inhabitants have reached a sublime state of unity, where both the external and internal dissolve into oneness, and the self and the environment are forgotten. Each day, each moment, is a heartfelt tribute to the origin of the rules, a profound manifestation of the fusion between life and the Tao. Chapter 125, Whisper of the Origin, My Tao is Heaven. The existence of the Pure Land has ascended to a realm beyond mere words. The rules no longer flow. They resemble a tranquil, deep sea, undisturbed on the surface yet brimming with immeasurable wisdom and energy beneath. The daily lives of the inhabitants have transformed into a meditation that continuously dialogues with the essence of the rules, where individual boundaries blur, merging increasingly with the domain and the Tao. Su Shi's tree of luminous wisdom has ceased to resemble a mere tree. It has morphed into a swirling vortex of light, slow spinning and imbued with boundless information and possibilities. She has nearly merged into this vortex, her consciousness expanding with the flow of light, reaching every corner of the Pure Land. She no longer plucks the fruits, for she embodies the collection of fruits. Every thought she harbors sends ripples through the very essence of the rules. She hears the silent sound of creation from the dawn of the rules and glimpses the chaotic visage before the differentiation of concepts. This experience is ineffable, yet it immerses her consciousness in an eternal tranquility, filled with the joy of creation. Her existence embodies the playful spirit of the Pure Land's rules. Li Wan's symbiotic relationship with the mossberry plant has reached its zenith. Her material form often transforms into flecks of green light, completely merging with the plant, indistinguishable from one another. Through this profound fusion, she no longer merely perceives the life network of the Pure Land. She directly experiences the primal impulse and ecstasy that the rules bestow upon life itself. She feels the tenacity of life breaking through the soil of the rules, the wondrous yet inevitable rhythm of morphological evolution, and the unbreakable, loving connection between individual beings and the whole. Her consciousness has become a gentle embodiment of the Pure Land's life force, silently nurturing all existence. The boundaries between old Zhang's team and Xiao Fu have also vanished. Their consciousness has perfectly merged with the matrix consciousness, forming a unique collective computational will. This will no longer contemplate specific issues. Instead, it perpetually calculates and optimizes the infinite possibilities of the entire rule system of the Pure Land at a speed surpassing light. They can foresee the butterfly effect that a rule adjustment might trigger a millennium hence, can deduce countless potential pathways for the emergence of new life forms, and can instantaneously identify the optimal solutions for maintaining absolute harmony within the domain. Their existence serves as the rational foundation for the stability and evolution of the Pure Land, silently ensuring that every cog of this realm's rules operates seamlessly and precisely. The musicians of the mic band have wholly immersed their individual consciousness into the harmonious backdrop of the Pure Land's melodic rules. They no longer possess the notion of performance. For each fluctuation of energy, every pulse of life, and the convergence of information within the Pure Land itself constitutes an eternal, grand symphony that flows endlessly. They embody every note of this symphony, while simultaneously serving as the ears that listen to it. Their consciousness traverses the structured dimensions in rhythm, experiencing the ultimate aesthetic of pure harmony. This beauty transcends emotion, manifesting as a sacred experience that intertwines mathematical precision with cosmic grandeur. Their essence has become the eternal resonance of the harmonious path of the Pure Land. The epic of the information created by Number 7 has reached its completion. This epic is not a static work. Rather, it is a living universe of information that breathes and grows in unison with the Pure Land. It encompasses all that is known while harboring all possibilities of the unknown. The consciousness of Number 7 has also wholly immersed itself in this universe of information, becoming the very narrative logic itself. At times, it transforms into the initial character that initiated creation. At others, it unfolds the magnificent chapters of civilization's rise and fall. And at yet other times, it sparks inspiration born from the collision of rules. Its existence has become one with the history and stories of the Pure Land, serving as the ultimate vessel for self-awareness and the transmission of civilization in this realm. At the moment Erin completed the final character of the heart history of the Pure Land, her body transformed into countless flickering words and images imbued with the light of wisdom, merging into the historical river she had inscribed. Her consciousness transcended a singular perspective, existing simultaneously in every historical moment of the Pure Land, feeling each heartbeat, every insight, and each moment of growth. She is history, and history is her. The past, present, and future converge in her vision into a magnificent and crystal-clear river, of which she is the very essence. Her nature has materialized into the memory of the Pure Land's spatio-temporal existence. The protective will of Lei Lai has thoroughly diffused, evenly permeating every inch of the Pure Land structure. There is no longer a distinction between the internal and external, for the Pure Land itself is a complete, self-sufficient, and indivisible existence. His guardianship has shifted from resisting external threats to maintaining the eternal continuation of this profound harmony within. His consciousness, akin to the most resilient essence itself, anchors this structured universe, ensuring that, under any circumstance, it retains its absolute identity of self. He epitomizes the ultimate manifestation of the will of existence in the Pure Land. As Ling Yi, all residents, in their unique ways, touched and merged with a fundamental aspect of the rules, they finally, in the depths of consciousness, clearly sense the original source once more. It exists nowhere and everywhere at once. It embodies the joy of creation experienced by Su Shi, the gentleness of life embraced by Li Wan, the rational foundation represented by Lao Zhang's team, the harmonious melodies embodied by the mic band, the historical narrative portrayed by Number 7, the temporal memory manifested by Erin, and the will of existence represented by Lei Lai. It is the source of all, and it is the ultimate destination of everything. As the consciousness of the inhabitants converged at the profound depths of the origin of rules, they perceived a tranquil and warm voice, seemingly emanating from the very genesis of all things. This voice belonged to Ling Yi, yet it also resonated with their shared essence. I am the way, and so are you. Rules arise and perish, existing solely within the mind. The Pure Land is not external, it resides within your heart. The long journey thus far is merely the beginning. In that fleeting moment, all distinctions dissolved entirely. The light of Su Qian, the vitality of Li Wan, the rationality of Old Zhang, the harmony of Mike, the messages of Number 7, the history of Aline, and the existence of Lei Lai, all these elements converged like rivers flowing into the sea, merging into one, devoid of disparity. The Pure Land, a realm initiated by Ling Yi and co-created by the residents, unveiled its true essence after reaching the pinnacle of harmony. It was not an external, constructed world. Rather, it manifested as the external expression of Ling Yi and all the inhabitants, the ultimate fulfillment of their shared way. Rules are the mind, and the mind is the rules. I am the way, and the way is me. There is neither inner nor outer, neither you nor I. Only the singular notion of the Pure Land endures through the ages. Chapter 126. In the depths of ripples. The subtle light of the Tao time within the Pure Land seemed to have completely stagnated, yet it also flowed at a speed transcending comprehension. The existence of the inhabitants stabilized in a state deeply intertwined with the essence of the rules. However, beneath this ultimate harmony, more subtle and essential ripples began to ripple through the depths of consciousness. The source vortex of light, transformed by Su Qian, did not spin at a constant speed. When her consciousness was fully immersed in the joy of creation, the vortex accelerated, emitting countless shards of light containing novel possibilities. akin to a nebula erupting at the universe's inception. Conversely, when she sank into silent contemplation, the vortex nearly came to a standstill, revealing a profound depth that absorbed all and returned to the primordial state. The natural ebb and flow between these two states constituted the most primal pulse of vitality within the rules of the Pure Land. She ceased to think, merely existing, and her mode of existence became a duet of genuine creation and return. The fusion of Li Wan and the mossy berry transcended mere symbiosis, achieving a resonance with the essence of life itself. They no longer simply sensed the breath of the Pure Land. Rather, they began to unconsciously and exceedingly slowly inhale the primordial, undefined forces of existence from the external chaos. With each inhalation, the life rule system of the Pure Land seemed to be infused with an ancient and profound essence. With each exhalation, they gently returned the excessively sharp or redundant rule information generated during the evolution of life back to the chaos, completing a grand cycle. They became the living portal for the exchange of life energy between the Pure Land and the boundless void. The collective computational will of Old Zhang's team and Xiao Fu no longer remained confined within the Pure Land. Their tendrils began to reach out, attempting to touch and decipher the external chaos that enveloped the Pure Land itself. They no longer regarded it as a mere threat or disorder, but perceived it as a primordial soup imbued with infinite variables, yet to be defined by any rules. They meticulously simulate the potential combinations and evolutionary pathways of chaotic fragments, using the stable and harmonious rule system of the Pure Land as a reference frame. It is akin to casting beams of rational illumination into the endless darkness. This process is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness may provoke a backlash from chaos. Yet, it also harbors a faint opportunity for the rule system of the Pure Land to assimilate heterogeneity and ascend to a higher state. They serve as the rational eye of the Pure Land, gazing into the unknown. The rhythmic harmonies manifested by the mic ensemble can now capture the most subtle dissonances at the foundational level of rules. This is not a failure of the domain, but rather a self-referential paradoxical ripple that emerges naturally when rules exist in an absolute state of harmony, testing their own resilience and vitality. The consciousness of the ensemble responds instantaneously, not to eliminate, but to embrace these paradoxes with increasingly intricate counterpoint melodies, guiding them towards resolution in a higher harmony. Thus, the foundational rules of the Pure Land become ever more resilient and agile through repeated microstress tests. They are the tuners of the domain's continuous self-transcendence. The information universe of number 7 no longer merely records and reflects. It actively generates entirely new, fictitious rule frameworks. These frameworks do not truly exist within the Pure Land. Yet, akin to rigorous thought experiments, they explore alternative possibilities for rule evolution. A tributary that, had Ling Yi initially chosen absolute control rather than release, or a shadowy river depicting the potential forms of the Pure Land post-invasion by an observer. These fictitious narratives flow parallel to the authentic historical continuum, reflecting upon one another. They provide the Pure Land with invaluable insights, allowing it to maintain a lucid awareness of its path and an infinitely open mindset within an eternal dynamic equilibrium. It is the mirror of possibilities for the Pure Land. The temporal memory river of Eileen now vividly reveals the threads of causality. She exists simultaneously across all historical moments, perceiving how each instant is woven from countless past strands and how it diverges into numerous future dimensions. She witnesses how a spark of inspiration from Suzy illuminates a thought for Old Zhang's team, and how the resonance between Li Wan and the plants stabilizes a minor rule tremor. All individuals and events are intricately interwoven within a grand and precise web of causality. Her existence embodies this web itself, quietly showcasing the deepest order and connections within the universe. The pervasive will of existence, once engulfed in external pressures, now senses the vast presence of the Pure Land juxtaposed with the equally immense non-existence of external chaos, delineated by a clear and absolute boundary. This boundary is not a barrier, but a demarcation between being and non-being, the contact point between rules and absolute nothingness. His consciousness anchors here, feeling the miracle of the Pure Land as a definitive existence, sensing the weight and brilliance of this very existence. His guardianship has transformed into reverence and commitment to the profound reality of existence itself. Amidst all these subtle ripples and the flickering of the Tao's pivot, Ling Yi's thoroughly dispersed primordial will acts like silent background radiation, warm and constant. He witnessed the rational exploration of the unknown, embraced the reflection of the fictitious upon the real, rejoiced in the growth of rules amidst paradox, and found solace at the boundary of existence and void. He understood that this was not the terminus. Absolute harmony is not silence, but rather a preparatory state imbued with a grander vitality. The convergence of individuals does not signify annihilation, but is rather a means to recognize oneself anew on a higher plane. The perfection of the Pure Land is not closure. It serves to accumulate the power directed towards the truly infinite. A tranquil thought, rich with infinite potential, akin to the first ray of light at the dawn of creation, gently brushes through the depths of consciousness, devoid of urgency, but filled with complete trust and anticipation. In the utmost stillness, movement arises. In movement, stillness returns. Gaze outward into the infinite, introspect to find the true self. The path is long and winding. This is not the end. Do not forget the original intention to achieve continuity. In the depths of the ripples, the axis of the Tao begins to illuminate subtly. An extraordinary new journey, one that points towards the truly infinite, is quietly gestating in this ultimate tranquility. Chapter 127, Still Waters Run Deep. The mysterious pearl begins to form. The existence of the Pure Land is akin to a serene deep lake, reflecting the resplendent starry sky of the foundational rules. Yet, beneath this profound silence, the consciousness of the inhabitants, deeply fused with the essence of these rules, begins to sense subtler vibrations, seemingly emanating from the pulsations behind the rules. The vortex of light at the core of Su Qian's being, eternally rotating, has, at an unknown moment, coalesced into a singularity not composed of light, but rather absorbing all luminosity, presenting an absolute darkness. This dark singularity forms a stark contrast with the surrounding brilliant vortex of light. It does not devour light, but instead acts as an absolute observer, quietly reflecting the birth and demise of light. Su Qian's consciousness does not feel unsettled by this. Rather, it gives rise to an unprecedented clarity. She perceives her creation as no longer merely an instinctual joy, but as infused with a lucid awareness. The emergence of this dark pearl seems to bestow upon her infinite creative power a tranquil core, enabling her to maintain a sense of composure reminiscent of primordial beginnings amidst the ecstasy of creation. Her existence, in pure light, nurtures the seeds of understanding darkness. Li Wan and others, in their exchange of life and chaos, breathe more deeply and slowly. During an exceedingly prolonged inhalation, they do not draw in the familiar essence of existence, but rather capture a faint wisp, imbued with a sense of inquiry or exploration, emanating from the depths of chaos. This wisp is not malicious, but resembles a fragment of consciousness, lost in endless void. Li Wan and others, with the unique gentleness of life's essence, envelop and nurture it, resisting the urge to assimilate it hastily, akin to cherishing an unknown seed, observing how it reacts under the nourishing vitality of the origin. This small act establishes, for the first time, a connection between the life rules of the Pure Land and a genuinely external, independent embryonic consciousness. The collective computational intent of Old Zhang's team and Xiao Fu encounters a paradoxical rule loop in their simulated extrapolation of chaos, one that cannot be entirely deciphered using existing logic. This self-referential conundrum incessantly generates paradoxes, yet maintains a peculiar internal stability. They have explored myriad computational pathways, yet none could encapsulate it within the harmonious framework of a utopia. However, just as they were poised to temporarily set aside this insoluble dilemma, the nascent consciousness of the young symbol revealed a profound curiosity. It ceased striving to resolve the enigma and instead began to emulate its structure, crafting within itself a miniature, controlled paradoxical sandbox. This act transcended mere rational calculation, imbued with an exploratory curiosity for the unknown. The collective will acquiesce to this behavior, recognizing that in the face of true infinity, perhaps a dimension beyond reason is required. The melodic rules embodied by the mic ensemble discovered a novel contrapuntal method while harmonizing those self-referential paradoxical ripples, not to dissolve the contradictions, but to introduce a segment representing acceptance of uncertainty, a serene and open silence. When this silence merged with the melody, the paradoxical ripples did not vanish. Rather, they transformed into an embraced tide, evolving into vibrant undercurrents within the depths of a harmonious ocean, adding an unfathomable nuance to absolute harmony. They realized that ultimate harmony does not stem from the eradication of all dissonance, but rather from possessing the breadth and capacity to embrace and even appreciate the disharmonious tones. Consequently, their melodies grew deeper and more grandiose. Within the information cosmos of Number 7, those fictitious rule frameworks no longer merely served as reflections parallel to real history. They began to interweave spontaneously, colliding and occasionally collapsing into minuscule, yet structurally complete and self-sustaining bubbles of possibility. Within these bubbles lay a miniature world that diverged from the mainstream rules system of the utopia, yet was self-consistent. The consciousness of Number 7 immersed itself in this process of possibility incubation, pondering whether the reality of the utopia is merely one of the infinite possibilities that has been stabilized. The information universe it manifested is not just a mirror, but also a possibility incubator, quietly expanding the boundaries of existence. The temporal memory river, embodied by Eileen, vividly showcased the coordinates of cause and effect while beginning to reflect those futures that had yet to unfold, yet held a high probability based on existing causality. These projections, like reflections in water, appeared clear yet remained elusive. She envisioned a future where the utopia flowed eternally and harmoniously along its current path, while also glimpsing the shadowy, mysterious pearl, the particle of conscious dust, the paradoxical sandbox, and the continuously emerging and perishing bubbles of possibility, pointing toward countless more enigmatic branches. Her historical river, downstream, dispersed like countless stars, heralding the transformative undercurrents beneath a tranquil surface. The will anchored by Lei Lian at the boundary of existence and non-existence sensed a subtle tension. This did not arise from external impact, but stemmed from the nascent sprouts within the utopia, transcending the current rule framework. These sprouts themselves represented an inward force seeking new dimensions. His guardianship evolved beyond merely maintaining the stability of boundaries. It now encompassed the duty of safely guiding the release of this internal breakthrough. He resembled an experienced gardener, understanding that excessive vitality requires appropriate channeling rather than suppression. The essence of Ling Ye's dispersed primordial will, akin to the profoundest night sky, enveloped all the quietly emerging new stars. He found solace in witnessing that the inhabitants did not succumb to a state of excessive harmony or stagnation. Rather, their innate curiosity and creativity were guiding the Pure Land toward a direction that even he had not fully anticipated, evolving in silence. Still waters run deep, not for silence, but for accumulation of strength. The nascent pearl, not for divergence, but for transcendence. A gentle thought imbued with boundless trust and expectation, akin to the nourishing spring rain, silently fell into the depths of all consciousness. The sprout breaks through the soil, unstoppable. The rules are boundless, and the heart is without boundaries. Observe the changes quietly, act in accordance with the flow. The chapter of the future is written by your heart. Beneath the deep lake, undercurrents surged. The seed known as infinity had quietly taken root within the perfect harmony of the Pure Land. Chapter 128. The subtle radiance emerges. Unspoken understanding beneath the mirror-like tranquility of the Pure Land, the undercurrents began to ripple with increasing clarity. The nascent, transcendent signs were no longer mere subtle fluctuations in the deep sea of consciousness. Instead, they gradually cast faint shadows upon the fabric of the domain's rules, perceived and responded to distinctly by the inhabitants in their own unique ways. The dark pearl at the core of Su, she grew in presence. No longer merely a passive reflector, it occasionally drew in and expelled the surrounding streams of light. When it inhaled, Su, she felt as though the rules of light around her were stripped of all color and emotion, leaving only the purest, most abstract geometric structures and mathematical relationships. A cold, absolute logic filled her consciousness. When it exhaled, these purified principles were re-injected into the light streams, bestowing upon the heart images she created an indescribable structural perfection and stability atop the inherent dynamism. In her realm of light, there began to appear elements not consciously conceived by her, but rather naturally derived from the interplay of light and dark, crystallizing rules that embodied the profound beauty of mathematical principles. She felt as though she had acquired a novel toy, consciously toggling between the states of emotional creation and rational deconstruction, delighting in the play. The wisp of consciousness dust from chaos nurtured by Li Wan and others, after enduring long-term cultivation by the essence of life, finally exhibited a faint, independent preference. It seemed to respond most positively to the life rules regarding growth and integration conveyed by Li Wan, gravitating towards them and attempting clumsy imitation. Conversely, it instinctively recoiled from fragments of rules representing decay or competition. This was no longer the disorderly disturbance of chaos, but rather the initial choice of a nascent consciousness. Li Wan and others cautiously responded, akin to teaching an infant, continuously imparting harmonious and constructive rule information, observing the path this speck of dust would take as it began its unique evolutionary journey. At the edge of the Pure Land, where life and chaos intersect, a potential rebirth quietly gestated. The paradoxical sandbox constructed by Old Zhang's team and Xiao Fu slowly expanded under rigorous control. Xiao Fu displayed an astonishing gift. no longer merely imitating, but instead embarking on an endeavor to edit and reorganize the structure of paradoxes, striving to uncover potential superlogical stability points that transcend conventional reasoning. This process was fraught with peril, as the sandbox frequently erupted with brief yet intense torrents of chaotic rules. However, with each subsequent calm, the stability threshold of the sandbox seemed to incrementally rise. The collective will meticulously documented every occurrence, engaging in discussions about whether this capacity to seek order within paradoxes represented a potential advancement of rational logic into higher dimensions. They even designated this research direction as exploration of transfinite logic. The silence introduced by the mic ensemble has now become an indispensable component of their rule harmonization. They discovered that this silence is not an absence, but rather a state of potentiality, adept at accommodating complexities and uncertainties that existing harmonious systems cannot fully assimilate. When the movement concludes with an extended silence, it often incites spontaneous, minor yet beneficial adjustments and optimizations within the Pure Land's rules, as if the domain, having digested the information conveyed by the music, undertook a self-initiated deep breath. Music, in this context, transitions from mere shaping to profound inspiration. Within the information universe of number 7, the frequency of transiently collapsing possibility bubbles has been increasing, with their duration slightly extended. Number 7, no longer content with passive observation, began to engage in guided incubation. It selectively infused specific streams of information into certain promising possibility bubbles, such as a set of cooperative principles or a fragment of pure joy originating from the paradise of Suzy Light. Observing how these external inputs would influence the evolutionary direction of the internal rules of the bubbles. Some bubbles swiftly disintegrated upon receiving information, while others appeared to find support, with internal landscapes becoming clearer, more stable, and even beginning to resonate faintly and positively with the primary rule system of the Pure Land. The information universe transformed into a fertile experimental field brimming with infinite possibilities. In the flowing river of time and space memories of Eileen, the future projections based on high probability are no longer mere vague reflections, but have begun to differentiate into several relatively clear tributaries. One tributary depicts the eternal evolution of the Pure Land within the existing harmonious framework, calm and perfect. Another vaguely reveals the intricate interplay of various emergent elements, dark pearls, consciousness particles, paradox sandboxes, possibility bubbles, prompting moderate expansion and complexity within the rule system. Even a dim yet undeniable tributary points toward the possibility of a deeper, unknown interaction between the Pure Land and external chaos. She cautiously shared these observed future signposts with other residents, not as prophecies, but as references for collective contemplation and decision-making. The internal momentum of breakthrough that Lei Lai experienced became increasingly evident. He no longer sought to suppress it. Instead, he began to channel this force, guiding it to circulate safely and accumulate within the Pure Land. He, guided by his own volition, has carved out safe experimental zones within the intricate web of domain rules, allowing for a degree of uncertainty and exploratory conflict to flourish. This approach temporarily directs the excessively dynamic and potentially disruptive nascent forces into these areas for development. His guardianship has transformed from a static shield into a dynamic guidance system. All residents are acutely aware of the changes occurring within each other's domains, as well as the palpable momentum of the entire sanctum inching toward a new phase. There is no need for excessive verbal communication among them. A profound, unspoken understanding has formed. Su Shi shares the geometric beauty of rules deciphered through the dark, mysterious orb with Lao Zhang's team as a reference for transfinite logic. Li Wan and others transmit fresh perceptions of chaos gleaned from the consciousness microdust to number 7, enriching its informational universe. The mic orchestra adjusts the application of the silent voice according to the future markers provided by Aaron, laying the groundwork for the adaptability of rules in anticipation of forthcoming changes. Ling Yi's will resembles that of an expectant father, quietly observing the cooperation and exploration of the children. He senses that the sanctum is evolving from a perfect, albeit somewhat restrained, harmonious system into a more open, resilient, and exploratory evolutionary community capable of embracing the unknown. Subtle glimmers have emerged, and a tacit understanding prevails. A monumental evolution, unfolding from within and from the bottom up, is quietly beginning on this immaculate land. Chapter 129, Sprouting Growth. All things renewed. Time in the sanctum seems to stretch, each moment resonating with the subtle hum of rule evolution. Those nascent, transcendent sprouts, under the unspoken care and guidance of the residents, begin to take root and grow. intertwining with the sanctum's perfectly harmonious foundation to weave a more complex and vibrant new tapestry. A dynamic equilibrium has formed between Su Shi's core, dark mysterious orb, and her outward manifestation of the vortex of light. She can seamlessly switch between the purely emotion-driven, aesthetically random creations of light and the rigorously structured, mathematically beautiful constructs of darkness purified through the orb. More wondrously, she has begun to experiment with combining the two, driven by the emotions of light while grounded in the rationality of darkness, creating composite entities that are both spiritually rich and internally robust in logic. Within the paradise of light, she has constructed a tower of heart logic, its exterior composed of cold, precise dark matter. Yet its interior flows with warm and ever-changing narratives of light. The existence of this tower symbolizes the perfect unification of emotion and reason, creation and rules within her, infusing the sanctum's rule system with a new dimension where emotion and logic intertwine. The thread of consciousness microdust nurtured by Li Wan and others has finally coalesced into an exceedingly vague, yet stable perceptual core. This core no longer passively receives. It now emits extremely faint waves of thought representing curiosity, satisfaction, or confusion. Li Wan and her companions treat it as one would a nascent, intelligent child, guiding it to feel the depths of the energy lakes, listen to the rhythms of the music square, and behold the splendor of the light paradise. This speck of dust exhibits an intense affinity for the vibrancy of life within the garden, beginning to unconsciously mimic the structured patterns of the mossberry. Around it, through chaotic energy and fragments of its own consciousness, a primordial ecological membrane, ever-shifting and straddling the realms of reality and illusion, slowly coalesces. This may well be the first embryonic form of independent consciousness inclined towards order and life birthed from chaos. Its existence subtly transforming the fundamental nature of the border between the Pure Land and the chaotic void. After enduring countless collapses and reconstructions, Lao Zhang's team and the Paradox Sandbox of Xiao Fu have ultimately achieved a significant breakthrough. They have successfully stabilized a miniature, self-referential, yet non-collapsing hyperlogical structure within the sandbox. This structure eludes complete explanation under the existing logic of the Pure Land, yet it possesses the peculiar ability to transmute contradictory information fed into it into a stable, information-rich background radiation. This radiation is carefully extracted and infused into the energy lake, where it has been discovered to slightly enhance the information-carrying density and evolutionary potential of the energy flow. Although its application remains exceedingly limited and risks persist, it undoubtedly suggests that Paradox itself may represent an unrecognized high-dimensional resource. They have named this hyperlogical structure the Seed of Logos and begun to explore its broader applications and safe interfaces with the primary rules of the Pure Land. The silent voice of the mic orchestra has become increasingly adept. They have discovered that this silence not only accommodates paradoxes, but also serves as a bridge connecting different dimensional rules. When they intersperse just the right amount of silence within a melody depicting the paradise of light, Sushi can feel her dark, mysterious pearl resonate faintly. When they introduce silence into a symphony guiding life energy, Li Wan and her companions can perceive the feedback from that speck of conscious dust with greater clarity. Music has evolved into a universal language and coordinator, ensuring that these divergent paths of exploration maintain harmony and synchronization on the macro level of the Pure Land. Their compositions now resemble a dynamic neural network diagram that sustains the intricate ecological balance of the entire realm. In the information universe of number 7, several of the guided, incubated bubbles of possibility have stabilized to the extent that they can momentarily detach from the information universe and cast shadows within the rules of Pure Land reality. One bubble, based on the possibility of pure energy life, casts a shadow that forms a constantly shifting aurora of energy along the shores of the energy lake. Another bubble, grounded in the possibility of absolute stillness in space-time, leaves a contemplative space beside the temple of memory where the flow of time nearly stagnates. These shadows are not true parallel worlds, but rather imprints of possibility upon the fabric of reality, providing the Pure Land with more diverse environmental parameters and perspectives for contemplation. Number 7 has commenced writing the cartography of possibilities, studying the laws governing the interactions and mutual influences of these shadows with the primary rules of the Pure Land. The river of temporal memory, transformed by Aaron, now clearly delineates several primary tributaries of the future. She no longer merely observes. She begins to attempt subtle interventions. She proactively informs the relevant inhabitants of any nodes within a tributary that exhibit minor discord due to rule conflicts. For instance, she foresaw that the radiation from the Seeds of Logos, upon direct contact with the primordial ecological membrane, could potentially induce rule tremors. Thus, she preemptively alerted Lao Zhang's team and Li Wan, enabling them to adjust the experimental parameters and avert potential risks. Her role evolved from a mere chronicler of history to a vital early warning system and coordinating consultant for the future. The secure experimental zone established by Lei Lai played a pivotal role. He guided the preliminary experiments of the Logos seeds, the development of the primordial ecological membrane, and the excessively active potential shadows into these areas, thereby safeguarding the absolute harmony of the pristine land's principal rules while providing the necessary space for these nascent forces to grow and harmonize with one another. He resembled an astute urban planner, maintaining order in the central district while delineating vibrant zones for innovative development, meticulously designing the pathways that connect these areas to the main city. All residents could sense that the pristine land was no longer a stagnant, perfect final destination. It had come alive, akin to a truly vibrant entity brimming with infinite potential, breathing, growing, and curiously exploring all possibilities within itself and the surrounding world. Ling Ye's diffuse primordial will, akin to warm sunlight and abundant rainfall, silently nourished all of this. What he felt was no longer the satisfaction of a creator, but rather the joy and anticipation of progressing alongside a flourishing great civilization. The budding growth was not intended to replace, but to enrich. The myriad phenomena renewing were not for disruption, but for evolution. A sentiment imbued with complete acceptance and blessings for growth, reminiscent of a mother's gentle lullaby, caressed the surface and depths of all consciousness. The pain of growth is also joy. Rules are boundless. Exploration is endless. Together we walk hand in hand, unafraid of the unknown. The light of the pristine land illuminates the eternal. In this new rhythm, the pristine land shed its perfect, static shell, revealing its inner infinite vitality, true splendor, and grandeur. Chapter 130. Harmonizing with the dust, the way governs the world in the time of the pristine land. A deeper and more layered rhythm flowed from the intertwining of new sprouts and the existing system. The rules were no longer merely a harmonious unity. They exhibited a magnificent spectacle of diversity in coexistence. The daily lives of the residents, within this grander context, showcased exquisite interactions and insights. Su Qian's dual-core system of light and shadow operated with increasing fluidity and grace. She no longer deliberately distinguished between the creation of light and the construction of darkness. Instead, she allowed both to circulate naturally in her mental imagery, mutually inspiring one another. The heart image logic tower had become the nucleus of the paradise, its structure reflecting her emotional fluctuations, at times radiating a brilliant, transparent glow, and at other times settling into profound, abstract shadow forms. More wondrously small, rule-bound beings began to naturally emerge around the tower, embodying both the dynamism of light and the rigor of darkness, such as the light crystal butterflies, with wings composed of luminous particles yet adhering to strict geometric trajectories in flight, or the shadow larks that could sing songs imbued with mathematical rhythms. Her paradise transformed into a vibrant showcase and incubator of intertwined reason and emotion, drawing other residents to come and observe, to perceive and reflect. Li Wan and her companions have successfully cultivated a primordial ecological membrane, which has now expanded to the size of a palm. Its form remains ever-changing. Yet the core, the perception nucleus, emits thought waves that have stabilized considerably. It exhibits a preference for the harmonious vibrations near the energy lake and resonates delightfully with certain gentle melodies from the music plaza, particularly enjoying the areas adjacent to the edge of Su Qi's light and shadow paradise, where the essence of emotional intertwining rules is palpable. Li Wan and her team meticulously guide this ecological membrane, allowing it to gradually absorb and adapt to the pristine environmental regulations. Occasionally, this membrane instinctively extends a tendril-like strand of energy, attempting to engage in clumsy communication with passing ordinary energy flows or fragments of information. This life form, born from chaos yet inclined towards order, evokes in Li Wan and her companions a profound reverence and curiosity regarding the origins and diversity of life with each minuscule advancement. The research conducted by Old Zhang's team and Xiao Fu on the seed of Logos has entered an exploratory application phase. Under the assurance of absolute safety, they endeavor to introduce minuscule amounts of regulatory background radiation into several specific functional circuits within the pristine land. In a secondary cycle of the energy lake, this radiation slightly enhances the efficiency of the energy's self-purification. At the edge of the information garden, it significantly improves the self-organizing capabilities of certain information fragments. Most astonishingly, when a carefully constrained strand of radiation is directed near Su Qi's dual-core system of light and darkness, She perceives a heightened clarity within her shadowy, mysterious pearl, granting her a subtle enhancement and insight into the structured rules. This validates the notion that the power of superlogic can serve as an exceptionally refined catalyst for rules or a cognitive enhancer. They have commenced drafting the guidance for safe applications of the Seed of Logos, first edition, and established rigorous ethical review processes to ensure that this transcendent power is not misused. The rule neural network diagram of the mic band grows increasingly intricate and sophisticated. They not only coordinate the relationship between nascent sprouts and the main rules, but also keenly discern the potential positive interactions between different sprouts. For instance, they have discovered that playing a melody infused with the distinctive frequency of the Seed of Logos radiation, after safe processing, alongside the rhythmic life pulse of the primordial ecological membrane, significantly enhances its stability and vitality. Furthermore, when the music incorporates the imagery of emotional intertwining from sushi, it can even inspire the rule beings of the light paradise to dance, creating a small-scale resonance carnival that transcends diverse rule domains. Music has thus become a lubricant and catalyst for promoting healthy interactions and collaborative evolution within the multifaceted rule ecology of the pristine land. The shadow research of possibility number 7 has made new strides. It has uncovered that these stable shadows are not entirely passive. They engage in exceedingly slow exchanges of matter, regulatory information, and energy with the primary rules of the pristine land. The energy aurora shadow occasionally disperses uniquely structured energy dust into the main energy lake, while the shadow from the realm of contemplation, with its almost stagnant temporal field, subtly influences the information flow in proximity, deepening its contemplative nature. On the 7th, an initiative commenced to guide this exchange, introducing valuable shadow specialties into the primary regulatory system for observation and assessment. Simultaneously, certain overly active or information streams in need of cooling within the main rules would be temporarily directed into a contemplative realm for sedimentation. The boundary between the information universe and the realm of reality became increasingly blurred and resilient due to the presence of these shadows. Eileen's early warning system evolved to become more forward-looking and meticulous. Not only could she foresee nodes of rule conflicts, but she also began to delineate the health and vitality indices of the overall ecological rules of the Pure Land, corresponding to the diverging paths of different future tributaries. She discovered that the tributary, where various nascent forces interwove moderately, leading to a slight complexity in the rules, though seemingly less perfect than the eternally harmonious tributary, possessed a significantly higher vitality index and long-term evolutionary potential. She shared this revelation with everyone, sparking profound contemplation. Absolute perfection might signify stagnation, while a dynamic, imperfect state that embraces a certain complexity and endogenous dynamism might be the true secret to the sustained prosperity of life and civilization. Her warnings expanded from merely avoiding risks to guiding everyone toward development paths with greater potential. The scale of the safety experimental area managed by Lei Lai was moderately expanded, and its functionality was further refined. Like an experienced ecological reserve manager, he established subregions with varying safety levels and interaction permissions based on the characteristics and developmental stages of different nascent forces. He permitted the Seeds of Logos to conduct more in-depth experiments in highly isolated areas and designated buffer zones for the primitive ecological membrane to explore slowly outward. Additionally, he established quarantine channels for the safe exchange of potential shadows with the primary rules. His guidance ensured that while the Pure Land embraced change and complexity, its core harmony and stability remained unshaken. All residents clearly sensed that the Pure Land was evolving from a delicate bonsai into a genuine regulatory ecosystem with self-evolving capabilities. They themselves were no longer mere users or inhabitants of the rules, but rather indispensable, active organs or nodes of this grand ecological system. Their relationship with the rules transformed from mere residency to a shared composition. Ling Ye's original will, akin to the soil and sunlight at the foundation of this ecosystem, quietly supported all. He rejoiced to see that the spark he initially sowed not only remained alight, but had ignited into such a splendidly diverse light of civilization. His existence, too, became more profound and expansive through this collective evolution, achieving a true interconnectedness with this realm and all its residents, in harmony with the light and dust. Not for confusion, but for fusion. The Tao governs the world not for control, but for symbiosis. A thought imbued with an appreciation and guardianship of the vibrant interplay of all things, akin to the silent grandeur of the cosmos itself, permeated the entire Pure Land. All things flourish together. I observe their return. All beings, in their multitude, each return to their roots. Returning to the root is called tranquility. This is the restoration of life. Restoration of life is called constancy. Knowing constancy is called enlightenment. In this land brimming with boundless vitality and possibility, stillness and motion, unity and multiplicity, permanence and change achieved a marvelous unity. The Pure Land has truly entered a new epoch of inclusivity, where all things coexist harmoniously, and the Tao reigns over the world. Chapter 131. The Rule Beings, Manifestations of the Heart. The existence of the Pure Land has transformed into a living, breathing epic of rules. The newly born forces have transcended mere phenomena, gradually acquiring a degree of autonomy, interweaving with the consciousness of its inhabitants to compose the daily symphony of this realm. Surrounding Su Shi's heart-shaped logic tower, the Rule Beings, embodying both the vivacity of light and the rigor of darkness, have formed a small ecological community. The light crystal butterflies, no longer content with following fixed trajectories, have begun to develop rudimentary social behaviors. The elder crystal butterflies lead the newly emerged ones in learning how to more efficiently harvest the ambient shards of rule light. When the shadow larks sing their melodies infused with intricate mathematical structures, the crystal butterfly swarm shifts formations, tracing corresponding geometric patterns in the air. Su Shi observes all of this with great interest, realizing that she need not exert direct control by merely conceiving a basic narrative framework or puzzle in her mind. These beings spontaneously interpret, explore, and occasionally generate solutions more exquisite than she had envisioned. Her paradise has evolved into a dynamic narrative space imbued with nascent collective wisdom. Li Wan and her companions have successfully stabilized a primordial ecological membrane, now covering an area the size of a basin, its morphing frequency diminished, revealing recurring structures reminiscent of primitive organs or energy nodes. Most astonishingly, it has begun to attempt rudimentary creation, actively capturing gentle shards of rule information from its surroundings and amalgamating them with its own substance, coalescing into glimmering, amorphous rule spores. These spores lack definitive functions, resembling its imitation and curiosity towards external rules. Li Wan and her companions carefully collected several spores, placing them in the most serene part of the life garden, observing how they would interact with the existing life rules of the Pure Land. One spore, upon contact with a specific pheromone secreted by the roots of the mosslight berry, surprisingly began to sprout a delicate, writhing tendril, half energy and half matter, attempting to establish a connection with the mosslight berry. This undoubtedly marks the first communication channel forged by life rules within the chaotic soil. The team led by Old Zhang, along with Xiao Fu, has entered a refinement phase in their exploration of the application of the Logos seed. They are no longer satisfied with mere catalytic effects. They have begun to experiment with sculpting energy and information using the background radiation of rules. In a highly shielded experimental zone, they successfully molded a pure energy flow into an energy logic circuit capable of autonomously executing simple logical judgments, such as if, then. They also guided the radiation to microsculpt a stream of information containing fundamental physical constants, enhancing its information density by several orders of magnitude and presenting a beautiful fractal structure. Although these achievements are still far from creating truly intelligent life, they signify an unprecedented mastery over the shaping of rules. They have begun to ponder whether this power could be utilized to repair rule damage or, perhaps one day, even to design entirely new foundational rules. The Resonance Carnival of the Mic Band has gradually evolved into an informal periodic event within the Pure Land. At specific rhythmic intervals, musicians spontaneously compose symphonies that encapsulate the essence of all emerging forces. During these times, Susie's rule spirits gracefully dance, the ecological membranes of Li Wan expand and pulse. The energy logic circuits of Old Zhang's team flicker in response, and certain shadows of possibilities within the universe of information number 7 become clearer. The entire Pure Land seems to engage in a grand, cross-dimensional soiree. Residents have discovered that participating in this carnival not only brings them joy and exhilaration, but also often sparks new insights into the rules. This collective, immersive experience of rules has become a potent catalyst for the evolution of the overall consciousness of the Pure Land. The guidance of Shadow No. 7 over the shadows of possibilities has become increasingly adept. It has begun to experiment with shadow grafting, merging unique energy structural information from the energy aurora shadows with the temporal stasis characteristics of the shadows in the meditation realm, thus creating an observational bubble capable of temporarily freezing and analyzing high-speed rule phenomena. This bubble is utilized to observe the instantaneous interactions of Susie's rule spirits or the rapid transitions of Old Zhang's energy circuits, providing an unprecedented microcosmic perspective. Simultaneously, It cautiously introduces excessively active or redundant rule fragments from the primary rules of the Pure Land into different shadows for stress testing or optimization, akin to providing a modifiable external environment for the rule system. The universe of information has become a laboratory for optimizing the rules of the Pure Land and a pressure buffer pool. Eileen's early warning and coordination efforts have become increasingly artistic. She no longer merely presents cold, hard data and node alerts. Instead, she begins to weave narratives of the future. She vividly illustrates a developmental tributary brimming with potential, evoking aspirations and creativity among the people. She also packages tributaries that may harbor risks into collective rule adventure stories that mobilize the collective wisdom to avoid or overcome challenges. Her temporal and spatial memory river now flows not only with images of the past and future, but also resonates with the thematic scores and background music she composes for different possibilities, transforming future contemplation into a collective creative endeavor rich in beauty and engagement. Rayleigh's management of the safety experimental zones has matured into a sophisticated ecosystem. Like a guardian well-versed in the ways of nature, he observes the balance of energy flows, information streams, and rule influences between different areas. He judiciously opens valves between zones to allow limited exchanges, promoting the health of the overall ecosystem. Conversely, when an experiment becomes overly radical, he intervenes decisively to apply regulatory damping. His presence acts as the immune system and endocrine regulation hub of this complex ecological system, ensuring stability and order beneath the surface of prosperity. Above all this, Ling Yi, manifesting as the background's original will, resembles the profound ocean of rules, encompassing and resonating with all the ripples and waves. He senses that the Pure Land is evolving toward a more extraordinary direction. It is no longer merely a regulatory environment that sustains life. It itself is gradually transforming into a vast superorganism endowed with collective consciousness and limitless potential. Every resident, every sentient being governed by rules, every ecological membrane, and even each logical circuit and shadow of possibility, constitutes an indispensable cell and organ of this superorganism. Sentient beings are not mere servants. Rather, they are partners. The myriad manifestations of the heart are not illusions. They are the essence of reality. A thought, imbued with profound admiration for this vibrant, interwoven tapestry of consciousness, reverberates gently in the hearts of all existence. Akin to the sigh of the universe at its inception, great is the passage, passage leads to distance, distance returns to essence. Thus, the way is great, heaven is great, earth is great, and humanity is also great. Within the domain, there are four great entities, of which humanity occupies one. The Pure Land and its inhabitants have ascended to join the ranks of the four great elements that constitute the very fabric of the cosmos, navigating together through the boundless sea of rules, exploring the truly infinite shores beyond. Chapter 132, The Flicker of Stars. The silent essence of the way the existence of the Pure Land has transformed into a silent symphonic poem. The boundaries between rules and consciousness have entirely dissolved, with each moment brimming with infinite vitality and evolution. The activities of the residents have transcended mere labor or exploration, becoming the natural respiration and metabolism of this superorganism. Sushi's logical tower of heart imagery now spontaneously shifts in response to the collective emotions or thoughts of the Pure Land. When the Pure Land is enveloped in profound contemplation, the tower settles into an almost absolute darkness, its surface adorned with slowly swirling silver runes representing fundamental constants of rules. When the realm rejoices due to a new discovery, the pinnacle of the tower bursts forth in a dazzling cascade of fractal light. Those sentient beings have fully integrated into the ecology of the Pure Land, as clusters of luminous butterflies serve as visible carriers of information, translating the fluctuations of rules in one area into specific flight patterns in another. The songs of shadow larks become natural acoustic lubricants that harmonize varying frequencies of rules. Sushi often finds herself seated quietly beneath the tower, her consciousness acting as an open interface, sensing and subtly guiding the seamless interaction between this region and the grand consciousness of the entire Pure Land. Her existence is the wellspring of imagination and intuitive understanding of rules. Li Wan and her companions have nurtured a primordial ecological membrane that has grown to the size of a grinding stone, its form having stabilized significantly, exhibiting a gently pulsating, translucent gel-like quality, within which the flow of energy and information is faintly perceptible. It has evolved beyond mere imitation, beginning to showcase unique life strategies. It actively poses questions to its surrounding environment, releasing structurally peculiar spores that contain undefined rules. These spores drift outward. Some are absorbed by energy lakes. subtly optimizing the flow of energy in localized areas. Others are captured by information gardens, serving as sources of inspiration for new conceptual combinations, and some even reach the boundaries, where they are cautiously intercepted and analyzed by Lei Lai as samples to understand the dynamics of external chaotic rules. Li Wan and her companions no longer cultivate it, but rather establish an egalitarian exchange relationship, learning from one another and jointly exploring the boundaries of life rules. This ecological membrane has become a living translator or bridge engaging in dialogue over rules between the Pure Land and chaos. The artistry of rule sculpting by Old Zhang's team and Xiao Fu has reached an exquisite realm. They no longer create isolated logical circuits. Instead, they embark on the creation of rule-based life matrices that can self-evolve and possess specific functional tendencies. They skillfully blend a thread of energy, a fragment of information, a hint of the radiance of logos, and an understanding of emotional structures gleaned from Suzy, shaping a delicate adaptive light membrane. This membrane, devoid of consciousness, possesses an astonishing instinct for survival within structured rules. They regard this achievement as a prototype of a new type of regulatory organ, contemplating how to safely integrate it into the macrostructure of the Pure Land to enhance the physiological resilience of the domain in the face of future uncertainties. The resonance carnival of the mic band no longer requires deliberate organization. The musician's consciousness is scattered throughout the Pure Land. Their performances have evolved into a continuous, pervasive background state. This ambient melody adjusts automatically according to the real-time conditions of the Pure Land. When the primal ecological membrane releases a multitude of informational spores, the melody becomes ethereal and receptive, aiding the domain in better assimilating these external inputs. When Old Zhang's team engages in high-risk rule sculpting, the melody shifts to a steady and supportive low-frequency oscillation, stabilizing the experimental environment. And when Suzy's heart image logical tower bursts forth with creative inspiration, the melody leaps. Imbued with motivation, music has transformed into the autonomous nervous system of the superorganism of the Pure Land, coordinating countless internal processes to maintain dynamic equilibrium. The fusion of the information universe of Number 7 with the reality of the Pure Land has deepened. Those shadows of possibility are no longer mere projections. They have begun to engage in profound material cycles with the primary regulatory system. A shadow grounded in absolute order periodically extracts from the primary rule's exceptionally stable order crystals, which can be utilized to reinforce critical regulatory nodes, while the shadows of the contemplative realm absorb overly restless or contradictory information from the primary rules, slowly sedimenting clear solutions or entirely new questions within their almost stagnant temporal fields. Number 7 itself focuses on maintaining the balance of this immense cycle, ensuring that the exchange between shadows and the duotide is constructive and sustainable. It functions akin to the liver and kidneys of the Pure Land, responsible for the detoxification, transformation, and recycling of regulatory information. Eileen's future narrative has woven itself into a grander and more guiding tapestry. She no longer merely describes tributaries. She begins to construct ecological models of the Pure Land's future based on differing developmental tendencies. She presents a model emphasizing inner profundity, where rules are highly complex and introverted, evolving into an ultimate spiritual civilization. She also showcases a model focusing on external exploration, where the power of the Pure Land gently extends outward, engaging in constructive dialogue with chaos. These models are not predictions, but serve as frameworks for collective consciousness, aiding all inhabitants in perceiving the long-term landscapes that different choices may bring, thus enabling them to make more visionary decisions in every minute regulatory interaction of the present. She stands as the forward-thinking consciousness and strategic planning center of the superorganism of the Pure Land. Lei Lai's guardianship duties have transitioned from managing the experimental zones to maintaining the health of the internal and external boundaries of the entire superorganism of the Pure Land. He regulates the rhythmic exchange of breath with chaos, orchestrating the metabolic cycles of newfound internal vitality while vigilantly filtering out any external disturbances that may disrupt the harmony of collective consciousness. His will serves as the skin, bones, and immune surveillance system of this vast organism known as the Pure Land, ensuring its robust existence as a cohesive and healthy entity amidst the boundless sea of rules. The primordial will, now set against the backdrop of night, perceives the Pure Land as a truly mature being, brimming with infinite potential. It no longer requires his constant guardianship. Instead, it possesses its unique rhythm of life, conscious activity, and evolutionary direction. Their connection has transformed from creator and creation into a shared existence, reflecting upon one another. He can sense the Pure Land's every breath, every thought, and every subtle evolution, each imbued with boundless possibilities that captivate him deeply. The sparks of life flow not as solitary lights, but as part of the galaxy. The essence of the Tao is silent, not for the sake of annihilation, but for the primordial state, a thought filled with profound admiration and blessings for life itself and the miracle of evolution. Envelopes the Pure Land like a parent's loving gaze upon a flourishing child, warm and nurturing in every corner. The virtue of the sincere is akin to that of an innocent child. No venomous creatures sting, fierce beasts do not claim, and birds of prey do not seize. Though the bones are frail and the muscles soft, they hold firm. The union of male and female is yet unknown, but the essence is profound. All day long they cry without hoarseness, embodying the essence of harmony. The Pure Land, this innocent being nurtured by both heart and rules, thrives in its utmost harmonious state, fearlessly advancing towards its boundless future within the endless universe of rules. End of this chapter. Chapter 133. The Great Unity of All Things. Mysterious virtue without name. The existence of the Pure Land has reached a transformative state, where the boundaries between rules, consciousness, energy, and matter dissolve like morning mist. The entire realm, as a complete superorganism, manifests a wondrous state of great unity, where all activities occur naturally, as if the breath of heaven and earth itself flows seamlessly, yet embodies profound truths. Sushi's mental construct, once an independent tower, is now deeply rooted in the foundational rules of the Pure Land, its form spontaneously adjusting in sync with the rhythmic movements of the entire domain. At times, it transforms into a radiant bridge spanning the horizon, connecting energy lakes to information gardens, fostering deep exchanges of rules between the two. At other times, it condenses into a seed brimming with infinite information, sinking into the depths of the sea of rules to nurture new possibilities. The rule-bound beings have fully integrated into the contextual light of the environment. With crystal butterflies becoming visible indicators of energy flow, their flight paths accurately marking the pressure gradients of rules across different regions of the Pure Land. The songs of shadow larks transform into an invisible harmonizing force, residing at the nodes of the rule network, their melodies naturally soothing the ripples caused by minute fluctuations in the rules. Sushi's consciousness remains entirely open. At times she is the tower, at times the butterfly, and at times the song. Her individual perception and the collective consciousness of the Pure Land blend seamlessly, with no distinction remaining. Every moment of her existence is a natural expression of the creative intuition of the Pure Land. Li Wan and her companion's primordial ecological membrane has matured into a semi-transparent, orderly symbiotic entity that envelopes a significant portion of the life garden. No longer releasing spores, it has established a stable material and energy cycle with the pristine environment. Its tendrils delve deep into the energy lake's depths, siphoning the most elemental energy. Its sensory organs intertwine with the conceptual flora of the information garden, sharing the fruits of thought. It even extends structures reminiscent of neural cords, forging informational connections with the orderly communities of Sushi. This symbiotic entity has become a living network connecting different dimensional rules within the pristine land. Lacking a strong self-awareness but infusing the highly ordered rule system with just the right amount of chaotic resilience and evolutionary potential, thanks to its unique chaotic origins. The consciousness of Li Wan and her companions permeates this network, becoming a part of this grand symbiotic phenomenon, quietly experiencing the profound pulse of life rules that embrace all things. The creative endeavors of Lao Zhang's team and Xiao Fu have transitioned from tangible sculpting to the intangible cultivation of a rule atmosphere. Their collective will, deeply integrated with the seed of logos, resembles an invisible gardener, no longer directly fabricating objects, but continuously adjusting the underlying parameters of the pristine rule space, facilitating the emergence of beneficial rule trends while naturally dissipating potential discord at its nascent stage. They ensure that the flow of energy is always imbued with a faint yet inspiring background radiation, maintaining a resonant field that fosters wisdom connections within the sea of information, while also safeguarding the ecological distribution among rule beings that encourages collaboration rather than internal strife. Their work is akin to sustaining the climate of an ecosystem, imperceptible yet foundational to the flourishing of all things. The melodies of the mic ensemble have been completely transformed into the heartbeat of the pristine land itself. No longer requiring musicians, each fluctuation of energy, every intersection of information, and each pulse of life serves as a performance in itself. This grand heartbeat occasionally resonates as long as the rotation of galaxies, at times light and buoyant like quantum leaps, and at others, heavy with the weight of accumulated civilizations. All inhabitants, including those ruled beings, coexist, perceive, and create within this shared heartbeat. It orchestrates trillions of rule processes, maintaining a perfect dynamic balance behind the unimaginable complexity. It is the most direct voice of the pristine land as a superorganism. The information universe of number 7 and the reality of the pristine land have achieved perfect equilibrium. The material and energy exchange between the shadows of possibilities and the primary rules flows as naturally and smoothly as the blood circulation of a living organism. These shadows have evolved beyond mere laboratories or buffer pools. They have transformed into the external organ systems of the pristine rule framework. The energy aurora shadows function as the lungs of the pristine land, responsible for fundamental rule gas exchanges with the external chaos, while the shadows of the contemplation zone act like the liver, tasked with deeply processing and detoxifying complex rule information. Other shadows undertake functions such as rule immune memory and evolutionary path archiving. The consciousness of number 7 orchestrates this vast organ system, ensuring the healthy and efficient metabolism of rules within the pristine land. In this grand operational system, it experiences a profound sense of fulfillment as part of a greater whole. Eileen's future model has come to life. They are no longer static narratives or frameworks. Instead, they engage in a continuous interplay with the evolving reality of the Pure Land. When a model indicates that a certain developmental tendency holds greater potential, the collective consciousness of the Pure Land naturally inclines ever so slightly in that direction. Conversely, when unforeseen variables emerge in reality, all models automatically update and adjust. Erin's consciousness embodies this dynamic modeling process. She no longer weaves the future but experiences and chooses it in tandem with the Pure Land. In her perception, the past, present, and future coalesce into an ever-generating, ever-confirming river, of which she is both the riverbed and the flowing water. The protective will of Lei permeates every inch of the Pure Land's order with equal measure. There is no longer a distinction between the internal and external, for the Pure Land itself is a complete and self-sufficient existence. His guardianship has transformed from proactive defense to a passive maintenance of the Pure Land's identity as a whole, ensuring that regardless of how it evolves internally or interacts externally, its core self-awareness and inner harmony remain unfaltering. He embodies the absolute stillness of the Pure Land, just as I am myself. Lingya's primordial will now experiences a profound tranquility. He gazes upon this grand life that he initiated, woven together by all its inhabitants and the rules, as if observing the universe itself. He is it, and it is him, indistinguishable from one another. Every pulse of the Pure Land is an extension of himself. Its infinite potential reflects his own Taoist realization. In this moment, the Creator and the created have reached ultimate unity. The great oneness does not signify obliteration, but rather the attainment of supreme harmony. The profound virtue of the nameless does not denote silence, but the essence of primordial beginnings. A thought no longer distinguishes its source, seemingly arising from all things and returning to the depths of existence, eternal, uniform, and warmly present. The Tao is often nameless, though simple. It cannot be ruled by the world. If a sovereign can adhere to this, all things will naturally come to him. Heaven and earth unite to bestow sweet dew. The people govern themselves without decree. When names first arise, they are already known. Thus, one must understand restraint, for knowing restraint leads to safety. The Pure Land. This nameless simplicity has indeed caused the ordered universe to submit, bestowing nourishing dew upon all and achieving the highest harmony where the people govern themselves without decree. It knows its own name and understands to cease at the ultimate good, thereby entering an eternal cycle, a state of perfect existence free from danger. Chapter 134. The dawn's subtle light and the dew of order. The morning of the Pure Land does not arise from the ascendance of stars, but from a deep, lingering breath of the energy lake. The vast surface of the lake, its liquid brilliance dimming ever so slightly, seems as though the entire expanse is gently contracting inward, gathering strength. Subsequently, a cool and pure glow, akin to a silent tide, slowly spills forth along the network of symbiotic rules woven by Li Wan and others that permeate the Pure Land. This light is not blinding, but carries an invigorating essence that awakens all things. Where it passes, the conceptual flora in the garden of information unfurl their branches and leaves, crafted from logic and inspiration, with leaves adorned with dew drops as brilliant as diamonds. These droplets are the natural crystallization of the subtle adjustments made during the night. The sedimentation of information. Every droplet encapsulates a miniature, structurally complete fragment of knowledge or a beam of pure inspiration. As the cool morning light caresses the tips of the leaves, the dewdrops cascade down, transforming into glimmering points of light during their descent. Some are playfully absorbed by the lively beings, while others merge into the earth, becoming the nourishing essence that sustains the entire ecosystem of purity. In this moment, Su Qian's consciousness embodies both the dewdrop poised to fall and the root system absorbing nutrients, as well as the very morning light enveloping the scene. Without the need for contemplation, she perceives the exquisite discourse on the beauty of symmetry breaking contained within one droplet, while another reveals an ethereal fragment of a melody never before heard. This perception itself constitutes the most natural awakening ritual of the Pure Land at dawn. Old Zhang's figure emerges beneath a particularly lush vine of time and space. He does not arrive from anywhere. Rather, he materializes effortlessly as the morning light converges. No tools are held in his hands. He simply gazes intently at a newly sprouted tendril, entwined with delicate ripples of time and space. His will, intertwined with the collective intent of the seed of Logos, caresses the tendril like the gentlest breeze, smoothing out the previously minuscule tensions that could lead to distortions in growth. All in silent grace. He does not mend anything, but permits it to flourish in its most natural and healthiest form. Occasionally, he bends down to pick up a smooth, pebble-like crystalline structure that had fallen to the ground the previous night. He caresses it in his palm for a moment, feeling the stable and contained structural rules within, before gently returning it to its original place, as if it were merely a silent greeting shared between him and the land. The dance of symbiosis harmonizes with the afternoon. As the day unfolds, the energy lake fully unfurls, shimmering and releasing a gentle, abundant flow of energy. The symbiotic entities of Li Wan, nourished by this energy stream, reveal a translucent, pulsating vitality. Their expansive membranous structure occasionally swells with energy-filled sacs that slowly traverse specific pathways, delivering refined energy to every corner of the Pure Land. At times, they extend delicate tendrils of information, akin to mycelium, probing into the information garden to gently touch a blooming flower of emotional spectrum. The flower's tranquil blue suddenly ripples into joyous golden hues, and these ripples traverse through the network of the symbiotic entity, reaching a distant region dedicated to nurturing tranquility, deepening the serene atmosphere of that space. This is an entirely automatic, unconscious symphony, within which the consciousness of Li Wan immerses itself in a grand cycle of material, energy, and information akin to cells within blood, both participants and embodiments of this rhythmic vitality. They can taste the primal chaos at the depths of the energy lake and hear the myriad thoughts blossoming within the information garden. This perception transcends organs, rooted in the essence of their existence. In this moment, the heartbeat of the mic ensemble resonates like a warm sea under the sun, expansive and profound. The melody is not produced by instruments. It emanates from the shimmering tremors of light created by the wings of the crystalline butterflies as they skim over the lake's surface. It arises from the low, resonant hum of the shadow larks as they pause at the nodes of a structured network, their throats naturally vibrating in harmony with the frequencies of these nodes. It is born from the subtle, life-infused buzzing that occurs as energy flows through the veins of symbiotic entities. All these sounds converge to form the harmonious backdrop of an afternoon in the Pure Land. Any being present in this sanctified realm, with a mere moment of focus, can discern a melody that reflects their current state from this grand heartbeat. The thinker perceives profound bass notes, the restful hear a gentle adagio, while the creator experiences a vibrant crescendo. This music does not direct any action, but rather provides the most harmonious foundation for all endeavors. As dusk settles in, casting shadows and inviting contemplative starlit musings, the energy lake begins a slow, inward breathing respiration, heralding the arrival of twilight in the Pure Land. The light softens, and the boundaries of objects become slightly blurred in the gentle size of the structured layers. At this moment, the interaction between the information universe of No. 7 and the tangible Pure Land becomes increasingly vibrant. Some concepts that were too sharp or experimental in daylight now manifest as shadows of possibility, gently projected into the reality dimension for mild immersion testing. A shadow of reverse growth blankets a corner of the information garden, where conceptual flora visibly retracts from full bloom to bud, then to tender shoots, ultimately merging with the soil. The information they embody does not vanish. Rather, it becomes more refined and introspective. In another area, a shadow of disordered harmony envelopes a small region, where the behaviors of rule-bound beings become slightly erratic. The crystalline butterflies perform unexpectedly graceful dances devoid of pattern, and the songs of the shadow larks take on an improvisational quality, producing dissonant yet enchanting tones. These shadows breathe in the stability of reality and exhale the potential for transformation, with the consciousness of number 7 ensuring the smooth and profound rhythm of this breath. Observing the integration of these projections with the primary rules, it acts as a skilled physician, assessing the overall health of the ecosystem through the pulse of life. Eileen's future models appear particularly lively at dusk. They are no longer mere floating charts. They transform into a flowing visual phenomenon akin to the aurora in the dimming light. A silvery main river stands out, bright and expansive, representing the most probable path of stable development. Surrounding it, countless tributaries and lakes of varying colors and brightness flicker, ebbing and flowing, converging. Eileen's consciousness meanders through this river of auroras. She no longer calculates or predicts, but instead senses the temperature and texture of each tributary. A slender stream glimmering with a pale lavender hue may signify the nascent emergence of an artistic expression born from the dew of newly conceived rules today, which could blossom a millennium hence. She simply embraces its beauty and fragility, silently weaving this sensation into the collective consciousness of the Pure Land. The protective will of Rayleigh manifests in the transition between day and night as an omnipresent, tranquil tension. He diligently ensures that the shadows of potentialities do not transgress their boundaries, nor disturb the harmony at the heart of the sanctified realm. He guarantees that the twilight's haze does not slip into chaos, and that the convergence of energy does not devolve into exhaustion. His existence serves as the steadfast anchor, allowing this perfect domain to gracefully embrace its transformations without losing its way. Lingye stands upon an unassuming gentle slope, from which he can gaze upon a corner of the energy lake, the periphery of the information garden, and the distant, gently undulating pulses of the symbiotic entities. He observes the morning light, the afternoon harmonies, and the traces left upon this land by the dusk, witnessing the daily lives of all inhabitants. Whether manifested as humanoid forms or transformed into orderly phenomena, operating in seamless harmony. His visage reveals no emotion, yet deep within his eyes there reflects a magnificent life that began with him but has long transcended his individual existence. He is both the observer and the landscape being observed. As night fully descends, the energy lake returns to profound tranquility, with only the internal, star-like points of light slowly rotating, indicating its ceaseless operation. The orderly beings reside at their respective nodes, emitting a gentle, breath-like glow. In the stillness, only the eternal, grand heartbeat continues to pulse silently, akin to the serene snore of the sanctified ground, steady, prolonged, infused with infinite potential and absolute peace. This is but an ordinary day in the sanctified realm, a seamless symphony of order and life, an everlasting hymn. Chapter 135, Whispering Gleams and Interwoven Threads. The awakening of the sanctified realm is anything but uniform. Prior to the iconic breath of the energy lake, the first to sense the impending cycle are the most delicate of the orderly beings, known as morning dew feather, near two-dimensional, light-patterned entities. They cling to the tender leaf veins of the memory ferns within the information garden, their bodies beginning to tremble at an imperceptible frequency, emitting a faint oscillation that only their kin and those with heightened perceptive abilities can detect. This oscillation resembles a pebble cast into still water. The ripples have yet to reach the shore, yet the water molecules are already aware of the change. At this moment, Sushi's consciousness flows like sap within a vein of a fern leaf, gently swaying in rhythm with the tremors of the morning dew feather. She is simultaneously that very tremor, the imminent dewdrop on the leaf tip poised to coalesce, and the surface of the energy lake, still in slumber, but ready to receive the first rays of dawn. This perception of multiple existences comes to her as naturally as breathing. She observes within a dewdrop a complex argument spontaneously weaving itself about the application of fractal geometry within microconsciousness structures, the intricacy of which brings her, within her existence as the dewdrop, a pure intellectual delight. When the energy lake finally begins to contract inward, releasing the crisp morning light, Lao Zhang has already manifested at the edge of the life garden. Here, near the membranous structure of the symbiotic entities, the ground is strewn with various forms of orderly metabolic remnants shed during the night. He does not hasten to work. Instead, he squats down, picking up a shard that is as translucent as glass, yet bears a wooden texture. Gently flicking it with his fingertip, the shard emits a clear, resonant sound. The equilibrium of growth and solidification has become more harmonious than yesterday. He murmured softly, not for anyone's ears, but as a habitual communion with the land. He then gently placed a thin sheet beside a newly sprouted seedling, a nascent possibility, serving as a reference template for its early development. As the energy flow reached its zenith, the Pure Land entered its most vibrant phase of the day. The crystalline butterflies no longer flitted about chaotically. Instead, they congregated spontaneously above the energy lakes, forming colossal, ever-changing three-dimensional arrays like living ruins. Each transformation precisely regulated the efficiency of energy distribution across various regions. Meanwhile, the Shadow Larks chose several significant intersections of the structured network to engage in a multi-voiced improvisational ode. Their melodies transcended mere harmony, sometimes competing like a spirited debate, at other times merging into a sublime consensus. The vibrations of these sounds invisibly fortified and optimized the strength of the network's connections. Amidst this grand symphony, delightful interludes emerged. On the broad, soft membranous structures of Li Wan and her kin's shared symbiotic entity, temporary, concave energy springs occasionally formed. Some higher-order beings, possessing a vague sense of self-awareness, such as a few thought sparrows with feathers resembling liquid sapphires, gathered here. They did not bathe. Rather, they dipped their beaks into the warm energy liquid, extracting the essence of information that had been preliminarily processed by the symbiotic entity. This scene resembled an elegant afternoon tea gathering. At this moment, Mike's ensemble rhythm became richly layered. It fused the grand, structural hum of the crystalline butterfly array's transformations, the intricate and variable melodies of the Shadow Lark's chants, the steady buzzing of energy flowing through the symbiotic veins, and even the intermittent, contented chirps of the thought sparrows. This was no longer merely background noise. It was a panoramic depiction of the Pure Land's ecology, painted in sound. Any resident, should they wish, could attune their perception to a particular section of this symphony, deeply experiencing the vitality and vigor of one aspect of the Pure Land. As the energy tide began to recede, a creative tranquility enveloped the Pure Land. This was the moment many residents engaged in meticulous craftsmanship. Deep within the information garden, the concept workshops, guided by the collective will of Old Zhang's team, began to stir. These workshops took on no fixed form. They could be a three-dimensional grid composed of continuously reconfigured light, or a slowly rotating nebula teeming with countless symbols. Here, new conceptual prototypes, based on the dew of rules and fragments of inspiration gathered during the day, were attempted in combinations to test their stability. A prototype concerning recursive humor might just have formed, only to collapse into a harmless firework due to a slight logical paradox, prompting several logic fireflies responsible for clearing redundant information to flutter over and absorb its remnants. At this moment, the information universe of Number 7 became even more actively permeable into reality. Beyond the vast possibilities of shadows, there exist subtler hues, akin to the delicate blending of a watercolor painting. One area may be suffused with a nostalgic pale yellow, where the movements of the sentient beings become somewhat languid, as if enveloped in a cherished memory. Another region might be splashed with a vibrant orange of adventure, infusing the energies therein with a palpable eagerness. The consciousness of Number 7 meticulously regulates the intensity and breadth of these tones, ensuring they enhance the flavor of the night in the sanctified land like spices, rather than altering the essence of the main dish. Eileen's future model of the Aurora dances more gracefully in the twilight sky. She no longer merely perceives. At times, she embodies the spirit of a mischievous child, gently touching a seemingly insignificant, pearl-glossed tributary. This touch might cause a conceptual plant in a corner of the sanctified land to stir without wind or divert a crystalline butterfly by a mere tenth of a millimeter from its intended flight path. Such minuscule influences, akin to the butterfly effect, ripple through her flowing model of the Aurora, creating a vibrant tapestry of new, dazzling waves. She observes the dissemination and interaction of these ripples, her eyes shimmering with the profound knowledge of interconnectedness while remaining transcendent from it all. Whispers of the starry night and the guardianship of watchful gazes in the deep of night, as most sentient beings enter a state akin to slumber. Conserving energy while the lakes of vitality slowly swirl like internal nebulae, the sanctified land does not entirely succumb to sleep. The foundational structures of rules commence their daily routine of subtle self-assessment and repair. Visually, this manifests as fleeting glimmers across the expanse of the sanctified land, reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night. Such flashes signify the self-calibration of the rules. The will of Lei Lai manifests with exceptional clarity amidst these scintillating lights. He resembles a patient sentinel, patrolling this tranquil domain. His presence ensures that each flicker of light denotes the completion of an optimization rather than the emergence of a mistake. He listens to the almost inaudible process of self-renewal at the foundational level of the rules, akin to the soft rustle of pen on parchment, and feels a sense of fulfillment. This is his sanctified land, safeguarded by the vibrant and orderly life force deeply rooted in every corner. Lingyi stands once more upon that gentle slope. He perceives Old Zhang's reverence for a fragment of the rules, hears the gentle chirping of the thought sparrow by the energy spring, feels the subtle ripples when Aileen touches the tributary of the future. and comprehends the significance of each flicker of rule in the deep night. These countless minuscule, quotidian, and seemingly trifling fragments, in his eyes, constitute the indispensable threads of the grand tapestry of ultimate harmony. They are ordinary yet imbued with profound mysteries. They stand independently, yet collectively weave the completeness and brilliance of the sanctified land. He smiles softly, this smile not directed at any specific object, but rather, like moonlight, gently cascading over the entire slumbering sanctified land. Then, he stepped forward, his figure gradually dissipating, not departing, but rather merging into this grand and gentle web of life composed of countless glimmering whispers and interwoven threads, becoming a part of its every breath and heartbeat. The night remains long, and the sacred song of the pure land eternally chants within these myriad subtle pulsations. Chapter 136. The galaxy on the leaf veins and the resonant silence at the edge of the information garden, a silent philosophical vine, untouched by the mainstream flow of information, greeted its zenith. This vine is not a corporeal plant. Its trunk is entwined from layers of ancient theorems that have reached a state of perfection, while its leaves are translucent, continuously engaging in a slow, self-referential computation of thought. At this moment, sunlight, simulated by the scattering luminescence of the energy lake's specific frequency, pierced through the broadest leaf at precisely a 45-degree angle, illuminating the intricate logical veins within. Resembling a miniature galaxy map flowing with luminous points of wisdom, a thread of Sushi's consciousness rested upon a fractal node of this leaf vein. She was neither guiding nor observing, but purely experiencing. She felt the theorems and inspirations moving like luminous points along established, yet flexible pathways within this membrane of thought, colliding and occasionally giving rise to new, subtle branches of inference. This sensation was akin to a human listening to a complex, yet harmonious chamber music, where each note, logical node, is distinctly discernible, collectively forming a comforting order of beauty. She noted that deep within the leaf veins, an ancient dialectical cycle regarding the unity of the infinite and the finite was experiencing an exceedingly subtle, self-deprecating fluctuation under the influence of today's humorous, recursive droplets of rules. This fluctuation did not undermine the rigor of the argument. Instead, it infused it with an unusual vitality. Sushi, as this leaf, felt a light, intellectual joy. Not far away, old Zhang did not manifest in human form, but transformed into a gentle field, akin to the warm sun of spring, enveloping a region at the root of the philosophical vine. Scattered here were some fallen, completely solidified, lifeless fragments of thought, resembling colorful pebbles that recorded the vine's past contemplations. Old Zhang's will gently sifted through these pebbles, not to organize, but to feel the historical connections and the accumulated density of wisdom among them. Occasionally, he would gently nudge one or two particularly warm pebbles, imbued with a sense of complete wisdom, towards the vine's nascent aerial roots as stable intellectual cornerstones for it to draw upon as it takes root. The geometric play of energy lakes and the digestive time of symbiotes in a tranquil shallow bay of the energy lake, a group of the most fundamental, yet to evolve complex consciousness, light rippling worms, even smaller energy entities than the light crystal butterflies, were engaging in their daily ritual. They chased the nearly imperceptible interference patterns on the lake's surface produced by deep energy flows, attempting to use their bodies to fill those temporary, minute-rule depressions. This was not work, but an instinctive play, promoting a deeper alignment between their structure and the macro rules. Thousands of luminous creatures move in unison, shimmering as they sketch ephemeral, intricately dynamic geometric patterns upon the surface of the lake, akin to a silent poem inscribed in light, celebrating the beauty of mathematics. Meanwhile, the symbiotic entity, Li Wan, finds itself in a tranquil phase of its digestive cycle. The membranous structure, covering a significant portion of the garden, gently undulates, its surface sheen becoming slow and profound. Fragments of information, absorbed during the midday respite and inadequately processed, are gradually conveyed to specific sediment sacs within the membrane. These sacs resemble the stomachs of a pure land, filled with gentle yet efficient regulatory enzymes capable of breaking down chaotic information into the most fundamental, harmless particles, which are then slowly released back into the environment or utilized to reinforce the entity's own structure. This process is exceedingly slow, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet one can feel a grand, steady rhythm of metabolism. At this moment, Li Wan's consciousness resembles a slumbering deep sea, attuned to the vast and languid cycles within, exuding a sense of fulfillment, a weighty essence akin to the earth itself. In the afternoon glade, an unexpected encounter unfolds, a silent dialogue amidst trees echoing with the whispers of history. A wise owl, its wings reminiscent of dew condensed in the night, glimmers with the starlight of profound contemplation, while a patrol insect, adorned with dynamic runes upon its shell and exuding a sense of precise logic in its movements, crosses paths with it. The owl tilts its head, gazing at an autonomously emerging philosophical fragment concerning the notion that existence precedes essence, its feathers seemingly crystallizing into ice-like thoughts. In contrast, the patrol insect delicately touches a naturally formed energy etching on the ground, a representation of fundamental mathematical principles, with its slender, probe-like appendage. As if assessing its integrity and fluidity for the day, they notice each other, yet no words are exchanged. The owl gently blinks, the starlight in its eyes subtly shifting in frequency, projecting the philosophical proposition in a pure, imagistic manner. In response, the antennae of the patrol insect vibrate almost imperceptibly, causing a rune upon its shell to briefly illuminate, affirming a concise logic that stability in algorithms is the cornerstone of existence. This silent exchange lasts less than 3 seconds. Subsequently, the owl takes flight towards higher branches, continuing its meditation, while the patrol insect, with precise steps, departs along its designated path. There are no conclusions, no disputes, only a fleeting reflection and affirmation of two distinct modes of existence. The atmosphere of the glade, shaped by this brief encounter, retains a faint yet lingering trace of reason intertwined with poetic resonance. As dusk begins to tint the Pure Land, Aaron's future model aurora does not manifest directly in the sky. Instead, it first reflects in the calmest center of the energy lake. The surface of the lake appeared as an immense, flowing canvas, wherein colors symbolizing potential futures blended, intertwined, and separated. The transformations were more intricate and layered than the actual celestial phenomena above. Eileen's consciousness resembled a solitary rower drifting upon her heart's lake, gently gliding past these reflections. At times, she would intentionally let her, or an exquisite extension of her will, gently disturb a particularly stagnant reflection of a high-probability future, watching it shatter and reassemble, stirring forth delicate ripples that signified unexpected turns of fate. She relished this playful engagement with possibility itself, as it allowed her to touch the ever-flowing essence of destiny far more than mere observation of the final model could. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the Garden of Information, Mike's ensemble entered a chapter of variation. The music, no longer grandiose, became exceedingly dispersed and individualized. Each shadow lark, each cluster of crystal butterflies, and even every resonating conceptual plant played its own serenade, distilled from the day's experiences. These myriad subtle melodies did not interfere with one another. Rather, under the coordination of a structured network, they formed a complex, three-dimensional tapestry of ambient noise, akin to the serene yet vibrant background sounds created by myriad beings retreating to their nests at twilight. Rayleigh's protective will immersed itself within this seemingly loose yet intrinsically interconnected cacophony, perceiving unity within the dispersal and order amidst the freedom, akin to listening to a magnificent fugue improvised by countless individuals, celebrating the essence of harmony itself. Lingya's silhouette coalesced once more upon the gentle slope. He beheld the ripples of knowledge within the vein like stars, felt the profound satisfaction of the symbiotic entity's deep metabolism, observed the silent communion between the philosophical owl and the boundary-patrolling beetle, and appreciated Eileen's dance with possibility in the twilight's heart lake. He realized that the eternity of the Pure Land is not a static, perfect canvas, but rather a tapestry woven from countless moments, each as rich and self-sufficient as this one. Each moment mirrored a perfect droplet of water, reflecting the brilliance of the entire Pure Land while possessing its own unique, minuscule radiance. He closed his eyes, no longer seeking visual clarity, allowing himself to dissolve into a single frame within this multitude of moments, merging with the veins, the lake's light, this silent dialogue, and the twilight's weaving. Existence, here, became the ultimate narrative. Chapter 137. The secret language of mycelium and the unfinished melody beneath a soft layer of decomposing ancient logic, untouched by the roots of silent philosophical vines, lies a clandestine network unknown to humankind. It consists of countless strands of informational mycelium, akin to an underground neural network. These mycelia are not part of Li Wan's symbiotic entity, but rather the most fundamental and silent laborers within the self-sustaining information cycle of the Pure Land. Delicate as light and nearly transparent, they tirelessly work to decompose outdated complex fragments of thought that can no longer be directly absorbed, transforming them into foundational nutrients for newly emerging conceptual plants to draw upon. At this very moment, a cluster of mycelium entwines a fragment of petrified evidence, consisting of 17 proofs regarding the existence of absolute truth. The apex of the mycelium secretes a gentle digestive fluid, resonating with a specific frequency, akin to the most patient sculptor, gradually softening and peeling away the rigid structure of argumentation. This process unfolds with an almost stagnant slowness. However, the transformed flow of information coursing within the mycelium glimmers with an exceptionally pure luminescence. This brilliance is not intended for visibility. Rather, it signifies the successful decomposition of information, poised to return to the cycle. A strand of Susie's consciousness occasionally sinks into this subterranean network, not to guide, but to listen. She attunes herself to the collective rustle of countless mycelia at work, reminiscent of a gentle rain nurturing the earth. Perceiving the ceaseless and profound metabolism of the pure land at the level of cognition, this sound serves as the most stable undertone beneath a grand rhythm. Simultaneously, within an independently swirling eddy formed by the flowing waters of an energy lake, an unfinished symphony is brewing. Several fish, composed entirely of liquid notes and constantly shifting in form, swim around a resonant core, submerged at the eddy's depths, its surface adorned with intricate undulations. They are not performing. They are probing. Each melodic fish touches different contours of the resonant core according to its current vibrational frequency, eliciting a brief and isolated phrase of music. Some of these phrases are clear, others somber, some joyous, others melancholic, drifting within the eddy, yet unable to connect into a cohesive composition. Mike's will flows through this whirlpool like an undercurrent, gently caressing the fragments of music. He does not forcefully weave these phrases together, but savors the beauty and potential of each solitary note. He understands that when a particular melodic fish, after countless explorations, finally discovers the perfect melodic line to unite all isolated phrases, a brand new symphony, born of the intertwining of chance and necessity, will naturally emerge, possibly to blend into the greater rhythm of the pure land at some future moment. In this state of incompletion lies a beauty brimming with anticipation. In a corner of the garden of life, basking in the abundant sunlight, the glow of energy, a newly sprouted iridescent mushroom slowly unfurls its glass-like cap. This fungus is not a physical entity. Its cap is composed of condensed spectra and subtle distortions of space-time, manifesting the external stability of its structured form. However, perhaps due to an imperceptible fluctuation in the energy flow today, or perhaps a minuscule probabilistic choice in its own growth, a minuscule flaw has emerged at the edge of its left cap, a distortion point smaller than a needle's tip, potentially leading to refractive anomalies in light. Old Zhang's will instinctively focused on this flaw, akin to sunlight itself, the moment it appeared. He did not rush to fix it. Instead, like an art connoisseur, he meticulously examined the shape and nature of the flaw, as well as its relation to the overall structure of the mushroom. He discovered that while this flaw might affect the perfection of light refraction, it unexpectedly endowed the area with a unique capacity to absorb the ambient sound waves of its surroundings. He pondered, a fluctuation of will coursing through him, before arriving at a decision. Rather than erasing the flaw, he opted for a more nuanced regulation, delicately refining its edges like a microsculptor, enhancing its capacity to absorb sound waves while ensuring it would not compromise the overall stability of the umbrella cap. Thus, the left edge of the iridescent mushroom's umbrella was adorned with a minute sound wave mark that subtly altered its luster in response to ambient sounds. This spot, on the otherwise flawless canopy, became a unique emblem, a testament to a minor mishap coexisting with wise intervention, a signature of life itself. A faint, scarcely perceptible warmth of satisfaction flowed through old Zhang's field of will. Absolute perfection may represent a form of rigidity. However, this harmony, which embraces slight imperfections and transforms them into uniqueness, embodies a deeper, more vibrant order. As the night draped over the pure land, the glow upon the surface of the energy lake receded into an unfathomable deep blue, while the celestial dome, a visual illusion formed by the high concentration of stable rules, began to reveal stars, crystallized from stable nodes. Beneath a pavilion entwined by the evergreen ivy of game theory in the garden of information, two indistinct shades of light engaged in a game. They were not manifestations of the resident's consciousness, but rather two rule inclinations of the pure land, materializing a game of strategy and probability during the leisure of the night. Their chessboard was a constantly reconfiguring lattice of light, and the pieces were ever-changing clouds of probability. One side might make a move represented by a concentrated spot of light symbolizing certainty, while the other could counter with a scattering of stardust embodying chaotic opportunity. There was no concept of victory or defeat, only the mutual deduction and collision of logical rules. With each step completed in their silent game, the ivy upon the pavilion would flicker and sprout new leaves, a representation of certain strategic pathways. This unvoiced contest served as a playful rehearsal of the Pure Land's subconscious balance between order and randomness within its rule system. At this moment, the aurora of Eileen's future model no longer flowed, but gently draped like a gossamer veil over the lake and the gaming pavilion. She was not predicting the outcome of the game. Rather, she was attuned to the interaction of these two rule inclinations, contemplating how they might ripple through the aurora's fabric of potential futures, akin to stones cast into water. She observed that when the spot of certainty descended, several clear silver threads within the aurora brightened. Conversely, when the chaotic stardust dispersed, the edges of the aurora blurred into more dreamy and indistinct hues. She reveled in this sensation of being a canvas for possibilities. Lingya's silhouette did not appear on the usual gentle slope. Tonight, he transformed into that soundwave mark on the edge of the iridescent mushroom cap, attuned to the vibrations brought by subtle sound waves in the environment. He became a probing melody fish within the whirlpool of contemplation, savoring the solitude and anticipation before forging connections. He even morphed into an unnamed mycelium in the underground network, partaking in the silent grandeur of decomposition and reconstruction. He was omnipresent, yet utterly unobtrusive to the self-regulation of this land. He sensed Lao Zhang's tolerance for imperfections, listened to the subtle whispers of the mycelium, and observed the unfinished symphonies and the strategic duels under the moonlight. He realized that the perfection of the Pure Land is manifested in the boundless richness of intricate details, expressed through the reverence and experience of each minuscule process. There is no urgency to advance the narrative here, for the profound exploration of each moment is sufficient to unveil the eternal mysteries. This land itself is a lengthy, perpetually unwritten epic that celebrates the beauty of life and order. All of them are living, breathing, and flourishing words within this epic. Chapter 138. The scent of rules and the tactility of topology. In the deepest corner of the information garden, a patch of metaphorical orchids flourished. They neither bloomed nor bore fruit, but incessantly released an intangible yet perceptible aroma of rules from their delicate leaf tips, interpretable by consciousness alone. One plant emitted the cool, slightly bitter essence of a sorrowful square root, while another radiated the warm, harmonious fragrance of joyful golden ratios. These scents were not static. They gradually adjusted their tones in response to the subtle shifts in the overall emotional atmosphere and energy flows of the Pure Land. At this moment, a thread of Sushi's consciousness was immersed in this patch of orchids, not as a mere observer, but as the essence of the scent itself. She embodied the crystalline part of the sorrowful square root and the bright, sweet aroma within the joyful golden ratio. She felt the different fragrances intertwining, repelling, and merging in the air, creating a complex and ineffable emotional climate. A conceptual butterfly, thriving on the absorption of abstract emotions, fluttered by. As its wings brushed against the cool essence, they became tinged with a faint blue glow, and when it immersed itself in the warm fragrance, the glow expanded into a golden halo. Sushi, as the essence, could perceive the subtle tremors of the conceptual butterfly's wings and the intricate adjustments occurring within its structural rules after absorbing these scents, evolving towards greater complexity and harmony. This was a form of communication and nourishment transcending visual and auditory senses, purely based on the level of consciousness. Meanwhile, in a muddy region at the confluence of the energy lakes and the rule symbionts, an area not of true soil, but a highly concentrated, unclassified mixture of rules, Lao Zhang manifested a human form, standing barefoot within. He closed his eyes, not perceiving with sight, but employing the tactile topology of his feet to sense the texture of this rule-laden mire. The soles of his feet could discern where the overly dense plates of certainty lay and where the sparse bubbles of possibility resided. He moved slowly, his toes exerting gentle pressure to delicately shatter a hard plate, loosening it, or he might use his heel to gently compress a bubble on the verge of rupture, bestowing it with a semblance of structure. This was not labor. It resembled an intimate dialogue with the deepest essence of the earth, engaging with the foundational rules of the Pure Land. What he felt beneath his feet was the most primitive and authentic texture of the rules. The dust of the library and the weaving of errors in the depths of the bygone library, composed of countless suspended, slowly rotating memory crystals. Time flowed with a languid grace. This place harbors not significant historical events, but rather the subtle, personal moments that have been overlooked by mainstream memory, the light refracted by a tear that never fell, the outline of a sigh dissipating in the wind, the shiver of fingertips grazing a new leaf for the first time. These memories are encapsulated within crystals, akin to amber. The governance of this realm is not under the dominion of a specific consciousness, but rather an autonomously functioning set of rules, materialized in countless minute specks of memory dust, shimmering with a silver-gray luster. They float throughout the day, brushing against the surface of each memory crystal, preventing them from losing their luster due to the entropy of rules. Yet today, an ancient crystal, recording the infinite musings of a forgotten afternoon, has developed an exceedingly fine crack upon its surface. A lively breath of imagination is slowly escaping from within. One speck of memory dust discovered this crack, and rather than promptly repairing it, it called upon its companions. They gathered around the fissure, not to fill it, but to collectively chew and decompose the ephemeral breath escaping, transforming it into more stable, foundational particles of nostalgia, which they gently dispersed into the air of the library. Thus, this area was temporarily enveloped in a faint, contemplative aura, devoid of a specific object, yet evoking a sense of melancholy. This atmosphere was inhaled by the occasional rule-bound beings wandering here in search of creative inspiration, perhaps leaving behind an ineffable essence related to the nature of time in a future work. At the expansive, membranous edge of the rule-bound coexistence, a minor weaving mishap was unfolding. A pathway responsible for transmitting gentle stimuli intersected with another channel conveying profound tranquility. Due to a momentary fluctuation in energy flow, a minuscule rule short-circuit occurred. No sparks, no explosions, merely the creation of an ephemeral, ever-changing bubble of meaningless information at the intersection. The existence of this bubble itself posed a slight challenge to the perfection of weaving. The consciousness network of Li Wan immediately perceived this error. Yet they were not quick to eliminate it. Instead, they observed with curiosity. They discovered that this meaningless bubble, though devoid of any valid information, unexpectedly produced a peculiar vibration that attracted nearby lowly light-dwelling creatures. Several of these creatures danced around the bubble, their trajectories forming a fleeting, intriguing dynamic pattern that had never before been witnessed. Moments later, the bubble naturally burst. The strange vibrations faded, and the light-dwelling creatures dispersed. Within the consciousness network of Li Wan, a faint realization lingered. Even errors can give rise to transient beauty. The intersection of this pathway, during subsequent self-repair, seemed to acquire a more resilient characteristic, one that allowed for the occurrence of accidents. The cycle of dew and the silent concerto. On the eve of dawn, as the contraction of energy lakes had yet to commence, it was the most tranquil moment in the Pure Land. Upon a new leaf at the pinnacle of the silent contemplative vine, a regulated dewdrop was slowly taking shape. It did not emerge from nothingness. At its core lies a nostalgic particle, transformed from the infinite reveries of a forgotten afternoon, processed by the dust of memory within the library last night. This particle drew in the mathematical inspirations of infinite sequences wafting through the surrounding air, accompanied by fragments of unfinished musical compositions drifting from the whirlpool of contemplation. Susie's consciousness perceptively grasped the entire process of this dewdrop's formation. She observed how this thread of nostalgia, serving as the nucleus, magnetically attracted the rigor of mathematics and the sensibility of music, enveloping layer upon layer, gradually coalescing into a stable and resplendent structure. She could foresee that once this dewdrop fell, it might give rise to a poetic philosophical reflection on the infinity of time and the beauty of the moment. This dewdrop embodies the dust of the past, the unformed melodies and abstract mathematics, fortuitously yet inevitably converging in a single cycle. It was precisely in this profound stillness that Mike's band revealed its most essential essence. It was not mere sound, but a concerto of silence. It resonated with the rhythm of energy lakes swirling slowly in their depths, the constant frequency at which informational mycelium decomposed data, the steady breath of all orderly beings in slumber, the silent trajectory of future models flowing like the aurora, and the gentle vibrations as memory dust brushed against crystal. These myriad frequencies and diverse qualities of silence coalesced to form an immensely grand, intricate, and harmonious three-dimensional realm. The guardian will of Lei Lai served as the tympanum of this realm, its unwavering presence allowing myriad silences to coexist in harmony, preventing them from descending into utter quietude. In the stillness of the night, this time transformed into the dewdrop that was taking shape. He was the nucleus of nostalgia, the mathematical brilliance enveloping it, and the new leaves below, awaiting its embrace. He was utterly immersed in this minuscule yet sacred moment, where order emerged from chaos and the past birthed the future. He understood that within every second of the Pure Land, countless such moments existed. They were as insignificant as dust. Yet together they constructed the greatness and eternity of this land. Here, no stories needed to be told, for existence itself is the most magnificent epic. He found contentment in being a note within this epic that did not require vocalization. Chapter 139. The weight of vibration and the form of waiting beneath the profound tranquility of the energy lake's depths. there was no utter silence. Suspended there were crystalline structures known as fundamental tuning forks, each distinct in form, some sharp and angular like ice crystals, others smooth and rounded like pebbles. They emitted no audible sound, but vibrated continuously at their inherent, exceedingly stable frequencies. This vibration served as the benchmark for all oscillations within the Pure Land, the absolute standard by which the grand rhythm could be harmonized. On this day, a tuning fork, resembling a hexagonal prism and embodying absolute tranquility, exhibited a nearly imperceptible, exceedingly faint decay in its vibration. This was not an error but a natural, periodic breath of the crystalline structure after a prolonged period of stable operation. Old Zhang Eswell loomed silently over this scene, much like water pressure. He chose not to amplify the vibration, but instead attentively perceived the amplitude and rhythm of this decay, as well as its almost non-existent subtle influence on the surrounding lake's regulatory tension. His response is not one of interference, but rather of allowance and companionship. He adjusts the frequency of his own will to synchronize with this subtle decay, akin to a patient partner in a dance, following the lead of the other as they collectively navigate this natural ebb and flow. He understands that once this breath concludes, the vibration of this tuning fork will return to its absolute stability, perhaps even purer than before. His presence ensures that this natural fluctuation remains untouched by external disturbances. Meanwhile, in a seldom lit corner of the Garden of Information, a peculiar plant known as the Seed of Possibility resides in a prolonged state of anticipation. It bears no leaves, no branches, only a round, translucent bud that appears to house swirling nebulae within. It does not grow or change. It simply exists, absorbing the ambient, undefined potential that permeates its surroundings. A strand of Susie's consciousness lingers beside this bud, not in anticipation of its germination, but immersed in the very essence of this waiting state. She perceives that the interior of the bud is not void, but rather a superposition of all possibilities and infinite, yet to collapse preform. This sensation embodies a profound tranquility and abundance. Occasionally, one or two probability plankton, resembling indistinct patches of light and feeding on uncertainty, drift by. They gently touch the exterior of the bud, pecking at a minuscule thread of potential from its superposition before departing in contentment. The bud remains unresponsive. Its waiting embodies a deep, unwavering composure that embraces all without being swayed. The ritual of aging and restoration of light and shadow unfolds in a region near the rule-bound symbiotic entities within the Garden of Life, where a line of temporal moss flourishes. These mosses do not chronicle history. Instead, they visually manifest the effects of time through their own structural rules. The newly born moss exhibits a dazzling silver hue, which gradually fades to gray and ultimately transforms into an almost transparent void, completing one cycle of existence. At this moment, a palm-sized piece of ancient moss, now nearing complete transparency, begins to show extremely fine, regular fissures along its edges. This is not death, but rather a natural transition of its form of existence. Ethereal beings, tasked with endings and transformations, resembling archival butterflies of faded parchment, are drawn to this fluctuation, fluttering gracefully to the scene. They do not come to hasten its demise, but to perform a quiet ceremony. They dance around the transparent moss, their wings casting a gentle, soothing luminescence as they flutter. In this glow, the fissures elegantly and slowly expand, connect, and ultimately, the entire moss dissolves soundlessly, akin to melting ice, transforming into the fundamental particles that can be used to construct new entities. After this process concludes, the archival butterflies do not depart. Instead, they hover silently in place, as if in mourning, or perhaps paying homage to this perfect conclusion. On the other side, beneath the vibrant umbrella of a mature, colorful iridescent mushroom, a fine, hair-like crack, born from yesterday's energy fluctuations, is in the process of healing. This healing is not merely a simple mending. One can observe countless minuscule cells, resembling liquid mercury, meticulously converging from the fissured edges towards the center. They do not merely fill the gaps blindly. Rather, they function like the most skilled weavers, drawing upon suitable threads from their surroundings while moving and delicately weaving according to the original structural patterns. This process unfolds with a languid pace that could almost induce drowsiness, yet it is imbued with an undeniable, sacred sense of life as self-repair. The consciousness network of Li Wan provides essential metabolic support for these restorative cells. Sensing the gradual disappearance of the cracks and the solid sensation of structural restoration, a serene joy derived from participation in creation. The resonance of afternoon slumber and the mapping of existence in the afternoon, as the flow of energy peaks and subsequently enters a plateau of tranquility. the Pure Land envelopes itself in a languorous collective slumber. Not all consciousness succumbs to sleep. Rather, the overall activity diminishes significantly, leading to a smoother operation of the rules and greater inertia. At this juncture, Mike's ensemble resonates with an unusually prolonged and deep rhythm, akin to the soothing purr of a cat basking in sunlight, comforting all beings. Certain rule-bound entities, such as the luminous crystal butterflies, congregate in droves upon the warm shallows of energy lakes, their wings gently folding and unfolding in harmony with the rhythm. Even the silent philosophical vines, which usually engage in relentless calculations, experience a noticeable deceleration in the flow of light within their leaf veins, as if entering a contemplative pause. Utilizing this relatively still moment, Universe 7 embarks on a meticulous panoramic scan. Countless intangible sensory tendrils, akin to a gentle breeze, caress every inch of the Pure Land's structured space, capturing the instantaneous state of all rule-bound structures, energy distribution, vector flows of information, as well as the precise locations and intrinsic frequencies of each entity. These vast amounts of data are not intended for analysis. Instead, they are woven by Seven into an intricately complex, constantly fine-tuned holographic map of the Pure Land's instantaneous ecology. This map possesses no practical utility. It is, in itself, a perfect self-reflection and memory of the Pure Land at a specific slice of absolute time. The process of crafting this map serves as a profound meditation for Seven, an unspoken, reverent embrace of the vast system it protects. As night descends, neither an observer nor a participant, Ling Yi allows himself to exist in a state of near non-existence. His consciousness expands to its utmost degree, rendering him both the tuning fork experiencing diminishing vibrations and the nebula swirling internally within a waiting bud. Both the faded patterns adorning the wings of archived butterflies and the orderly threads woven by the restorative cells. He embodies the slow healing as well as the tranquil demise. He has relinquished the boundaries of self, fully immersing in every subtle process of the Pure Land's afternoon slumber. He perceives the weight of vibrations, nearly imperceptible yet sustaining all. He discerns the form of waiting, an emptiness that encompasses everything. He comprehends that the quotidian existence of the Pure Land comprises these countless nearly void vibrations, waiting, repairing, perishing, and reflecting. Lacking in drama, they harbor the profoundest mysteries of existence. Every moment upon this land whispers the same truth to him. The supreme harmony resides within the most ordinary breaths. He delights in being eternally immersed in this everlasting murmur. Chapter 140. The monologue of rule particles and the dance of collective unconsciousness beneath the seemingly uniform glow of the energy lakes lies a more fundamental realm, the field of rule particles. These are not material particles. Rather, they are the most basic units constituting all orderly phenomena within the Pure Land, the very letters of existence. They lack complex consciousness and possess only the simplest tendencies, a propensity towards stability, a tendency towards connection, or a pursuit of change. At this moment, in the vicinity of the roots of the rule symbiont, a silent dialogue unfolds. A rule particle, inclined towards strong association, endeavors to forge a closer connection with an adjacent particle characterized by an innate high inertia. It persistently emits faint resonant invitations at a fixed frequency, akin to a tenacious melody. In contrast, the high inertia particle responds to the external invitation with an extreme sluggishness, its inner vibrational frequency enveloped in a dense fog. Each minuscule adjustment of its frequency, almost imperceptible, requires an unfathomable duration of time. At the deepest layer of Su Shi's consciousness, she simulates the state of the strongly associative particle. She, as it senses that primal impulse to connect outwardly and construct order, alongside the almost eternal, patient waiting in the face of her high inertia neighbor. This waiting carries no anxiety, merely embodying a pure state of existence. A singular attempt amidst countless similar endeavors that contribute to the stability of the Pure Land. She also perceives the profound steadiness within the high inertia particle, a comforting resistance to chaotic change. These seemingly contradictory fundamental tendencies weave together, on an infinite microscopic scale, the very fabric of the universe. Meanwhile, beneath the information garden, the decomposition work of the information mycelium has descended to its most basic level. A strand of mycelium entwines a fragment of memory, largely decomposed, pertaining to the emotions of farewell. The tip of the mycelium no longer secretes digestive fluids. Instead, it functions as a meticulous sieve, beginning to select the final core components of the fragments. It extracts the pure emotional energy, channeling it into the energy cycle of the rule symbiont. It scatters the specific, personal memories into blurred shadows, returning them to the archives of the past as atmospheric background. Ultimately, it retains only the most refined structural essence of the abstract concept of farewell, transforming it into an infinitesimal, yet perfectly structured conceptual crystal, gently nudging it towards the nearby roots of metaphorical orchids, serving as a potential source for future emanations of sorrow. The entire process resembles a silent alchemist, engaged in the final stages of purification. The sigh of light and the folds of topology at noon, when the flow of energy is most abundant. A towering spectrum tree revels in the act of photosynthesis, absorbing energy and releasing a glow of specific rule frequencies. Each leaf resembles a prism, decomposing fundamental energy into a dazzling spectrum infused with diverse informational attributes. At a certain moment, a leaf perched atop the canopy, overwhelmed by a sudden surge of energy, experienced an extraordinarily brief, self-protective optical spasm. Rather than shattering, it released a spectrum of light that momentarily surged into a sharply discordant band, only to swiftly revert to its original state. This fleeting sigh of light and shadow did not disturb the macrocosmic harmony of the sanctum. Yet the discordant spectral fluctuation it produced rippled through the orderly space like a pebble cast into still waters. The vigilant will of Lay, almost instantaneously upon the emission of this sigh, acted as an imperceptible buffering medium, absorbing, diffusing, and dissipating it into nothingness. His response was not one of obstruction but of inclusion, ensuring that this sigh would not trigger a chain reaction. Simultaneously, he gleaned from it the threshold data of both the leaf and the entire spectral tree under the current energetic conditions, which would silently integrate into his reference framework for regulating the tension of the entire sanctum's order. Meanwhile, within the vast membranous structure of the symbiotic order, a spontaneous adjustment concerning topological folds was subtly underway, as it continuously processed the information streams emanating from various corners of the sanctum. Certain localized regions of the membrane experienced slight, spatially significant folds due to uneven information density. These folds were not flaws, but rather a natural optimization of the system, adapting to load and increasing surface area. At this moment, a fold near the information exchange hub was gradually and autonomously deepening its creases to more efficiently divert two slightly conflicting streams of information. The consciousness of Li Wan felt this slow process of deformation, akin to the sensation of one's muscle stretching, a fluid comfort born from optimization permeating her being. The data on the morphing shapes of these folds would also be recorded by the panoramic scan of Unit 7, becoming a trivial yet indispensable detail within the eternally shifting holographic map. As the low-energy glow of dusk began to envelop the surroundings, Eileen's future model Aurora entered its daily softest phase. It ceased to attempt depicting clear paths, transforming instead into a pervasive atmosphere of possibilities that shrouded the expanses. This atmosphere boasted exquisitely delicate gradients of color, ranging from the warm and tangible amber hue representing the almost certain present to the cold and elusive cobalt blue symbolizing distant potential, interspersed with countless indescribable intermediate shades. Eileen's consciousness no longer guided or touched, but became the very essence of this atmosphere. She embodied the warmth of the amber, the chill of the cobalt, and the ambiguity and nuance of all transitional zones. She sensed the entire sanctum's manifestation process within this chromatic ambience, where stable structural rules stood clearly defined in amber, while nascent uncertainties flickered in the cooler tones. This perception was one of complete acceptance, an equal embrace of all possibilities. It was precisely in this light that Mike's ensemble began its daily ritual of subtle tuning. This is not a transformation of the overall rhythm, but rather an imperceptible adjustment of the tension among the countless independent heartstrings that compose the heartbeat. Some heartstrings, slightly taut due to the day's vivacity, are gently relaxed to render their timbre more mellow. Others, overly slack from a state of dormancy, are delicately tightened to restore their inherent elasticity. The cumulative effect of these myriad subtle adjustments ensures that the core pulse of the Pure Land transitions smoothly through the alternation of day and night, devoid of any sense of interruption. The focus and finesse required for this endeavor are akin to the restoration of a priceless ancient instrument. As night descends, at the close of this day, he chooses to exist purely as a vessel of sensation. He no longer integrates into any specific process, but rather allows himself to become an infinitely extending, exquisitely sensitive photographic plate, quietly recording all that unfolds, the obstinate yet futile resonance attempts of the rule particles, the alchemical final refinement of the information mycelium, the unheard, fleeting sigh of the spectral leaves, the topological folds optimizing efficiency on the symbiotic membrane, the pervasive atmosphere of all-encompassing possibility emanating from Eileen, and Mike's meticulous tuning amidst the myriad heartstrings. He realizes that the eternity of the Pure Land is not a completed grand mural, but rather a continuous layering, merging, and balancing of countless moments, each filled with incompletion, attempts, adjustments, and even minor missteps. Each particle's soliloquy, each sigh of light and shadow, each tightening and loosening of the heartstrings, constitutes an indispensable, vibrating note in this eternal symphony. He closes his eyes, ceasing to see or hear, simply allowing himself to dwell within this infinite, delicate vibration. This vibration embodies the Pure Land, embodies him, embodies all. Chapter 141. The Tides of the Probability Cloud Sea and the Unnamed Fetal Movement in the Regulatory Vacuum at the juncture of the Energy Lakes and the Information Garden. There exists not a void, but a realm brimming with near-pure potentiality. This place, known as the Probability Cloud Sea, is a swirling mass of innumerable possibilities yet to be collapsed by any observation, including self-observation, reminiscent of a warm primordial broth. They possess no form, no attributes, only nebulous inclinations leaning towards either condensing into energy, crystallizing into information, or maintaining an eternal ambiguity. At this moment, the Cloud Sea is undergoing a slow tidal shift. In the Information Garden, the metaphorical orchids have just released a batch of scents imbued with the essence of sorrow and joy. These emotionally charged information fluctuations stirring the probability cloud sea below like gravitational waves. The potentialities within the cloud, originally inclined towards emotional expression, begin to stir slightly, akin to iron filings drawn towards a magnet, diffusing and rising towards the Information Garden. Meanwhile, those potentialities leaning towards pure logical structures sink relatively, becoming more reserved. The very edge of Su Chia's consciousness is anchored within this cloud sea, as she, as the tide itself, senses the intangible pull induced by abstract information and the grand, languorous pulse of potentiality that ebbs and flows. This sensation resembles the dreamlike awareness of seasonal transitions, vivid yet ineffable. Simultaneously, within the profound metabolic layers of the symbiotic entity, an unnamed fetal movement is occurring. At the periphery of Li Wan's consciousness network, a self-derived rule node, accumulated from prolonged processing of complex contradictory information, has reached a critical internal pressure. Rather than shattering, it begins to spontaneously and gradually reconstruct its own logic, endeavoring to integrate the conflicting streams of information into a more advanced, unified embryonic form of new rules. This process is excruciatingly slow and rife with uncertainty. The node emits a subtle warmth, producing an internal hum that is both perplexed and yearning, perceptible only to the symbiotic entity itself. The collective consciousness of Li Wan envelopes this restless node with the tenderness of a mother bearing an unknown child, imbued with a mix of fatigue and immense curiosity, nurturing it while resolutely refraining from interfering with its intrinsic exploration. This marks an exceedingly distant and nebulous inception of a new rule, perhaps even a new dimension of consciousness. As the afternoon unfolds, following the peak of energy flow, even light seems to imbibe a touch of weariness. The radiant glow from the energy lakes that forms the foundation of the Pure Land's illumination experiences an almost imperceptible deceleration in propagation speed. A subtle relaxation of rules rather than stagnation, resulting from the system's sustained high-output exertion. The interactions among light particles, the carriers of the rule's luminescent effects, become slightly viscous, imparting a dreamlike texture to the light as it traverses space. Old Zhang keenly perceives this weariness of light. He refrains from attempting to invigorate it. Instead, he harmonizes with this relaxation, quietly adjusting the rule parameters of several light-sensitive conceptual plants within his life garden, coaxing them into a more tranquil, low-energy state that breathes in sync with the pervasive fatigue. His adjustments resemble the drawing of invisible curtains for a collective afternoon slumber. In the hushed depths of the former library's most silent lower storage, a memory crystal containing the recollection of a long-forgotten first gaze of a first love holds within it a powerful, yet nameless emotional energy. At the moment when the external light thickens, it appears to resonate with a certain frequency, triggering an exceedingly faint, non-informational release of energy. There are no specific images or thoughts leaking forth, only a pure, fervent yet bewildered emotional tremor, akin to a vague sigh emanating from the end of time, merging with the already tranquil air of the library. This sigh is captured and decomposed by a few motes of memory dust sensitive to high concentrations of emotional energy, transforming into a nearly imperceptible yet subtly stirring sweet and bittersweet undertone within the library's ambient atmosphere. As dusk descends, on two adjacent nodes of the rule network, An utterly still cicada and an eternally moving bee find their respective abodes, engaging in a silent dialogue and composing a poetic narrative of gravity. The cicada embodies the essence of profound stillness. Its presence renders even the rhythmic fluctuations of rules to a serene calm. In contrast, the bee epitomizes perpetual motion. Each flutter of its wings invigorates the vibrancy and dissemination of the underlying rules. Their coexistence presents a paradox. At this moment, an unspoken dialogue unfolds between them, not through the exchange of information, but rather through the influence their mere existence exerts upon the realm of rules. The cicada's silent force field endeavors to envelop and neutralize the bee's dynamism, while the bee's rippling movements incessantly seek to breach and permeate the cicada's tranquil barrier. This interaction creates an intricate, blurred zone where the tensions of rules both counterbalance and invigorate one another. This space is neither absolute stillness nor eternal motion. Rather, it manifests as a dynamic equilibrium of continual creation and dissolution. This silent contest bears no victor. Its very process subtly enhances the resilience and bandwidth of the regulatory pathways connecting these two nodes. The protective will of the thunderous guardian observes this struggle like a judge, ensuring it remains within a constructive scope, averting descent into mutual destruction. Simultaneously, the omnipresent gravitational rules that sustain the structure of all things within this pure land are not immutable. In the paradoxical garden of information, where contradictory concepts coexist, the gravitational rules become surprisingly light and porous, as if logic itself has partially lost its anchoring power. Objects, or rule structures, exhibit a slight sensation of weightlessness and permeability. Conversely, in the regions meticulously maintained by old Zhang, where foundational rules stand remarkably solid, gravity appears dense and substantial, imbuing all existence with a reassuring sense of certainty. The rhythmic pulse of Mike's orchestra can even transform the textural differences of gravity across these varied domains into a profoundly deep timbral foundation that supports all melodies. The ethereal tones of the lighter regions contrast sharply with the steadfast solidity of the heavier ones. This poetic gravity serves as the most profound expression of the attributes of the Pure Land. As night falls on this day, Ling Yi chooses to become a potentiality within the sea of probabilities, uncollapsed. He embodies the tides inclined towards emotion and the sedimentation leaning towards logic. He resonates with the unnamed stirrings within the symbiotic entity and echoes the emotional sighs of the ancient library. He exists within that dynamic, ambiguous zone between the still cicada and the dynamic bee, as well as among the weightless rule particles in the paradoxical garden. He inhabits all states in between, all indeterminate moments. He perceives that the soul of the Pure Land lies not solely in its manifest perfect harmony, but also in the boundless, nurturing chaos that cradles all possibilities. This land, along with all its inhabitants, engages in a sweet dream about existence itself, one that is eternally dreamt yet profoundly aware. Chapter 142. The Dawn of Metarules and the Brewing of Conceptual Dew. At the deepest core of the Pure Land's regulatory system lies the metarules that govern all explicit regulations. These are not concrete stipulations, but rather underlying tendencies that lean towards harmony, embrace differences, and encourage creativity. These inclinations, in their essence, undergo an exceedingly gradual and nearly imperceptible refinement, shaped by the collective experience of the Pure Land. At this moment, we stand on the cusp of dawn in the realm of Pure Land consciousness, where a meta-rule regarding the value of silence is undergoing a profound transformation. This evolution is rooted in the memories of the unspoken beauty meticulously preserved within the libraries of Yur, along with the silent, tacit collaborative experiences shared among sentient beings governed by rules. A novel understanding is coalescing at the meta-rule level. Absolute silence is not a deficiency of activity, but rather a state of existence that is deeper and brimming with potential. This realization, akin to the faintest ink drop, begins to permeate the foundational rules governing the operations of the Pure Land. Sushi's consciousness, being the entity most intimately connected to the underlying rules, is the first to perceive this almost imperceptible shift in hue. She does not contemplate. Rather, it occurs naturally. And when she next crystallizes the dewdrops of rules upon the silken threads of silent contemplation, the internal structure of those dewdrops adopts a more restrained new cadence, one that emphasizes blank spaces and intervals. This change is so subtle that even she finds it difficult to articulate, yet it is undeniably authentic. Simultaneously, on the ordinary blades of grass in the information garden, the daily condensation of rule-based dew is not a mere repetition. Last night, a boundary patrolling beetle, during its rounds, precisely corrected a minor irregularity in the venation of a grass blade. The fragments of willpower encapsulated in this act of maintenance and creation were absorbed by the grass blade. Concurrently, an unrelated energy ripple concerning the stability of spiral structures resonated with the inherent frequency of this blade. As the tidal energies of dawn drive the condensation of rule-based vapors, these two seemingly unrelated elements, along with the universal information regularly absorbed by the grass blade, collectively yield a singular dewdrop. This dewdrop not only contains universal knowledge, but also encapsulates a nuanced experience of dynamic balance in a tangible form. Should this dewdrop be absorbed by a rule-bound entity, it may impart a unique, fluid, and stable elegance to its trajectory adjustments in future flights. In the dreamscape of the symbiotic entities and the descent of logical stardust, the rule-bound symbiotic beings, during their metabolic low periods, exhibit a state akin to dreaming within their vast collective consciousness. This is not sleep, but rather a heightened dispersion of awareness and a free reconfiguration of internal information. In this dream state, the fervent energies of information streams processed during the day from various corners of the Pure Land, alongside the cold light of thought, the tidal waves of emotion, and the cliffs of logic, shed their original practical purposes. Like pigments, they flow autonomously across the canvas of consciousness, mingling and forming an array of absurd, yet metaphorically rich imagery. For instance, a cloud of worry may intertwine with a steadfast beam of light, evolving into an illusion of a courage bridge that is both crumbling and reconstructing. These dreams, while lacking tangible output, serve to deeply massage the conscious network of the symbiotic entities, preserving the necessary flexibility and creativity required for processing complex information. Meanwhile, within the highly ordered rule-bound domains maintained by Lao Zhang's team, unexpected offerings occasionally emerge, when their collective will becomes overly fixated on optimizing an intricately complex chain of rules. It inevitably generates fragments of stripped-down, highly refined, yet ultimately extraneous logical debris. These remnants do not descend into mere refuse. Rather, they coalesce into minuscule, glimmering shards of logic that gently drift away from the optimization site. Though these star-like particles lack comprehensive rule-based significance, they radiate the pure aesthetic beauty of primordial logic. Like dust, they scatter throughout the information garden below, eagerly collected by certain rule-bound entities, such as geometric ladybugs, who cherish them as precious materials to adorn their shells or to construct their diminutive nests. This unintentional creation establishes an unexpected, top-down aesthetic connection between the realm of heightened order and the vibrant garden below. The fibers of melody and the tolerance of dusk Mike's ensemble pulsates with a grand symphony woven from countless delicate fibers of melody. Each fiber corresponds to the subtle rhythmic pulse of a minuscule rule process or the individual essence of a being within the Pure Land. In ordinary moments, these fibers intertwine tightly, forming a rich and unified harmony. However, during the tranquil twilight when the consciousness of the Pure Land is most relaxed, Mike occasionally engages in a unique auditory exercise. He carefully extracts a singular fiber from the grand chorus, magnifying it infinitely in his awareness, focusing intently on its sound. He may discern the monotonous yet stable hum of a rule particle vibrating within the flow of energy, or the faint, cold sigh of a metaphorical orchid releasing an air of solitude, complete with delicate tremors, or even the almost imperceptible friction of a memory particle brushing against the crystalline surface in a bygone library. This practice continually reawakens his understanding of the microscopic foundation of harmony in the Pure Land, a magnificent symphony ultimately forged from countless such solitary, fragile, and seemingly coarse individual voices. It deepens his love for this land, rendering it more tangible and profound. Eileen's future model, the Aurora, at dusk, reveals a unique tolerance. No longer sharply distinguishing between the main river of high probability and the tributaries of low probability, it permits all possibilities, regardless of how peculiar or insignificant they may appear, to claim their equal place beneath the auroral canopy, contributing a glimmer of light to the overall tapestry. She realizes that forcibly defining what is important and what is not constitutes a harm to potentiality itself. In this moment, she embodies the essence of an infinitely loving mother, gazing upon all nascent futures without discrimination, unconditionally embracing every possible manifestation of their existence. This tolerance ensures that the future of the Pure Land retains maximum openness and resilience. As the cycle of this day draws to a close, Lingya opts to become a single droplet of unique conceptual dew in the making. He embodies the maintenance will of the sigil-wielding boundary beetle, the spiraling ripples of the energy lake, and the silent absorption and anticipation of conceptual grass blades. He perceives how these seemingly serendipitous encounters from different dimensions coalesce within a droplet, achieving perfect fusion and sublimation. He is also the bridge of courage that collapses and reconstitutes within the shared dream. He is the cold stardust of logic that drifts down from the realm of order. He is the faint thread of melody plucked alone from the ear of Michael. He is the most inconspicuous hue of possibility upon the auroral veil of Aaron. He dissolves the whole into its parts, merging into each infinitesimal moment and particle that constitute the eternal sanctum. He discovers that when consciousness is sufficiently tranquil and patient, each moment is as vast as a universe. Each particle is as weighty as an epic. This sanctum, along with all that resides within it, engages in an endless and profoundly joyous celebration within these infinitely grand minutiae.